Reborn one day before the apocalypse, having survived 5 years with F-rank triple star 5 wastes superpowers, ultimately betrayed and killed. In this life, the Myriad Heavens reading system binds to him reading 300 children's songs can extract E-rank superpowers. When he opens Dimensional Space, an S-rank Space Rend fragment is his. Watch how Wang Chen, relying on the reading system, madly extracts and fuses superpowers, rising from an academic slacker, making up for all regrets, and forging an unparalleled path to power in the impending apocalypse. At Chunqing East bus station, Wang Chen awoke with a start on a bus, realizing he had been reborn 5 years ago, May 25, 2035, 3:25 p.m. Less than a day remained until the apocalypse. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary sales representative. The next day, a weekend, he planned to rest but was kept late by his manager for a meeting, sleeping until 2 p.m. the following day. He awoke to a zombie apocalypse on Earth. Power and communication were cut off, high-tech weapons failed, over 80% of humanity perished, and global creatures mutated and evolved. Some humans awakened superpowers, becoming the new elite. Wang Chen was lucky enough to evolve autonomously, but his superpower was bizarre. He holed up in his rented room, surviving for a week on a few instant noodles and sausages. Out of boredom, he read 300 children's songs, a children's book someone left on the bus, and on the 7th day, he awakened a superpower, a water bubble with some defensive capability. This allowed him to kill a few zombies and barely survive. 5 years later, he possessed 5 superpowers: defensive bubble, illumination, underwater breathing, message transmission, freezing, all weak and mockingly called F-rank triple star 5 wastes. He was eventually betrayed by those around him and died to a high-tier zombie. Zhao Yimin, Wang Ruwatching, Han Jun. Just you wait. This time, we'll settle the score. Wang Chen's eyes glinted with killing intent. Outside the station, a chubby auntie enthusiastically solicited him for lodging, 80 yuan a night, even hinting at single young sisters. Wang Chen declined but was forcefully pulled along. He struggled free and hurried away. The auntie, seeing this, cursed him for feigning purity. Wang Chen checked his phone, confirming the time, his heart racing. Reborn with a system, he would not repeat his past mistakes. Ding! Detecting book. Binding host, Myriad Heavens reading system countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3. System binding successful. Ding! Host detected to have thoroughly read 300 children's songs, extracting E-rank superpower bubble art. Absorb? System? Bubble art? Wang Chen was overjoyed. Was he the chosen one? But bubble art was useful early on, then became trash. System? What if I don't absorb it? Ding! If not absorbed, bubble art will be stored on the system bookshelf for later fusion. By reading and understanding various books, the host can extract corresponding superpowers, which can be fused into new ones. Awesome! Wang Chen decisively chose to store it. The system's ding annoyed him. System, inherent setting, cannot be changed for now. Remember, the system developer is supreme, always right, never wrong. Not to be questioned. Wang Chen instantly submitted. Time was short, he needed powerful abilities. He hailed a cab. Master, Provincial Library, get there in 20 minutes, I'll add money. The anti-driver floored it, the taxi roaring off with immense G-force. Wang Chen fastened his seatbelt and began flipping through 300 children's songs. Big Rooster, so pretty. Ding! Extracted E-rank superpower illumination. Stored on bookshelf. Little Pigeon, great skill. Ding! Extracted E-rank superpower message transmission. Stored on bookshelf. Refrigerator, so magical. Ding! Extracted E-rank superpower freezing. Stored on bookshelf. Ding! Underwater breathing, hopping, silk spewing. Stored on bookshelf. Host, please read more advanced books. Hashtag. The system seemed angry. Wang Chen closed the book. Though the powers were weak, this book had helped him survive for 5 years. He was attached to it. He asked if he could fuse the E-rank powers. Ding! Fusion possible, but the resulting superpower is unpredictable. Basic fusion requires 100 reading value, max 3 powers per fusion. Host's current reading value, 1 point. Reading value came from reading volume, book knowledge content, and comprehension depth. 300 children's songs had minimal knowledge content. 1 point was an encouragement. Wang Chen was crestfallen. As an academic slacker, he now had to study hard and comprehend thoroughly. The taxi screeched to a halt at the provincial library. Wang Chen paid 100 yuan and rushed out. Inside the grand library, Wang Chen considered which books to find. The system extracted powers related to the content read. His targets were powerful early-game abilities like space, time, dark, light, or fire, lightning, gravity, metal manipulation, beastification. Mystical abilities like illusion manifestation or reality warping were even better, but he had no leads on relevant books. At the counter, a pretty librarian with a ponytail, Wang Chen felt a faint sense of familiarity, helped him locate A Brief History of Time, The Genesis of Space, Dimensional Space, and Flatland. The Genesis of Space was currently unavailable. Wang Chen decided to first read Dimensional Space, a mathematical geometry analysis of space. Space-type abilities, storage, teleportation, rending, warping, were extremely powerful. If he got a storage space, he could take out massive loans, go on a supermarket spree, and after the apocalypse, just take the whole supermarket. He began to read with great effort. As a liberal arts student with average grades, it was difficult. 2 hours later, he closed the book. Ding! Host detected to have initially read Dimensional Space, extracted S-Rank Superpower Space Rend Fragment +1, Space Rend Superpower 1/10. Reward, 1000 reading value. S-Rank? Awesome! Wang Chen was thrilled. 1000 reading value could fuse E-Rank powers. But why a fragment? This book contains intermediate knowledge. Host only understood a small part. Extracted superpower is incomplete. The key is comprehension level. Given Host's low comprehension, repeated reading and deeper understanding are recommended. Read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become clear. The system actually mocked his comprehension. Ideally, he'd need to read it about 10 times for the complete power. Fine, for my S-Rank superpower. I'll do it. Wang Chen, ignoring his rumbling stomach, focused on devouring the book. Until 9:30 p.m., when the library was about to close, Wang Chen reluctantly lifted his head. Spatial cutting ability 8/10, reward reading value 100 points. He was awkwardly stuck at the last 2 points, having read it twice in a row without success. His reading value remained at 1,801 points. It seemed that each book only granted a large amount of reading value. The first time it was read, subsequent readings yielded much less. Sighing at the difficulty of reading, Wang Chen stood up, holding 3 books as he walked downstairs. With the library closing, he couldn't stay here forever. He could only take the books back first and deal with his abilities later. As he passed through an area, he looked up and saw it was the Natural Sciences section. Wang Chen thought carefully and decided to grab 3 more books related to flames, lightning, and metals, just in case. While walking down the stairs, a question suddenly struck him. The heavenly reading system required reading to extract abilities. Did that mean he would have to keep searching for books after the apocalypse? System, can I extract abilities and earn reading value by reading ebooks? Ding, this system values tradition. Please read physical books. Damn, can't it keep up with the times? Wang Chen mentally complained. Since ebooks won't work, is there a way for the system to collect the books here? Ding, the system currently does not have the function to store physical items. However, it can upgrade through reading value. The next level will allow scanning and storing various books for the host to read. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. How much reading value is needed to upgrade? Ding. The reading value required for the first stage upgrade is 10,000 points. The host currently has 1,801 points. Good grief, needing 10,000 points is equivalent to reading 10 books of the same difficulty as Dimensional Space. This one took 3 hours, so 10 would take at least 30 hours. His head was spinning. Looking around the library, the only places with such a vast collection of books besides the major libraries in the city were the large university libraries. Xinhua Bookstore mainly had exam papers and such. It couldn't compare to the major libraries at all. If Wang Chen wanted to enhance his strength early on, he needed to read more books as soon as possible. However, the university library would definitely be filled with students during the day tomorrow, and the risk of a zombie outbreak was too high. It seemed he would have to return here tomorrow, upgrade the system, and scan all the books to take with him. Wang Chen looked at the dazzling array of books. This was no mere collection, it was practically a super ability repository. Wiping the drool from his lips, he turned and walked toward the hall downstairs, secretly making a resolution. I won't sleep tonight. I must gather all the spatial cutting fragments. In front of the counter in the hall, the same charming girl stood behind the desk. Wang Chen placed a few books down, waiting for the charming girl to complete the borrowing process, and thanked her. He didn't notice her hesitant expression as he grabbed a few books and turned to walk out the door. This jerk really seems to have forgotten me. When I get back, I'll have my mom raise your rent. The charming girl stomped her foot in frustration, deeply dissatisfied with Wang Chen's actions. Completely oblivious to the girl's unusual behavior, Wang Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of space, lines, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, and so on. The S-level spatial cutting ability was undoubtedly an extremely powerful offensive ability. If he could fully extract it before the apocalypse arrived, he would be starting with a king bomb. He had seen this ability in a 7th-tier master before. With just a light wave of the hand, a crescent-shaped spatial gap would slice through the air in front of him. Everything in its path would be cut and devoured, and no steel blade could withstand it. It was incredibly powerful. In the early days of the apocalypse, this attack ability could easily slay zombies, as long as one controlled the spatial blade well enough not to damage the crystal core. The helplessness of his past life made Wang Chen yearn for this even more. He glanced around and quickly ran into the subway entrance. After a brief wait, he boarded the train, found a quiet corner to lean against, and continued reading his book. The train was packed with people, most of whom were scrolling through their phones, making it hard to spot anyone else like Wang Chen, who was engrossed in a book, which drew curious glances from those around him. After more than 20 minutes, the subway finally arrived at the station. Wang Chen let out a long sigh, closed his book, and walked out. Spatial cutting ability, 9 out of 10, reward reading value 100 points. After repeatedly pondering the mysteries of dimensional space, he extracted another fragment. He was just one step away from extracting the spatial cutting ability. However, Wang Chen had a vague feeling that this step tonight might not be so easy to take. While contemplating the content of the book, he walked towards his rental apartment, heading straight to a village in the city. The growling in his stomach became more frequent, prompting Wang Chen to dash to a night market stall, where he ordered a plate of fried rice and grilled a few skewers of barbecue. Under the bright lights of the night market, Wang Chen flipped open his book without pause, but this time he opened A Brief History of Time. This book by Hawking contained richer knowledge, and he had already read dimensional space several times, always getting stuck at the last link. Wang Chen decided to switch gears and start reading Hawking's A Brief History of Time, hoping to gain some insights. But this book had over 100,000 words, and Wang Chen was prepared to stay up late tonight. After all, there were only 14 hours left, and extracting one more ability would be beneficial. He ate barbecue and fried rice while flipping through the book. At that moment, Wang Chen appeared to others as a complete bookworm. After finishing his fried rice, he quickly paid and got up, clutching his book as he hurried back to his rental apartment. A 5-story residential building soon came into view, with a convenience store on the ground floor and a kindly-looking woman sitting inside. Seeing Wang Chen approach, the woman smiled. "Ming Yang, you're back so late." "Aunt Lu, I just got back from a business trip." "You're still open?" Wang Chen, still pondering the spatial issues in his mind, paused and smiled as he looked up. "It's only a little past 10, I can stay open a bit longer," Aunt Lu replied with a smile. Wang Chen thought about the impending apocalypse tomorrow. If he couldn't gather the fragments tonight, he might have to stay cooped up in his room for several days. So he walked into the convenience store, picked out a lot of packaged food and bottled water, bought 2 packs of cigarettes, and spent nearly all the money he had in WeChat, with Aunt Lu even giving him a discount of several yuan to make it enough. "Ming Yang, why are you buying so much? If you need anything to eat, just tell me, there's no need to buy so much to keep at home." Aunt Lu frowned slightly, looking at Wang Chen's haphazard purchase of 500 or 600 yuan worth of items, feeling a bit pained. "It's fine, Aunt Lu. I can eat it any time at home, and I don't want to trouble you." "What's the trouble? It's just a few steps away." "Okay, Aunt Lu, I'm heading up now. You should rest early." After paying and holding a pile of things, Wang Chen called out. "All right, rest early." Aunt Lu shook her head, no longer insisting. Wang Chen turned and opened the door to the stairwell. Stepping up, Aunt Lu was the owner of this residential building. The first floor was a shop, and the second to fourth floors were rented out to nearby university students. The fifth floor was for her own residence, and there was a small terrace on the roof. She was kind-hearted, and the rent was reasonable, earning a good reputation among the local university students. Since starting his internship in his senior year, Wang Chen had been living here, but he usually left early and returned late, so he didn't have much interaction with Aunt Lu. However, in Wang Chen's impression, Aunt Lu had a daughter, but in nearly 2 years of living here, he had hardly seen her die in his previous life. During the week of the zombie outbreak, he never went downstairs and never encountered Aunt Lu again until his death. He figured she must have either turned into a zombie or met her end in the jaws of one. With a hint of nostalgia, Wang Chen returned to the third floor, took out his keys, and opened the door. What greeted him was a familiar small studio apartment with a bathroom. He placed all the items he had just bought in the corner by the wall, closed the door, and locked it. Wang Chen solemnly placed a few books on the small desk against the wall, sat down, took a deep breath, and began his reading journey for the night. He opened A Brief History of Time and continued from the previous chapter. Our current understanding of the motion of objects comes from, at some point, a charming girl with a high ponytail rode up on a pink electric bike and stopped in front of the convenience store. Skillfully, she turned off the engine, got off, removed her cute pink helmet, and cheerfully called out Mom as she entered the store. Aunt Lu looked up and saw the girl, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Xiao Yuer, you're off work?" Xiao Yuer's real name was Suyu, and her father was a police officer who tragically lost his life during a capture operation. Thus, Suyu had relied on her mother since childhood, and the two of them lived off rental income and running the small convenience store. "Yes, Mom, have you seen Ming Yang?" Suyu asked while pushing her electric bike into the hallway, not even turning her head. "Ming Yang just got back a little while ago. Why do you suddenly ask about him?" Aunt Lu replied, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, I ran into him at the library this afternoon, but that fool didn't even recognize me." Suyu pouted, glancing outside at a window on the third floor, where the light was bright, before returning to the convenience store. Oh, no wonder I saw him come back holding a book. Turns out he went to borrow books from the library. Aunt Lu nodded in realization, extending her finger to poke her daughter's forehead. You little brat, how can you call him that? Ming Yang is usually busy with work, coming and going early and late, and you haven't seen him that many times. It's perfectly normal he didn't recognize you. Oh, Mom, don't poke my head. I'll get stupid. Suyu covered her forehead and stepped forward to wrap her arms around Aunt Lu's arm, speaking in a sweet voice. Aren't you already stupid enough? I think you wouldn't be any smarter even if I didn't poke you. Aunt Lu struggled a bit with a look of disdain, but her eyes were filled with deep affection. Mom, you can't say that about your own daughter. Oh yes, I'm just saying it. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going upstairs to wash up. I'm exhausted today and I have to go to work tomorrow. Suyu shook Aunt Lu's arm stubbornly, pouting her little mouth, and with a flick of her ponytail, she turned and ran upstairs. Hey, slow down, don't fall. Aunt Lu called out nervously as she saw Suyu dash away. Suyu waved her hand without looking back, her figure disappearing into the hallway. Aunt Lu chuckled silently, shaking her head. Her daughter's fiery personality was probably inherited from her father. Regardless of Aunt Lu's musings downstairs, Suyu bounced up the stairs, slowing her pace as she approached the third floor. She looked towards a room on the right side of the staircase, where light was faintly seeping through the crack of the door. Suyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately resisted the urge to knock, pouting her lips and letting out a soft hum as she turned to walk upstairs. Before long, the sound of rushing water could be heard from a room on the 5th floor. In the deep of night, Wang Chen rubbed his temples and lifted his head, looking helpless. Just a moment ago, the system notification sounded, but the content left him somewhat disappointed. Ding! Detected that the host has begun reading A Brief History of Time, extracting A-level ability fragment. Mustard seed space +1, mustard seed space ability 1/8, reward reading value 10,000 points. The reading value was completely beyond his expectations. Getting 10,000 points on the first read was simply too nice. This reading value was already enough for a system upgrade. Old Ho's books were indeed quite impressive. The A-level mustard seed space ability is very practical in the apocalypse, but right now he wants the space-cutting fragments even more. Moreover, the mustard seed space is also a fragment, even if he continuously extracts mustard seed space fragments, he needs to read at least 8 times or more. During this time, he has to read while thinking and understanding. But just thinking about the space cutting fragments stuck at 9 out of 10 makes his mouth twitch. He has already read Dimensional Space more than 10 times. The last 2 times yielded no results, and the reading value of A Brief History of Time is 10 times that of Dimensional Space. Just imagining that scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but shed tears. Sighing, Wang Chen closed the book, stood up, and took out a bottle of mineral water to gulp down. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 300 children's songs on the table, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. System, I can fuse abilities now, right? Ding! The host currently has a total of 11,901 reading points, and the basic fusion consumes 100 reading points. Fuse basic abilities. Ding! Please select the abilities you want to fuse. Basic fusion can fuse up to 3 abilities at once. Carefully browsing through the abilities on the shelf, he saw Bubble Technique, Message Technique, Underwater Breathing Technique, Bouncing Technique, Silk Spitting Technique, Freezing Technique, Turtle Shell Technique, Lightness Technique, Illumination Technique, Firefly Technique. A total of 10 E-level abilities, and it's obvious that these abilities have limited power. After all, they are extracted from children's literature. Wang Chen paced around the room, and after some thought he chose 3 abilities. System, select to fuse Bubble Technique, Turtle Shell Technique, and Freezing Technique. Ding! Consumed 100 reading points. Fusion starting. Ding! Fusion successful. Acquired D-level ability Ice Armor Technique. Remaining reading points 11801. D-level ability Ice Armor Technique? Looks pretty good. The quality has actually improved by 1 level. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. The name sounded nice, and he quickly examined the analysis of Ice Armor Technique. Ice Armor Technique, D-level ability, Ice type. Releases a layer of sealed spherical frost armor, but the internal air is limited, and being enveloped for a long time poses a risk of suffocation. What the hell? This ability can actually suffocate me? Wang Chen was flabbergasted. This damn Ice Armor Technique actually has such a bizarre function. It's either the ice armor shattering and getting killed or suffocating inside the ice ball? Wang Chen shouted, System, are you serious? Ding! Ability fusion is completely random, and the host fused E-level abilities, so some drawbacks are inevitable. Please use this ability with caution. Caution? You tell me if you would dare to use such an ability? Ding! The host's knowledge is too shallow. Please trust the system's professionalism and don't make a fuss. Wang Chen, fine. You're the system, you're the boss. You have the final say. Wang Chen was stunned. Fortunately, he fused a trash ability, and with the S-level space ability in sight, he felt no regret at all. However, thinking about the use of abilities, Wang Chen suddenly asked, System, how many abilities can I use? In his previous life, every time he leveled up, he could obtain one ability from 300 children's songs, and he could use a total of 5 abilities before he died. After being reborn with the heavenly reading system, being able to extract so many abilities, if he could only use 5, he really needed to read carefully and choose a few powerful abilities. Ding! The host can absorb and use all extracted abilities, but the abilities stored on the shelf cannot be used. What the hell? Hundreds or thousands of what the hell? Great system above, please accept my kneeling. Wang Chen directly knelt down. This was simply a huge pie falling from the sky. This sudden surprise left him momentarily stunned, almost unbelievable. It's like a broke loser with only a few bucks in his wallet suddenly buying a lottery ticket, just like all the readers in front of their phones, and hitting the jackpot. Not only that, but because the grand prize hasn't been drawn for dozens of rounds, this ticket's prize is directly in the billions, instantly reaching the peak of life. Such a surprise, I ask all the readers, do you want it? Or do you want it? Add to bookshelf, click to urge updates. Write comments, guarantee that all readers will win the lottery tomorrow. Looking at the 7 abilities on the bookshelf, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Although this ice armor technique is quite bizarre, it can be used and doesn't take up a skill slot. System, fuse bouncing technique and lightness technique. Wang Chen chose to continue fusing. Both of these abilities belong to the primary enhancement category, so let's see if there will be any surprises. Ding! Consuming 100 reading points, fusion begins. The system's prompt sound arrived as expected, and Wang Chen rubbed his hands and paced back and forth, feeling a sense of anticipation like a lottery draw. Ding! Fusion successful, acquired E-level ability leaping technique. Remaining reading points, 11701. Leaping technique, E-level ability, enhancement category. Enhances the host's jumping ability with a jump distance of 5 meters, but cannot stop midway, cannot change direction, and if there are obstacles during the leap, it may result in death. What the hell, may result in death? Wang Chen looked at the ability analysis and felt a bad premonition when he saw the word but. Sure enough, it's you again, system. Damn. Complaining aside, Wang Chen still wanted to continue fusing the remaining abilities. Rubbing his aching head, he chose to continue. System, fuse illumination technique and firefly technique. Ding! Fusion successful, acquired E-level ability. Fluorescent technique. Remaining reading points, 11601. Fluorescent technique, E-level ability, light category. Releases a glowing firefly ball, illuminating a 10-meter radius. But objects illuminated by the firefly technique will emit a faint light for a day, which may attract the attention of something. Damn! Wang Chen spat. A perfectly good illumination technique, although it doesn't have much damage, at least it can be used as a light. But, after the but, this is definitely a skill that leads to self-destruction. Using the firefly technique at night. Good grief, zombies and mutated creatures that couldn't find you before now have a spotlight effect. Are you trying to die faster? The system's fusion function instantly made Wang Chen start to doubt life. Although these E-level abilities are all trash, at least they don't have any downsides, but after such a fusion, good grief, this is a suicide ability, right? System, I suspect you want to harm me. Wang Chen couldn't help but complain in his mind. Ding! Please do not doubt the professionalism of the system. The results of ability fusion are not controlled by the system, but the host can invest reading points to increase the probability of positive outcomes. Ha? Positive probability? Come, tell me, what the hell is positive probability? Ding! There is a chance of negative functions appearing in ability fusion. Investing reading points can increase the probability of positive functions appearing and reduce the probability of negative functions appearing. There's such a thing? Why didn't you say so before? Ding! System functions need the host to explore on their own. Alright, you said that before, so now tell me, how many reading points do I need to invest to eliminate the negative probability? Wang Chen was going crazy, but he had no choice but to continue asking. Ding! E-level ability fusion requires 1,000 reading points. D-level ability fusion requires 10,000 reading points. C-level ability fusion requires 100,000 reading points. Wang Chen, is it easy for me to earn reading points? If this is SSS level ability fusion, it would require billions of reading points. Alright, SSS level abilities are hard to find, and having 2 or more of such qualities is even more difficult. But this reading value consumption, just destroy me. Let me drown in the ocean of books. It seems that the path of ability fusion is not one Wang Chen can take. Even if Ma Dad came, he couldn't afford this fusion function. Can't afford it, absolutely. Can't afford it. Lying despondently on the bed, Wang Chen felt hopeless. The reading value was increasing so slowly, and it often required such a large consumption. Although the system is powerful, it is not free. It seems that the dream of reaching the peak of life is a bit far off. Complaining aside, Wang Chen knew very well that the fusion function of the heavenly reading system was undeniably powerful. In his previous life, Wang Chen suffered greatly from weak abilities, barely managing to elevate his own power to the 5th level. But those 5 F-level abilities were too weak. Even at the 5th level, they completely failed to match the combat power expected at that level. But with this fusion function, it would be different. Even the most useless abilities could potentially turn around as long as a large amount of reading value was invested, and the rest depended on luck. The ice armor technique seemed quite peculiar at first glance, but its protective power was definitely much better than the bubble technique or the turtle shell technique. Literally understood, the ice armor technique is a combination of 3 abilities, and if we ignore the negative effects, overall it is still quite good. Now, he only had silk spitting technique, underwater breathing technique, and messaging technique left, and Wang Chen didn't want to continue fusing for now. There was no need. These 3 abilities were not offensive or defensive. They only had some auxiliary effects, which were not very significant for him at the moment. System, how long will it take to upgrade you now? Ding! The host's reading value is sufficient for the first stage upgrade, but the entire process will take 1 hour, and during this hour, the host will not gain any reading value or abilities from reading books. Oh, alright. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided not to upgrade the system for now. He urgently needed to acquire the ability of space cutting. At the very least, he needed to spend time extracting other abilities from a few other books. Otherwise, after the apocalypse arrives tomorrow, his combat power would be somewhat lacking. System, no upgrade for now. Let's talk again tomorrow at noon. After a short rest, Wang Chen returned to his desk and diligently read A Brief History of Time. Ding! Detected that the host is reading A Brief History of Time for the first time. Extracting A-level ability mustard space fragment +1, S-level ability time stop fragment +1, mustard space ability, 2/8, time stop ability, 1/20. Reward reading value 1000 points. Finally, when he finished reading it for the second time, Wang Chen suddenly discovered that the system had actually extracted a fragment of the time stop ability, which made him ecstatic. This was the second S-level ability he had read out. Although this ability required 20 fragments to complete, but this is a time-based ability. Space is king, time is revered. He never expected that a single book could extract both space and time-based abilities at the same time. Although they were just fragments, the future was promising. Wang Chen could already imagine himself waving his hand, and the entire world would come to a standstill, with only him walking through the world like a deity. Goose, goose, goose. A smile blossomed on his face, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a while, however, Wang Chen calmed down. The time ability was very powerful, but completing it at this moment would require a tremendous amount of time and energy, and it would definitely be impossible to achieve this feat before the apocalypse arrived. Moreover, through reading A Brief History of Time twice, Wang Chen's understanding of space deepened further, and he decided to go back and continue studying dimensional space. Perhaps he would gain something. More than an hour later, a long-awaited prompt sound echoed in Wang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is well versed in dimensional space. Extracted S-level ability spatial cutting fragments +1, spatial cutting ability. 10 out of 10. Rewarded the host with 100 reading points. Finally gathered enough 10 fragments. It wasn't easy. Ding! Detected that S-level ability spatial cutting fragments are sufficient. Can synthesis proceed? May I ask the host if they wish to synthesize? Is that even a question? Of course, synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Acquired S-level ability spatial cutting. Consumed 1000 reading points. Current reading points, 11701. May I ask the host if they wish to absorb this ability? Absorb. Wang Chen couldn't wait to experience this long-renowned ability and decisively chose to absorb it. As for the 1000 reading points required for synthesis, it was completely out of his consideration. With the command given, an inexplicable sensation surged from his brain. In just a few seconds, Wang Chen felt as if his entire body was enlightened and refreshed. The fatigue and drowsiness from a night of intense studying swept away. His originally thin frame seemed to have received an energy boost, visibly filling out, and his entire figure became upright and robust. Meanwhile, the method of using the spatial cutting ability echoed in his mind, causing a flutter in his heart as he extended his hand and gently waved it towards the window. A 30-centimeter long black arc shot out from his fingertips as if an invisible blade sliced through the lightbox sign on a neighboring rooftop 10 meters away, disappearing into the air. After a moment, that lightbox sign slowly cracked open, the upper half falling aside, the break smooth as a mirror. Hiss, the power is a bit terrifying, and this is just the beginner level, not even first tier. Wang Chen looked at the severed lightbox sign in the distance, then glanced down at his palm, murmuring to himself. The strength of an ability, the quality at awakening is one aspect, but another key factor is the owner's development of the ability. Abilities evolve continuously with the awakening person's strength becoming increasingly powerful, which is why some exceptionally gifted awakeners in the apocalypse ultimately cannot compete with those who have lower quality awakenings. Feeling the energy within him, he estimated that with the current power of the spatial cutting blade, he could release 8 at this moment. The number was small, but the power was astonishing. Even when facing a horde of zombies, as long as the angle was right, a single spatial cutting could slice through all the zombies in a line within 10 meters. Moreover, the awakening of the ability simultaneously reinforced his body. His physical capabilities were now about twice that of an ordinary person, while In his previous life, awakening an F-level ability had provided minimal enhancement. Now, as long as he had a good weapon, with the experience of surviving 5 years in his last life battling zombies and mutated creatures, Wang Chen could definitely live well. A strong sense of hunger surged, and Wang Chen quickly grabbed the food piled in the corner, devouring it eagerly. It wasn't until he had finished 10 whole packs of pig trotters, 5 chicken legs, and 2 packs of instant noodles that he began to recover. The awakening of abilities would enhance the body, but it also consumed a large amount of energy, necessitating timely food replenishment. Checking the time, it was already 5 in the morning. In 7 hours, the apocalypse would descend. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at the other books on the table, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Quickly returning to the table, with 7 hours left, there was still much he could do. Perhaps he could extract a few more powerful abilities. He already had offensive means. It would be best to acquire a defensive ability as well, so that he could essentially push through the early stages of the apocalypse. Even if he encountered powerful zombies that mutated early on, he could handle them easily. With this thought, Wang Chen's gaze swept over books related to fire and lightning, landing on the third book, Fundamentals of Metallurgy. Steadying himself, he began to flip through this book. However, just by looking at the dense table of contents, Wang Chen knew that most of the remaining time would be spent on this book. Time passed, the sun slowly rose, and the glaring sunlight shone on the desk, yet it couldn't stop Wang Chen from focusing on his reading. Ding! Detected that the host is well versed in fundamentals of metallurgy, extracting A-level ability Metal Control Fragment +1, Metal Control ability, 7/8. Reward reading value, 80 points. After several hours of continuous study, Wang Chen was just one fragment away from obtaining the A-level Metal Control ability. At this moment, he had a reading value of 13,061 points. Stretching out with a big yawn, Wang Chen turned to look out the window. It was now May 26, 2035, 10:15 a.m. Less than 2 hours until the apocalypse arrives. He grabbed 2 packs of pig trotters and started munching, then opened Fundamentals of Metallurgy again, pondering the knowledge in his mind. After reading it 7 times in a row, although he still had many questions, he had a feeling that he just needed to study it carefully one more time to resolve some doubts in his mind to extract the last fragment of the ability. Another hour passed, and the system notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is well versed in Fundamentals of Metallurgy, extracting A-level ability Metal Control Fragment +1, Metal Control ability, 8/8. Reward reading value, 80 points. System, synthesize Metal Control. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained A-level ability Metal Control, consuming 1,000 reading points. Current reading value, 12,141 points. Does the host wish to absorb this ability? Absorb. He promptly issued the command, and the familiar sensation washed over him, the fatigue from hours of continuous reading swept away. Wang Chen extended his palm, his eyes drifting to the metal knife and the pen holder on the desk. He lifted his hand slightly, and the knife began to float slowly. The metal knife wobbled as it floated in front of him, and as Wang Chen concentrated, it began to twist and deform, finally turning into a pool of silver liquid that gathered in his palm, the plastic handle falling away. His brain controlled the silver liquid, constantly changing it until it coalesced into a sharp cone. Wang Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at a target hanging on the wall. Whoosh! The silver cone shot from his palm like a streak of silver light, deeply embedding itself in the target's bullseye. The cone pierced straight through the target and into the thick wall behind it. With a thought, the cone transformed back into silver liquid, slowly flowing out from the bullseye of the target, gathering again into a small mass in his palm. Very strong. Extremely strong. The power of this strike was comparable to a bullet, meaning Wang Chen only needed to prepare a few metal balls to have a gun with infinite bullets. Throughout this entire operation, the energy consumption in his body was minimal. Although Metal Control was only A-level, Wang Chen did not underestimate this ability at all. Space cutting was indeed powerful, but from his experience, in the early stages of the apocalypse, Metal Control would definitely be more cost-effective. He extended his other hand, a black arc emerging from his palm, floating alongside a silver ball on either side in the air. Wang Chen realized that both space cutting and Metal Control consumed the same type of energy. Moreover, he could control this energy simultaneously, releasing different abilities, which instantly multiplied his combat power. After absorbing 2 abilities, the energy in his body was now more than 10 times that of when he awakened in his previous life. At the level of his last life, he probably wouldn't even be able to unleash a single space cut. Before the apocalypse arrived, Wang Chen already possessed 2 major abilities, and there was also an S-level time-related ability waiting for him to extract and synthesize. At this moment, he was completely at the forefront of the entire blue star, leaving those behind him far behind. This wave, the advantage is mine. Putting away his abilities, Wang Chen once again devoured a pile of stored food. He rewarded himself with a hot shower, a sensation he hadn't experienced in the 5 years of the apocalypse, making him unable to suppress a moan of pleasure. After changing out of his already sour-smelling clothes, Wang Chen packed some food and water into his backpack, along with a few books. With the heavy backpack slung over his shoulders, his body, enhanced through 2 rounds of ability absorption, was now 3 times stronger than an average person, making the dozen-kilogram load feel as light as a feather. He glanced at his phone. The time was 11:10 a.m. on May 26, 2035. In another 50 minutes, the apocalypse would descend. But he no longer wanted to wait at home. With 2 powerful abilities, Wang Chen prepared to head to the provincial library in the city center. The system was ready for an upgrade, and he planned to scan the entire library, copying all the books into the system so he could access them anytime, anywhere, to enhance his abilities. System, begin upgrade. As he opened the security door, Wang Chen calmly issued the command in his mind. Ding! Consuming 10,000 reading points, the system begins upgrading. Current reading points, 141. He hurried down the stairs, contemplating the route in his memory. It would take about half an hour to reach the provincial library by subway from his rental apartment. He still had time and could do something else. Ming Yang, even on your day off, you're going on a business trip? In the convenience store, Aunt Lu sat behind the counter as usual. Seeing Wang Chen come out of the hallway with his backpack, she greeted him with a puzzled expression. Aunt Lu, I'm heading to the city, Wang Chen replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of sadness at her familiar face. With the apocalypse upon them, most of humanity had turned into mindless zombies. The Aunt Lu before him was someone Wang Chen had never seen again in his past life. He only remembered that 7 days into the apocalypse, after awakening his ability, he had gone downstairs to find the convenience store wide open and in disarray, unsure if the owner had turned into a zombie or had been eaten. Oh, go ahead. Little you were asked about you last night, Aunt Lu said with a smile, her eyes carrying a hint of meaning. Little you were? Wang Chen was taken aback. He seemed to recall Aunt Lu mentioning that name. Yeah, my daughter Suyu, you've met a few times. She's already in her senior year and is out interning these days. A vague image of a girl floated in Wang Chen's mind. He scratched his head and said, I don't really remember what she looks like. It's amazing she's already interning. Indeed, come back early tonight. If you have time, come over for dinner. Aunt Lu nodded, not minding that Wang Chen had forgotten her daughter. Okay. Wang Chen could only nod, knowing he likely wouldn't be able to make it to that dinner. Aunt Lu had always been kind to him, never rushing him even when he occasionally fell behind on rent. Aunt Lu, you'd better close the shop for a while before noon. Just rest inside. If anything happens outside, don't come out. Wang Chen said to Aunt Lu, his expression extremely serious. Why should I close the door? It's busy at noon, and business is good. Aunt Lu was puzzled. Aunt Lu, just trust me and close the door for an hour. After noon, you'll understand, Wang Chen said earnestly. Sigh, you child. Fine. I'll listen to you. I'll close the door and make some food when I get hungry, Aunt Lu said with a gentle smile, a hint of helplessness on her face. Wang Chen usually left early and returned late, speaking little, but she knew he was an orphan who worked hard to support himself through college, a strong and kind young man. Otherwise, her daughter clearly had some feelings for him, and Aunt Lu had never opposed it. Alright, Aunt Lu, I'm off now. If fate allows, we'll meet again, Wang Chen said, feeling relieved as he turned to leave, waving his hand. He had done what he could to offer a kind reminder. The rest was up to Aunt Lu's own fate. Wang Chen walked briskly towards the subway station, with just over 40 minutes left until the apocalypse descended. With a practiced scan, he entered the station. Just in time for line 2 to arrive, he quickly boarded the train. Wang Chen found a seat and sat down. There were still over 20 minutes until the subway reached the provincial library, and he needed to use this time to think carefully about his next plans. He currently possessed 2 powerful abilities with formidable destructive power. The city center was densely populated, and at noon, it was a sea of people, making it easy for a horde of corpses to erupt. However, his internal energy was limited, and he couldn't fully guarantee his own safety. He also needed to prepare some weapons. With metal control, he could easily condense weapons. Since he still had some time, saving a bit of energy was worthwhile. Moreover, Wang Chen's control was currently limited, and the weapons he shaped might not be very sharp or durable. He recalled that there seemed to be an ancient weapon shop near the provincial library, selling various swords and knives, though they were all display weapons without sharp edges. However, for someone with metal control like him, sharpening them was just a matter of a quick swipe. Taking advantage of this time to find a good weapon could also help him study the structure with his metal abilities, aiding in the development of his powers. The subway arrived on time, and Wang Chen grabbed his backpack and quickly ran out, drawing the attention of the leisurely crowd around him. What's this guy doing? Is he in a hurry to reincarnate? Who says he isn't? He got off and isn't even fighting for a spot, yet he's running so fast. Definitely a worker. A few girls in JK uniforms and sundresses felt a gust of wind pass by them and couldn't help but murmur and laugh. Wang Chen didn't look back, striding up the stairs, disappearing in just a few steps, completely ignoring their mockery. In just a few minutes, they would know what a societal beatdown was. Beep beep beep. The gate flashed red lights, emitting a few sharp beeps. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing, as he looked at his phone balance, 0.58. Damn! I forgot I spent all my money yesterday. A chubby girl behind him shot him a disdainful glance, swiped her phone. At the gate, and the green access light lit up, opening the two gates. She nudged Wang Chen and walked ahead without a care. Wang Chen smiled nonchalantly, stepped back a few paces to clear the gate, and lowered his head to fiddle with his phone, quickly unlocking all the white strips and flower shell limits before scanning out of the station. Rushing out of the subway station, Wang Chen oriented himself and ran straight towards the mall not far from the subway exit. The weapon shop was located in a street-side store near the mall. He had been curious and visited once before, even encountering some prop staff from a film crew purchasing sample models. Divine Eagle Weapon Shop. A huge sign, a striking storefront. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he dashed inside. The dazzling array of weapon display cases instantly overwhelmed him. Inside, the staff were attending to two middle-aged men, startled by Wang Chen's sudden entrance. "Hello, how can I help you? We have a full range of short and long weapons, reliable quality and diverse styles, all crafted by masters." Another staff member, dressed in traditional Hanfu and graceful in demeanor, immediately stepped forward, smiling professionally and gently inquiring, "I need a straight sword or a saber." "The style doesn't matter, but the quality must be tough enough," Wang Chen said quickly. The weapons displayed in this shop were mostly models, primarily serving film crews or enthusiasts. The props used by the film crew were soft and varied in style. The staff member immediately understood this handsome guy was definitely an enthusiast looking for real weapons that were not sharpened. "Hello, please follow me." The staff member smiled and gestured, leading the way into the back room. The back room was brightly lit, with many unsharpened swords and knives hanging on the walls. Wang Chen walked straight to the knife wall, his gaze sweeping over the tools displayed there. These are all unsharpened weapons, including the Tang broadsword, the Ming Dynasty goosefeather knife, the Qing Dynasty ring-handled knife, and the Japanese tachi. The young lady introduced the knives on the wall, smiling gently. "Find me the best broadsword you have in the store." Wang Chen scanned the area and still chose the Tang broadsword. This type of weapon was quite popular in the apocalypse and felt very handy to use. "Alright, may I ask what your budget is?" The young lady nodded and leaned in a bit to ask. "Just bring me the best one, money is not an issue." Wang Chen waved his hand grandly. Please wait a moment." The young lady subtly glanced at Wang Chen's attire and turned to walk towards the storeroom. "Wearing such cheap clothes, I wonder where he gets the confidence to say that. Let's see how he gets slapped in the face later." Before long, the young lady returned, holding a beautifully crafted wooden box. She placed the box on the coffee table in the lounge area and slowly opened it, revealing a simple yet elegant Tang broadsword. The scabbard was black, straightforward, and without any unnecessary decorations. The blade of the broadsword was straight and upright, embodying both the kingly demeanor of a sword and the dominating aura of a knife. This Tang broadsword was forged by Master Wu Ming, using high-strength steel, and has been refined through countless hammerings. Wang Chen was too lazy to listen to the attendant's introduction, reaching out to grab the broadsword, pulling it out with a swift motion. The 80-centimeter long blade gleamed brightly. He swung it a bit and found it quite comfortable to handle. Wang Chen also used his metal control ability to sense the structure of the blade. It was indeed dense and had been thoroughly refined, making it sufficiently tough. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, he had used several Tang knives, but none had reached this level of strength. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Chen sheathed the sword and calmly asked, "How much is this?" The attendant's lips twitched slightly, but she still responded with a professional smile. "This knife is called Moing, and the total price is 100,000. "Alright, where do I pay?" Wang Chen nodded without hesitation. His credit and flower shell limits were both 200,000, more than enough. After all, no one would chase him for repayment after the apocalypse. If he didn't spend it, it would be a waste. The young lady seemed completely unprepared for Wang Chen to actually buy it, and to be able to afford it. She was caught off guard. Instead, her face seemed to hurt a bit, and her cheeks began to flush slightly. "Please follow me this way." The young lady, being professional, quickly adjusted after a brief moment of surprise, holding the wooden box and leading the way beside Wang Chen, her smile becoming much more sincere. Wang Chen followed the young lady back to the hall and scanned the code to make the payment at the cash register. Ding! Payment of 100,000 yuan received. "Thank you for your next visit." Seeing Wang Chen really make the payment, the attendant's smile grew even brighter as she bent down to hand over the wooden box containing Moing, thinking about leaving a contact number or something to facilitate future sales of more knives. "Sir, would you like to leave?" Wang Chen grabbed the wooden box, casually slung it over his shoulder, and swiftly turned to leave. The attendant was instantly frozen in place, her smile beginning to twist. On May 26, 2035, at 11:53 a.m., there were only a few minutes left until the apocalypse would arrive. Who has time to chat with you about leaving contact information? When the apocalypse hits, communication networks will be cut off. What's the point of that? Am I supposed to go searching through piles of corpses for you? A real life I have a date with a zombie? Let's see which bones have a connection with you? Nothing at all. Stepping out onto the street, he walked straight towards the library. As Wang Chen walked, he looked up at the sky, around the blinding sun, a distinct red shadow appeared. In his previous life, Wang Chen was sleeping at this time, later hearing that at noon, the sun was shrouded in a blood shadow, and sunlight turned into bloodlight, illuminating the entire blue star. Even hiding underground would not shield one from the bloodlight, as if the entire blue star was permeated by the sun's bloodlight. Following that was the outbreak of zombies, biological mutations, and the beginning of the apocalypse. Now squinting at the red shadows appearing around the sun, Wang Chen estimated it was exactly 12 o'clock and the bloodlight would arrive as scheduled. With a backpack full of supplies and a long wooden box, Wang Chen quickly ran into the provincial library. "Hello, welcome, how can I help you?" Suyu, as usual, slightly bowed without raising her head. When she finally smiled and looked up, she was surprised to find it was Wang Chen again. "Brother Mingyang, why are you here again?" Suyu said playfully, realizing that Wang Chen truly didn't remember her, so she decided to speak up directly. "Oh, who are you?" Wang Chen frowned slightly, unable to recall who this somewhat familiar beautiful girl was. Suyu rolled her eyes at him and teased, "I'm little fish, Suyu. If you keep saying you don't know me, my mom will definitely raise your rent when I go back." "Ah, so it's you. Long time no see. Are you interning here?" Wang Chen suddenly realized she was Suyu. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, she resembled Aunt Lu a bit. "Yes. Are you here to borrow books again? Didn't you just borrow a few yesterday?" Suyu tilted her head, looking puzzled. Wang Chen glanced around and saw the reading area in the corner. As he walked towards it, he said casually, "I'm here to look for other books." "Oh, then I'll get you a glass of water in a bit," Suyu said somewhat disappointedly, but still took the initiative. Wang Chen waved his hand without looking back, walked to the table, and placed both the backpack and the wooden box down. "Suyu, is he your friend, a handsome young man?" At the counter asked in a low voice. Yes. We live in the same building," Suyu replied, a bit surprised, then smiled again. "So familiar, what does he do?" The handsome young man frowned slightly, continuing to pry. "I think he's in business, but I'm not too sure. Senior Li Chang, I'll go get him a glass of water." Suyu smiled and ignored Li Qing's probing, turning to pour a glass of water, holding the paper cup with both hands as she walked towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen estimated the time, looking out the window through the glass. There were very few people on the first floor of the library. However, outside on the street, the crowd was bustling, with the famous Beiping pedestrian street of Spring City right across, especially crowded on weekends. A pair of smooth, delicate long legs appeared beside him, and Wang Chen's heart stirred as he caught a glimpse of her fair skin. Looking up, he saw Suyu, wearing a sky-blue pleated skirt and a white t-shirt showcasing two towering peaks, still tied in a high ponytail, standing in front of him with a sweet smile, holding a paper cup. "Brother Mingyang, here's your water." Looking at Suyu's youthful smile, Wang Chen felt a sense of loss. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, it was impossible to see such a smile. Everyone was desperately struggling to survive. A bright girl like Suyu, if she didn't die in the jaws of zombies, would perish under the darkness of human nature. "Thank you, Suyu. If you're free, sit with me for a few minutes." Wang Chen reached out to take the paper cup and took a sip, speaking softly. Suyu didn't expect Wang Chen to ask her to sit with him for a few minutes. She glanced at the counter and saw there were no customers needing attention for the moment, so she pulled out a chair, brushed her pleated skirt with her hand, and sat down gracefully. "Brother Mingyang, have you been very busy lately? I haven't seen you much." Suyu leaned slightly, her big, cute eyes wide open as she spoke softly. "Shoo, don't talk, look outside." Wang Chen didn't answer but pointed outside while opening the ink shadow wooden box and grabbing something out. Suyu, though puzzled, obediently looked outside. In the distance, the big clock on the archway of the pedestrian street ticked away, the second hand moving steadily, the clock slowly pointing to exactly 12 o'clock noon. Dang! As the bell rang, the originally blinding sun suddenly burst forth with a sky full of bloodlight. The entire world turned blood red in that instant, illuminated by this crimson light, whether indoors or outdoors, even at the pitch-black depths of the sea. All living beings on Blue Star froze at that moment, except for Wang Chen, who held a broadsword in his hand. His heart was filled with horror. He had never witnessed this scene in his previous life. At this moment, he realized that following the bloodlight, his gaze seemed to penetrate walls, reaching straight to the blood-red sun in the center of the sky. Ding! System upgrade complete. New features added. Wang Chen had no time to pay attention to the system notification sound. The moment his gaze touched that blood-colored sun, a few indistinct whispers suddenly echoed in his mind. The voices were elusive and incomprehensible. With his limited knowledge of language, he couldn't grasp their meaning at all. Yet those whispers were etched clearly in his mind like a seal. In the next moment, the blood-red sun trembled. Suddenly, a ray of golden light blossomed from its edge, and the sun seemed to split in two, forming one white and one red disk. The white sun remained dazzling, yet contained a hint of sacred gold. The red sun was dripping with crimson, harboring an inexplicable eeriness. Wang Chen looked through the bloodlight at the scene of the two suns appearing in the sky, and a storm surged in his heart. In his previous life, this blood sun had never appeared simultaneously, not to mention that he had never seen this scene with his own eyes. Even later he had not heard of such a sight from other survivors. Could it be, my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect causing unpredictable changes? Wang Chen murmured softly. If having the system gave him immense confidence, then the foresight brought by his rebirth was the foundation of his confidence. But at this moment, it seemed that some change had occurred, leading to a deviation in his foresight. The blood light filled the sky. It seemed only a second had passed, and in the next moment the blood light vanished, and sunlight shone down on the earth once more. However, something had already been subtly altered. On the street, friends who had been laughing and joking just a moment ago, couples who had been sweetly whispering to each other, mothers and children sharing tender glances, suddenly transformed into grotesque figures, drooling and lunging at their closest ones. Chaos erupted everywhere, and the crowd fled in panic. In just a few minutes, the once lively street was filled with wails of despair. Everywhere were zombies frantically devouring flesh, people dying amidst their cries. Some stood up with blood-soaked bodies, joining the ranks of the new zombies in the hunting frenzy. The entire street was filled with cries for help. Sounds of explosions, and traffic had come to a standstill, with zombies attacking humans everywhere. At this moment in Spring City, rats in the sewers, stray cats and dogs on the streets, and animals in the zoo began to grow larger, their eyes turning blood red as they awakened. Their bloodthirsty instincts, rushing onto the streets to hunt humans or zombies. In the face of the unpredictable apocalypse, humanity's insignificance seemed so pitiful. The moment the apocalypse descended, Wang Chen snapped back to reality from the bloodlight, slowly drawing out the broadsword in his hand, wiping it with his left hand. A glimmer of sharpness gradually appeared as his left hand moved. The originally thick and dull blade surged with silver liquid, becoming extraordinarily sharp. With the ability to control metal, Wang Chen danced the broadsword lightly, his gaze inexplicably fixed on the beautiful little fish before him. Suyu's eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips parted in disbelief, one hand tightly covering her mouth. The hellish scene outside the window made her tremble uncontrollably, yet, surprisingly, she made no sound. Zombies had already begun to appear in the hall, attacking other living people. A few people rushed down the stairs, pursued by a dozen zombies that tumbled down the stairs after them. Suyu, run! These people have gone mad. Li Qing, fortunate not to have turned into a zombie, disregarded the danger and ran towards Suyu, grabbing her hand and trying to pull her outside. Suyu stumbled as she was pulled, but suddenly broke free from Li Qing's large hand and turned to look at Wang Chen, who was holding a broadsword nearby. Wang Chen glanced at Suyu in surprise. This girl actually hadn't turned into a zombie. It seemed she was also a lucky one. Li Qing's shout attracted the attention of the zombies in the hall, and several of them roared as they charged toward this side. Wang Chen didn't hesitate, stepping forward and swinging his broadsword, causing several heads to roll on the ground. As blood sprayed, Li Qing screamed, "You madman! You actually killed someone!" Someone? Can this still be called a person? Wang Chen turned around indifferently, his gaze icy. Li Qing trembled at that look, then thought to grab Suyu and run outside. "Suyu, hurry, get away from this madman." Suyu instinctively recoiled, shaking her head desperately, her face pale yet still resolute. "Damn it! I can't care about you anymore." Seeing Su Yu unmoved, Li Qing, in a panic, cursed under his breath and turned to run out of the library. The ground was littered with zombies, but there were fewer people at the library entrance. The crowd was concentrated in the commercial area across the street. At this moment, Li Qing chose to run out of the hall, probably thinking that there were only zombies nearby and that getting away quickly would ensure safety. Clearly, he was overthinking it. "Why aren't you leaving?" Wang Chen flicked the blood off his broadsword, completely unconcerned about the other zombies in the hall still tearing at people. This corner seemed to be detached from the world. "I don't know, but I feel that following Brother Ming Yang is the best choice." Su Yu shook her head, fear on her face, trembling all over, yet her feet remained steadfast. "Oh, why do you say that?" Wang Chen seemed a bit interested. He hadn't interacted much with this girl before. He didn't expect that she could remain calm in such a situation and choose the right answer. "Brother Ming Yang, you just told me to sit down and then let me look outside. You seem to know what would happen, so I think no matter what changes occur, staying by your side should be the best choice." Suyu spoke her mind without hesitation. Then stick with me. Don't leave my side by more than 3 meters." Wang Chen looked at her in surprise, nodded, and said. The moment he realized she was the little fish, Suyu, he considered saving her life for Aunt Lu's sake, within his capabilities. If she could awaken her abilities in a short time, keeping her around for use wouldn't be a bad idea. In the apocalypse, fighting alone wasn't a long-term solution. Although he had the heavenly reading system and his strength would grow, there was always a process. It was still possible to appropriately increase manpower and form a combat team. However, finding trustworthy people was incredibly difficult. Strolling leisurely through the hall, Wang Chen casually waved his ink shadow, killing several zombies. Zombies continued to pour down the stairs, forming a nearly straight line of small corpses. Wang Chen flicked his fingers, and a black arc shot out from his fingertips, slicing through a dozen zombies. Ahead! Before the bodies hit the ground, Wang Chen raised his palm again, and the metal within a 5-meter radius around him turned into liquid and gathered. Under his control, it condensed into 9 sharp steel needles floating around his body. Suyu stared in astonishment at the scene before her. She couldn't imagine that this handsome young man in front of her was like a superhero, hidden in the crowd, possessing such miraculous abilities. As the steel needles shot out wildly, the heads of the zombies in the hall were precisely pierced, and the corridor was filled with corpses. Elemental abilities mainly consumed mental power and energy, with little physical exhaustion. In such times, there was no need for close combat. It was better to be cautious. At the entrance of the library, zombies began to appear, and a few bloodied individuals rushed inside, followed by a dozen zombies. As the group burst into the library, Wang Chen gently waved at the main door. The metal handle on the glass door slammed shut, and a nearby metal shelf transformed into liquid, flowing over to envelop the door lock and quickly solidifying, securing the door tightly. The door blocked the 10 or so zombies that lagged behind, but still 4 or 5 managed to follow the group inside. However, this door probably wouldn't hold for long. The zombies that had just entered the hall were frantically chasing a few men and women. The group ran around in a panic, throwing tables and chairs behind them, too afraid to pick anything up to smash the zombies. Wang Chen frowned and casually dispatched the 4 or 5 zombies. He then signaled for Suyu to follow him as he headed for the stairs, preparing to go up to the second floor to clear out the zombies. Brother Ming Yang, Suyu glanced at the hall, her eyes filled with fear and pity. The survivors who had been scratched by the zombies were covered in blood, with wounds of varying severity all over their bodies. They'd been hurt by the zombies. There's no saving them. I have no obligation to help them. If you want to help, go ahead, Wang Chen said, without looking back, calmly stepping over the pool of blood and corpses as he ascended the steps. Hearing this, Suyu paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward a few paces, her trembling little hand gently tugging at Wang Chen's shirt, but she remained silent. The hall was still filled with the cries of a few people. Suyu shivered at the sound but dared not leave Wang Chen's side. After 5 years of darkness in the apocalypse, Wang Chen's heart had become as tough as iron. With his low-level abilities and 5 useless powers, he had endured countless mockeries, scorn, and oppression. He could easily save Suyu, but he could not tolerate her overestimation of herself. Not to mention that those people were already beyond saving. It wouldn't be long before they transformed into zombies. If Suyu had the ability to save others without affecting him, Wang Chen would have no objections. But if she insisted on playing the saint and morally coercing others into action, then he would have to eliminate anyone with such thoughts. If Suyu hadn't listened to his advice earlier, Wang Chen would have undoubtedly left her behind without hesitation. Although it would be a pity, in the apocalypse, the first rule is to eliminate the saints. If the saint were on the enemy's side, that would be a different story. Protecting the enemy's saint is something even the Trisolarans understand. Regardless of the various cries of despair coming from upstairs and downstairs, Wang Chen led Suyu up to the second floor, where a barrage of attacks left bodies strewn everywhere. Bookshelves lay collapsed, and some books were already stained with blood. The system had completed its upgrade, but Wang Chen hadn't had the chance to check the new features. He found a spot by the window to sit down, keeping an eye on the stairs while communicating with the system in his mind. System, can you scan now? Ding! The universal reading system has been upgraded to the first stage, adding book scanning and copying functions, an ability decomposition function, and a knowledge compilation function. I know about scanning and copying. Can you explain these two new functions? He flicked his fingers, and several steel needles shot out, piercing through a few zombies rushing down from the third floor. Ding! Ability decomposition function. The host can decompose unnecessary abilities to gain corresponding reading points. Decomposing a basic ability grants 100 reading points, decomposing a first tier ability grants 1000 reading points. Once an ability is decomposed, it cannot be obtained again from the same book. Knowledge compilation function. The knowledge gained by the host through reading, once it reaches a certain scale, will be organized into a book by the system, automatically categorized and shelved for the host to browse at any time. Oh, these two functions are quite nice. Abilities that do not absorb or integrate value can be completely decomposed into reading value. Although the knowledge aggregation function is not particularly useful, it can organize the learned knowledge into a book, and after systematization, it becomes easier to deepen understanding, making it easier to extract abilities when reading books again. That's great. Wang Chen was very satisfied with these two functions. One indirectly solved part of the problem of acquiring reading value, while the other indirectly increased the difficulty of obtaining abilities. In short, it was all good for him. System, start scanning the books. Beat. The system's scanning range is within 5 meters around the host. Starting scan, 5 meters is not a small range, but it's not large either. Wang Chen initially thought this function could scan an entire building, but it seems he was overthinking it. However, it was no big deal. It was just a matter of walking a few more steps. Wang Chen stood up and began to walk slowly along the bookshelf. Suyu, who was beside him, looked a bit confused but didn't dare to ask too many questions, only following Wang Chen step by step to measure the library. B. Scanning book Principles of Linguistics, History of English Teaching. B. Scanning book General Language, International Language Learning. B. Scanning books. Hey, system, since you've upgraded, this beep is really a bit annoying. Can't you optimize it? B. At the host's request, starting default setting optimization. B. Canceling voice prompt beep. If the host needs it, it can be turned on again. Wow! Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, drawing a sideways glance from Suyu, who was filled with question marks, completely unaware of what this big brother was so excited about. Finally, he no longer had to endure the brainwashing sound of beep, and Wang Chen instantly felt much clearer in his mind. After spending more than 30 minutes scanning all the books on the second floor and copying them into the library system, Wang Chen turned to head to the third floor. At this time, there were basically no living people left in the entire library. Everywhere were zombies gnawing on corpses on the ground. Wang Chen scanned while slaying these zombies. The library had a total of 5 floors, with nearly 4 million physical books inside. The second floor mainly contained language and literature, economics, and cultural education. The third floor was mostly natural sciences, including mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, nature, aerospace, astronomy, industry, transportation, military, etc. These categories were more suitable for Wang Chen to extract abilities. As he scanned through the 4th and 5th floors, nearly 3 hours had passed and the zombies in the library had been completely cleared out. Wang Chen had successfully scanned almost all the library's collection into the system's library. This way, even if he stayed at home, he could easily read millions of books. Looking out the window, there were no living people left on the street. Everywhere were zombies with bared fangs and fierce expressions, the streets flowing with blood and severed limbs and flesh scattered everywhere. Wang Chen brought Suyu back to the first floor, where there were no living people left in the hall. More than 20 zombies were wandering around, and several men and women who had run in earlier had also joined them. With a flick of his hand, he shot out steel needles from around him, killing all 20 or so zombies. Wang Chen also felt a bit tired. Having awakened his abilities for less than a day, using them continuously for so long had led to significant mental exhaustion. Seeing that there was no danger left in the library, Wang Chen waved his hand, turning the 9 steel needles into silver liquid, condensing them into 9 silver beads and putting them into his pocket. After scanning various books and magazines on the first floor, he took Suyu back to the reading area on the second floor, casually clearing a clean area to sit down. At this moment, Suyu could no longer contain the intense nausea in her heart, running to the side to release her tightly covered mouth, and the contents of her stomach surged out, causing her to vomit violently. After a bout of intense retching, Suyu straightened up, patting her heaving chest, and after catching her breath, she slowly returned to Wang Chen's side. Have a sip of water, it will make you feel better. Wang Chen handed over a bottle of mineral water, smiling faintly. He had seen such scenes many times and felt no ripples in his heart. However, he couldn't help but glance at Suyu's performance, facing such a bloody scene for the first time. This little fish had managed to endure for so long, which made him look at her with new eyes. Thank you, Ming Yang Gu, Suyu said as she took the mineral water but only sipped it lightly, twice before stopping. You're quite impressive. To endure such a bloody scene and only vomit after so long, that's amazing. Wang Chen said, drinking the water with an uncontrollable tone of admiration. It's nothing much, Ming Yang Gu. You probably don't know what my major was in college, right? Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. I really don't know. What did you study? Wang Chen mumbled with water in his mouth. Suyu's fair hand gently brushed a strand of hair, damp with sweat, behind her ear, her movements soft and charming. With a slight blush and a hint of shyness, she opened her cherry lips and softly uttered 2 words. Pooh. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, sprayed water out of his mouth. What did you say you studied? Wang Chen shouted. The little fish whispered, forensic medicine. What the hell? Wang Chen was taken aback, looking up and down at the tall, curvy Suyu, 1,000 grass mud horses, galloping through his mind. This peak and valley, deep and beautiful, lively and vibrant, tender little girl, and she studied forensic medicine. Can you believe it? Would you dare to play? Stab you dozens of times, each time avoiding the vital points, just asking if you believe it? This fish is toxic. Forensic medicine. It's a profession that evokes a bit of fear at the thought, yet one cannot help but admire it. No wonder Suyu didn't vomit immediately in the face of such a bloody scene. In his past life, Wang Chen had vomited his bile the first time he killed a zombie. But he never expected that the delicate and soft little fish, Suyu, would choose to study forensic medicine. He couldn't help but wonder how she felt about dealing with various corpses all day long. Wasn't she scared at all? Wang Chen felt he definitely couldn't do it, and while he was astonished, a hint of respect arose in his heart. Of course, what he didn't know was that not all forensic doctors had to deal with corpses regularly. Some of them worked on various identification-related tasks which didn't require performing autopsies. However, judging by Suyu's expression, she seemed to be the type who did perform autopsies. Why did you choose this major? Was it a transfer? Wang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I applied for it myself. I just wanted to be a little closer to my dad. Suyu smiled faintly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Oh. Wang Chen nodded. He knew that Aunt Lu's husband had once been a police officer who sacrificed his life while capturing suspects. Why not go to the police academy? Mom wouldn't allow it, so I could only secretly apply for forensic medicine. When the acceptance letter came, she almost beat my butt to a pulp. Suyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly, as if recalling a past scene. How did you end up here for an internship? Isn't it unrelated to your major? I haven't found a suitable unit yet. Senior Li Qing said they needed a server here, so I came to do it for now. I can also read books. Suyu lightly tapped her lips with her finger. Looking helpless, Mom insisted I come here and even contacted my dad's previous unit to prevent me from going. Aunt Lu. Wang Chen felt a bit moved, but at that moment, he didn't know Aunt Lu's fate. Ming Yang Gu. Suyu bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Do these zombies only appear here? Suyu's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Previously, Wang Chen had been busy fighting zombies and scanning books for storage, leaving him no time to pay attention to her. Wang Chen swiftly and cleanly killed the zombies, his aura of ruthlessness making the clever Suyu dare not disturb him in the slightest. At this moment, as idle chatter began, Suyu could no longer contain her anxious heart and opened her mouth to inquire. Wang Chen looked at the beautiful woman before him and shook his head sadly. You've seen Resident Evil, right? In this situation, it's definitely widespread. Most people will turn into zombies. Then, my mom, Suyu, who had maintained a somewhat calm expression, finally couldn't hold it together. Before I left, I told Aunt Lu to close the door and rest, but I don't know if she listened to me. Wang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, I want to go downstairs to get my phone and make a call. Suyu's voice trembled slightly, her eyes reddening. It's useless, the communication network is down. Wang Chen showed her his phone, the screen displaying no signal at all. What should I do? My mom is home alone, will she? Suyu began to sob softly. At that moment, she seemed like a girl in her 20s. There's no way, Suyu, the convenience store is too far away. Even for me, it's impossible to reach safely in a short time. Wang Chen shook his head silently, not to mention whether he had that capability right now. Even if he had that ability, it would be impossible to traverse the entire city with a defenseless Suyu just to confirm Aunt Lu's safety. Their relationship wasn't at that level. Wang Chen, who grew up in an orphanage, no longer had anyone he would risk his life for. Mom, she must be fine. Suyu clasped her hands together, tears streaming down as she silently prayed. As clever as she was, she understood very well what the situation outside was like. As calm as she was, she knew that rushing out recklessly would only lead to a dead end. Staying with Wang Chen, she might still have a chance to live. Leaving Wang Chen, she would surely die. Before she could even see whether her mother was alive, she estimated she would die on the way. Seeing that Suyu had stopped speaking, Wang Chen's regard for the girl's intelligence and obedience rose a few notches again. In his past life, he had encountered many ungrateful women who thought that being beautiful and having a good figure entitled them to demand others do this and that, playing the victim to gain sympathy, acting cute and charming to offer themselves up, using every means possible to achieve their goals. Sadly, most men would be completely fooled by these green tea bitches. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had once been one of those men, or else he wouldn't have been so enchanted by a mere Wang Ru watching, ultimately being framed by her in Zhaoyimin, leading to his demise. Having lived again, Wang Chen would never repeat the same mistakes. Compared to those women from his past life, the Suyu before him understood compromise and knew when to advance or retreat. Even though she was anxious, she didn't overstep and ask Wang Chen to take risks. A woman studying forensic science was indeed extraordinary. Alright, you don't need to think too much. If Aunt Lu unfortunately turns into a zombie, could you bear to see her like that when you go back? If she listened to me and closed the door to rest before midnight, the zombie outbreak won't threaten her in the short term, and you still have a chance to meet her. Wang Chen casually comforted her, taking out Fundamentals of Metallurgy from his bag and flipping through it. The control of metal was indeed powerful. The energy consumption was much lower than spatial cutting, making it a significant tool for dealing with zombies and mutated creatures in the early stages. Suyu nodded, wiped her tears, and saw Wang Chen reading the book, feeling astonished. What time was it, and he was still reading? Was he so leisurely? If it weren't for the zombies roaming the streets outside, roaring continuously, so you would have thought she was on a study date with Wang Chen. That damned sense of incongruity. After a while, so you calmed her emotions and looked up to ask, Brother Ming Yang, is your ability to control steel needles innate? Wang Chen raised his head upon hearing this and slowly shook his head. No, it awakened today. Suyu's eyes lit up. Then, can I also? Wang Chen nodded. Everyone who survives has the potential to awaken their abilities, whether sooner or later. After the apocalypse, a small number of people awakened their abilities on their own, while most could awaken them by absorbing the crystal cores from zombies and mutated creatures. However, right now, the crystal cores had not yet formed within the zombies and mutated creatures. They would only become common after a week. Really? That's great. Suyu smiled through her tears, temporarily setting aside her worries about her mother. She thought to herself that if she could awaken her abilities sooner, she might be able to return home and find her mother, to protect her. An hour later, a system prompt sounded in Wang Chen's mind. Detected that the host has thoroughly read Fundamentals of Metallurgy, extracting ability fragment Metal Control +1, Metal Control Fragments, 1, reward reading value, 100 points. The reward reading value increased by 20 points, not bad. System, what does this extra fragment mean? The host currently possesses the Metal Control ability. The extra extracted fragments can be used to enhance the ability's strength. Alright, got it. Read more, gather fragments, and enhance abilities, right? Correct understanding. Let's go. We need to find a hotel nearby to stay for the night. Wang Chen put away the book, stood up, stretched, and casually said to Suyu beside him, a hotel? Suyu's delicate body trembled. This was too sudden. Although she had liked this handsome and strong young man since she first heard about him from her mother over a year ago, being so straightforward about staying in a hotel together was quite unexpected. What are you thinking? Get your mind out of the gutter. It's already 5 o'clock, in 2 hours, it will be dark and it will be even more dangerous after dark. We must find a place to stay. Wang Chen rolled his eyes, knowing from her expression that Suyu was not thinking straight. Although Suyu was very beautiful, tall and curvy, with fair and tender skin, well, all her advantages were in Wang Chen's aesthetic. But getting into his car was not that easy. Although Suyu was intelligent and emotionally aware, Wang Chen indeed had thoughts of taking her as a follower. However, having experienced betrayal, Wang Chen would not easily trust her. After all, people's hearts are hard to read, and the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Hearing this, Suyu's face flushed red, and she quickly stood up, nervously fiddling with the hem of her dress, feeling a bit at a loss. Wang Chen felt the energy within him had already recovered. Significantly, he casually tossed the metal silver beads from his pocket into the air, which reshaped into 9 steel needles. Suyu closely followed him, gently grasping the corner of his shirt with one delicate hand. Wang Chen glanced at her but said nothing, calmly shouldering his backpack and stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground, leading Suyu downstairs. As they passed the counter, Suyu let go of his shirt, quickly ran behind the counter, and found a mobile phone. However, the voice coming from the phone disappointed her. Unable to connect at the moment. Please try again later. Wang Chen hadn't lied to her. The phone signal was completely absent and the call could not go through. Not daring to delay, Suyu quickly took out a small backpack and put the phone inside. Returning to Wang Chen's side, he had already reliquefied the metal that locked the main door into a blob. He casually stretched and reshaped this blob of liquid metal, condensing it into a horizontal knife. Gently stroking the blade, he tore off a piece of cloth to wrap around the handle, then handed the new knife to Suyu. Take this, you need to learn to protect yourself and kill zombies with your own hands. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with me. His tone was calm but left no room for refusal. Suyu bit her jelly-like red lips, took a deep breath, and accepted the somewhat rough yet still sharp horizontal knife, gripping it tightly in her hand. She was very clear that there wasn't much of a relationship between her and Wang Chen. It was mostly just her own one-sided feelings. Wang Chen was right, she had to learn to protect herself, only then would it be possible to find her mother and protect her. As for whether she could keep up with his pace, Suyu didn't want to think about that now. This knife weighed about 1.5 kilograms, which was a bit heavy for Suyu's delicate hands, but fortunately, she had been exercising regularly and wasn't the type who needed help even to open a bottle cap. Wang Chen took a few steps forward, gripped the doorknob tightly, and opened the door. The zombies outside, hearing the noise, immediately howled and rushed towards the steps. A few steel needles darted back and forth between the zombies' heads, and before a group of them could reach the two, they all fell to the ground. After determining the direction, Wang Chen remembered there was a 5-star luxury hotel nearby. He couldn't recall the exact name, as he had never stayed in a 5-star hotel in his life. Don't ask why he hadn't enjoyed himself in the 5 years of the apocalypse. It was simply because he didn't have the ability before, and it wasn't his turn. The provincial library was about 700 or 800 meters away from that hotel. Pointing in the direction, Wang Chen took the lead and ran along one side of the street. Suyu dared not slack off. The horde of zombies on the street was gradually closing in, so she had to run desperately, keeping up with Wang Chen's pace. Steel needles continuously darted around her, and Wang Chen slowed down a bit. Otherwise, with his current 3 times the stamina of an average person, Suyu would never be able to keep up. The strongest control range for metal manipulation was 5 meters, with a maximum range of 10 meters, but right now, he didn't need to liquefy the metal, he just needed to control the steel needles to accurately pierce the zombies' heads. So, Wang Chen tried to control the needles to kill the zombies from 7 or 8 meters away, and soon the two had run about 400 or 500 meters. Passing by a corner near a railway crossing, Wang Chen suddenly spotted a familiar shop, Divine Eagle Weapon Store. At that moment, the shop door was wide open, and inside were 2 young ladies in hanfu and several zombies that were clearly customers, staggering around the store, drenched in blood. The young lady who had wanted to ask for his contact information earlier now had her entire jaw missing and a large patch of blood mixed with flesh was on her chest. Upon seeing Wang Chen, she immediately lunged at him. Damn! I told you to leave a contact number and here comes a zombie wanting to date me. Wang Chen couldn't help but shiver, secretly giving himself a thumbs up for his foresight. With a thought, considering they had done a transaction before, he rewarded this young lady with a few steel needles shot out quickly, clearing away these zombies. Suyu glanced curiously at the young lady in Hanfu. Wang Chen had killed so many zombies without a hitch, yet he visibly shuddered upon seeing this one. She was quite curious. Leading Suyu through the zombie-infested street, they killed over 100 zombies along the way, with hundreds following behind them. Wang Chen controlled the steel needles to shoot down the approaching zombies while manipulating the steel railway barriers to twist and deform, continuously creating obstacles to block the pursuing horde. Soon, they reached the front of a luxury hotel with the 4 large characters Liuha Boli hanging on the rooftop. Before the apocalypse, the most basic room in this hotel cost several thousand yuan a night. But now, Wang Chen could stay there without worrying about an empty wallet. Turning around, he killed a dozen zombies that were closely following them. The horde in the distance was still desperately climbing over the obstacles he had set up, and it would take a while before they could affect them. Wang Chen rushed towards the hotel first, with 7 or 8 zombies getting stuck in the revolving door, clawing at him through the glass, leaving streaks of blood. A few steel needles shot through the gaps, quickly clearing away these zombies, and Wang Chen led Suyu over the bodies and into the hotel. The lobby was in disarray, with several female zombies in work uniforms lying on the counter, roaring incessantly. Wang Chen controlled the steel needles to kill the remaining zombies, leaving only one behind. With a calm and indifferent tone, Wang Chen leaned back comfortably on the sofa in the hall and nodded slightly at Suyu. Suyu, this zombie is left for you. Whether it lives or dies, it's up to you. Suyu tightly gripped the hilt of her knife, glanced seriously at the female zombie, and said softly, Brother Ming Yang, if I die, please, when you have the ability, come back to my home and see if my mother is still alive. Wang Chen's eyes flickered, and he nodded indifferently. Go ahead. I promise you. With Wang Chen's affirmative response, Suyu felt a heavy weight lift from her heart and turned to face the female zombie. With both hands firmly gripping the knife, her gaze grew more resolute. As a forensic expert, she was not a weak woman. Mental resilience, calmness, and rationality were essential qualities facing the bloody zombie. Her level of fear was lower than that of 99% of the people in this world. Seeing that Suyu was ready, Wang Chen's thoughts flickered, and the access card lock on the side of the counter quickly melted away. The female zombie, which had been blocked by this access control, immediately roared and charged out. Suyu pressed her lips tightly together, raising her knife to strike at the zombie. But the female zombie lunged directly at her, grabbing Suyu's shoulders with both hands and opening its mouth wide to bite her face. The tremendous impact knocked Suyu backward, but she narrowly avoided the zombie's bite, ignoring the pain from her back. Hitting the ground, Suyu quickly used her knife to block the zombie's mouth. After humans turn into zombies, their strength significantly increases and their movements become somewhat stiff, but their running speed remains the same as that of ordinary people. Blood dripped from the back of the knife onto Suyu's fair face, but fortunately, her hands were pressed behind her back, preventing the zombie from scratching her body for the time being. The zombie pushed its head down hard, slowly tearing the knife's edge against its mouth. Wang Chen squinted slightly as he watched Suyu struggle with the zombie, the steel needles around him trembling slightly. Suyu exerted herself to throw the zombie off her, rolling her body to get up. The brief struggle had drained her physical strength and spirit, leaving her in shock. When she was by Wang Chen's side, watching him kill zombies as easily as chopping vegetables, she often thought that these zombies were nothing special. But now, facing just one zombie, she found herself in such a predicament, barely escaping with her life. Reality had slapped her hard in the face, looking at the zombie struggling to rise before her, so you felt that reality was bound to slap her again. Her heart was filled with fear, unease, helplessness, and unwillingness. Suyu forced herself to calm down, letting out a roar to bolster her courage. Imitating Wang Chen's movements, she stepped forward, raising her knife high and slashing down diagonally at the zombie that was preparing to pounce again. Suddenly, a dark red light flickered from the hilt of the knife, spreading to the entire blade in an instant, and with the horizontal knife, a dark red blade light cut through the zombie's midsection like lightning. The dark red blade light sliced through the zombie, leaving a deep cut on the wall of the hall, with faint dark red flames swirling around the cut. The female zombie's pouncing motion abruptly halted, a gash appearing from the left side of its head to the right side of its waist, and the upper half of its body slowly slid down. Suyu planted her knife into the ground, gasping for breath, as if this strike had consumed a significant amount of her physical strength and spirit, giving rise to a feeling of weakness and hunger. Is it you? Wang Chen exclaimed, his mouth agape, staring at the cut on the wall, mumbling to himself for a while. This is simply the real-life version of the Crescent Moon Sky Charge. This girl, Suyu, is truly fortunate. The chance of awakening abilities on the first day of the apocalypse is extremely slim, and of course, Wang Chen, the wallflower, does not count. From Wang Chen's perspective, the ability that Suyu awakened at this moment would surely grow stronger as her level increased in the future. Wang Chen took a few steps forward, carefully observing the zombie's body, which bore faint signs of erosion and burns. He then approached the wall, squinting at the knife mark. In his heart, he mused that Suyu's ability seemed to combine the characteristics of both dark and fire elements. Having lived 2 lives, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a power. The Black Emperor of Huaxia had a purely dark ability, and there was no mention of any fire element characteristics. However, the information conveyed by Suyu's knife made Wang Chen reassess his evaluation of her. This little fish seemed truly worth nurturing. In the apocalypse, humans awakened. Various abilities, and those like Suyu, with dual attribute characteristics, were extremely rare. Those who developed beyond the 7th tier were basically overlords in their respective domains. As for those with dual or multiple abilities, they were even rarer. In Wang Chen's previous life, possessing 5 primary abilities had dazzled countless people. It was no wonder that one of the 9 Heavens Kings, the immovable King Han Taizhan, regarded him with special attention. He even went so far as to have his cousin Han Jun follow Wang Chen closely, just to figure out why he possessed 5 abilities. Unfortunately, until the end, they could not glean anything from that book 300 children's songs. It seemed that only Wang Chen could acquire abilities through reading that children's book. However, Wang Chen's 5 abilities were truly useless. If it weren't for the many resources provided by Han Taizhan over the years, he might not have even reached the 5th tier. Let's go, we'll find a room upstairs first. No longer paying attention to the knife mark on the wall, Wang Chen shouldered his backpack, helped the still exhausted Suyu to her feet, and turned towards the elevator. He had initially only wanted Suyu to face the zombies and get a taste of blood, but he hadn't expected this would force out a dual attribute ability user. Wang Chen found it somewhat amusing, yet he was very satisfied with Suyu's performance. At this moment, the power was still on, and the elevator was operating. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Before the female zombie, dressed in a short skirt and a tank top, could pounce out, a steel needle pierced through her skull, causing her body to slump down as the elevator doors opened. Wang Chen kicked the short skirt out of the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor, the doors closing slowly. The Liuha Boli had a total of 18 floors, with the top floor housing the presidential suite. Since they were here to take advantage, Wang Chen naturally wanted to stay in the best room. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Wang Chen helped Suyu out. There were only a few zombies in the corridor, and out of the 5 rooms, 3 had their doors wide open. After quickly clearing the zombies in the corridor, Wang Chen chose a presidential suite on the side, cleared out the 3 zombies inside, and let Suyu sit on the sofa in the living room. He then exerted some effort to casually throw the 3 corpses out of the window. The bodies crashed down below, attracting a horde of zombies, their frenzy stirred by the fresh blood and flesh. Go wash your face first, then come back and eat something to replenish your strength. Wang Chen looked at Suyu's bloodstained face and pointed towards the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Suyu remembered that her face seemed to be smeared with zombie blood. She released the knife she had been gripping tightly and struggled to stand up, making her way to the bathroom. Wang Chen stood in front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, silently watching the scene below through the swirling smoke. The horde was feasting on the corpses, blood splattering and flesh flying, creating a hellish scene. In his previous life, humanity had once again stood at the top of the food chain through the awakening of abilities. Yet Wang Chen remained a lowly figure. In this life, he started with 2 powerful abilities. The tragedy would definitely not repeat itself. Suyu splashed cold water on her cheeks, the droplets of blood long since washed away, but the sensation of blood dripping down her face seemed to linger. She looked up at her reflection in the mirror, naturally beautiful, even without makeup. She appeared exquisite, with fair skin, cherry-red lips, bright eyes, and a typical Eastern oval face. You knew she was quite alluring. But Wang Chen remained completely indifferent. This man seemed to be born for the apocalypse. Calm, decisive, and powerful, yet impotent. Suyu felt a bit indignant, recalling the experiences of the past few hours. The crazed zombies and the gruesome scenes had left her shaken, yet being beside Wang Chen brought her a sense of security. Looking down at her palm, a flicker of dark red flame suddenly appeared in her hand. Suyu remembered the moment she killed the zombie, only to find her mind blank, a feeling of unwillingness occupying her thoughts. Then, a cool, burning sensation surged within her. Yes, exactly. It was a feeling that was both cool and yet carried a kind of heat. As this sensation flowed into her hands, an urge to release it overwhelmed her, and with it came a flash of dark red blade light that vanished in an instant. Suyu knew she had definitely awakened a special ability, and judging by Wang Chen's expression, he seemed quite surprised by her power. This indicated that her ability was likely unique or powerful. Otherwise, in Suyu's memory, Wang Chen had only shown a hint of surprise when he realized who she was. After a quick wash, Suyu felt a strong wave of hunger hit her and hurried back to the living room. Wang Chen turned his head at the right moment, pointing to the food piled on the coffee table that he had taken out from his backpack, indicating for Suyu to help herself. Without suspicion, Suyu was indeed very hungry at that moment and grabbed a pack of braised pig's trotters to munch on. You've awakened a primary ability. The specific effects still need to be verified, but it's somewhat special, possessing both dark and fire attributes. Wang Chen returned to the sofa, propping his feet up as he sat down, casually explaining to Suyu. Since he planned to train her a bit, he felt it necessary to share some basic knowledge. Your blade light technique is quite powerful. Judging by its strength, it's at least at the B level, but with 2 attributes, it could very well be an A level ability, with great potential. What's B level? What's A level? Suyu asked, puzzled, looking up. It's a rating system for abilities determined by their power and effects, with 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. Where do these ratings come from? I read a lot of fantasy novels and guessed. Well, okay. Then what level is your ability to control steel needles, Brother Mingyang? A level. Oh, Suyu clearly didn't understand the difference in levels, but Wang Chen wouldn't explain too much at that moment. After all, the classification of ability levels was something that emerged 2 years into the apocalypse. By then, most people who were supposed to awaken their powers had already done so, and most abilities had been classified based on their power and effects. The apocalypse had only just begun, and revealing too much might lead to suspicions about Wang Chen's background. How many times can you use this ability? Suyu tilted her head, sensing the slowly recovering energy within her, uncertainly saying, I should be able to use it 2 to 3 times. At most 2 times, you exhausted yourself with that one strike, likely due to not controlling your energy output properly. But even with proper control, to achieve the effect you just had, it would be at most 2 strikes. Wang Chen waved his hand, bluntly puncturing Suyu's arrogance. Suyu wrinkled her nose in embarrassment and bit down hard on the pig's trotter. Surviving in the apocalypse requires rigor, especially in battle. You must have an accurate assessment of your own abilities, or you could end up harming yourself or your teammates, Wang Chen said, arms crossed, his gaze serious and his tone cold and unyielding as he warned Suyu. I understand. Suyu was a smart girl. Seeing Wang Chen so serious, she immediately took it to heart. I feel that the energy for physical abilities can indeed be released twice. 3 times would be a bit forced. Release a bit for me to see. Suyu was slightly taken aback, then nodded immediately. A greasy little hand reached over the coffee table and a dark red flame suddenly ignited. Wang Chen squinted slightly, waving his hand to summon a silver bead from his pocket, stretching and twisting it into a steel needle that slowly floated above the flame. The steel needle quickly turned red, a touch of darkness seeping into the glowing metal. In just a few seconds, the entire needle melted into a lump of iron, hissing and emitting black smoke under the scorching dark red flame. The silver bead, which was originally the size of a quail egg, was now reduced to the size of a fingernail, as if many impurities within it had been burned away. Wang Chen retracted the silver bead, transforming it back into a steel needle. Although the needle was now shorter and thinner, he sensed through his metal control that its internal structure had undergone a significant change. The impurities that had originally intertwined within the steel, affecting its toughness, had been mostly cleared away, making the entire needle more solid and sharper. When Wang Chen gained the metal control ability, he had wanted to refine metals to increase their lethality. However, his metal control was still a primary ability, and its capacity was quite limited, making such fine operations impossible. He didn't expect that the ability Suyu awakened could achieve this, even allowing a hint of dark power to seep into the silver bead, giving the steel needle a touch of corrosive force. Goodness, does this also have enchanting capabilities? Can your dark flame ability cover your whole body? Wang Chen asked curiously. He swore he wasn't just trying to see if the dark flame would burn her clothes. Upon hearing this, Suyu tilted her head and sensed for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it seems I can control this dark flame to attach to anything. As she spoke, Suyu stood up, controlling the dark flame to ignite from various parts of her body, gradually covering her entire form. Amazingly, under Suyu's control, the dark flame did not burn anything on her, not even igniting the carpet in the living room. Having such control right after awakening her ability made Wang Chen nod inwardly, signaling Suyu to retract her power. Brother Mingyang, now that I have an ability too, can we? Suyu asked tentatively while nibbling on a pig's trotter. Wang Chen shook his head, calmly saying, your ability is just 2 tricks, and you haven't fully recovered yet. My energy is also insufficient. In our current state, it's impossible for us to pass through the city center. Hearing this, Suyu lowered her head in disappointment. As clever as she was, she understood these things, but she couldn't help but worry about her mother being home alone. Actually, you don't have to be disappointed. Wang Chen shook his head and continued, tomorrow morning, we can find an off-road vehicle nearby and try to pass through the city. Really? Brother Mingyang, you're not lying to me, are you? Suyu exclaimed in delight, swinging from hell to heaven in an instant. Yes. The premise is that you can master this ability tonight. We should rest well, and then make plans tomorrow morning. Wang Chen nodded, saying calmly, Okay. I will practice hard and strive to master this ability tonight, Suyu said, her tear-streaked face breaking into a radiant smile. Awakening an ability consumes a lot of physical energy. Let's rest for a bit, then we can go to the restaurant on the 6th floor to find something to eat. There must be plenty of good stuff there. Let's go. Have a feast. After Suyu finished a few bags of pig's trotters and regained her strength, Wang Chen left the backpack in the living room and took her with him towards the 6th floor. Suyu still held the broadsword. After awakening her ability, her physical condition had been enhanced, making it very easy for her to wield the sword now. Moreover, Wang Chen planned to have Suyu forge both broadswords when they rested at night, which could significantly increase their power. But since Suyu's energy hadn't recovered yet, there was no rush for that. Taking the elevator down to the 6th floor, the moment the doors opened, a horde of zombies rushed in. Suyu was so frightened by the dense mass of zombies that she leaned against the elevator wall, while Wang Chen slapped his forehead, feeling a bit annoyed as he whispered, "How did I forget? The zombie outbreak happened at noon. There must be a lot of people eating here." Annoyed as he was, Wang Chen quickly controlled the steel needles to shoot down the zombies, even going so far as to unleash a spatial cutting blade that instantly decapitated more than 10 zombies blocking the elevator door. With a powerful kick, he sent the headless zombie crashing down, and with immense force, it toppled a group of others. The emoing unsheathed, slicing through the horde with a cold gleam. With his firepower fully unleashed, Wang Chen quickly cleared a section of zombies, and when the ones in the restaurant charged out, they were met with 9 steel needles that pierced through their skulls, causing them to collapse to the ground. After spending about 10 minutes clearing the zombies in the restaurant, Wang Chen picked up the sheath, stepped over the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and walked calmly into the restaurant. Following closely behind him, Suyu was now drenched in sweat. Although she hadn't participated much in the earlier battle, she had tried to use the dark flames to wrap around her sword, cleanly and efficiently killing a few zombies that Wang Chen had intentionally let pass. Having faced the horde, Suyu now looked at the 100 or so zombie bodies on the ground. Although she still felt a bit nauseous, it was much better, at least she wouldn't vomit. The 6th floor restaurant of Liuha Boli was quite famous in Spring City, high-end and classy, with various delicate girls often wanting men to treat them to meals. The upscale crowd even used it as a cafeteria, though a simple meal could easily cost several thousand, which was certainly not something an average person could afford. What Wang Chen and the others saw now was a scene of devastation in the restaurant, with tables, chairs, bowls, and cutlery scattered everywhere, and bloodstains all over the luxurious hall. "Brother Ming Yang, can we still eat here?" Suyu frowned as she looked at the restaurant. She hadn't eaten much earlier and was still very hungry. However, the scene before her made her stomach churn, creating a dilemma of feeling empty yet wanting to vomit, which made her a bit irritable. "What are you afraid of? There must be plenty of good ingredients in the kitchen's fridge. Just tidy up a bit and we can have a feast." Wang Chen was unfazed, smiling slightly as he headed towards the kitchen. The kitchen, spanning 200 to 300 square meters, was quite lavish, but it was filled with bloodstains and dismembered limbs. A dozen zombies were trapped inside by an iron door, and the moment Wang Chen opened it, steel needles shot out, quickly clearing away these zombies. The two stepped inside, and fortunately, the kitchen was lined with freezers filled with various high-end ingredients. Several large bowls contained many prepared large shrimp and Australian lobsters, ready to be cooked. "Brother Ming Yang, let me cook for you." Although Suyu felt a lack of appetite, especially with zombies' bodies everywhere, even she, with her forensic background, couldn't withstand the environment. Yet Wang Chen seemed unaffected and volunteered to show off his skills. "Sure, let's have more Australian lobster steak. It might be hard to find in the future." Wang Chen was not polite at all. In the apocalypse, there really weren't many opportunities to eat these. Steak was fine, but for lobsters, one had to go to the sea. However, before the apocalypse, these were already rare treats. Over a decade ago, Japan had discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, and over the years, countless nuclear-polluted creatures had emerged. What used to be common seafood now required unique purification systems and artificial marine environments to cultivate. After the apocalypse, the ocean had become a forbidden zone for humanity. With long-term nuclear pollution and the bizarre spiritual energy of the apocalypse, both factors that could lead to biological mutation and evolution concentrated in the sea, countless marine creatures mutated and evolved, giving rise to innumerable powerful sea beasts, truly making the ocean a no-go zone for humans. Suyu looked over the goods in the container and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "This is a Western restaurant, and there are a lot of these things. Alright, you handle it here, I'll go take a look around the restaurant." Wang Chen tossed the corpse on the ground out the door, gave Suyu a reminder, and casually closed the door behind him. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, Wang Chen had been eating food among ruins, in shelters, and next to corpses, with no real opportunity to prepare a proper meal, let alone have a clean and hygienic environment. Now that he had the chance to enjoy a good meal, he didn't want to sit next to a few corpses and feast. He was planning to find a clean private room to enjoy himself. Wang Chen walked down the corridor towards the private room, and as he passed a corner, a door to a private room quietly opened a crack, revealing an eye peering out at him. Ding! A steel needle shot out from Wang Chen's sleeve, directly piercing the solid wood door of the private room. The person inside was startled and reflexively slammed the door shut with a loud bang. "Brother Ming Yang, what's wrong?" Suyu appeared at the kitchen door, holding a kitchen knife and wearing an apron, looking puzzled. "It's nothing, just keep cooking." Wang Chen waved his hand without turning back. Oh, okay. Su Yu obediently withdrew her head. Come out. Don't hide, Wang Chen said lightly, as the steel needle slowly retracted from the wooden door with a creaking sound. Just as Wang Chen was starting to feel a bit impatient, the wooden door slowly opened, and a man and a woman stepped out. The woman was dressed in a black spaghetti strap dress, tall and with fair skin, swaying in high heels as she walked forward, her calm expression carrying a hint of innate arrogance. The beauty's eyes flickered, seemingly a bit scared yet curious, as she extended her smooth, fair palm towards Wang Chen, who looked like he was dressed in street vendor goods. Hello, I'm Mu Ningxue. A figure flashed through Wang Chen's mind, and his eyes brightened instantly. Looking closely at the woman in front of him, it was clear that her jewelry was of considerable value. Women who could enter here either had men above them who were either rich or powerful, or their fathers were wealthy. This Mu Ningxue belonged to the latter category. Her father founded the Mu Group, which ranked among the top 500 companies in the country, with a market value of hundreds of billions. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was that Wang Chen clearly remembered that in his previous life, a stunning woman emerged from Spring City, possessing an unmatched S-level ice and snow ability, becoming a well-known 9th-tier powerhouse in the apocalypse. After 4 years, the ice and snow goddess, who was eventually taken under the wing of the Blade Emperor as a significant force. Her name was Mu Ningxue. I know you, the young lady of the Mu Group. Wang Chen gently grasped the tip of Mu Ningxue's finger and then let go. But I don't think we have any intersection. Mu Ningxue lightly brushed her hair back and smiled faintly. There was no intersection before, but given the current situation, perhaps we can talk? Oh, what do you want to talk about? Wang Chen squinted at this future ice and snow goddess. I want to make a deal with you, Mu Ningxue said calmly. Not interested. Wang Chen refused directly without a second thought. Oh, you don't even know the specifics of the deal and you're rejecting me so directly? Mu Ningxue's pretty face froze, unable to believe that this young man in front of her would refuse so decisively. It's just a deal to protect you or something, and what you can offer is just a large sum of money. Wang Chen smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Our Mu Group is a top 500 enterprise in the country. How dare you ignore our young lady like this? Before Mu Ningxue could speak, a man behind her, who looked like a bodyguard, immediately snorted coldly. Wang Chen tilted his head, his gaze icy as he looked at the bodyguard. The steel needles surrounding him gradually adjusted their direction, all pointing at the bodyguard, and a chilling aura instantly spread out. The bodyguard, targeted by several steel needles, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his right hand involuntarily clenching into a fist, his muscles tensed. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and one steel needle moved forward a bit. Zhao Ding, what nonsense are you spouting? Step aside. Mu Ningxue's reprimanding voice rang out. The bodyguard named Zhao Ding trembled, his palm quickly relaxing as he bent down and retreated behind Mu Ningxue. Then, with a smile on her face and her body slightly bent, Mu Ningxue apologized to Wang Chen. I'm really sorry, my person was reckless, please don't take offense. Wang Chen remained calm, his tone indifferent yet laced with a hint of murderous intent. Oh, I do take offense. What will you do about it? Mu Ningxue was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps having been pampered since childhood, she had never encountered such a straightforward man, lacking even a trace of the gentlemanly demeanor esteemed by the upper class. With someone as powerful as you, since you take offense, we have no choice but to accept it, right? Mu Ningxue quickly adjusted her mindset, continuing to smile graciously. Ha ha. Wang Chen smiled lightly, no longer speaking, and turned to walk towards other private rooms. Are you really not considering it? Just name your conditions. Mu Ningxue, still not giving up, pressed on. Beautiful lady, you probably don't quite understand. The zombie outbreak and biological mutations are a disaster for all humanity, not just here. The apocalypse has already begun. Wang Chen did not look back, continuing. The so-called money has become worthless since the moment the end times arrived. Your wealth is limited to you, Mu Ningxue, alone. Although Wang Chen was quite envious of the future ice goddess, he was well aware that this woman was not so easily subdued, and being polite to her at this moment held no significance whatsoever. In his previous life, the king of Purple Thunder among the 3 kings of Huaxia had spent a year trying to win this woman over with sincerity, yet he had never succeeded, ultimately being drawn to the Knife Emperor by Mu Ningxue's formidable talent, thus losing control over the king of Purple Thunder. Wang Chen's words echoed in the corridor, shaking Mu Ningxue's heart, and for a moment, she could not recover from the reality of the global apocalypse. Standing behind her, bodyguard Zhao Ding, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Miss, what should we do next? Zhao Ding stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Let's wait and see. The network signal is down, and I can't contact my dad. Mu Ningxue furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment. With this man here, this Western restaurant is temporarily quite safe. Let's wait for a night and see if there will be any changes tomorrow. Well, alright, miss, I'll clean up this private room. You'll have to make do tonight. Zhao Ding lowered his head respectfully. It's fine, we'll see later. Maybe this guy will go to the top floor to rest. Mu Ningxue waved her hand, but her gaze drifted towards the place where Wang Chen had left. This unnamed man, with his strange ability to control steel needles, piqued Mu Ningxue's curiosity, and she had caught a glimpse of his strength earlier through the crack in the door, also seeing Suyu following Wang Chen. With such a beautiful girl accompanying him and Wang Chen always protecting her, Mu Ningxue felt that Wang Chen should not be a bad person, which made her eager to seek help. Unfortunately, Wang Chen clearly was not some naive young man who would rush over just because a beautiful woman showed interest. But what did his last sentence mean? What does it mean that my wealth is limited to myself? Mu Ningxue shook her head, confused, and turned back into the private room. The Western restaurant at Liuha Pali is quite large, with many private rooms. Wang Chen searched for a long time, dealing with several stray zombies, yet he still couldn't find a clean dining area. There were bloodstains everywhere. At the moment of the zombie outbreak, almost all the private rooms were filled with zombies. It was the weekend, and many people came to eat at noon, so not a single private room was left untouched. With no other choice, Wang Chen had to return to the original place, pick a private room with fewer bloodstains, and simply clear out the bodies inside before heading to the kitchen to find Suyu. Encountering Mu Ningxue and bodyguard Zhao Ding made Wang Chen gradually realize that he and Suyu were not the only ones in this hotel. It was indeed careless of him to leave Suyu alone in the kitchen. This was the apocalypse, when people realized that the zombie outbreak was a global disaster. The absence of legal constraints would expose the darker sides of human nature. His last words were actually a subtle reminder to Mu Ningxue. Wang Chen also hoped that the future ice and snow goddess would not encounter any bad situations. After all, in the apocalypse, the shelter under the protection of the Blade Emperor was one of the few relatively harmonious places. As a powerful force under the Blade Emperor, the Ice and Snow Goddess had made considerable contributions to protecting ordinary civilians in her past life. Her reputation among survivors had always been quite good, otherwise she wouldn't be called a goddess. Gently pushing the door open, a strong aroma of meat wafted in, making Wang Chen, who had spent 5 years in the apocalypse and had just returned after gnawing on packaged food for 2 days, feel like he was about to drool. Brother Ming Yang, we can eat soon. Suyu, hearing the noise, turned around to see Wang Chen, her pretty face still glistening with sweat, but breaking into a radiant smile. It smells so good. I can hardly hold back. Wang Chen twitched his nose, greedily inhaling the rich meat aroma as several tomahawk steaks sizzled in the frying pan. Of course, I specifically studied Western cuisine for a while. Suyu raised her chin slightly, looking quite proud. Why did you learn Western cuisine? Wang Chen was taken aback and immediately asked. There was a guy who used to chase me, always bragging about how high-end Western restaurants were and how delicious Western food was. I felt a bit indignant, so I took some time to learn Western cuisine, and in the end, I found it was just okay. Compared to Chinese cuisine, it was way simpler, and the flavor variations couldn't compare at all, Suyu said, frowning and feeling quite indignant. Ha, you're too straightforward. Wang Chen laughed heartily. This girl was indeed a bit cute. But that's good. Let you, a folk chef, show off your skills, and we can experience the delicacies of a high-end Western restaurant. Brother Ming Yang, do you want a knife and fork? Suyu looked at the pile of cutlery in the cabinet and turned to ask Wang Chen. No need, just wash your hands and eat directly. Why use a knife and fork? It's not as convenient as chopsticks. Wang Chen waved his hand. As a struggling worker, he had never enjoyed Western steak and had no opportunity to learn how to eat with a knife and fork. He walked over to the sink to wash his hands, then, together with Suyu, brought several plates of tomahawk steak, 2 large bowls of king crab, 2 large bowls of Australian lobster, and a bowl of vegetable salad to the private room. The two sat down and started eating. Before cooking, Wang Chen had reminded Suyu to make more. Fortunately, the recipes for these dishes were relatively simple, and Suyu didn't take much time to prepare so much food by herself. For a moment, the sounds of their chewing filled the air, and Suyu's little face was all greasy from eating. After awakening her abilities, she had become a primary evolver. Her body had undergone a strengthening process, consuming a lot of energy that needed to be replenished through food. Therefore, evolved individuals tend to have a larger appetite. Wang Chen had also undergone 2 enhancements, gaining immense strength while also increasing his body's consumption, so his appetite was definitely much larger. Bang! Knock! Knock! Just as they were halfway through their meal, a few knocks echoed at the door. Suyu, with her cherry-like lips still biting into the tender meat of the Australian lobster, felt her expression turn cold at the sound. She quickly grabbed the sword beside her. Wang Chen gently patted her small hand, signaling her not to be nervous. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, still chewing on his steak, he mumbled, "Come in." The door to the private room slowly opened, and Mu Ningxue walked in gracefully, with Zhao Ding closely following her. "Sorry to interrupt your meal," Mu Ningxue said, slightly bowing, looking a bit embarrassed. "It's no problem, you've already interrupted us anyway." "What is it?" Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. Although she was the future ice and snow goddess, that was the future. In the present, Wang Chen could easily handle 10 of her. Hearing this, Mu Ningxue felt a bit irritated. This man had only seen her twice and had already clashed with her several times. Is it because I'm not pretty? Am I not attractive enough? Why is this guy so tough? He always has to push back against me. He must be impotent. Otherwise, how could he ignore me so thoroughly? Mu Ningxue felt indignant. In the past, she had disliked those men who buzzed around her like flies. Now, this man in front of her was so dismissive, constantly pushing back against her. Mu Ningxue was starting to feel a bit frantic. Taking a deep breath to suppress her unnamed anger, she maintained her smile and said, "I would like to ask if you will be staying here tonight?" Suyu took a bite of the Australian lobster, glanced at Wang Chen, and after receiving his nod, replied, "We will be staying on the 18th floor. We cleared out the zombies on that floor this afternoon." Mu Ningxue's eyes lit up and she gracefully sat down opposite the two at the round table, continuing, "Then may I join you in returning to the 18th floor? I was staying there before." "Sure, after we finish eating, we'll head back to the 18th floor," Wang Chen said, dropping the bone of his battle axe steak and wiping the grease off his hands on the tablecloth. "Thank you very much." Mu Ningxue showed a hint of surprise and then stood up, saying, "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll wait for you two in the hallway. Be my guest." Wang Chen raised his hand, showing no intention of keeping her. Mu Ningxue glanced at the steak and king crab on the table, bit her lip, and turned to leave. "Ming Yang, why didn't you keep her for dinner? She's such a beauty." "So you asked Wang Chen as Mu Ningxue and Zhao Ding exited. "I'm not familiar with her. Why should I keep her? For dinner? Besides, with the two of them here, it wouldn't be enough for me to eat," Wang Chen said, giving her a playful knock on the head and snorting. Suyu giggled and continued to dig into a king crab. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. Before long, the two had cleaned off a large table of food. The private room surprisingly had a bathroom, and Suyu ran to wash her greasy little hands, returning to plop down in her chair, patting her belly in satisfaction. "Ming Yang, are we going back upstairs now? Let's rest for a bit, then we'll go back. Tonight, we need to practice your abilities well." Suyu nodded silently, fully aware that to go back and find her mother, she needed to become stronger. "Let's go back to the 18th floor first." After a while, Wang Chen stood up first, grabbing the ink shadow and walking out. Pushing open the wooden door of the private room, Mu Ningxue's alluring figure appeared before him. Wang Chen said nothing and walked straight toward the elevator. Suyu nodded at the stunningly beautiful woman and followed Wang Chen closely, holding her sword. Zhao Ding stepped forward, looking at Mu Ningxue with a questioning gaze, asking if she wanted to follow. Mu Ningxue nodded without hesitation and stepped forward to follow. Zhao Ding's gaze lingered heatedly on Mu Ningxue's curvy figure for a second before quickly trailing behind. The four of them walked in silence, directly crossing the restaurant hall toward the elevator. When Wang Chen and Suyu arrived, they were ambushed. The trail of bodies from the elevator to the lobby was their handiwork, so it was no surprise to look back now. However, Mu Ningxue and Zhao Ding, who followed closely behind, were taken aback by the sight of corpses strewn everywhere, dismembered limbs scattered across the floor, and blood flowing like a river in the lobby. The horrifying and bloody scene made Mu Ningxue unable to hold back, and she leaned against a table, retching violently, her pretty face turning pale. Zhao Ding struggled to suppress the violent churn in his stomach, feeling more shock and fear. It was clear that this scene was caused by the man and woman in front of him. He could hardly imagine how powerful these two were. Or rather, just how strong was this seemingly indifferent young man? After Mu Ningxue finally managed to compose herself, she noticed that Wang Chen and Suyu had already entered the elevator, completely unconcerned about whether they had followed. Gritting her teeth, she stepped over the scattered corpses, and with Zhao Ding's help, she hurried over, finally pressing the up button just as the elevator doors were about to close. The doors opened again, and Mu Ningxue seemed to hear someone sighing in regret. She couldn't help but roll her eyes but quickly stepped into the elevator, standing on one side facing Wang Chen and Suyu. Wang Chen flashed a grin at Mu Ningxue, leaning casually against the elevator. Suyu, with a hint of curiosity, smiled slightly at Mu Ningxue, her cute and charming demeanor rivaling that of Mu Ningxue. The elevator ascended rapidly, soon reaching the 18th floor. Stepping out, Mu Ningxue found that there were indeed no standing zombies on this floor. Many bodies lay on the ground, their faces showing bulging veins, indicating they had already mutated into zombies. Following Wang Chen and Suyu, Mu Ningxue was surprised to discover that they lived right across from her room. "Have you been living here for a while?" Mu Ningxue couldn't help but ask, but immediately stopped, feeling it was a silly question. The presidential suite on the 18th floor of Liuha Boli costs over 30,000 a night. Judging by Wang Chen and Suyu's attire, they couldn't possibly afford to stay here. "We came directly this afternoon," Suyu replied with a faint smile. Wang Chen, however, was too lazy to speak. He opened the door and walked straight in. Suyu nodded at Mu Ningxue, quickly entering and shutting the door behind her. Mu Ningxue smiled as she watched Suyu close the door before turning to take out her room card and enter her own room. Zhao Ding glanced at the opposite room before turning to walk inside. "Suyu, practice controlling the dark flame by yourself. The more precise, the better. It would be best if you could shape the dark flame into animals or swords," Wang Chen instructed Suyu after entering the room. Elemental abilities are relatively simple. Once you learn to control energy output and then learn energy layout and shaping, you basically master the basic level of abilities. Suyu nodded and began trying to control the dark flame ability in the living room. Wang Chen walked straight to the master bedroom's bathroom, preparing to wash up. He had gotten a lot of blood on him from the earlier encounter with the zombie horde, and these clothes were no longer wearable. Fortunately, since someone had lived in this presidential suite before, there were plenty of clothes available. He could easily find a set that was definitely worth more than his previous cheap outfit. Before long, the sound of running water could be heard from the master bedroom. Suyu tilted her head, biting her lip as she continued to control the flames in her palm. In the opposite room, Mu Ningxue sat in the living room with a serious expression, a button-like device flashing with red dots on the coffee table. "Miss, can the signal be sent out?" Zhao Ding sat upright on the opposite sofa, his eyes fixed on the locator on the coffee table, looking somewhat worried. "This is my first time using this thing, the network signal is down, so I don't know if it still works." Mu Ningxue shook her head, her brow furrowed. When her father gave her this locator, he said that even with a general signal jammer, it wouldn't affect the signal transmission of this device. But now it is the end of the world and the network signal has been cut off at the same time, with no idea why. In this situation, Mu Ningxue is skeptical about the effectiveness of this locator. If the signal is successfully sent, under normal circumstances, a helicopter will arrive here in an hour. Zhao Ding nodded. He is very familiar with this locator. As a personal bodyguard, he has undergone training in this area. However, like Mu Ningxue's concerns, with the apocalypse upon them, he is unsure whether the Mu family's security base can survive, whether anyone will notice the signal receiver, and whether they can dispatch a helicopter for rescue in time is all unknown. Let's not worry about that for now. Zhao Ding, if you encounter that man, what are your chances? Mu Ningxue leaned back against the sofa, her hands elegantly resting on her crossed legs. "Miss, if it's 10 meters away, my chances are 0. If I can get within 3 meters, I estimate my winning rate is 90%. Zhao Ding replied after a moment of silence, his expression serious. His ability to control steel needles is quite peculiar. The long-range lethality is too strong. Mu Ningxue frowned and spoke softly. "Yes, I've observed that his ability seems to be the legendary telekinesis, controlling a total of 9 steel needles. Within a range of 7 to 8 meters, zombies cannot get close at all. It's like holding a rifle, and the bullets can change direction at any time." Zhao Ding nodded, a hint of envy in his eyes. "That's also why I said the chance is 0 beyond 10 meters. My enhanced strength can only be effective at close range. It's a pity that Wooly has turned into a zombie, otherwise, the two of us working together would definitely be able to deal with him." As Zhao Ding spoke, he extended his right hand, and as he clenched his fist, his previously normal arm quickly became much thicker, with veins and muscles bulging, as if immense power was contained within. Strength enhancement. Zhao Ding is clearly also an awakener, though his awakened ability is rather ordinary. If Wang Chen saw it, he would probably think it was at most a D-level ability. Wooly was another of Mu Ningxue's personal female bodyguards, and when the apocalypse struck, the unfortunate Wooly directly turned into a zombie. The awakening of this ability was also thanks to his colleague. Wooly, if she hadn't suddenly mutated and lunged at Zhao Ding, he wouldn't have awakened his strength enhancement ability in a moment of desperation, which allowed him to kill Wooly with a single punch. "You are already very impressive. It's just that your ability is not suitable for group battles. If there are too many zombies, you could get hurt, which is very dangerous." Wooly turning into a zombie was unavoidable. "Fortunately, you were here, or I definitely wouldn't have survived." Mu Ningxue smiled slightly, her eyes filled with deep gratitude. The two of them hid in the dining room, having seen through the crack of the door someone being bitten and then getting up as a zombie after a while. So even though Zhao Ding awakened his ability during this time, he still didn't dare to rush out and fight the horde. "This is what I should do. Miss, I estimate that even if the base receives the signal, they won't be able to come quickly. You should go rest for a while. You didn't sleep well last night, and with so many things happening today, you must be very tired." Zhao Ding returned his arm to its original state, lowering his sleeves with a pained expression. "Alright, I do need to rest a bit. You keep an eye on the outside. If rescue arrives, wake me up immediately." Mu Ningxue nodded, standing up and walking towards the master bedroom. "Okay, miss, the rescue will turn the red light green when it gets nearby. I'll wake you up in advance." Zhao Ding stood up, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your hard work." Mu Ningxue smiled and waved her hand, walking into the bedroom and closing the door. The next moment, her expression quickly turned cold. Zhao Ding straightened up, glanced at the master bedroom door, then turned and walked to the front door of the living room, listening intently to the sounds outside. After a long while, Zhao Ding returned to the sofa, sitting down to continue feeling the changes in the power within him. Wang Chen finished his shower, rummaged through his things to find a set of branded casual clothes, and returned to the living room holding the cleaned ink shadow. Suyu's eyes were fixed on the dark flame in her palm, controlling the dark red fire as it constantly changed shape, sometimes into a sphere, sometimes into a cube, and then into a cone. Try to maintain the shape with the least amount of energy. If you can change shapes at will, your control over this ability will improve significantly, Wang Chen said as he sat down on the sofa, speaking slowly. "I've been trying really hard to control it, but the fire energy is too volatile and hard to manage." Suyu frowned, the geometric shape of the dark flame she had just formed flickering and reverting back to a flame shape. "That's for sure. Fire-type abilities are inherently more violent, and on top of that, your ability has a dark attribute, making it even harder to control. But that's also the reason why this dark flame ability is powerful. You have to put in more effort than others. You can think of the ability's energy as a lump of clay. To shape this lump of clay into what you want, you first need a model in your mind. Aim to fill the clay as quickly as possible, then consider the next stage of shaping. Wang Chen said calmly. In his previous life, thanks to the attention of the immovable King Han Taishan, Wang Chen was able to reach 5th tier, strength and interact with many high-level powers, receiving a lot of guidance on ability training. Unfortunately, his own ability was too weak, and no matter how he developed it, he couldn't escape the F-level range. However, those experiences were useful for teaching Suyu at this moment. Suyu silently contemplated Wang Chen's words and began to try to construct a model in her mind. Seeing Suyu lost in thought, Wang Chen picked up Fundamentals of Metallurgy from his backpack and opened it to read. Metal control was incredibly useful in the early days of the apocalypse, and he planned to study this book thoroughly to see if he could gain extra inspiration. For others, they would only be able to quickly enhance their abilities after 7 days when crystal cores began to appear in zombies and mutated creatures. But Wang Chen was different. He had another way to enhance his abilities. By reading books, he could obtain corresponding ability fragments, and accumulating these fragments would directly increase the strength of the corresponding ability. So as long as he read enough books, he could easily stay ahead of others. As night fell, the curtains did a good job of blocking the light, and the room was brightly lit without any light seeping outside. Detected that the host has thoroughly read Fundamentals of Metallurgy, extracting ability fragment Metal Control +1, Metal Control Fragments 3, reward reading value, 100 points. Current reading value of the host, 2,541 points. The familiar system notification sound rang out, and Wang Chen closed the book, rubbing his slightly swollen forehead. Brother Mingyang, it's the apocalypse, why are you still reading? Su Yu's palm was pulsating with 3 geometric shapes formed by the dark flames. After more than an hour of practice, this girl could actually control the dark flames to this extent. A sphere, a cube, and a triangular pyramid, although parts of the 3 geometric shapes were still slightly distorted, overall they were quite complete. Moreover, for the past 10 minutes, Suyu had maintained the 3 geometric shapes without them collapsing. Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Was this girl's talent really that frightening? In his previous life, when Wang Chen was at the 2nd tier, he obtained the freezing technique from 300 nursery rhymes. At that time, it took him an entire day to control the energy of the freezing technique to form a cube. It's worth noting that ice-type abilities are considered the most suitable for shaping among all abilities. Even so, Wang Chen took a whole day to achieve that. Although his ability talent was relatively poor, the energy he awakened definitely couldn't compare to now. But among the people he knew, Suyu's talent was also among the top. Learning has no limits. Although supernatural abilities are surreal, they can still connect with past knowledge. Reading more books might help one understand the characteristics of their own abilities better. Wang Chen was spouting nonsense with a serious face. If it weren't for the fact that reading could earn him reading points and extract fragments of supernatural abilities, how could he, with his poor academic performance, ever take the initiative to read? That would be self-torture. However, now Wang Chen had no choice but to self-torture. This was the foundation of his continuous growth. In the apocalypse. Oh, that's true. I should read more in the future. Suyu tilted her head in thought and nodded earnestly. Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Sister, I read because it benefits me. You took it seriously. But Wang Chen thought this was quite good, using his reading to gain knowledge as a cover. At least no one knew about his golden finger. As he reached the door, he looked through the peephole. The door across the hall was tightly shut, and there was no movement in the corridor. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen leaned against the door and sat down on the floor. A few silver beads floated out of his pocket, beginning to twist and deform continuously in front of him. While practicing his metal control ability, Wang Chen's thoughts gradually drifted. Inside the room across, 2 hours had passed. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the outside was pitch black. Only 2 wall lamps were lit in the living room, casting a dim light. Zhao Ding looked at the locator on the coffee table, still flickering with red light, and slowly lit a cigarette, his eyes flickering in the haze of smoke. Mu Ningxue disliked the smell of smoke, so the bodyguards around her generally didn't dare to smoke. Usually, Zhao Ding endured it, occasionally sneaking away to smoke, and afterward he would spray some air freshener and chew gum to mask the smell. But for the hefty salary that arrived on time every month, he felt it was worth it. At this moment, Zhao Ding had no mind to care about these things. The various emotions swirling in his heart made him extremely restless. The rescue had not yet arrived, and Zhao Ding didn't know if it would come at all. 2 hours had passed, and it was highly likely that it wouldn't. A few hours ago, he had really enjoyed this job, running around every day with a beautiful young lady who looked like a celestial being, and the other female bodyguards around him were also stunning. Such days were simply heaven for Zhao Ding. But Wang Chen's words suddenly made him realize that this kind of paradise would never return. Feeling the immense power in his arms, Zhao Ding murmured to himself, perhaps this is another kind of paradise? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Ding took a deep drag of his cigarette, forcefully extinguished the butt on the coffee table, and casually tossed his crisp suit onto the sofa. He pulled off his tie, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and slowly rolled up the sleeves. Rubbing his palm on his thigh for a moment, Zhao Ding slowly stood up, picked up the locator from the table, and the red dot flickered in his eyes. After a while, Zhao Ding slowly walked to the master bedroom door, gripped the doorknob, and gently pressed down. The master bedroom door opened silently. Zhao Ding pushed the door open and stood at the entrance, softly calling out, "Miss! Miss!" The dim light from the living room spilled into the room, illuminating the large bed in the center of the master bedroom, where Mu Ningxue's enchanting figure was covered by a thin blanket, appearing hazy and alluring. Zhao Ding waited for a moment, but Mu Ningxue did not respond. He slowly retreated, and the master bedroom door closed, the light disappearing, plunging the bedroom back into darkness. A barely audible sigh escaped, and Mu Ningxue's tense body under the thin blanket gradually relaxed. Her bright eyes opened in the dark, filled with unease, fear, anxiety, and confusion. Her delicate white hand tightly gripped a dinner knife, her fingers turning pale from the pressure, and only relaxed slowly as she exhaled. Mu Ningxue had not fallen asleep. An hour ago, when Zhao Ding had not come to knock, she had already guessed that the rescue had likely not arrived. But 2 hours had passed, and Zhao Ding still hadn't come to notify her. Outside, apart from the low growls of zombies, there was no sound of helicopters at all. Mu Ningxue felt despair. It seemed that rescue would not come. What made her even more desperate was that Zhao Ding had opened the door. He didn't knock but simply opened the door directly, an act that would have been impossible before. Yet, Zhao Ding did just that. Mu Ningxue was a clever woman, and Wang Chen's words had been replaying in her mind, pondering their meaning while alone. It turned out that Wang Chen was not wrong. The status and authority once brought by money had vanished in this moment. Even more terrifying was that she, having lost everything, was now alone with a man who had gained a new power. Mu Ningxue felt a mix of emotions, raised by her father. She had countless workplace leadership strategies in her mind, but in this apocalyptic world they were utterly useless. She was well aware of how enticing her delicate body was to others. Zhao Ding, who had just been assigned to her side, often looked at her with a gaze that mixed subtle beastly desire and greed. Mu Ningxue had already sensed it. She had originally wanted her father to assign another female bodyguard. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse had arrived, and Wu Li, who had accompanied her for 5 years, had turned into a zombie at the first opportunity, leaving only her and Zhao Ding alone. Thinking of this, Mu Ningxue felt goosebumps all over her body. She didn't know how long had passed, perhaps just a few minutes. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door was suddenly flung open, crashing against the wall, and Zhao Ding's tall figure appeared in the doorway, the light from the living room casting his shadow directly onto Mu Ningxue's bed. "My young lady, it seems rescue will not come." Wang Chen's ears twitched. It seemed there was some movement from the room across, and recalling certain rumors he had heard in his previous life, he felt it was very likely to be verified tonight. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Chen slowly got up, the few metallic objects in front of him transforming back into silver beads. He turned and opened the door, not looking back as he instructed Suyu, "Keep your energy above half. You practice in the room while I go out for a bit." "Oh, okay, brother Mingyang." Although Suyu was puzzled as to why Wang Chen was going out so late, she had already come to understand his way of doing things and didn't ask further, focusing on her own ability. Training. Wang Chen gently closed the door, looking thoughtfully at the door across from him, quietly leaning against the wall. The hallway lights were bright. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to turn off the bulbs, knowing that in a few hours, the power would naturally go out. Inside Mu Ningxue's room, the door was forcefully kicked open by Zhao Ding, the loud noise causing Mu Ningxue's delicate body to tremble. Forcing herself to control the fear within, Mu Ningxue reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, her alluring and voluptuous figure slowly sitting up against the headboard. She ran her hand through her hair, her fair and delicate face showing no signs of emotion. "Zhao Ding, how dare you barge into my room? Are you planning to betray me?" "Betrayal? No, my young lady." Zhao Ding, having made up his mind, crossed his arms and leaned lazily against the doorframe, his eyes greedily scanning Mu Ningxue's body. "What we have between us has always been just a transaction. You pay me, I keep you safe. That's all there is to it." Mu Ningxue calmly raised her head, gripping the dinner knife in her right hand under the thin blanket tighter and tighter. "Indeed. So am I in debt to you? Now." "Not before," Zhao Ding replied calmly, shaking his head, but the aggression in his eyes intensified. "But starting today, you probably won't be able to pay anymore. So, I can only come to collect the reward I want in advance." "How much do you want?" Mu Ningxue bit her lip lightly, her voice cold. Unbeknownst to her, this action ignited a great desire in Zhao Ding's eyes, and his hands fell awkwardly to his sides. "No, miss, have you forgotten? That man said, your wealth is yourself." Zhao Ding slowly stepped forward, the heat coursing through him making him swallow hard. "As for the protection I will provide for you, miss, the payment I require is you." "Impossible. I don't need your protection, get out." Mu Ningxue finally couldn't hold back any longer, rolling over and hiding the hand holding the knife behind her, loudly rebuking Zhao Ding from across the bed. "Miss, you don't have a say in this now. Here, what I say goes." Zhao Ding's muscles bulged, the power-enhancing ability tearing his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll take us both down. Mu Ningxue's heart raced, the knife in her hand aimed directly at Zhao Ding. Now that Zhao Ding wanted to use force, she had no way to counter him. He was already strong, and with his awakened power-enhancing ability, he was even more formidable. Stop struggling, that knife can't hurt me. Just lie down obediently, and I'll make you very comfortable. Zhao Ding grinned wickedly, tearing off his ruined shirt and walking towards Mu Ningxue bare-chested. Even though Mu Ningxue had learned some martial arts, she was no match for Zhao Ding. Mu Ningxue knew she couldn't defeat Zhao Ding, so she steeled her heart and pressed the knife against her own neck, a hint of crimson appearing on her swan-like neck, her gaze sharp as she looked at Zhao Ding. Don't push me. Even if I can't kill you, I can kill myself. Zhao Ding paused, then chuckled, stepping forward again. Don't worry, even if you cut your throat, your body will still be warm. I wouldn't mind if you showed no reaction. Perfectly, I can just toss you into a pile of corpses, and no one will know what happened. You pervert, you're a devil, a beast. Even if I shatter into pieces, I won't let you succeed. Mu Ningxue shouted, Zhao Ding's words filling her with despair. This man had always been respectful to her, even a bit flattering. But she could never have imagined that on the first night of the apocalypse, Zhao Ding would actually try to harm her. Glancing at the floor-to-ceiling window, Mu Ningxue gritted her silver teeth and threw the dinner knife at Zhao Ding, quickly running towards the window. Zhao Ding's eyes narrowed. Mu Ningxue's intentions were too obvious. He swatted the knife away and, with a burst of strength, leaped over the bed, grabbing Mu Ningxue's delicate foot. Ah! A muffled grunt escaped her as she lunged towards the window, her body crashing heavily onto the carpet just 10 centimeters away from the window. She almost shattered the glass and fell out. Now let's see where you run. Zhao Ding tightly gripped Mu Ningxue's ankle, slowly pulling her towards him. Mu Ningxue kicked and struggled against Zhao Ding, but all the various fighting techniques she had learned before completely escaped her mind. Zhao Ding swallowed hard, grinning as Mu Ningxue's long legs were exposed to his gaze, making him even more excited. Even though he had fantasized about this countless times in his mind, it seemed like he could truly experience it now, leaving Zhao Ding's mind blank. Only one voice kept screaming, possess her, possess her, possess her. As Zhao Ding pulled Mu Ningxue closer, she struggled in vain and bit down hard on his shoulder with her white teeth. Zhao Ding grunted in pain, and with a forceful shake of his hands, he threw Mu Ningxue onto the bed. The soft bed jolted violently, and Mu Ningxue grabbed a lamp and smashed it towards Zhao Ding's face. With a powerful punch, the immense force shattered the lamp, and Zhao Ding grinned as he lunged towards the bed. Mu Ningxue screamed repeatedly, rolling off the bed to dodge Zhao Ding's leap, scrambling towards the door. Zhao Ding followed closely behind, striding out of the room and lunging forward again, directly pinning Mu Ningxue down onto the living room carpet. So the young lady likes to play here, huh? Then let's try something new. Let go of me, you beast. Let go of me. Mu Ningxue screamed frantically, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her hands were firmly held down by Zhao Ding, and no amount of struggling helped. Her entire body was pressed down by him. In that moment, she truly felt despair. If she was to be defiled by Zhao Ding, she would rather die. But now, she couldn't even manage to die. Why was help not coming? Why was no one there to save her? Mu Ningxue's face was filled with despair, her expression lifeless as she tilted her head to the side, her gaze gradually becoming hollow. Zhao Ding freed one hand to caress Mu Ningxue's delicate cheek, his eyes gleaming with lust, unable to resist the urge to explore further. The next moment, a voice suddenly rang out above them. Oh, isn't this our Miss Mu? Why are you playing in the living room? So eager. Ha! Zhao Ding's hand reaching for Xiafeng suddenly froze, and he jerked his head up. He saw a man from the opposite room, casually lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching them with a look of lingering interest. How did you get? Who are you? Zhao Ding sprang to his feet, his muscles tensed, no longer caring about Mu Ningxue on the floor, warily eyeing Wang Chen. I came in through the door. As for who I am? Wang Chen said with a deep, indifferent gaze. That's not important. What matters is whether you live or die next. Ignoring Zhao Ding's sudden murderous intent, Wang Chen looked at Mu Ningxue, who was pulling her skirt to cover her body while continuously backing away from Zhao Ding. I say, Miss Mu, do you still want to make a deal with me? The devilishly enticing voice echoed, and Mu Ningxue suddenly looked up, spitting out a sentence filled with hatred. Kill him. I am yours. The words were simple and clear, and upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled slightly, snapping his fingers. Refreshing. Then, the deal is done. At the moment Wang Chen asked that question, Zhao Ding already knew there was no way to resolve this peacefully. With a furious roar, his body suddenly swelled slightly, and his massive right fist swung violently toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen's figure lunged forward, throwing a punch without hesitation. He wanted to test the difference between his body, which had been enhanced twice, and Zhao Ding, who was clearly a strength-enhanced ability awakener. The two fists collided with a dull thud in the living room. Wang Chen staggered back a few steps, while Zhao Ding only retreated 3 steps. In terms of strength, Zhao Ding's power-enhanced ability indeed had the upper hand. Ha, I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you're just this. Zhao Ding sneered coldly, seeing Wang Chen retreating more. Shaking his somewhat numb right hand, Wang Chen smiled wryly, casually reaching into his pocket to pull out 4 silver beads and tossing them over. You seem to have forgotten, I'm also an awakener. The 4 silver beads quickly elongated into thin steel needles, shooting toward Zhao Ding. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Ding's forehead. Relying on his enhanced reaction speed, he slapped one of the steel needles away, but the other 3 needles pierced fiercely into his shoulder and chest. The sharp needles, stained with blood, protruded from the other side, and fortunately, Zhao Ding twisted his body just in time to avoid a fatal hit. Stop. We can talk this over. Zhao Ding quickly rolled behind the sofa, crouching down to expose only his eyes, shouting hoarsely. Once Wang Chen's ability was unleashed, Zhao Ding realized he was no match. He was already severely injured after just one move, and his mind raced as he could only beg for mercy. Sorry, but today you must die. Wang Chen paid no attention, flicking his fingers as 4 steel needles once again pierced towards Zhao Ding. Not to mention that he had already agreed to the deal with Mu Ningxue. Dealing with such a scum who bullied the weak posed no pressure for Wang Chen at all. This reminded him of the pain of betrayal from those he loved and his teammates in his past life. That despair and unwillingness seemed to surge back to his heart at this moment. Mu Ningxue leaned against the TV cabinet, gripping her dress tightly in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with overwhelming hatred fixated on Zhao Ding's figure. When Zhao Ding begged for mercy, she initially thought Wang Chen would hesitate even a little, but unexpectedly, Wang Chen refused without hesitation, and the controlled steel needles became even more vicious. Zhao Ding rolled towards the master bedroom with all his might, completely disregarding a steel needle embedded in his back, letting out a muffled groan before darting into the master bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. With a loud bang, accompanied by 3 muffled thuds, 3 steel needles were firmly embedded into the solid wood door. Sensing the position of another steel needle inside the master bedroom, Wang Chen kicked the door open with a swift motion. Zhao Ding grabbed a chair and hurled it directly at Wang Chen, who had just stepped into the master bedroom, while 5 silver beads in his pocket quickly flew up, forming a thin shield in front of him. The wooden chair smashed against the thin shield, sending wood chips flying, the entire chair splintering apart, yet the seemingly thin shield was extraordinarily sturdy. Wang Chen stepped forward, his right foot suddenly kicking towards Zhao Ding's chest. Zhao Ding reacted quickly, raising both hands in front of him to block Wang Chen's powerful kick. Using the force from Zhao Ding's arms, Wang Chen propelled himself upward by a meter. The shield that had just blocked the wooden chair quickly disassembled and elongated, flying towards Wang Chen's raised right hand under his control. The shield transformed into a gleaming broadsword, solidifying perfectly into his grip the moment he tightened his hands. Ha! Wang Chen gripped the broadsword tightly and then swung it down fiercely towards Zhao Ding below. Through the gaps between his hands, Zhao Ding saw this spectacular scene, his heart filled with horror. He exerted force with his feet, not caring whether there was a window or a wall behind him, and quickly retreated. The broadsword sliced through the air, striking the ground with a splash of blood, and Zhao Ding let out a scream as a gash was cut into his chest, half of his left arm flying off with blood. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen had severely injured Zhao Ding, severing a portion of his left hand. Ah, what the hell is this ability? Who the hell are you? Why are you helping her? Why? Zhao Ding screamed frantically, clutching the stump of his severed hand, the pain from the chest wound in the severed hand twisting his face in agony. At this moment, all he felt was endless hatred towards Wang Chen, along with deep confusion and unwillingness. What the hell was this, a telekinetic ability? Can telekinesis twist and liquefy metal balls, turning them into shields one moment and swords the next? Zhao Ding was completely bewildered. He had originally thought Wang Chen was just like those telekinetics in movies, manipulating objects to attack, but he never expected to be left maimed after a single transformation of metal. I told you, this is a transaction. Wang Chen shook the blood off the broadsword, looking helpless. Transaction? I can trade with you too. Just tell me what you want. Zhao Ding gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. You can't. Miss Mu has already sold herself to me. What value do you have that would make me choose you over such a beautiful woman? Wang Chen tilted his head, looking curious. Damn it, I'm the chosen one. Only you and I have evolved abilities, isn't that enough? Zhao Ding roared, his face filled with indignation. Chosen one? Don't joke around, brother. That joke is really a bit stale. You should just get going. Wang Chen was taken aback, then burst into laughter. This Zhao Ding actually thought he was the chosen one? He was nothing more than a D-class power enhancement ability, and he still wanted to be the chosen one. Little did she know that the who had almost been defiled by him would awaken an S-class ice and snow ability in the future. Even this does not necessarily make her the chosen one. Just a D-class ability awakener. What a joke. Wang Chen flicked his fingers, and 4 steel needles whoosh 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 pierced into Zhao Ding's joints. Zhao Ding let out a muffled groan, his strength seemingly deflating, and his body fell backward. Wang Chen stepped forward with his knife, thrusting it straight into Zhao Ding's heart, the sharp tip piercing through the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. A loud crash of shattering glass echoed as Zhao Ding's right hand grasped the blade embedded in his heart, his eyes filled with resentment, fixed intently on Wang Chen, who was so close. In this world, many people will awaken abilities. But what you awakened is merely a low-grade power enhancement ability. With that, you still think you're some chosen one? Wang Chen looked at Zhao Ding with a mocking expression, whispering words only the two of them could hear. Blood spilled from Zhao Ding's mouth and he made a G-E-G-E-G sound from his throat, unable to utter a single word. Just trash, die. Wang Chen whispered softly into Zhao Ding's ear. Zhao Ding's pupils suddenly widened. In the next moment, Wang Chen violently withdrew the knife and kicked the still-living Zhao Ding out the window. Soon, a muffled bang echoed as the sound of Zhao Ding crashing down attracted the wandering zombies nearby, who quickly gathered. Wang Chen stood by the window, looking down. His enhanced vision vaguely revealed that Zhao Ding's body seemed to have collapsed into a puddle of mud, his unblinking eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness, staring fixedly at the sky. Watching the first human he had killed since his rebirth, Wang Chen felt a faint sigh in his heart, recalling some rumors he had heard in his previous life. At that time, he had been drinking with his teammates in a tavern at the shelter, where a group of people gossiped about various topics, including the ice and snow goddess. It was said that in his previous life, awakened her ice and snow ability on the second day of the apocalypse. Originally dignified and graceful, she had become somewhat unapproachable, especially towards men she encountered in the apocalypse. Any rapist who fell into her hands would have their lower bodies frozen into shards, with hardly any having a good ending. Based on tonight's events, it was highly likely that awakened her ice and snow ability at the critical moment when Zhao Ding was about to succeed. After all, many people suddenly awaken their abilities when facing crises or experiencing great shocks. It was also possible that she awakened her ice and snow ability after encountering Zhao Ding's assault, leading to a drastic change in her personality. It was just uncertain whether this time, he saved by Wang Chen would still awaken an S-class ice and snow ability. The knife in his hand transformed into liquid, condensing again into 5 silver beads, while the 4 steel needles had already been retracted when he kicked Zhao Ding away, and he pocketed the 9 silver beads once more. Wang Chen looked down with an indifferent expression. The horde of corpses had gathered, making excited gnawing sounds, and faint footsteps approached from behind. Where's Zhao Ding? Is he dead? S voice, filled with hatred, rang out. Come take a look, you might still see a bit. Wang Chen said calmly without turning his head. Frowned and stepped forward, gripping the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, peering down with some trepidation. Nearly 200 zombies had gathered below. Aside from the 10 or so zombies in the center feasting, the rest were aimlessly roaring, confirming that Zhao Ding truly had no place to be buried. Let out a long sigh of relief. The densely packed zombies below made her feel a wave of nausea as she regained her composure. Your outfit is really not suitable for the current situation. Change into something more conducive to movement and come with me. Wang Chen looked up and down at Mu Ningxue and said calmly, all right, just wait a moment. Mu Ningxue's tone was calm, her gaze indifferent as she looked at him. Wang Chen chuckled silently, turned, and walked out of the room, casually closing the bedroom door behind him. The master bedroom suddenly grew dim, with only a bedside lamp still lit. Mu Ningxue stared at the bedroom door for a long time before sighing and turning to walk towards the wardrobe. Wang Chen sat down on the sofa in the living room, rubbing 2 silver beads between his fingers, recalling the brief battle that had just taken place. Although he had enhanced his body twice, his strength was clearly not as strong as that of Zhao Ding, who had only enhanced his body once and awakened the power enhancement ability. However, in terms of speed, he was much faster than Zhao Ding. After some time of familiarizing himself with the metal control ability, he found it easier to change forms and much faster, allowing for more tricks in actual combat. He hadn't used spatial cutting in the recent fight facing Zhao Ding. There was indeed no need to use an S-level ability, but Wang Chen was more inclined to hide his true capabilities. So far, apart from Suyu, no one else had seen him use spatial cutting. What Mu Ningxue and Zhao Ding had witnessed was solely the metal control ability, and they even suspected it was a telekinesis ability. With this in mind, Wang Chen decided to focus on developing the metal control ability for now, keeping the spatial cutting ability hidden for the time being, hoping that one day it could lead to a remarkable achievement. I'm ready. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, Mu Ningxue opened the master bedroom door and walked out. Wang Chen looked up to see her in a black tracksuit, wearing purple sneakers, her long hair tied up, and a peach-colored sports cap on her head. Her graceful figure was still evident even in sportswear. Let's go to the other side. We can't stay here. The floor-to-ceiling window is broken, and if we wait any longer, mutated creatures might come in. Supporting himself on his knees, Wang Chen stood up and walked out first. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, reached for the locator on the table, and discovered that it had been destroyed by Zhao Ding at some point, rendering it completely useless. She could only toss the locator aside and quickly followed Wang Chen. Opening the door, they stepped across to the other side. Wang Chen gripped the doorknob. A surge of energy flowed out, enveloping the entire lock. As he gently turned it, the previously locked door swung open. Wang Chen entered the room and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Suyu, who was practicing controlling dark flames, suddenly saw Mu Ningxue in her sportswear walk in, causing the geometric dark flames in her hands to dissipate immediately. Brother Ming Yang, what's going on with her? Suyu looked at Wang Chen anxiously. Something happened just now. She will be part of our little team from now on. Wang Chen nodded lightly, offering a brief explanation. Suyu was taken aback. It had only been a short while and he had already brought back this stunning beauty. So you're not impotent after all. You just weren't interested in me. Wang Chen was unaware of the turmoil in Suyu's heart. He pointed at Suyu and said to Mu Ningxue, who had just closed the door, I'm Wang Chen, as you can see, I control metal. She's Suyu, who has awakened the dark flame ability. In terms of combat power, Zhao Ding wouldn't stand a chance against her. Mu Ningxue was taken aback. Upon entering the room, she had seen Suyu controlling a dark red flame and hadn't expected Wang Chen to hold her in such high regard. Mu Ningxue didn't know that Zhao Ding's level was actually just average, but at this moment, she had not awakened any abilities and could be considered completely useless in combat. She felt a wave of envy towards Suyu, whom Wang Chen claimed Zhao Ding couldn't defeat with a single strike. Hello, I'm Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue stepped forward gracefully and extended her delicate hand to the somewhat aggrieved Suyu. Hello, I'm Suyu. Suyu pouted but still reached out to shake Mu Ningxue's hand before stepping aside to continue honing her ability to control her powers. Mu Ningxue sensed Suyu's faint hostility and felt a bit confused. Upon seeing Wang Chen, she couldn't help but be taken aback, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Wang Chen gestured for Mu Ningxue to sit on the sofa beside him. After a while, Mu Ningxue watched Suyu control the dark flame to form various shapes and couldn't help but turn to Wang Chen with a puzzled expression. Why can you all awaken your abilities but I can't? Most people can awaken their abilities, it just depends on talent, whether early or late, Wang Chen replied casually. How do you know all this? Mu Ningxue furrowed her brows in confusion. I guessed, Wang Chen said seriously, making up nonsense. Mu Ningxue, actually, as long as you dare to muster the courage to fight zombies, there's a high probability you'll awaken your abilities sooner. Wang Chen glanced at the speechless Mu Ningxue and continued. But I don't have a weapon. Mu Ningxue's eyes brightened when she saw the ink shadow casually thrown on the sofa, but then she felt a bit downcast. I can give you a broadsword, but you have to kill the zombies yourself. Okay. Mu Ningxue nodded without hesitation. Remember your promise to me. Wang Chen's eyes fixed on Mu Ningxue. I remember. Mu Ningxue's delicate body trembled slightly, her face a bit pale, yet she stubbornly admitted. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your body, I won't make you sleep with me. Wang Chen stood up and walked towards the kitchen in the suite. Mu Ningxue's eyes flashed with surprise. She knew how tempting her body was to men, but this man in front of her said without hesitation that he wasn't interested in her body. While she felt somewhat relieved, there was also a hint of indignation. I'll make you a knife and teach you how to fight. Once you awaken your abilities, I'll guide you on how to train your powers and become strong quickly. Wang Chen waved his hand at the kitchen. Utensils, and the knives, forks, and spatulas on the shelf all floated up. But none of this is free, I need your absolute obedience. Many metal objects floated in the air, even the knife he had made for Suyu earlier flew up, circling around Wang Chen. As his words fell, Mu Ningxue was astonished to see those metal objects quickly melt into blobs of liquid. With a light wave of Wang Chen's hand, 10 or so blobs of metal liquid gathered together, forming an iron ball with a diameter of 20 centimeters. Suyu looked up and saw an iron ball slowly floating towards her under Wang Chen's control, quickly realizing what was happening. The 3 geometric-shaped flames in her hand rapidly dissolved and merged. As Suyu controlled the dark red flame in her palm, floating it beneath the iron ball to start burning it. The iron ball quickly turned red and melted, wisps of black smoke rising, and dark red patterns seeped into the blob of metal liquid. After a few minutes, Wang Chen controlled the now dark red metal liquid, quickly stretching and reshaping it into a blade. With a swipe of his finger, 2 broadsword embryos rapidly took shape. Carefully polishing the 2 swords, Wang Chen pushed his metal control ability to the limit, arranging and combining the internal structure of the 2 swords to form blades that were tougher and sharper than alloys. Finally, Wang Chen slowly ran his hand over the now cooled blades, completing the sharpening process. He reached out, grabbed the 2 swords, and swung them a few times, striking the coffee table. One corner of the solid wood coffee table broke off, the cut smooth as a mirror. Good swords. Wang Chen couldn't help but praise. The blades had dark red patterns, seemingly containing the burning and corrosive abilities of Suyu's dark flame, truly remarkable. He casually tossed the 2 swords to Suyu and Mu Ningxue, and Wang Chen activated his ability again, controlling 9 silver beads and the broadsword ink shadow. After being tempered by Suyu's dark flame, they condensed into steel needles and broadswords. Although the steel needles and broadswords had shrunk a bit, they were even tougher and sharper. Wang Chen thought for a moment. The steel needles were indeed very useful. He then controlled a metal ornament in the room, which quickly decomposed and condensed into dozens of metal balls the size of peas under Suyu's dark flame. These metal balls could transform into sharp steel needles whenever needed, allowing him to control a total of 50 needles at once. Brother Mingyang, why don't you make some small flying swords? Using swords to kill enemies, how cool. Suyu tilted her head and smiled dreamily. Wang Chen rolled his eyes, put away the peas, and said impatiently, steel needles are enough, who needs flying swords? Do you think controlling these metals into shape doesn't require energy? Wasting that little energy to create a fancy shape is impractical. What's the use of that? A series of remarks left Suyu stunned, but after a moment's thought, she realized Wang Chen had a point. She could only stick out her tongue and sit aside to recover her supernatural energy. Wang Chen sheathed the ink shadow knife and plopped down on the sofa, pulling out Fundamentals of Metallurgy to continue reading. Do you have any plans? Are we just going to stay here forever? Mu Ningxue was astonished by the wonders and power of the two's abilities but still held back her curiosity and asked about their future plans. If we can safely get through tonight, tomorrow morning we will find a car and head to the West District, back to Su Yu's home. After that, we will make further plans, Wang Chen said without looking up, continuing to read. What do you mean by safely getting through tonight? With you two here, are we still afraid of those zombies? Mu Ningxue was confused. The danger isn't those zombies, it's the mutated creatures. What are those? Mutated creatures? Su Yu and Mu Ningxue both asked in confusion. Yes, do you really think that in this world only humans mutate? Are there other things? Su Yu asked, puzzled. The reason humans turn into zombies shouldn't be due to some so-called virus. It's likely caused by some unknown energy, Wang Chen said, looking at the two women calmly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for mutations to occur globally at the same time. I suspect this might be a special energy that covers the globe and contains some negative power. Most people can't withstand the impact of this special energy's negative power and turn into mindless zombies. A small number of people, however, are lucky enough to survive and have the foundation to awaken their abilities. Then why do people bitten by zombies also turn into zombies? Mu Ningxue couldn't help but ask, having seen people bitten turn into zombies. Those who survive might maintain a delicate balance of that energy within them. Once bitten, the balance is broken under the impact of others' negative energy, leading to their transformation into new zombies, Wang Chen pondered for a moment and summarized. In fact, these explanations were the most likely theories concluded by people in the previous life. After the apocalypse arrived, humans awakened various peculiar abilities, and even those who had not yet awakened could clearly feel their physical qualities improving over time, as if the spiritual energy from the legends of Blue Star was reviving. However, unlike this life, no one in the previous life saw the penetrating red light or heard the faint whispers. This peculiar phenomenon was personally experienced by Wang Chen, who had been reborn. At this moment, the moon hanging high in the night sky was no longer pure white like a disk but carried a faint blood hue, appearing somewhat eerie. In the deep night, the three of them relied on a wall lamp for illumination, making the room seem a bit dim. It was already midnight, but the three had no intention of sleeping. Outside, various noises had emerged early on, the roars of zombies, gunfire, cries, and explosions. When she heard the gunfire, Mu Ningxue was unusually excited, thinking it must be the government launching a rescue operation. However, Wang Chen coldly mocked her, and sure enough, after a dozen minutes, the gunfire began to dwindle, gradually fading into silence. Why do you think it's not government rescue? Mu Ningxue asked, puzzled. First of all, it's nighttime, which is not conducive to large-scale operations. Secondly, the zombie outbreak is global, and the military is no exception. They might even suffer greater losses due to the concentration of soldiers. Thirdly, many high-ranking officials have turned into zombies, and the remaining ones won't be able to organize quickly. If they really managed to organize, the gunfire would be much denser than before, Wang Chen explained calmly, recalling events from his previous life. The military officially began rescue operations on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Perhaps due to a lack of manpower, the rescue efforts were not very strong. As Wang Chen said, the military suffered heavy losses. That rescue operation resulted in further casualties among the soldiers. Then why don't we wait for rescue here? Instead of crossing the city center to go to the West District? There are still plenty of food and water on the 6th floor. Mu Ningxue showed a look of confusion. I want to go back to find my mom, Su Yu said, looking up with determination. Oh, so that's it. Mu Ningxue turned to look at Su Yu in surprise, then glanced at Wang Chen before nodding. A rustling noise filled the air, and Wang Chen stretched lazily, dozens of small metal beads floating out of his pocket one by one. What you need to do now is obey, not ask questions, Wang Chen said slowly as he stood up, the metal beads rapidly stretching and transforming into steel needles around him. The day you can defeat me, you can go back to being your Lady Mu. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, her face stiff with reluctance, as if she hadn't fully transitioned from her identity as a young lady. She tightened her grip on the horizontal knife in her right hand but still pursed her lips and replied softly, yes. Su Yu smiled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wang Chen. She hadn't expected him to say such blunt words, but it was a solid support for her. You all protect yourselves. When Su Yu fights, try to cover your body with dark flames, Wang Chen said, closing his eyes to listen for a moment before opening them with a serious expression. Did something happen? Su Yu stood up without hesitation, gripping the horizontal knife beside her tightly. Nighttime is the domain of mutated creatures, especially in this season. You should know what is most prevalent. Su Yu, mosquitoes? Mu Ningxue, rats? Wang Chen nodded and said solemnly, you're both right, but from the sound, it seems that mutated mosquitoes are coming. Mosquitoes should be fine, right? If the doors and windows are closed, they can't get in, can they? Su Yu said, slapping her palm with the horizontal knife somewhat naively. Regular mosquitoes wouldn't be a problem, but mutated mosquitoes are. Definitely not that simple. You'll understand soon enough, Wang Chen smiled, not explaining further. When the mosquitoes arrived, they would naturally comprehend. The three stood in the living room, and after a moment of thought, Wang Chen led the two women into the master bedroom, closing all other doors and windows, turning off all the lights, and only pulling back the curtains in the master bedroom. The cold moonlight streamed in from outside. Although the moon seemed to be shrouded in a barely visible layer of bloodlight, it still shone as white as ever. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, the three could clearly hear the sound of flapping wings. Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, instinctively moving closer to each other. The sound grew clearer and louder, as if there were an unusually large number of mosquitoes. In the distance, the sound of shattering glass mixed with the piercing screams of survivors, and various chaotic noises attracted the nearby zombies, who began to roar. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and Suyu and Mu Ningxue immediately widened their eyes, staring at the window. After the shadow passed, on the floor-to-ceiling window illuminated by the moonlight, there were about a dozen mosquitoes the size of small bowls. Their grotesque bodies possessed long, sharp mouthparts, nearly half the length of their bodies. Their blade-like wings left marks on the glass, and the 6 long legs were lined with barbs, creating an exceptionally terrifying sight. The mutated mosquitoes seemed to have discovered the 3 of them, extending their sharp mouthparts and viciously pecking at the glass window. To the naked eye, tiny pits began to appear on the glass. Some mosquitoes flew in, frantically crashing against the glass. The continuous screams around them, the muffled roars of the zombies, and the hissing sounds of the mutated mosquitoes scraping against the glass. The cacophony made Mu Ningxue feel as if she were in hell, and the actual situation was hardly better than that. Suyu tightened her grip on the horizontal knife. Having experienced battle, she was much steadier than Mu Ningxue, whose body trembled incessantly, a dark red slowly spreading across the blade. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out as the floor-to-ceiling window finally gave way, and the mutated mosquitoes rushed toward the 3 of them. Wang Chen took a deep breath, and the steel needles beside him shot out. With a series of puffs, several mutated mosquitoes were pierced through the head by the needles. But as the window shattered, more mutated mosquitoes swarmed in. Wang Chen had to gather his spirits, controlling dozens of steel needles around him to shoot continuously. Occasionally, a stray mosquito would fly close, and Suyu would proactively step forward with her knife. A mosquito the size of a small bowl was a relatively large target, and with her dark flame ability, she could easily take one down with a single strike. Mu Ningxue followed suit. Although her knife lacked any special abilities, Wang Chen had put considerable effort into crafting these 2 horizontal knives. The sharp blade could easily slice through iron, making it as smooth as cutting butter when dealing with these low-level mutated mosquitoes. Under Wang Chen's intentional or unintentional protection, the 2 women managed to slay many mutated mosquitoes without much danger. Mu Ningxue gradually became familiar with the horizontal knife in her hand, and with some prior training in combat, the brief battle allowed her to grow rapidly. Before long, the master bedroom was already piled high with the corpses of mutated mosquitoes, and Wang Chen had to use both hands and feet to throw some bodies out the window, gradually pushing the battlefield toward the window. Bang bang, bang, please, open the door, let us hide. Hurry up and open the door. There are too many monsters, our room is full of them. Open the door quickly. If you don't, I'll break it down, and we'll all die together. Ah, get away. Don't bite me. Just as the 3 were continuously killing the mutated mosquitoes, there came a fierce banging on the living room door, accompanied by a series of urgent cries from outside. The intense banging echoed, drawing more mutated mosquitoes to the master bedroom. What should we do? Should we open the door? Mu Ningxue glanced back at the living room door, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes as she spoke softly. Suyu remained silent, tightly pursing her red lips as she swung the horizontal knife, slashing at the continuously approaching mutated mosquitoes. Ha! Wang Chen scoffed, continuing to kill mosquitoes without looking back, his indifferent expression tinged with a hint of mockery. You can go open the door. I won't stop you, but after that, life and death are fated. These people are thinking of dragging us down with them before they even get in, and you still want to save them. What are you thinking? The Bible? Wang Chen's merciless sarcasm left Mu Ningxue's face stiff and extremely ugly. Suyu also showed a hint of embarrassment. After all, she had previously thought about rescuing others, but Wang Chen had quickly taught her how to choose in such situations. Without any surprises, Mu Ningxue also refrained from saying much. Born as a daughter of heaven, Mu Ningxue had always lived in an ivory tower, protected by her father's meticulous love, but she was not entirely an innocent and obedient girl. After experiencing Zhao Ding's betrayal and then being openly mocked by Wang Chen, the flicker of compassion in her heart quickly vanished. However, the tree wishes for peace but the wind does not cease. The door was suddenly slammed open by a tremendous force, and a group of people rushed in, with a man quickly bracing the door, completely disregarding the fact that 2 others were still outside. The sound of vicious curses could be faintly heard through the solid wooden door, followed by several cries of agony, leaving only the sound of mosquitoes hitting the wooden door outside. A group of people hurriedly moved various pieces of furniture in the living room, quickly barricading the door, and only after confirming that the mosquitoes outside could not get in did they finally sit down on the floor. Wang Chen glanced back at the living room, frowning slightly. It was quite baffling that these people chose to come here instead of any of the many other rooms. But now was not the time to investigate. With the mutated mosquitoes increasing in number, they needed to deal with these mosquitoes first. Suyu, unleash your full power and cover the entire window with flames. Not a drop left? Wang Chen. Not a drop. Suyu stuck out her tongue, extending her palm towards the window, energy surging wildly within her. A surge of dark red flames poured forth like a tide. The dark flames covered the entire window, extending outward, and the mutated mosquitoes that were madly rushing into the room were met head-on by the sudden flames, turning into fireballs that continuously fell from the air, along with the mutated mosquitoes that had yet to break in. A large number of mutated mosquitoes were burned to death by the dark flames, clearing a vast space. In just a few seconds, all the energy within Suyu was exhausted, and her face turned pale. Large drops of sweat soaked her hair, and her body felt weak and unsteady. Wang Chen seized this rare opportunity, stepping onto the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window. With a wave of his hand towards the floor-to-ceiling windows below, a series of creaking sounds echoed. The metal frames of several floor-to-ceiling windows downstairs twisted and deformed, detaching from the walls. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the massive metal frames quickly flew upward, stretching and deforming in midair, then flying in front of Wang Chen. He continuously controlled more than 10 floor-to-ceiling windows from all directions, forming a metal iron plate with their frames. Wang Chen controlled this iron plate to swiftly cover the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom. Under the control of the metal manipulation ability, this iron plate seamlessly covered the window. The rapidly converging mutated mosquitoes, although making the iron plate sizzle, could not break through. Only then did Wang Chen turn and walk towards the living room. The doors of the other two guest bedrooms were tightly closed, seemingly because there was no one inside, and the mutated mosquitoes had not broken the windows of these two bedrooms. Upon entering the living room, Wang Chen immediately saw several men and women sitting behind the door. There were a total of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, including 2 Western men, among whom a tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes seemed to be the leader of the group. The moment they saw Wang Chen approaching, the others looked at the Western man, who quickly stood up and took a few steps towards Wang Chen. "Fuck! Why didn't you open the door? Don't you know this could get us killed?" the blonde man scolded in awkward Huaxia language, his face twisted in anger. Wang Chen's expression turned cold. He had been unwilling to open the door in the first place, and now that they had forcibly broken in, it was one thing, but this foreigner actually dared to question him. Those not of my race must have different hearts. The ink shadow in his hand suddenly slashed down diagonally, and the blonde man caught a glimpse of the blade's light from the corner of his eye, his body shuddering as he transformed into an afterimage, disappearing from the spot. The ink shadow sliced directly through the blonde man's body, but Wang Chen felt no sensation, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise as he whispered in astonishment, "Afterimage?" The figure of the blonde man appeared at the door, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily, cursing, "Fuck. You actually want to kill me?" Beside him, another brown-haired Westerner suddenly raised his hand, and a recurved bow appeared, shooting an arrow at Wang Chen. At such a short distance, the sharp arrowhead was already in front of Wang Chen the moment it was released. In the next second, the arrow abruptly halted in mid-air, just 1 centimeter from Wang Chen's eyes. The brown-haired man gaped, his previously mocking smile frozen in place, disbelief flashing in his eyes, his right hand still in the position of releasing the bowstring. Wang Chen snorted coldly, the arrowhead quickly turning around, and the next second it sliced through the air, shooting towards the brown-haired man's forehead. "Tom, be careful." The blonde man flashed and instantly appeared in front of the brown-haired man. This blonde man seemed to possess the ability to move at high speed, and at the critical moment, he firmly grasped the arrow. "Humph." Wang Chen snorted coldly, waving his hand, causing 9 steel needles to float up and shoot towards the 2 Westerners. "Be careful, he can control metal," the blonde man shouted in a low voice in federal language, his figure flashing as he grabbed a solid wood chair and hurled it at Wang Chen. Tom rolled on the ground to avoid 2 steel needles, quickly pulled out an arrow, and broke off the arrowhead, bending the bow end, knocking the arrow to shoot at Wang Chen again. Wang Chen twisted his body, his hand drawing a curve with the ink shadow, splitting the chair that the blonde man threw in half. At the same time, a silver bead flew up, transforming into a small shield, blocking the arrow shot by Tom. Frowning slightly, the blonde man was incredibly fast, but upon realizing that Wang Chen could control metal, he had no metal weapons in hand, limiting his lethality. In contrast, Tom, who was shooting arrows, quickly broke off the metal arrowhead, and the pure wooden shaft of the arrow still had considerable killing power. Several silver beads flew out of Wang Chen's pocket, and he quickly controlled the silver beads to stretch and deform. With a slight flick of his right hand, more than 10 steel needles shot towards Tom. Seeing this, the blonde man immediately dodged, shaking off the 3 steel needles that had been following him, appearing in front of Tom, swinging a wooden stick he had somehow grabbed to swat away the steel needles aimed at Tom. As Wang Chen's steel needles returned without success, a hint of mockery appeared on the blonde man's face. But behind him, Tom let out two muffled grunts, the recurve bow in his hand falling to the ground with a few light thuds. The blond man's body trembled, and he suddenly turned around, only to find Tom clutching his chest, an arrowhead protruding from his torso. Tom! In a flash, the blond man immediately dragged the swaying Tom behind a sofa. Wang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, fully aware that he had the ability to control metal, yet still dared to throw arrowheads on the ground. Wasn't that like carrying a lantern to the toilet to pick up? Done? At this moment, he had no intention of caring about who these people were. With a casual wave, more than a dozen steel needles arced through the air, aiming at the two Westerners hiding behind the sofa. Stop! They are important foreign guests, a fat man in a suit with a slicked-back hairstyle suddenly shouted. In fact, from the moment the blond man stood up to speak until the brown-haired man Tom was pierced by his own arrow, it had only been about 10 seconds, and the others hadn't even realized what had happened. It was only when they saw the seriously injured brown-haired man Tom being dragged behind the sofa by the blond man that the suited man shouted in panic. The steel needles that had been shooting towards their target suddenly paused, then continued their deadly flight. Wang Chen glanced at the slick-back man coldly and said, "What the hell are foreign guests to me?" The blond man let out a fuck, helplessly moving rapidly with Tom dodging the incoming steel needles. "Stop it! They are senior executives from the Federal West Medical Company, important foreign guests for the city government's key project. How can you harm them? You are committing a crime." Yes. What you're doing will cause international disputes." The man with the slick-back hair immediately shouted angrily, and another bespectacled man quickly joined in, hastily placing a heavy accusation on Wang Chen. "Shut up!" Wang Chen coldly snapped, two steel needles breaking formation and shooting directly at the slick-back man and the bespectacled man. Their angry shouts abruptly ceased as the 10-centimeter-long steel needles were deeply embedded in their foreheads, one on the left and one on the right. The blond man moved with Tom, but his speed was affected, and soon Tom let out a muffled grunt as another steel needle pierced him. Pushing the blond man away, Tom suddenly blocked in front of him, and over a dozen steel needles pierced into his body. "Jerry, kill him!" Tom roared, his muscles tensing as he tightly trapped the needles within himself. Wang Chen frowned slightly, activating his metal control again, causing the steel needles to explode inside Tom's body. Jerry, the blond man, let out a roar, darting out from behind Tom, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, his wooden stick raised high, and in the next second he appeared directly at Wang Chen's side. Just as the arrow was about to be released, Wang Chen let out a soft hum, discreetly flicking his finger, and a thin black line suddenly appeared at his side. In the blink of an eye, this less than half-meter-long black line sliced through the wooden stick that Jerry had dropped, then vertically cut through his head, disappearing into the air. Jerry's wooden stick suddenly fell, heavily crashing onto Wang Chen's shoulder, but was blocked by a thin layer of metal. Meanwhile, Jerry's form could no longer move, his face still showing a hint of anger and a smug satisfaction. A line of blood slowly appeared from the center of his head, the brilliance in his blue eyes already vanished, and he stood there stiffly. "Jerry?" The fallen Tom looked in horror at the motionless Jerry. It wasn't until Wang Chen pressed his palm against Jerry's head, pushing him to the ground, that Tom realized Jerry was bleeding from his head and was dead beyond recovery. With a splatter Tom could no longer suppress, the blood surging from his throat. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened in despair, Tom fell to the ground, following Jerry into death with unclosed eyes. Two scantily clad women huddled in the corner, trembling in silence, not daring to make a sound. A pungent smell of urine wafted from beneath the two shivering women, causing Wang Chen to look on in disgust. He walked over to the abandoned sofa and sat down, speaking. "Now, tell me, what's the story with these two dead foreigners?" The two women covered their mouths, exchanging glances, neither daring to speak first, fearing that a single word would lead to being pierced by a steel needle. "You speak." Wang Chen impatiently pointed at one of the voluptuous women. Yes. The voluptuous woman shrank her neck, lowering her hands and nodding repeatedly. "Stop wasting time, just say it." Okay, I'll say it." The voluptuous woman, startled, hurriedly spoke. "Jerry and Tom are our clients. They told us they are high-level executives from a multinational pharmaceutical group in the Federation. They came to Spring City to acquire the Kanghui traditional Chinese medicine factory in the West District, but the negotiation this morning did not go well, and the person in charge of Kanghui directly refused the acquisition." "Then why were these two foreigners with you here?" That fat guy and the bespectacled man are officials from the city government's investment promotion department. This acquisition case is a key project for the city government, so they were assigned to assist these two foreign guests throughout." "What does this have to do with you? Are you their colleagues?" Wang Chen pointed at the two men with steel needles piercing their heads. The voluptuous woman and another short-haired woman exchanged glances and shook their heads. Seeing Wang Chen's puzzled expression, the voluptuous woman awkwardly said, "The fat guy asked me to help find a few girls to serve the two foreigners, and including me, there were a total of 4, 2 died during the zombie outbreak. Oh, during the day, forming a team to climb mountains and explore the unknown, aren't you afraid of exhausting yourselves? You really know how to have fun." Wang Chen suddenly realized that they were call girls and was momentarily speechless. Standing by the master bedroom door, Suyu and Mu Ningxue were initially a bit confused, but then they both rolled their eyes in unison. This Wang Chen sure had a way with words. We had no choice. The fat guy said the higher-ups instructed us to meet all their demands, otherwise we wouldn't want to do business with foreigners. De Bolong nodded repeatedly, seemingly afraid that this big boy in front of her would blame her. Doing business with foreigners was the hardest. If it weren't for frequently dealing with the fat guy and not wanting to offend him, she wouldn't have taken this job at all. After one trip, she wouldn't even be able to walk for at least 3 days. Not to mention losing out on earnings that fat guy wouldn't even pay. Using her power, she was just trying to get something for nothing. Forget it, they're dead anyway. Why didn't you run to another floor? Why did you have to knock on my door? Wang Chen waved his hand, unconcerned. In the afternoon, it seemed like this Jerry awakened some special ability and that Tom got stronger. 2. These two have been waiting for rescue, so we just stayed in the room and didn't go out. When we saw you and that other girl come over, killing zombies so cleanly, Jerry and Tom immediately said they wanted to join you. De Bolong wiped her sweat while recounting. I see. So who was it that wanted to drag me down with them? Wang Chen looked coldly at the two. Oh, that was someone who rushed out from another room, locked outside by Jerry, and seemed to have been killed by those mutated mosquitoes. De Bolong shuddered and quickly recalled, speaking rapidly. Understanding the whole situation, Wang Chen grinned. However, he felt no psychological pressure about killing the two foreigners and the fat guy. Or the bespectacled man. No matter how impressive your identity was before, it meant nothing after the apocalypse arrived. These two women, just by looking at their trembling forms, he could tell it wasn't their idea at all. You two stay here. Obediently, don't make any other moves, or I won't mind killing a few more people. Wang Chen's tone was calm, but the faint killing intent was undeniable. They were just two workers, and he couldn't be bothered to kill them. Yes. We'll stay here, we won't go anywhere. Understood, we absolutely won't move. The two women nodded repeatedly, their attitudes as sincere as they could muster, their expressions as humble as possible. After warning the two call girls, Wang Chen glanced disdainfully at the floor, shook his head, stood up, and waved to Suyu and Mu Ningxue, who had been watching the show from the doorframe. He opened the door to another guest room, grabbed his backpack, and led the two women inside. There was no need to turn on the light. He pulled back the curtains, and the moonlight streamed in. Not sure if it was because Suyu's earlier fire had burned so fiercely, but the mutated mosquitoes outside had actually disappeared. The three of them casually found a place to rest in the moonlight. Rest well for a bit. As soon as it gets light, we'll go out to find a car. Wang Chen pulled up a chair, leaned against the wall by the floor-to-ceiling window, and took out a book from his backpack to flip through. Oh, got it, Brother Mingyang. Suyu stretched, placed her sword on the bedside table, and flopped down into the big bed. Before long, soft breathing sounds began to emerge. After a long battle, Suyu had exhausted all her energy and was already completely worn out. Once her nerves relaxed, she quickly fell asleep. Mu Ningxue then sat down on the nearby sofa, watching Suyu, who was already fast asleep on the bed, and glanced at Wang Chen, who was reading by the moonlight by the floor-to-ceiling window. For a moment, she felt a bit lost. Just a day ago, she was the proud daughter of heaven, and now, just a day later, she had become like this, needing the protection of this person in front of her just to survive. The sword in her hand was still stained with the green blood of mosquitoes, giving off a pungent, fishy smell. Mu Ningxue suppressed her nausea and walked to the bathroom in the guest room, turning on the faucet to wash the sharp sword. At this moment, the power had not yet gone out, and the bright lights illuminated the bathroom. Mu Ningxue looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes filled with confusion and fear of the unknown, along with a hint of unyielding resentment. She splashed cold water on her cheeks, washing away her makeup, but even without cosmetics, the naturally beautiful Mu Ningxue was still a rare beauty. Taking a deep breath, Mu Ningxue walked out of the bathroom, holding the clean sword, and sat cross-legged on the floor in front of Wang Chen, staring blankly at him. What's wrong? Never seen a handsome guy like me? Wang Chen closed his book, tilted his head, and smiled lightly. I've seen plenty of handsome guys, but I've never seen one as narcissistic as you, Mu Ningxue pouted and coldly mocked. Confidence comes from strength, and I have the strength to be confident, Wang Chen said nonchalantly, propping his chin on his hand with his leg crossed, speaking seriously yet absurdly. Alright, you do have strength. Mu Ningxue had to admit that Wang Chen was indeed very handsome, fitting the standard of a sunny boy, but his aura was completely mismatched. Sometimes he seemed very cold, and at other times he had a bit of a rogue vibe, always giving off a sense of wickedness that made him feel somewhat disconnected from the sunny disposition. Raising an eyebrow in triumph, Wang Chen suddenly extended a finger, playfully lifting Mu Ningxue's chin. Go on, what do you want to know? I don't believe the proud Miss Mu would easily accept her fate and bow down. A flash of panic crossed Mu Ningxue's eyes, a feeling of being completely seen surged in her heart, but she quickly calmed down and looked seriously at Wang Chen. I want to know when I can awaken my abilities. Why do you think I can answer that question? Just a feeling, you seem unfazed by other people's abilities. Wang Chen casually withdrew his finger, rubbing his thumb against his index finger as if feeling Mu Ningxue's delicate and smooth skin. Seeing Wang Chen's little action, Mu Ningxue secretly spat in her heart, but her face involuntarily flushed. There's nothing to be surprised about. I can awaken my abilities, so you can awaken his abilities, so why can't others? Since everyone can, there's even less to be surprised about. Wang Chen's tone was flat, but for some reason, Mu Ningxue felt that this man in front of her was not entirely truthful. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Chen looked at Mu Ningxue's still somewhat puzzled expression, finding it amusing. He couldn't just tell her that in his previous life he had already become accustomed to all kinds of miraculous abilities. The D-level power enhancement ability of Zhao Ding he encountered today and the C-level rapid movement ability of the blonde guy Jerry were simply not worth mentioning. Of course, speaking of this, his own 5F level abilities in his previous life were even less worth mentioning. But in this life he now possessed the S-level space cutting and A-level metal control abilities. It was only natural to look down on C and D-level abilities, though it felt a bit like humble bragging. Can abilities really be awakened by everyone? Mu Ningxue felt a yearning, a desperate desire to quickly master power, perhaps so she could take control of her own fate in this apocalyptic world. In the past, she never needed to consider these issues. As the heir of the Mu group, Mu Ningxue was born with unparalleled wealth and never needed to put in any effort to control her own destiny. But now, the apocalypse has descended upon Blue Star, and all rules and orders have been shattered. The previous status of wealth and power has vanished into thin air. As a bodyguard, Zhao Ding could do whatever he wanted to her, and if it weren't for Wang Chen's timely intervention, she, once so high and mighty, would now have been reduced to Zhao Ding's plaything. This feeling of having her fate controlled by others was something Mu Ningxue, who had received elite education since childhood, could not accept at all. She desperately wanted to change this situation, and the only way to do so might lie in the hands of the man before her. Theoretically, anyone can, but in reality, I estimate that many people would find it difficult to achieve, Wang Chen explained. Why? Take Su Yu as an example. She awakened her abilities while facing a zombie alone. The terror of life and death triggered her potential, leading to her awakening. Wang Chen elaborated, from this perspective, confronting fear and fighting hard should be a major pathway to awakening abilities. However, most people, when faced with zombies or mutated creatures, instinctively think of running away rather than picking up a weapon to fight. From this point of view, the probability of awakening abilities is greatly reduced. It seems Zhao Ding also awakened his abilities while battling zombies. Mu Ningxue murmured, recalling Zhao Ding's punch that killed Wu Li exactly. That Jerry probably awakened his abilities while crossing mountains, and suddenly one of those mountains turned into a zombie. It was the shock that triggered his awakening, Wang Chen nodded, saying with certainty. Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxue rolled her beautiful eyes. The crossing mountains part was a bit much. And you? How did you awaken your abilities? Mu Ningxue suddenly felt a spark in her heart and blurted out the question. I have exceptional talent, I just fought a bit and awakened, Wang Chen stammered, making it up on the spot. To his surprise, Mu Ningxue seemed to believe him, nodding with deep envy, her big eyes blinking at Wang Chen. Seeing this adorably naive expression suddenly appear on the sexy and charming Mu Ningxue's face, Wang Chen felt a wave of teasing in his heart and couldn't help but continue. I believe you can definitely awaken your abilities too, it's just a matter of time. After experiencing a few more battles, you should be able to do it. But my skills are too poor. I always miss the vital points. That's okay, try a few more times and you'll know how to stab the knife more effectively. Really? It seems I need to work harder. Work hard, young one. Come back a few more times, and you'll reach the peak. Then you'll know how exhilarating it is. Why do I always feel like you're just fooling me? Impossible. I never get caught when I lie. Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue snorted coldly, rolling her eyes as she returned to sit on the sofa. Wang Chen scratched his nose, awkwardly smiling to himself, and continued flipping through the book in his hands. The night that followed was not peaceful at all. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Wang Chen saw many blurry figures darting around the streets. The occasional flashes of fire in the city illuminated the large mutated rats and mutated cats and dogs rushing past. The night had become a paradise for mutated creatures and zombies, with many battles occurring between them. It seemed that their bodies had some kind of stimulating effect on each other. With the experience from his previous life, Wang Chen knew very well that with the apocalypse upon them, a certain energy was reviving on Blue Star, and the mutual devouring and growth among creatures had become the norm. In a few days, the flesh and blood of those mutated creatures would also be a significant supplement for humans. Consuming the flesh of mutated creatures with the same attributes could slowly enhance the power of their abilities. And 7 days after the apocalypse, some zombies began to form various crystal cores in their brains, which could absorb energy to enhance physical qualities or awaken unique abilities. Similarly, mutated creatures or zombies, by consuming human flesh and blood, can enhance their physical abilities or have a chance to gain supernatural powers. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. Nature is fair to all living beings. Perhaps the only unfairness in all of this is Wang Chen, who has been reborn. Detected that the host has thoroughly read Fundamentals of Metallurgy, extracting A-level supernatural ability fragment Metal Control +2, Metal Control fragments, 5, reward reading value, 200 points. Current reading value of the host, 2,741 points. The familiar system prompt sounded again, and Wang Chen suddenly realized that this time the fragments extracted by the system had actually increased, which was a good omen. System, why did I get an extra fragment this time? The host has gained a certain understanding of the knowledge contained in the book through multiple readings, hence the additional reward. Not every reading of a book will only yield one supernatural fragment. So, if I have a deep enough understanding of a particular book, I might be able to extract a complete supernatural ability? Yes, but the higher the level of the ability, the harder it is to extract completely. Wang Chen nodded to himself. Just like the supernatural abilities in 300 children's songs, the level was simply too low. Coupled with the fact that he had read this book countless times in his previous life, he already had an incredibly profound understanding. Therefore, the extracted supernatural abilities were all complete. In this way, the higher the level of the supernatural ability, the more one cannot be limited to a single book, as the relevant knowledge cannot possibly be fully explained in just one book. With this experience, Wang Chen had more thoughts about his future reading direction, but for now, he still needed to quickly extract enough fragments to advance metal control. Having completed 1/3, it was indeed a bit unreliable to turn to other books at this moment. Relying on his robust physique after the secondary enhancement, Wang Chen continued to flip through fundamentals of metallurgy, recovering the energy within him, and every so often, the system prompt would ring in his mind. Sometimes, even if he hadn't finished reading a book, he could successfully extract supernatural fragments after further understanding a particular knowledge point, which greatly boosted Wang Chen's confidence. Until the sky outside gradually brightened, Wang Chen checked the system records and found that his metal control supernatural fragments had accumulated to 11, and his reading value had reached 3,341 points. Mu Ningxue had been watching Wang Chen read under the moonlight, yet she never understood why Wang Chen could be so engrossed in reading during the apocalypse. Even as she fell into a deep sleep, she couldn't figure out this question. Wang Chen stood up, stretched, put away the book, and went to the bathroom to wash up before returning to the guest room. On the soft big bed, Suyu was curled up, one long, fair leg tucked under a cool blanket, her hair spread out as she slept soundly. Mu Ningxue was leaning against the sofa, still tightly gripping the broadsword, her delicate brows furrowed, and her enticing red lips slightly parted as she slept. Wang Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the street below littered with corpses, searching for any vehicles that might be useful. Since he had promised Suyu to return home, he wouldn't go back on his word. With his current physique nearing the first level, along with two powerful abilities, it wouldn't be too difficult to venture out. After all, Suyu herself possessed A-level dark flame abilities. As long as she survived, she would surely become an extremely powerful ally in the future. Moreover, during their time together that day, Wang Chen could sense Suyu's attachment and trust in him, making it easy for such a person to become a loyal partner. Scanning the area downstairs, Wang Chen noticed a rugged vehicle parked at the corner of the pedestrian street. That corner was not blocked by other vehicles. After some thought, Wang Chen felt that this vehicle seemed to be usable. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the morning. Wang Chen walked to the side of the big bed and nudged Suyu's shoulder. Suyu, wake up. Mom, let me sleep a little longer. Suyu, deep in slumber, frowned slightly, letting out a sweet, sleepy hum, mumbling indistinct words as she buried her head deep into the pillow. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, rubbed his hands together, and gave her a light slap. Ah! Suyu's beautiful dream was abruptly interrupted, and she reflexively sat up. Staring at Wang Chen standing by the bed, it took her a moment to react, and her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Hurry up and wash up, we'll be leaving soon. Wang Chen urged without waiting for Suyu to respond, effectively blocking her mouth. Oh, I'll go right now. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately bounced out of bed, running barefoot towards the bathroom. Watching Suyu dash off, the smile on Wang Chen's face slowly faded. In his previous life, Wang Chen had worked hard throughout his 4 years in college, with no thoughts of romance at all. Working diligently to complete his studies consumed his entire college life. Moreover, being broken without any resources, he was hardly favored by girls in a society that valued money above all. After the apocalypse struck, he unexpectedly encountered his former college goddess, Wang Ruocheng, who had multiple abilities. To extract the secret of his ability to possess multiple powers, Wang Ruocheng played her role to the fullest, making him dance to her tune. After discovering that his abilities came from the book 300 Nursery Rhymes, despite numerous experiments, she was unable to acquire multiple powers herself and ultimately conspired with Zhao Yimin and Han Jun to frame him to death. Little did he expect that after being reborn, he would find that a little fish had always been watching over him. At this moment, Mu Ningxue was awakened by the commotion between the two, and upon hearing Wang Chen's words, she frowned slightly but still stood up, stretching her arms in a big yawn. Mu Ningxue gathered her hair, tying it into a ponytail as she walked towards the bathroom. The two girls quickly washed up in the bathroom. At this time, there was no chance for skincare or makeup, and soon they emerged looking clean. Suyu even specifically rummaged through the room to find a set of sportswear, changing out of the blood-stained white t-shirt and pleated skirt. After simply packing her backpack and weapons, Wang Chen opened the door first and walked into the living room. After being warned, the two call girls were indeed sitting obediently in the living room, still sleeping against the wall. Wang Chen kicked the long-haired girl's foot, waking her up instantly. In a flurry, the short-haired girl was also startled awake. Looking at Wang Chen in front of them, the two girls felt a chill run down their spines. "Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me." Their voices were somewhat shrill. As they curled up in the corner, trembling, Wang Chen impatiently raised his chin at them and shouted, "I won't kill you, but move quickly and clear the stuff blocking the door." The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl exchanged glances, scrambling to the door to move the furniture that was blocking it. In no time, the entrance was cleared and the two stood submissively to the side. "After we leave, you can do as you please. My personal suggestion is to stay on the 6th floor. There's food." Wang Chen opened the door and casually reminded them, though he didn't think much of the two. But at this point, they weren't exactly vicious criminals, so he pointed them in a direction. As for whether these two would develop into some happy little home here, that was beyond Wang Chen's guess. "Understood, understood." The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl nodded repeatedly, wearing flattering smiles. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight out. The corridor was a mess, but there were no fresh bloodstains, only a few shriveled corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. Clearly, the mutated mosquitoes from last night seemed to have drained the blood and brain matter from these corpses. Suyu and Mu Ningxue followed closely behind, and the three quickly made their way to the elevator lobby. They soon arrived at the elevator area, and Suyu reached out to press the button, but Wang Chen shook his head. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, it seemed like the morning of the second day after the apocalypse began, the entire city experienced widespread power outages. If they took the elevator now and got stuck in midair due to a power cut, it would be quite embarrassing. "Let's take the stairs. If the power goes out halfway, it would really delay things." Wang Chen took the lead towards the fire escape. Even if the power went out, he wasn't too worried. He had the ability to control metal, so it was unlikely the elevator would plummet to the ground. However, it would indeed slow them down, so it was safer to take the stairs. The 18th floor wasn't too high, and the three of them were cautious, moving a bit slowly. They encountered quite a few zombies along the way and cleared them one by one. There were also some mosquitoes and zombie corpses on the stairs, clearly showing signs of mutual slaughter. Zombies and mutated creatures preyed on each other to gain energy and strengthen themselves. They successfully reached the first floor lobby, and Wang Chen led the two women to the door, pointing towards the corner of the pedestrian street in the distance where an off-road vehicle was parked. "There's an off-road vehicle over there. It should be able to start. What if it can't start? Do we have a backup plan?" Mu Ningxue observed the situation and asked in a low voice. "The A plan is that after last night's wave of mutated mosquitoes, there aren't many zombies on the street now. The three of us will fight our way out and drive away. And the B plan? The B plan is, if it doesn't start, we'll look for another vehicle while walking. If we find a car, we drive. If not, we walk." Mu Ningxue, Suyu. This plan is really well thought out, impressive. The two women silently gave Wang Chen a thumbs up, and he smiled awkwardly. In his previous life, he wasn't a particularly gifted leader and had no experience in making battle plans. However, with his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a large horde of zombies, he wouldn't be in much danger. "Alright, let's take it step by step. There will surely be a way when we get to the mountain." Wang Chen waved his hand, drawing out a moing and stuffing the sheath into his backpack. "There's no other choice. Luckily, there aren't many zombies on the street." Suyu sighed helplessly. She hadn't expected that Wang Chen, who always seemed so confident, was actually just being reckless. Steel needles flew out from Wang Chen's pocket as he pushed open the revolving door and stepped outside. Mu Ningxue watched this miraculous scene with immense envy. Although Suyu was also envious, she possessed abilities herself, so she wasn't as overwhelmed as Mu Ningxue, who looked like she was about to drool. The steel needles shot out, and zombies fell to the ground along the way. With Wang Chen's unreasonable metal control ability, zombies within a 10-meter range couldn't get close at all, and the three quickly rushed to the side of the off-road vehicle. "Who among you can drive? Hurry up and see if the car can start," Wang Chen said urgently while fending off the approaching zombies. Mu Ningxue quickly stepped forward and pulled open the car door. "Ah!" Mu Ningxue screamed as she saw a zombie struggling desperately in the seat, thankfully restrained by a sturdy seatbelt. This sudden scene startled her, and she stumbled back. Suyu, holding her knife, decisively stabbed it into the zombie's mouth, piercing through to the back of its head. Only when the zombie stopped moving did she step forward to unbuckle the seatbelt and drag the corpse out, tossing it aside. "You drive, I can't." Suyu probably nodded towards Mu Ningxue, pulling out her knife and standing by to assist Wang Chen. Mu Ningxue bit her lip and hurriedly moved to check. Fortunately, their luck seemed to be good. When they tried to start the off-road vehicle, the engine roared to life. "It can drive. Hurry up and get in," Mu Ningxue shouted outside the car. "Suyu, you get in first," Wang Chen ordered without looking back. Suyu understood quickly. pulled open the back door, and jumped in. Wang Chen increased his output, controlling dozens of steel needles, which cleared away most of the approaching zombies like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, then turned and jumped into the passenger seat. Head towards the West District. Take Minhang Road, go up the elevated. Wang Chen quickly pointed out the direction, and Mu Ningxue was relatively familiar with this area. She immediately turned the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the off-road vehicle roared as it crashed through several zombies and sped out. The black off-road vehicle turned a corner, revealing a wide street. But now, this street was densely packed with many cars. Wang Chen looked ahead, his right hand quickly raised, and his metal control ability activated with full force. The cars 10 meters in front of the off-road vehicle seemed to be pushed away by a tremendous repulsive force, spontaneously parting to the sides. Under Wang Chen's full control, the off-road vehicle cut through the congested lane like an icebreaker, creating a clear path. With the metal control ability, taking the elevated road was much more convenient than navigating through the city. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, steering the off-road vehicle over more than a kilometer of roadway, then sharply turned the wheel at an intersection, driving straight up a slope. The road conditions after the slope were relatively good, although there were still many abandoned vehicles on the road. But at least it wasn't as tightly packed as the pedestrian street. Wang Chen let out a long breath, leaning back in his seat, occasionally waving his hands to clear the road with his ability. The significant energy consumption in a short time made his face pale, and fine beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. With Wang Chen's ability clearing the way, the off-road vehicle soon passed Minhang Road, entered the third-ring elevated road, and headed straight for the West District. Suyu's rental house was near the university town, quite far from the city center, and Wang Chen usually took the subway, so he didn't have a strong sense of distance. But this time driving there, Wang Chen realized just how far it really was. All the way, Wang Chen controlled his ability to drive away the congested vehicles ahead, but after about 10 minutes, he felt like he was about to be drained. This was still under the condition that the consumption of the metal control ability wasn't too high. In the end, Wang Chen had no choice but to control the surrounding metal to form a sharp conical blade at the front of the off-road vehicle, allowing Mu Ningxue to avoid the abandoned vehicles as much as possible. When avoidance was impossible, they would directly crash through with the vehicle's blade, which, aided by the vehicle's speed, would slice through the cars ahead. Fortunately, there weren't many vehicles on the third ring normally, so congestion was rare. After 2 enhancements, Wang Chen's physical fitness had basically reached the first tier level, but such prolonged exertion drained his mental energy far more than it fatigued his body. Seeing that the road ahead was relatively smooth, Wang Chen began to close his eyes and rest, using meditation to accelerate the recovery of his mental energy and the energy within his body. Releasing abilities wasn't just about having powers. Generally, it required a combination of ability energy and mental control. Different abilities also had varying demands on mental energy. Elemental, psychic, and mysterious abilities were similar to mages in games, requiring high mental energy. However, conversely, awakening abilities would lead to significant growth in mental energy. Enhancement and transformation abilities were more like warriors, requiring much less mental energy, just enough to control their own changes. Awakening abilities was more about enhancing physical fitness, with mental energy growth being rather average. Both mental energy and internal energy were indispensable. The release of abilities centered on mental energy, guiding energy to manifest. First to third tiers were considered low-tier awakeners who could only release their abilities using their own energy. The amount of energy and the size of mental energy limited the awakener's performance. Awakened individuals of mid to high levels above the 4th tier can use their own mental strength and energy as a guide to draw on external energy amplification capabilities. The energy and mental strength within their bodies sometimes cannot be referenced against their combat power. Wang Chen is currently only close to the 1st tier, and his physical quality and internal energy still fall within the realm of a primary awakened individual. However, because he possesses 2 extraordinary abilities, his current strength is much greater compared to other awakened individuals of the same level. At this low tier, the differences are not yet apparent. One can only say that Wang Chen's potential is immeasurable. Even Suyu, who has awakened dual attribute abilities, cannot be compared to him. Suyu looked at Wang Chen in the passenger seat, his pale face and large beads of sweat causing her heart to ache. She reached out to wipe away the sweat but quickly withdrew her hand, fearing that she might disturb him. After a dozen minutes, Wang Chen opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze. The energy within him had already recovered significantly. This recovery speed was somewhat extraordinary, although he was still at a primary level and had not yet reached the 1st tier. The speed of recovery was indeed much faster compared to his previous life. Shaking his head, Wang Chen decided not to think too much about it. After all, this was a good thing. Along the way, there were many abandoned vehicles, and quite a few zombies were gathered on the overpass, but none of these posed much of a threat to the off-road vehicle. Wang Chen sensed the massive blade at the front of the vehicle, which had become somewhat worn from continuous impacts. He waved his hand to reshape the blade and estimated the distance. They had almost left the city center, and in about 20 more minutes they should reach the vicinity of the university town in the Western District. Despite the abandoned vehicles and zombies everywhere, under Wang Chen's control, the off-road vehicle smoothly made its way into the western district. Next, they would pass through several residential areas before finally reaching the urban village near the university town. Although it was called a university town, it had only been established 10 years ago when several well-known universities built campuses nearby, gathering over 100,000 students, transforming the originally barren land into a bustling town. It's May now, and there must be a lot of students around here. Plus, it's the weekend, the street outside your house is probably full of zombies. Wang Chen analyzed the situation. Suyu's home was near a side entrance of a university, and walking 300 meters from the side entrance led to the main road. The sides of this main road were lined with various shops and street vendors, which would surely be crowded on weekends. What should we do? Just charge in? Mu Ningxue couldn't help but speak up. All this way, she had been gritting her teeth, suppressing her nausea and fear as they crashed through one zombie after another, the mangled bodies and splattering blood, constantly fraying her nerves. I don't think that's feasible. There are too many zombies, and we could easily get blocked. Wang Chen shook his head. We can take the road next to the Orthopedic Medical College. There's a newly constructed road there that hasn't opened to traffic yet, so there shouldn't be many people. So you bit her lip and pondered for a moment before speaking. She knew very well that Wang Chen was not particularly willing to return, let alone Mu Ningxue, who had nothing to do with him. But now, Wang Chen had indeed brought them back. Although she was anxious, Suyu still maintained her composure. Perhaps, deep down, she never had much hope to begin with. Okay, get ready. If we follow this road to the end and turn left for a kilometer, we should see that new road. Wang Chen nodded, recalling distant memories and remembering the location of that road. Mu Ningxue silently nodded. Ever since Wang Chen saved her, she knew she had probably boarded a pirate ship, but with no news from her father's security base, she could only follow Wang Chen. At least this man was exceptionally strong. Looking back, this seemingly reckless journey had actually been quite easy, at least in terms of safety. Pressing the accelerator hard, Mu Ningxue felt a glimmer of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Just like the man told her, perhaps the more one fights, the more likely one is to awaken their abilities. What Mu Ningxue wanted most was to awaken her powers and then give Wang Chen, with his somewhat sunny yet roguish face, a good beating. Although Wang Chen did save her, Mu Ningxue had also made a corresponding promise. Moreover, she had a feeling that Wang Chen took her promise seriously, rather than as a mere joke. Without mentioning the complex thoughts behind Mu Ningxue's expressionless face, Wang Chen straightened up and pulled out the ink shadow, gripping it in his hand. Suyu looked at the familiar surroundings ahead, knowing they were not far from their destination, and felt a bit of sweat forming in her palms. Tightening her grip on the horizontal knife, Suyu calmed her excited and anxious heart. Turn right ahead. Soon, a section of unfinished road appeared ahead. Wang Chen signaled, and driver Mu Ningxue immediately controlled the off-road vehicle to charge forward, crashing through a row of plastic barriers at the intersection. Looking straight ahead in the direction they came from, on the other side of the intersection was a slope. After passing these obstacles, the three of them looked towards the left street. Below the slope, the main road was densely packed with zombies, each covered in filthy blood, and from a distance, countless broken bodies lay on the street, making the entire street seem like a hell on earth. Mu Ningxue was somewhat taken aback. It's obvious, when the zombie outbreak occurred, the places with the most concentrated crowds were the most tragic. In such an environment, survivors are pitifully few. Wang Chen appeared somewhat calm. After 5 years of the apocalypse, he had seen this kind of scene with zombies everywhere many times. He had even encountered more terrifying large-scale zombie tides of 100,000 level. Compared to the tragic state of this street, it seemed almost trivial. Drive forward for 500 meters, and we can follow this field to get close to my home. Yu's voice trembled, as saying she felt shy returning home seemed somewhat inappropriate. Alright, you two stay close to me, no more than 5 meters apart, or if you die, you can't blame me. Wang Chen pulled out a handful of metal balls from his pocket and casually tossed them into the air. He grabbed again, tossed again, until all the metal balls from his pocket floated above his head. He tightened his backpack, ready to get out of the car at any moment. This new road indeed had few zombies, but there were still about 20 or 30 wandering along the way. Mu Ningxue skillfully controlled the vehicle's giant blade, effortlessly slicing through the zombies in their path, while the windshield wipers continuously sprayed water and cleared the way. 500 meters quickly passed, and Mu Ningxue parked the off-road vehicle by the roadside. Wang Chen was the first to jump out, and the small balls around him quickly transformed into steel needles, shooting out and piercing the heads of several nearby zombies like cacti. The two women quickly got out of the car to join him, and the scattered zombies in the distance, hearing the commotion, began to run towards them. This way. Wang Chen waved his hand towards the left, perpendicular to the road, jumped down the shoulder of the road, and ran towards the fields. Suyu and Mu Ningxue did not dare to lag behind. The two women, holding their knives, ran swiftly in their sports shoes. Fortunately, both of them enjoyed exercising and had good physical fitness, and Suyu had even undergone an ability enhancement. Despite the rugged terrain of the fields, they closely followed Wang Chen. There were still quite a few zombies wandering in The fields, and the noise from the three of them attracted these zombies, who stumbled towards them. Wang Chen controlled the steel needles within a 10-meter range, but it seemed that after a day of fighting, his metal control ability had significantly improved. At this moment, he felt that he could perfectly control the maximum range of the steel needles, which had reached 15 meters, while the strongest control range of his metal manipulation had grown to 7 or 8 meters. Within a range of 7 to 8 meters, he could control metal objects to quickly liquefy, deform, and reorganize, while within a 15-meter range, he could control steel needles to fly, change direction, and accelerate, but the speed of liquefaction and deformation was much slower, relying more on inertia to inflict damage. The three of them ran along a small path in the fields for nearly a kilometer, killing nearly 100 zombies along the way, and finally reached a row of houses nearby. This way, if we pass through these 2 rows of houses, we'll see my little building. Suyu excitedly pointed to a small path on the left, breathing heavily as she spoke urgently. Hurry up! Don't stop, there will be even more zombies ahead. Wang Chen waved his hand lightly, a steel needle piercing through a zombie's skull before quickly returning. Wang Chen ran in the direction Suyu indicated. Although he also lived nearby, he wasn't very familiar with the area, as he had no time to wander around due to his work-study obligations. As the three of them continued to kill zombies, many windows of nearby houses quietly opened, and their actions triggered a series of zombie howls, which were distinctly different from the sporadic growls heard earlier. Wei Shui, come quick, there are 3 people actually killing zombies. A pretty girl with a delicate face pulled back a corner of the curtain, cautiously peering out to see the situation outside, while softly calling to the young man in the room. Really? Rong Rong, could it be that a few fools are trying to escape? The young man timidly approached, leaning over the girl to look through the gap in the curtain. From the direction, it doesn't seem like it. They're running quite fast, especially that guy. The zombies haven't even gotten close before they just fall over for no reason. Holy crap, it really is. That guy seems to have special abilities. The house where the 2 were located was a bit far away, and after being tempered by Suyu's dark flame, Wang Chen's steel needles appeared even smaller, making it impossible to see clearly from such a distance. Holy crap, that girl's knife is actually spitting fire. This is totally unscientific. The young man, referred to as Wei Shui, couldn't help but exclaim softly as he suddenly saw a dark red flame erupting from a girl's knife, directly cleaving a zombie in half at the head. At this moment, the gathering zombies were quite numerous, and Suyu couldn't help but use her dark flame ability, swiftly killing 2 zombies in succession. Although the knife was already very sharp, with the enhancement of the dark flame ability, Suyu could more easily slice through the zombies' skulls. This miraculous scene caused waves of astonishment among the nearby survivors, many of whom were amazed to discover that humans could actually possess such extraordinary powers. A glimmer of hope ignited in the dim eyes of many, as it seemed everyone had faced despair from yesterday until now. But Suyu's sudden 2 strikes, with that magical flame, seemed to ignite a seed in the hearts of the people. So impressive. They can kill zombies so easily. I wish I had such abilities too. Rong Rong murmured, watching Suyu's heroic demeanor. I'm even more curious about how that guy does it. So many zombies can't even get close. Wei Shui's eyes sparkled with envy as he looked at Wang Chen's back. Thoughts like these gradually spread among the nearby survivors, each one greedily watching the 3, filled with envy and jealousy. Various emotions churned in the hearts of the survivors, and those who were closer and could see the steel needles around Wang Chen were even more excited. Originally, all the survivors were too afraid to breathe, silently watching the 3 fight. But suddenly, a delicate and beautiful girl shouted from the top of a 5-story building. Handsome, look over here, hurry and come save me. I can make you he. This shout broke the silence, causing a chain reaction, and many survivors couldn't help but shout out loud. A chubby uncle yelled, little brother, I have money, come save me, I'll give you all my money, it's hundreds of thousands. Aunt Waterbucket shouted, little brother, save me first, I'll introduce my daughter to you. The charming older sister cried, little brother, come save me, I'll give you a free massage. The lowly girl whimpered, woo, I'm so scared. Big brother, please come save me, my ball is really big. From now on, I'll only let you play with my ball. Suyu. #Mooningshui. #N. Wang Chen was left speechless, wondering what kind of people these were. He had never encountered such a scene in his previous life, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. Straight face, various cries converged, and the originally silent street, except for the occasional zombie roar, suddenly became noisy. The nearby zombies continued to roar, their sounds layered and spreading out, quickly alerting the zombies wandering within a kilometer radius, all rushing towards Wang Chen and the others. Wang Chen was shocked. This scene was somewhat terrifying. He never expected that the various nonsense from these survivors would actually attract the surrounding zombies. At this moment, he could already see a dense mass of zombies hundreds of meters away. Run quickly! The horde is closing in! Wang Chen shouted, waving his hand as his ability tore off 2 large doors from a nearby house. Suyu and Mooningshui also turned pale, filled with anxiety. Previously, when fighting alongside Wang Chen, they had never been surrounded by so many zombies from all directions. The tsunami-like wave of corpses made both women feel their scalps tingle. Wang Chen controlled the 2 doors to shield the 3 of them on either side, focusing solely on charging forward, with no time to care about the sides or behind. He had many ways to escape safely, but Suyu and Mu Ningxue definitely wouldn't survive in this situation. Both women were his chosen potential assets. One had an A-level ability and the other an S-level ability. They could become his strong arms in the future. At this moment, they were still nearly 100 meters away from Suyu's small building, but in such a short time, a large number of zombies had gathered on this route. Suyu, get ready to use your crescent moon charge. What? Suyu looked confused. What was that? Ah, I meant your dark flame blade, /forward twice. Make sure to wait 5 seconds in between. Wang Chen quickly explained after smacking his lips. Oh, got it, you say slash, I'll slash. Suyu swung her knife, cutting down a zombie that lunged at her left side, nodding in response. Wang Chen controlled the steel needles to shoot continuously, and when the zombies ahead gathered together, he shouted loudly, slash it. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately raised her knife above her head with both hands, a dark flame quickly spreading along the blade. The next moment, Suyu let out a delicate shout, slashing her knife diagonally downwards towards the front, a dark red arc of blade light shooting out. This blade light sliced through the zombie horde like lightning, igniting dark flames wherever it passed, causing the zombies' bodies to slowly split in half. The blade light pierced straight through the horde, eventually exploding among the zombies over 10 meters away. Instantly, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dark red flames scattered, and a burnt smell of charred flesh spread. Hiss. Damn. Awesome. My God, this woman is so fierce. I want to marry her. Dream on, you. She's so strong, killing so many zombies with one slash, and you're still trembling in the house. Exactly. I want to be her male pet. I have 180 units. Stop shouting, the nearby zombies are coming over. If you keep shouting, not only will they die, but we will be surrounded and die too. Quiet down, if the gods can survive, maybe we have a chance to be rescued. Suyu's domineering slash startled countless nearby survivors, and even she didn't expect that just trying it out in her mind would actually cause the blade's aura to explode. The manifestation of abilities is not a fixed skill like in games, but rather something that can be displayed using various templates. Now's our chance, charge. Wang Chen also didn't expect Suyu to change her tactics on the spot, unleashing the blade's aura to even better effect, directly cleaving a gap of over 10 meters ahead. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed and led the charge forward. Suyu and Mu Ningxue followed closely behind, not daring to stray more than a few meters from Wang Chen. 2 wooden boards blocked many zombie attacks, and Wang Chen's steel needles were already exerting their full power, but there were simply too many zombies gathering around. One more slash, Wang Chen urged as they charged forward 10 meters, but the horde quickly closed in, and he immediately instructed Suyu to use her previous technique again. Another blade aura shot out, clearing a straight line of zombies for over 10 meters ahead. However, the energy within Suyu was nearly depleted, and it was estimated that she could manage one more slash if pushed. But after that, Suyu would definitely be unable to fight or run, and with the horde closing in, death was certain. All of this was within Wang Chen's calculations. He couldn't let Suyu die here. After charging forward another 10 meters, Wang Chen suddenly halted, his right index finger slicing sharply in front of him, and a half-meter-long black line abruptly appeared before his eyes. The moment the black line materialized, it swept forward, quickly extending over 4 to 5 meters to a length of 2 meters. Wherever the black line passed, zombie heads were sliced open, half of a skull sliding down due to inertia. The sound of thuds echoed continuously. 20 meters ahead, zombies fell to the ground, red and white matter splattered everywhere. Suyu and Mu Ningxue looked at the bloody scene, unable to suppress their gag reflex. This spatial cut consumed a significant amount of Wang Chen's mental and physical energy, but the effect was immediate. Hurry up! Seeing that the 2 women looked somewhat fatigued, Wang Chen frowned and quickly grabbed their wrists, pulling them forward with all his might. When they reached a corner several dozen meters away, Wang Chen saw the situation here. Beside the zombie-infested path, Suyu's family house came into view, but the convenience store's roller shutter was closed. This eased Wang Chen's mind a bit. At least it indicated that Aunt Lu had likely listened to him and closed the store early. Wang Chen unleashed 3 consecutive spatial cuts, carving a bloody path forward, and he pushed himself to run towards the house as quickly as possible. But suddenly, his right hand dropped, the soft, slippery jade-like hand slipping away, and he heard Mu Ningxue's painful groan beside him. His heart raced, and Wang Chen quickly stopped, but his body's inertia still propelled him forward a few meters. Looking back, his scalp went numb. He saw Mu Ningxue in pain, lying on the ground, her ankle firmly grasped by a zombie missing a chunk of its scalp, with many zombies already surrounding her, the nearest one less than 3 meters away. Wang Chen swung his right hand fiercely, the steel needles swirling around him and the iron door hovering to the right all shot forward, but those zombies had already lunged at Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue looked up and saw many zombies pouncing down from above, their blood-stained claws and drooling, filthy mouths looking so hideous and terrifying. A wave of fear and unease surged within her, along with an overwhelming unwillingness and an extreme anger exploded in her heart. She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and screamed, "Ah! Get away!" In that moment, Mu Ningxue fully unleashed the anger and fear within her. The zombies lunging through the air, the steel needles shooting at high speed, the iron door floating towards her, all of it seemed to freeze in time with Mu Ningxue's scream. In the next second, an extreme chill erupted from Mu Ningxue's body and a ghostly blue frost suddenly blossomed around her. Within a 10-meter radius, all objects were frozen by this frost, including the anxious Wang Chen and Su Yu. Wang Chen's pose, with his right hand controlling the metal, instantly froze in the frost, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. Su Yu's left hand, raised with a horizontal knife, had even the dark flames that had spread to the blade frozen in that moment, her anxious expression captured in time. From above, looking down, it was as if a crystal-clear blue ice flower had bloomed among the horde of zombies, appearing stunningly beautiful under the sunlight. Mu Ningxue's soft, shiny black hair took on a ghostly blue hue at that moment, with frost clinging to the tips. A few seconds later, Mu Ningxue, sitting on the ground, rolled her eyes and collapsed limply. All the objects frozen around her, except for Wang Chen and Su Yu, shattered into icy powder. Su Yu, channel your abilities, cover your whole body. Energy surged within him, and Wang Chen quickly broke free from the frost, immediately instructing Su Yu while rushing forward to scoop up the already unconscious Mu Ningxue, who lay limp on the ground. Su Yu understood and quickly gathered her abilities, the dark red flames emerging beneath the ghostly blue frost, melting it in just a second, allowing her body to regain control. Thanks to Mu Ningxue's outburst, the zombies that had surrounded them within 10 meters were instantly cleared away. Wang Chen, holding the unconscious Mu Ningxue, rushed to the doorway of the stairwell. With no time to retrieve the access key, Wang Chen used his metal control ability to quickly twist the door lock open, then kicked the door wide, charging inside with Mu Ningxue. Countless zombies roared and chased after them, and Su Yu quickly turned back to close the door. Without waiting to set Mu Ningxue down, Wang Chen swiftly activated his metal control ability to melt and weld the door lock shut. He then melted the 2 iron doors left outside from a distance, directly attaching them to Su Yu's front door to enhance its security. After completing all this, Wang Chen finally sat down on the stairs, gently placing Mu Ningxue in his arms. Ignoring the continuous roars and scratching of the zombies outside, Su Yu set down her horizontal knife and knelt on one knee to check on Mu Ningxue's condition. After a moment, Su Yu's furrowed brow relaxed. "Brother Ming Yang, she's fine, she seems a bit exhausted, temporarily fainting due to weakness. A little rest will do her good." "Yeah, I guess so." She awakened her abilities under intense stimulation. Wang Chen nodded. Mu Ningxue had awakened her abilities on this very day in her previous life, but this time her fate had changed. Zhao Ding did not succeed and instead died at Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen had originally thought that with his intervention, Mu Ningxue might delay her awakening, but unexpectedly, she still awakened her ice abilities today. The once ice and snow goddess perhaps was still destined to walk the path that originally belonged to her. "Su Yu, use your knife to cut through this wall and see if Aunt Lu is in the store." On one side of the stairwell was a wall of the convenience store, and at this moment there were no other entrances to reach the store. However, fortunately, the horizontal knife Wang Chen had reshaped was sharp enough to cut through this not very thick wall, which should not be a problem. After enduring countless hardships, Su Yu, finally back home, could no longer contain herself, but the horde of zombies outside blocked her way, making it impossible to go out for the time being. Su Yu, who was secretly anxious, brightened at the words, quickly gripping the horizontal knife in her hands. With a soft shout, she slashed the knife diagonally against the wall. The sharp blade cut deeply into the wall, and Su Yu pulled it out with all her might, the gleaming blade emerging from the wall, revealing a narrow gap through which some objects on the other side could be faintly seen. Su Yu quickly adjusted her stance and struck the wall several more times with the knife, finally kicking it with all her strength. Instantly, bricks flew everywhere as a large section of the wall collapsed, and Su Yu eagerly crouched down to slip through. "Ah! Ming Yang, come quickly!" The next moment, Su Yu's scream echoed, and Wang Chen thought to himself that something was wrong. He quickly leaned Mu Ningxue against the wall, then got up and crouched to crawl through the hole in the wall, entering the convenience store. Stepping over the fallen shelves and rounding a corner, Wang Chen saw Su Yu standing at the cash register with a worried expression, tears already welling in her eyes. "Aunt Lu, Ming Yang, I can't find my mom." Then what do you call her?" "Wu, look in the corner, there's a body." "But it's not my mom." Su Yu's voice trembled with sobs. In the small store, 3 or 4 shelves had collapsed, and on the ground lay a male corpse with a bloody hole in his head. This made Su Yu feel anxious and terrified. Wang Chen approached the cash register, glanced at the roll-up door, furrowed his brow as he observed the male corpse for a moment, then scanned the convenience store. At this moment, it seemed that the power had been cut. All the electrical appliances in the store had stopped working. Although it was already bright outside, the convenience store still felt somewhat dim. After circling around, Wang Chen suddenly noticed what seemed to be a hole in the wall. His heart stirred and he raised his finger slightly, activating his metal control ability. A yellow metal particle slowly emerged from the hole, and when a bullet floated before his eyes, Wang Chen realized what it was. His brow furrowed slightly, and combined with the situation in the store, he seemed to have some guesses in mind. Suyu, let's go back first and check upstairs. Okay. Suyu felt a sense of gloom, but since her mother was not here, staying would be of no use. She followed Wang Chen through the hole in the wall, and the two of them supported the unconscious Ning Shui as they climbed upstairs. The 5-story building had the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors rented out, mostly to nearby graduates or students who hadn't graduated yet, with about 6 rooms on each floor. When the apocalypse struck, it was midday on a weekend, and there were hardly any people left in the building. When Wang Chen and the others reached the 4th floor, they heard a series of banging sounds coming from room 404. Exchanging glances with Suyu, Wang Chen vaguely remembered that this room seemed to be rented by a young couple who hadn't graduated. Young people are full of energy, often staying up late, causing a ruckus with their noise, typical troublemakers. On the night Wang Chen was reborn, he had been focused on reading, occasionally hearing some faint sounds, but he hadn't paid much attention to them then. Reading was important. For now, ignoring the troublemakers, Wang Chen and Suyu quickly climbed to the 5th floor, where Suyu took out her keys from her backpack to unlock the security door. The moment they stepped through the door, Suyu couldn't help but call out Mom several times. But the empty room gave her no response. With a silent sigh, Wang Chen laid Mu Ningxue down on the sofa and casually waved to close the door. Suyu searched the entire house, even running up to the rooftop to look around, but she still couldn't find Aunt Lu, not even a note left behind. Finally, she had to return to the room in disappointment, silently sitting beside Wang Chen. Suyu, Aunt Lu might be fine, you don't need to worry too much. But where could she go? It's so dangerous outside, and there's a body in the store. The body in the store was probably shot. I found a bullet. Wang Chen extended his right hand, and a brass bullet had floated in his palm, the very one he had extracted from the wall. What's going on? Suyu exclaimed in surprise. A corpse wasn't too strange, but a bullet warranted further investigation. I suspect that Aunt Lu was likely rescued by someone. Really? Who would come to save Mom? Suyu's eyes lit up as she grabbed Wang Chen's arm, exclaiming in delight. This is just my guess, but I think the possibility is quite high. Wang Chen patted Suyu's small hand and continued, the rolling shuttered door wasn't locked, it must have been pulled down from the outside, too late to secure it. That corpse isn't a zombie, it's very likely that Aunt Lu put it there herself. But she was shot, which means either Aunt Lu had a gun or someone came to rescue her. Mom couldn't possibly have a gun, unless it was one of Dad's former colleagues. Suyu regained some composure, tilting her head in thought. Dad passed away over 10 years ago, and during that time, Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li from the police station often came to see us. Then it's very likely that one of your dad's former colleagues came by, otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't have a gun. But I don't know if it was Uncle Zhang or Uncle Li. Who came today? Where did they take Mom? Suyu raised her tear-filled face, choking back her emotions. No matter where they went, it's a good thing overall, at least it means Aunt Lu is safe. With police around and a gun in hand, as long as they don't run into a horde of zombies, there shouldn't be much danger. Wang Chen smiled gently, trying to comfort Suyu. Hearing this, Suyu nodded. Wang Chen's analysis seemed reasonable to her, and her worries and anxieties eased considerably. However, deep in Wang Chen's eyes, he wasn't so optimistic. He didn't tell Suyu that after the apocalypse struck, social order quickly collapsed and human morality deteriorated. If that police officer, whether it was Uncle Zhang or Uncle Li, still held on to the responsibilities or nature of being a police officer, saving lives everywhere, that might not necessarily be a good thing. In the apocalypse, survival is the primary rule. This is the consensus among all survivors navigating the end times. But this principle wasn't something everyone had grasped when the apocalypse first arrived. In such an environment, Aunt Lu following a police officer could be seen as both beneficial and detrimental. Everything is left to fate. After comforting Suyu, Wang Chen turned to look at Mu Ningxue on the sofa, her alluring and voluptuous figure seemingly radiating a hint of icy blue light. Indeed, those with talent always shine. Fortunately, it's blue light. Mu Ningxue had her eyes tightly closed, yet her brow was still furrowed. The brief outburst seemed to have released all her energy in an instant, leaving her mental strength and energy completely depleted, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. How long until she wakes up? Wang Chen turned to Suyu. I'm not too sure. If it's quick, she should wake up soon. Her body has been overexerted, and the stress response was quite intense. Suyu pondered for a moment, speaking uncertainly. It's probably about right. Awakening abilities consumes a lot of stamina. That intense running earlier drained most of her energy, and given the urgency of the situation, she must have been frightened, leading to a strong emotional fluctuation that triggered her ability awakening. She didn't control the output well and exhausted all her energy, which is why she fainted. Wang Chen nodded, briefly analyzing the situation. Brother Ming Yang, what level of ability do you think Mu Ningxue will awaken? Suyu asked anxiously. She believed her own ability was A level, and according to Wang Chen, awakening at that level was already a significant talent. However, given the scene of Mu Ningxue's ability explosion just now, Suyu felt that her own abilities could not compare, and she had a nagging feeling that Mu Ningxue's ice and snow abilities might be even higher than her own level. This means that beside Wang Chen, her advantages will be replaced. What she awakened is S-class ice-type ability. Sure enough, Wang Chen answered Suyu's question in an affirmative tone, which stirred an inexplicable sense of unwillingness in Suyu's heart. S-class, that's even more advanced than your ability, Ming Yang. There was a faint sourness in Suyu's tone, yet she didn't notice why Wang Chen would know these things. Not necessarily, you must have seen the other ability I used just now, Wang Chen said, looking at Suyu with a half-smile. Suyu chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was indeed very curious about the black line Wang Chen had released earlier, which had given her a heart-stopping feeling. The result was evident, that black line sliced through the group of zombies like a sharp blade, completely unstoppable. However, the situation was urgent at the time, leaving no room for questions. Now, as she calmed down to think, Suyu also noticed this strange aspect. But after spending just one day together plus 2 years of observation before, Suyu knew very well that Wang Chen was not someone easy to talk to. He was very particular about his role. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Whatever Wang Chen asked her to do, she must do it well. However, since Wang Chen brought it up himself, Suyu no longer pretended to be clueless. She was indeed very curious. I am really curious, but if Ming Yang is willing to tell me, you will definitely say it. If you are unwilling to tell me, I definitely won't ask. You. What a silly girl. Wang Chen gently patted her head, stretched lazily, and leaned back on the sofa. Everyone has the potential to awaken abilities. For 99% of people, awakening an ability is already something to be grateful for. But there are always exceptions in the world. A very small number of people will awaken multi-attribute abilities, or multiple powers like you. Just like you, Ming Yan? Wang Chen paused for a moment. In fact, he didn't know if the ability he possessed could still be called awakening. Even the system prompt referred to it as absorbing abilities. With a calm smile, Wang Chen continued, the ability I commonly use now is A-class metal control, which you've seen many times. But what I just used was S-class ability spatial cutting, which is a trump card and one I don't want to expose. S-class, so impressive. Suyu covered her small mouth, her eyes wide with surprise, but using it like this today, so many people saw it. What should we do? It's okay, this ability is relatively hidden. If not viewed from a close distance, it's hard to see that black line. As long as you two don't speak of it, others won't be able to confirm that I possess multiple abilities. I definitely won't tell anyone, I swear. Suyu raised her fair little hand, speaking seriously. I believe you. Wang Chen pressed down on Suyu's small hand, smiling slightly. Actually, the awakening of abilities has levels, but the higher the level, the more it depends on the awakener's own development of their abilities. Who knows, one day you might see a C-class or B-class ability awakener easily crushing an S-class awakener. Ha! Is there such a situation? It's rare, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. At this point, a memory surfaced in Wang Chen's mind, distant yet clear. Ming Yang, how do you know so much? Suyu clung to Wang Chen's arm, her pert peak slightly deformed from the pressure. Wang Chen rubbed his nose, glanced at his arm, feeling secretly pleased while maintaining a calm tone as he continued. Don't you usually read fantasy novels? This knowledge is abundant in those stories. Ming Yang, are you serious? Can you really trust those made-up things? Suyu was momentarily stunned, then playfully slapped Wang Chen's arm, pouting. The apocalypse has already arrived. What else is there to distrust? Actually, until now, my judgment on supernatural abilities has been based on those novels. Wang Chen said seriously, unable to resist scratching the tip of his nose. Alright, then, Brother Ming Yang, do you think my Dark Flame ability can defeat Mu Ningxue's S-class ice ability? Your dual attribute Dark Flame ability seems to be A-class for now, but as you've experienced, the application of supernatural abilities is not one size fits all. Your Blade Light Explosion move is indeed powerful, and the creativity is quite good. Maintain this mindset, work hard on your control, and find better ways to apply it. Who knows, one day, your Dark Flame ability might completely defeat Mu Ningxue's S-class ice ability. Wang Chen looked at Suyu with an encouraging gaze, but this girl indeed had high talent. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a Dark Flame ability. He had seen some other dual attribute supernatural beings. However, it was truly rare for someone like Suyu to actively change the application of their ability in the early stages of awakening. I will work hard. Suyu clenched her fist and made a cheering gesture, her face full of fighting spirit. Wang Chen smiled slightly and turned to look at Mu Ningxue, pondering the direction of their next actions. Suyu's mother, Aunt Lu, seemed to have been rescued by acquaintances and was temporarily safe, so there was no need to waste energy searching for her. He was also unwilling to waste this precious time at the beginning of the apocalypse. This time, returning near the university town, besides wanting to completely subdue Suyu, he had other thoughts as well. Mu Ningxue's ice ability had already awakened, and the next step was to strengthen the training of Suyu and Mu Ningxue's abilities, aiming to elevate them to the beginner peak. Within 6 days. Once the 6 days were up, the cores within the zombies and mutated creatures would condense, allowing for quick collection of cores to enhance their strength. As for his own abilities, after continuous battles during this time, his metal control ability had improved significantly, and he was only a few fragments away from upgrading metal control to the next level. He was sure he could gather enough fragments for the upgrade within these 6 days. During this time, he could also selectively read a few books, perhaps even synthesizing the two major abilities of Mustard Seed Space and Time Stop. Today, facing the siege of the zombie horde, the group damage of his metal control abilities seemed somewhat insufficient. Although he could increase the number of steel needles he controlled to enhance lethality, the zombies' weakness was in their heads, and inserting a thin steel needle wouldn't kill a zombie immediately. Essentially, he needed 3 steel needles to stab in simultaneously and then stir in the brain to kill a zombie. This operation wasn't a big deal normally, but today, with thousands of zombies charging at him, he needed to quickly kill dozens or hundreds of zombies around him, making this operation seem rather cumbersome. At the same time, the mental energy consumption increased exponentially, adding a lot of pressure on Wang Chen. Reluctantly, he chose to use the even more terrifying space slicing. However, the downside of space slicing was that it could currently only strike in a straight line and had limited width, which was insufficient when facing zombies from all directions. I need a group damage ability, Wang Chen silently pondered in his mind. Group damage abilities that were relatively famous in his previous life were mostly elemental types like fire, lightning, wind, and ice. There were also quite a few mental abilities, but they mainly targeted intelligent beings, such as humans and high-level mutated creatures. Currently, facing low-level zombies, mental abilities actually had limited lethality. After all, low-level zombies were just a bunch of dullards with no real thought. Among the group damage elemental abilities, various disaster-type abilities stood out, and there was once a high-level supernatural being who awakened with both fire and earth dual attributes, creating the legendary meteor shower move. The high-level ability user did not know why they unleashed this move over a county town. At that moment, Wang Chen and his teammates were just outside the county town, standing on a mountaintop, gazing from afar as massive meteors mixed with flames fell from the sky, crashing directly to the ground. The entire county town was engulfed by the meteors, obliterated in an instant, leaving countless human survivors, zombies, and mutated creatures dead or injured. Wang Chen was well aware that extracting such abilities from books would require extensive research in at least 2 categories, those related to flames and those related to earth and stone. The ice-type ability was already represented by Mu Ningxue, and this woman was unlikely to leave anytime soon. The fire-type had Suyu, but her abilities currently lean towards single-target linear damage, with high energy consumption and low efficiency, akin to a basic 3-move combo. Thus, the most suitable types for Wang Chen at the moment were fire, lightning, and wind. Fortunately, he had already scanned the entire provincial library and was not lacking in various books. Looking out from the 5th-floor window, a large number of zombies had gathered near the residential area, densely packed to the point where one could not see the end, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. There was no need to go outside for now. The small building belonging to Suyu had only the central corridor leading to the upper floors, and the front door had been welded shut by Wang Chen's abilities, making it nearly impossible for low-level zombies to break in. Moreover, there were still plenty of supplies in the convenience store on the 1st floor, so food and drink were not a concern. It was already past 10 in the morning. They had fought late into the night without rest and had gotten up early again this morning. After several rounds of fully exerting their abilities, even though Wang Chen's strength now far exceeded that of an average beginner ability user, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed. Suyu had slept for several hours last night and was feeling fine now, so Wang Chen instructed her to look after Mu Ningxue while he, at Suyu's suggestion, found a guest room to wash the bloodstains off in the bathroom. Before long, Wang Chen emerged wearing only his shorts, a towel in hand, rubbing his hair dry, when he saw Suyu pushing the door open, holding a set of men's clothing. Upon seeing Wang Chen's bare body, a blush rose on Suyu's face as she quickly lowered her head and shoved the clothes into his hands before turning and running back to the living room. Wang Chen looked at the t-shirt and sweatpants in his hands with a wry smile. He hadn't expected Suyu to be so thoughtful, even finding him clothes. Looking at the slightly bulging shorts, he couldn't help but spit in amusement. Closing the door, he placed the clothes on the bedside table, then nestled himself into the soft bedding, letting out a satisfied groan as he finally succumbed to the overwhelming tide of fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. By dusk, Wang Chen finally woke up under the glow of the setting sun, stretching lazily and feeling a strong hunger in his stomach. Several hours of sleep had fully restored the mental energy he had expended, and he felt revitalized. After getting dressed and washing up in the Bathroom, Wang Chen opened the door and walked into the living room. Suyu and Mu Ningxue were sitting on the sofa, one on each side, with a table in between piled high with food, and the trash can was already overflowing with packaging. Clearly, after Mu Ningxue awakened, the after effects of her newly acquired abilities had set in. Fortunately, Suyu had gone through this process and had gathered plenty of food to help Mu Ningxue regain her strength. I'm starving. Suyu, do you have hot water? I need 2 buckets of instant noodles, Wang Chen said, lazily, walking over in his large slippers and plopping down on the sofa. Yes, we still have gas in the tank at home. I'll boil some water for you. Just a moment, Mingyang-gu, Suyu replied, immediately standing up and running towards the kitchen. Thanks. Wang Chen flashed a big smile at Suyu before turning to look at Mu Ningxue. The Mu Ningxue who had awakened her ice and snow abilities seemed to be affected by her powers. Her charming face appeared somewhat cold, creating a dissonance of purity mixed with allure. Yet, this did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it gave her a unique charm that made one want to defile her. After 5 years of the apocalypse, Wang Chen, who had been backstabbed by the goddess he had adored for years, actually harbored a hint of wariness towards women after his rebirth. However, upon seeing the alluring Mu Ningxue, he couldn't help but feel a stir of unusual emotions in his heart. As for Suyu, although Wang Chen had not interacted much with her, he could barely consider himself to know her well. From Aunt Lu's usual behavior, it was evident that Suyu was not a bad person at heart, and he could sense that this girl already had a certain fondness for him. Coupled with Suyu's A-level ability, she was worth the effort to win over and cultivate. Wang Chen's initial intention towards Mu Ningxue was simply to take note of her powerful S-level ice and snow ability. During the 5 years of the apocalypse before his rebirth, S-level abilities were actually quite rare, with only a few well-known ones among the Dual Emperors, 5 Kings, and 9 Heavenly Kings. The rest of the S-level ability users either perished midway or kept their ability levels a secret. Among the few S-level users at the 9th tier, there were only a handful, one of whom was the renowned Mu Ningxue, known as the Ice and Snow Goddess. Based on various rumors before his rebirth, Wang Chen had a fair understanding of Mu Ningxue's character and qualities. In simple terms, if it weren't for the seemingly sincere yet actually insincere recruitment by the Purple Thunder King, Mu Ningxue would never have been taken under the Ninth Emperor's wing. Being able to save Mu Ningxue before her suffering had already instilled a sense of trust in her towards Wang Chen. In her desperation, Mu Ningxue even shouted, "Kill him! I am yours." Such a promise. However, Wang Chen did not intend to use this favor to demand repayment. He was not interested in Mu Ningxue's body. Although it was indeed tempting, old Wang felt a bit greedy. Whether it was killing Zhao Ding, taking down Jerry and Tom, or leading the 2 women out of the encirclement of corpses, all of these instances showcased Wang Chen's formidable strength to Mu Ningxue. This left a deep impression in her mind before her awakening. In the apocalypse, being able to follow such a powerful man who would not bring harm to her was the safest choice for the beautiful and enchanting Mu Ningxue. How does it feel to awaken your ability? Wang Chen asked, a slight smirk on his lips as he looked at Mu Ningxue with interest. He hadn't forgotten that he had promised this woman that if she could defeat him, she could cancel that promise. It feels great. There's a surge of energy within me. I learned from Suyu how to control and release my ability, Mu Ningxue said, raising her delicate hand. A chill emanated from her palm, and a fist-sized ice flower slowly materialized above her hand. Quite impressive. Suyu said, you think I awakened an S-level ability? Mu Ningxue released her ability, and the ice flower gradually dissipated, leaving a coolness in the air. Yes. She should have told you about the classification of abilities. This is my speculation based on various descriptions in novels. Your abilities. Strength clearly reaches the S-level I envisioned. You should possess 2 abilities, right? Mu Ningxue's beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Chen, carefully observing his expression. Wang Chen looked at her calmly. A-level ability metal control, S-level ability spatial cutting. These are the 2 abilities I possess. Mu Ningxue was astonished. Really 2? Yes, 2. I am a multi-ability holder. Facing the future. Mainstay of his plan team, Wang Chen had no intention of hiding. With the heavenly reading system, he would only acquire more abilities in the future, and rather than wait for them to be discovered later, it was better to be partially honest now to gain trust. Mu Ningxue. Oh, winky face. Oh, she had just barely escaped being assaulted by bodyguard Zhao Ding, and in that situation, she hadn't even awakened her ability. After enduring countless hardships, nearly being torn apart by zombies, she had finally awakened her ability, while this guy in front of her seemed to have encountered little danger and already possessed 2 major abilities. It's simply outrageous. She wanted to greet Wang Chen's family, but her good upbringing made her feel it wasn't appropriate. After thinking it over, she could only coldly face him and silently extend a finger. An international gesture. Those who understand, understand. Ahem, I say, does Miss Mu also know this trick? Wang Chen couldn't help but comment as he watched the aloof goddess suddenly make an indecent gesture. When you can't bear it any longer, what can you do? Mu Ningxue rolled her eyes, her Ice Queen persona starting to crumble. Alright, awakening superpowers is a good thing, at least we don't have to worry about turning into zombies. Wang Chen shook his head and said calmly. Mu Ningxue was surprised. Is there such a saying? In the kitchen, Suyu also poked her little face out, looking over in confusion. I've observed the bodies of those two foreigners. The fast one, Jerry, has a bite mark on his arm. He must have been bitten by a zombie. He awakened his superpower, but didn't turn into a zombie. So, my previous guess about positive and negative energy might be true. Awakening superpowers means that positive energy is prevailing. Turning into a zombie indicates that negative energy has won. Humans who haven't awakened superpowers, if bitten by a zombie, are likely to have negative energy overflow, thus turning into zombies. But humans who have awakened, with positive energy overflowing in their bodies, even if bitten by a zombie, probably won't mutate again. Wang Chen analyzed calmly. In fact, these theories had already been verified before his rebirth. It's just that now, he used a baseless excuse to convey them. With the apocalypse arriving and the zombie outbreak, the cause was not the virus everyone initially speculated. No matter how powerful a virus is, it can't cause most people to mutate at the same time. Different regions and different people will always have time differences. However, this difference, whether before or after rebirth, never appeared. Instead, in this life, Wang Chen personally witnessed that peculiar and eerie red light, along with the faintly heard strange whispers. There were no rumors about these in the previous life, which can only indicate that due to Wang Chen's rebirth, the arrival of the apocalypse presented some differences in his eyes. Perhaps it wasn't even a difference, it was just that no one could discover it in the previous life. After his rebirth, Wang Chen, possessing the heavenly reading system, awakened two major superpowers in advance, which was a significant variable. Mu Ningxue and Suyu pondered Wang Chen's words, feeling they made a lot of sense, yet they vaguely sensed something was off. Soon, Suyu turned back to continue cooking instant noodles, while Mu Ningxue lowered her head in thought. After a while, Mu Ningxue looked up and asked, so, according to you, if bitten by multiple zombies at the same time, or bitten by a zombie containing a large amount of negative energy, it's very likely that one would still turn into a zombie, right? Wang Chen looked at this woman with slight surprise. He had to admit that not all rich second-generation elites educated in elite schools were fools or playboys. Your concern should be valid. Humans can awaken superpowers to strengthen themselves. I believe zombies and mutated creatures can definitely do that. Same. You've seen those mutated mosquitoes, their bodies have grown larger, and their mouthparts have become sharp, clearly evolving towards killing. So, zombies will definitely evolve in the future. Who knows, they might evolve to a certain extent and even gain intelligence. After all, they still have human brain structures. Powerful. Zombies must have an enormous amount of negative energy within them. Being bitten by such a zombie, in my judgment, is highly likely to exceed the limit and turn into a zombie. Wang Chen tried to use borrowed reasoning to recount the experiences summarized by survivors in the previous life. The few zombie emperors that emerged in the last life were terrifying existences at the peak of the 9th level, and there was even a high-level superpower user who was transformed into a zombie by one of the zombie emperors, becoming its loyal guard. This incident caused a huge uproar at the time, and it wasn't until the Black Emperor intervened and killed the Corpse Emperor that it came to an end. However, people's fear of high-level Corpse Emperors only escalated. How can I increase the positive energy within me? Mu Ningxue continued to ask. How would I know? Wang Chen shrugged, looking exasperated. Mu Ningxue was momentarily taken aback. She almost treated Wang Chen like a search engine, but she didn't realize that he actually did know. He just couldn't say it outright. Otherwise, with Mu Ningxue's intelligence, she would definitely suspect Wang Chen's foresight. However, I've read many online novels, and when it comes to abilities, the common advice is to use them more, practice more, and create more. That way, you can become stronger, and both your internal energy and mental strength will grow accordingly. In that case, the so-called positive energy should also increase. Wang Chen's gaze was deep and distant. In his previous life, he worked harder than others, repeatedly using and training his 5 abilities, and his energy and mental strength had indeed increased significantly. Unfortunately, the power of his abilities still fell short. Reluctantly, he had to focus on training his physical body and combat skills. After much effort, he reached the 5th level, yet he still wasn't a match for opponents of the same level, and even some 3rd or 4th level ability users could easily defeat him. 3 stars, 5 wastes, a fitting description. No matter what kind of ability it is in this world, practice makes perfect is definitely the most effective method. Mu Ningxue nodded. Recalling the days when she was forced to practice piano and painting, her schedule was truly packed every day. Fortunately, she had decent talent and progressed quickly. Otherwise, she might have been worn out by various trainings. You awakened an ice-type ability, which should be the easiest to shape. Practicing micro-shaping should help. I understand, I will practice diligently. Wang Chen reached out to take the large bowl that Suyu handed over, the strong aroma of instant noodles wafting up. Yu, wearing an apron with a Pikachu design, stood beside Wang Chen, watching him eat the noodles heartily, feeling a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Brother Ming Yang. What should we do next? Your home is relatively safe for now. While practicing your abilities, you can try to exhaust the energy within you. After recovering, you should see some improvement. Wang Chen said while eating the noodles, his words muffled. Suyu, if Aunt Lu is with the police, she should be relatively safe for now, so you don't need to rush to find her. Our strength isn't enough to face the zombie horde outside. In this situation, preserving ourselves is the right choice. What do you think? Hearing this, Suyu bit her lip. Although she really wanted to continue searching for her mother, she understood very well that without Wang Chen's help, she wouldn't be able to survive, let alone find her mother. Moreover, she was also clear about the issue Wang Chen raised. With so many zombies outside, her strength was such that she would fall after 3 strikes. Asking Wang Chen to accompany her to seek death was impossible. She couldn't bear to, since her mother was temporarily safe. Focusing on training her abilities and strengthening herself was the right choice. As someone with a forensic background, she had at least a modicum of rationality when facing such situations. I understand, Brother Mingyang. I will focus on training from now on. Only by becoming stronger can I hope to find my mother alive. Don't worry, we will become strong quickly. Wang Chen nodded. With everyone awakening their abilities, if all went well, they would experience a rapid growth in strength in 6 days. After devouring a pile of food, Wang Chen instructed the 2 girls to train their abilities indoors while he took his knife and went downstairs, preparing to clear out the zombies in the building. Since he chose to stay here for a while, Wang Chen felt it was necessary to clean out all the zombies inside. Although it doesn't hurt anyone, it's quite annoying. Walking to the 4th floor, the couple in room 404 was still banging on the door, their throaty growls sounding like they were clearing phlegm. Wang Chen held the ink shadow, using his metal control ability to slowly twist the door lock. Once the lock clicked open, he kicked the iron door. The immense force sent the zombie behind the door flying, and Wang Chen stepped inside, only to see 2 naked zombies lying on the floor, blood dripping from their mouths, occasionally spitting out a couple of teeth. TSK TSK TSK. No wonder you live in 404, playing poker in broad daylight. It's a miracle you haven't been harmonized. Wang Chen complained while waving the ink shadow, and as the 2 naked zombies just got up, their heads flew off, and foul blood gushed out from their bodies. Controlling a slender steel needle, he pierced through both heads, sending them flying out the window like skewers, directly tossing them onto the zombie-infested path below. Not wanting to touch the 2 headless corpses, Wang Chen manipulated some metal objects in the room, melting them into 2 thicker steel needles, which he then used to pierce through the still-standing bodies and tossed them out in the same manner. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground attracted a chorus of growls from the zombies below. Wang Chen stood by the window and looked outside. After several hours of silence, the horde of zombies had spread out considerably. Yet even so, the density of zombies within a kilometer radius was still astonishing. With so many zombies gathered, the plan I had in mind is becoming a bit tricky, Wang Chen muttered to himself, his gaze drifting towards the distant university town. After clearing out the small building, there were only the couple of zombies in 404, the other rooms were empty. Wang Chen grabbed some rice, flour, and snacks from the convenience store, then returned to his rented room on the 3rd floor to find a few sets of clothes to take to the 5th floor, hoping to avoid the previous awkwardness. Although he didn't mind being taken advantage of by Suyu, he could always get back at her. After dropping off the food on the 5th floor, he first placed the clothes in the guest room, then picked up fundamentals of metallurgy before heading back to the living room. Suyu's living room was quite spacious, with an ancient tea table on the balcony, indicating that Aunt Lu was likely a tea lover. Sitting down at the tea table with the book in hand, the evening sunlight streamed in through the balcony, the window open, and a gentle breeze blowing. Wang Chen comfortably settled into the armchair, opened the book, and began to read. Mu Ningxue and Suyu sat cross-legged in a corner of the living room, practicing their control over their abilities. Their eyes, however, couldn't help but follow Wang Chen's movements. It wasn't until he became engrossed in his reading that they finally looked away. They exchanged a glance, understanding the confusion in each other's eyes. Suyu shrugged, while Mu Ningxue raised her shoulders, and they both understood in an instant. They smiled at each other, having seen Wang Chen's peculiar habit of reading in such situations before. Although they found it puzzling, they didn't say anything. To them, this seemed to be Wang Chen's way of relieving stress. Before the apocalypse, people from all walks of life faced various pressures. Someone like Wang Chen, who read whenever he had the chance, was already doing quite well. In reality, there were plenty of odd individuals who used bizarre methods to cope with stress. From young beauties stealing boys' underwear to voluptuous women shoplifting. From handsome youths transforming into beauties to sell themselves, to balding middle-aged men stabbing tires with knives in the middle of the night. These were still relatively mild cases. There were even more deranged acts, like torturing small animals or drinking cow urine, which were truly insane and showed signs of psychological issues. Thinking about these things, the 2 women no longer found Wang Chen to be abnormal. Aside from a few flaws in certain areas, he seemed quite alright, Suyu thought to herself. Mu Ningxue followed Suyu's method, controlling the ice ability in her palm to constantly change shape. After an afternoon of practice, she could easily reshape the ice blocks in her palm just like Suyu. The ice ability truly deserved its reputation as the easiest to mold, and Mu Ningxue's S-level talent was equally formidable. An ice spike shot out from Mu Ningxue's palm, piercing sharply into a cutting board several meters away, the sharp ice spike embedding deeply into the board, yet exploding into a flurry of ice shards. Influenced by Wang Chen's invincible steel needles, Mu Ningxue continuously tried to control her ice ability, shaping one ice spike after another. But clearly, they were sharp enough but not sturdy enough. For this reason, Mu Ningxue felt a bit discouraged after countless attempts to enhance the toughness of the ice spikes. Your ability should be to control ice and snow, allowing you to create and manipulate ice and snow to defeat enemies. Newly awakened abilities generally have limited power. In my opinion, the classification of ability levels is more about showcasing their potential. If you want to increase the toughness of the ice spikes, you need to understand the structural composition of ice. During the process of controlling your ability to produce ice spikes, you should be able to enhance their toughness by continuously compressing the structure. Wang Chen said as he walked towards the guest room, his mind constantly searching the system library for books related to ice and snow. Eventually, he found 2 books in the system library that explained the structure of ice and the glaciers of nature, Frozen Water, Ice and Introduction to Glaciology. After closing the door in the guest room, Wang Chen stared at his hands, the forms of these 2 books in the system library gradually becoming somewhat illusory, while in his hands, 2 identical physical books quickly took shape. Holding the 2 books, Wang Chen was astonished. The tactile sensation in his hands told him that these 2 books were just like real books. They could be touched, flipped through, and even when he tried to tear a page, he surprisingly managed to create a tear. System, are there any limitations or requirements for the books in this library to be materialized? Wang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The books in the system library can all be materialized for the host to read, but each book can only materialize 1 copy. The materialized books can last for 7 days, after which they will automatically be reclaimed. However, the host can issue commands in their mind to reclaim the materialized books in advance. If a book is damaged in reality and affects reading, it will automatically be reclaimed by the system library. At the same time, each materialized book consumes 10 reading points. This time, the number of materializations, 2, deducting 20 reading points. The host has 3,321 reading points. If I lend the book to someone else to read, can I earn reading points? Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he continued to ask. Dream on. Reading points come from the host's reading and understanding of the books. The knowledge others gain has nothing to do with you, the host. I thought these books could be lent out, like in a library, and I could charge a borrowing fee. Wang Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed after being scolded by the system. Work hard on your studies, young man. Your knowledge reserve is like a tadpole. Hey, while it's one thing to say it, that was a bit too much. Wang Chen, mocked by the system, felt powerless to refute. After all, he was a poor student. Returning to the living room with the 2 books, since these books could last for 7 days, lending them to Mu Ningxue for a few days wouldn't be a problem. He just needed to remember to get them back later. I have 2 books here, you can try reading them. They might help you, Wang Chen said, handing the books to Mu Ningxue, who was sitting on the floor and then casually returned to sit at the tea table. Read a book? Mu Ningxue looked at the 2 books in her arms, surprised as she looked up. The purer the ice, the bluer its color. Of course, this is related to sunlight. But I think that the bluer the ice created by ice-type abilities, the higher the purity of the energy and the stronger the power released by the ability should be. Wang Chen checked the tea table. There was water and tea, but no electricity. He looked up and saw Suyu in a corner of the living room, studying solid geometry, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Carrying a bucket of mineral water, he filled a kettle with water, and with a casual wave of his hand, the kettle quickly floated up and flew straight to Suyu's side. Here, test your training results and see if you can control the temperature to boil this kettle of water. Suyu was speechless. You sly one, you just want to drink tea, and you pretend to be all serious about testing your training results. How insincere. Complaining aside, Suyu also wanted to see if she could control her ability, so she rolled her eyes and began to try. A small, dark red flame emerged from the palm of Suyu's delicate hand as she attempted to control the temperature. Her dark flame ability, when released, could reach temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. But at this moment, to boil water, it was best to keep the temperature around 200 to 300 degrees to start a fire. Then she could gradually increase the temperature, otherwise it would be easy to burn through the kettle. Fortunately, through repeated practice, Suyu had improved her control over the dark flame significantly, and with focus, the temperature of the flame in her palm began to slowly decrease. Seeing Suyu getting into the groove, Wang Chen glanced again at Mu Ningxue, who was frowning in thought nearby. When your ability awakens, the ice you create is very blue, which indicates that your energy purity is high. This is one of the reasons I believe you have awakened an S-level ability. A high awakening level only shows that your foundation is solid, but to unleash the full potential of Your ability, you need to study and create with dedication. Does reading help? Mu Ningxue asked, puzzled. I think it helps, at least I've gained a lot from this book. On metallurgy, Wang Chen said, raising the book in his hand confidently. Alright, then I'll give it a try. Although Mu Ningxue was somewhat skeptical, she had no better options at the moment. Instead of blindly training her ability, she opened frozen water, ice, and began to read. Remember to return it to me after you're done, these books might be out of print, Wang Chen said without looking up. Although he could automatically retrieve the books, doing so would raise Mu Ningxue's suspicions, so it was better to let her return it herself. Got it, Mu Ningxue replied loudly. Even in the apocalypse, he still treated these two books like treasures. Work hard on your reading. Shaking his head with a slight smile, Wang Chen said no more, his gaze drifting to Suyu, who seemed to be getting some response from the kettle under the scorching dark flame. Suyu's expression was serious, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that controlling the dark flame to limit the temperature was somewhat challenging for her, as she had never tried this before. However, Wang Chen believed one thing: a retracted fist strikes harder. Limiting the temperature of the dark flame was, in a way, like pulling back a fist. Once the restriction was released, the dark flame's power would definitely reach a new level. As long as Suyu could successfully master this technique, her strength would surely improve. She had already developed the explosive capability of the dark flame. Learning to control the temperature would likely make the explosive power even more terrifying. After a while, the water in the kettle began to bubble, and the lid was constantly pushed up by the steam. A few beads of sweat appeared on Suyu's pretty face. Such delicate control was indeed a bit beyond her current capabilities, but she still managed to complete the operation, and Wang Chen signaled for Suyu to retract the dark flame while he controlled the kettle to float back. Very good, the temperature control is excellent. The kettle is only slightly red from the heat. Keep trying to limit the temperature, then suddenly release it. Your previous technique, the blade explosion, should be even more powerful. Wang Chen nodded, not sparing any encouragement for Suyu. This girl indeed had great talent and was worth nurturing. I understand, Ming Yang. Good. Do you have any books related to flames for me to look at? Suyu, receiving the praise, revealed a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, and asked playfully. Let me see. I borrowed a book on this topic before, but for now, you don't need to read. Just continue with your previous practice. Wang Chen nodded but did not hand Suyu a book. Ah, okay, I'll listen to you. Suyu felt a bit disappointed but didn't mind too much. She took a break and continued to train her abilities. Suyu's dark flame ability was different from Mu Ningxue's ice and snow ability. The dark flame ability had dual attributes, and focusing solely on the fire aspect might not be effective. It was better to keep practicing. Control. Mu Ningxue's ice and snow ability, on the other hand, was a single attribute, and approaching it from a structural perspective helped enhance the ice spikes released, improving their toughness and even aiding in lowering the temperature, thus increasing the power of the ability. In her past life, there were many powerful ice-type ability users who could unleash freezing techniques at absolute zero. Their power was simply devastating. Wang Chen also possessed freezing techniques, but his F-level ability was almost laughable. The past was hard to look back on. Washing the cup, heating the pot, adding raw tea, pouring water, washing the tea, then steeping it. After a while, pouring the tea into a fairness cup, then lifting the fairness cup to pour the golden tea into a purple clay teacup. Holding the small teacup with 2 fingers, he brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. The rich aroma of tea wafted up. Taking a small sip, the initial bitterness gave way to a sweet aftertaste, a refreshing sensation rising within. Nodding in satisfaction, he benefited from his previous business trips. The bosses in Yunnan province liked to have a tea table in their offices, discussing matters while sipping tea. Wang Chen, who previously only knew how to drink cold water, had also learned to drink tea under various influences. Unfortunately, coming from a poor background, he had no understanding of what it meant to appreciate tea and could hardly distinguish between good and bad tea. However, he had at least learned the basics of this pretentious tea drinking method. Drinking a cup of tea while reading seemed to elevate his status. Time passed, and night slowly descended. Suyu lit a few candles in the living room. All 3 were awakened ability users, and their bodies had been enhanced. Under the candlelight, they could still see the books clearly. However, Wang Chen remained vigilant. Nighttime was the domain of mutated creatures. Whether zombies or mutated beasts, the night was more suitable for them to hunt. Even enhanced ability users could not fully adapt to the darkness. Only those who had advanced to level 6 or above could see in the dark to a certain extent. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock at night that Wang Chen suddenly heard a rustling sound, occasionally accompanied by squeaking noises. His heart tightened, and he quickly realized, this is a mutated rat swarm. In his past life, during the early apocalypse, the greatest threat to humans at night, besides zombies, was various mutated insect swarms and mutated rat swarms. Wang Chen suddenly understood that near the university town, especially around this residential area, there were large stretches of wild fields. Such places were prone to breeding large numbers of rats. The city center was mainly composed of various sewers, while the suburbs had vast lands, with sewers scattered all around. Therefore, it was only natural for a mutated rat swarm to break out now. Quickly getting up, Wang Chen walked to the balcony window and looked down. He saw mutated rats, already the size of house cats, densely gathering towards the residential area under the feet of the wandering zombies. As they passed, zombies fell one after another, and various roars filled the air. Wang Chen frowned, glanced around, and suddenly had an idea. The mutated rat swarm has broken out. You all stay at home. I'll go downstairs to make some preparations. Mu Ningxue asked, what should we do? Suyu, what do we need to do? You all protect yourselves. I'll be right back. After giving the two women some instructions, Wang Chen quickly ran to the first floor and scanned the surroundings. Following his thoughts, Wang Chen stood behind the door, extended his hand towards the nearby residential area, and began to activate his metal control ability. As Wang Chen's ability activated, the windows of the opposite house quickly melted away, and a large number of metal objects inside also melted and flew out. A torrent of metal gathered towards Wang Chen, and under his control, it quickly filled and blocked the doors and windows of the first floor. Wang Chen crouched and entered the convenience store, repeating the process to seal the gaps in the store's doors and windows, while also reinforcing the rolling shutter door. In the urban village, there aren't many fences or vehicles providing metal. With the first floor prepared, Wang Chen swiftly headed to the second floor, but the available metal had significantly decreased. Thus, on the second, third, and fourth floors, Wang Chen merely blocked the windows, but the thickness of the protective metal was much thinner. Returning to the fifth floor, where Suyu and Aunt Lu lived, there was evidently much more furniture, and correspondingly, more metal products. Wang Chen decomposed and melted down some inconsequential metals, wrapping up the windows on the fifth floor as well. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue watched Wang Chen operate like this, feeling somewhat reassured. The mutated rat swarm will most likely clash with the zombie horde. The two can devour each other, but if they discover living humans, both sides will definitely rush to hunt the living first, Wang Chen said as he sat on the sofa to rest. Why is that? Suyu asked, puzzled. You haven't forgotten the mutated mosquitoes we encountered in the city center, right? Those mosquitoes drained even zombies dry, so it's easy to imagine that zombies are also a food source for mutated creatures. Moreover, when I went downstairs, I noticed some zombies eating the corpses of the mutated mosquitoes. So, they are all in a predatory relationship with each other. Mu Ningxue nodded to herself. Perhaps, all creatures are in a predatory relationship. The food chain is completely disrupted. But for the surviving humans, it seems they have the highest priority on the menu of both zombies and mutated creatures, just like Tang Seng's meat. Wang Chen joked with a grin. In the apocalypse, humans are the most intelligent beings, while zombies and mutated creatures evolve faster by consuming human flesh, blood, and brains. Once they reach above the sixth tier, both zombies and mutated creatures will develop a certain level of intelligence. The ninth tier Corpse King or Beast King possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans and may even be more cunning than most humans. The sound of the mutated rat swarm rustled in the air, mixed with the roars of zombies, creating a rather noisy atmosphere. Although there were many mutated rats, the zombie horde was not without resistance. While they might not be as agile as the rats, their strength surpassed them, allowing the zombies to be covered in rats, scratching and biting at these large rodents. The blood of zombies and mutated rats spread throughout the urban village, with the streets now filled with mutated rats and zombies. Even the distant horde in the university town was drawn by the commotion. Here, igniting a battle between the rat swarm and the zombie horde. Wang Chen led the two women to the rooftop, using the faint moonlight to observe the scene, his brow slightly furrowed. In his previous life, Wang Chen had been holed up in a rental room, and indeed, a chaotic battle between the mutated rat swarm and the zombie horde had occurred nearby, but the center of the battlefield was several kilometers away in the university town. Moreover, it had been the third day of the apocalypse then, while now it was only the second night. Having been reborn, it seemed that a butterfly effect had occurred, causing events to deviate slightly from their original course. Could it be that our commotion this morning attracted the zombies, causing the entire horde in the university town to move this way? Wang Chen rubbed his chin, a guess rising in his mind. In the morning, they had run all the way from the battles in the fields to those in the residential area, making quite a noise, which indeed attracted a considerable number of zombies. This urban village is located at the center of several university campuses, triggering a chain reaction that could lead the hordes of zombies in the schools to converge here. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a toothache. It's all those damn survivors' fault. While I'm fighting, they're just providing voiceovers, inciting the zombie horde and amplifying the commotion to a radius of 1 kilometer. The battle between the zombie horde and the mutated rats might prematurely trigger the evolution of these zombies and mutated rats, and by then, a group of first or even second-tier zombies and mutated rats could emerge, which would be quite a spectacle. Wang Chen grumbled internally, genuinely worried. Before the crystal cores appeared, zombies and mutated creatures could strengthen themselves by devouring flesh and blood. If they devoured enough, evolving to first or even second tier within 7 days was not impossible. In terms of early evolution speed, humans had a natural Disadvantage. After the apocalypse began, the energy on Blue Star surged explosively. Over time, even those who had not awakened their abilities would see a significant enhancement in their physical qualities. However, at the beginning of the apocalypse, this change was not obvious. The first to benefit from the revival of spiritual energy were various mutated creatures. Pursuing their primal instincts, they became increasingly powerful. Even a group of small rats could climb to the top of the food chain. Brother Ming Yang, it seems like someone is coming over there, Suyu suddenly spoke, raising her hand to point at the distant rooftop. Wang Chen looked up and saw several figures jumping on a small building's rooftop about 100 meters away, seemingly advancing in their direction under the faint moonlight. Stay alert, those people seem to be coming for us. Try to stay behind me, Wang Chen nodded slightly. In this situation, it was likely that their intentions were not good. Suyu replied, understood. Mu Ningxue added, got it. The residential area had been planned, with mostly 5-story small buildings closely packed together, allowing for easy crossing from rooftop to rooftop. Soon, 5 people descended onto the opposite rooftop, 3 men and 2 women. Seeing Wang Chen and the others standing at the edge of the rooftop without any intention of moving aside, they halted. A young man, about 1.8 meters tall, stepped forward to the edge of the rooftop, sizing up the 3 of them, his gaze landing on Suyu and Mu Ningxue, revealing a look of astonishment. Regaining his composure, the young man waved at Wang Chen and the others with a smile and spoke, you 3. There's a rat-tide outbreak and the door of our building was destroyed earlier, so we can't hide. We were hoping to find another place to squeeze in with you. What do you think? Just then, another curly-haired young man among them tilted his head, uncertainly sizing them up, and suddenly said, Wang Chen, how is it you? Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the curly-haired young man, a name popping into his mind. You are Chen Rui? That's me. I can't believe I ran into you here. This is fantastic. The curly-haired young man, Chen Rui, looked delighted and quickly turned to the first young man who spoke. Honggu, this is my college classmate Wang Chen. It's been a year since graduation, and I didn't expect him to still be living nearby. Wang Chen, this is Zheng Hong. You can just call him Honggu. He's a senior from our year. When the zombie outbreak happened, we happened to be eating at a restaurant, and he saved us. Chen Rui continued to explain to Wang Chen. How about it, brother? Since we're all classmates, let's settle down here for now and plan once the rat tide passes, Zheng Hong said, waving his hand to finalize the arrangement upon learning that Wang Chen was Chen Rui's classmate. Sorry, but we already have people staying here. We can't accommodate you. Please look for another place, Wang Chen said, crossing his arms with an indifferent expression. What? You 3 can't possibly occupy that many rooms. There must be some leftovers, Chen Rui said with displeasure, not expecting Wang Chen to be so ungrateful. There are no leftovers, Wang Chen replied, his expression unchanged. Zheng Hong squinted slightly. This man in front of him was unexpectedly tough. No wonder he had burst out from a horde of corpses with 2 girls. Damn it, Wang Chen, don't push your luck. Brother Hong is staying here out of respect for you, and you're still putting on airs, huh? Seeing that Wang Chen remained unyielding, Chen Rui's face darkened, and he pointed at Wang Chen, launching into a tirade. Exactly, with so many houses around, if Brother Hong hadn't happened to see you on the rooftop, he wouldn't have bothered choosing this place. It's not exactly rare or luxurious. A short-haired beauty in a crop top next to Zheng Hong leaned closer, her body twisting as she looked disdainfully at Suyu's small building from 5 meters away. We didn't invite you here, go wherever you like. Suyu couldn't help but retort, her pretty face darkening at the disdain for her home. Oh, if you don't let us stay, we might just have to try it out, right, Brother Hong? The short-haired beauty pouted at Suyu's rebuttal, then glanced at Zheng Hong's expression, immediately putting on a bright smile as she approached him. Having seen countless people, she was well aware of the fiery glint in this man's eyes. The 2 stunning beauties across from them were not women of her kind who exuded a heavy air of the streets, especially since this man beside her possessed powerful abilities overflowing with confidence and possessiveness. Alright, Suyu, don't bother with the riffraff. Wang Chen raised his hand to stop Suyu from continuing the argument, looking calmly at Chen Rui. Faces earned, not given. Are we that close? I said I don't want to live with you, so hurry up and get lost. I don't have the mood to waste words with you. Wang Chen scoffed at Chen Rui's words. Chen Rui was indeed his college classmate, but their relationship was not as good as imagined. Before graduation, Wang Chen had inadvertently learned that Chen Rui had said quite a few bad things about him in front of Lu Lily to pursue her. Wang Chen had to work part-time and sometimes skipped classes, and Chen Rui often reported him to the teachers. As far as Wang Chen knew, he had been called out 10 times in a semester, at least 8 of which were due to Chen Rui's scheming. Wang Chen, you bastard. Chen Rui's face turned red, pointing at Wang Chen, ready to unleash a stream of insults. With a cold glare, Wang Chen flicked his fingers, and a silver bead flew out of his pocket, transforming into a steel needle that shot straight at Chen Rui. The steel needle sliced through the air, and just as it was about to pierce Chen Rui's thigh, a rock suddenly appeared in front of him. The steel needle plunged into the rock with a soft thud but could no longer harm Chen Rui. Friends, let's talk. it out. Why resort to violence? Zheng Hong's right hand glowed with a yellowish light as the rock extended from his palm, blocking Chen Rui. B-level ability. Earth. Body. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes. The steel needle zipped back and floated beside him. He immediately recognized that this man's ability was a B-level Earth-type ability, Earth. Body, which could generate rock armor to encase the entire body and manipulate the surrounding earth and rocks, providing a certain level of offensive and defensive capability. Although this ability was only B-level, its protective power was quite impressive. In his previous life, Wang Chen had witnessed it under the command of the immovable Ming Wanghan Taishan, and he recognized it at a glance now. Just teaching him a lesson. A filthy mouth deserves a good cleaning, Wang Chen said without even looking at Chen Rui as 9 steel needles floated around him, calmly stating, "You are not welcome here. Find another place." Zheng Hong retracted his ability, looking at Wang Chen with a serious expression. After a moment of thought, he smiled slightly and said, "All right, forcing someone is not the way of a gentleman. Let's find another place." Chen Rui and the short-haired girl still wanted to say something, but Zheng Hong raised his hand to stop them, casting a mysterious glance at Wang Chen before turning to walk towards another small building. The other man and woman watched everything with indifference, silently following behind Zheng Hong. Seeing that the leader had already left, Chen Rui and the short-haired girl had no choice but to follow, as neither of them had any abilities and could not possibly be a match for Wang Chen. After witnessing Zheng Hong's brief confrontation with Wang Chen, Chen Rui dared not be overly persistent. If he angered Wang Chen again, a steel needle could very well pierce his head, and that would be the end for him. This kid is completely different from when he was in college. Back then, he was so submissive and would never offend anyone, but now, he's so fierce. Chen Rui thought to himself, feeling envious of Wang Chen's awakened abilities. He glanced at the short-haired girl, whose beautiful face and voluptuous figure exuded an alluring aura. If he had abilities, this girl would definitely be the first to climb into his bed. As for her somewhat worldly vibe, that only indicated she knew how to have fun and enjoy life. What a great girl. Hongo, why didn't you make a move just now? The man following Zheng Hong suddenly spoke in a low voice. Xiao Jing, this man is not simple, Zheng Hong replied with a slight smile, shaking his head as he continued. And you saw it this morning, that girl who was bickering with Yu Yani had a powerful blade aura. She's not someone to be trifled with. They're 2 awakened abilities, and we have 2 as well, so what are we afraid of? Xiao Jing scoffed, and out of sight from Wang Chen and the others, a stream of water suddenly emerged from his fingertips, swirling and coiling around his fingers. You're mistaken. The other girl, although we didn't see her use her abilities this afternoon, didn't give me the impression of being harmless. If it comes to a fight, we might not win. Zheng Hong shook his head. This afternoon, due to their vantage point, they only saw the abilities displayed by Wang Chen and Su Yu. By the time the 3 entered the residential area, especially when they rushed near Su Yu's house, Zheng Hong and the others could no longer see what was happening here. Therefore, they had no idea that Mu Ningxue had awakened her S-class ice abilities in a critical moment. Wang Chen and the others were not just 2 awakened abilities, but 3. Honggu is right, Xiao Jing. You're being too arrogant. Several awakened abilities have already appeared, and as time goes on, more survivors will likely awaken their abilities, and then our advantage will be completely gone, said another girl with long hair, dressed casually, with a delicate face and an average figure. Awakening abilities isn't that simple, Gu Siyu. You're just jealous. Xiao Jing replied dismissively, looking at the woman with an arrogant gaze. Xiao Jing, Siyu's analysis is correct. You are indeed a bit inflated. With the apocalypse upon us, everything is changing, and we must maintain a cautious mindset to survive, Zheng Hong said, frowning, his tone slightly serious and earnest. Xiao Jing's expression turned serious, and he lowered his head slightly, suppressing his arrogance as he said softly, I understand, Honggu, I will be careful. Zheng Hong felt helpless. Xiao Jing was his childhood friend, having grown up together, always following him around. After the college entrance examination, he even changed his major to come to this spring city with Zheng Hong. Xiao Jing came from a well-off family, having been spoiled since childhood, always displaying arrogance in front of others. But in front of Zheng Hong, he was always humble and obedient. As they spoke, they found an unoccupied small building. They descended from the rooftop, cleared away the remaining 1 or 2 zombies, and Zheng Hong used his abilities to block the stairs with bricks. The 5 settled on the 5th floor. In fact, the residential building they were in before, Zheng Hong could have blocked the stairs with some time, but ever since he saw Wang Chen and the others, he became somewhat unsettled. After the outbreak of the rat tide, he pulled the rest of them over here. Wang Chen noticed that the 5 had stopped at a building several dozen meters away and understood they had found their target. Although he felt a bit displeased, he chose to ignore it. The battle between the rat tide and the horde of corpses downstairs grew increasingly intense, with countless casualties on both sides. Ah, don't bite me. Get away, get away. Damn rats, hurry up and scram. Hey, I've been bitten by a rat. Who's going to save me? Are you kidding me? You call this a rat? Have you ever seen a rat the size of an orange cat? Damn it, I'm not living anymore. I'll burn you damn rats to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. Many mutated rats rushed into the residential building through the gaps in the doors and stairs, and screams echoed through the night sky. The sound of violent explosions followed, and a residential house was suddenly engulfed in flames, as if a survivor could no longer withstand the bites and directly ignited a gas canister. Seemingly influenced by this person, several explosions erupted in the residential area within a kilometer, lighting up the sky. Life is so fragile. Mu Ningxue watched the flames rising everywhere, each explosion making her shudder, whispering softly, "In the apocalypse, life is as worthless as grass. If you don't want to die so humbly, you must struggle desperately." Wang Chen spoke calmly and indifferently. Having survived for 5 years in the apocalypse, he had long grown accustomed to life and death. Does humanity still have a future? Will this apocalypse ever end? Mu Ningxue's eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know either, but humans are the most adaptable creatures. Maybe one day you'll see people discussing where to go for a hot spring while slaughtering zombies. Wang Chen chuckled. The situation he described had already become the norm in the third year of the apocalypse, established by the immovable King Han Taizhan in his shelter. In his memory, Han Taizhan rose to prominence in Sichuan province, possessing a power similar to the indestructible body of a Buddhist Vajra from novels, allowing him to ignore attacks from zombies or mutated creatures. Like an iron war chariot, he charged into the horde of corpses, stirring up a storm, gathering a large number of ability users, and occupying a well-known hot spring resort to establish a shelter. The Emperor and Empress of Huaxia, along with the three kings, the immovable King Han Taizhan occupied Sichuan province, at his peak commanding 3 major 9th tier, 10 8th tier, and over 20 7th tier ability users, with countless others of lower tiers, the shelter housing hundreds of thousands of people. A solid local emperor. However, Sichuan province is inland, and the mutated creatures are not too outrageous. Shelters in coastal areas often face disturbances from mutated sea beasts. The Black Emperor and Knife Emperor of Huaxia established their shelters in coastal regions. Thanks to the protection of these two top-tier powers, before Wang Chen was reborn, the sea beasts had never breached the defenses to invade the inland. Compared to Han Tieshan's rule over the mountains, Wang Chen admired the Black Emperor and Knife Emperor for protecting the entire coastal area of Huaxia. But if he were to do such a thing himself, deep down, he would refuse. When can we relax and enjoy a hot spring again? Su Yu's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as she said somewhat sadly, "We will. There are many hot springs in Spring City. Once we become strong, we can go wherever we want," Wang Chen said, rubbing Su Yu's little head with a smile. I will work hard." Su Yu's eyes lit up and a bright smile blossomed on her face. "Then you'd better prepare some nice swimsuits in advance, or you might not find them when the time comes." Wang Chen laughed heartily. "Humph, you're not being sincere." "I don't want to." Su Yu wrinkled her cute little nose and made a face at Wang Chen. "Humph, nasty man." Mu Ningxue, hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Chen. Wang Chen was speechless. In a moment of whimsy, he teased the adorable Su Yu, not expecting Mu Ningxue to actually step on him. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Chen suddenly noticed an interesting change in the mass of corpses. Not far below, a male zombie, seemingly having devoured a considerable amount of mutated rat flesh and blood, began to swell dramatically, its blood-soaked body reflecting a metallic sheen under the moonlight. The surrounding mutated rats continued to climb and bite at it, yet this zombie showed no signs of resistance. After a moment, a deep, muffled roar suddenly erupted from the pile of rats, causing the zombie to shudder, and the mutated rats covering its body were instantly flung away, revealing its bronze-colored corpse. A first-tier enhanced zombie. Wang Chen murmured to himself, recalling the information about this zombie. The skin-enhanced zombie, commonly known as a bronze-skinned zombie, has tough skin, strong defenses, and greater strength than ordinary zombies. In the early stages, it is one of the more troublesome types among evolved zombies. Basic abilities have limited lethality against it, and standard rifle bullets can no longer penetrate its defenses. Wang Chen never expected that just 2 days into the apocalypse, right under his nose, a first-tier evolved zombie would appear. The first-tier zombie he encountered in his previous life was on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. What is that? Su Yu and Mu Ningxue followed Wang Chen's gaze and simultaneously spotted the peculiar zombie, their mouths slightly agape in surprise. That's an evolved zombie, a first-tier enhanced type. I think it should be called a bronze-armored zombie. Bronze-armored zombie, that's quite an apt name, Su Yu said, tapping her lips and nodding. Does it have any special abilities? Mu Ningxue asked seriously. How would I know? But it looks like its defenses should be quite strong. Let's just watch. Wang Chen shook his head, signaling the two women to keep watching. The mutated rat swarm would surely not let such a large piece of meat go. Sure enough, the surrounding mutated rats crazily pounced on the bronze-armored zombie, but unfortunately, their originally sharp teeth and claws could only create sparks upon colliding with its skin. The panicked mutated rats squeaked incessantly, countless rats charging forward, yet they could not breach its defenses. Such strong defenses? Mu Ningxue exclaimed, her crimson lips slightly parted. It is indeed somewhat beyond expectations. I'm afraid my steel needles would also have limited effect on it. Wang Chen nodded, but inside, he remained unfazed. No matter how strong the defenses of this bronze-armored zombie were, it was still something he could handle with a single spatial cut. What he was considering now was whether this first-tier bronze-armored zombie might have a crystal core inside. In his previous life, he had only gone downstairs a week later, and by then, even ordinary zombies had a chance of producing crystal cores in their heads, with first-tier zombies having a higher probability. If it were a leader-level zombie or mutated creature, it would basically guarantee a crystal core. However, he had never considered whether a zombie that had just advanced to first tier 7 days ago would possess a crystal core. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, no one had discussed this issue with him, as everyone was mostly holed up at home and very few knew about the existence of crystal cores in zombie heads. But at this moment, Wang Chen was very eager to verify this question. With the mutated rats failing to breach its defenses, the bronze-armored zombie began to wreak havoc, crushing the large mutated rats one by one and continuously tearing them apart. Soon, a circle of mutated rat corpses surrounded it, warm blood splattering everywhere, attracting nearby zombies to converge towards the spot. With a sharp squeak, a black-furred rat, the size of an adult husky, suddenly darted out from the darkness, charging straight at the bronze-armored zombie. A first-tier mutated rat? Upon seeing this scene, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He had initially suspected the sudden outbreak of this rat tide. Until the appearance of this first-tier mutated rat, Wang Chen suddenly realized that this rat tide must have the presence of a first-tier or even a second-tier rat king. The outbreak of the rat tide is to acquire a large amount of flesh and blood energy, allowing the rat swarm to advance ahead of time. The pursuit of one's own strength is the instinctive desire of all living beings. With the participation of the first-tier mutated rat, the defense of the copper-armored corpse was finally breached. The claws and teeth of the first-tier mutated rat, having undergone a reinforcement, glimmered with a cold light under the moonlight, appearing exceptionally sharp. Even the defense of the copper-armored corpse could not completely withstand it. However, the first-tier mutated rat did not gain much advantage, as its ability to break through the copper-armored corpse's defenses was limited. It could only continuously use its agile form to dodge and maneuver, constantly harassing and attacking the copper-armored corpse. If the battle continued like this, the copper-armored corpse would surely be worn down by this first-tier mutated rat. However, developments rarely unfold so smoothly. The battlefield, spanning several hundred meters, was filled with continuous roars. Several zombies, through the constant consumption of the mutated rat's flesh and blood, triggered their own evolution and advanced to the first tier. But these newly promoted first-tier zombies were all ordinary enhanced-type zombies. It was rare for zombies below the third tier to awaken special abilities. Zombies above the third tier would gradually begin to appear with elemental or psychic abilities. The newly appeared first-tier zombies on the battlefield included 2 copper-armored corpses, 1 hunter, and 1 3-meter-tall giant zombie. The mutated rat swarm had consumed a lot of zombie flesh, blood, and brains, resulting in the emergence of several first-tier mutated rats. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen furrowed his brows as a new question arose in his mind. Could it be that the Rat King hasn't appeared yet? According to the characteristics of biological groups, a leader would not allow a stronger existence to emerge within the group, as it would challenge the leader's authority. Just like in a pride of lions, the Lion King would drive away its cubs when they were about to reach maturity to protect the status of the adult lions within the group. If a new Lion King were to arrive, it would not hesitate to kill all the male cubs to ensure its position was not threatened. If this group of mutated rats was only led by a first-tier mutated Rat King, then the sudden emergence of so many first-tier mutated rats would greatly threaten the Rat King's rule. Unless the leader of this mutated rat swarm is a second-tier or higher mutated Rat King. Upon thinking of this, Wang Chen's heart trembled. A second-tier mutated Rat King would be an extremely dangerous opponent for them at this moment. With A-grade metal control, Wang Chen was not afraid of first-tier mutated rats or first-tier zombies. He was even confident he could kill them without injury. With S-grade spatial cutting, Wang Chen was confident he could injure a second-tier mutated rat. However, with the agile form of a second-tier mutated Rat King, Wang Chen had little confidence in being able to hit it with spatial cutting. S-grade abilities are powerful, but if they can't hit the target, they are meaningless. With this in mind, Wang Chen quickly crouched down in the astonished gazes of the 2 women, continuously signaling them to do the same. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, and out of trust in Wang Chen, they also crouched down. This mutated rat tide may have a second-tier mutated Rat King, Wang Chen said in a low voice under the curious gazes of the 2 women. Second tier? The 2 women were surprised. Yes, the appearance of multiple first-tier mutated rats in the swarm is quite abnormal. Wang Chen nodded, explaining his analysis to the 2 women. So, it really is very likely that a second-tier mutated Rat King exists. Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement. A second tier. We don't even have a first rank. There's no way we can be a match for it. Suyu bit her lip, finding it hard to articulate the fact that she was less than a mouse. It's difficult. In terms of physical quality, I estimate that your Dark Flame Blade can injure it, but the effect will be limited. Mu Ningxue's Ice-type ability might even struggle to restrict its speed, Wang Chen said seriously, not belittling the abilities of the two women. On the contrary, he was very aware of how powerful Su Yu and Mu Ningxue's abilities were. It was precisely because of this that he wanted the two women to understand that a 2-rank difference was an insurmountable gap. Can't we just hide in the house and not provoke it? Su Yu whispered. Yes, you two should stay inside and not come out. Wang Chen nodded. What about you? Mu Ningxue asked curiously. I'll continue to observe and verify some hypotheses, Wang Chen said with a casual smile. What if you encounter that second-rank Mouse King? That's too dangerous. Su Yu shook her head, tightly gripping his sleeve. Don't worry, I won't take risks. Don't forget, I have the S-rank ability of space cutting. If I really encounter it, it's hard to say who will come out on top, Wang Chen said, patting Su Yu's cold little hand with a proud expression. But, alright, you two go back first, I'll return as soon as possible, Wang Chen interrupted Su Yu's attempts to dissuade him, gently pushing her shoulder to signal the two to hurry back inside. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, her gaze lingering on Wang Chen's face for a moment. Resolutely, she stood up and pulled Su Yu towards the staircase. Don't be reckless, come back safely. Mu Ningxue's voice rang out just before the door closed, and Wang Chen smiled slightly at her words. This woman, from a prominent family, though proud, was not the type of rich second generation who was out of touch with reality. She understood what choices were most appropriate. For her now, Wang Chen was like a guiding stone, a protective card. His survival was more beneficial to her. Carefully observing his surroundings, Wang Chen continuously searched for the possible presence of the second-rank mutated Mouse King. The battle between the first-rank mutated mice and the first-rank zombies grew increasingly intense, with ordinary zombies and mutated mice unable to participate. As agile first-rank hunters, they leaped across rooftops with two first-rank mutated mice, causing ordinary mutated mice and zombies to fall along the way. The hunters' fingernails had mutated into 30-centimeter-long claw blades, sweeping across the bodies of the mutated mice, instantly shredding them apart with exceptional sharpness. Although the claws of the two first-rank mutated mice were not as sharp as the hunters, they could tear off large chunks of flesh from the zombies with a scratch, and their sharp teeth could bite through a zombie's skull in one go. The giant zombie in the arena was already covered in mutated mice. Its massive hands could crush several mutated mice in one grasp, and a single step could flatten 2 or 3 mice. Unfortunately, the giant zombie's defense was not as strong as that of a copper-armored zombie, and it was soon overwhelmed by the dense swarm of mutated mice, quickly becoming a pile of dry bones. Its flesh and blood instead allowed 3 mutated mice to successfully advance to the first rank. Zombies and mutated mice continued to die, devour, and advance, with ordinary zombies and mutated mice falling, creating a scene of over 10 first-rank zombies and first-rank mutated mice. With a sharp screech, the mouse tide seemed to receive some kind of command, rapidly retreating in one direction, leaving only a dozen first-rank mutated mice in the arena. The first-rank zombies led a dense crowd of zombies, continuously closing in. After more than an hour of chaotic fighting, the zombies near the university town had been attracted over, with thousands of zombies having fallen. Yet at this moment, over 10,000 zombies still gathered, spread across a radius of several hundred meters. Under Wang Chen's expectant gaze, a massive blackfurred rat, as large as a domestic pig, appeared on the rooftop of a small building several hundred meters away. Its black fur glistened with a dark sheen under the moonlight, faintly reflecting a metallic luster, sharp as steel needles, while its 2 bloody red eyes stared at the corpses strewn across the street. The overwhelming pressure of a second-tier creature spread out, and the zombies let out continuous howls, completely unaware of what fear was. With a shriek, the second-tier black-furred rat king was joined by the remaining 10 or so first-tier mutated rats, which immediately echoed its screams and charged towards the horde of corpses. The rat king leaped down from the rooftop over 10 meters high, its sharp claws piercing through a copper-armored corpse, and with a snap of its jaws, its 4 sharp teeth instantly crushed the skull of the copper-armored corpse. A chilling crunching sound followed as the head of the copper-armored corpse burst open, red and white matter splattering everywhere, devoured by the second-tier rat king. Hiss. What the hell? This is too strong, right? I'm feeling emo. Is this still a rat? It's probably stronger than a tiger. Clearly, Wang Chen was not the only one secretly watching this chaotic battle. The whispers mixed with the howls of the mutated rats and zombies were all from bold survivors. Wang Chen was equally astonished. In his previous life, he had killed mutated rats before. Although he had only reached the 5th tier, due to his useless abilities, he had focused more on honing his physical body. In terms of close combat capabilities, many 6th or even 7th tier non-enhanced or transformation type ability users were no match for him. But with the mutated rat king before him, Wang Chen knew that engaging in close combat would be tantamount to delivering takeout, and perhaps the rat king would even give him a 5-star review. With the rat king's involvement, the battle quickly turned one-sided, as first-tier zombies were continuously killed, and the second-tier rat king kept gnawing at the heads of these evolved zombies. It seemed that this mutated Rat King was well aware that there was something immensely beneficial for it inside the heads of these first-tier zombies, as it did not touch any of the ordinary zombies. Wang Xin felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that this second-tier Rat King actually knew that first-tier zombies had crystal cores in their brains? If what he suspected was true, then the purpose of this second-tier Rat King launching this rat tide to clash with the horde of corpses became somewhat clear. Upon further reflection, the intelligence of this second-tier mutated Rat King clearly exceeded Wang Chen's imagination. The thought was chilling. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and before Wang Chen's eyes, an exceptionally intelligent mutated creature had appeared. Was this still the apocalypse he was familiar with? Looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, the faint blood-red glow surrounding it gave him an extremely absurd feeling. Am I hallucinating, or has this apocalypse changed? Wang Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself, a chill rising in his heart. All along, he had great confidence in his future after his rebirth, but everything happening before him made it impossible for him to distinguish whether this was the original plot or if it had changed because of his rebirth. At this moment, the mutated Rat King had already killed its fourth first-tier zombie. With keen eyes, Wang Chen suddenly spotted a faint golden glow flashing from the head of the copper-armored corpse that the second-tier mutated Rat King was gnawing on, 200 meters away, illuminated by the moonlight. Gold-type crystal core. Focusing intently, he confirmed the glow once again, and a storm surged in his heart. It was indeed a gold-type crystal core. In his previous life, the crystal core nurtured within the brain of the copper-armored corpse had indeed glimmered with a faint golden hue. Among the elemental crystal cores, the fire type was crimson, the water type was deep blue, the wood type was deep green, the earth type was brown, and the gold type was faintly golden. The lightning type was purple, the wind type was sky blue, the light type was pure white, and the dark type was pure black. There are various colors of crystal cores corresponding to different abilities, such as the blood red of the blood system and the dark green of the poison system. Although the copper-armored corpse is a strengthened zombie, it also possesses a light golden crystal core as a metal-type evolved creature. However, the ability of the copper-armored corpse is more about using metal energy to enhance physical defense rather than manipulating metal like Wang Chen does. Wang Chen could clearly sense that this second-tier mutated Rat King displayed a look of joy and delight in its eyes as it gnawed on the metal crystal core. What the hell? This is unbelievable. Can a second-tier mutated creature possess such intelligence? Wang Chen even suspected that this mutated Rat King did not just become smart after reaching the second tier. It must have had some level of intelligence before that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to initiate this rat tide on the second day of the apocalypse, as if it had nurtured so many first-tier zombies like raising a goo to harvest crystal cores. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack this mutated Rat King, hoping to obtain a second-tier crystal core on the second day of the apocalypse. But now it seemed that this black-furred rat was clearly not an easy target to provoke. Realizing all this, Wang Chen suddenly felt a bit cowardly. Even with two powerful abilities, he didn't think he had much chance of winning. A rat so intelligent was too frightening. Not worth the trouble. Definitely not worth the trouble. It was better to be cautious and develop slowly. After his rebirth, Wang Chen possessed the heavenly reading system, as long as he was given some time to extract a few more powerful abilities. Even when facing this smart and scary black-furred rat, he believed he could handle it. Wang Chen decided to lay low. Being timid wasn't wrong, it was just being true to oneself. The 10 or so first-tier mutated rats left over from before charged at the ordinary zombie horde, but a few were surrounded and killed by the dense mass of ordinary zombies, resulting in the creation of 2 or 3 first-tier zombies. In the field, the mutated Rat King crushed the zombie horde, leaving only 4 first-tier zombies, 2 copper-armored corpses, 1 hunter, and 1 giant zombie still stubbornly resisting. However, the mutated Rat King had also sustained some injuries. The hunter's claws were extremely sharp, and even the Rat King's tough fur couldn't completely block them. Although the giant zombie moved slowly, it occasionally struck the Rat King, causing damage to its internal organs with its immense strength. The mutated Rat King ran rapidly, biting down on the head of the hunter, but at that moment, it was kicked away by the approaching giant zombie, flying over 10 meters and crashing into a house less than 50 meters from Suyu's small building. A scream came from inside the house as the mutated Rat King shook its head, still chewing on the hunter's head, and crawled out of the house leisurely. Chao Jing, now's your chance. Control it. A furious shout came from the building, and Zhang Hong's tall figure, wrapped in rock armor, leaped down from the rooftop, smashing directly towards the somewhat dazed mutated Rat King. Chao Jing's figure also appeared on the rooftop, and a stream of water quickly wrapped around the mutated Rat King's body, tightly binding its limbs. The mutated Rat King was startled by this sudden attack. Its head was enveloped in a water sphere, and a series of bubbles floated up, rendering it unable to escape for a moment. The next moment, Zhang Hong, clad in rock armor, heavily smashed down on the back of the mutated Rat King, producing a sound of bones cracking. Die! Zhang Hong rolled onto the ground, conjuring a stone spear in his hands, raising it high, and thrusting it fiercely towards the mutated Rat King trapped by the water chain. Too naive. The Sudden appearance of Zheng Hong and Chao Jing startled Wang Chen as well. Their initial cooperation was indeed excellent, but at the very moment Zheng Hong landed, he actually wanted to attack again. This made Wang Chen shake his head. If this second-tier mutated Rat King were so easy to deal with, he would have already made his move instead of crouching on the rooftop, afraid to act. Sure enough, the next moment, a sky full of black steel needles exploded around the mutated Rat King. Storm Pear Blossom Needles. Wang Chen remembered this move, which could be said to be the signature skill of second and third tier mutated rats. Its long fur, as hard as steel, could be actively shot out, causing significant damage. Because it resembled the legendary king of hidden weapons, the Storm Pear Blossom Needles, this move was also referred to as such by the survivors. The water chain broke apart, turning into puddles, and Chao Jing, whose ability was disrupted upstairs, let out a muffled groan as if struck by lightning. This water chain ability seemed closely connected to his mental power. With the water chain broken, Chao Jing immediately suffered a backlash, his face turning pale, hands trembling, and his body swaying unsteadily. Zheng Hong's stone spear had yet to strike down when countless black steel hairs shot towards him, startling him into a roll, with shards of rock armor flying off his body. A few hissing sounds echoed, and even though Zheng Hong dodged in time, several steel hairs still pierced into him, causing blood to flow from his rock armor. The mutated Rat King let out a furious scream, no longer bound by the water chain, shaking its body and splashing water everywhere. With a powerful push against the ground, the mutated Rat King charged forward rapidly, heading straight for Zheng Hong, who had rolled several meters away. Hong go, be careful. Chao Jing upstairs watched helplessly as the mutated Rat King rushed towards Zheng Hong, exclaiming in alarm. Hearing this, Zheng Hong rolled again to the side, the whistling sound brushing past him, as the mutated Rat King's sharp teeth tore away a piece of his shoulder armor. Zheng Hong's body was knocked into the air, crashing directly into a first-floor house. The mutated Rat King skidded to a stop, quickly turning back to pounce on Zheng Hong again, only to be met by a massive fist from the giant zombie that was striding over the remaining two copper-armored zombies also closed in, and although zombies lacked intelligence, the mutated Rat King bouncing around in front of them completely attracted their firepower, becoming the sole target of these first-tier zombies. The mutated Rat King was entangled by three first-tier zombies, roaring in anger, but it no longer paid attention to Zheng Hong. It indeed possessed intelligence, but evidently its animal instinct still drove it to focus on tearing apart the first-tier zombies in front of it. Zheng Hong crawled up from a pile of rubble, his rock armor already shattered, coughing while clutching his chest. He dared not delay further and quickly struggled to his feet, running towards the upper floor. TSK. This kid really has a charmed life, actually saved by zombies. Wang Chen, hiding nearby and watching the show, couldn't help but stroke his chin, clicking his tongue. While marveling at Zheng Hong's luck, he watched the chaotic battle between the mutated Rat King and the first-tier zombies not far away. As the battle intensified, the mutated Rat King seemed to be injured by Zheng Hong's earlier strike, its movements becoming somewhat uncoordinated. The giant zombie was too large, and with the assistance of the two copper-armored zombies, even the mutated Rat King couldn't take it down in a short time. Seeing the zombie horde closing in, the few remaining first-tier mutated rats were also battered and bruised. The mutated Rat King's blood-red eyes turned, letting out a sharp scream. The few first-tier mutated rats still fighting in the horde quickly turned and ran towards the fields. The Rat King wants to leave? Wang Chen's spirit lifted as he stood up. This mutated Rat King clearly wanted to escape. It had already devoured more than 10 first-tier zombies and had sustained some injuries. Coupled with Zheng Hong's downward strike, it seemed to have hurt its spine. At this moment, the three first-tier zombies united, and the giant zombie's strength and size still posed a threat to it. With the mutated Rat King's intelligence, this wave of rat tide had already reaped significant benefits, and continuing further held little meaning. However, Wang Chen had his eyes on its second-tier crystal core. After 7 days of the apocalypse, organisms above the third tier would have crystal cores, and second-tier organisms were also likely to possess them. Based on the performance of this mutated Rat King, Wang Chen felt it should indeed have a second-tier crystal core. Looking around the rooftop, Wang Chen took a few steps back, then accelerated and leaped towards the opposite rooftop. After jumping over 2 rooftops in succession, Wang Chen quickly approached the battle circle of the mutated Rat King and a first-tier zombie, crouching down to look below. The mutated Rat King, with its body resembling a plucked chicken, was clearly visible on the floor below. Sparse fur hung from its body, and that move, the rain of pear blossom needles, was a one-time technique. It couldn't be used again until the fur regrew. The combat experience of this mutated Rat King was actually not rich. Otherwise, it wouldn't have impulsively shot out all its fur in a moment of desperation. Although Chao Jing's water chain seemed powerful, its binding force was limited. Without first-tier strength, it was impossible to restrain a second-tier mutated Rat King for more than a second. Suddenly, the mutated Rat King swept away 2 copper-armored zombies. With a claw, its agile body kicked off the chest of a giant zombie, trying to use the momentum to run towards the rooftop. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, He shot out dozens of steel needles that he had prepared around him. The sharp steel needles whistled down, aiming directly at the mutated Rat King leaping in midair. In a sudden turn of events, the mutated Rat King let out a piercing scream, curling its body into a ball as the needles pierced its back with a series of thuds. It probably never expected that just a few minutes ago it had shot someone in the face. A few minutes later, it found itself shot in the back. The sudden blow knocked the Rat King to the ground, making it nearly impossible for it to leave the rooftop. Enduring the intense pain, the mutated Rat King raised its head and let out an angry scream at Wang Chen, pushing itself off the ground with its limbs, but it turned to crash into a few zombies and charged straight out. It's really running? Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. The mutated Rat King completely disregarded everything and turned to flee, leaving him a bit dumbfounded. Quickly regaining his composure, Wang Chen flicked his fingers, and a black line appeared at his fingertips, instantly shooting towards the fleeing mutated Rat King under the moonlight. Seemingly sensing the enormous threat behind it, the mutated Rat King suddenly moved to the left, and the black line swiftly grazed its shoulder, a large chunk of flesh hanging in the air. The next second, the flesh fell to the ground, and a piece was suddenly missing from the Rat King's shoulder, blood immediately spraying out. Squeak! The mutated Rat King let out a miserable cry but continued to run without looking back, followed closely by a dense horde of zombies. Wang Chen thought it was a pity, the distance for spatial cutting was limited. If he hadn't crossed the rooftops to get close, he wouldn't have been able to attack this mutated Rat King at all. Looking down at 3 first-tier zombies below, Wang Chen's eyes shifted, and just as he was about to control the steel needles to shoot at these 3 zombies, he suddenly realized there was nothing beside him. Damn! My needles were taken by that rat. Wang Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Was this a case of empty-handedly snatching a white blade? You dead rat, not only did you run away, but you also took my meal ticket. That's just too damn excessive. Complaining aside, without the steel needles, he could still use spatial cutting. Wang Chen flicked his fingers again, and 3 black lines swiftly sliced through the necks of the 3 zombies. Even the super strong defense of the copper-armored zombies couldn't withstand the black lines that could cut through space, and their heads fell straight down. When the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. He gained a little, but honestly, not much. I guess he was half a fisherman. In the end, he got 3 first-tier zombies, but whether he would gain anything from them was left to chance. Wang Chen waved his hand, and a steel pipe quickly melted and transformed into a sharp spear, soaring through the 3 heads like a candied hawthorn returning. Pulling out the spear, Wang Chen drew out the ink shadow and, with 3 swift strikes, split the heads of the 3 zombies open, using the spear to rummage inside. If those 2 silly girls saw the scene, they'd probably vomit for half a day. Wang Chen smirked, having long since gotten used to such things in the 5 years of the apocalypse. But now it was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and even Suyu, who had a forensic background, probably couldn't handle such a scene, let alone the pampered Muningshue. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden retching sound came from the neighboring rooftop. Wang Chen looked up in surprise following the sound and was instantly dumbfounded. He saw Suyu and Muningshue both leaning over the edge of the rooftop, continuously retching downwards, their faces contorted in pain. I said, I was looking for something, do you believe me? Wang Chen said, speechless. It was indeed hard to explain this action, feeling a bit awkward. Ugh, Ming Yang, you're really a pervert. Suyu retched as she spoke. I mean, it's so dangerous outside, why did you 2 come out? Rolling his eyes, Wang Chen put away the crystal core he had finally found, casually tossing the spear aside, and said irritably, Ugh, it's just, I was a bit worried about you, Suyu said intermittently while retching. Beside her, Muningshue couldn't utter a word, clutching her chest and retching repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. I'm fine, don't worry, let's go back first. Wang Chen stepped over, patting Suyu's back to help her ease up. When he reached Muningshue's side, he raised his hand, but before he could touch her, she recoiled, covering her mouth and stepping back. One hand stretched out in front of her, blocking his approach. Don't come over, you pervert. Ugh, so disgusting. Muningshue retched while refusing. Oh, let me explain. No, just listen to me. No, I don't want to hear you talk. Ugh. It seemed that the earlier image of Wang Chen rummaging through her mind made Muningshue retch again. Unable to hold it in, she turned and ran downstairs. Is the reaction really that strong? Wang Chen looked speechlessly at Muningshue's retreating figure. Sister Shui has never seen such a scene. Even I, with my forensic background, can't handle it at first glance. Suyu rolled her eyes, breathing heavily as she pressed her hand against her chest to calm herself. Is it really that disgusting? Wang Chen frowned. It's really disgusting. If I didn't know you were Ming Yang, I would have thought I encountered a pervert. Why are you rummaging through corpses? Suyu wrinkled her delicate nose, puzzled. What's so perverted about this? You all have to do it in the future. Let's go back first, I have something to show you. Wang Chen waved his hand, leading Suyu back. They crossed the rooftop and returned to Suyu's small building. As soon as Wang Chen entered the living room, he saw Muningshue slumped on the sofa, looking at him with disdain. Wang Chen smiled slightly, turned, and walked to the bathroom to clean the items he had rummaged from the brains of 3 first-level zombies. Only then did he leisurely sit down beside Mu Ningxue, causing the beauty to shift uncomfortably. Alright, I'm not a pervert, I don't randomly touch corpses. Wang Chen tossed the items onto the coffee table. You two take a look at this. A gem-like diamond-shaped object bounced twice on the coffee table, making a crisp sound. Suyu and Mu Ningxue widened their eyes, staring at the gem. The light golden gem exuded a translucent high-end feel. Its naturally formed polygonal appearance seemed as if it had been cut by a master. Where did you get this gem? Suyu asked in surprise, preparing to reach out to examine it. Suddenly, Mu Ningxue grabbed her hand, looking at Wang Chen with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with a hint of disdain. This thing, it can't be what you rummaged from a zombie's head, right? Oh, quick reaction, Wang Chen said with a playful smile. No way. You found this from that bloody mess? Suyu quickly withdrew her hand, looking at the crystal core with some disdain. This thing, even that mutated Rat King has to set up a scheme to give birth to it. Don't you think this is a good thing? Wang Chen chuckled, his eyes filled with an inexplicable expression. What use does this thing have? Suyu leaned forward, getting closer to observe the pale golden crystal core. Wait, did you just say that mutated Rat King set up a scheme? Mu Ningxue's eyes suddenly flickered. She had caught a strange point in Wang Chen's words. That's right, it was that Rat King that set up the scheme. Wang Chen's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. Mutated rats, are they really that smart? Mu Ningxue was astonished. It should be an exception. Besides that mutated Rat King, I haven't found any other rats that are particularly clever. Wang Chen shook his head and continued. This rat tide in the mixed battle with the corpse horde gave birth to 20 or 30 first-tier creatures, and only then did that mutated Rat King appear, specifically hunting first-tier zombies. I estimate that this second-tier Rat King stirred up this rat tide just to give birth to this crystal core. But what exactly is the use of this thing? Is it worth the trouble for the mutated Rat King? Suyu continued with her earlier question. This crystal core only exists in the brains of first-tier creatures, and not all first-tier creatures have it. Among those 3 first-tier zombies, I only found this one. This indicates that it has a certain probability of being produced, and it could very well enhance the mutated Rat King's strength or even allow it to advance to the 3rd tier. Wang Chen tried to analyze the significance of this crystal core in simple terms. In his previous life, most survivors only began to understand the function of crystal cores after 7 days into the apocalypse, when some ordinary zombies started to condense crystal cores. Before that, probably only the government, military, and awakened ability users had the chance to come into contact with such things. The function of crystal cores was only explored by a very small number of people. A month after the apocalypse, it became widely known that crystal cores could promote human awakening of abilities and enhance the strength of ability users and other mutated creatures. So, is this crystal core useful to us? Mu Ningxue's eyes brightened, and she immediately asked, I'm not a prophet, how would I know if it's useful or not? Wang Chen rolled his eyes and began to put on airs. You love reading so much, how come your knowledge is so lacking? Mu Ningxue looked at him with disdain, a blush rising on her face. She had indeed made some assumptions. How could Wang Chen possibly know everything? Unfortunately, she couldn't imagine that the man before her was quite cunning, and he actually did know. Your books have this knowledge. Right. Really? Wang Chen was speechless. This girl was getting cheeky and dared to argue with him. Hoof. Mu Ningxue turned her head to the side, where Suyu was covering her mouth and secretly laughing, which made her annoyed as she reached out to poke her in the waist. This crystal core is pale golden and was found in the head of that copper-armored corpse. I previously saw the mutated Rat King eat other colored crystal cores, so I estimate that the color of this crystal core is related to the power of the zombie's evolution. Wang Chen earnestly fabricated this. He had never seen the mutated Rat King eat other colored crystal cores, but he just needed a reason that made sense. Although Mu Ningxue still felt a bit uncomfortable, Wang Chen had already cleaned the crystal core, and its translucent appearance was quite beautiful. She extended her delicate hand, pinching the crystal core between her thumb and index finger. It was about the size of a button, shimmering with a pale golden light under the candlelight. The copper-armored corpse, is that the one with a metallic sheen all over and extremely strong defenses? That's right. I estimate its evolution direction should be metal-based. I can sense that this crystal core contains metal energy. Wang Chen nodded. This wasn't just him making things up. With his ability to control metal, he could indeed sense a similar power from this crystal core, and his past experiences validated this claim. Mu Ningxue carefully observed the crystal core between her fingers, then glanced at Wang Chen's handsome face. She repeated this several times until Wang Chen, feeling a bit impatient, finally spoke up. Don't you have the metal control ability? This is metal, right? Why don't you try to absorb it? How do I try? Eat it? Wang Chen was taken aback, his expression quite fitting. Ugh, no, this thing was dug out of a brain. Can it be eaten casually? Mu Ningxue gagged slightly. Even if Wang Chen were to eat it, she would completely refuse, and just thinking about that scene made her feel unwell. Fine. I won't eat it. I'll try another method. Wang Chen reached out and took the crystal core from Mu Ningxue's hand. Focusing his mind, he held the crystal core in his palm and began to channel the energy within his body, just like when he used his mental control ability, slowly extending his mental power into the core. In his mental perception, a faint golden energy flowed gently, entering his body through his palm, merging with the energy within him, and rapidly increasing. After about 10 minutes, Wang Chen finally absorbed the crystal core, and the energy within him had noticeably expanded. Under his perception, both his physical quality and mental power, as well as the energy within him, had indeed stepped into a new tier. Opening his palm, the crystal core had turned to powder, and as Wang Chen tilted his hand, the powder fell into the trash can. Is that it? Suyu looked at Wang Chen, somewhat surprised. It should be. When I sensed that the energy in the crystal core was completely consumed, it turned into this. Wang Chen nodded. Any changes? Did your strength increase? Mu Ningxue was more concerned about the improvement in strength and asked eagerly. I feel much stronger. My overall strength has crossed a level, and I should have entered the first tier ability user level. Wang Chen clenched his fist and punched the air, producing a muffled sound. Yay! So can we specifically look for these crystal cores to enhance our strength? Suyu clapped her hands and laughed. It's not that easy. The drop rate for this crystal core is low, and there aren't many first-tier mutated creatures around. The situation we encountered tonight is quite rare. Wang Chen shook his head. It was indeed not easy at the moment, but things would be different in a few days. I don't see it that way. Since the second-tier mutated Rat King has already appeared, there surely won't be a shortage of first-tier mutated creatures. It's just that we haven't encountered them yet, Mu Ningxue said calmly after pondering for a moment. Indeed, that mutated Rat King had an overwhelming presence. Suyu nodded in agreement. When did you see it? Wang Chen was surprised. Hadn't these two girls gone down the platform earlier? How did they sense it through the floor? We were worried about you and secretly watched for a while at the stairway, Suyu said with a shy laugh. We were afraid you'd get yourself killed, so we thought we might be able to save you, Mu Ningxue said with a cold face, looking disdainful, showing no awareness of having already become a servant. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. In both his past and present lives, he had rarely felt the care of others. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, it was mostly about deceit and self-interest. Even the goddess Wangruoqing, who had subtly approached him, was doing so to obtain the secret of possessing 5 abilities at once. I really have to thank you both, but unfortunately, I've always been a bit cowardly and don't easily seek death. Wang Chen chuckled, feeling no offense in Mu Ningxue's words. He wouldn't truly see Mu Ningxue as a slave. This woman was not easily subdued, and if he treated her as a slave, she might just turn on him one day. First-tier creatures are hard to find, and our strength isn't enough. If we encounter a horde of corpses again, luck may not be on our side. So, I think for the time being, we should focus on honing our abilities and wait and see how things develop. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and felt that it was better to be cautious. Suyu and Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement. Everything they had seen that evening had already broadened their horizons. The confidence that had swelled due to awakening a high-level ability quickly cooled down. In the apocalypse, there were many gifted individuals, but only a handful could ultimately stand at the pinnacle. It wasn't because they had the best talents. On the contrary, among the 5 emperors and 9 heavenly kings, only 1 or 2 had S-level talents. In the legend of the Blade Emperor of Huaxia, the ability was merely B-level, relying more on his powerful swordsmanship, using his abilities as an aid to stand at the top. Among the others, there were certainly those who achieved greatness with B or A-level abilities. The reason for this situation was largely due to their caution. No matter how good the talent, it ultimately remained potential. In the early stages, a difference of 1 or 2 levels in ability wasn't too significant. If one wasn't cautious enough and believed their talent was strong, recklessly charging forward would likely lead to being washed away by the tide. Potential could truly become forever just potential. At this moment, the talents of the 3 were already quite luxurious. The most correct approach was undoubtedly to lay low, quietly develop their own strength until they amazed everyone. If they were all like Zheng Hong, who dared to confront a second-tier mutated Rat King with just a B-level talent, if it weren't for his good fortune, he would have long since met his end. At that moment, Zheng Hong was dragging his injured body back to the house with Chao Jing, looking like a startled bird. As soon as he sat down, Zheng Hong couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Several steel hairs from the second-tier mutated Rat King were embedded in his body. Although Chao Jing had already pulled them out, the bloody holes were still shocking to behold. Brother Hong, what happened to you? Gu Siyu quickly stepped forward, seeing Zhang Hong injured, her face filled with concern. We encountered a rat as big as a wild boar, probably the leader of the rat tide, and it injured me, Chao Jing said, rummaging through the house for a first aid kit without looking back. Next to them, Yuyani, dressed in a crop top with short hair, couldn't help but curl her lip upon hearing this. She had originally thought Zheng Hong was quite impressive, having killed ordinary zombies with such ease, but she didn't expect him to return so battered after a trip into the rat tide. What about that big rat? Did you kill it? Gu Siyu took the first aid kit that Chao Jing found, pulling out cotton swabs and alcohol, and under the dim moonlight, she began to clean Zhang Hong's wounds. No, that rat was too strong. Fortunately, a few powerful zombies held it back, allowing us to escape safely. Chao Jing shook his head, his face still showing fear from the earlier experience. It's a pity, we were so close. If the water chain had held for just one more second, we probably could have killed it. Zhang Hong said, gritting his teeth in pain as the alcohol was poured on his wounds, yet still expressing regret. That rat actually shed its fur, its move was too powerful. The water chain was almost instantly broken. Chao Jing felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. In truth, even if his water chain had held for another second, Zhang Hong still wouldn't have been able to kill that second-tier mutated Rat King. The hardness of the B-level ability Stone Spear was limited, it could at most injure the Rat King, and to deliver a fatal blow, Zhang Hong would need to reach at least second-tier strength. However, Zhang Hong and the others were unaware of this. The information gap in the early stages of the apocalypse was enormous. Even now, Zhang Hong and his companion didn't realize how vast the strength gap was between them and the second-tier mutated Rat King. Their brief encounter and fortunate escape led them to develop a misconception that if they were just a bit stronger, they could slay that mutated rat. Why did you have to confront that rat? Gu Siyu asked in confusion, having previously opposed their decision to go out and observe, not expecting them to engage directly. You haven't seen it, have you? That mouse specifically targets those suddenly powerful zombies. I even saw it eat the heads of those special zombies. It doesn't even touch ordinary zombies, which shows that those special zombies are very useful to it. Chao Jing immediately became excited and retorted. Even so, you should be killing zombies. Why are you fighting with a mouse? Gu Siyu turned to Chao Jing, looking puzzled. Well, Chao Jing was momentarily speechless and turned to Zhang Hong. Let me explain. Zhang Hong shifted his body to make himself more comfortable. I found that there seems to be something in the heads of those zombies. The Mouse King doesn't eat the whole head. I vaguely saw it pick out a crystal and eat it. See you, at this point, you should be able to think of something. Are you saying, the legendary crystal core? Gu Siyu exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. It should be, we've seen quite a few movies and novels. I estimate that thing is indeed the legendary crystal core, otherwise, why would the Mouse King specifically look for those special zombies? Zhang Hong nodded, speaking with certainty. In fact, his analysis was quite close to the truth. They just hadn't noticed anything special while killing ordinary zombies before. After witnessing that scene, coupled with the Mouse King seemingly being seriously injured, they seized the rare opportunity to act. Unfortunately, they misjudged the strength of the second-tier mutated Mouse King, and it collapsed in an instant. If ordinary zombies are the foundation, then those special zombies should be Tier 1. The Mouse King, being stronger than the special zombies, is likely Tier 2. Gu Siyu pondered for a moment and said seriously, I estimate I could handle one of those special zombies at most. If it weren't for seeing the Mouse King injured, we wouldn't have considered taking the risk at all. Zhang Han's expression was somewhat grim. Looking back, it indeed felt overly reckless. My water chain should be able to bind a Tier 1 zombie, but the Tier 2 Mouse King broke it in just a second. Chao Jing looked dejected. Then I estimate your strength should be around Tier 1, you definitely wouldn't be a match for the Tier 2 mutated Mouse King. Next time, absolutely cannot be so reckless. Gu Siyu said seriously, feeling grateful that Zhang Hong and Chao Jing returned safely. If her estimation was correct, given Zhang Hong and Chao Jing's current combat power, being able to come back alive truly deserved thanks to the generous sacrifice of those Tier 1 zombies. Without the protection of these two, she, who was powerless, really didn't know if she could survive. If Wang Chen were here and heard Gu Siyu's words, he would definitely give her a thumbs up. This woman really has some skills, her analysis is spot on. Chen Rui, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. Hong Good, did you encounter Wang Chen? Wang Chen? Zhang Hong was taken aback, exchanged a glance with Chao Jing, and shook his head. No, we didn't see him when we got to that rooftop. In fact, under the moonlight, visibility was still quite clear, but the rooftop was cluttered with debris, and Wang Chen was squatting in a corner, so Zhang Hong and the others couldn't see him. Moreover, Wang Chen hadn't seen the two of them arrive either. What a pity, he awakened his abilities. If he could team up with you, Hongge, maybe you could kill the Tier 2 mouse. Chen Rui said regretfully, but his eyes sparkled with a different light. Forget it, that kid is a bit arrogant, and there's no time to deal with him now. Zhang Hong curled his lip, clearly not fond of Wang Chen. However, the two women around Wang Chen were indeed somewhat enticing, Zhang Hong thought to himself while licking his lips. Chen Rui, who had been observing Zhang Hong's expression, revealed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth but chose not to say more. In the dim candlelight, Wang Chen continued to read, while outside, the zombies had gradually dispersed, with sporadic growls echoing from time to time. The tide of rats had receded, and for the moment there was no significant danger, but Wang Chen had not forgotten about the mutated mosquitoes from last night. Since Suyu had candles at home, Wang Chen kept the iron sheets covering the windows. Although the ventilation was not great, it was better than battling those mosquitoes for another night. In fact, it was not certain that a swarm of mosquitoes would attack, but it was always good to be prepared. With some time on his hands, Wang Chen decided to practice his abilities. The enhancement of a supernatural ability relies on the absorption of crystal cores to boost one's energy and physique. Utilizing cores of the same type is even more efficient. The Awakeners themselves develop their abilities, including understanding their own powers, imaginative thinking, and unconventional creativity, which enhances the usage and power of their abilities, coupled with the honing of their mental strength and physical fitness. This allows their abilities to grow alongside the Awakeners' levels. The three aspects complement each other and are indispensable. The strength of mental power limits the precision of ability control, and for mental and mysterious abilities, it particularly restricts the magnitude of their power. The strength of physical fitness limits the upper limits of transformation and enhancement abilities, and some mysterious abilities require the Awakener to have a strong physique to bear the cost of using their powers. The amount of energy available restricts the maximum output of abilities. The power of elemental abilities released in the early stages largely depends on one's energy reserves. Different levels of Awakeners have vastly different energy levels within them. Even for the same ability, the energy provided varies, leading to drastically different effects. This is why Wang Chen has always encouraged Su Yu and Mu Ningxue to continuously practice their abilities during their spare time. Only through constant practice can they master their abilities with finesse and gain a profound understanding of their own capabilities. At the same time, this practice hones their mental strength, allowing them to maintain consumption while subtly increasing their internal energy. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, it was indeed difficult to rapidly increase levels. The key was not how dangerous it was, but rather that there were very few first-tier mutated creatures capable of producing crystal cores. Creatures like the second-tier mutated Rat King, which could summon a tide of rats, were entirely a matter of probability. In this situation, it was the first time Wang Chen, who had lived 2 lives, encountered such a thing. As night deepened, Wang Chen let Su Yu and Mu Ningxue rest first, while he pondered for a while before taking out a brief history of time to flip through. Currently, his ability fragment reserves were Mustard Space 2/8, Time Stasis 1/20, Metal Control Fragments 5. His current metal control had increased the range of Steel Needle Manipulation to 20 meters and the range of Liquefied Metal to 15 meters. This range was already powerful enough. Even if a tide of zombies came, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. At the same time, the speed of ability release had increased, whether it was the liquefaction or shaping of metal, or the speed of steel needle projection, all had significantly strengthened with greater power. This upgrade of abilities was a comprehensive enhancement, and the full potential of the A-level ability of metal control was gradually being revealed. Including the physical enhancement from leveling up to the first tier, he had already undergone 3 enhancements, bringing his physical fitness very close to the second tier. The spatial cutting ability was still only in the realm of primary abilities, but as Wang Chen's internal energy increased and his mental strength grew, the number of times he could release spatial cutting had increased from the original 8 to 15. It was not that the S-level spatial cutting was inferior to the A-level metal control, it was just that Wang Chen's current level was too low. Only when his level increased would the true power of the spatial abilities further manifest. A sleepless night passed, and tonight there were no mutated swarms of mosquitoes or other mutated creatures. For Wang Chen, this was a good thing. At least his reading process was undisturbed. After a whole night of reading, Wang Chen once again harvested 3 fragments of mustard seed space, 2 fragments of time stasis, and even extracted 3 fragments of spatial cutting. Until the sky outside gradually brightened, Wang Chen controlled the iron plates covering the window to open, revealing the morning sunlight. His fragment reserves had also turned into mustard seed space, 5/8, time stasis, 3/20, spatial cutting fragments, 3, metal control fragments, 5. The reading value increased by 2,000 points, bringing the total to 5621. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. To enhance spatial cutting, he estimated he would have to grind for a while. Time stasis left him speechless. The initial awakening required 20 fragments, and he had no idea how long it would take to gather that many. Only the mustard seed space was slightly better. With a bit more effort, he estimated he could complete the extraction by tomorrow morning at the latest. Considering this ability was quite good, at least he wouldn't need to carry a backpack when going out in the future. Brother Ming Yang, you haven't slept at all? Su Yu sleepily walked out of the bedroom and immediately spotted Wang Chen sitting behind the balcony tea table. Her still drowsy voice rang out softly. I'll go to sleep soon, Wang Chen replied with a smile, looking up. Su Yu was wearing a cute pink sleep dress, her fair arms and long legs exposed to the morning sunlight, glimmering with a hint of allure. Oh, let me cook you a bowl of noodles. You can eat before going to sleep, Su Yu said, patting her cheeks to wake herself up, speaking softly. Sure, add 2 fried eggs for me. Okay, just wait a moment. Su Yu smiled slightly and turned to dash into the bathroom, quickly washing her face before rushing into the kitchen to get busy. After a while, Su Yu emerged with a large bowl of egg noodles, just as Mu Ningxue gracefully walked out of the bedroom in a black sleep dress. The 2 girls had slept together last night, and it seemed their relationship had rapidly deepened after yesterday's battle. Little fish, I want some too. Mooningshua looked at the egg noodles in Suyu's hands, pouting sleepily. There's more in the kitchen, I saved some for you. Suyu smiled slightly, placing the egg noodles on the dining table. Wang Chen closed his book, glanced sideways at Mooningshua, and walked over to the dining table, sitting down and unceremoniously starting to enjoy the egg noodles. I have to say, this ice and snow girl really has it going on. The black spaghetti strap sleep dress on Mooningshua accentuated her curves, revealing a portion of her fair thigh, dazzling to the eyes. Although it was pleasing to the eye, Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, and unexpected situations could arise at any moment. Relying on Wang Chen's protection, Suyu and Mooningshua clearly had not yet adapted to this reality. They even changed into sleepwear while sleeping. If mutated creatures or zombies attacked, there would be no time to leisurely change clothes before fighting. In a critical situation, they might have to flee immediately, and wearing such sleep dresses, that scene would be too provocative. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt he needed to strengthen the training of these two beauties. Otherwise, one being S rank and the other A rank, it was uncertain whether they could truly develop their potential into strength. After finishing the egg noodles with a slurp, Wang Chen wiped his lips and looked at Mooningshua across the dining table. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Mooningshua, who was chewing slowly, slightly furrowed her brows and looked up at him in confusion. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? No. Then why do you keep staring at me? If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm staring at you? Wang Chen's sudden playfulness left the originally somewhat anxious Mooningshua speechless. Alright, I'm too lazy to tease you. Suyu, you come over too. Wang Chen chuckled and waved at Suyu. Hearing this, Suyu walked over from the kitchen with a bowl of egg noodles and pulled out a chair to sit beside Mooningshua. You probably haven't realized it yet, but we are in the apocalypse. Wang Chen's expression was calm, but his tone gradually became serious. What's wrong with that? Suyu asked, puzzled. In the apocalypse, unexpected events can happen at any time. Look at yourselves, don't you think something seems off? Wang Chen continued. The two women glanced around, exchanged a look, and shook their heads in confusion. There's nothing wrong. Mooningshua tilted her head and thought for a moment, puzzled. Don't you think this outfit is a bit inappropriate? Wang Chen said, his forehead lined with black threads, pointing at Mooningshua's chest. Mooningshua's cheeks flushed as she looked down at her curves, the deep valleys evident. Could it be Suyu beside her seemed to have caught on? Aren't you too comfortable? This is already the apocalypse. If mutated creatures attack in the middle of the night, do you plan to fight them in these clothes? Wang Chen felt a bit exasperated. If this were before the apocalypse, he would have loved to see this view at any time. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, he had to wake the two of them up and keep them alert. I'll go rest in a bit. You two are responsible for keeping watch. You need to be wary not only of zombies and mutated creatures but also of those survivors. Suyu, remember the people we encountered in the provincial library hall when the apocalypse began? A dead friend is better than a living one. Others must think the same. Mooningshua, you haven't forgotten how Zhao Ding treated you, right? Humanity in the apocalypse is the most fragile. You wouldn't want to experience that again, would you? After saying this, Wang Chen stood up and walked towards the bedroom. A series of sharp words left Suyu and Mooningshua's faces pale, and for a moment they fell silent, deep in thought. Clearly, they were already in the apocalypse, having witnessed so many brutal realities, yet why did they still feel so relaxed and comfortable, without a hint of the crisis that came with the end of the world? It wasn't until the sound of the door closing behind them that Suyu and Mooningshua slowly raised their heads, their expressions complex as they looked back. Everything seemed to stem from that figure. The living room was silent, with Suyu and Mooningshua sitting at the dining table, their contrasting pajamas, one pink, one black, making them appear alluring. Yet at this moment, both women's feelings were very complicated. Just last night, they had been together picking out clothes for Suyu, and after putting on their pajamas, they had secretly compared their figures and looks. But early this morning, Wang Chen's cold water had splashed down, pulling them back into the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Sister Shui, it seems we've been too reliant on Mingyang Gu, Suyu said, holding her chopsticks, facing the enticing aroma of the egg noodles in front of her, yet feeling no appetite at all. Yes, you're right. Even though we both have awakened abilities, we've been hiding under his wings, Mooningshua said, lowering her head, her chopsticks unconsciously stirring the noodles in the bowl. Although it was only the third day of the apocalypse, Suyu felt as if a long time had passed and she had become increasingly dependent on Wang Chen, even though she possessed powerful abilities herself. However, aside from the 2 strikes against the zombie horde, she hadn't contributed much in the past 2 days. It had always been Wang Chen protecting them. I've made up my mind, I'm going to kill zombies, Suyu declared firmly, picking up a strand of noodles and taking a big bite. Yes, I'm going to. With an S-class ability, how can I be worse than him? Mooningshua echoed, chewing her noodles and speaking indistinctly. Alright then, let's finish eating quickly, change our clothes, and clear out some zombies downstairs. First, Suyu nodded, hastening her pace with the noodles. Okay. A brief exchange, and both girls began to resolve in their hearts that they no longer wanted to be a burden to Wang Chen. Standing behind the door of the second bedroom, Wang Chen smiled slightly, stripped off his clothes, and jumped onto the bed in just his underwear. After staying up all night, he was indeed a bit tired, so he casually used his ability to control metal to seal the doors and windows before falling into a deep sleep. After quickly finishing their noodles, Suyu and Mu Ningxue tidied up the table a bit. They returned to the bedroom to wash up and changed into comfortable sportswear. The two of them tied their long hair into high ponytails and stepped out with their swords in hand. Turning to glance at the door of the second bedroom, Suyu suddenly remembered something and turned to Mu Ningxue. Sister Xue, all the doors and windows in the building have been sealed by Brother Mingyang. How are we going to get out? It's okay, we'll go through the rooftop and clear out the small building next door first. Mu Ningxue thought for a moment, looked up at the ceiling, and smiled slightly. Alright then, let's coordinate well. When the time comes. Suyu nodded and walked towards the door. I figured out another way to use my ability. I can create an ice shield that can provide protection. Really? Then I can relax. My ability doesn't have much defensive capability, but my attack is quite good. Then you'll focus on offense, and I'll handle defense. Deal. The two girls whispered about their upcoming actions, quietly stepping out and heading straight for the rooftop. Although Wang Chen was somewhat worried about the two girls going out alone, he wouldn't stop them. When he said those words, he had already guessed that these two girls would definitely do this. However, both girls had experienced quite a few battles with him and had awakened high potential abilities. As long as they didn't recklessly attract a horde of zombies, small-scale combat would be safe for them. In the early days of the apocalypse, after awakening their abilities, even if bitten by a zombie, they wouldn't turn into one, unless it was a wound caused by a high-level zombie. But where could one find high-level zombies now? Who knows where the zombies above level 3 are? Waiting online, very anxious. High-level zombies mean high-level crystal cores. If done correctly, with his two powerful abilities, Wang Chen could likely take down even a level 3 zombie with a sneak attack. The S-level spatial cutting ability. Although currently only has one application method, that terrifying cutting power could probably even bypass a level 3 copper-armored zombie's defenses. Suyu and Mu Ningxue observed at the stairway, confirming there was no danger before stepping onto the rooftop. The two scanned the area and chose the small building next door, taking a running leap directly to the opposite rooftop. Following the stairs down, Suyu gently tapped the railing with her sword, producing a few soft sounds. Instantly, several low growls from zombies were attracted, and after assessing their location, Suyu signaled to Mu Ningxue. Then, she kicked the door hard, and a zombie fell out as the door swung open. Suyu's physical condition had improved significantly after an enhancement of her ability, doubling her strength. This kick had nearly 200 kilograms of force behind it. Having fought alongside Wang Chen against zombies before, Suyu was well aware of the changes in her body. She felt no surprise at this display of strength. Little fish, you're so strong. Mu Ningxue was a bit surprised. She had always run alongside Wang Chen. Even when cutting zombies with her sword, she hadn't noticed anything special about Su Yu due to the sharpness of the sword. After awakening, Mu Ningxue hadn't tested her physical strength, focusing all her attention on her ice-type ability, completely unaware that her own strength had skyrocketed. The moment the door swung open, Mu Ningxue reached out her hand and swiftly conjured a bright blue ice shield that quickly formed and floated in front of Suyu. Beautiful! Suyu exclaimed, admiring the ice shield, which was diamond-shaped and crystal clear, resembling a large sapphire. Without hesitation, she spoke, her gaze fixed on the fallen zombie, the blade in her hand wreathed in flames. Sister Xue, your power must have increased too, you'll know once you try. Suyu stepped forward, slashing down with her knife, and instantly, blood splattered as the zombie's head was cleaved open. Mu Ningxue followed closely, several energy-congealed ice spikes floating beside her, their sharp tips glinting with a cold light. It seemed there was only one zombie in the living room. After searching, the two found no other signs of life. Mu Ningxue was still puzzled by Suyu's words when she noticed a wooden door nearby and couldn't help but punch it. Bang! Her white fist passed through the door, leaving Mu Ningxue momentarily stunned. This was too powerful, her strength had really increased. Wow! What's going on? When you awaken your powers, it consumes a lot of stamina while enhancing your physical abilities. You fainted at the time, and when you woke up, weren't you always saying you were hungry and ate a ton of food? Why didn't you mention this before? Mu Ningxue asked, confused. I was too busy being curious about your powers and forgot to mention it, Suyu said, sticking out her tongue, revealing an awkward smile. Well, it's a good thing anyway. Mu Ningxue pinched Suyu's cheek and smiled lightly. The two then left the living room and headed downstairs. The small building had been rented out to nearby university students from the first to the fourth floor, and it seemed there were still quite a few people left over from the weekend. Suyu and Mu Ningxue spent most of the day clearing the entire building, killing a total of 7 or 8 zombies. Both of them were smeared with a lot of blood but frowned and held back their disgust as they continued searching the next building. During this process, Mu Ningxue finally realized that her physical abilities had greatly enhanced after awakening her powers. Confirming this with Suyu, Mu Ningxue couldn't help but feel excited. She had learned quite a few martial arts, but due to her limited strength as a girl, those techniques had little impact. Except for a few sneaky self-defense moves for women. Those techniques didn't matter much whether her strength increased or not. After all, one kick would result in a mess. Moreover, Mu Ningxue discovered that her ice spikes were surprisingly useful. She finally felt the ease and comfort that Wang Chen experienced while clearing zombies. Without moving her body, just a thought in her mind, the ice spikes shot out, piercing the heads of the zombies that lunged from the room. The key was the elegance. It looked very cool. Unfortunately, Mu Ningxue's ice spikes weren't tough enough and their sharpness was lacking. When killing zombies, the ice spikes would shatter, unable to achieve the near-infinite steel needles that Wang Chen possessed. Mu Ningxue had to constantly replenish the number of ice spikes, and her stamina consumption was noticeably higher. Sister Shui, your ice spikes are really convenient, almost like Brother Mingyang's steel needles, Suyu said, keeping her knife raised in vigilance while laughing without looking back. It's okay, but unfortunately, they lack hardness and can't be reused like his. Mu Ningxue smiled slightly but shook her head. I guess it's because you just awakened your powers and your control isn't sufficient yet. Brother Mingyang awakened on the very day the apocalypse began. Suyu kicked open a door, saw there were no zombies inside, and quickly turned back out. Plus, you control ice, while he manipulates metal. How can ice compare to metal in toughness? That's true, but I still feel like my ice should be tougher. Mu Ningxue nodded, then said somewhat unwillingly. Of course. Brother Mingyang said that powers can be enhanced through constant training, Suyu said earnestly, as she had personally felt the increase in her powers. After just 2 days of relentless training, her powers had indeed grown significantly. Yes, strength and training. Mu Ningxue clenched her right fist and made a gesture of encouragement. The two girls exchanged smiles and turned to walk outside, continuing to clean the small building. By noon, they had cleared a total of 5 small buildings. They even found a few frozen chickens in a cold storage unit. Although the power had been out for a day, there were still plenty of ice blocks inside, making the frozen chicken meat edible. They packed the frozen chickens into 2 large bags, each girl carrying one as they walked out. Through the rooftop, they returned to Suyu's home, where Wang Chen was already up and sitting behind the tea table. Brother Mingyang, you woke up so early? You've only slept for 4 hours, Suyu exclaimed upon seeing Wang Chen. It's fine, I've had enough sleep, Wang Chen replied, glancing at the two of them to confirm they were okay before lowering his head to continue reading. Inside, he was secretly nodding. All the low-level zombies around had been cleared out yesterday. Both girls had awakened their abilities, and against a small number of ordinary zombies, they were basically in a crushing position. If something went wrong even in this situation, there would indeed be no need for further training. Of course, this was also because Mu Ningxue was the ice and snow goddess from her previous life. Her ice and snow abilities were extraordinary, and when fully unleashed, snowflakes danced in the air like a terrifying natural disaster. Although she had only developed basic ice abilities, for now, safety should not be a concern. We found a few frozen chickens that still look quite fresh. I'll make you some braised chicken for lunch, Suyu said cheerfully, lifting the bag to show the chicken inside. Great, I'm definitely a bit tempted, Wang Chen laughed. After 5 years of the apocalypse, there had hardly been any opportunity to eat a warm meal, let alone freshly cooked braised chicken, which was basically impossible. In the days since his rebirth, he had only had a steak and lobster, completely unsatisfied in terms of culinary desires. What used to be a home-cooked dish before the apocalypse had now become a luxury. Now, as he calmed down, Suyu's mention of it made his mouth water immediately. Just wait a moment, I'll go make it now, Suyu said, her face lighting up at Wang Chen's enthusiasm. She casually placed the knife against the wall and headed towards the kitchen. Hey, little fish, what about these chickens? Mu Ningxue called out, lifting the large bag in her hand, which contained 3 or 4 frozen chickens. Of course, we put them in the fridge, Suyu replied, momentarily taken aback. Did you forget? The power is out, Mu Ningxue said helplessly. But you can create ice. Just do something about it, Suyu smiled, pulling Mu Ningxue's hand as they walked. Hey, you little brat, do you think I'm an ice maker? Hee, isn't this making the best use of resources? It's a chance for you to practice your abilities. Mu Ningxue. Wang Chen. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Wang Chen suddenly remembered his freezing technique, which seemed to have been extracted from a children's song about a little refrigerator. However, that freezing technique had already merged with the turtle shell technique and bubble technique to form a self-destructive ice armor technique. Thinking of this, Wang Chen glanced at the abilities on the system bookshelf. Currently, the unextracted abilities included ice armor technique, fluorescence technique, and leap technique, along with 3 E-level abilities, underwater breathing technique, messaging technique, and silk spitting technique. Perhaps I should change my approach, Wang Chen murmured to himself. The 4 major abilities of time, Freezing, mustard space cutting, and metal control were indeed incredibly powerful. However, the time and energy required were also immense. Could he acquire a large number of basic abilities by reading some introductory books? And then, through the fusion of these abilities, could he stack together a few powerful abilities? With this thought, Wang Chen smacked his lips but then shook his head. Merging abilities required reading value. Reading introductory books was akin to children's literature like 300 children's songs. Although it could indeed extract quite a few complete abilities, the reading value it provided was simply too little. If those basic abilities were broken down, they could indeed yield some reading value. However, spending a lot of time merging unknown abilities seems unwise. Moreover, even if a primary ability is merged, the result won't be a powerful ability. This makes Wang Chen feel that the effort may not be worth the return. The abilities chosen for merging are mostly not very useful. This would filter out some abilities, leaving even fewer that can be merged. Each ability is unique. Perhaps an ability that seems useless might prove to be significant at certain moments. Furthermore, when merging abilities to avoid self-destructive side effects like the ice armor technique, a substantial amount of reading value must be invested. This is what makes Wang Chen feel that this path is unfeasible. Spending a lot of time reading children's books yields very little reading value, even if abilities can be broken down for reading value. Overall, the time spent is not worth it compared to reading more knowledge-rich books. Plus, one could obtain higher-level ability fragments. The lunch on the third day of the apocalypse was quite lavish. There were still some vegetables left in Suyu's fridge, which made Wang Chen very tempted. Thanks to Suyu's cooking skills, they quickly prepared yellow braised chicken, cola chicken wings, sweet and sour cabbage, cold cucumber salad, and white bean stewed with ham. All 5 dishes were generously portioned, and Suyu's cooking was quite good, so the 3 of them devoured the meal. Wang Chen and Mu Ningxue leaned back on the sofa, rubbing their bellies, while Suyu cleaned the dishes in the kitchen. Over the next 2 days, you two continue your training. The day after tomorrow, we'll go out together. I want to check out the university town, Wang Chen said calmly after a while, seeing Suyu come out wiping her hands. University town? Mu Ningxue asked. Suyu tilted her head. Brother Mingyang, why the sudden interest in the university town? There are a lot of zombies over there. Precisely because there are many, I want to take a look. Wang Chen nodded, his expression calm. Also, I want to visit the library there. To read? Suyu asked uncertainly. Yeah, I want to find a few books. Wang Chen replied affirmatively, but he was thinking of more than just finding a few books. He wanted to empty the library. Alright, we'll go with you. Suyu exchanged a glance with Mu Ningxue and sighed helplessly. Wang Chen's obsession with reading had already left a deep impression on them. In the apocalypse, instead of focusing on training abilities or stockpiling supplies, he was thinking about visiting the library. Brother, how much do you love reading? This is the apocalypse. Terrifying zombies are everywhere, and mutated rats are scurrying around. It's only because they have just awakened their abilities that they can easily handle ordinary zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to run around with him. After lunch, they took a short break. Wang Chen had shot all the steel needles into the back of the mutated rat king last night, and now he had no silver beads left on him. Looking around, most of the metal items in Suyu's house had already been used to seal the windows. Since there was nothing useful at home, Wang Chen took the 2 girls, who had recovered their strength, out. However, the 3 did not choose to go downstairs but headed straight up to the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, they could see the university town in the distance. The nearest university, Chunqing Normal University, is about 3 kilometers away. Brother Mingyang, which school do you want to go to? Suyu asked softly, gazing into the distance. Let's go to Yunnan University, Wang Chen said with determination. Oh, Suyu nodded. Yunnan University is considered the best university in Yunnan province, making it a suitable choice for finding a library. Okay, I need to prepare my weapons first. After saying this, Wang Chen took the lead towards Yunnan University, with Suyu and Mu Ningxue following closely behind. Have you cleaned a few small buildings this morning? Do you know which room has the most metal items? I remember the 3rd building in front. That family's kitchen is quite large, with many pots and pans, most of which are stainless steel. Suyu thought for a moment and said, it seems that the 1st floor of that house sells kitchenware. There are quite a few iron pots and knives, Mu Ningxue added. Alright, let's check this place. First, I need to replenish some steel needles. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a decision. What about the ones you had before? Those were all refined by me, Suyu asked, puzzled. Wang Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I shot them at the Rat King last night and didn't have time to retrieve them. Suyu, Mu Ningxue. The 3 quickly entered the 3rd small building through the rooftop, where the zombies had already been cleared out by the 2 women. Wang Chen walked into the living room and immediately saw various iron items in the open kitchen. With a wave of his hand, a bunch of steel knives transformed into liquid metal and gathered in front of him. Wang Chen closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. His ability activated again, and a large mass of liquid metal separated into a portion of silvery liquid. This mass of titanium alloy silver liquid slowly floated down into Wang Chen's palm. He tested its weight and nodded in satisfaction. When manipulating metal with his metal control ability, lighter metals consume less energy. Having read fundamentals of metallurgy many times, Wang Chen still gained a lot. However, his metal control ability had not yet reached molecular level control. This meant he couldn't adjust the molecular structure of the metal itself to create the lightest and hardest metal alloy. Although titanium alloy is not the hardest metal product, it is relatively light, and the steel needles and blades formed are sharp enough. This was the most cost-effective item for Wang Chen to manipulate. Carrying it around wouldn't cause excessive weight that would affect his movement. He turned around and went downstairs, organizing many knives and iron pots on the first floor, extracting a large amount of titanium alloy. After being refined and enchanted again by Suyu's dark flame ability, he stuffed a large mass of refined titanium alloy into his backpack. Wang Chen also stuffed 2 separated silver beads into his pocket. Now, Wang Chen was like a bird gun upgraded to a cannon. At this moment, he just wanted to say to the mutated Rat King, "If you dare to jump around in front of me again, see if I don't shoot you all over." Looking at the large mass of metal balls floating beside him, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he had synthesized the mustard space ability at this moment, he could just stuff all this titanium alloy inside without so much hassle. However, he was reluctant to throw it aside. These were all weapons for killing. Wang Chen, who originally didn't care much about the mustard space ability, suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He must quickly gather enough fragments of the mustard space ability to carry a large amount of supplies with him. That would be so appealing. At that time, he wouldn't have to meticulously control the steel needles. He could directly transform into Li Xiaoyao and wave his hand to unleash the sword technique. That would be so cool. I'll head back first. You two continue your training. If you encounter survivors, be more cautious and don't be too naive. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he walked down the rooftop, leaving the 2 women looking at each other. Is he really that confident in us? Suyu said, speechless. Who cares? We've been acting separately for the whole morning. It doesn't make much difference whether he's here or not, Mu Ningxue said calmly. She didn't actually mind Wang Chen's free-range approach. Alright, let's work hard and surpass him sooner or later, making him bow down and call us sister. Suyu flicked her bangs and turned to walk towards the side of the rooftop. Mu Ningxue smiled slightly, shook her head, and followed, a faint ice flower forming in her hand, ready to release an ice shield at any moment. Wang Chen returned indoors with the metal balls, transforming them into metal cubes and placing them in a corner of the living room. He took out a book and returned to his desk, leisurely brewing a pot of tea and continuing to read. During this reading, he focused more on understanding the knowledge of quantum mechanics and the microscopic universe, hoping that through this knowledge he could increase the probability of obtaining fragments of the mustard seed space ability. To this end, he specifically searched for a book titled Discovery and Explanation, Unveiling the Material World. After some thought, he also materialized a copy of the Flower Adornment Sutra from the system library. One scientific, one theological. Perhaps while gaining knowledge, he could also gain some inspiration. The smoke curled around him, accompanied by a hint of tea fragrance. If, before the apocalypse, someone had told everyone that they could gain abilities through reading, the most profitable would undoubtedly be those bookstores. Detected that the host is well versed in A Brief History of Time, extracting S-level ability fragment time stop +1, time stop ability 4/20. Reward reading value, 1000 points. Host reading value, 6621 points. Detected that the host is reading Discovery and Explanation, Unveiling the Material World for the first time, extracting A-level ability. Fragment Mustard Seed Space +1, Mustard Seed Space ability, 6/8. Reward reading value, 100 points. Host reading value, 6721 points. Detected that the host is reading Flower Adornment Sutra for the first time, extracting ability fragment Mustard Seed Space +1, Mustard Seed Space ability, 7/8. Reward reading value, 100 points. Host reading value, 6821 points. Wang Chen suddenly realized that this Buddhist classic not only provided reading value but also actually extracted a fragment of the Mustard Seed Space ability. System, why can this theological text also extract ability fragments? This Flower Adornment Sutra belongs to the Blue Star theological texts, but its theories regarding cosmic space indeed have their own characteristics. Alright, he originally thought that the concept of the mustard seed containing Mount Meru derived from this theological perspective would help him shift his thinking and perhaps aid in understanding the mustard seed space. Unexpectedly, it really extracted a fragment. A pleasant surprise? It seems that religious texts like this do have their unique merits. With this, only one fragment of the mustard seed space ability was left. Wang Chen felt a surge of joy and was determined to continue. Detected that the host is well versed in A Brief History of Time, extracting A-level ability fragment Mustard Seed Space +1, Mustard Seed Space ability, 8/8. Extracted S-level ability fragment time stop +1, time stop ability 5/20. Extracted S-level ability fragment. Space cutting +1, space cutting fragments 4, reward reading value, 1000 points. Host reading value, 7621 points. After an afternoon of reading, Wang Chen finally gathered all the fragments of the mustard seed space ability. The time stop fragments also increased by 2, but the synthesis of abilities still seemed far off. System, synthesize the mustard seed space ability. Wang Chen rubbed his hands together. The storage space was finally within reach. Ding! Synthesis successful. Acquired. A-level ability, mustard seed space, consuming reading value 1000 points. Host current reading value 6621 points. Does the host wish to absorb this ability? Quick! Absorb it! I can't wait any longer. Wang Chen laughed heartily. The familiar sensation of ability absorption quickly washed over him, and he felt a refreshing surge throughout his body. Fourth enhancement. After absorbing abilities 3 times, he advanced to the first tier. Having undergone a total of 4 enhancements, his physical quality experienced another qualitative leap. The energy and mental strength within him were both amplified. However, Wang Chen immediately checked the capabilities of the mustard seed space ability. Following some simple information in his mind, he extended his finger and gently tapped in front of him. A black dot appeared at his fingertip, rapidly expanding into a 2-meter-high circle. The edge of the circle shimmered with a faint light, and inside, it was dazzlingly colorful. Wang Chen's mental power probed inside, and the scene immediately entered his mind. It was a vast space, measuring at least 10 meters in length, width, and height, totaling 1,000 cubic meters. Although it wasn't the enormous space that could hold billions of resources as described in legends, it was more than sufficient in Wang Chen's eyes. In fact, in the apocalypse, due to the outbreak of zombies, rampant mutated creatures, and power outages, basic living supplies were becoming increasingly scarce. However, as long as one had strength, food was not so easily lacking. Over time, various mutated creatures in the apocalypse would gradually become a source of food for humans. Various beasts reproduced quickly, and their evolved bodies could enhance human physical qualities. Some mutated plants became bloodthirsty and ferocious, while others produced various fruits that humans could consume, with effects even akin to the legendary spiritual fruits. However, obtaining such plants and animals required a certain price. Unless you were strong enough, Wang Chen excitedly experimented until he became increasingly proficient in using the mustard seed space ability. Soon, he could completely avoid opening a portal, directly storing items in the space or taking them out. This made it even more discreet. He casually stored a metal cube from the corner into the space and discovered that he could even directly liquefy and divide this metal within the mustard seed space. When he reappeared outside, it had already transformed into steel needles. Wow! I can finally become Li Xiaoyao. Wang Chen excitedly controlled the steel needles to merge and transform. With his current mental power and energy reserves, he could control hundreds of steel needles at once without any pressure. Since it was like this, he might as well increase the power of the objects he manipulated. The lethality of the steel needles was indeed a bit low. If he had this level of power last night, that fat pig-like second-tier rat king would have had no chance to escape with a body full of needles. Wang Chen continuously merged the steel needles, stretching and shaping them into small flying swords. For this, he even specifically found a sword weapon atlas from the system library and flipped through it in his mind. He only needed to look at the images without needing to study them in detail. The 10 points required for materialization. Reading value could be saved if possible. After all, the landlord's family doesn't have extra rations. After experimenting with many flying sword designs, Wang Chen ultimately found that his brain was still somewhat lacking. He wanted to create many beautiful flying swords, but the process was indeed a bit cumbersome and time-consuming. In the end, he had to choose a relatively simple and elegant flying sword design. Sigh, when my level is higher in the future, and my brain is faster, I'll make them look cooler. Wang Chen murmured as he stroked a 20-centimeter-long small flying sword. Now, whether in mental power, ability reserves, or physical quality, he had already surpassed the second-tier limits. The range of his metal control had increased to 30 meters, with faster manipulation speed and greater lethality. The number of space cuts had increased to 25 times, with the length of the black lines approaching 1 meter. However, he didn't feel that sense of breakthrough. He should be just one step away from advancing to the second tier. Overall, his combat power was definitely above the second tier level. Perhaps it was because his foundation was too solid, and he possessed far more abilities than others. This led to a difference in his advancement compared to his previous life. But even so, before the crystal cores became widely available, he was already far ahead of everyone else. Perhaps the traditional tiers of ability users can no longer measure my combat power. Feeling the changes within himself, Wang Chen was both excited and bewildered. After his rebirth, everything about him gradually separated from his previous life, walking down a different path. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Chen continuously familiarized himself with his abilities while taking time to read books. Although his strength had increased, he was still unclear about his own limits. So for the past 2 days, whether it was mental power or energy, he had been conducting tests alone, experimenting with the upper limits of both. When his energy was depleted and his mental power dried up, he would then test his pure physical qualities: jumping, running, punching, strength, endurance levels. One by one, he was squeezing out his potential. The celestial reading system brought him infinite possibilities. But all these gains required him to continuously familiarize himself and try repeatedly before he could use them freely. Through constant practice, Wang Chen's combat power rapidly improved. He even had a feeling that he could go toe-to-toe with a third-tier zombie or mutated creature. Of course, wanting to kill them head-on was indeed somewhat unrealistic. In his previous life, with his 5th-tier physical qualities, he could only handle ordinary 4th-tier zombies or mutated creatures in close combat. When faced with more powerful abilities, he could only turn and run. He was just an ordinary ability user. His physical body couldn't compare to those of enhancement or transformation types. Brother Ming Yang, we're back. In the evening, Suyu's crisp voice rang out with the sound of the door opening, and Wang Chen looked up. The 2 girls appeared at the door, covered in bloodstains, smiling yet exuding a hint of heroism. 2 consecutive days of independent combat had brought them not just slaughter, there was also the rapidly built confidence and a killing intent that was as sharp as a blade being unsheathed. Although they had only killed some mindless zombies, wasn't that still killing? Good work. Are you hurt? Wang Chen smiled slightly, then asked with concern. No, Sister Shue's ice shield is very useful. She has resolved several dangers for us, Suyu said, placing her sword aside with a smile. That's good. Go wash up. We'll have dinner soon. Wang Chen casually pointed to the kitchen. The 2 girls had been fighting outside for the past 2 days while he had been preparing meals. His A-grade metal control ability was uniquely used for cooking, a rare talent indeed. Suyu and Mu Ningxue walked hand in hand into the bedroom, and soon the sound of running water could be heard from inside. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Wang Chen had told Suyu and Mu Ningxue to rest well last night and adjust their physical condition to the best state. After 2 days of continuous fighting, the 2 girls had reached the critical point of advancing to the 1st tier. This afternoon, he planned to start the operation in the university town. Some distant memories from his previous life were becoming clearer. There were indeed some things he wanted in the university town. After lunch, Wang Chen packed a lot of supplies and stuffed them directly into the mustard seed space. He did all this without the 2 girls knowing. He didn't plan to reveal the wonders of the mustard seed space ability to them just yet, keeping it hidden for as long as possible. Now, his pockets only contained the metal quantity for 4 small flying swords. When he used his metal control ability and didn't have enough metal, he could simply open the space in his pocket or sleeve. He had only added a pack of cigarettes and a lighter to his pockets, feeling light and unburdened. If he didn't think it would be a waste to have Suyu light a cigarette, he would have wanted to throw the lighter into the mustard seed space directly. Thinking about it, that would indeed be a bit of a waste. One day, when he extracted fire-type abilities, he could do it himself. With the 2 beauties, they hopped around on the rooftop. With their enhanced bodies from their abilities, the 5 to 6 meters between rooftops was no obstacle at all. Even if the distance was too wide, Wang Chen could easily control the metal objects on the rooftop to build a bridge and cross over. Soon, the 3 reached the edge of the residential area, and to go further, they would have to traverse the street. On the rooftop of a small building in the residential area, the footsteps from above startled Zheng Hong and the others. Cautiously climbing up to the rooftop, Zheng Hong peeked his head out from the passage to observe. All he saw was the backs of Wang Chen and the 2 girls leaping down. Where are they going? Zheng Hong wondered. Who is going where? The 4 behind did not see the figures of Wang Chen and the others, and Xiao Jing asked in confusion. It seems to be Wang Chen and the others. I saw them heading towards Dian University just now. Zheng Hong stepped out of the passage, responding with a puzzled expression. Wang Chen? Chen Rui exclaimed softly, and the 3 beside him also showed surprise. At a time like this, why would they choose to go out? Gu Siyu murmured quietly. Who cares where they go? Honggu, there isn't much food left in the room, shouldn't we go out to gather some supplies? Yu Yani, dressed in a crop top and a short skirt, stepped forward and said sweetly. Chen Rui's gaze flickered as he looked towards Din University, shaking his head. Wang Chen and the others wouldn't go out for no reason. They must have some advantage to take the risk. I think we should follow them and see. Follow them? I have no problem with that, but you 3 aren't awakened ones. How can you keep up? Can you even keep up? Xiao Jing looked at Chen Rui with disdain, his tone mocking. Maybe we shouldn't go, we'd just be a burden to you. Chen Rui chuckled awkwardly, lowering his voice a bit. TCH, just the 2 of us would only increase the risk. Maybe they're also short on supplies and are going out to replenish. Xiao Jing turned away, too lazy to deal with Chen Rui, his eyes filled with contempt. Chen Rui fell silent at his words, lowering his head as his right foot unconsciously rubbed against the rooftop, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Alright, there's no need to say these things. Our injuries aren't fully healed yet. It's indeed not suitable to stir up trouble. Zheng Hong interrupted the two with a wave of his hand, glancing at the direction of Dian University before turning to walk the other way. Let's gather some supplies first. We can talk about it once my and Xiao Jing's injuries are healed. See you, what? Do you think? He was also curious about Wang Chen and the others' intentions, but the wounds on his body were still aching. After awakening his abilities, his physical condition had greatly improved, and even his recovery from injuries had accelerated significantly. However, the experience from that night made Zheng Hong clearly realize that he was not the so-called chosen one. He was still too weak in the face of this apocalypse. In his brief encounter with Wang Chen, he hadn't gained any advantage at all. Instead, he felt that Wang Chen's abilities seemed to be stronger than his, at least in terms of lethality, definitely surpassing him. And in terms of overall combat power, a second-level mutated rat king had almost made him regret his actions in the Northwest. Just how many such powerful mutated creatures existed? Were there beings even stronger than the mutated rat king? Although Zheng Hong wasn't very sure, he believed there definitely would be. This point was confirmed in a private conversation with Gu Siyu, who provided him with a solid hypothesis. Gu Siyu had not awakened any abilities, but her analysis and judgment had always been sharp and accurate. Zheng Hong had no choice but to believe. Honggu, you're right, the priority is to gather supplies first. These supplies will become scarcer in the future, so we should collect as much as we can now. It will be of great use later. Gu Siyu looked towards the direction of Dian University, her eyes flickering with reluctance, yet she nodded in agreement with Zheng Hong's decision. Before the apocalypse, her intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary people, making her feel she could control everything. However, faced with the sudden apocalypse filled with crazed zombies and mutated creatures, the clever Gu Siyu suddenly realized that having power in one's own hands was the true foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Wang Chen and the others quickly navigated through the streets, the dense horde of zombies causing them quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, they coordinated well, and after the previous battle with the rat tide, there were fewer zombies, allowing them to swiftly approach Dian University. After moving for several kilometers, Wang Chen and the others even passed through 3 residential areas, using the rooftops to leap and climb like Spider-Man, utilizing their metal manipulation abilities to avoid numerous zombie hordes. Finally, after an hour, they reached the residential area opposite the side gate of Dian University. Wang Chen crouched on the rooftop, looking down at the large gathering of zombies near the side entrance of Dian University. This entrance was conveniently located next to the dormitory area, where a large number of students had lingered when the apocalypse struck. Just a few hundred meters away was the cafeteria, and along the street outside the side entrance were many snack shops. At noon, these college students were out searching for food, while those who didn't come out were mostly in the cafeteria or dormitories. Wang Chen, should we change places? There are too many zombies here, Mu Ningxue suggested, frowning as she scanned the surroundings. No need, going around wouldn't make much sense. We won't use the main entrance. Let's head left for 500 meters. There's a wall behind which is a small grove. Wang Chen shook his head and said calmly. He was very familiar with this environment, having traversed it many times before. Alright, let's do that, Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement, seeing his confidence. Under Wang Chen's lead, the three quickly moved to the wall around the corner. Looking up, they saw lush green leaves, with sycamore trees towering about 10 meters high clustered together. Brother Ming Yang, you call this a small grove? Su Yu remarked. Wang Chen replied, it used to be just this wall high. Mu Ningxue interjected, how many years ago was your before? Wang Chen tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then uncertainly said, 3 years? Or 4? Su Yu. Mu Ningxue. With that much time, these sycamore trees have grown. Su Yu exclaimed, facepalming. Never mind, anyway. There aren't usually many people here, and it leads directly to the teaching building, Wang Chen said, scratching his nose. He usually worked part-time and often passed by here. Back then, these sycamore trees were indeed not very tall. However, 3 to 5 years had passed, and these trees had grown quite a bit. They certainly couldn't be called a small grove. Although the small grove was different from his memory, it didn't affect Wang Chen's plan to pass through here. He leaped up, landing on the wall. The 3-meter-high wall was a piece of cake for him after several enhancements. Looking around, there were indeed not many zombies in the grove. Wang Chen waved his hand, signaling the 2 girls that everything was safe. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue stepped back a few paces and jumped up one after the other, easily landing on the wall with Wang Chen's help. Pointing in the direction of the teaching building, Wang Chen jumped down first. The library he wanted to go to was behind the teaching building, and to get there, he had to pass through the teaching building first. In the past, he had worked hard, carrying water buckets, delivering takeout, and even helping to walk dogs and feed cats. He had been here many times. Once he took off his yellow jacket, he could enter the Dian University campus openly, much to the envy of other delivery workers. So he was very familiar with the dormitory area, teaching building, and library of Dian University. Those students focused on their studies often ordered takeout in the library and then came to the small grove to eat. Of course, he had eaten his fair share of dog food, taking turns feeding each other. Now, returning to this familiar place, he was accompanied by two lovely girls, something he could never have imagined in 2 lifetimes. Suyu and Mooningshua followed closely behind, jumping down as a few scattered zombies nearby quickly rushed over upon hearing the noise. The two girls didn't wait for Wang Chen to shoot his flying sword, they proactively engaged, one to the left and one to the right. Wang Chen was happy to take it easy, standing aside with his arms crossed. With dark flame wrapping around her blade and ice spikes shooting out, the two girls worked in perfect harmony, swiftly taking down 4 or 5 zombies. Not bad, not bad, your progress is impressive and deserves encouragement. Wang Chen clapped his hands and stepped forward, wearing a beaming smile. Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her face bright with a radiant smile. However, Mooningshua remained expressionless, though a hint of joy flickered in her evasive gaze. Gaining Wang Chen's recognition indeed made the two girls quite happy. Let's go, we'll reach the library after passing through a few teaching buildings, Wang Chen said, holding his hands behind his back and leisurely walking between the two. Less than 200 meters out, several teaching buildings came into view. However, the sight that greeted the three was chilling. Countless zombies were scattered throughout the buildings, with over 1,000 gathered on the first floor alone. Limbs and blood were strewn everywhere, and many zombies staggered aimlessly. Wasn't the outbreak supposed to happen on the weekend? How could there be so many zombies? Suyu, hiding behind a sturdy tree, peeked out and exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. I'm not sure, but it is indeed strange. Wang Chen shook his head. Logically, the zombie outbreak should have occurred on a Saturday afternoon. At this time, there shouldn't be many people in the university buildings since classes were not in session. Dian University often has guest lectures on weekends, or group leaders sharing success stories. Many students come to attend, Mooningshua said, looking at them as if they had never seen the world. Damn, isn't this just asking for trouble? Wang Chen cursed. He had thought there wouldn't be many zombies around here. Had he known, he would have chosen another route. Who knew the apocalypse would come at that time, with a zombie outbreak? Everything was fine before. Mooningshua rolled her eyes, feeling helpless. How do you know all this so well? Wang felt inexplicably guilty and quickly changed the subject. I've come here with my dad a few times. Mooningshua sighed softly, wondering how her father was doing now. Alright, you win. Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly. This woman casually dropped a remark that revealed her privileged background. As the CEO of a top 500 company, worth hundreds of billions, she indeed had that capability. Being a rich second generation like Mooningshua was certainly enviable. However, in the apocalypse, what good was money? She still had to obediently follow behind me. Just you wait. Wang Chen secretly reveled in his thoughts, but the dense horde of zombies ahead was indeed a problem. After observing for a while, he came up with an idea. In a bit, I'll lure those zombies away, and you two take the chance to rush upstairs. I'll be there soon. Wang Chen pointed to the nearest teaching building and then to the parking lot not far away. How do you plan to lure them? Mooningshua asked, puzzled. She didn't doubt Wang Chen's abilities, just curious about his method. Are you safe on your own? Suyu was more concerned about Wang Chen's safety. Don't worry, I just need to control those cars and create a little noise. Wang Chen smiled slightly, briefly explaining his method. Zombies are very sensitive to fresh blood and sound, making some noise could indeed attract a large number of them. Get ready. As soon as the horde outside the teaching building is drawn away, rush upstairs as fast as you can, straight to the rooftop. Wang Chen leaned down and whispered a command before preparing to approach the parking lot. Although Wang Chen's strength had greatly increased, and he could control up to 50 flying swords, being surrounded by zombies would still lead to a fierce battle. Who knew how many zombies were hidden inside the teaching building? Better to avoid trouble if possible. Okay, just be careful. The two girls said no more, adjusting their breathing and ready to run at any moment. The small forest was still 200 meters away from the parking lot, but Wang Chen's metal control ability had a maximum range of 30 meters. By controlling the metal to collide with vehicles, considering the inertia of the flying distance, it could reach about 50 meters. He needed to get at least 150 meters closer. Crouching low, he maneuvered through the small forest, silently clearing a few zombies along the way. Wang Chen quickly reached a fountain outside the parking lot. Looking up at the metal sculpture in the center of the fountain, he grinned and waved his hand. The massive metal sculpture rapidly melted, coalescing into 3 steel spikes in midair. Controlling 3 steel spikes, they shot towards 3 cars. In the next second, the fronts of the 3 cars were pierced through, and the sharp sound of the system alarm instantly echoed through the silent campus. Roar! Roar! The dense horde of zombies below the teaching building was immediately stirred, letting out a series of howls. One by one, the grotesque and terrifying faces turned towards the parking lot, and the surging tide of corpses rushed over. Suyu and Mooningshua hid behind a large tree, dumbfounded as they watched hundreds of zombies rush past. Behind them, an endless stream of zombies continued to gather, stumbling and lurching towards the side. Is this what you call a little commotion? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding about this little word. The tide of corpses surged, and the zombies below several nearby teaching buildings ran wildly. Even the zombies on the upper floors kept rushing out of the classrooms, tumbling down like dumplings from the building. Suyu and Mooningshue had no time to rush forward. Hordes of zombies quickly filled the corridors. If they rushed out now, it would be like swimming against the current, and with their current abilities, they would definitely be overwhelmed by the tide of corpses. Wang Chen was initially worried that the noise from one car wouldn't be loud enough to attract so many zombies. He didn't expect that the alarms from 3 cars would directly trigger the horde. He quickly waved his hand to signal the 2 girls not to panic and swiftly retreated. Since the horde had already been triggered, Wang Chen took the opportunity to melt and reshape nearby metal, shooting it directly at other vehicles. Instantly, the alarms blared continuously, and the massive noise drove the horde of zombies into a frenzy. The tide of corpses surged from the teaching buildings, with thousands of zombies pouring out one after another. The hordes from the distant cafeteria and dormitory area were also attracted, stumbling and rushing this way. Wang Chen quickly returned to the 2 girls, keeping a close watch on the continuous tide of corpses stretching for hundreds of meters ahead. After a while, the car alarms still blared, but the zombies below the teaching building had all rushed past. Only a few zombies remained in the corridors, and some that hadn't smashed their heads were dragging their lame legs and broken arms, swaying as they moved. "Go!" Wang Chen whispered sharply, leading the way towards the teaching building. The 3 of them maneuvered their way around the tail end of the horde, with Wang Chen's flying sword shooting down the scattered zombies along the way. This small commotion was completely drowned out by the car alarms. "Wow, Ning Yang Gu, you've become a sword immortal." As they ran, Suyu keenly noticed that Wang Chen's metal manipulation had transformed into flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword shot out, looking as cool as a sword immortal from a movie. Mooningshue's eyes lit up as well. If Wang Chen were dressed in ancient white robes, he would exude an ethereal aura as soon as he stepped out. Basic moves. Just rush up first." Wang Chen chuckled. The lethality of the flying swords was indeed much stronger than the steel needles. A steel needle shot into a zombie's head still needed to be stirred. To achieve a one-hit kill, at least 2 to 3 needles were required. The flying swords were much simpler. 1 sword for 1 little zombie. With the 2 girls, he quickly rushed to the nearest teaching building, not daring to charge directly towards the library. The other teaching buildings were still continuously spewing out zombies, and rushing forward now would definitely collide with the subsequent tide of corpses. They rushed up the teaching building, running up to the 6th floor via the stairs, heading straight for the rooftop. After dealing with the zombies they encountered along the way, they followed the plan to reach the rooftop. Upon opening the iron door that sealed the rooftop, the 3 of them were surprised to find several terrified college students up there. "Who are you? Don't come over." A handsome boy in casual clothes, holding a bloodied steel pipe, trembled slightly as he pointed at the suddenly appearing 3, growling in a fierce yet cowardly manner. 2 other boys also gripped steel pipes, looking fierce, while the 2 girls were terrified, huddling tightly behind the 3 boys. Wang Chen frowned, completely ignoring the 5 of them, and walked straight to the edge of the rooftop to look down. "Who are you all, anyway?" Seeing that they weren't responding, the casual-clothed person couldn't help but question again, their voice trembling slightly. "Shut up. I don't have time to deal with you." Wang Chen coldly snapped without looking back, scanning the crowd of corpses below. The casual-clothed person's expression froze, and they seemed a bit embarrassed and angry, wanting to say something more. With a casual wave of his hand, the 3 boys suddenly found their hands empty, the steel pipes flying up and stopping right in front of their throats. The sudden change startled the 5 of them into a moment of shock, and then they were taken aback again, their faces turning pale. Their bodies trembled like chaff, and the 2 girls screamed and collapsed to the ground. "There are too many zombies. It seems there are quite a few in the nearby teaching buildings." Mooningshue glanced at the 5 college students, looked down at the scene, and said calmly, "It's okay, as long as we get here, I have a way to cross over to the rooftop." Wang Chen was unconcerned. He had already planned the next course of action. The teaching buildings were very close to each other, with the nearest ones only a few meters apart. Using his metal manipulation ability, he could easily construct a simple sky bridge to directly span the distance between the 2 buildings. Mu Ningxue nodded upon hearing this. She also thought of Wang Chen's metal manipulation ability. There was metal everywhere here, so reaching the opposite teaching building was indeed not a difficult task. "What about these students?" Suyu glanced at the few who were already stunned. "Why care about them? Just don't provoke me," Wang Chen replied indifferently. These college students looked haggard, probably having rushed up during the zombie outbreak. Surviving the zombie horde at the university, they were already quite lucky to be alive. However, none of this mattered to him. Wang Chen had no intention of being a good Samaritan. In the apocalypse, life was as fragile as grass. "Get to the side and stay put." Wang Chen casually retracted the 3 steel pipes and shouted coldly at the few. "Yes, yes, yes." The 3 boys scrambled to help the 2 girls up, shrinking back into a corner. The 5 of them had been on the rooftop for several days since the apocalypse began. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything. and they were already dizzy from hunger, their lips cracked. During this time, they had seen others, all of whom had met their end in the jaws of zombies. But they had never encountered someone like Wang Chen who possessed such miraculous powers. His ability to manipulate steel in midair was like a divine miracle that shattered their worldview. As contemporary college students, they had been exposed to all sorts of fantastical ideas. Even though they were terrified by Wang Chen's mysterious prowess, a glimmer of astonishment still shone in their eyes. Wang Chen walked back and forth on the rooftop, estimating the distance to the opposite teaching building. This old teaching building only had the rooftop entrance where chains could be secured. He had originally thought about building a cableway between the two buildings. By shaping metal into 3 pulleys, the 3 of them could slide across directly. Unfortunately, despite the rooftops of the 2 buildings being only a few meters apart, the distance from the rooftop entrance to the edge added another 10 meters. This meant that the overall distance exceeded the range of his ability to control. He could only build a metal plank bridge of about 10 meters between the edges. Before long, various metal objects were floating around Wang Chen. He piled a bunch of metal in one corner of the rooftop, signaling the 2 girls to stay put while he headed downstairs. There simply wasn't enough metal on the rooftop to construct a sky bridge. He needed to collect more metal from downstairs. The teaching building was filled with metal doors, windows, and benches. If necessary, he could even extract the rebar from the walls. However, such operations would consume a lot of energy and might not be worth the effort. If only I had magnetic powers right now, I could transform into Magneto, flying over on a metal disc without all this hassle. Wang Chen collected metal while complaining about his own incompetence. When he watched the movie X-Men, he envied Old Wan's abilities immensely. It was just too cool. Unfortunately, after being reborn, he didn't have enough time and hadn't read many books. Even if he extracted electromagnetic powers, he definitely couldn't be as impressive as Old Wan. With his basic electromagnetic abilities, he couldn't perform such operations. If he wasn't careful, he could fall straight from mid-air, and that would be the end. For now, he still had to work hard, gather more metal, and build a sturdier bridge. Wang Chen quickly scanned the 6th floor, gathering a large mass of metallic liquid around him. A few survivors hiding in the corners of the classroom had barricaded themselves tightly with desks and chairs. Unfortunately for them, when they encountered Wang Chen, the metal parts of their makeshift barriers melted away. Instantly, the barricaded desks and chairs clattered to the ground, revealing several pale faces staring in shock. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with them and turned to leave, taking the gathered metallic liquid with him. Behind him came a series of gasps, and it wasn't until he exited the classroom and headed towards the rooftop that the college students scrambled to follow. Seeing Wang Chen return with a large mass of metal, Mu Ningxue and Suyu turned their gazes towards him. However, the 4 college students rolling and crawling behind him left the 2 stunned. Could it be that Wang Chen had changed his ways? Gathering all the metal together, Wang Chen glanced back at the few people following him to the rooftop and curled his lip. This metal should be enough to build a simple bridge. You guys go ahead first, I'll cover the back. Wang Chen ignored the college students and began melting the metal to construct the bridge. A few college students, noticing the 5 people in the corner, showed a hint of surprise and joy and hurried over. Ding Chang, I didn't expect you to still be alive. That's great. A bespectacled boy exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the handsome boy from earlier. Lu Ming, you're still alive too. I saw you being chased by zombies into the classroom. How come? Ding Chang was astonished. He had thought Lu Ming was doomed and never expected to see him again. I blocked the door with Zhang Yan and the others, and that's how I survived. The others? Lu Ming turned to the other 2 boys and 1 girl, his face showing bitterness. There had been at least 10 people running with him to the classroom, but in just a short distance, more than half had died. Zhang Yan, Song Jing, Li Haoyan, I can't believe you all are still alive. That's wonderful. Ding Chang sighed, reflecting on how once there were hundreds of people in the big classroom, and now he had only seen these few. Who are these classmates? Zhang Yan, a girl with short hair, looked at the other 4 with confusion. She didn't recognize any of them. They must not be from the same class. Oh, this is Zhang Biao, Lu Nian, this is Su Dan, and Lu Mei. Ding Cheng introduced the 4, they're from the finance department and happened to be in this building when the zombie outbreak occurred. Do you have any food or water? Zhang Hu asked, his voice a bit hoarse. No, we've been staying in the classroom and have been hungry for 3 days, Ding Chang replied, momentarily stunned, then shook his head sadly. On the first day of the outbreak, after the initial fear, once things outside calmed down a bit, Ding Chang and the others had cautiously searched the classroom. They only found a few leftover packs of biscuits and 2 half-empty bottles of mineral water. But in the following time, they found nothing else as zombies roamed the corridors outside. The 4 had been starving ever since. As the 2 groups gathered together, their haggard faces were filled with fear and unease. Hunger and thirst left them feeling weak. Ding Chang, what's the deal with those 3? Does that man have the legendary powers? Lu Ming leaned closer to Ding Chang and whispered. The others looked at Wang Chen with astonishment, as a large mass of metal floated in front of him, constantly twisting and changing shape. I'm not sure either. Those 3 suddenly charged at us just now. That man must have the ability to control metal, and he's quite fierce. Ding Cheng's eyes held a hint of longing and fear. Fierce? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Yes, we almost got killed by him. Ding Cheng recalled the moment when the steel pipe flew up and nearly pierced his throat, his body trembling slightly. Ah, no way. How can he kill people? Lu Ming exclaimed, then added indignantly, that's not fair. Shoo, keep your voice down. Ding Cheng noticed that the two girls beside that man, a dozen meters away, seemed to have heard something and glanced over. He immediately pulled Lu Ming back and scolded him in a low voice. What's wrong? He has some ability, but with so many of us, are we really afraid of him showing off? Lu Ming scoffed. Ding Cheng rolled his eyes, this guy must be out of his mind. At that time, the three of us were holding steel pipes, but in an instant, the pipes were controlled by him and pressed right against our throats. Hiss, are you kidding me? Look at that huge mass of metal, he controls it effortlessly, and you still want to fight him? If you want to court death, don't drag me into it. Ding Cheng and Lu Ming's whispered conversation was clearly heard by those around them. After getting confirmation from Zhang Biao and the others, Lu Ming and his group collectively gasped. 9 pairs of eyes stared blankly at Wang Chen, who was kneading the dough. Before long, Wang Chen, with the large mass of metal, stood at the edge of the rooftop. The metal mass slowly floated off the rooftop, with strands of metal extending from the sphere, shooting straight towards the opposite rooftop. The entire metal sphere, under Wang Chen's control, quickly connected the two buildings. A steel plate, over 10 meters long and 30 to 40 centimeters wide, gradually took shape, while the remaining small mass of liquid metal was stretched by Wang Chen into several steel cables hanging at the edge of the rooftop, pulling on the steel plate. There's not enough metal for now, it can only be like this. You all go first, I'll reinforce it with my ability, Wang Chen said, sensing the makeshift bridge and frowning. Okay. Suyu nodded, supporting herself on the edge of the rooftop as she leaped onto the bridge. Taking a deep breath, she quickly ran towards the opposite rooftop. The steel plate immediately bent at an angle, and Wang Chen raised his palm, firmly supporting the steel plate. Suyu moved lightly, her gaze fixed ahead, and within seconds, she safely landed on the opposite rooftop. My turn. Mu Ningxue saw Suyu land and immediately jumped onto the bridge, quickening her pace towards the other side. A few college students, seeing the two girls had made it across, suddenly became flustered. Zhang Biao shouted, Big brother, can we follow you? It's too dangerous here. Li Haoyan added, Yeah. Big brother, take us with you. Lu Mei chimed in, I can do anything for you, as long as you can guarantee my safety. Sudan said, I can too, handsome, you will protect us, right? The group chattered and stumbled to their feet, running towards Wang Chen. The beautiful girl even let out a delicate voice, trying to evoke Wang Chen's protective instincts. Unfortunately, they misjudged Wang Chen's patience. Get lost. I don't have time to help you. If you want to survive, go kill zombies yourself. Before the group could reach him, Wang Chen leaped up and quickly headed towards the opposite rooftop. The boys, seeing Wang Chen's unwavering intent to leave, became anxious. Zhang Biao gritted his teeth and climbed up to the edge of the rooftop, not caring that it was the 6th floor, wobbling as he stepped onto the bridge. At that moment, Wang Chen had just reached the middle of the bridge when he suddenly felt his body drop. He immediately increased his energy output to regain control of the bridge. Looking back, he saw Zhang Biao and Song Jing, two boys, already standing on the bridge, swaying as they moved forward. When they noticed Wang Chen looking back, they both wore awkward smiles, but their feet showed no sign of retreat. This overpass can't hold so many people. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Wang Chen's gaze was cold as he stood in the middle of the overpass, slowly turning around. Big brother, don't look around, there are zombies everywhere. If you don't take us with you, we'll either be killed by zombies or starve to death, Zhang Biao said, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He glanced down at his feet, his mouth twitching slightly before quickly looking up at Wang Chen with a hint of pleading. Yes, big brother, if we die like this, won't you bear some guilt? Song Jing's face showed flattery, but his words carried a hint of moral coercion. The other college students were also clinging to the edge of the overpass, and Lu Ming and Li Haoyan's eyes subtly darted towards the two steel cables holding the steel plate. Oh, guilt? Wang Chen's eyes glinted with amusement as he looked at the college students across from him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother, we mean no harm, we just want to follow you to survive, Lu Ming said with a slight smile, leaning against one of the steel cables. Ha! In the apocalypse, self-rescue is the only right path. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Wang Chen stopped wasting words, stepping forcefully, his body leaping straight towards the opposite rooftop like a great rock spreading its wings. As Wang Chen leaped, the steel plate bent sharply, causing Zhang Biao and Song Jing to sway violently. Lu Ming and Li Haoyan, who had been harboring some thoughts, were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Wang Chen to jump directly over the 8 or so meters to the edge of the rooftop. The people on the rooftop gasped in surprise, their voices attracting the horde of zombies below, who all looked up. In the next moment, part of the zombie crowd split off and charged straight towards the building. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. What do we do? Those zombies are terrifying. Block the door. Hurry! The college students cried out. In panic, Ding Chang leading a few of them frantically searching for something to block the door. However, Lu Ming remained at the edge of the rooftop, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. Wang Chen landed steadily on the opposite rooftop, turning to frown at the two people squatting on the steel plate, swaying back and forth. Aren't you going to help them? Mu Ningxue asked lightly. I don't care about them, but the steel plate has to be taken. The buildings behind will need it. Those two won't fall, will they? Su Yu was taken aback. Humph, what does that have to do with me? Wang Chen said dismissively, crossing his arms and watching the scene unfold. Zhang Biao, Song Jing, come back quickly. That steel plate can't hold. Ding Chang dropped a concrete slab, stood up, and turned back to see the two still standing on it, and he couldn't help but urge them. Yes, yes, come back, don't fall, the others shouted in alarm. The two on the steel plate were now in a precarious situation, and Song Jing, at the back, turned his head tremblingly to look back, whispering, Zhang Biao, let's go back. This steel plate is going to fall. Okay, let's slowly retreat. Zhang Biao was also terrified, the mass of zombies below making him feel even more afraid. The two moved their feet, slowly turning around. Lu Ming, hurry, and pull them back. Ding Chang shouted as he saw the two turning back, but Lu Ming was still standing aside. Seeing the situation, Lu Ming sighed inwardly and stepped forward to help. However, the zombies below were roaring angrily, continuously charging into the building. As Song Jing looked down and saw the scene, he was so frightened that his hands and feet trembled, causing the steel plate to sway violently to the left. The two let out a startled cry, and Song Jing fell directly down, his scream echoing through the teaching area, followed by a dull thud as the horde of zombies surged up. He fell down. On the opposite rooftop, Mu Ningxue gasped, watching helplessly as the boy fell down. The other boy also lost his balance and fell. Help me! Lu Ming, save me! Zhang Biao precariously grasped the edge of the steel plate, his whole body hanging from it. Lu Ming was startled and instinctively reached out his hand. However, Zhang Biao was still some distance from the edge of the rooftop, and even with Lu Ming's outstretched hand, he couldn't reach him. Hold on! Quickly grab my hand! Ding Chang, blocking the door, rushed over in a panic while the others held the door shut with various objects, glancing back anxiously. But no matter how Ding Chang stretched out his hand, he still couldn't touch Zhang Biao's palm. This steel plate had been shaped by Wang Chen's ability, its surface extremely smooth. Zhang Biao's fingers had already begun to sweat, and the dull thud of Song Jing's fall shattered his heart. In the next moment, in Zhang Biao's desperate gaze, his fingers slowly slipped. The steel plate suddenly sprang up, and Zhang Biao let out a wretched scream as his body fell straight down. Bang! The horde of corpses below erupted in excitement, blood splattering everywhere as Zhang Biao was instantly engulfed beneath the zombies. Why? Ding Cheng helplessly reached down, though Zhang Biao was not his classmate. They had become quite familiar over the past few days. Song Jing was even a classmate he had known for 2 years, and they had a decent relationship. Yet, these two, who had not died at the hands of zombies before, were now falling before his eyes, being devoured by the undead. There would be no burial for them. Ding Cheng slowly raised his head, looking at the man across the rooftop, arms crossed, expressionless. You clearly have the ability to save us. Why are you so cold-blooded and heartless? Ding Chang roared, his eyes bloodshot. I've already said, in the apocalypse, the only way to survive is to save yourself. Wang Chen extended his right hand, slowly lifting it. The massive steel plate began to rise, floating directly towards the rooftop where Wang Chen stood. If you are merely foolishly hoping to rely on others to survive, I suggest you commit suicide sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you will find that falling from a building is a rather good way to die. And also, you'd better not provoke me again, otherwise, next time I will take action directly. Wang Chen shot a sharp glance at Lu Ming, then calmly turned away, controlling the steel plate to move towards the other side of the rooftop. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged complex glances with the few college students across from them, then turned to follow Wang Chen. Lu Ming's face suddenly turned pale. Wang Chen's gaze, filled with murderous intent and warning, truly frightened him. Clearly, his earlier small actions had already been seen through by Wang Chen. If there was a next time, he would definitely die. Ding Chang watched the three figures disappear around the corner. A wave of pent-up frustration surged within him, the excited roars of zombies echoing in his ears. Ding Chang's anger boiled over, his blood seeming to boil as he slammed his fist against the rooftop railing. A powerful recoil shot back into his fist, and a corner of the sturdy concrete railing was smashed open. This punch seemed to release all the frustration and anger that had built up inside Ding Chang. Ding Chang, you! Lu Ming beside him looked horrified, staring blankly at the dust rising from the railing. After venting his emotions, Ding Chang gradually calmed down, his gaze involuntarily drifting to his fist. A gray metallic sheen spread from his fist to his arm, as if this gray was continuously spreading to other parts of his body. Ding Chang felt a surge of power coursing through him. A large dent had appeared in the railing where his fist had struck, yet his fist was completely unharmed, not even a hint of pain. Everything felt somewhat unreal to him. What is happening to me? A strong sense of hunger hit him. Ding Chang felt he could eat a whole cow at that moment. Did you awaken some kind of ability? Lu Ming stepped forward, grabbing Ding Chang's fist, examining it with envy. I don't know, I just feel full of power, but I also feel super hungry, Ding Cheng murmured, looking at Lu Ming with a dazed expression. How about you try hitting it again? Okay. Ding Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the concrete railing, took a deep breath, and swung his fist down again. Bang! Another dull thud echoed, debris flying, and the sturdy railing was once again smashed open. Wow! You really awakened your powers. The two stared in shock at the two gashes, then jumped up in excitement. Ding Cheng instantly leaped 2 meters high, gasping in midair, and stumbled when he landed. This is real. I can actually jump this high. Ding Cheng shouted in excitement. Wow, I didn't expect you to awaken your powers. It seems that guy wasn't the only one. Lu Ming was also thrilled. Ding Cheng's awakening meant he had a chance too. As long as he could awaken his powers, his chances of survival would be higher. He had watched and read many apocalyptic films and novels, and those who could awaken special abilities were definitely the protagonists of the future. Ding Cheng, what's wrong with you? If you're fine, come help. The zombies are charging in. Zhang Yan stacked the bricks in front of the door, and when she turned around to see Ding Cheng and Lu Ming still chatting excitedly, she couldn't help but shout. In the face of the deaths of Song, Jing and Zhang Biao, these people seemed to care little when their own safety was at stake. Coming. Lu Ming replied as he turned back, patting Ding Cheng on the shoulder before turning to leave. Ding Cheng clenched his fist, his gaze dim as he looked downstairs. If he had awakened his powers a bit earlier, perhaps these two wouldn't have died. But now it was all in vain. Ding Cheng could only silently vow to protect the remaining people. His stomach growled, the intense hunger pulling him back to reality, the metallic sheen on his skin quickly fading. Ding Cheng grimaced, rubbed his belly, and turned back to the others. Only Lu Ming had witnessed his awakening, and he had no intention of spreading the news. Zombies had already pounced on the iron door, violently banging against the door leading to the rooftop. 7 college students were working together to hold the door shut, not daring to slack off for a moment. If Wang Chen had still been here, seeing Ding Cheng's performance, he would probably have exclaimed in surprise, "B-grade steel skin." In the 7 days since the apocalypse began, those who could awaken their powers had quite a good talent. B-grade steel skin was already much better than most people. In the apocalypse, sometimes awakening a step earlier meant being able to obtain more crystal cores 7 days later. Strength and rank would be ahead of others. Even someone like Zhao Ding, with D-grade strength enhancement, had a chance to quickly advance. If the opportunity was strong enough, standing at the peak was not impossible. And B-grade steel skin, in the 5 years of his past life, was only awakened by a small number of people. Steel skin was a very strong defensive ability in the early stages of the apocalypse. Extremely practical. Against ordinary zombies and mutated creatures, it could essentially remain unbroken. As long as one didn't exhaust themselves, they could charge through hordes of corpses without issue. Ding Cheng was quite lucky to awaken this ability on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Wang Chen controlled the steel bridge, leading Su Yu and Mu Ningxue as they crossed 3 teaching buildings, finally spotting the library a few dozen meters behind the teaching buildings. Brother Ming Yang, is that the library you wanted to go to? Su Yu pointed at the 5-story building ahead. Yes, but it's a bit far, and the bridge can't reach it, we'll have to find another way. Wang Chen rubbed his chin, scanning the surroundings. The small square in front of the library was crowded with zombies, and the noise from the earlier car didn't seem to have attracted them. Wang Chen estimated that it would take about 3 hours to scan the library's collection, including the time to clear the zombies inside. By the time everything was handled, it would probably be close to 5 or 6 o'clock. However, Wang Chen had no intention of leaving Dali University. He originally planned to stay at the university for the next few days. There were several other universities nearby, each with its own library. He could easily find a faculty dormitory or something similar to stay in. As for food, he had plenty stored in the mustard seed space, along with drinking water. The university also had many supermarkets and cafeterias, so even if they were occupied, he wouldn't have to worry with their strength. There are quite a few zombies in the library. Are you still planning to use the previous method? Mu Ningxue looked around the environment, speaking uncertainly. Never mind, these zombies aren't too many. Once the zombies in the teaching area quiet down, we can try to clear them out and let you practice a bit. Wang Chen shook his head, walking to the other side of the rooftop, leaning on the railing to look at the teaching building below. The number of zombies below had decreased significantly, as most had been drawn away by the earlier commotion. With him watching over, it was completely safe for Su Yu and Mu Ningxue to get some training. The two women exchanged glances, shrugged helplessly, and stood together with their backs against the railing, watching Wang Chen as he scanned the area. Let's take a break for a bit. In half an hour, we should be able to make a move. Wang Chen straightened up, sitting on the railing and pulling out a cigarette from his pocket to light it. All right, you decide. Mu Ningxue nodded lightly, pulling Su Yu to find a corner to sit down. Across from them, on the 5th floor of the library, a young man with a ponytail, wearing a blue t-shirt and cloth shoes, was engrossed in a philosophy book. Several bookshelves had toppled over, and books were scattered all over the floor. There were also many bloodstains, but no corpses in sight. The young man stretched lazily, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several figures on the opposite rooftop through the curtain gap, causing him to let out a soft "oh." He slightly pulled back the curtain, leaning closer to see the three figures across. However, he only saw the backs of two girls, while the other young man was Wang Chen. "Hey, not bad looking, but unfortunately, still a bit lacking compared to me," the young man chuckled, lightly brushing his bangs with his fingers, his gaze sweeping over the zombie horde in the small square. "There are really a lot of these zombies. What a pity for so many cute girls." Sigh. With a light sigh, the young man lazily sat back in his chair and resumed reading. Half an hour later, Wang Chen stood up, brushing off his pants, and four flying swords shot out from his pockets. "Let's go. We'll cut our way through." "Oh, okay." Su Yu and Mu Ningxue quickly got up, grabbing the horizontal sword leaning against the wall. Wang Chen pushed open the iron door of the rooftop and led the way down. The four flying swords hovered beside him, and as they reached the corner, Wang Chen caught sight of two zombies in the corridor out of the corner of his eye. In an instant, two flying swords shot out, piercing through the heads of the two zombies. "The rest is up to you. I'll hold the line." Su Yu and Mu Ningxue nodded, taking their horizontal swords down the stairs. Mu Ningxue skillfully cast an ice shield on Su Yu, who held the sword with both hands, glancing around at the stairway. The blade lightly tapped against the wall, the sound quickly attracting the zombies on both sides of the corridor. Dark flames erupted from Su Yu's palm, wrapping around the blade as she slashed diagonally at the few zombies on the right. The dark red blade light shot out, instantly cutting several zombies in half. A few ice spikes shot out, piercing the heads of the two zombies rushing from the left corridor, their bodies crawling along the corridor due to inertia. After 2 days of fighting, the two women had clearly developed a better synergy. After dealing with the zombies in the corridor and seeing that no zombies rushed out from the classroom, Su Yu turned to head downstairs. Along the way, they encountered a few zombies, but Wang Chen stood by, leaving it entirely to Su Yu and Mu Ningxue to handle. Only when faced with more than 10 zombies attacking at once would he step in to resolve the situation swiftly. Under the rapid fire of 4 flying swords, apart from the zombies he intentionally let go, the rest were precisely pierced through the skulls, killing them instantly. The three quickly made their way down the stairs to the first floor. They were indifferent to whether there were any survivors left in the building. Under Wang Chen's control, the flying swords silently cleared out about 20 zombies near the stairway. Wang Chen then led the two women into the stairwell, where the ground outside was already littered with corpses, and there wasn't a single zombie standing within a 30-meter radius. Peeking through the back door of the stairwell, Wang Chen glanced at the zombies in the small square. It seemed there were at least 200 of them. "There are quite a few zombies in this small square. We need to clear them out quickly and quietly." "Su Yu, don't use your explosive knife technique," Wang Chen whispered. "Got it." Su Yu nodded. That technique was powerful, but it would create a significant explosion sound that could attract the remaining zombies in the teaching area. "I'll take the front, Su Yu on the left, and Mu Ningxue on the right. Stay within 10 meters of me," Wang Chen instructed. Without waiting for the two women to respond, he activated the mustard seed space, and a mass of titanium alloy metal silently appeared in his pocket. Stepping out of the back door of the stairwell, a small path led directly to the square. The three had barely walked 10 meters when a few zombies at the edge of the square noticed them. With a few muffled roars, the zombies opened their bloody mouths and lunged forward with their mangled bodies. With a thought, the metal mass in Wang Chen's pocket quickly transformed into a dozen small flying swords, which, along with the original 4, shot towards the zombies. The commotion from the few zombies at the edge instantly alerted the rest of the wandering zombies. One terrifying face after another turned towards Wang Chen and the others, emitting a low, phlegmy growl from their throats. In the next moment, the horde surged forward, a tide of zombies rushing towards the three. The array of flying swords was positioned at the front, and Wang Chen focused his gaze, controlling the dozen flying swords within a range of 20 to 30 meters. This distance became a death zone, where most of the zombies would fall. A small number of faster zombies would run over, and Su Yu and Mu Ningxue would quickly step in to deal with them. To limit the zombies' speed, Mu Ningxue centered herself and quickly spread a circle of ice shards, lowering the temperature within a 5-meter radius. Any zombie that stepped into this range developed a layer of frost on its surface, significantly slowing its movement. Su Yu stepped forward with her knife, swiftly dispatching the slowed zombies. This was a new skill developed by Mu Ningxue while clearing out residential areas with Su Yu. It consumed quite a bit of energy and was currently more suitable for group attacks. Targeting a specific enemy would require further improvement. However, it was quite appropriate here, as Wang Chen and Su Yu, who were near Mu Ningxue, were not affected at all. Clearly, Mu Ningxue had good control over the skill, able to distinguish between friend and foe. As a result, the nearby zombies posed little threat, and Wang Chen was able to unleash his full potential. More than a dozen flying swords flew out of his pocket again, bringing the total to 27 swords weaving through the air. However, Wang Chen chose not to kill the group of zombies but instead aimed to precisely sever their limbs, leaving behind only the torsos and heads. One by one, every step along the way, whatever they Encountered would freeze, avoiding being bitten by the zombie sticks while also not getting stained with blood. Suyu silently gave a thumbs up and followed Mu Ningxue's footsteps forward. Wang Chen rubbed his nose, helplessly trailing behind. He was pondering how to explain this somewhat bizarre behavior. He couldn't just say that in a couple of days, the brains of these ordinary zombies would have crystal cores, could he? That would be too obvious. By then, everyone would know that Wang Chen definitely had a problem. I wonder if reading a book on the I Ching could help me extract some divination technique so that whatever I say can be attributed to supernatural powers. Wang Chen thought hopefully, but it was just a thought. Reading the I Ching, who knows how many brain cells that would kill? It would be a loss rather than a gain. With that energy, he could directly produce a few S-level abilities or elevate space cutting to a higher level, crushing everything with sheer force. Brother Mingyang, why not just kill those zombies? Sure enough, as the three entered the library, Suyu asked Wang Chen about the reason for sparing the zombie sticks. Wang Chen coughed twice, already having a plan in mind, and was not flustered at all. Well, I estimate that Big Rat can trigger a rat tide to raise goo. If we leave these zombie sticks here, maybe we can also stimulate a few first-level mutated creatures. When the time comes, we can just kill them directly and get 2 crystal cores. Suyu covered her mouth and smiled. Aren't you afraid of accidentally summoning a second-level mutated rat king? Let's see how you handle that. What's there to fear about a second level? If we encounter one now, the unlucky one definitely won't be me. Wang Chen smirked. With his current strength, he truly wasn't afraid of that big rat. Alright, even if you're not afraid of the second level, what if it attracts a third level? Mu Ningxue clearly looked a bit worried. These are all ordinary zombies, with no crystal cores in their brains. Not to mention third level, they wouldn't even look at second level. Wang Chen shook his head and continued, but first level and below are different, they still have significant effects. But even if a first level mutated creature really appears, how will you kill it? Are you planning to just sit here and wait for it to show up? Mu Ningxue's eyes flickered as she looked at Wang Chen. Waiting for a rabbit isn't impossible, but for now, I don't plan to do that. Just consider it a casual move. Whether it works or not depends on luck. Wang Chen smiled indifferently, seeming not to care much. His true goal was not that so-called first-level mutated creature. In 2 days, he would come to reap a wave of chives, that was the truth. The spacious library hall was filled with collapsed bookshelves, various books scattered all over the floor. The entire library had 5 floors, divided into 2 main areas, east and west. The first floor housed literature, art, history, geography, and general books. The second floor was dedicated to military, culture, and education. The third floor contained books on computer technology, automation technology, and sciences like mathematics and chemistry. The fourth floor was for language and literature, foreign languages, and various rare ancient texts. The fifth floor held religious texts, social sciences, and philosophy publications. You guys wait for me on the first floor, find a resting area, and have some coffee or something, Wang Chen instructed Suyu and Mu Ningxue before heading straight to the bookshelves. System, start scanning. Detected. Books, range 5 meters, starting scan. Suyu shrugged and pulled the somewhat bewildered Mu Ningxue directly toward the corner resting area, already somewhat accustomed to this scene. Is he really planning to read here? Mu Ningxue turned back with a puzzled glance. I guess so. I followed him around the provincial library for over 3 hours before. Suyu nodded. Is he a bit obsessed? Not really, he gave you those 2 books before, have you read them? I read one. Was it useful? This, I have to say, it really is somewhat useful. Mu Ningxue thought of something and nodded silently. Really? I thought he was just messing with you, Suyu exclaimed in surprise. My deceleration move was inspired by that book he gave me. Frozen water, ice. Mu Ningxue recalled the content of the book and smiled slightly. So, it turns out that his strength is indeed related to how much he reads. Suyu sat down at a small round table, resting her chin on her hands as she looked at Wang Chen's slowly walking figure with a hint of longing. It definitely is related. The fundamentals of metallurgy and A Brief History of Time that he often reads are both connected to his abilities. Mu Ningxue casually inserted her sword into a nearby chair and calmly crossed her arms. It's a pity he didn't recommend any books to me, Suyu said somewhat disappointedly. Her ability was dual attribute, and Wang Chen told her that for now, she just needed to practice diligently. Just practice more. I think reading is just about increasing awareness and opening up your mind. Your ability has great destructive power. What you lack is energy reserves. If you could unleash it dozens or even hundreds of times, you wouldn't need any techniques. Mu Ningxue smiled slightly. When the two collaborated, Suyu's dark flame ability indeed had more power. It's just a pity that the number of times she could unleash it was limited, otherwise, she wouldn't need Mu Ningxue's assistance at all. Suyu could single-handedly break through the entire residential area. It's so hard. I can only unleash 5 strikes so far, who knows when I'll reach the level you mentioned. Suyu sighed and directly laid her head on the round table. Just keep at it. If we can get more of those crystal cores, our speed will improve much faster. That's true. Brother Mingyang absorbed one and directly advanced a level. Even his steel needles turned into flying swords. Yeah, as long as he builds a solid foundation, he was all ready. much stronger than us before he advanced. Mu Ningxue squinted her eyes, her gaze towards Wang Chen revealing a hint of competitiveness. He awakened much earlier than us, so he must be stronger. Su Yu's eyes sparkled as she recalled how Wang Chen had taken her out of the provincial library and fought their way to the Liuha Boli Hotel. By the way, when exactly did he awaken his abilities? Mu Ningxue sat up straight and looked directly at Su Yu. I'm not sure about the exact time, but Brother Ming Yang said he awakened on the day the apocalypse arrived. Su Yu recalled her conversations with Wang Chen, and he indeed mentioned that he awakened on that day. So that means he was only a few hours earlier than you and a day earlier than me. Is that little time difference really that significant? Mu Ningxue asked in confusion. Su Yu shook her head. I think the issue isn't here, it's that Brother Ming Yang seems to have pondered more about it, which is why he can teach us how to train our abilities. Indeed, abilities aren't like skills in games that remain unchanged. Once mastered, they can evolve into different capabilities. So Brother Ming Yang was right to have you read, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to unleash that area. Deceleration ability. I think your ability could be like this. The two women continued to murmur while Wang Chen wandered between the bookshelves. The system quickly scanned various books, and the collection in his mind was growing larger. However, during this scan, Wang Chen also discovered a problem. Many of the books were duplicates of those he had previously collected from the provincial library. System, how should I handle these duplicate books? After scanning all the books, the system will automatically check for duplicates, keeping only one copy of books with the same content in the library. Alright, it seems this concern was unnecessary. The system is quite intelligent, with a built-in duplicate checking function, which makes things much simpler. Otherwise, with so many dazzling books lined up, it would already be overwhelming, and having more duplicates would indeed be unnecessary. Soon, after finishing the scan of the first floor, Wang Chen greeted the two women and stepped upstairs. The second floor scan is complete. The third floor scan is complete. The fourth floor scan is complete. It took 2 hours to scan all 4 floors. Wang Chen let out a long breath, controlling a few flying swords to push aside the zombie corpses, blocking the stairs. Just as he stepped out, his body suddenly froze. Something felt off. Wang Chen frowned and looked around. The entire 4th floor's bookshelves were in disarray, many of them collapsed. There were still quite a few corpses lying on the ground, with bloodstains and severed limbs as expected. But on the 5th day of the apocalypse, these corpses surprisingly had not begun to emit a foul odor. This indicated that these bodies must have formed no earlier than yesterday. Some of the zombies were those Wang Chen had just killed, and the other corpses couldn't be older than yesterday either. The bodies of the zombies weren't truly dead, their consciousness had merely been eroded, turning them into mindless husks. Therefore, even in the hot weather, aside from the wounds gradually rotting, the bodies remained relatively normal and did not emit the stench of decay. Of course, the areas strewn with blood and flesh had already begun to smell. In his past life, Wang Chen had long since grown accustomed to this stench, and since his rebirth he hadn't paid much attention to it. But just a moment ago, he suddenly realized there was a difference. Could it be that this 4th floor had been cleaned by someone? Wang Chen observed the corpses on the stairs, scanning the surrounding environment. His expression gradually became serious. There were numerous impact marks on the walls. Some zombies' heads seemed to have been crushed by the bookshelves, and a few iron stool legs were embedded in the zombies' skulls. This looked very much like it was done by a person. Wang Chen silently opened his mustard seed space, and a large mass of metal floated out, quickly melting into a silvery metallic liquid. Stretching out his arms, Wang Chen controlled the metallic liquid to spread over his body, wrapping him in a thin layer of titanium alloy, except for his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Lacking the blueprints for Iron Man's armor, Wang Chen could only leave the joints exposed to avoid hindering movement. With this layer of protection in place, Wang Chen stepped onto the stairs with over 20 flying swords. The sound of metal scraping echoed as the 5th floor hall gradually came into view. Once Wang Chen stood firm in the hall, a stool suddenly flew out from the corner, heading straight for his head. Clenching his right fist, he struck down hard, and the wooden stool instantly shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. Wang Chen turned to look, feeling somewhat awkward, this temporarily molded metal shell provided decent protection but lacked flexibility. A table came flying at him again, and Wang Chen was too lazy to strike it with his hand. It would hurt. 3 flying swords shot out from his side, instantly slicing the table into 4 pieces. The swords flew over the table, heading straight for a young man with a ponytail standing in the corner, looking utterly bewildered. The moment Wang Chen recognized the young man's figure, he shivered, and the 3 flying swords halted in front of him. An invisible force blocked the 3 swords, their tips seemingly piercing a thin membrane, creating 3 small air cones. With a thought from Wang Chen, the 3 flying swords arced back towards him. The young man, who had been clenching his teeth, immediately relaxed and gasped for breath, and the thin membrane vanished. Why did you attack me? Wang Chen looked at the somewhat familiar figure before him, not even realizing his voice was trembling. I'm really sorry, I just had a sudden urge to test my skills, the young man said, calming his heartbeat and revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. The metallic armor on his body slowly melted away, revealing Wang Chen's handsome face. I don't think what you did was just a test. If I hadn't been able to catch it, that table could have smashed my head, right? Well, you caught it, didn't you? I saw your battle just now. I have confidence in your strength, the young man said, reaching up to touch his ponytail and chuckling. What's your name, and how did you end up here? Wang Chen subtly tucked away the metal ball formed from melted armor, suppressing the flutter in his heart, and calmly asked with a nod, blessed be the infinite celestial venerable. My name is Li Yuchan, a disciple of the Changchun Temple in Weishan, Nanjia City. The young man's expression turned serious, his legs together as he stood straight, hands forming the Tai Chi seal, slightly bowing as he performed a greeting with the Ziwuju. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Wang Chen's eyes, followed by a mischievous smile on his face as he cupped his fists at his right chest and slightly bowed in return. Toad Treasure. Taoist, you are so kind. Toad Treasure. Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan's face darkened, the demeanor of a Taoist master slipping away as his neck stiffened and the veins on his forehead throbbed. What the hell, Toad Treasure? How do you know I'm not the cicada from Cicada's Song? Then are you or are you not the toad? From Toad? Wang Chen, hands behind his back, took slow steps forward, unable to suppress his smugness. I am the Toad's Toad, but you can't just give me such a nickname upon meeting. Li Yuchan's face stiffened as he argued back. The problem is, you didn't inform me of your Dao name. Wang Chen spread his hands, speaking helplessly, yet his lips were curled in a smile. Well, I don't have a Dao name yet. Li Yuchan was at a loss for words again, feeling somewhat speechless. He couldn't help but complain internally, blaming that old Taoist for insisting he finish university and get his diploma before giving him a Dao name. It was really. And look at this, what kind of mundane name is this? He had been mocked as Toad Treasure more than once. Even this guy, whom he was meeting for the first time, accurately understood his real name. If only he had been named Li Yuchan, though a bit effeminate, it would at least be acceptable. Alright, Toad Treasure, since you don't have a Dao name, I can only call you that. It's quite catchy. Wang Chen was unfazed, walking up to Li Yuchan and putting his arm around his shoulder, looking overly familiar. Hey, we're not that close, don't do that. Li Yuchan quickly shook off Wang Chen's arm and stepped back a few paces, brushing off his shoulder with a look of disdain. What do you mean by that? You don't want to be friends with me? Come on, let's settle the score for your sneak attack on me, Wang Chen shouted, waving his hand, and over 20 flying swords rose into the air, their tips pointing at Li Yuchan. Don't. I was wrong, actually, I really want to be friends with you. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Yuchan, his hands waving repeatedly, looking conflicted. Really? You're not lying to me? Really? More real than gold. With that look of yours, how real can it be? Li Yuchan's face darkened, feeling a lump in his throat, unsure whether to curse or not. Wang Chen's thoughts shifted, and the flying swords returned silently, slipping into his pocket and entering the mustard seed space. However, since you seem sincere, I'll forgive you. Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan's face showed a mix of emotions, but he realized that this person clearly didn't really want to make things difficult for him. What's your name, anyway? Wang Chen. Wang Ming Yang? Yang as in ocean, don't get it wrong. Wang Chen waved his hand, activating the system scan, continuing to walk between the bookshelves. How did you end up here? There's nothing to eat or drink. Li Yuchan watched Wang Chen wandering around, puzzled. Came to find a few books to read. What about you? How did you end up here? Wang Chen replied without looking back, his mind sorting through thoughts. In his previous life, Wang Chen had met Li Yuchan a year after the apocalypse. During the time they spent together, Li Yuchan never looked down on him. At that time, Wang Chen was only a third-tier ability user and had been saved by Li Yuchan more than once from peril. Because of their similar personalities, they became close friends. At that time, the Taoist priest known as Lai Gubao was already a powerful fifth-tier psychic ability user, having awakened the telekinetic ability within the psychic category. Logically speaking, with Li Yuchan's potential, he could definitely become a ninth-tier powerhouse in the future, dominating a region. Unfortunately, Li Yuchan ultimately fell in the third year of the apocalypse, perishing at the hands of a corpse emperor during a major event. Wang Chen never expected that in this life, on the fifth day of the apocalypse, he would encounter his good brother from the previous life, the Taoist disciple he always jokingly referred to as Lai Gubao. Li Yuchan. When the zombie outbreak happened, I was right here reading. Li Yuchan replied matter-of-factly. When did you awaken your psychic telekinesis? Wang Chen was speechless. That answer was not wrong. How do you know this is psychic telekinesis? Li Yuchan asked curiously. If it's not psychic telekinesis, could it be wood control? Wang Chen rolled his eyes in mockery. Li Yuchan glanced at the shattered wooden tables and chairs on the floor, scratching his head. I awakened this ability not long after the zombie outbreak. It's quite useful. Awakening an ability on the first day of the apocalypse was the same answer Wang Chen had received in his previous life. In this life, he would definitely not let Li Yuchan repeat the same mistakes. He would keep him by his side no matter what. Wang Chen was now fully capable of protecting and nurturing him. Moreover, Wang Chen was well aware that the ability Li Yuchan had awakened was the A-grade psychic ability Tai Yi Shen Yan. This Name was chosen by Li Yuchan himself, who claimed that as a Taoist disciple, how could his awakened ability not have some connection to Taoism? Tai Shen Yan was extremely powerful compared to other psychic abilities that had a control range of 5 to 10 meters upon awakening. Tai Shen Yan's initial control range reached 20 meters. Li Yuchan continuously honed his psychic telekinesis based on the theories recorded in Taoist texts. This made his ability increasingly powerful, giving rise to various applications with endless clever uses. Simply put, Li Yuchan's ability, aside from not being able to shape various metal objects like Wang Chen, could easily unleash a rain of swords with a wave of his hand if given some flying swords, making him a true sword immortal of the current era. Under the same conditions, Li Yuchan's Tai Shen Yan would only excel further in detail control compared to Wang Chen. The speed and power of the flying swords he could pierce with were even stronger than Wang Chen's metal control ability. You cleared the zombies on the 4th floor, right? Why are there no corpses on the 5th floor? Wang Chen asked calmly. Oh, I went to the 4th floor to look for food and cleared it out while I was at it. I threw the ones from the 5th floor downstairs. I can't stand being around a bunch of corpses, Li Yuchan nodded, saying with a look of disgust. You haven't gone out these past few days? No, there's food and drink in the rest area anyway, and there are too many zombies outside. I can't rush out. Wang Chen shook his head. Having just awakened his ability, Li Yuchan's exploration of the use of Tai Shen Yan was insufficient. Otherwise, how could he not get out? However, this was also a fortunate thing. Precisely because he hadn't left the library, Wang Chen could meet Li Yuchan right now. This meant that Wang Chen had more opportunities and time to help this talented brother from his past life take off directly. Wang Chen scanned the last area and turned to ask, I'm leaving soon, do you have any plans? I don't. No, I came here to study and I haven't received my diploma yet. With the current situation, I can't go back to Changchun Temple, Li Yuchan replied helplessly. Don't think about it, you probably won't get that diploma in this lifetime. Wang Chen chuckled. What time was it? And this guy was still thinking about getting a diploma. It was probably because Li Yuchan's unfortunate master told him that without a diploma he wouldn't be able to take his Taoist title. No way. Is this zombie apocalypse never going to end? Definitely, the end of the world has arrived. Bro, D&D has become history. At this point, the government has to take rescue measures, right? Li Yuchan still held on to a glimmer of hope. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, actually, in this situation, I think the military has suffered heavy losses as well. It's really not easy to reorganize forces for rescue. It's already the 5th day, it should be soon, right? Even if the government can rescue, so what? You're just relying on others. If they discover your telekinetic ability, they might send you to the construction site to move bricks, Wang Chen said with a mischievous smile. Li Yuchan moving bricks had indeed happened in his previous life. In the early days of the apocalypse, it seemed that the military's established shelter was besieged by zombies. When a breach appeared in the defense line, Li Yuchan, who could manipulate objects on a large scale, was directly requisitioned to move stones to block the gap. The not yet powerful Tai divine thought was reduced to a small cart on the construction site. Damn, such an amazing ability, and you're using it to move bricks? That's such a waste, Li Yuchan said helplessly. So where are you planning to go? If not, I might as well go with you. This was clearly the result Wang Chen wanted, but he still needed to give Li Yuchan a precautionary warning first. You can follow us, but you have to listen to my orders. From now on, can you do that? You mean, you want me to recognize you as the boss? Li Yuchan tilted his head, scrutinizing Wang Chen. Pretty much. Do you think I don't have that qualification? Wang Chen turned around, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and the 4 remaining flying swords beside him trembled slightly. Okay, from now on, I'll listen to you. Li Yuchan looked at the 4 swords that seemed to be pointing at him. Although he knew Wang Chen was joking, he couldn't help but twitch his lips and nodded helplessly. Ha, that's great. From now on, just follow me. I guarantee you'll eat well and live well. Wang Chen laughed heartily, and the 4 flying swords transformed into 4 silver orbs that fell into his pocket as he continued to scan the remaining books. Seeing Wang Chen turn around, Li Yuchan shook his head and smiled helplessly. He had awakened a mental type ability, and his personal perception was quite sharp. He was very clear that Wang Chen had no hostility towards him at all. However, this brief exchange revealed that Wang Chen's personality was quite to his liking. After a while, Wang Chen finally finished scanning all the books in the library. With a full harvest, and after excluding some duplicate books, Wang Chen's system library had increased by hundreds of thousands of volumes. Among them were quite a few rare ancient texts, but it was estimated that these books wouldn't be very useful. There were also those literary novels, which contained little knowledge, mostly just the author's fanciful imaginations. The chances of extracting abilities from such books should be very small, and like the previous book Flatland, Wang Chen hadn't had the chance to read it yet. However, this book had a rich imagination about space, with many concepts based on real spatial knowledge expanded upon. Wang Chen judged that reading it would likely provide him with considerable inspiration. For this type of novel, Wang Chen hadn't completely given up. Instead, he placed it as a secondary priority in his reading order. It would serve as a way to relieve stress amidst his hard study. Returning to the resting area, he called out to Li Yuchan. Let's go, you little rascal, we're leaving here. Damn, Wang Chen, can you not call me that? Li Yuchan, who had been reading with his legs crossed, suddenly felt something was off. Got it, little rascal. There are still 2 girls waiting for me downstairs. Are you coming or not? Wang Chen waved his hand, unconcerned. Let's go. Li Yuchan slapped his forehead, deciding to let it go for the sake of the girls. Wang Chen shook his head, chuckling, and was about to turn around and head downstairs. Li Yuchan patted his backside and casually tossed the philosophy book onto the table. The 5 big characters of The Art of Seduction were prominently displayed. Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly as his peripheral vision caught the cover's bold text. No wonder it's you, Li Yuchan. Always ready to feast on swan meat. In fact, in his previous life, Wang Chen knew that Li Yuchan was someone who appeared carefree on the outside but had a remarkably rich inner world. This little Taoist priest, who would shout blessings to the infinite celestial sovereign upon seeing anyone, loved to critique various beauties with him, yet he had never broken his virginity even until death. The 2 quickly went downstairs and reached the hall on the first floor, where Wang Chen called out to the 2 women. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue hurriedly stood up and walked towards Wang Chen, only to suddenly see Li Yuchan following him down the stairs. The 2 froze momentarily, their fingers gripping their weapons a little tighter. Don't be nervous, this is Li Yuchan, you can just call in Li the Toad. Wang Chen turned sideways and pointed at Li Yuchan. Li the Toad? Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Ahem, blessings to the infinite celestial sovereign. Ladies, don't listen to his nonsense. I am Li Yuchan, a disciple of Changqun Temple in Weishan County, Nanzhou City. Li Yuchan's face darkened as he rolled his eyes at Wang Chen, cleared his throat, took a couple of steps forward, and bowed to the 2 women. Oh, hello, Taoist. Su Yu was a bit flustered seeing Li Yuchan bow so solemnly. Taoist, you are so kind. Mu Ningxue returned the gesture with cupped fists, clearly familiar with some Taoist etiquette. Straightening up, Li Yuchan revealed a smile, returning to a more ordinary demeanor. Li the Toad is our new member, officially joining our team, Wang Chen said calmly. Su Yu. Mu Ningxue. Li Yuchan maintained his smile, having given up on changing this man, but he still wanted to save these 2 beauties in front of him. You can call me Li Yuchan, Yuchan, or Little Li, no need to call me Taoist, I haven't officially become a registered Taoist yet. Li the Toad is quite friendly. Su Yu blinked, exchanging a glance with Mu Ningxue, and both covered their mouths, giggling lightly. Li Yuchan felt a black line forming on his forehead and sighed helplessly. Indeed, those who get close to ink will inevitably get a bit blacker. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, we'll just call you Little Li. I'm Mu Ningxue said with a smile, introducing herself. I'm Su Yu, 22 years old. If you're younger than me, I'll call you Little Li, Su Yu said, sizing up Li Yuchan with a smile. Hello, beautiful sisters. I'm 21 this year, just call me Little Li. Li Yuchan was overjoyed at her words, nodding and bowing repeatedly, completely losing the demeanor of a Taoist disciple from earlier. It seemed these 2 beauties were quite considerate of his feelings. Thinking of this, Li Yuchan raised an eyebrow at Wang Chen. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, Wang Chen nodded, too lazy to pay attention to Li Yuchan's antics. Li Yuchan has psychic telekinesis abilities and is quite strong. With his addition, our upcoming actions will be safer. Brother Ming Yang, what are we going to do next? Wang Chen glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the hall. It's getting a bit late, I plan to find a place to settle down first, then look for the biological research lab at Dali University. The biological research lab? The other 3 were momentarily taken aback. This target was a bit out of the ordinary. Wang Chen nodded affirmatively, his tone calm. That's right, the biological research lab. Li the Toad, since you study here, do you know where this biological research lab is? Wang Chen looked at Li Yuchan. Dali University had many research labs, but he wasn't clear on the specific locations and could only hope for Li Yuchan, who studied here. Well, I haven't paid attention to that. If anyone knows, it's probably just the teachers and students from the Department of Life Sciences. I know some information, but I'm not familiar with the exact location, Mu Ningxue said after thinking for a moment. It's okay, go ahead and tell me. Wang Chen looked surprised. How does this girl know a bit about everything? Dian University has many biological research labs divided into departments like paleontology, biodiversity, animal genetics, plant studies, and so on. There are quite a few collaborations with the outside world, and most of the labs are located elsewhere. Mu Ningxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, noticing Wang Chen frowning slightly, and continued, I don't know which type of lab you're looking for, but the one still on the main campus should be the biological genetics and animal genetics labs. Wang Chen nodded upon hearing this. That sounds about right. I need to verify some things. I'm not sure of the exact location, but just look for a guide sign and head straight to the School of Life Sciences. There will definitely be survivors there, and you can just have them show you the way. Mu Ningxue said calmly. I know where the School of Life Sciences is, it's a bit far from here. Li Yuchan raised her hand and said, Great, you know the location. Let's find a place to stay first, then we can head over. Wang Chen smiled. Slightly, there was still enough time to do some things before the 7th day of the apocalypse ended. A place to stay? Are you just looking to grab a meal, or are you planning to stay for a few days? Li Yuchan asked. Well, let's stay for a few days. I have some matters to handle at Dian University. Then it's simple, we can just find a faculty apartment, something a bit spacious. How about this, we go directly to the School of Life Sciences and then find the nearest dormitory building. Wang Chen made the final decision, and the other three had no objections following his lead. The zombies outside the library had already been cleared by Wang Chen, and the others, but a few more had wandered over from elsewhere. As the four of them exited the library, Wang Chen casually pulled a handful of small metal balls from his pocket. In the midst of Li Yuchan's astonished expression, he shaped them into 9 flying swords, directly handing them to her. Here, this is your control object. Tables and chairs aren't that effective against zombies. Li Yuchan received the flying swords with a look of delight. They weren't too heavy in her hands. The titanium alloy flying swords were sharp and resilient, with the biggest advantage being their light weight. This would save Li Yuchan a lot of mental energy, as her Tai Divine Sense was different from Wang Chen's metal control. It was a pure mental power ability, and while it had limited physical enhancement when awakened, her mental power would increase significantly. Thank you. This is indeed very practical. Li Yuchan tried to control the 9 flying swords and suddenly realized that this number was just right for her current capabilities. In extreme conditions, she could certainly increase that number, but the mental energy consumption would escalate, making it very tiring. Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, both puzzled. Based on their understanding of Wang Chen over the past few days, he seemed to trust Li Yuchan too much, without even a hint of testing. Although confused, both women chose to remain silent. This team had always been centered around Wang Chen, and the two women were well aware of their positions. Let's go, first find a place to stay. Wang Chen drew out his horizontal knife, emoing. With Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue now, they already had 3 ranged attackers. Although they had significant firepower, Wang Chen still wanted to test his current physical strength. In his previous life, he had advanced to the 5th level relying more on physical strength. After all, his 5 abilities had been somewhat lacking. Close combat strength was the foundation he had relied on for survival before. In this life, even with the ability to absorb various powerful abilities through the heavenly reading system, Wang Chen felt that, aside from abilities, his inherent combat power should not be overlooked. Leading the way along the corridor in front of the library, Wang Chen chose the other side instead of returning to the teaching area. There were currently massive hordes of zombies gathering over there, and there was no need to clear them out at this moment. 2 days later, these will all be ripe leaks. Follow this road straight ahead, there's a crossroads, and the School of Life Sciences is to the north. After passing through the corridor, Li Yuchan pointed to the left. That way? It seems like, but the crossroads are too close to the Information College's teaching building. There must be a lot of zombies. Wang Chen looked in the direction Li Yuchan pointed, searching his memory, and frowned. Indeed, but there's a supermarket over there, and a large cafeteria. The dormitories of several nearby colleges are also in that area. Li Yuchan explained the situation. There isn't much food in my backpack, so we'll have to forage for supplies. Let's head to the supermarket first. Wang Chen thought for a moment. He didn't want to expose his mustard seed space just yet, and he hadn't packed much in his backpack before leaving. As for the cafeteria, there was no point in considering it. It was already the 5th day, and the food inside had probably spoiled long ago. Alright, you call the shots. Li Yuchan shrugged, looking indifferent. Then let's go, be careful on the way. Wang Chen stepped towards the crossroads. There weren't many zombies along the way, but he didn't take the initiative to engage. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue took the lead, dispatching scattered zombies from a dozen meters away. As they approached the crossroads, Wang Chen signaled, leading the 3 of them along the trees and corners. They tried to avoid fighting zombies as much as possible, moving quietly across the crossroads and heading north. It seemed that due to the small commotion Wang Chen had caused earlier, many nearby zombies had been drawn away. After walking 500 meters and reaching the vicinity of the Information College's teaching building, the number of zombies gradually increased. Wang Chen crouched behind a slope, peering around. There are dozens of zombies under the teaching building, and quite a few in the upstairs corridor. We'll move along the base of the first floor. Compared to the main square in front of the teaching building, Wang Chen preferred to use the back entrance. Although this would deviate slightly from their direction, it meant fewer zombies to clear. The 3 nodded, closely following Wang Chen. Wang Chen crouched low and quickly ran to the wall a dozen meters away, encountering 2 zombies along the way. Before Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue could act, his sword swiftly sliced through the necks of the 2 zombies. Their heads rolled down, and their bodies slumped. Slowly, Suyu and the other 2 followed closely, quickly avoiding the zombies in the square and darting into the shadows of the teaching building. Following the base of the teaching building, the 4 cleared a few zombies and gradually approached the other end of the building. As they passed the last classroom on the first floor, 2 faces suddenly appeared at the window. Ah, someone. Suyu caught a glimpse of the window and was startled by the 2 faces. Wang Chen looked up and saw two boys with surprised expressions on their faces behind the tightly shut window. Standing up to look into the classroom, Wang Chen discovered that there were actually no zombies inside. A pile of desks and chairs blocked the doors and windows facing the square tightly. It seemed these two boys had reacted quickly during the zombie outbreak, which was why they had survived. Glancing at the two, Wang Chen frowned and waved for the three to continue moving forward. The two boys, seeing they were about to leave, became anxious and quickly opened the window. "Hey, don't go. Come back. Save us." There. Slightly urgent voices immediately attracted several zombies from a nearby path. The zombies all turned their heads, looking in the direction of the sound, and Wang Chen and the others were instantly exposed to their gaze. "Damn it! Why the hell are you shouting?" Wang Chen was furious. These two unfortunate souls could shout all they wanted, but couldn't they be a little quieter? Was attracting zombies scary? Not really. But what a pity. Wang Chen had been trying to hide with the three of them, avoiding fights whenever possible. Why was that? Is it because they can't fight back? Absolutely not. With the current combat power of the four of them, even if they encountered hundreds or thousands of zombies, they could retreat safely. The reason Wang Chen chose not to crush their way through was precisely for the crystal cores that might appear in 2 days. By then, these ordinary zombies will definitely be easy pickings. The boys' loud shout now, along with the commotion from the dozen or so zombies, would attract far more than just this. A dozen zombies let out low growls, their stiff limbs moving as they rushed over. Although their bodies were still somewhat alive, the flow of blood within them had slowed, causing their bodies to become somewhat rigid. However, their running speed was still not slow, catching up to a living person lacking in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor was still no problem. Quickly clear out these dozen or so, and we'll head into the classroom. Wang Chen signaled to Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue to swiftly deal with the zombies, while he raised his sword and pointed it at the two boys. Back off. At Wang Chen's soft command, the two boys were so frightened that they stumbled backward. Wang Chen exerted force with his feet, lightly leaping over a window more than a meter high, grabbing the windowsill and jumping inside. "Suyu, you go up first," Wang Chen said without looking back. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately leaped up and in the next moment gracefully crossed the window and jumped in. "Keep an eye on them. If they dare to shout again, just cut them down." Okay. Suyu was taken aback. She had killed quite a few zombies but had never harmed a living person. Nevertheless, she quickly nodded in agreement. Stepping forward, she placed the sword against the necks of the two boys, her eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent and warning as she looked at them. The two college students did not expect that their shout for help would not summon a savior but instead attract two killers. The murderous aura in Wang Chen's words and the sharp sword at their necks made the two boys smartly shut their mouths, not daring to make a sound. "Lai Gubo, Mu Ningxue, you come up, I'll cover you." Wang Chen leaned over the window, casually throwing out a dozen flying swords, which whistled slightly as they shot towards the zombies rushing around the corner. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue had already cleared out 7 or 8 zombies, and only a few of the initially attracted zombies were still charging this way. However, around the corner, at least 20 zombies could be seen rushing over. Wang Chen controlled the flying swords to sever the zombies' necks, trying to avoid harming their brains. Under Wang Chen's cover, Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue quickly jumped into the classroom. Once he saw that both had landed safely, Wang Chen unleashed his full firepower. Another dozen flying swords shot out from his sleeves, slicing through the dozens of zombies that followed like cutting vegetables. Heads rolled on the ground and zombie bodies lay sprawled everywhere. It wasn't until no zombies appeared around the corner that Wang Chen quickly recalled the flying swords. Shaking off the bloodstains, he quietly opened the mustard seed space and the flying swords flew back into his sleeves like swallows returning to their nests. Wang Chen reached out to close the window and then pulled the curtains, instantly darkening the classroom. At the corner of the teaching building, dozens of zombies surged out again but found no target. The severed heads of zombies on the ground still gaped, biting at the air. "So, what's your situation?" Wang Chen turned around, grabbed a stool, and sat on it with his legs crossed, looking grimly at the two shivering college students. The two boys exchanged glances, and the slightly taller one with a buzz cut cleared his throat and spoke up. "Ahem, we are." "Lower your voice. Do you want the zombies outside to know there are people in here?" Wang Chen looked at them impatiently, his eyes narrowing and his voice low. The buzzcut boy was startled, seemingly choking on his own saliva, covering his mouth and turning red but not daring to make a sound. "You speak." Wang Chen pointed to the other boy with messy hair. "Oh, I'm Fang Lei, and he's Zhou Ming. We are third-year students majoring in software engineering." That noon, after finishing lunch, the two of us were on our way back to the dormitory and decided to stop by the classroom to grab something. We never expected a zombie outbreak to happen. Fang Lei recounted their experiences over the past few days in a fragmented manner. They were somewhat lucky. When the outbreak occurred, there were only the two of them in the classroom. After grabbing their things and reaching the classroom door, they witnessed the zombie outbreak outside and quickly shut the door. They hastily moved many desks and chairs to barricade the doors and windows, relying on the lunch they had just eaten to survive for 5 days. However, they were truly at their limit. They hadn't had a drop of water in 5 days, and the classroom was filled with the stench of excrement. Just now, they had inadvertently seen Wang Chen and his group pass by, and they couldn't help but cry out for help. They never imagined it would attract so many zombies, nor did they consider whether Wang Chen and the others would be willing to save them. "Big brother, please, save us. We really can't hold on any longer." The buzzcut man, Zhou Ming, finally calmed down. After Fong Lei finished speaking, his knees buckled and he knelt down, pleading in a low voice. Wang Chen looked at Zhou Ming with an expressionless face, his eyes not even flickering. "Big brother, please have mercy and save us. If you are willing to save us, once we get out, I will have my dad give you 1 million, no, 5 million. Seeing that the leading man was silent, Fong Lei also knelt down with a thud, leaning forward with a choked voice. "Ha!" Wang Chen laughed. This kid really didn't understand the situation. "I don't have time to save you. We'll be leaving soon. If you aren't afraid of death, you can go out through the window yourself. We've cleared out quite a few zombies outside. If you want to live, the rest is up to you." Upon hearing this, Fong Lei suddenly raised his tear-streaked face and said anxiously, No, big brother, we can't do that. The zombies are too terrifying. I can have my dad offer more money. How about 10 million? Just as long as you are willing to save me. The implication in Fong Lei's words was clear to the few people present. He was asking Wang Chen and the others to save only him, and for that he was willing to offer 10 million. Clearly, he believed that Wang Chen and the others were unwilling to save them because they thought 2 people would be a burden and unsafe. To save his own life, he unhesitatingly chose to abandon Zhou Ming. Suyu and the other 2 looked at the college student named Fong Lei with a flash of disgust in their eyes, while their gazes towards Zhou Ming held a hint of sympathy. "Fong Lei, we are good brothers. These past few days, I've been taking care of you, starving myself and giving you most of my food. How could you do this to me?" Zhou Ming trembled at his words and immediately pressed his voice, speaking urgently. "So what? I usually provide for you, and these past few days count as you repaying me. If it weren't for you saying Yan Kiki would come to watch us play basketball, I would have gone home long ago. How would I have encountered this situation?" Fong Lei shouted hoarsely, his hands clenched into fists, his face filled with resentment. Yan Kiki was the freshman campus belle at Dian University last year, and Fong Lei had been pursuing her. As a rich second-generation heir, he was captivated the moment he saw her at the start of the semester and began to pursue her madly, but after more than half a year, he had seen no results. It wasn't until Zhou Ming found out that Yan Kiki liked playing basketball that he brought Fong Lei along to practice, hoping to help him win her over. Unexpectedly, one weekend, the zombie outbreak occurred, and the 2 were trapped in the classroom. Their lives were uncertain. Wang Chen looked at the 2 of them tearing into each other with a mocking expression. Zhou Ming could tell at a glance that he was a little brother, clinging to the rich second-generation heir for a comfortable life, not realizing that the latter didn't care about him at all. These 2 clearly still didn't know that the entire Blue Star had already fallen. They thought these zombies were caused by a virus, only rampaging around this university town or in the Western District. "Alright, you 2 stop arguing. The entire Blue Star has erupted with zombies. The apocalypse has already arrived. Fong Lei, stop showing off your dad's money. I don't know if your dad is alive or not, but his money is just a pile of worthless paper now. Still the same saying, if you want to survive, fight for yourself." Ignoring the 2 good brothers who looked as if struck by lightning, Wang Chen got up and walked to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to peek outside. "Bro, are these zombies really a global outbreak?" Li Yuchan asked with a serious face, walking up beside Wang Chen, his tone low. "What do you think? You were on the 5th floor of the library, you should have seen quite a bit." Wang Chen replied without turning his head, his tone flat. Li Yuchan nodded with a grim expression, bitterly saying, "Yeah, I saw a lot. On the day of the outbreak, many planes fell from the sky and there were explosions everywhere. The night was filled with blazing fires. That's it then, this disaster is global. But it shouldn't be caused by a virus. The zombie outbreak happened at the same time, and a virus can't do that." Wang Chen nodded, affirming his statement. Sigh, I wonder how the old Taoist is doing. Li Yuchan thought of his master at Changchun Temple, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. In his previous life, he had heard Li Yuchan mention that he had returned to Changchun Temple. Unfortunately, his master and most of the others in the temple had already turned into zombies. The survivors had long since left, and when he returned, all he found was a dilapidated temple stained with zombie blood. Even his master had ultimately been put to rest by Li Yuchan's own hands. But now, he couldn't say this. It was better for Li Yuchan to remain in the dark for the time being. Good people have their own heavenly protection. Wang Chen uttered this meaningless phrase. What about those 2 guys? Should we save them? Li Yuchan collected his emotions and gestured towards the 2 boys, tentatively asking, "Put, you still want to save those rich kids and their sycophants?" Wang Chen scoffed, a mocking expression on his face. Even though they are a bit like that, they are still 2 lives." Li Yuchan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "You little rascal, I consider you a friend, so today I'll teach you something. Wang Chen looked seriously at Li Yuchan, wrapping his arm around his neck and pulling his face close. In the apocalypse, life is as cheap as grass. Taking care of yourself is the first iron rule. Taoism emphasizes following the will of heaven. The way is natural. What does the fate of others have to do with you? Hearing this, Li Yuchan couldn't help but roll his eyes, retorting, our Taoism also emphasizes, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. That's not wrong. That saying refers to your own fate, not others. You must fight for your own fate. Of course, for example, your dear friend Wang Chen, aside from your beloved family and friends, think about it, who among strangers is worth risking your life for? Li Yuchan looked disdainful at this, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Do you think these two plastic brothers are worth the huge risk to save? Wang Chen guided him gently. He didn't want this former dear friend to be dragged down again, leading to a tragic end. You make some valid points, but Li Yuchan was clearly wavering, but not by much. No buts, brother. The apocalypse has come, and the road ahead is long. You will encounter even darker hearts than this. Wang Chen directly interrupted Li Yuchan, earnestly instilling survival mentality for the apocalypse. The only ones worth saving are your true loved ones or genuinely pure and kind people. Trust me, I won't harm you. You'll find out how right I am in the future. Li Yuchan looked directly into Wang Chen's eyes, and at that moment his mental perception began to operate involuntarily. However, from Wang Chen's gaze he only felt deep concern, a hint of worry, and a trace of inexplicable heartache. Li Yuchan clearly sensed that this man, whom he had only met for a few hours, genuinely cared for him. Although he didn't understand why Wang Chen would be so sincere and concerned for him, it was undeniable. Concern. Heartache? Could it be? Li Yuchan seemed to have thought of something. Standing there as if struck by lightning, he quickly broke free from Wang Chen's arm and stepped back repeatedly, rubbing his arms with both hands while quickly saying, I get it now, I believe you, you decide, I fully support you. Wang Chen looked at Li Yuchan's actions in confusion, glancing at his own palm. There was nothing strange in his hand, right? No itching powder or any other prank items. What was this guy doing scratching himself? However, being able to initially persuade Li Yuchan was enough for Wang Chen. He paid no mind to Li Yuchan's somewhat bewildered expression and turned to observe the situation outside for a moment. Returning to the group, Fang Lei and Zhou Ming were still babbling to Su Yu and Muningshui, pleading for their case. But the two women had long been disgusted by their mutual performance and were coldly ignoring them. Get ready to go out, the zombies outside have dispersed. Wang Chen nodded to the two women, explained the situation, and turned to leave. Big brother, you have to save me. How much do you want? Just say it. If the money isn't enough, I have plenty of jewelry, gold, and jade at home. I can even get you beautiful women. I'll have my dad find a few for you, all virgins. Seeing Wang Chen about to leave, Fang Lei, knowing he was the leader, stopped pulling Zhou Ming and directly knelt down, urgently laying out his conditions. I'm not interested in what you're saying. You can fend for yourself. Wang Chen took a step back, avoiding Fang Lei's dusty hand, and spoke calmly. Let's go. He called to the two women and turned towards the window. Seeing that Wang Chen and the others were unresponsive, Fang Lei and Zhou Ming exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they stood up. Fine. So you won't save us, huh? Then don't blame us. Let's die together. If I can't live, neither will you. Let's die together. Fang Lei and Zhou Ming's faces twisted with rage, their hands clenched tightly, their eyes filled with endless madness. At that moment, they seemed to return to the time when they were brothers in arms. For a glimmer of hope for survival, they had united against a common enemy. Oh, so you want to die together? Wang Chen turned back leisurely, arms crossed, a slight smirk on his lips as he asked. Take me with you, I won't drag you down. If you don't take me, then don't blame me. As soon as I shout, all the zombies around will swarm over, and no one will escape. Fang Lei's eyes were fierce as he spoke through gritted teeth. Zhou Ming beside him nodded repeatedly, even taking a deep breath to show he was ready to shout. At any moment. Ha, he. Wang Chen laughed, shaking his head in disbelief, tilting his head towards Li Yuchan. See, this is the person you once wanted to save. Do you still think the same way now? Li Yuchan's face darkened as he silently shook his head. I'm not interested anymore. What do you want to do? What they shouted will indeed bring us quite a bit of trouble. What to do? It's simple, there's a saying, if you can't solve the trouble, then solve the one who creates the trouble. Wang Chen lowered his hands and slowly stepped forward, whispering, solving the one who creates trouble. Wang Chen, are you thinking? Li Yuchan chewed on Wang Chen's words, a sudden shock coursing through her, a bad premonition rising within her as she hurriedly reached out to grab him. But two silver sword lights flashed like lightning. In the classroom, two college students with fierce, crazed expressions suddenly had a blood mark appear on their foreheads, crimson blood slowly oozing out. The two flying swords circled around the classroom before returning to Wang Chen's front. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting rays on the floating bright silver swords, appearing somewhat dazzling, yet untouched by blood. Fang Lei and Zhou Ming's expressions had frozen, blood flowing from their foreheads to their chins, coalescing into a drop that slowly fell. The two bodies gradually slumped down. Let's go, it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Wang Chen calmly sheathed the flying swords and turned towards the window, showing no sign of disturbance after just killing two people. His expression was as calm as a deep well, even feeling a bit hungry. The three beside him stood in shock, their eyes blankly staring at the two college students lying on the ground. Just a second ago, they were two vibrant lives, though the three had looked down on them. But in the next second, this pair of plastic brothers was struck down before their eyes by Wang Chen, turning into two corpses. This was somewhat hard for them to accept. Yet, there seemed to be a hint of satisfaction as well. Wang Chen's earlier whispers with Li Yuchan, reinforced by Su Yu and Mu Ningxue, were heard clearly. Fang Lei and Zhou Ming's final threats also stirred their indignation. With such remarks as a prelude, Wang Chen's swift two strikes seemed less difficult to accept. The first to react was Mu Ningxue, who had already seen Wang Chen kill before. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned towards the window and casually pulled Su Yu along. Su Yu's body jolted, and then she reacted, glancing at the two corpses on the ground, her eyes narrowing as if she had made a certain resolution. Li Yuchan took a deep breath, her gaze gradually calming down, no longer looking at the fallen plastic brothers, and turned away. The three shared a tacit understanding and said nothing, each pondering Wang Chen's actions in their hearts. As for whether they accepted it or not, only they themselves knew. Wang Chen wouldn't care about this. His earlier conversation with Li Yuchan was also meant for Su Yu and Mu Ningxue. Whether one could accept it was not something that could be resolved in a day. Some experiences are useless to hear about from others. One must go through them personally. Just like how elders often say, you should study hard, and in the future things will be like this and that. But the young self never took it to heart, playing and eating instead, ultimately graduating from a garbage university. After entering society, one realizes the hardship of enduring through the academic journey. After graduation, one finds themselves only able to work as a lowly waiter or salesperson, earning a pitiful 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Then, after a few years of struggle, in moments of leisure, one reflects on the past. One can only helplessly sigh, thinking how great it would have been if they had listened to their elders back then. Study hard, get into a good university, choose a good major. Spend 4 good years in university, passing all the necessary exams and learning all the required knowledge. After graduation, one surely wouldn't be in this situation now. But is there any way to turn back in life? What the elders say may not be entirely correct, but at least the point about studying hard is never wrong. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Chen leaped over the window, his sword casting shadows as it sliced through several approaching zombies in swift arcs. 3 thuds sounded behind him, and without turning around, Wang Chen knew that Li Yuchan and the others had followed. He casually swung out the ink shadow, slicing through a zombie's neck at an angle, a smile creeping onto his lips. The fact that they could catch up in such a short time indicated that his words had indeed made an impact, quickly alleviating their psychological barriers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to follow so closely. His earnest advice had not been in vain after all. The 4 quickly cleared the zombies, and Wang Chen took the opportunity to reacquaint himself with his close combat knife techniques. His physical condition was still significantly inferior compared to before his rebirth. His strength and speed were noticeably lacking. He needed further adaptation to avoid misjudgments. He also took the chance to teach Su Yu, whose ability showed impressive performance in close combat. The 4 continued forward, sweeping away nearly 100 zombies along the way. Wang Chen felt a twinge of regret. Most of these zombies had been pierced through the head by Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue, making them impossible to cultivate. On the side of the Information College's teaching building were several buildings belonging to the Urban Construction College. The actions of the 4 were spotted by some survivors inside the teaching building. Some, more anxious than others, couldn't help but shout for help while banging on the windows. Wang Chen was most annoyed by these reckless individuals. Hadn't they realized that noise would attract zombies after several days of the outbreak? Sure enough, with each shout from these people, the surrounding zombies began to stir. Some zombies in the hallways and corridors followed the sounds to the classroom where the survivors were hiding, starting to pound on the doors frantically. Wang Chen ignored the survivors' cries, scanning the area and noticing a sign at the intersection. He immediately waved his hand and rushed toward the sign. Su Yu and the others followed closely behind, continuing to clear away the increasing number of zombies. There's a comprehensive building to the northeast, and to the right of it, there's a large supermarket. Where should we go first? Wang Chen quickly glanced at the sign. His mental power had grown significantly, enhancing his memory, and he memorized the sign's image in an instant. As the zombies closed in, Wang Chen couldn't afford to familiarize himself with his close combat abilities any longer. He sent out dozens of flying swords from his pocket, shooting forward rapidly. Leading the charge toward the northeast, zombies fell one after another along the way. The 3 ADCs maximized their ranged advantage, with Su Yu being the most relaxed among them. The group of survivors, seeing that the 4 ignored them, couldn't help but curse loudly. However, such shouting would only drive the zombies outside into a frenzy. Before long, within the urban construction college's teaching building, the excited roars of numerous zombies were accompanied by the desperate screams of survivors. While killing and moving, after about 10 minutes, the four finally reached the comprehensive building. The building's floors weren't very high, with the tallest being about 7 stories. However, this comprehensive building was situated atop a small hill, with a large supermarket located down the slope. Look, that's the College of Life Sciences over there, Li Yuchan pointed to the north, indicating a cluster of buildings about a kilometer away. It's good to have a target. Let's head to the supermarket first. Wang Chen nodded. It wasn't far and could be reached at any time. However, it was almost 6 o'clock now, not the best time to continue exploring. This comprehensive building was primarily for faculty and staff offices, with very few students around. Since it was the weekend, there weren't many faculty members either, resulting in fewer zombies. However, the four had attracted 200 to 300 zombies following them as they fought their way through. Wang Chen directed Muningshui and Suyu to clear the scattered zombies nearby. He then activated his metal control ability, manipulating several cars parked at the bottom of the comprehensive building to block the slope they had climbed. Li Yuchan followed suit, helping to stack the cars. Muningshui freeze the road surface and make those zombies roll down. After clearing the zombies on the first floor, Muningshui jumped onto a stack of toy cars and unleashed her ice powers with all her might. A layer of frost quickly spread across the relatively wide-sloped road, making the surface slippery. One by one, the rushing zombies stepped onto the icy ground, their feet slipping uncontrollably, and they all tumbled down with a series of thuds. In a spacious office on the upper floor of the complex, several teachers, both male and female, leaned by the window, whispering about the scene below. What the hell? What is this? Is it a superpower? A young male teacher in casual clothes exclaimed in surprise. It seems so. That guy waved his hand, and my car actually flew up. A young female teacher, who was about 5 feet 5 inches tall, covered her mouth and nodded. Damn it, my new car! That bastard used my car as a base, a middle-aged male teacher with glasses growled. What are you worried about at a time like this? It's just a junky Jetta, another attractive female teacher scoffed. I can't believe this. The middle-aged male teacher was left speechless. Director Hong, are these people our students? How are they so powerful? The young male teacher turned to the silent director of the academic affairs office. I'm not sure. I have a vague impression of the guy with the ponytail, but the other three, probably not. Director Hong, dressed in a black suit and around 50 years old, rubbed his balding head and shook his head. He vaguely remembered the boy with the ponytail and cloth shoes. He seemed to be from the philosophy department. It was said he was a disciple of some Taoist master and was directly admitted by the dean. As for the other 2 girls and 1 boy, he truly did not recognize them. The 2 beautiful girls could easily be crowned campus beauties. If they were from Dali University, he would definitely know them. Since they are students from our school, they should come and help us, the 5'5" girl exclaimed. Yes. In times of crisis, this boy should take on greater responsibility with such abilities, the middle-aged male teacher added. There are zombies everywhere. If we shout loudly, we'll be eaten by the zombies outside before they even get here. The young male teacher remained rational and did not panic. Xiao Lu was right. Throw a cup outside to attract their attention first. Director Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. Director Hong, I remember you have a brush and ink. I'll go get them to write a distress signal. Xiao Lu turned and walked towards the bookshelf behind the desk. Yes, in the drawer under the shelf. Teacher Jiang, go grab a cup, Director Hong instructed. Okay. Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher Jiang immediately ran to the coffee table in the middle of the office, grabbed a purple clay teacup and prepared to throw it out the window. Hey, that's my cup. Use another one. Director Hong exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret. Oh, right. Teacher Jiang looked at the purple clay teacup in his hand, hurriedly put it down, and grabbed a glass cup instead. That's my fairness cup. Aren't there glass cups over there? Director Hong's eye twitched as he pointed at the water dispenser in the corner and shouted. The 5'5" girl and the well-built teacher couldn't help but twitch their lips at the absurdity of the situation. What the hell, at a time like this, he's still thinking about tea. Are we saving little cups for later? Hurry up, they're about to leave. The well-built teacher saw the 4 downstairs had set everything up and were ready to turn and leave, urging them on. Once Teacher Jiang got the glass cup, he turned and ran back to the window. The well-built teacher snatched the glass cup and threw it out the window. Let's go, these obstacles should hold them off for a while. Downstairs in the complex, Wang Chen chuckled and led the 3 others to run towards the other slope. Behind them, a horde of zombies howled, continuously trying to skate on the ice. Bang! A glass cup smashed on the ground below, producing a crisp sound. In the corridor of the complex building, the zombies in the hallway heard the noise and immediately began to howl, rushing towards the sound. Just a moment ago, Wang Chen and Li Yuchan had tried their best to avoid making noise while moving the stacked cars to prevent attracting the zombies in the complex building. They never expected that something like this would happen just as they were about to leave. The 4 of them looked up in silence towards the upper floors, only to see 5 excited faces behind the large glass windows on the 5th floor of the complex. One young male teacher was even using a brush to scrawl large black characters on the window. What the hell, are they crazy? Even the good-naturedly Yuchan couldn't help but curse. After half a day's battle, his mental energy was already depleted. Now they had to face dozens of zombies again. Although with Wang Chen around, this number wasn't too concerning, it still felt quite annoying. SOS. Suyu read aloud the characters. This is a call for help. Mu Ningxue frowned and looked at Wang Chen. Help my ass, we don't have time to deal with them, let's hurry up and go. Wang Chen's face darkened as he turned around and walked away. Li Yuchan shrugged. After the experience at the City Construction College building, coupled with the filthy influence of those plastic brothers, he had lost interest in rescuing survivors. Suyu and Mu Ningxue had experienced similar situations multiple times and followed Wang Chen without hesitation. Seeing the four of them leave without looking back, the teachers upstairs immediately began to curse under their breath. Bastard, does this kid not want to graduate anymore? How dare he not save us? One at 1.55 meters angrily shouted. How can someone so irresponsible become a student of our Yunnan University? I must complain to the principal and have him expelled. Teacher Jiang was so furious that he was jumping up and down, his finger trembling as he pointed out the window. Such selfish people are definitely corporate slaves. What future do they have? Once the government rescue arrives, I will report them to the city. A well-built teacher stomped his foot with a disdainful look in his eyes. Shut up, don't you want to die faster? You're going to attract the zombies. Xiao Lu scolded quietly, pointing towards the door. There were still some zombies wandering in the fifth-floor corridor, their low growls faintly audible. Forget it, that guy with the ponytail was directly admitted by the dean of the philosophy department. Complaining is useless. Director Hong said darkly, the other three are probably not students of our Yunnan University, so save your energy. The food is already gone. It's better to go out and find something to eat than to waste energy cursing. As soon as they heard they had to go out to find food, the three who had been cursing immediately fell silent. In fact, there had been 8 survivors, but due to extreme hunger, they had no choice but to take advantage of the zombies moving away in the hallway to go out and search for food. However, after only finding 2 or 3 rooms, they were scared back by 2 zombies, resulting in the deaths of 3 teachers. The remaining 5 had risked their lives with Xiao Lu to return to their office, bringing back half a box of instant noodles to survive until now. Now, asking them to go out again, it was likely that except for Xiao Lu, the others wouldn't dare to go out even if they were beaten to death. Director Hong is right. At times like this, we probably can't rely on others, we can only depend on ourselves. The glass cup earlier did give me some inspiration. Maybe we can safely find some food. Xiao Lu nodded and said, what do you have in mind, Xiao Lu? Director Hong turned around, no longer looking out the window. These zombies are very sensitive to sound. On weekends, aside from those who come in to work overtime, there aren't many people in the complex building. So, considering that, there aren't actually that many zombies. Moreover, some were attracted downstairs earlier and quite a few were killed by those 4. There definitely won't be many zombies left in this complex building. We just need to find a few more cups, make some noise, and lure the zombies in the building down again. Then we can take this opportunity to search for supplies. Otherwise, if we wait for government rescue, we might starve to death. Xiao Lu said slowly, licking his somewhat dry lips and seriously scanning the other 4. But we have no idea where there is food. 1.55 mumbled. There's a big supermarket down the slope, but we can't get there. Good figure sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Teacher Zhou, you're right. With so many zombies and without the abilities of those few, we can forget about the supermarket. Director Hong shook his head, knowing this route wouldn't work. However, what Teacher Zhang Ting said, I happen to know a bit about. Xiao Lu suddenly smiled slightly and said, next to our office, there are a few teachers from the computer science department who often stay up late writing programs. There's a big cabinet in their office filled with instant noodles and sausages they usually stockpile. Oh, why didn't you bring more back before? Teacher Jiang couldn't help but feel frustrated upon hearing this. If it weren't for you attracting the zombies, I was planning to check next door. Besides, how much could I carry by myself? Xiao Lu rolled his eyes, looking disdainfully at the middle-aged male teacher. Previously, he, Teacher Jiang, and the other 3 male teachers had gone out to search for supplies. It was this guy who encountered the zombies, and in his panic, he screamed, attracting more zombies. This ultimately forced the other 3 male teachers to change their course, and they should still be patrolling the corridor now. So what do we do? Your office is on the 4th floor, and even if we get there, we can't open the door without a key. Good figure Zhou Yan twisted her body and asked. The teachers from the computer science department left a key in my drawer. But how do we deal with the zombies in the corridor and stairwell? Director Hong rubbed his balding head, looking troubled. This might require sacrificing your teacup. Director Hong, Xiao Lu's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze drifting to the coffee table. There were quite a few teacups and teapots on the table, and they would definitely shatter if thrown. Fine. Let's do it that way. Director Hong, although usually slick and preferring to interact with pretty students, recognized the gravity of the situation. To survive, he was willing to part with his cherished items. While the few of them were discussing the action plan, Wang Chen and the others had quickly run to the vicinity of the supermarket. This supermarket had 2 floors, and at a glance, the entrance on the first floor was wide open, with many shadowy figures of zombies inside. Surprisingly, there were also many zombies gathered outside, at least over 100. This supermarket is doing quite well, much bigger than yours, and look at how many zombies are shopping, Wang Chen said with a faint smile, teasing. This can't compare at all. You should think about how many students are at Dian University, so you seem to think of Aunt Lu, her eyes dimming. After we clear these zombies, we can go inside and find some food. Wang Chen noticed that Suyu seemed off, cursed himself inwardly, and quickly changed the subject. Waving his sword, Wang Chen led the charge forward. Mooningshua patted Suyu, and a circle of ice and snow spread around them, slowing down the group. Suyu took a deep breath, dark flames wrapping around her sword. Seemingly wanting to vent her frustration, Suyu swung her sword directly at the horde of zombies. A dark red blade light flashed, and the rushing horde was immediately cut open, a loud explosion of dark red flames erupting among the zombies. With just that one strike, Suyu had killed over 10 zombies. In the previous battle, Suyu had merely wrapped the dark flames around her sword to increase its lethality. Li Yuchan was taken aback the first time he saw Suyu's move. He thought to himself that the 2 girls Wang Chen brought along were surprisingly formidable. This small team's level is indeed high. The horde surged, and the zombies in the supermarket were drawn out, howling as they charged towards the 4. Wang Chen waved his hand, melting and absorbing all the metal objects by the roadside, quickly forming a barrier over a meter high that surrounded the 4. The zombies clawed at the fence, reaching out and roaring at them, but for the moment they could not get through this barrier. Li Yuchan chuckled. Wang Chen's trick was indeed effective, allowing him to control the flying sword without any reservations. Wang Chen led Suyu forward, using a horizontal blade to sever countless arms, the sharp blade toppling one zombie after another. With the iron barrier providing protection, they didn't need to output so much power for now. Mooningshua focused her mind, experimenting with the power she had envisioned in her mind. Guided by her mental energy, a pure ice and snow energy erupted among the zombies 10 meters away. An ice flower quickly bloomed, freezing all the zombies within a 5-meter radius. Seeing this, Li Yuchan sent several flying swords, whistling through the air, killing all the frozen zombies. The blood within the zombies had solidified, not a drop staining the ground. With the blooming of this ice flower, Mooningshua clearly felt that her mental energy had been consumed by more than half. If she did it again, she would probably be out of commission. The group coordinated with each other and quickly cleared the zombies, leaving the supermarket in silence. The zombies inside had all been drawn out, saving them the trouble of searching. Stepping over a sea of corpses, the 4 headed straight for the supermarket. Little did they know, due to their slaughter, a huge uproar was stirred up in the 2 dormitory buildings 200 meters to the east. There were still quite a few students surviving in these 2 dormitory buildings. One was a boys' dormitory, and the other was a girls' dormitory. At this moment, these survivors had no time to be cautious and were all peering out from their balconies. Exclamations rang out one after another, causing the zombies below to frequently look up and roar. The entire dormitory building was in chaos, with occasional screams from zombies breaking in through doors. Who are these people? Is that a superpower? Damn, is that sword control? That guy is so cool. A female version of a Gubu? I think I saw the crescent moon charge of the little blonde. That short-haired guy is even cooler, creating a barrier out of thin air. The zombies can't even touch them. Are these people from our school? Those 2 girls are both pretty and fierce. I'm so envious. I've seen that ponytailed guy before. He seems to be from the philosophy department. Why the hell don't I have superpowers? I want to kill zombies too. I actually awakened a superpower, but I can only shoot a few water arrows. I can't kill zombies at all. My little fireball is not bad, but I can only shoot 5. It takes 3 to kill one, and there are too many zombies. Among the survivors in the dormitory building, there were indeed some who had awakened superpowers. Unfortunately, none of them were particularly strong. They were too weak in the early stages. These people were trapped in their respective dormitories, making it difficult to gather together, and they had no combat power against the numerous zombies. Inside the supermarket, after Wang Chen and the others entered, they immediately pulled down the rolling shutter. There were still quite a few corpses inside, and Li Yuchan became the mover again, using Taiyi's divine thought to throw the remains outside the supermarket. As the rolling shutter fell, the light inside dimmed significantly. The first floor is the snacks and daily necessities area. I remember there seems to be a leisure area on the second floor, Li Yuchan said, glancing at the tip of his nose and looking at the stairs. There were quite a few corpses that had already begun to smell, and the whole supermarket did not smell good at all. Wang Chen had long since gotten used to the smell and felt nothing wrong. Suyu and Mooningshua had experienced quite a bit while clearing out the residential buildings, so they had somewhat adapted. Instead, it was Li Yuchan who was struggling a bit. He had cleared the 5th floor of the library before and hadn't encountered such a strong odor. Let's go up and take a look. Wang Chen walked up the stairs with a knife. The view in the leisure area above would be better. A few of them ascended to the 2nd floor, and surprisingly, 2 zombies were stuck behind a bar, roaring at them incessantly. Li Yuchan sent a flying sword through their brains, then used telekinesis to control the 2 corpses and threw them directly out of the window. Wang Chen scanned the area. The hall was spacious, with many leisure tables and chairs placed by the window. On the other side were several counters for making milk tea snacks, which were in disarray and still bore traces of blood. However, the zombies were gone. Aside from the 2 that were stuck, the others had already been lured away. Finding a spot with a good view, Wang Chen sat down and directed his gaze towards the dormitory area. "Brother Ming Yang, let me go get you something to eat," Suyu said as she stepped forward. "Yeah, that would be great, just get some instant noodles or something." Wang Chen smiled slightly and nodded at Suyu. "Okay." Suyu returned a smile and turned to head downstairs. "Little fish, I'll go with you," Mu Ningxue said, running up and taking Suyu's hand. "Sure, Sister Shui, I'll see if there's a pot so we can use the dark flame to cook the noodles," Suyu said, linking arms with Mu Ningxue and giggling. "Then we need to add 2 eggs and a sausage." Mu Ningxue's lips curled up. "Perfect." The 2 girls whispered to each other as they went downstairs, while Li Yuchan sat beside Wang Chen, fanning his nose. Wang Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to him, and casually lit a lighter. "Have one, you'll slowly get used to the taste. I don't smoke, but this smell is indeed a bit overwhelming." Li Yuchan frowned as he took the cigarette and examined it for a moment. "It's simple, you'll learn it quickly, just don't overdo it." Wang Chen took a deep breath, slowly exhaling smoke rings, and passed the lighter over. "Cough, cough. This is really harsh." Li Yuchan imitated Wang Chen and took a deep breath, immediately choking and coughing repeatedly. "Huh, you fool, who told you to? Take a big puff right away? Take small puffs, don't inhale it into your lungs yet, get used to it first." Wang Chen laughed, recalling how Li Yuchan had learned to smoke in his previous life. The first time he smoked, he had also choked like this. This familiar scene made him feel a surge of emotions. Li Yuchan seemed to want to use the smoke to dispel the faint stench of decay coming from his nose. After a bout of coughing, he tried again. "I say, Wang Chen, what exactly do you want to do at the School of Life Sciences?" "I don't know, I just have a vague feeling that there's something there that can answer my questions. I need to verify it." Wang Shen's gaze became somewhat profound. "A feeling? Just for that, you're planning to venture into this zombie-infested campus?" Li Yuchan clearly found it hard to believe. "Indeed, we encountered some things a couple of days ago, and I had a feeling that this place might hold the answers to my doubts." Wang Chen nodded. "What things?" It's hard to explain right now, you'll know when the time comes." TCH. Li Yuchan made an international gesture. Although he was a preparatory Taoist, he was still quite down-to-earth. Wang Chen chuckled and returned a middle finger. "Which colleges are the students in that dormitory area from?" Wang Chen glanced at the dormitory area, somewhat puzzled. "Those are from the chemical engineering, economics, and life sciences colleges, a total of 8 6-story dormitory buildings," Li Yuchan said, following Wang Chen's gaze and pondering for a moment. "Well, after dinner, let's take a trip and ask a few students from the School of Life Sciences. There should be quite a few survivors. There are definitely a lot of zombies too, but it doesn't matter, we can clear them out." Wang Chen said. The group's combat power was considerable. Unless they encountered multiple second-tier zombies, there wouldn't be much threat. Among these people, there should be some awakeners, right? There will definitely be some, but they probably won't be strong. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, searching his memories. In his previous life, he awakened his abilities 7 days after the apocalypse, and had no clear understanding of the situation at Yunnan University. He hadn't heard of any powerful figures appearing here, except for Li Yuchan. However, he encountered Li Yuchan only a year into the apocalypse, and at that time, they hardly talked about the past. All Wang Chen knew was that Li Yuchan was from the Changchun Temple in Nanzhou City. So he never expected Li Yuchan to appear at Yunnan University, and by a twist of fate, they ended up together again. What if you encounter an awakener? Are you planning to recruit a few more little brothers? Li Yuchan asked, exhaling smoke and tilting his head. Let's see how it goes. I value quality over quantity. Wang Chen didn't directly refuse, but he really wasn't interested in those low-level awakened abilities. Although awakening a low-level ability doesn't necessarily mean being useless, the energy and resources required to stand at the peak are unimaginable. Just look at his previous self, who was stuck at the 5th level despite working hard without any major opportunities. After being reborn, Wang Chen was even more cautious about trusting others. Suyu was someone he wanted to take care of a bit because of Aunt Lu. Plus, she awakened an A-level dual attribute ability, which promised great combat potential in the future. Mu Ningxue, on the other hand, had an S-level ice and snow ability, and in his previous life, she had no bad reputation. In fact, she was well regarded. These two women had limitless potential and could become his right and left arms. As for Li Yuchan, he was an absolute best friend in his previous life, having saved his life multiple times, a brother he could trust. With the gathering of these three, the small team was beginning to take shape. Wang Chen was also contemplating whether to bring in any high-quality awakeners he might encounter. He hadn't forgotten that those enemies from his previous life were not small characters. Li Yuchan's death was certainly orchestrated. by someone formidable, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to target a powerful 7th level mental ability user. Unfortunately, Han Taizhan and his nephew Han Jun were currently in Sichuan province. Moreover, Han Taizhan was a kingpin before the apocalypse, with many underlings and quite a few firearms. After the apocalypse, Wang Chen remembered that Han Taizhan awakened his abilities early on and led his gang to search for heavy firepower. This was also why, after acquiring the heavenly reading system, Wang Chen chose to study fundamentals of metallurgy. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms were still a major weapon. Quality over quantity? Are you sure it's not about looks? Li Yuchan said with a look of disdain, noticing that Wang Chen was surrounded by two stunning beauties, with not a single man in sight. Is this what you call quality over quantity? I damn, which of your eyes saw that I care about looks? Wang Chen was furious, throwing his cigarette butt at Li Yuchan. An invisible force stopped the cigarette butt mid-air, and Li Yuchan crossed his arms, chuckling with a mocking gaze. Suyu awakened an A-level dual attribute ability, and Mu Ningxue awakened an S-level ice and snow ability. Do you think their strength is any less than yours? Wang Chen looked at him with disdain. You with your A-level mental ability, how dare you talk about others? Wait, what do you mean by A-level and S-level? Who decides that? Li Yuchan asked, surprised. Haven't you read any fantasy novels? Or urban ability novels? No. TCH. You idiot. Wang Chen raised his middle finger. You should read a few more novels, and you'll know how it's determined. So what's my level? Li Yuchan asked, feeling embarrassed and curious. Your mental ability, judging by its strength, should be A-level. Only A-level? I think I'm pretty strong. Come on, A-level is already quite high, alright? Wang Chen was speechless and could only give him a brief overview of the knowledge of ability levels. So, Boss Wang, what level are you? Li Yuchan asked with a sheepish smile, leaning in a bit closer. Oh, so now you know to call me boss. As for me, which type of ability are you referring to? Wang Chen glanced at him sideways, asking in a flat tone. Which type? Damn, don't tell me you have more than one. Li Yuchan was shocked. Wang Chen chuckled, his finger lightly swiping down in front of him, and a black line suddenly appeared from his fingertip. With a thought, the black line instantly sliced through space, cutting straight through the middle of a table several meters away. The iron table slowly cracked open, collapsing to the sides, the gap in the middle smooth as a mirror. This. Li Yuchan's mouth fell open in disbelief. The speed and power of this black line were beyond his imagination. S-level. Space cutting, my other ability, Wang Chen said flatly, as if recounting an extremely ordinary matter. But the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his inner pride. In his past life, although Wang Chen possessed multiple abilities, their power was truly unimpressive. He had often been mocked by Li Yuchan, although he knew that Li Yuchan didn't mean to look down on him. However, being teased by a brother was always a bit embarrassing, wasn't it? In this life, it was his turn to turn the tables, and that feeling was really quite exhilarating. What the hell? Then what about your ability to control metal, like molding clay? What level is that? Li Yuchan asked cautiously, his throat swallowing hard. Oh, you mean that? A-level metal control ability. Wang Chen replied with a calm expression, as if it was nothing. A-level metal control, S-level space cutting. Li Yuchan muttered to himself, his face filled with indignation. During the brief skirmish, Li Yuchan also realized that among the three, Wang Chen was the strongest, followed by Mu Ningxue. Suyu mostly just used dark flames to wrap around her blade in close combat, showing the weakest combat prowess. But the strike Suyu made at the supermarket entrance had truly amazed him. The blooming ice flower from Mu Ningxue also made him feel its power. Yet, even so, Li Yuchan always believed that his strength should be above the two girls. Of course, he was definitely weaker than Wang Chen. After all, they had fought, and he had just made a slight mistake. But after Wang Chen's explanation, as Li Yuchan thought it over, the clown turned out to be me. Epsilon 3 Suyu somehow found a pot and managed to cook a large pot of food. The A-level dark flame ability really helped a lot. After a while, Li Yuchan tilted his head back and down the cola in his hand, collapsing into the chair, rubbing his round belly with a satisfied expression. Being alone in the library, although he found some food and drink, nothing could compare to warm meals. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll head to the dorm area. We might stay there tonight, Wang Chen said, wiping his mouth with a tissue and glancing at the distant dormitory building. Brother Mingyang, shouldn't we bring some food? Suyu had already put down her bowl and chopsticks, sipping a cup of instant coffee. Just bring a little, not too much, to avoid affecting our movements. Wang Chen nodded, but in his mind he was thinking about how to find a reason to move the supermarket on his own. The mustard seed space was large enough. Right now, it only contained some clothes and a big chunk of metal. Leaving it empty was indeed a bit wasteful. After discussing their next target, the four of them grabbed a few backpacks and went their separate ways. Once everything was organized, the four gathered at the door and walked out together, with Wang Chen casually pulling down the supermarket's roller shutter. The sky outside had already darkened, and Wang Chen slowed his pace. After the three had walked a few meters, Wang Chen suddenly exclaimed, "What happened?" Li Yuchan turned around at the sound, looking around in confusion. "I forgot to grab some cigarettes, just wait for me a moment." Wang Chen chuckled and turned to walk towards the supermarket. Oh, come on, even a chain smoker can forget their smokes? Li Yuchan was speechless, while Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, smiles at the corners of their eyes. The three of them didn't think much of it and just stood at the intersection waiting. Wang Chen quickly returned to the supermarket entrance, pulled the roll-up door halfway open, and ducked inside. Faced with the dazzling array of goods, Wang Chen smiled slightly and, with a wave of his hand, shelves vanished into thin air. Everything edible and drinkable was packed up. Anything he felt might be useful in the future was taken along casually. Soon, the nearly 200 square meter supermarket looked as if it had been moved out. Wang Chen pinched a pack of huazi in his hand, crouched down, and slipped through the roll-up door. He casually pulled the door down and dusted off his hands. Let's go, got a pack of huazi, never had the chance to smoke before. Waving the pack of huazi, Wang Chen returned to the three and stuffed it into his backpack. Now it's zero-cost shopping, you can smoke cigars that cost hundreds or thousands each without a problem. Mu Ningxue said calmly. The experiences of the past few days had finally made her understand why Wang Chen had said that money was worthless. Yeah, might as well give it a try when the chance comes. Wang Chen smiled faintly and led the way towards the dormitory area. The supermarket was about 200 to 300 meters from the dormitory area, with quite a few zombies along the way. The sky was dim, and everyone's visibility wasn't great, so Wang Chen decided to act quickly. Dozens of flying swords cleared the path, and Wang Chen had Li Yuchan focus on the surroundings, while his Tai divine sense was also quite good for protection. Mu Ningxue's deceleration field was ready to unfold at any moment, ensuring that even if zombies got close, they would be slowed down. Su Yu was just tagging along, casually walking beside Mu Ningxue. With a knife in hand, Wang Chen cleared the way with all his might, using his space-cutting ability as well. Whenever a group of zombies gathered in front, a black line would slice through, and heads would roll on the ground. The roars of the zombies attracted the attention of survivors peeking out from several dormitory buildings. There were gasps from the crowd, but having learned from the day's experience, the remaining survivors didn't dare to make loud noises. They all looked on with shining eyes, somewhat excited, watching the four in the distance, because they vaguely sensed that the four seemed to be heading towards this dormitory area. This situation led many to believe that Wang Chen and his companions were there to rescue them. Finally, salvation was near. The four quickly dashed to the side of a dormitory building, and Wang Chen scanned around, unsure which building housed the students from the School of Life Sciences. Never mind, let's go to the left building first. Li Yuchan looked around and pointed at the building on the left. Upon hearing this, everyone didn't bother to look closely, and Wang Chen turned his flying sword, leading the others to rush left. Leaving behind a scene of dismembered bodies, the four quickly entered the dormitory building. Wang Chen slammed the main door shut, controlling the surrounding metal to gather and block the entrance tightly. The horde outside continued to scratch and roar, producing a grating, ear-piercing sound. Everyone took a breath, and Su Yu swung her knife, taking down a few zombies that charged in from the first floor. The commotion attracted the zombies from the entire dormitory building, rushing down. Since we're here, let's clear this building out. Seeing the situation, Wang Chen decided to dive right in, treating it as a training exercise. As they charged in, the other three hardly exerted themselves, relying solely on Wang Chen to lead the charge. This dormitory building had 6 floors, with about 30 rooms on each floor, accommodating around 700 to 800 people in total. The zombie outbreak occurred on a weekend at noon, and at this time, many students had already gone out. At this moment, at least 200 zombies were surging from various floors. Killing like this won't work, soon the bodies will block the stairs. Mu Ningxue looked at the pile of corpses at the stairway entrance, frowning as she spoke. The dormitory building was narrow, and quite a few zombies had even fallen directly from the upper stairs. Wang Chen swung his ink shadow while controlling the flying sword to quickly kill the zombies. He shared Mu Ningxue's concerns and, after a moment of thought, quickly shouted to Su Yu. Su Yu, unleash your dark flame and burn these zombies to ashes. Su Yu, wielding her broadsword, couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. She could already control the temperature of the dark flame, but to incinerate these zombies, she would likely need to adjust it to the maximum temperature. This would probably mean the floor wouldn't be able to withstand such high heat. Don't worry, with me here, just go ahead. Seeing Su Yu hesitating, Wang Chen spoke again. Upon hearing this, Su Yu no longer hesitated, reversing her grip on the broadsword, her palm aimed forward at the densely packed zombies in the stairway. The next second, a burst of scorching dark red flames illuminated the dim dormitory building. Wang Chen controlled the nearby metal to form a wall blocking the stairway, leaving only a hole for Su Yu's dark flame to enter. The roars of the zombies mixed with the crackling sounds of grease exploding echoed throughout the corridor as the dark flame spread rapidly like maggots on bones. From the outside, one could directly see the stairwell at the center of the entire dormitory building, where countless zombies had gathered from the 1st to the 4th floor. At this moment, they all became torches, emitting an eerie glow of dark red flames, illuminating the increasingly dim sky. The surrounding zombies were drawn to the sudden brightness, low growls escaping their throats as they moved closer. Alright, Su Yu, stop. After a while, Wang Chen gently patted Suyu's shoulder, signaling her to cease. Suyu's flames would continue to burn for a while once ignited. Now that all the zombies in the corridor were set ablaze, there was no need for her to expend any more energy. Suyu let out a long breath, slowly lowering her palm. After going all out this time, her mental strength and energy were nearly depleted and she felt quite tired. In a place unseen by the others, the walls of the entire corridor had turned a bright red from the heat. The metal railings had long since softened and melted, dripping down as molten iron. The zombies gathered in the corridor fell one after another, their flesh and blood turned to charcoal by the extreme heat, leaving only skeletal remains that continued to burn. It seemed that in a little while they would turn to a pile of ashes. The group waited for a full half-hour before Wang Chen slowly removed the iron plate blocking the stairway. This iron plate, made from a combination of a security door, stair railings, and window bars, had turned bright red under Suyu's intense flames. If it weren't for Wang Chen constantly controlling it with his powers, it would have already turned into a puddle of molten iron. As he removed the iron plate, an indescribably nauseating smell rushed out. The four of them quickly covered their mouths and noses, fanning the air. I mean, this corridor is now impassable, right? With such high temperatures, it's burning my feet. Li Yuchan peeked upstairs and said helplessly, "With all the zombies dead, are you still afraid of not being able to go upstairs? Let's first see if there's anyone on the first floor." Wang Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with this guy, and walked straight toward the side of the dormitory. "Suyu, you and Muningshue go check the other side together, be careful." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Suyu pulled Muningshue toward the other side, and Muningshue, with a thought, quickly conjured an ice shield beside Suyu. "Hey, where do I go?" Seeing no one paying attention to him, Li Yuchan had no choice but to turn around and follow closely behind Wang Chen. "You go left, I'll go right, and let's hurry to see if there's anyone." Wang Chen glanced at him, activating his metal powers to push open the dormitory door. "Fine, you're in charge." Li Yuchan shrugged, using his telekinesis to unlock the door and kicked it open. The dormitory door swung wide and a shadow lunged at them. Li Yuchan let out a curse, and in an instant the divine thought of Tai activated, sending the female zombie, who was only wearing underwear, flying. The next moment, a flying sword swiftly pierced through the zombie's head and its struggling limbs immediately went limp on the ground. Inside the opposite dormitory, Wang Chen clearly saw the situation inside and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Lai Gubo, what the hell? This is a girls' dormitory. So what if it's a girls' dormitory? Can't girls be from the School of Life Sciences? Li Yuchan also noticed this situation and turned to retort. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the rebuttal, feeling that something was off. But it seemed to make some sense. Hurry up and find someone. Ask which building has students from the School of Life Sciences. Wang Chen waved his hand helplessly and exited the dormitory, which was empty, devoid of any corpses. The two quickly checked the dozen or so dormitories on this side, and aside from finding a few zombies and clearing them out, there was nothing else to gain. Returning to the stairway, Suyu and Muningshue also came back. The two girls shook their heads, equally empty-handed. "It seems we can only go upstairs." Wang Chen sighed, his gaze drifting upward. "But the stairs are a bit unsafe," Suyu said, somewhat frustrated. That fire worked great, burning the zombies to death, but the stairs were also scorched red and they hadn't cooled down yet. Stepping on them might cause them to collapse. Muningshue could cool the stairs quickly. However, due to thermal expansion and contraction, the stairs might collapse without even stepping on them. "It's okay, I have a way." Wang Chen smiled slightly, rubbing Suyu's head. His gaze fell on the iron plate discarded nearby, and with a thought, the iron plate quickly melted and deformed. Under his control, it rapidly narrowed and elongated, forming a metal staircase. He slowly covered the staircase with this metal step, which quickly solidified. Wang Chen stepped on the stairs and stomped his feet, nodding in satisfaction. "Brother Ming Yang, your ability is really practical." Suyu happily gave a thumbs up. The metal control ability was indeed more versatile than her dark flame ability. Quite a variety. "Alright, let's go upstairs to find someone. It's getting dark, so let's be cautious." Wang Chen smiled lightly and took the lead up the stairs. The group stepped onto the metal stairs to the second floor, where the corridor was charred black, and in the distance, there were many dismembered limbs emitting a foul odor, with blood splattered everywhere. The four split up to quickly check the 30 or so dormitories on this floor. Still, they found nothing, and in fact, 2 dormitories were locked with 4 zombies inside. Good classmates, good best friends, must stay together in this life. Most dormitory doors were wide open, with many incomplete corpses piled at the doorways and in the corridors. It was evident that during the zombie outbreak, they had crowded together, ultimately harming themselves and others. During the outbreak, the lower floors were more likely to be wiped out. The group had no choice but to continue searching. Upstairs in the same manner, the 4 split up again, and Wang Chen checked along the way, finding nothing. He pushed open the last remaining dormitory closest to the edge and walked in. There were no zombies inside. The sky had darkened, but after several enhancements, Wang Chen's vision had improved significantly. he could still see the situation inside the dormitory clearly. 4 beds were draped with pink and white curtains, and various girls' toys hung above the headboards. If it were normal times, this place would definitely be a garden that many boys longed for. But now, Wang Chen's gaze focused on the lower part of the desk, where a disheveled girl in a nightgown was curled up, trembling, seemingly murmuring something softly. "What's your name? Come out," Wang Chen said calmly. However, the girl under the desk did not respond at all, still burying her head and murmuring softly. "I said, come out," Wang Chen said impatiently, raising his voice suddenly. "Ah, don't come over. Don't eat me." The girl seemed startled by Wang Chen's voice, her arms flailing in the air, her feet rubbing against the floor incessantly. "I'm not a zombie, I'm a living person. I just need to ask you a few questions." Wang Chen stepped forward and grabbed the girl, shaking her shoulders vigorously. As she leaned back and forth, her true appearance was revealed. Her delicate face was covered in dust, but her eyes appeared dazed. The cute dress she wore seemed to have been dragged across the ground for a long time, wrinkled and smeared with dirt and vomit. Upon seeing the girl's expression, Wang Chen was taken aback and silently released her shoulders. "There are monsters eating people. Ran is scared. Ran wants to find her mom. Blood, there's blood everywhere. When Jing is still downstairs, she's still waving at me. But when Jing was eaten, so many monsters, they ate Wen Jing, her bones crunched, so crispy. Ran is so hungry. He. The girl had a vacant look in her eyes, tilting her head, drooling, with a silly grin on her face. She mumbled indistinct words intermittently. Su Yu and the others heard the commotion and quickly ran over from another dormitory. They immediately saw Wang Chen standing in the dormitory, with a disheveled girl in front of him. "Brother Ming Yang, she." Before Su Yu could finish her sentence, the girl suddenly turned to look at her. Then she raised a finger to her lips. "Shut, don't make a sound, those monsters can hear us." In the opposite dormitory, Lan, Xiaolin. It was just too loud, they were dragged away and eaten. The girl tilted her head, slowly turning around, continuing to sway towards the balcony, still murmuring to herself. Su Yu and the others silently watched the girl, seemingly understanding something, their eyes revealing a hint of sympathy and a touch of sadness. "Boss Wang, what should we do?" Li Yuchan asked in a low voice, his throat moving. Wang Chen sighed lightly and turned to walk outside. "Let's go, she's already gone. Mad, perhaps, staying here is better for her." Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan and the others shivered slightly. This outcome was within their expectations. Yet, it was so helpless. They knew very well that even if this girl were still normal, Wang Chen would definitely not make any other choice. In the apocalypse, to survive, one can only rely on oneself. This was something Wang Chen reminded others of time and again, and also reminded them. And a girl whose mind has already collapsed. Though alive, she is as good as dead. Previously, the writer July news series had said that he hoped his words would outlast his life. Reflecting on the content of this chapter, the ending happened to conclude with 4 words. Though alive, as good as dead. There was an inexplicable feeling. This post-90s writer had created many words that readers found delightful. I believe his words will surely be passed down for a longer time. July news series. Though dead, still alive. I prefer to believe that July news series has already transcended to ancient times. At this moment, a boy named Li Yunfan is racking his brains on how to restore the Han dynasty. Wang Chen stepped outside, standing in the corridor as he opened a pack of huazi. Li Yuchan and the others came out one after another, with Li Yuchan at the back, still wanting to close the door. But before the door could be shut, a muffled sound suddenly came from the balcony, as if something heavy had fallen. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue turned to look, their pupils constricting. They saw the dormitory and balcony were empty. The girl named Ran had clearly already fallen from the balcony. The excited roars of zombies echoed, mixed with Ran's painful screams, gradually fading into silence. "Let's go, check. The 4th floor, there should be quite a few survivors." Wang Chen threw the half-smoked huazi to the ground and stomped on it hard. "This damned apocalypse," Li Yuchan muttered under his breath, followed by a soft sigh. His expression turned solemn as he slightly closed his eyes, forming a hand gesture and reciting incantations. "Supreme Tai, savior of the suffering." Wang Chen knew he was performing a rite to guide the soul of Ran. "Alright, you old toad, with so many people dead, can you really guide them all?" Once Li Yuchan finished his incantation and opened his eyes, Wang Chen walked outside, teasing him lightly. "Just doing my part. Seeking a bit of peace of mind." Li Yuchan rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with this guy, and casually closed the door, following him towards the staircase. The group climbed to the 4th floor, and before they could knock, a door quietly opened a crack. A pair of eyes filled with a mix of hope and fear peeked out. The hallway had completely darkened, and the group took out their prepared flashlights, illuminating the entire 4th floor corridor. Those eyes, like a startled rabbit, quickly retreated. The door slammed shut with a loud thud, startling the girl inside, who gasped repeatedly. The 4 exchanged glances, then split up to knock on the doors of the remaining survivors. Wang Chen headed straight for the dormitory that had just opened. The metal lock clicked open automatically, revealing a pile of heavy objects awkwardly stacked at the entrance. 2 Girls looked at him with expressions of terror. After a moment, Li Yuchan and the others returned with about 10 pale-faced, trembling girls joining Wang Chen. Wang Chen glanced at the corridor smeared with blood and severed limbs, a foul stench wafting through the air, making the girls feel both scared and nauseous. Let's go, everyone stay in this dormitory. I have some questions for you. Wang Chen pointed to the dormitory where the 2 girls were. The 2 girls immediately stepped back, frantically covering their personal belongings on the bed with blankets. Once all the girls were inside, Wang Chen led the 3 in as well. The small dormitory was filled to capacity with the 10 or so girls, making it feel quite cramped. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Please sit on the beds. Wang Chen gestured to the upper bunks and indicated a few girls. After a moment's hesitation, the girls complied and climbed up, instantly making the room feel much more spacious. Wang Chen found a stool to sit on, resting his hands on his knees as he scanned the room. Which college are you all from? The girls exchanged glances, and finally, a short-haired girl with glasses from the dormitory spoke up. We're all from the School of Economics, but our majors are different. Oh, that's fine. Do you know where the students from the School of Life Sciences are staying? Although a bit disappointed, Wang Chen maintained a calm expression. The School of Life Sciences. The girls looked puzzled, but one round-faced girl with pigtails suddenly raised her hand. You know? Wang Chen's eyes lit up with some excitement. My friend is from the School of Life Sciences and he lives in Building 8 of the boys' dormitory, the round-faced girl said. Softly. Where is Building 8? Wang Chen asked, confused, recalling that the guide sign didn't indicate the building numbers. The round-faced girl continued, we're in Building 1, the odd numbers are for girls' dormitories, and the even numbers are for boys' dormitories. So, Building 8 is the 4th dormitory on the backside? Yes, that's right. Do you know which floor it's on? I'm not really sure about that. Wang Chen rubbed his chin. Although he didn't have a specific location, he felt a sense of joy, finally having a target. Are you here to rescue us? The short-haired girl asked, biting her lip, a hint of hope in her voice. Rescue? You? Wang Chen paused, pulling his thoughts back from the boys' dormitory. Yes. You must be from our university, right? Everyone is a classmate. Can you lend a hand and save us in this difficult time? As long as you are willing to save me, I can be your girlfriend. I'm willing too. I'm sure you wouldn't mind having more girlfriends, right? Me too, actually. I can change my boyfriend. The 10 or so girls in front of them spoke with hope and surprise, chattering away. The fear and torment of the past 5 days had driven these girls a bit mad. At this moment, seeing Wang Chen and the others was like grabbing onto a lifeline, desperately betting everything they had. Only the short-haired girl remained silent, watching Wang Chen, her gaze subtly scanning the others. He. Wang Chen chuckled softly, speechless. In just 5 days, these girls had already reached this level. If they knew that such days would be endless, what kind of despair would that bring? They would probably become even more desperate. I'm not here to save you. Wang Chen waved his hand, interrupting the girls' chatter, speaking in a cold tone. The only reason I came here is that a certain toad chose your building. As you can see, I just want to ask a few things and then we will leave. Wang Chen stood up, exuding a faint aura of menace that instantly silenced those girls who wanted to continue pestering them. However, you are somewhat lucky, at least in this dormitory building. Because of our arrival, there are basically no zombies left except for the locked rooms. If you want to survive, you have to fight for it. Battle the zombies. Those 2 are much prettier than you, yet they still pick up knives to kill zombies. With your looks, just give it a rest. Wang Chen pointed to Suyu and Mu Ningxue behind him. Under the flashlight's beam, the 2 beautiful women, stained with blood, made it clear to these girls that they were definitely not just pretty faces. This stark contrast immediately made the girls feel ashamed. But you have abilities and we don't, the short-haired girl suddenly questioned. Do you think my abilities came out of nowhere? Mu Ningxue raised an eyebrow at her words, speaking mockingly. It's because I dared to actively fight zombies that my abilities awakened in life and death situations. With you all huddled in the dormitory, don't expect to awaken any abilities in your lifetime, just wait to starve. Exactly, we can do it, so why can't you? Suyu nodded, feeling a bit angry at their lack of effort. This wasn't the first time she had seen such a scene, but as fellow students, she was appalled that so many girls were so helpless. At this moment, she felt a bit frustrated with their lack of ambition. If Wang Chen had spoken earlier, the 2 girls wouldn't have interrupted. However, it seemed that they were influenced by the crazed girl downstairs, and both Suyu and Mu Ningxue were in a bad mood. These girls were actually trying to sell themselves in front of them. The 2 girls were suddenly a bit irritated. The group of girls turned red from Suyu and Mu Ningxue's words, and the short-haired girl felt particularly ashamed. Although she didn't push herself like the other girls, she still uttered a remark filled with bitterness. Wang Chen stood up, dusting himself off, and walked towards the door. Let's go, whether you can survive depends on yourselves, don't rely on others. Li Yuchan said nothing and turned to follow him out. Suyu and Mu Ningxue glanced at the girls, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Suyu, leave the food in your backpack, consider it a thank you for that twin-tailed girl. Wang Chen's voice came from outside, calm and indifferent. Hearing this, Suyu casually handed her backpack to the twin-tailed girl. There's some food and water inside, use it sparingly. The girl's eyes lit up, and the twin-tailed girl hugged the backpack tightly to her chest. She quickly unzipped the bag, pulled out a piece of bread, and without bothering to tear open the plastic wrapping, took a big bite. Suyu shook her head at the sight and turned to walk out. This girl really had a carefree attitude. As Wang Chan and the others left, the dormitory instantly fell into darkness. In the dark, the only sounds were the constant chewing and swallowing of the girl with twin ponytails, and the crinkling of the plastic wrapping. Chang Shanshan, stop eating for now. The short-haired girl could vaguely see the other girls shifting slightly and immediately frowned, shouting, Weishan, oh, let me eat. Chang Shanshan mumbled with her mouth full of bread, her words unclear. This food isn't just for you. How can you eat it all by yourself? A tall girl said hoarsely. Exactly, this is for all of us. Do you want to hog it all? Another chubby girl jumped down from her bed and, illuminated by a bit of moonlight streaming in from the balcony, walked straight towards Chang Shanshan, who was huddled by the computer desk. I'm not hogging it. This was clearly left for me by that handsome guy. Chang Shanshan struggled to swallow the bread, hiding her backpack behind her, and shouted. The other girls didn't waste any time, their eyes glinting as they slowly closed in on Chang Shanshan. Alright, let's share the food. We barely survived, so don't start a conflict over this. The short-haired girl suddenly pushed a few people aside and stepped forward to wrap her arms around Chang Shanshan. Lin Lu, this is clearly Chang Shanshan said, feeling wronged. Okay, Shanshan, I know, but if you don't share now, those starving girls might do anything. Lin Lu whispered in Chang Shanshan's ear, and the girl with twin ponytails suddenly felt a chill. Chang Shanshan and Lin Lu were originally from this dormitory and always liked to listen to Lin Lu, the class monitor, whenever something happened. Seeing the situation was a bit off, and with Lin Lu's reminder, Chang Shanshan gritted her teeth and slowly took out her backpack. Alright, everyone step back and let's see what's in the backpack. Just to be clear, no snatching. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Lu saw Chang Shanshan take out the backpack, grabbed it, and casually picked up a fruit knife from the desk. Hee hee, with Lin Lu speaking, we certainly trust you, everyone step back. The chubby girl looked at the fruit knife in Lin Lu's hand, her face twitching, and chose to retreat. The other girls finally stepped back, and Lin Lu pulled out a folding table from the corner, opening the backpack and letting its contents spill out. A variety of packaged food quickly filled the small table. A few girls eagerly reached out but were pushed back by Lin Lu's waving fruit knife. There are 12 of us, and we'll divide this into 13 portions. Chang Shanshan will take 2, no objections, right? Lin Lu said while counting the food and drinks on the table. Why does Chang Shanshan get 2 portions? She already ate a piece of bread, the tall girl said, somewhat annoyed. Just because this food was earned by her, do you have any objections? Lin Lu raised her head, her gaze sharp as she looked at the girl. Let's just divide it. Under Lin Lu's intense gaze, the tall girl fell silent. In truth, everyone knew that this food indeed belonged to Chang Shanshan. But starving as they were, how could they endure the sight of food right in front of them? Lin Lu made the distribution at the right moment, ensuring that everyone would at least get a little. And the 2 portions Chang Shanshan took were a product of the remaining shred of decency among these girls, a compromise. In the end, the other 10 girls quickly left the dormitory with their share of supplies, returning to their own territory. Lin Lu and Chang Shanshan closed the door, let out a long sigh, and slowly returned to sit by the table. Lin Lu, what should we do? This little food won't last us for a few days. Chang Shanshan looked at the half bottle of water and 2 packs of Oreo cookies left on the table, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. There's no choice. If we want to survive, we have to go out and fight for it, Lin Lu said calmly, gazing at the moonlight spilling onto the balcony. But, those zombies are too terrifying. I get weak in the knees just seeing them. Chang Shanshan wiped her tears and cried. You either starve to death or get bitten by a zombie. How do you want to die? 55555. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Chang Shanshan lowered her head, shaking it desperately. If you starve to death, the process will be very painful. At first, you'll feel extreme hunger, as if you could even eat your own flesh. Slowly, you'll feel completely weak and then you'll start to hallucinate, not even feeling hunger anymore, just watching your body slowly waste away, inching closer to death. And if you get bitten by a zombie, it will be like being bitten by a dog. It will hurt for a while, and then you probably won't feel anything. Lin Lu couldn't be bothered to console her and continued to slowly describe the differences between the 2 ways to die. As Lin Lu spoke, Chang Shanshan's eyes grew more terrified, her face turning pale. I don't want to starve to death. But if we don't want to starve, we have to face those zombies. I'm scared. Lin Lu. Chang Shanshan kept shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. Chang Shanshan, what's the use of being scared? The worst that can happen is just dying. Lin Lu grabbed her shoulders and shook her a few times, speaking sternly. Lin Lu, after a stern talk with the squad leader, she took the others back to the underground laboratory. At this time, many experimental instruments had already been dismantled in the laboratory hall, each packed up. She arranged for the soldiers to transport these instruments upstairs and walked into the laboratory where Gu Zemin was. Professor Gu, there are too many instruments here. I estimate it will take at least 2 days to transport by plane. Otherwise, how about we dismantle this laboratory first and you come back to headquarters with us? Gong Zhan said, approaching Gu Zemin, who was examining something under a microscope in a negotiating tone. Let's dismantle the instruments in the other laboratories first. I've discovered some things, let's not touch the instruments here for now. By tomorrow night at the latest, I should be able to figure something out. Gu Zemin looked up from the microscope, shook his head at Gong Zhan, and glanced at the zombie corpse lying on the experimental table in the observation room, his expression serious. This is too unsafe. Gong Zhan hesitated. It's fine, you guys are here, and besides, when this underground laboratory was established, safety was considered. As long as we block the sewer, it should be fine. Gu Zemin waved his hand, signaling Gong Zhan to leave him alone, and returned his gaze to the microscope. All right. Gong Zhan sighed and turned to leave the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Dai Bin and 4 other researchers immediately surrounded Gong Zhan when he came out. Previously, Gong Zhan had found 2 more survivors in another passage. So, did the mentor agree to leave? Dai Bin asked. Gong Zhan shook his head, helplessly saying, Professor Gu still doesn't want to leave. He probably wants to stay until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? That's too long, said a bespectacled researcher anxiously. Yeah, whatever research can be discussed at the military headquarters, said a slightly plump researcher, also looking worried. Gong Zhan glanced at the two with some disdain and curled his lips. Once we label all these experimental instruments, I'll arrange for you to leave first. If Professor Gu doesn't want to go, there's nothing we can do. We will stay here to protect him. All right, we'll leave first. Yes, we'll head back and start other research. The other 4 nodded repeatedly, but only Dai Bin seemed to be pondering something and did not speak. And you? Gong Zhan looked at Dai Bin. Xiao Dai, you should come with us first. Professor Gu won't leave until tomorrow. A researcher in his 30s tugged at Dai Bin's sleeve. I won't leave, I want to wait for my mentor. To everyone's surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Dai Bin chose not to leave but to stay. Xiao Dai, you. This child, how could you? The other 4 were somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but want to persuade him again. Dai Bin's choice to stay seemed to make them a bit uncomfortable, and their expressions were not very pleasant. It's okay, I've made up my mind. You all go first, we'll meet again at the shelter. Dai Bin smiled slightly, his expression polite and humble, but his eyes sparkled with a strange light. Since you've made your decision, let's do it this way. Dai Bin, you stay here, and the rest of you go up with the soldiers moving the equipment. Seeing this, Gong Zhan didn't waste any words and directly called over a soldier to let the 4 researchers go label the various instruments in the lab first. Since they were moving, they might as well put in more effort and take everything away. After they left, Gong Zhan looked Dai Bin up and down and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Not bad, young man, you have courage and ambition. Gong Zhan laughed heartily and turned to leave. Although Dai Bin was young, he was not like the other 4 who were afraid of death. Faced with the opportunity to leave a dangerous place, he actually chose to stay. Though his thoughts might not be so simple, Gong Zhan still appreciated him for making such a choice. Dai Bin was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and revealed a meaningful smile. Seeing the soldiers downstairs coming and going, moving out one piece of experimental equipment after another, Wang Chen finally understood what Gong Zhan was doing. They're moving all these experimental instruments, Su Yu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it should be Professor Gu's intention, Wang Chen nodded. The military must have recruited more than one researcher. It seems they want to study the causes of biological mutations. May the infinite celestial master bless them. I hope they can discover something. This is too strange, with no warning at all. Li Yuchan said seriously, making a Tai Chi gesture with his hands. Let's hope so. Wang Chen smiled faintly. Global mutations are not caused by any virus. In his previous life, so many scientists couldn't figure it out. They only discovered that there was an increase in unknown cosmic energy in the air. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless. At least 6 months later, someone developed an awakening agent for ordinary people. But for those who hadn't awakened their abilities in the 6 months of the apocalypse, even if they took the awakening agent, their future achievements would be limited. On the other hand, the various enhancement agents developed from crystal cores became highly sought after by ability users. Unfortunately, Wang Chen was not clear on whose masterpiece it was. Otherwise, he could take the opportunity to pull that researcher into the fold, and then he could lie at home with plenty of crystal cores coming in. After watching for a while, the few of them lost interest and turned back inside to do their own things. Downstairs, the soldiers began to clear the zombies in the experimental building one by one. They had already received Gong Zhan's orders that the 6th floor was to be ignored. A dozen soldiers reached the 5th floor and then turned to leave, continuing to clear the zombies in the small square in front of the experimental building. 2 planes took off and slowly landed in the small square, the huge roar attracting the zombies from afar. In the squad, there were fire-type awakeners who unleashed large flames, quickly incinerating the zombies in the front row. There was also an earth-type Awakener who raised several thick earthen walls with a wave of his hand, using the terrain to block the zombies, leaving only 2 gaps for diversion. The sound of gunfire erupted again as Gong Zhan led 3 small teams of soldiers to firmly hold the zombies back at least 100 meters from the laboratory building. The remaining soldiers quickly loaded the packed experimental equipment onto the plane and took off as soon as it was full. After the plane left, Gong Zhan took off his clothes, revealing a golden aura around his body, and leaped directly down from the earthen wall with 2 military knives in hand. A rain of blood erupted among the horde, heads flying everywhere. It wasn't until half an hour later, when most of the incoming zombies had been cleared, that Gong Zhan gasped for breath and jumped back onto the earthen wall, repeatedly waving for the soldiers to retreat. The Earth-type Awakener activated his ability again, sealing off the earthen wall, and everyone quickly retreated back to the laboratory, leaving a pile of zombies behind them, roaring incessantly. Without the crowd to block them, the horde behind the wall gradually piled up, with zombies climbing over the earthen wall, but having lost their target, they could only wander aimlessly in the small square. "Captain, we've used up more than half of our ammunition, we can't hold out for another round," said Gu Lai, the fire-type Awakener and captain of a small team, as he checked the ammunition supply and helplessly addressed Gong Zhan. "It's fine, Gu Lai, just focus on recovering, you and Gao Yang." Gong Zhan smiled slightly and turned to Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, contact headquarters and have the helicopter bring back more ammunition when it returns, and get 2 heavy machine guns as well." "Yes, Captain." Xiaoyu received the order and quickly left to contact headquarters. "Captain, the heavy machine guns are too loud, won't that?" Gao Yang, the Earth-type Awakener, frowned. "Better safe than sorry, I hope we won't need them." Gong Zhan sighed lightly, feeling a hidden worry in his heart. There were simply too many zombies in the university. Fortunately, this area was on the edge of Dian University, flanked by mountains, and there was a considerable distance from the core area of Dian University, separated by a small hillside. Otherwise, the noise just now would have at least attracted all the zombies from Dian University. Even so, in the small team of over a dozen people, each had basically emptied 3 or 4 fully loaded magazines, killing nearly 1,000 zombies. For a university like Dian University, which had tens of thousands of students, it was merely a drop in the bucket. "Wang Chen, what exactly is your purpose? What is the function of those ancient lotus seeds that keeps you lingering here?" Gong Zhan's gaze drifted to the 6th floor, muttering to himself. After a brief spar, Gong Zhan still felt uncertain about Wang Chen's combat power. In the past few days, he had encountered first-tier zombies and had forcefully killed them thanks to his strong defensive capabilities. However, the sense of threat that Wang Chen posed to him was far greater than that of those first-tier zombies. As a soldier, the mission comes first. As long as Wang Chen did not obstruct him from completing his mission, Gong Zhan did not wish to clash with him. The abilities Wang Chen displayed, even with many comrades around, made Gong Zhan wary. Moreover, he had 3 other Awakener teammates. As night slowly fell, 3 helicopters made several round trips, yet more than half of the equipment in the underground laboratory remained. Gong Zhan had to arrange for the soldiers to set up the heavy machine guns brought by the helicopters in the 3rd-floor laboratory, aiming the gun barrels at the perimeter of the small square. The 4 researchers had already returned to headquarters with the last 2 planes. Dai Bin continued to assist Gu Zemin. Gong Zhan sealed off the 1st-floor laboratory leading to the underground laboratory, staying here with 2 teams of soldiers. He had seen the mutated mosquitoes and mutated rats that might appear at night. Before, the other 2 teams of soldiers were arranged by him to go underground, blocking the ventilation ducts and sewers with various debris to prevent mutated creatures from breaking in through these 2 places at night. The 4 people upstairs, including Wang Chen, simply ate something to fill their stomachs. Wang Chen used those experimental tables to seal the doors and windows before turning on the flashlight to continue reading. Suyu was doing her own exercises while Mu Ningxue quietly flipped through a book that Wang Chen had lent her. Li Yuchan was exercising his mental power on a large piece of metal that Wang Chen had helped him shape. Detected that the host has initially read speed reading technique, extracted D-level ability skim reading fragment +2, skim reading ability 2/4. Current reading value of the host 6,601 points. Skim reading. Ha. Wang Chen was delighted. The name was clearly a reading artifact. Although it was just a D-level ability, from the literal meaning, it should allow him to increase his reading speed tenfold. Keep grinding. 3 hours later, Wang Chen was in tears. Detected that the host has thoroughly read speed reading technique, extracted D-level ability skim reading fragment +1, skim reading ability 4/4. Reward reading value 40 points. Current reading value of the host 6,681 points. Just this D-level ability, and he actually had to read it twice to get the remaining 2 fragments. It seemed that while quick thinking had increased his intelligence a bit, it wasn't much. System, hurry up and synthesize this skim reading. Synthesizing D-level ability skim reading. Synthesis successful, deducting 1,000 reading points. Current reading value of the host 5681 points. Absorb skim reading ability. Wang Chen quickly issued the command, and a familiar sensation washed over him, sending a shiver through his body. Then, there was nothing more. Wang Chen felt the changes. In his body, the various enhancements were already minimal. It seems that absorbing D-level abilities is indeed not very useful. Although he had anticipated this, Wang Chen still felt a bit disappointed. As it stands, unless D-level abilities are particularly useful, there's no need to absorb them anymore. Quick thinking and skim reading both belong to enhancement abilities. Although their levels are low, they are super practical. For Wang Chen, with these two abilities backing him, Wang Chen began to contemplate his current shortcomings. His attack abilities included space cutting and metal control. Functional abilities included mustard seed space, and metal control could also be counted. Enhancement abilities included quick thinking and skim reading. In the team, Li Yuchan's Tai Divine Thought and Mu Ningxue's Ice and Snow ability could be used for defense. Suyu's Dark Flame ability was also an attack ability. Although it had area damage effects, the consumption was too high. I need to quickly extract an area attack ability. Both metal control and space cutting had area damage, but the range was a bit small. In another day, the ancient lotus seeds would mature, and the mutated creatures attracted would be massive. By then, even if he used mustard seed space to collect the mature lotus seeds, it would probably not be easy to break through the encirclement. Searching through the system library in his mind, Wang Chen closed his eyes and pondered. There were simply too many books, and the abilities he wanted to extract were even more difficult to choose from. After thinking for a while, realizing time was limited, Wang Chen decided to start with the basic and easy-to-understand fundamentals of combustion. If he could extract an area flame ability, it would help make up for this shortcoming. Time passed, and throughout that day, many people died. Many others picked up homemade weapons, stepped out of their homes, and fought against zombies to search for supplies. But at night, few dared to go out. Having experienced the previous nights, the survivors knew to some extent that various groups of mutated creatures would be active at night. In such circumstances, even with awakened abilities, it was still difficult to escape. At this moment, in the boys' dormitory building, Tianlei was distributing supplies to the surviving team members. During the day, they bravely ventured out to search for supplies, but unfortunately, after scouring just this dormitory building, 2 ordinary members had already died. They found only a small amount of instant noodles, biscuits, and leftover bottled water. Everyone was terrified, especially the remaining 2 ordinary members, whose faces were ashen. Fortunately, the 5 members who had awakened their abilities survived. Having experienced the battles of the day, they gradually gained some confidence. Tianlei, there have been helicopters flying over all day, and there's a horde of corpses causing chaos over there. Do you think someone might come to rescue us? Zhuo Wanguang said, nibbling on a pack of instant noodles, a hint of hope in his voice. Yeah, but it's blocked by a small hill, so we can't see what's happening over there. Lu Hui nodded, a bit regretful. I don't think it's likely that rescue has arrived, otherwise, we would definitely hear gunfire, Yaoji said as he unwrapped the books tied to him along with his clothes, the books showing some scratches on the surface. No matter what, at a time like this, even if there is a rescue, it's probably to save those important figures, Tianlei said, taking a pack of instant noodles for himself and stuffing the remaining food along with his backpack into a cabinet. Do you think it could be the work of those big brothers? Li Xiang attempted to use his ability to fill a basin with water. Although his ability was weak and had poor binding power, he could at least conjure a slender stream of water out of thin air, which alleviated the team's water shortage. Unfortunately, Li Xiang's energy reserves were only enough to release the water stream 3 times, enough to fill a small basin. It's very possible. In this school, they're probably the only ones with that kind of ability, Zhuo Wanguang said vaguely. Actually, as long as we are careful, those zombies aren't too hard to kill. It's just a pity about the 2 classmates. Tianlei said sadly, wishing he could have released the fiery chains a bit faster at that time, so those 2 classmates wouldn't have been bitten to death by zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their expressions heavy. Don't blame yourselves, this is all our own choice, one of the ordinary members said after a moment of silence. Another nodded in agreement, better to die fighting than to starve. It's just a pity we didn't awaken any abilities. Otherwise, we could have killed more zombies. These 2 boys, although they hadn't awakened their abilities, might still step up to fight the zombies. Clearly, their courage and mental fortitude were much better, which eased Tianlei and the others' minds a bit. In fact, when they first fought the zombies, how well could they have done? Their physical fitness had been enhanced once, but their mental resilience hadn't improved. Aside from Tianlei and Zhua Wanguang, the others were basically facing zombies for the first time. Their survival was also thanks to Wang Chen and the others who had previously lured the wandering zombies away from the corridor. In the afternoon battle, they only needed to prepare and open the doors one by one to greet the zombies. Even so, 2 classmates still died. The windows are all blocked up, those mutated creatures shouldn't be able to get in at night. Everyone, let's rest well tonight. And we'll continue tomorrow, Tianlei said after finishing his instant noodles, licking his fingers before getting up and lying down on the bed. The others followed suit, either climbing onto their beds or spreading out blankets they found from the neighboring dormitory on the floor, and soon all 7 were lying down. However, whether they could actually fall asleep was another matter. Ding Chang, who had awakened the B-level ability of Iron Skin, was currently gathered with the remaining 4 in a small supermarket. The doors and windows of the supermarket were sealed, and there were many scattered packaging bags on the floor. It's a pity that Lun Yen and Su Dan became starving ghosts. They can't enjoy these good things, Li Haoyan said, drinking cola and chewing on braised pig trotters, his words unclear. Well, who told them to be so unlucky? Otherwise, they would have definitely been able to outrun those zombies. Zhang Yan frowned and said, yesterday, they had finally arrived safely at the library under Ding Chang's leadership and had stayed there for the night. Taking advantage of the sudden sound of the iron cymbals that attracted many of the zombies away, Lu Ming suggested that they come to this small supermarket to look for supplies early the next morning. Everyone nodded in agreement, and seeing the zombies on the road were quite sparse, they were all a bit eager to get started. Unfortunately, Su Dan twisted his ankle while running, and in the moment of falling, he also pulled Lun Yen down with him. The two were caught off guard by the zombies chasing from behind, and even though Ding Chang wanted to turn back to rescue them, it was already too late. The remaining 5 finally reached the small supermarket safely, and relying on the powerful defense of his steel skin, Ding Chang brutally killed several zombies inside with a steel pipe he found. After sealing the doors and windows, they finally began to eat and drink heartily. Everyone should eat less, after being hungry for so many days. This kind of eating will be too much for your bodies, Lu Ming said lightly while sipping water. Ding Chang sat beside him, wiping the blood off his body with a rag. There are quite a few supplies here, but we can't just sit and eat everything. There are many knives in the supermarket. Tomorrow we should make some long knives and spears, and you all need to learn to fight against zombies. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 stiffened a bit. For the past 2 days, they had mostly waited for Ding Chang to lure the zombies away while they took the opportunity to run to a safe place to hide. Ding Chang's words clearly indicated that he didn't want to continue like this. However, the thought of facing those terrifying zombies made the 4 feel a bit fearful. There are so many supplies here, enough for us to last a month. Didn't a helicopter come today? Maybe rescue will arrive in a few days, Lu Mei said with a frown, looking unwilling. They had all seen the helicopter circling and landing from a distance, and the other 3 exchanged glances, sharing similar thoughts. If there really is a rescue, how come there hasn't even been a gunshot? Ding Chang said with an unhappy expression. They didn't know that the guns of Gong Zhan and the others were all equipped with silencers, and that muffled sound was something even the boys in the dormitory, like Tian Lei, hadn't heard. Let alone them, who were nearly 2 kilometers away, separated by a mountain. Ding Chang tossed the blood-stained rag into the trash can and continued, waiting for rescue is unrealistic. We are too far from the military district. If the troops really come to rescue, they will definitely prioritize the city center, where there are more survivors. By the time the troops get here, who knows when that will be. Instead of hoping for an elusive rescue, we might as well rely on ourselves. Li Haoyan's eyes flickered as he quietly mumbled while gnawing on a pig's trotter. We're not, like you, having abilities? Although his voice was low, everyone heard him clearly from such a close distance. A hint of envy flashed in the eyes of the other 3, but no one spoke up. Ding Chang sighed inwardly, unsure if his efforts were right or wrong. Detected that the host has initially read burning. Basics, extracting sea-level ability oxygen control fragment +2, oxygen control ability, 2/5. Reward reading value 500 points. Current reading value of the host, 7,101 points. Detected that the host has thoroughly read burning basics, extracting current reading value of the host, 7,201 points. Oxygen control? Let's synthesize it first. Synthesizing sea-level ability oxygen control. Synthesis successful, deducting 1,000 reading points. Current reading value of the host, 6,201 points. Absorb. The absorption of the sea-level ability had a noticeable strengthening effect on his body. Wang Chen felt a jolt throughout his body as if he had broken through some barrier. Second stage. Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Chen thought he had likely broken through to the level of a second-stage ability user by absorbing the oxygen control ability. However, his mental strength, energy, and overall physical strength far exceeded that of a second-stage ability user from his past life. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was now a third-stage ability user. But he had indeed only experienced 2 breakthroughs, which left Wang Chen a bit puzzled. However, recalling the geniuses from his past life who far surpassed others of the same rank, Wang Chen secretly nodded to himself. Well, I'm a genius now too. Controlling oxygen, as the name suggests, allows one to manipulate the oxygen in the air. I originally wanted to extract a fire-type ability, but unexpectedly ended up with this. Wang Chen lightly tapped in front of him, and a fist-sized space formed, with the oxygen concentration rapidly increasing. He leaned in to take a breath, only to feel nothing at all. Frowning, Wang Chen thought for a moment, then took out a lighter and ignited a small flame. Carefully, he moved the flame beneath that mass of air. As the flame made contact with the air, it ignited violently, transforming from a small flicker into a ball of fire. Damn! Wang Chen instantly tossed the lighter away, the flames nearly singeing his hand. I mean, old one, you're just lighting a cigarette, no need to make such a big fire, right? Right triangle and area operators, Lee. Yuchan, hearing the commotion, only saw a ball of fire quickly vanish in front of Wang Chen and couldn't help but laugh. TCH, you old toad, what do you know? Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, frowning as he pondered the application of this oxygen control. He picked up the lighter from the ground, turned the setting to maximum, and reignited a flame. Wang Chen stared at the flame before him, and with a thought he rapidly extracted the oxygen surrounding the flame. In an instant, the flame quickly withered and went out, absorbing or extracting surrounding oxygen, increasing or decreasing the oxygen concentration within a range. These were the two methods Wang Chen had temporarily experimented with, although it wasn't the fire ability he desired. However, he realized an important point from basics of combustion: sufficient oxygen or oxidants are needed for complete combustion. The benefit is that by increasing the oxygen concentration, the flames that are already burning can become more intense. The downside is that there must be enough combustible material, and someone has to ignite it. In this case, when dealing with zombies, controlling oxygen would definitely only serve as support for Su Yu. If it were against humans, he. As Wang Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but grin. This ability is formless, intangible, colorless, and tasteless. It's simply a tool for stealth. His mental power spread out, and Wang Chen quickly confirmed that after this advancement, his mental range had reached 50 meters. This way, the range of his series of external abilities had significantly increased. Wang Chen stroked his chin. Although oxygen control was only a C-level ability, if used well, its effect could rival that of an A-level ability. Moreover, this ability still had room for fusion and development in the future. The pinnacle of this ability should be an air control type of ability. That would be a true meteorological level ability. He had temporarily acquired an area damage ability, and there was still a day left. Wang Chen had time to extract one or two more abilities to enrich his arsenal. The sea of learning is boundless. Wang Chen had already equipped himself with the swift thinking of a duck's webbed feet, and now he was adding the ability to read 10 lines at a glance like a pair of duck wings. He was swimming swiftly. The next morning, the roar of helicopters once again startled the four who were sound asleep. Wang Chen quickly got up and melted the metal plates sealing the doors and windows. Stepping outside, the warm morning sunlight shone on him, and Wang Chen stretched widely. Su Yu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, leaned on the railing and looked down. A dozen soldiers were already on high alert, and the earthen walls surrounding the small square remained intact. The advantage of Earth-type abilities is that the altered terrain stays that way. The battle resumed, and the muffled gunfire from the silencer did not attract zombies from further away. Compared to yesterday, the intensity of the battle was much less. Clearing the zombies near the small square, the soldiers moved the bodies away, and the helicopter began to descend. The soldiers below were busy, continuously transporting various packed scientific instruments. Wang Chen turned and went back inside, quickly eating a little something before continuing to read. The other three, seeing Wang Chen like this, could only continue with their own tasks. In the dormitory area, Tianlei led his team members, quietly leaving the dormitory building. After last night's events, a few more boys who couldn't hold out chose to join. The team expanded to 11 members, and those who hadn't joined were still hesitating. If rescue didn't come soon, these people would definitely not be able to hold on and would ultimately have to fight desperately. This time, Tianlei chose another dormitory building next door. In the small supermarket, Ding Chang was holding a steel pipe taken from a shelf, continuously wrapping a sharp knife with tape. 3 long knives prepared in this way were already placed at his feet, while Lu Ming and the others silently ate. Nearby, in the girls' dormitory, the comprehensive building, the teachers' dormitory, and other teaching buildings, many remaining college students were choosing to fight for their lives. Today marked the 7th day of the apocalypse, and many survivors had run out of food, some even having gone hungry for 2 or 3 days. If they didn't fight desperately now, they wouldn't even have the chance to do so. In a corner of the city center, mutated cats and dogs dragged corpses from the roadside into the shadows, emitting chilling sounds of chewing. In the vast underground sewer connections below the city, tens of thousands of mutated rats were gnawing at the bodies. A large black rat lay sleeping in an open area, seemingly missing a chunk from its right shoulder, its black fur noticeably shorter in that spot. In a prison on the outskirts, a scar-faced man in prison garb leaned back in an office chair, his feet propped up on the desk, leisurely smoking a cigarette, his gaze playfully fixed on several prisoners standing in front of the desk. On the ground lay a male corpse in tattered police uniform, apparently having suffered some cruel torment in life. Hotels, schools, apartments, residential complexes, office buildings, shopping malls, the entire city was filled with restless survivors. Likewise, there were many hiding at home or in some corner, waiting in despair. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, more and more people were awakening their abilities. However, the awakening of abilities was completely random. Whether it was a notorious criminal or a good citizen who had received awards, they were treated equally in such times. It was those filled with hostility who chose to actively go out and fight. Ironically, the probability of awakening abilities was even higher for them. As a result, more villains gained the upper hand and acquired more resources. Because they were fiercer, bolder, and showed no mercy when killing zombies or people, the darkness of human nature, amplified by the collapse of social order, began to gradually reveal itself. Throughout the day, Wang Chen was flipping through books, and his reading value reached as high as 9,531 points. He once again gained a C-level speed ability and a C-level muscle enhancement. He even extracted a D-level air cannon. During this time, he didn't choose those difficult books but opted for a few simple and easy-to-understand ones to skim through quickly. Looking at the nearly 10,000 reading points, Wang Chen licked his lips and opened the book 300 Children's Songs. As the sun began to set, Wang Chen wanted to try to see if he could merge a few useful abilities. E-level Fireball, E-level Magnetization, E-level Shadow Painting, E-level Mild Explosion, E-level Illumination, E-level Plant Growth, E-level Wind Movement. A series of E-level ability prompts echoed in his mind, and Wang Chen shook his head helplessly. These abilities, just by their names, were clearly not anything useful. After all, they were extracted from children's literature, which was to be expected. The abilities Wang Chen had yet to absorb included Ice Armor Technique, Leap Technique, Fluorescence Technique, Underwater Breathing Technique, Silk Spitting Technique, and Messaging Technique. Among them, Ice Armor Technique was a D-level ability. System, merge the Fluorescence Technique, Illumination, and Wind Movement abilities. Consuming 100 reading points, merging begins. Wait. Invest 1,000 reading points. Wang Chen slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that the system had this function. If he didn't invest reading points, it was highly likely that he would fuse another ability that would dig a pit for himself. Consuming 1,100 reading points, fusion begins. Fusion successful. Acquired D-level ability Floating Light Ball. Current reading points 8431. Floating Light Ball? Wang Chen was taken aback and quickly looked at the ability analysis. Floating Light Ball, D-level ability. Releases a light ball that drifts with the wind, illuminating a range of 20 meters. The light ball will not emit light until it reaches its designated position, and the objects illuminated by its light will have a lasting fluorescence for a period of time. Wow! This 1,100 reading points is worth it. Now I won't be digging my own grave. Wang Chen laughed heartily. This floating light ball could finally be used as a little trick. In nighttime battles, visibility is crucial. Throwing a floating light ball from the darkness would leave those mutated creatures nowhere to hide. Of course, throwing one on someone during the day would lead to goose. System, fuse the three abilities Fireball, Magnetization, and Mild Explosion. Invest 1,000 reading points. No. Invest 8,431 reading points. Wang Chen felt that these three E-level abilities might produce some interesting changes. He decided to go all in and play big. Consuming 8431 reading points, fusion begins. Fusion successful. Acquired C-level ability Magnetic Explosive Fireball. Current reading points 0. C-level Magnetic Explosive Fireball. Seeing this level, Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. Over 8,000 reading points invested, and 3 E-level abilities actually fused into a C-level ability. Magnetic Explosive Fireball, C-level ability, releases a small fireball with adhesive properties and causes an explosion. The ability analysis was quite simple, but Wang Chen saw the unique aspect of this ability. Adhesive properties, isn't that a form of tracking to some extent? Wang Chen was delighted. This ability could not only work with his oxygen control to ignite but also track and explode. He had already envisioned an interesting scene. He absorbed several newly extracted abilities and stored away a few manifested books. Then he tossed the book 300 Children's Songs, which contributed multiple abilities, into the mustard seed space. Wang Chen stood up and walked outside, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Brother Ming Yang, I feel a bit off. A soft call from Suyu stopped him. What's wrong? Wang Chen turned back to look at Suyu, who was sitting near the door. How should I put it? The energy in my body seems a bit swollen. Suyu walked over to Wang Chen, examining her hands with some concern. Swollen? Relax, let me take a look. Wang Chen was taken aback, then placed his hand on Suyu's shoulder, his mental energy surging out to begin probing her body. Soon, Wang Chen withdrew his mental energy, a smile appearing on his face. It's nothing, you're about to break through. Break through? You mean I'm going to level up? Yes, try to see if you can sense energy similar to that inside your body from the outside. If you can, try to attract some of it into your body. You should be able to break through. Wang Chen patted Suyu's shoulder. The energy within her had reached a critical point, and she would likely break through soon. They would definitely face intense battles at night, and now was a perfect time for her to increase her strength. Suyu smiled and nodded, turning back to her original spot to sit down, closing her eyes to begin her attempt. Wang Chen walked outside, leaned on the corridor, lit a cigarette, and silently watched below. As the seventh night approached, the concentration of external energy would continue to rise. The closer it got to the time of spiritual energy eruption, both humans and mutated creatures would rapidly increase in strength. In the small square, several first-tier zombies had already appeared. Under the suppression of firearms, Gong Zhan, along with Gu Lai and Gao Yang, quickly killed these first-tier zombies with their tacit cooperation. As soldiers, their combat frequency was certainly higher than that of Suyu and the others. In this situation, the continuous consumption and recovery allowed them to enter the first tier even earlier than the three of them. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to wait until nightfall to sneak over and check the box. However, as soon as the battle ended, Gong Zhan, disregarding the bloodstains on him, directly picked up 2 military knives and thoroughly checked the heads of those first-tier zombies. To his surprise, he found 2 crystal cores among the 4 or 5 first-tier zombies. Wang Chen was taken aback. Did these soldiers already know the secret of the crystal cores this early? However, he quickly recalled the purpose of these soldiers coming here. They must have dissected the bodies of zombies before. This was to be expected, as there was a military hospital set up in the military district to deal with such strange creatures as zombies. If they didn't find a few to dissect and examine, Wang Chen would think those doctors were not competent enough. Among the various forces in his previous life, the ones with the strongest overall strength were basically the major military districts. In the early days of the apocalypse, the lethality of firearms was truly terrifying. The military district had also harvested the most various crystal cores. Wang Chen exchanged a glance with Gong Zhan, who had returned to the laboratory, and they both managed a polite smile. As night was about to fall, the last helicopter quickly departed. Gong Zhan led a group of soldiers back to the research room. After several battles throughout the afternoon, these soldiers were quite exhausted. Wang Chen turned and walked up to the rooftop, opened the iron door, and saw the massive mutated wisteria swing in the wind. His eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated whether to kill it now. This mutated wisteria should have first-tier strength at this moment. If it reached the second tier under the burst of spiritual energy at night, it would be more challenging to deal with. If he killed it then, he should be able to obtain a second-tier wood-type crystal core. Moreover, many mutated plants, besides crystal cores, would also give birth to some extraordinary items containing vitality that could quickly heal injuries. However, a second-tier mutated wisteria would also pose a threat to Suyu and the others. As if sensing Wang Chen's killing intent, the branches and leaves of the mutated wisteria began to tremble. In the end, Wang Chen chose to leave it for now. A second-tier wood-type crystal core was not so easily obtained in the city. As night fell, an hour later, at 8:30 in the evening, something unexpected happened to Wang Chen. In the center of the rooftop, the ancient lotus in the artificial pond gradually emitted a magical, colorful halo. Under the dim and cool moonlight, this 10-meter radius of colorful halo was so conspicuous. Oh no! Wang Chen exclaimed softly. This scene was not in the information he had acquired in his previous life. However, he had previously been puzzled. If Gong Zhan had been here all along, why hadn't he harvested all these lotus seeds? Instead, he only obtained part of them, while the other parts were taken by the other 3. Seeing the spiritual light blooming from the lotus in the pond, Wang Chen finally understood. When the ancient lotus seeds matured, they would emit a dazzling spiritual light, but before they matured, there would still be spiritual light emanating. It was just that the commotion wasn't as great. The mutated wisteria seemed to sense the impending maturity of the ancient lotus seeds, and the branches hanging at the edge of the rooftop quickly retracted, surrounding the entire pond. Humph, at least you know your place. Wang Chen looked coldly at the wisteria, noticing that it did not directly pick the ancient lotus seeds, and the black lines that had appeared in front of him quickly disappeared. Clearly, this mutated wisteria also understood that these seeds were not yet mature and did not rashly pick them. Could it be the instinct of plants? Wang Chen's heart stirred. A first-tier mutated plant shouldn't possess such intelligence. Turning back downstairs, he prepared to bring Suyu and the others up. Brother Ming Yang, I broke through, Suyu exclaimed with a grin as Wang Chen entered the room. Wang Chen reached out to ruffle her hair, laughing. Not bad, not bad. I also broke through. Mu Ningxue stood up, lifting her chin slightly towards Wang Chen. Oh, as expected of you. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and gave her a thumbs up. I'm not doing too badly either. I feel like I'm just a little bit away. Li Yuchan shouted. His talent not inferior to Su Yu's, just with a bit less combat experience. Keep it up. You can do it. Wang Chen gestured to him, then continued, pack your things, we're going to the rooftop. Ah, it's almost dark, why go up there? It's dangerous at night. Li Yuchan said in confusion, while Su Yu and Mu Ningxue looked at Wang Chen with puzzled expressions. You'll know when you get up there, hurry up. Wang Chen grabbed his backpack and quickly walked out. Seeing that Wang Chen was serious, Su Yu and the others hurriedly packed their things and followed quickly. Upon reaching the rooftop, the 3 immediately spotted several blooming lotus flowers radiating spiritual light. Blessed be the infinite celestial venerable. My heavens, what is this situation? Did I walk into the wrong place? Li Yuchan exclaimed in shock at the sight of the otherworldly lotus flowers, involuntarily reciting the title. Suyu and Mu Ningxue gazed dreamily at the flowers, their magical glow casting a dreamlike beauty over the few lotus blossoms. Zombies have appeared, so it's not surprising to see something miraculous. Wang Chen smiled faintly, leaning against the edge of the rooftop, though his eyes showed some concern. The lotus flowers, cultivated from ancient lotus seeds, were growing brighter under the night sky. It was like a lighthouse, continuously attracting the surrounding mutated creatures, with nearly 4 hours left until the spiritual energy eruption. During this time, who knows how many powerful mutated beings would swarm in. Meanwhile, in unknown corners across Blue Star, mysterious spiritual objects began to emit light. Fortunate or unfortunate humans, zombies, and mutated creatures gradually converged towards these spiritual objects, and a brutal battle was about to erupt. As time passed, a dense sound of flapping wings grew closer. Wang Chen quickly gathered the surrounding metal, firmly blocking the stairwell, forming a net-like cage at the rooftop stairway entrance, wrapping the 4 of them inside. The spiritual objects were not yet mature, so he let the mutated wisteria flower fight against those mutated mosquitoes first. Wang Chen then sat back with Suyu and the others to watch the battle unfold. Mosquitoes the size of dinner plates swarmed in, and the mutated wisteria flowers. Branches began to wave, with small flowers gathering together to form large purple mouths, continuously devouring the dense swarm of mutated mosquitoes. Through the iron net at the stairway entrance, Wang Chen keenly noticed that among the mosquitoes, there was one that was significantly larger, a mosquito king. This mosquito king was agile and fast. Each time it brushed past the wisteria flower's branches, it would stab at them with its long proboscis. A dark haze then appeared on the branches, quickly spreading towards the main body of the wisteria flower. Quite poisonous, huh? Wang Chen murmured, noting that ordinary mutated mosquitoes primarily used their sharp proboscis as a weapon, but this mosquito king actually had the ability to poison. He had no idea which species of mutated mosquito it was. Wang Chen cautiously reminded everyone of this. For now, these mosquitoes were focused on the wisteria flower, guarding its food, but who knew what would happen next? Tonight in Spring City was destined to be anything but peaceful, with distant howls of wolves echoing a few kilometers away, uncertain whether they were mutated dogs or mutated wolves that had escaped from the zoo. The battle between the mutated mosquitoes and the wisteria flower gradually intensified, with several branches of the wisteria flower snapping and scattering to the ground. Those mosquitoes suffered countless deaths, either being sliced in half by the sharp leaves on the branches or swallowed whole by those large, petal-like mouths. But clearly, this mutated wisteria flower, on the verge of advancing to the second tier, was far more formidable than this group led by a single first-tier mutated mosquito king. Watching the mosquito swarm, which had already diminished by more than half, Wang Chen revealed a faint smile. With a thought, he activated his oxygen control ability, enveloping the area where the mosquitoes were located, causing the surrounding oxygen to rapidly converge. Suyu, throw a fireball at that swarm of mosquitoes. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Suyu conjured a small dark red fireball in her hand, and a circular hole opened in the iron net in front of her, allowing her to throw the fireball directly. The dark red fireball flew straight towards the densest part of the mosquitoes and suddenly exploded. Dozens of mutated mosquitoes were instantly ignited by the dark red flames, followed by a loud bang as the flames in midair rapidly spread. Within just a few seconds, the entire mosquito swarm was set ablaze, with flaming mutated mosquitoes continuously falling to the ground. Is my little fireball really that powerful? Suyu looked at her hands in surprise, somewhat incredulous. Mu Ningxue also wore a shocked expression. Was Suyu really this strong after advancing to the first tier? Only Li Yuchan looked puzzled, tilting his head to glance at Wang Chen. Just a moment ago, he had faintly sensed a subtle fluctuation from Wang Chen. This is just a little trick of mine. You can think of it as a low-level ability that provides some auxiliary support. Wang Chen said with a faint smile, not hiding it. He would have more abilities in the future, and it was impossible to keep them all a secret. Wow, boss. Wang, have you awakened 3 abilities? Li Yuchan was astonished. Seriously, does this mean people can be so much better than others? Yeah, something like that. Please keep it confidential and don't mention it to outsiders. Wang Chen nodded, his expression calm. You're amazing. Li Yuchan gave a thumbs up. Too lazy to ask why Wang Chen had awakened so many abilities. Everyone had their secrets, right? Suyu and Mu Ningxue's eyes sparkled as they both extended their thumbs in admiration. Wang Chen ignored Li Yuchan further, his gaze fixed on the sky where the mosquito swarm was nearly wiped out. But the first-tier mosquito king had managed to escape. A flying sword shot out like lightning, piercing through just as the mosquito king was about to flee. The flying sword instantly transformed into a hollow sphere, securely wrapping around the mosquito king's corpse, avoiding the branches of the mutated wisteria flower that were striking towards it, and flew directly back to Wang Chen's hand. With a cold snort, Wang Chen paid no attention to the mutated wisteria flower. With its current capabilities, it couldn't possibly break through this iron cage. The hollow sphere transformed back into a flying sword, and Wang Chen directly sliced open the mosquito king's corpse with a single strike. Luck was on his side. He actually found a dark green crystal core, a poison type crystal core. What a pity. Looking at the dark green crystal core in his hand, Wang Chen sighed. Mutated mosquitoes generally had ordinary enhancement type, or blood type crystal cores. There weren't many like this mosquito king that carried poison attributes. None of the people present were suitable to absorb this crystal core unless they purified the poison energy within it. Wang Chen didn't have that capability yet, so he casually flipped it and temporarily stored it in his mustard seed space. Wang Chen, what exactly is the use of this lotus flower? Its glow will attract more mutated creatures, Mu Ningxue asked with a furrowed brow, a hint of worry in her voice. Wang Chen smiled slightly, pointing at the mutated wisteria flower and said, "Didn't you see that? The wisteria flower is protecting these lotus flowers? It must have great significance. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan, I've never seen a lotus flower that emits light. It's just like the spiritual treasures from myths and legends. Who knows, eating it might make one immortal." Li Yuchan recited a title, analyzing it with utmost seriousness. Cut it out, become immortal? You're thinking too much. Suyu expressed her disbelief. Was becoming immortal really that simple? I don't know if it will become an immortal, but I think these lotus flowers are not yet mature. Otherwise, that mutated wisteria wouldn't be protecting them, it would have swallowed them whole. Wang Chen shook his head and said calmly, "After the lotus flowers wither, they will form seed pods, and inside there will be lotus seeds that will slowly mature." Are you saying that this mutated wisteria is waiting for the lotus flowers to wither and the seeds to mature? Suyu glanced at the few lotus flowers, which had fully bloomed now, having been in bud form just yesterday. It should be like that, otherwise, it can't be explained. Mu Ningxue nodded, agreeing with Suyu's speculation. Alright, stop overthinking it. These lotus flowers probably still have some time before they mature. You all get ready. Once the lotus flowers wither and the seeds mature, I will be the first to seize them. You all will do your best to block any mutated creatures that may come, and once we get the lotus seeds, we will retreat to the northeast direction immediately. Wang Chen waved his hand, pointing towards the northeast as he instructed. Okay, understood. Don't worry. The three responded in unison, and Li Yuchan even sat down to meditate aside, as he could already feel that he was about to break through. With some time left, he needed to break through quickly to better assist Wang Chen. Time soon reached 11 o'clock, and the mutated creatures around were increasing in number. Mutated flocks of birds, mutated rats, mutated cats and dogs, zombie hunters. Various mutated creatures appeared one after another. Before they even reached the experimental building, these mutated creatures had already begun to kill each other. A few obviously powerful mutated creatures stood around the small square, keeping a wary eye on each other, but not advancing. They were merely driving the lower-tier mutated creatures to charge towards the experimental building, but that mutated wisteria had already advanced to the second tier an hour ago. These mutated creatures below the second tier were no match for it. Meanwhile, in the first-floor laboratory, Gongzhan was observing outside through the gaps in the window with a dozen soldiers. "Captain, what are those colorful lights on the rooftop? They have attracted so many mutated creatures." Gulai asked curiously. If he hadn't noticed a few suspected second-tier mutated creatures, he would have wanted to go out and take a look. "I don't know either. Xiaoyu, go call Dai Bin and ask him." Gongzhan instructed Xiaoyu, who quickly ran towards the elevator. Looking towards the 6th floor, Gongzhan felt uneasy that Wang Chen hadn't left yet. Could it be related to tonight's incident? Xiaoyu soon returned to the first floor with Dai Bin. The underground research lab still had Gu Zemon's lab that hadn't been moved yet, so Dai Bin hadn't left either. "Captain Gong, you were looking for me?" Dai Bin hurried over and whispered to Gongzhan. Gongzhan patted a soldier beside him to make way and pulled Dai Bin over. "What exactly is on the rooftop?" Gongzhan pointed at the colorful lights illuminating the night sky and the mutated creatures that were constantly battling the branches of the mutated wisteria. "Ha!" Dai Bin looked up in confusion. From the window of this laboratory he could only see half of the rooftop. But it was enough for Dai Bin to see what was happening on the rooftop. "This is..." Dai Bin's mouth dropped open. Indeed, something was amiss. It's been going on for a while now, and the number of mutated creatures around is increasing. A zombie tide is about to break out, Gongzhan said heavily, even though they had already sealed this laboratory tightly. But with so many mutated creatures gathering, who knew what would happen? On the rooftop, a few plant professors have planted a wisteria that has been there for many years. That Wang Chen went up before and said that this wisteria has mutated, Dai Bin said slowly. Gongzhan frowned. Even if it's a mutated wisteria, it shouldn't cause such a commotion. What about those colorful lights? Besides this mutated wisteria, there is also an artificial pond in the center of the rooftop, where a few lotus flowers are cultivated. Lotus flowers? Yes, but these lotus flowers are a bit special. What's so special about them? Just say it all at once. Gongzhan was getting anxious. These lotus flowers were cultivated from 5 ancient lotus seeds. Wang Chen seems to have come specifically to find them. Dai Bin swallowed hard and hurriedly said. Gongzhan was taken aback. What does Wang Chen want with this? I'm not sure what his purpose is. Daibin shook his head, a bit hesitant. Gong Zhan recalled his encounter with Wang Chen and couldn't help but slap his forehead. He had always felt that Wang Chen was not simple, but he didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. It was obvious that Wang Chen seemed to be waiting for this very moment. Thinking of this, Gong Zhan felt restless. Gu Lai, Gao Yang, you two come with me to take a look. The others stay put and guard the underground laboratory. Gong Zhan issued the order decisively. Only the three of them had awakened. Their abilities and their overall qualities were much stronger. Yes, Captain. Gong Zhan quickly opened a gap in the window, and the three of them swiftly leaped out. The gap was sealed again. Daibin looked out the window, his eyes flickering, a special energy subtly rising within him. The three of them reached the edge of the corridor on the first floor, silently climbing up to the rooftop. All the zombies in the experimental building had been cleared out, and now the mutated creatures that had gathered were rushing up the walls and stairs. They didn't even notice the three of them climbing up along the corridor. Railing by the boys' dormitory balcony, Tianlei looked conflicted as he gazed at the night sky over the experimental building, where brilliant colors were swirling. In the comprehensive building, Xiaolu stood by the window, looking down at the gathering tide of corpses around the experimental building. He gripped the edge of the windowsill tightly, the tiles crumbling into powder and falling. Not far from the small supermarket, in the teacher's dormitory building, Ding Cheng ignored the food and water filling the room and turned to walk towards the balcony. In the distant sky, a mass of dark clouds obscured the moonlight, yet a burst of colorful light pierced through the darkness. On the rooftop of the urban village residential building, Zhang Hong stood with Chao Jing and a few others at the stairway, gazing towards the university town, the streak of light breaking through the darkness reflected in his eyes. Various mutated creatures near the university town, along with human survivors, were gradually being drawn to the increasingly brilliant spiritual light. The dark clouds in the sky covered the moonlight, making the spiritual light of the lotus flowers even more conspicuous. A second-tier hunter was stirring, its form crouching and slipping into the shadows. Outside the wall of Dian University, a giant zombie nearly 6 meters tall roared as it kicked down the high wall and charged straight towards the experimental building. On the other side, a mutated giant dog the size of a calf, black and white, led various mutated dogs as they sprang out from the street, agilely leaping over the wall. As the time approached dawn, the energy aura on Blue Star grew thicker, and mutated creatures frequently advanced in rank. In the campus of Dian University, first-tier zombies and mutated creatures were appearing in increasing numbers. Wang Chen frowned. That mutated wisteria seemed to be growing stronger. If it absorbed the wave of spiritual energy at dawn, it was very likely to advance. Again. Boss Wang, what should we do? Should we act now? Li Yuchan, who had just advanced to the first tier 3 hours ago, felt an overwhelming surge of mental power and confidence. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Prepare to act. Be careful. Li Yuchan, if you see a first-tier mutated creature's corpse, check immediately for a crystal core. If there is one, make sure to get it. Li Yuchan's mental power had now reached an effective range of 40 meters, sufficient for the task. Okay, I understand. Seeing that the three were ready, Wang Chen took a deep breath and with a wave of his right hand, a large piece of titanium alloy crashed to the ground. At this point, there was no need to hide his mustard space anymore. No matter how stunned the three behind him were, Wang Chen's mind moved, and the titanium alloy quickly melted, flying towards the rooftop. The metal cage dispersed, and Wang Chen stepped out, the liquid metal instantly solidifying into countless sharp threads, slicing towards the sky. In an instant, whether it was the branches of the wisteria or the flying mutated birds, all were shredded into pieces by the net formed by these threads. Branches, green leaves, and flesh rained down, and a wave of blood fell from the entire rooftop. Caw! A large mountain eagle, stained with blood, soared into the air, its claws dripping with blood. The mutated wisteria trembled, bursting forth with a green light, once again sprouting countless branches that rushed towards Wang Chen, skimming the ground. Humph! Unaware of your own demise. Wang Chen snorted coldly, flicking his fingers, a black line suddenly appearing at his fingertips. At the moment the black line emerged, the instinct of life made the wisteria frantically retract its spreading branches, wrapping itself tightly into a ball. In the next moment, the black line crossed a distance of several meters, appearing at the roots of the mutated wisteria. The ball trembled slightly, and then the thick branches slowly fell to the ground, the thick main stem leaning at an angle. The branches that had been waving and striking just moments ago all fell limp to the ground, no longer moving. Instant kill. Wang Chen quickly stepped forward, found the main trunk, and with a swift slash of the ink shadow, directly split the wisteria, revealing a crystal core as green as jade at the heart of the tree. Not a bad haul. After pocketing the second-tier wood-type crystal core, Wang Chen turned to look at the flower bed at the roots of the wisteria. Lai Gubao, come dig out the roots of this wisteria. Damn, what do you take me for? Li Yuchan said with a face full of disdain, yet quickly ran over. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and dig. There might be good stuff. Upon hearing This, Li Yuchan stopped hesitating, activating his mental power, and the roots of the wisteria slowly rose, bringing up a large clump of soil. After Li Yuchan shook off the dirt, the ink shadow waved again, and several orbs exuding a rich life force fell from the cracked roots. Life crystals, not bad. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly caught the few orbs that had a faint green sheen. If it were a first-tier mutated wisteria, it probably wouldn't produce these things. But at the second tier, there was a high probability it could. This was also the reason Wang Chen had kept it alive instead of killing it. Early, the surrounding mutated creatures surged wildly but were blocked by the iron net formed by Wang Chen's metal control. A few first-tier hunters even tried to break through the net with their claws. However, when their claws struck the iron net, they smoothly broke into countless pieces. These iron nets had been shaped by Wang Chen to be incredibly sharp. Come on, one for each of us. If you're injured, eat it, it will be very useful. There were a total of 6 life crystals, and Wang Chen kept 2 for safety, while the remaining 4 were shared among the 4 of them. Everyone took the life crystals, some curiously examining them. But then, a vast surge of energy suddenly penetrated all living beings on Blue Star. At that moment, whether running, climbing, or fighting, all creatures instantly stopped. At midnight, the spiritual energy of Blue Star erupted like never before. The entire Blue Star was immersed in an ocean of energy. Not knowing how long it had been, Wang Chen was the first to open his eyes. The spiritual energy explosion seemed to have ended. At this moment, he could clearly feel the energy drifting in the air, and he felt himself being sublimated once again. Am I almost at the second tier? Mu Ningxue looked at her hands in confusion, feeling the energy surging within her body, a faint sense of bottleneck reappearing. Su Yu and Li Yuchan also showed shocked expressions. They had just recently advanced, but now they already felt a hint of another advancement. Stop just looking, the lotus seeds are about to mature. Wang Chen interrupted the 3 as the lotus flowers before them released a distinct wave of energy. The petals of those lotus flowers quickly withered and disappeared, revealing 3 lotus pods wrapped within. Each lotus pod contained 9 dazzling lotus seeds. In the next moment, a beam of green light shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens. A tempting fragrance spread out, and the life force contained in that beam of green light instantly made the mutated creatures around them have bloodshot eyes, each displaying an expression of insatiable greed. Are the lotus seeds ripe? Su Yu exclaimed, immediately looking at Wang Chen. No, not yet. Wang Chen calmly shook his head. These lotus seeds needed to wait until the beam of green light completely vanished before they would truly mature. Meanwhile, in other parts of Spring City, 3 beams of various colors suddenly shot up into the sky. This scene left Wang Chen somewhat dumbfounded, and the others were equally astonished. Could it be that more than one heavenly spiritual object has appeared? But as Wang Chen's brows furrowed again, he wondered if it was a matter of distance. Wang Chen felt that those 3 beams of different colors were clearly not as vibrant as the beam from the lotus seeds. Perhaps it was just a matter of perspective. He had never seen such a scene in his previous life. He had heard others mention that other spiritual objects appeared simultaneously, but strangely, those spiritual objects were mostly from outside. There was no time to think further when the rooftop suddenly shook. Everyone quickly steadied themselves and ran to the edge of the rooftop to look down. They saw a 6-meter-tall giant zombie frantically smashing against the walls, seemingly trying to tear down the entire building. Not far away, huge rats swarmed in, and a tide of nearly 10,000 zombies surged forth, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone, let's give it a shot. I have a feeling these lotus seeds can take us further. Wang Chen stood tall, his gaze fixed intensely on those lotus seeds. No matter what was happening elsewhere, securing what was in front of them was the most important thing. Supreme Tai Dui Tianzuan, do you even need to say that? This is clearly the legendary heavenly material and earthly treasure. We must get it at all costs. Li Yuchan chanted the title, his eyes filled with fierce battle intent. Taoist cultivation emphasizes the importance of partners, wealth, and land. These lotus seeds were precisely the wealth among them. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement, gripping their swords even tighter. Ha, then let's have a grand battle. Wang Chen laughed heartily, and 2 fireballs suddenly appeared in his hands, which he hurled directly at the swarming mutated rats below. The 3 were taken aback. They had agreed that he had only awakened 3 types of abilities. What was this? Now, was he like Doraemon? As the fireballs flew, Wang Chen once again made a gesture towards the group of mutated rats, activating his oxygen control ability. The 2 fireballs quickly shot into the rat swarm, suddenly pausing. The mutated rats within a 5-meter radius froze for a moment, and the next second, they were sucked up, flying towards the fireball. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the flames generated by the explosion roared, instantly igniting all living beings within a 20-meter radius. The magnetic explosion fireball made its debut, and in conjunction with the oxygen control ability, its power was terrifying. The fiercely burning flames illuminated the small square, and the mutated rat king, which had been rushing halfway, hesitated for a moment, turned around, and once again vanished into the darkness. The three in the sixth-floor hideout, Gong Zhan, had their eyes widen. "Captain, is that Wang Chen's ability?" Gu Lai asked with a frown. Under the surge of spiritual energy, the strength of the three of them had significantly increased. But Gu Lai did not believe that his flames could possess such power. "No, Wang Chen's ability is metal control. This should be another girl's ability." Gong Zhan shook his head gravely. From Dai Bin, he had already learned about the abilities of Wang Chen and his three companions. Among them was a girl who possessed fire abilities. Unfortunately, he could never have imagined that this was another ability of Wang Chen. "What should we do? Should we continue?" Gao Yang swallowed hard, his heart racing at the sight of the mutated creatures swarming around them. "Let's go." Gong Zhan nodded, quickly making a decision. The soaring green light could be seen even from downstairs. At a time like this, how could they not go take a look? The four on the rooftop were already engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated creatures, all four unleashing their full firepower. Ordinary mutated creatures could no longer break through Wang Chen's protective iron net. Only a few copper-armored corpses could ignore these iron nets and directly pounce on them, smashing away. But in the next moment, Wang Chen's flying sword plunged straight into its eye socket, the tip exploding in the copper-armored corpse's brain, instantly killing these troublesome tin cans. Li Yuchan skillfully probed with his mental power, wrapping around two pale golden crystal cores and flying back. "Gold-type crystal cores? Let me use them." Wang Chen unceremoniously took the crystal cores, holding them in his palm to begin absorbing. The continuous release of abilities, even with his energy far exceeding that of the same level, still incurred considerable loss. Fighting to sustain fighting was the plan Wang Chen had thought of from the very beginning. Energy continuously surged into his body as Wang Chen controlled more than 30 flying swords, weaving back and forth constantly, killing the mutated creatures that had climbed onto the rooftop. The iron net had also shrunk to a radius of just over 10 meters under the pressure of numerous first-tier mutated creatures. With the appearance of several second-tier hunters and copper-armored corpses, Wang Chen suddenly felt the pressure multiply. The second-tier giant zombie downstairs was still continuously tearing down walls, and Wang Chen frowned, quickly moving to the edge of the rooftop. A spatial cut directly sliced down from above, splitting the giant zombie in half. A semi-transparent, colorless crystal core flew out, caught in Li Yuchan's hand. "Reinforced crystal core, all three of you can absorb it to enhance and restore energy," Wang Chen said quickly. Generally, the crystal cores produced by body-enhancing mutated creatures are this transparent, colorless type. They can be used to restore energy, but the effect isn't too great. Li Yuchan casually tossed the crystal core to Mu Ningxue, as at this moment, she had the greatest energy depletion among the three. She pushed her ice and snow abilities to the limit, expanding the deceleration range to 30 meters, causing the temperature on the entire rooftop to plummet. Seeing this, Mu Ningxue was also unceremonious, taking the crystal core and directly absorbing it. Despite the presence of so many second-tier creatures, Wang Chen felt a persistent worry in his heart. So many mutated rats had appeared, but the clever mutated rat king had remained hidden in the darkness. A series of dense gunfire came from the north, and Wang Chen took a moment to look, but it was just a patch of darkness. With a wave of his right hand in front of him, a series of floating light spheres appeared before Wang Chen. At this moment, the light spheres had not yet lit up. There was only a hint of fluorescence at the center of the spheres. Numerous floating light spheres flew towards the north, reaching the maximum range of 50 meters. About a dozen light spheres hovered in an array, spaced 20 meters apart, suddenly bursting forth with light, illuminating an area of about 200 meters around. One by one, the mutated rats squinted their eyes at the suddenly blossoming light, and many zombies were drawn to the light spheres, gathering towards the illuminated area. Several big men in prison uniforms, carrying rifles, also appeared beneath the light spheres, quickly retreating. Unfortunately, these big men still emitted a faint fluorescence. Immediately, mutated creatures pounced over, and the sounds of gunfire and screams rang out in the next moment. "Humph!" Wang Chen snorted coldly. The consumption of the floating light spheres was minimal, and once released, he didn't need to pay them any more attention. Dozens of floating light spheres reappeared before him, and Wang Chen directly scattered these light spheres in all directions. After all, the spiritual light explosion of the ancient lotus seeds had already attracted mutated creatures from who knows how many kilometers away. A little more light source didn't matter. Dozens of floating orbs of light suddenly burst forth, revealing mutated creatures and zombies just 50 meters away. Several figures hidden in the darkness were instantly illuminated, and a massive black-skinned rat was among them. "Oh, so you're here." The missing fur on the rat's shoulder immediately led Wang Chen to conclude that this was the future Rat King. Squeak! As if sensing the faint mockery in Wang Chen's eyes, the mutated Rat King raised its head and let out a sharp screech. Around it, dozens of first-tier mutated rats went wild, scrambling towards the rooftop. In the face of this sudden change, Gong Zhan and the others immediately jumped up, climbing directly onto the rooftop. Amidst the sea of corpses and blood, the three glowing lotus pods left them momentarily stunned. "Captain Gong, you're not thinking of trying to get a piece of this, are you?" A cold smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. In his past life, Gongjian likely relied on his indestructible body to seize a few lotus seeds amidst the chaos, but now that was probably impossible. Wang Chen, what exactly is this? Gongjian frowned, shifting his gaze from the lotus pods. You don't need to know. If you want to compete for them, feel free to make a move, Wang Chen calmly said as he shot out several magnetic explosive fireballs from his hand. Gongjian's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he had seen Wang Chen release fireballs, and he was instantly shocked. Many soldiers in the military district had awakened abilities, but no one had ever possessed two abilities at the same time. Wang Chen had even more than two. Those floating orbs of light could also be his creations. This scene, which overturned his understanding, left Gongjian momentarily at a loss for words. Hunters and first-tier mutated rats, glowing with fluorescence, leaped out of the darkness, recklessly charging towards the iron net that had shrunk to a 10-meter radius. At this moment, the zombies and mutated creatures only had eyes for the glowing lotus pods, completely ignoring the three people from Gongjian who were so close. Following closely behind were several more powerful second-tier zombies and mutated creatures. The iron net shook violently, the top wires collapsing under the weight of the bodies piling up. Blood and flesh continued to fall, followed by crystalline cores radiating various colors of light. Li Yuchan quickly distributed these cores among the others, having previously used telekinesis to remove the blood and brain matter. Otherwise, they would have had to endure the nausea to absorb them. A second-tier copper-armored zombie crawled up from somewhere and slammed its fist heavily against the iron net. The sharp net scraped sparks off its fist, yet it still failed to shred it. A giant eagle in the sky screeched and swooped down with a whoosh. Dare to come down? You're asking for death. Wang Chen looked up at the sound and snorted coldly. A black line appeared in midair, instantly slicing towards the giant mountain eagle. Sensing danger, the giant eagle quickly adjusted its wings, but was still cut in half from head to tail by that black line. The body crashed onto the iron net, and a crystalline core radiating a sky blue light was immediately extracted by Li Yuchan midair. The chaotic battle continued, and Wang Chen took a moment to glance at Gongjian and the others' position. But he only saw a round concrete cover where they had been, with no sign of them. Wang Chen frowned slightly, but there was no way to pull away and search for them now. With his right hand, he clenched tightly towards the area outside the iron net, and under his mental control, the oxygen content in the air outside began to rise rapidly. Suyu, wait a moment, don't use fire for now. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately extinguished the flames swirling in her hand and stepped back. A few seconds later, several fireballs appeared in Wang Chen's left hand. They shot straight through the iron net, blasting outwards. The next moment, a series of explosions erupted, and the entire rooftop was engulfed in roaring flames. A chorus of screams erupted from the mutated rats and other aberrant creatures, as the experimental building seemed to collapse like dumplings, with flaming mutated beings plummeting downwards in a frenzy. With a single strike, the mutated creatures on the rooftop were swept away, leaving only a few second-tier mutants and several copper-armored corpses. Go Bao, hurry up and collect the crystal cores from those first-tier mutated creatures. Don't let the ordinary zombies and mutated beings escape either. They might have cores as well, Wang Chen quickly instructed. After the surge of spiritual energy, ordinary zombies and mutated beings also had a chance to produce crystal cores. Although they were all attribute-less cores, they were perfect for restoring energy at this moment. Understood. Li Yuchan wasted no time, his mental energy rapidly spreading out to probe into the bodies. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A powerful mental force surged forth, like a sharp spike drilling madly into the minds of the four. So painful. Suyu and Muningshui, with weaker mental powers, felt their abilities dissipate, abruptly, clutching their heads in agony. What the hell? It's a mental type ability, mental piercing. Wang Chen felt a sharp pain in his head, but it was bearable. However, this sensation was clearly the work of an ability user or a mental type mutated creature. Even he was slightly affected, indicating it was definitely second tier. Li Yuchan was also fine. His ability primarily revolved around mental energy, and his mental strength was only slightly inferior to Wang Chen's, so the pain was not as intense as it was for Suyu and Muningshui. Wang Chen quickly scanned the surroundings, only to find a female zombie standing quietly on a slope 30 meters to the south, looking for death. Wang Chen was furious. He never expected that tonight's battle would feature a second-tier mental-type zombie. Such zombies were rare among the undead. A thin black line flickered, slicing through the night sky and appearing before the forehead of the mental-type zombie. In the next moment, a piece of skull, along with red and white matter, slowly slid down, and the mental-type female zombie collapsed with a thud. Lai Gubo, you must retrieve that crystal core, Wang Chen shouted, pointing at the zombie to the south. Li Yuchan instantly understood, his mental energy surging forth, accompanied by several flying swords shooting towards it. A mutated dog suddenly appeared beside the second-tier zombie's corpse, its jaws wide open as it lunged for the zombie's head. Damn it! That's mine! Li Yuchan was enraged, his mental power surging explosively. Before the flying swords could reach, a tremendous force lifted the mutated dog into the air. The flying swords followed closely, piercing into the dog's head. Seeing this, Li Yuchan finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly channeling his mental energy to extract a transparent, colorless crystal core from the mental-type zombie's head. Several flying swords protected the crystal core as they swiftly returned, fearing interception by other second-tier mutated beings. Li Yuchan specifically controlled the core to descend from above his head. Grabbing the crystal core in his hand, he quickly looked at Wang Chen beside him. Hurry and absorb it. This second-tier mental-type crystal core might allow you to directly advance to second tier. Wang Chen replied without looking back. This crystal core was perfect for Li Yuchan. Absorbing cores of the same type was more efficient, and given Li Yuchan's current level, it was highly likely he would advance directly. Alright, Li Yuchan said no more, clutching the crystal core and beginning to absorb it. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue beside him showed envious expressions. The fire-type and ice-type mutated beings had yet to be discovered. Most were enhancement-type, wind-type, and metal-type, which were useful for them, but not many. The green light in midair began to slowly thin. The ancient lotus seeds were about to mature. Ha ha, I want this thing. A loud laugh echoed through the night sky as a scar-faced man in prison garb suddenly leaped up from one side of the rooftop. He brandished two rifles, bullets flying wildly towards Wang Chen and the others. Humph! Wang Chen let out a cold snort, extending his palm forward, and a series of golden bullets instantly halted in front of the four men. The burly man crashed to the ground, his finger still on the trigger, until the two rifles emitted a click-click sound of jamming, at which point he casually tossed the rifles to the ground. Here you go. Wang Chen flipped his palm, and the densely packed bullets shot back out. The scar-faced man rolled to the side, but the several men who followed him were turned into sieves by the bullets flying out in all directions. Roar! The scar-faced man pushed himself off the ground and let out a roar towards the sky, his prison uniform suddenly bursting apart, revealing a body covered in black tiger tattoos that began to shimmer with dark light. A phantom of a black giant tiger materialized, instantly merging with him, causing the scar-faced man's figure to vanish. In his place stood a majestic black giant tiger. Damn! A-class transformation ability, Evil Black Tiger. Wang Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a transformation ability since his rebirth. He never expected that his first encounter would be with such a powerful A-class transformation ability. The evil black tiger, transformed from the scar-faced man, leaped up suddenly, raising a paw to sweep through the air, sending 5 black blades shooting out. The iron net that had blocked numerous mutated creatures for a long time was instantly sliced open by the 5 black blades. As an A-class ability, the early stages of transformation abilities were much stronger than elemental abilities. Wang Chen had no time to think. The iron net melted and shrank instantly, condensing into a thick iron wall in front of the 4 men. The 5 blades struck the iron wall with a deafening impact, leaving 5 deep scratches. The evil black tiger followed closely, its massive form leaping over the iron wall and pouncing towards the lotus pods in the pond. Stop right there! The iron wall melted and morphed, forming a giant sword in midair, which Wang Chen brought down heavily towards the head of the evil black tiger. The scar-faced man's transformed evil black tiger twisted in midair, narrowly dodging the giant sword strike. With a loud crash, the giant sword struck the rooftop, cracking it open in large fissures. 2 second-tier copper-armored corpses were sliced in half by the 6 or 7 meter long giant sword, blood gushing out. Kid, considering you protected these 3 lotus flowers for a while, I won't kill you. Hurry up and get lost. The evil black tiger's front paws scraped deep grooves into the concrete, its massive jaws slightly parted as it uttered a chilling remark. You think too highly of yourself. Do you really believe I can't kill you? Wang Chen slowly stepped forward, approaching the pond, and with a cold snort, the giant sword melted into nearly 100 flying swords that hovered behind him. This evil tiger had actually advanced to the second tier faster than Suyu and the others. It was simply absurd. It was likely that this guy had been harvesting the crystal cores of first tier zombies or mutated creatures on the outskirts just now. Otherwise, there was no way he could have advanced so quickly. Although Suyu and the others had absorbed quite a few crystal cores, only Li Yuchan had obtained one from the same category. In fact, this guy with the A-class transformation ability was much more cost-effective. Wang Chen's cold words made the evil black tiger's pupils constrict, a thick malice surfacing in its eyes. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. Just as the two were at a standstill, several even more powerful mutated creatures appeared faintly at the corners of the rooftop. A hunter covered in black stripes silently clawed at the railing, quietly cutting out several notches. A black and white giant dog leaped onto the rooftop, small wind blades swirling around its body. A colorful big cat landed silently on the railing, and as it touched down, it sparked with a few arcs of electricity. The remaining first and second tier mutated creatures on the rooftop slowly dispersed, seemingly intimidated by the extremely oppressive atmosphere. Ha! Li Yuchan, who had been absorbing crystal cores with closed eyes, suddenly let out a long breath. After absorbing that second-tier mental crystal core, Li Yuchan directly advanced to the second tier, an uncontrollable mental force spilling out. Seeing that another second-tier ability user had appeared in the arena, the evil black tiger and the surrounding mutated creatures were stirring restlessly. Wang Chen let out a cold smile, and over 100 sharp, flying swords made of titanium alloy began to tremble slightly. Lai Guobo, hurry up and collect those crystal cores. Are you sure? Li Yuchan asked with some concern. With his eyes open, he had already noticed something was off around them. Just his breath nearly provoked those powerful mutated creatures into action. If they collected the crystal cores in front of them, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Don't worry, they won't dare to move. Wang Chen chuckled, and with a thought, 3 flying swords flew to the base of the lotus seed pod, their sharp blades resting against the pod. The powerful creatures around them roared in anger but remained motionless. Even the evil black tiger hesitated. He didn't want anything to go wrong before the lotus seeds were fully mature. Who knew if picking the seeds before they were completely ripe would ruin their medicinal properties? After advancing to the second tier, these creatures seemed to have an instinctive awareness, faintly sensing that these lotus seeds would be of great use to them. In fact, Wang Chen had heard about this in his past life, but he had never had the chance to see it for himself. Now, he finally had the opportunity to verify it, and it was indeed true. Seeing the situation stagnate, Wang Chen took a moment to glance subtly in the direction where the 3 beams of spiritual light had appeared earlier. His brow furrowed slightly. The 3 beams of light had already vanished, and the spiritual objects within them had likely fallen into someone else's hands. Although it was a pity, he felt no regret. The lotus seeds before him still had their spiritual light intact, undoubtedly the most precious spiritual objects. Li Yuchan chuckled upon seeing this, and his mental energy instantly spread downstairs, bringing up one crystal core after another, which fell into his backpack. Hurry and absorb. Li Yuchan quietly handed a handful of translucent crystal cores to Suyu and Muningshue. Although the beam of spiritual light had thinned considerably, it still had a radius of nearly 2 meters, and it seemed it would take at least half an hour to dissipate. Taking advantage of this time, perhaps Suyu and Muningshue could also advance to the second tier. The 2 women received the crystal cores and, seeing Wang Chen's nod, immediately began to absorb them. The evil black tiger, closest to the 4, twitched its mouth slightly upon seeing their small movements. Wang Chen silently observed. He had no impression of these 3 special mutated creatures, but at this moment, any one of them posed a significant threat. Moreover, the future Rat King was still hidden in the darkness, out of sight. The spiritual light gradually shrank, and Wang Chen felt a slight urgency in his heart. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Suyu and Muningshue opened their eyes simultaneously. A cold and a hot energy erupted from the 2, signaling their imminent advancement to the second tier. At the same time, the spiritual light shrank to the size of the lotus pod and suddenly vanished. Roar! The mutated creatures, already affected by the sudden rise in Suyu and Muningshue's aura, sprang forth like arrows, lunging at the lotus seeds. The hovering flying swords couldn't strike in time, and the 3 lotus pods instantly turned to ashes, with 27 brilliantly glowing lotus seeds simultaneously falling down. At the same time, a shadow flashed and appeared in the pond, its sharp beak opening wide to swallow those lotus seeds. Move! Gong Zhan shouted angrily from downstairs, and Gao Yang immediately took action, causing the entire pond to suddenly descend. Caught off guard, the mutated Rat King fell, its sharp beak snapping at empty air with a crisp sound. Wang Chen's mental power erupted suddenly, a spatial fluctuation passing through as the mustard seed space activated. A pale hand suddenly reached out from the void, grabbing 6 of the lotus seeds and quickly retracting back into the void. Wang Chen was taken aback and quickly checked the mustard seed space, only to find that there were only 21 lotus seeds inside. Who? Get out here! Wang Chen was furious. These lotus seeds were what he had fought to protect with his life until now. How could he allow someone to snatch them from his grasp? Hundreds of flying swords shot out wildly, and suddenly 2 blood blossoms erupted in the void at the edge of the pond. With a scream of despair, a figure emerged from the void, crashing heavily to the ground. Dai Bin! It's you! Dai! The figure was none other than Dai Bin, who had been lurking on the first floor. This kid had actually awakened his invisibility ability and had almost stolen the lotus seeds that Wang Chen had guarded for half a day. However, with such little strength, daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was simply like lighting a lantern in a toilet. The flying swords transformed into a sharp iron net, descending directly upon Dai Bin. No! Dai Bin's shoulder and thigh had already been pierced by the flying swords, leaving him utterly unable to dodge. He could only let out a desperate wail before being torn to pieces by the iron net, several shiny lotus seeds rolling from his shattered palm. Li Yuchan activated his mental power, and 6 lotus seeds flew back in an instant. The mutated Rat King leaped forward, its limbs propelling it to Wang Chen's side, revealing a sharp beak with 4 pointed teeth, viciously biting towards Wang Chen. It was well aware that the disappearance of more lotus seeds just now was definitely the doing of this human. Get out of my way! Wang Chen shouted angrily, and all the surrounding metal transformed into flying swords, suddenly exploding and shooting in all directions. At this moment, there was no time to wait for the two women to advance. Wang Chen abruptly pushed them from behind, the immense force sending them flying off the rooftop. Chirp, roar, meow, you're seeking death. The mutated creatures on the rooftop were instantly dumbfounded, various angry voices erupting, with the evil black tiger roaring in fury. The evil black tiger and the three mutated creatures turned simultaneously, lunging directly at Wang Chen, although they had no idea how he had taken those lotus seeds. But at this moment, they all understood that it was definitely related to this human. Get away from me! Li Yuchan shouted angrily, her mental power suddenly exploding, a circular shield flashing into existence, forcefully bouncing back the attacking mutated creatures. 5 strands of black silk appeared, instantly slicing towards the evil black tiger and the 4 mutated creatures. Wang Chen grabbed Li Yuchan, exerting force under his feet, and leaped off the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen activated his metal control ability again, and those flying swords that had been knocked away by the mutated creatures suddenly transformed into steel spears, plunging down towards the rooftop. As he fell rapidly, Wang Chen even saw Gong Zhan's astonished face. Before Siyu landed, she turned back and slashed out a dark red blade of light about 3 to 4 meters long towards the rooftop. Mu Ningxue clenched her right hand tightly, and a frost flower several meters in diameter blossomed on the rooftop. Li Yuchan activated the Tai Divine Thought again, and a layer of buoyancy suddenly appeared beneath the 4 of them, instantly slowing their descent. Before the two women could land, the steel spears, blade light, and frost flower exploded simultaneously on the rooftop, kicking up a cloud of dust, followed by several piercing screams. Clearly, the series of attacks from Wang Chen and the others had inflicted significant damage on these mutated creatures. The 4 landed one after another, not looking back as they rushed northeast. The ancient lotus seeds were already in hand. The fools were still fighting for their lives here. A black-skinned giant rat, engulfed in dark red flames, leaped off the rooftop and crashed down. Ignoring the blood gushing from its shoulder, it violently shook off the 2 steel spears embedded in its body and swiftly chased after Wang Chen and the others. The evil black tiger, covered in frost, leaped down from the rooftop, a faint black wind swirling around it. Half of its scalp was missing, blood gushing out, and its body was riddled with wounds mixed with ice and snow. Turning its head, it pulled out the steel spear lodged in its abdomen, its eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent, refusing to back down. On the rooftop, the wind-type giant dog had already lost one front leg, and the lightning cat was similarly missing a front paw. Meanwhile, the second-tier hunter had half of its body severed. The 3 mutated creatures had already lost the chance to pursue Wang Chen and the others. However, they still did not leave. A dog and a cat suddenly surrounded this special second-tier hunter. In the next moment, a blade of wind and a flash of lightning simultaneously struck the hunter. As fellow second-tier beings, the dog and cat swiftly dispatched the half-damaged hunter. The chilling sound of tearing flesh echoed, and soon, 2 figures leaped out from either end of the rooftop. On the experimental building, Gong Zhan stared in shock as Wang Chen and the others moved away, with the giant rat and the black tiger following closely behind. Even the 3 oppressive, mutated creatures above gradually fell silent. Only then did Gong Zhan cautiously signal Gulai and Gao Yang. Captain, what should we do? It seems all the lotus seeds have been taken by Wang Chen. Gao Yang crouched beside Gong Zhan, looking helpless. Not a single one left? Gong Zhan frowned. Just moments ago, Gao Yang had used his abilities to pry a piece of the ceiling from the bottom of the pond, causing the entire center of the pond to collapse. Now, the room was filled with water, and it was pitch black, with no sign of the lotus seed's luster. There shouldn't be any left. Should I check again? Let's go together. Gong Zhan sighed and then returned inside. A beam from a headlamp lit up as Gong Zhan crouched down to lower the light. Outside, there were still quite a few first-tier mutated creatures, while most of the second-tier ones had perished on the rooftop. After rummaging around, Gong Zhan disappointingly lifted the last piece of concrete. To his surprise, a section of lotus root appeared beneath the slab, entirely purple but lacking any sheen. What is this? Gu Lai and Gao Yan were taken aback and quickly gathered around. I don't know, but it should be something good. Let's take it back for the professors to study. Gong Zhan chuckled, not minding the mud clinging to the lotus root, and stuffed it directly into his tactical backpack after wiping it off a bit. What should we do next? Should we head back to the first floor? Now that the second-tier mutated creatures outside are basically gone, and the ground is littered with half-damaged first-tier ones, what do you think we should do? Gong Zhan scanned the room to confirm there was nothing left behind, then grinned. This, collect the crystal cores? Gao Yang and Gulai's eyes lit up as they spoke in unison. Right. Let's go downstairs. Call the soldiers out to deal with these things. Bullets are more effective. Gong Zhan patted the shoulders of the two and immediately stood up to head outside. Boss Wang, running like this isn't a solution. In a frantic sprint, Li Yuchan glanced back and shouted. The mutated Rat King was already 50 meters behind them. If They kept running like this, even with the four of them constantly using their abilities to block, they would still be caught. The other scar-faced man had transformed into the evil black tiger, riding the black wind as it swept toward them. Break through the north gate, get to the street, and then take them down, Wang Shen said in a low voice. Earlier, in a moment of helplessness, Suyu and Mu Ningxue had their advancement interrupted. The evil black tiger had already advanced to the second tier, easily capable of taking on Li Yuchan alone. In the early stages of mental power, facing transformation types was quite disadvantageous as their power levels were not on the same tier. Moreover, the black tiger possessed mutated wind abilities, easily dodging even his most precise spatial cuts. It was a formidable opponent. Wang Chen took a moment to glance back at the even larger and faster mutated Rat King, which likely had already advanced to the third tier. He wasn't afraid of facing it alone, but the safety of Suyu and the others was a concern. There's a lot of metal on the street, my abilities can reach their peak there. You all focus on self-preservation while I take down this big rat first. Wang Chen quickly outlined his plan, emphasizing to Li Yuchan. The three nodded eagerly and quickened their pace toward the street. The four fought and retreated, soon breaking through the north gate and reaching the main street. The streets were filled with abandoned vehicles, and Wang Chen suddenly stopped and turned around. 1 lotus seed per person, swallow it now. Wang Chen opened a passage to the mustard seed space directly in his mouth, and a dazzling lotus seed quickly flew out, rolling straight down his throat. Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan immediately stuffed a lotus seed into each of their mouths, which she had been holding in her hand. The four of them were like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. At this moment, there was no time to savor the taste of this miraculous lotus seed. The approaching mutated rat King and the evil black tiger, both shimmering with faint fluorescence, let out furious roars upon seeing Suyu and the others swallow the lotus seeds. Wang Chen snorted coldly, spreading his arms wide, and the lotus seed suddenly transformed into a vast energy within his stomach, creating an overwhelming feeling of expansion. With a sudden clap of his hands, the fences, doors, windows, and vehicles within a 50-meter radius of the street floated into the air. In the next moment, these metal objects came crashing down towards the mutated Rat King and the evil black tiger charging at them. Under the impact of this energy, Suyu and Mu Ningxue immediately advanced to second-tier ability users, with the energy within them continuously rising. A dark flame blade and a deep blue ice blade shot from the hands of the two women, cleaving towards their targets. Li Yuchan's eyes sparkled with starlight as the Tai divine consciousness erupted, condensing 2 invisible mental spikes, ready to pierce into the minds of the mutated Rat King and the evil black tiger. The four of them executed their combined attack with lightning speed, causing the mutated Rat King's eyes to turn blood red, revealing a hint of fear. Sharp spikes, like steel needles, suddenly curled up, wrapping around its entire body, and crashed violently into the metal objects in Mu Ningxue's deep blue ice blade. The evil black tiger was even more agile, leaving a trail of black wind in place while its body swiftly darted to the right. Humph. So what? If you're third tier? I'll blow you to pieces. Dozens of small fireballs reappeared in front of Wang Chen, densely shooting towards the mutated Rat King. The mutated Rat King endured the barrage of metal objects and deep blue ice blades, but was met with a swarm of small fireballs. Its form flickered as it swiftly darted to the side. Unfortunately, these fireballs had tracking capabilities and turned mid-flight. Li Yuchan's mental spikes timely pierced into the mutated Rat King's mind, catching it off guard, causing its body to halt abruptly, and dozens of small fireballs adhered to it. Explode! Wang Chen shouted lightly, and dozens of small fireballs detonated, simultaneously, engulfing the Rat King in a blaze of fire. Squeak! The Rat King let out a cry of pain. Although the fireballs were of low level, their sheer number was overwhelming. The simultaneous explosions of so many small fireballs were akin to being hit head-on by a cannonball. On the other side, the evil black tiger, with its claws flying, continuously shot out black wind blades, but Mu Ningxue kept blocking them with ice walls. As the mental spikes pierced into its mind, the evil black tiger let out a cry of pain, its body halting sharply, just as Suyu's dark flame blade struck perfectly. An explosive roar echoed, and amidst the flames and smoke, the evil black tiger was sent flying. A massive wound appeared on its waist, burning with dark red flames, while dark red energy continuously invaded the surrounding flesh. Boss, what happened to you? Before Suyu could strike again, spikes of earth suddenly erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the three of them. At the same time, a gigantic brown bear suddenly leaped down from the rooftop beside the street, crashing heavily beside the evil black tiger. We need to go. The evil black tiger, now severely injured, had an extremely cold gaze, but it let out a low growl, black wind swirling around it as it dashed towards the other side of the street. The brown bear glanced at the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, and immediately followed suit. With the retreat of the black tiger, the situation instantly turned into 4 against 1. Initially, the mutated Rat King had not taken Suyu and the others seriously. The only one it deemed dangerous was Wang Chen, but the abundance of spiritual lotus seeds made it unable to resist. Unexpectedly, the evil black tiger that was originally threatened by it was defeated by the three of them working together. The agile eyes of the mutated Rat King began to dart around, its form becoming increasingly elusive. Ha ha, you three keep an eye on it for me, we can't let it escape this time. Wang Chen laughed heartily, and the ink shadow in his hand suddenly appeared. He no longer chose to attack from a distance. With a flash, he began close combat. Squeak! The Rat King let out a sharp cry, and the rustling sounds around them grew louder as mutated rats continuously appeared nearby. But Wang Chen was already unconcerned. The combat power of Suyu and the others at this moment was not afraid of these rats at all. Today, he was determined to kill this stinky old rat. He wanted the third-tier crystal core, but what he wanted even more was to strangle this future rat emperor in its cradle. The sharp horizontal blade clashed repeatedly with the Rat King's claws, sparking bursts of fire. Metal spears formed from surrounding materials, shot towards them, and the kinetic energy carried by these spears made the mutated Rat King hesitate to take them head-on. As the battle intensified, Wang Chen fully unleashed the physical enhancement brought by sea-level speed and sea-level muscle strengthening, making each slash powerful and heavy. Suddenly, a chain sprang up from the ground, wrapping around the Rat King's limbs, causing it to crash to the ground. Nearby, metal quickly transformed into a large net tightly binding the Rat King. Wang Chen leaped up, raising his hands with the horizontal blade, and executed a powerful downward strike. At this critical moment, a hint of triumphant mockery suddenly appeared in the Rat King's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Its black fur, like steel needles, suddenly exploded outward, shooting towards Wang Chen. Lousy rat! Wang Chen shouted, and a metallic hemisphere appeared in front of him. Li Yuchan, who had long been prepared to provide cover, had his eyes glimmering with starlight, and a spherical telekinetic shield flashed around Wang Chen in a split second. The steel needles pierced through the metallic hemisphere, deeply embedding themselves in Li Yuchan's telekinetic shield. Unfortunately, their momentum was spent, and they could no longer break through. Wang Chen landed steadily, casually, tossing aside the metallic hemisphere filled with steel needles, and slowly walked up to the Rat King. Did you really think I was going to fight you to the death with a knife? You've been guarding against me using this, right? But unfortunately, even without this move, I can still kill you. A faint spatial fluctuation spread out as a black line appeared at Wang Chen's fingertips. He crouched down and slapped the giant rat's cheek with the horizontal blade. Squeak, squeak. The Rat King was furious, but fear flickered in its eyes. Alright, stop cursing. I already know your hair removal technique very well. If it weren't for the fear of you causing chaos and accidentally hurting others, I wouldn't bother to wrestle with you like this. You may have some intelligence, but it's really not much. After mocking the Rat King's intelligence, Wang Chen flicked his finger, and the black line slowly approached the Rat King. Last time, the spatial slicing couldn't kill you. This time, let's use it to send you off. Ignoring the Rat King's angry and desperate shrieks, the black line sliced through it from head to tail. The Rat King's screams abruptly stopped, its body slowly collapsing to the sides, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. The future, invincible Rat Emperor commanding thousands of mutated rats fell prematurely. Wang Chen cut open its head, rummaged inside for a while, and his eyes lit up as he extracted a crystal core the size of a 1 yuan coin, emitting a faint golden glow. It really is a gold-type crystal core? During the battle with the Rat King, Wang Chen had noticed that this rat's steel fur and skin were exceptionally hard, even more so than those second-tier copper-armored corpses. Sure enough, this third-tier mutated Rat King had produced a gold-type crystal core. Ning Yang, what should we do next? First, let's leave here and circle back to your house. I'll tell you the next plan then. Wang Chen stood up and put away the gold-type crystal core. Su Yu and the others had many questions, but this was not the time for explanations. Determining the direction, Wang Chen glanced at the others and helplessly discovered that all four of them were glowing with floating orbs of light. Clearly, they had been illuminated by those floating orbs while escaping the experimental building. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen simply released 2 floating orbs which floated ahead of the 4, illuminating the path. After the fierce battle, numerous zombies slowly began to appear around them. Low-level mutated rats crouched at a distance, their bodies flickering with faint light, yet they dared not approach. Sensing the corpse of the third-tier mutated Rat King, the many mutated rats were both fearful and greedy. Let's go! Wang Chen sneered, turning to run towards Su Yu's home. The 3 followed closely behind, their physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people, running swiftly. As the 4 departed, the mutated rats cautiously advanced. Once they confirmed that the killing gods were gone, 2 second-tier mutated rats lunged forward, frantically tearing at the corpse of the mutated Rat King. Moments later, the corpse was swarmed by various first- and second-tier mutated rats. In the distance, zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh blood, roared as they rushed over. A fierce battle between the mutated rats and zombies suddenly erupted. As the battle at the experimental building in the North Gate came to an end, the muffled sound of gunfire continued in the small square of the experimental building. The The zombie horde and mutated beasts, having lost their high-end combat power, were no match for Gong Zhan and the others. In the campus of Dian University, survivors hiding in various corners began to awaken their special abilities. As contemporary college students, they had seen enough to know what was happening. They had watched various apocalyptic and urban supernatural films or novels. When changes occurred in themselves and those around them, there was always a surge of confidence. They were eager to step outside and test the power of their abilities. Unfortunately, those who could awaken abilities above B level were always in the minority. In a classroom, Ding Cheng stood by the window observing. Behind him were only Lu Ming and Zhang Yan. Li Haoyan and Lu Mei were either still at the small supermarket or had already been bitten to death by zombies. Without awakened abilities and lacking strong physical qualities, they faced the zombies with overwhelming fear. Death might also be a form of relief. At this moment, Ding Cheng's eyes reflected a hint of indifference and sorrow. In just a few short days, this justice-filled college student finally felt the helplessness of carrying a group of burdens in the apocalypse. Ding Cheng, are we still squatting here? That beam of light has already disappeared, Lu Ming said in a deep voice, holding a long knife stained with blood. This thoughtful boy ultimately chose to follow Ding Cheng into battle. Yes, there are many fewer zombies outside. It seems they have all been attracted over there. Zhang Yan, pale-faced and also gripping a long knife, trembled slightly. After resting for half a day, how is your energy recovery? Ding Cheng turned around and asked calmly. Lu Ming and Zhang Yan, having experienced 2 battles and the recent surge of spiritual energy, were fortunate enough to awaken their abilities. We've recovered. The two nodded simultaneously. Good. Then let's go over there and take a look. Ding Cheng nodded, pointing in the direction of the experimental building. Go there. Lu Ming and Zhang Yan exclaimed in surprise. That's right, go there. The zombies have crystal cores in their heads, you saw that too. Ding Cheng pulled out a translucent crystal core, mostly absorbed, from his pocket and said calmly. The battle over there is so intense. There must be a lot of zombies gathered. Let's check the outskirts, maybe we can find more crystal cores. The 3 fought their way through, even teaming up to kill a first-tier copper-armored zombie from which they discovered this crystal core. As contemporary college students, they had access to an overwhelming amount of information online. Alright, let's take a look at the outskirts. If it gets too dangerous, we retreat immediately. Lu Ming and Zhang Yan exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, they agreed to the plan. I'll take the lead, Lu Ming, you keep an eye on the rear, and Zhang Yan, you provide support in the middle. Ding Cheng nodded. A silver-gray hue appearing on his skin. At this moment he was already an above-level ability user, with even stronger steel skin. Lu Ming and Zhang Yan both nodded simultaneously, and Lu Ming's figure suddenly expanded, his specially chosen loose clothing tightening around him. Zhang Yan's hands glowed green, a vine emerging from her palm and wrapping around her arm. Let's go! Ding Cheng waved his hand and directly opened the window, climbing out. The 3 of them crept forward along the corner of the wall. As the dark clouds dispersed and the moonlight shone down again, they could vaguely see some shadows. Ding Cheng knew very well that those were zombies. He quickly made a few hand gestures, tied his clothes around his waist, gripped 2 bone-slicing knives tightly, and crouched forward. 2 flashes of blade light cut through, directly cleaving the heads of 2 zombies, the sound of their bodies hitting the ground attracting other zombies. The 2 vines in Zhang Yan's hands rapidly elongated, firmly binding the legs of several zombies rushing forward. Ding Cheng charged forward, swinging his bone-slicing knives repeatedly as the tripped zombies had their skulls smashed open. 2 zombies bypassed Ding Cheng and charged at him. Lu Ming let out a low shout, his arm muscles bulging, as he repeatedly thrust his long knife, the immense force piercing through the zombies' heads. Lu Ming's ability seemed to be some form of giantization. His clothes didn't tear, but his arms were clearly twice as thick. The 3 of them worked together more and more seamlessly, quickly killing over 20 zombies in this small area. Ding Cheng casually tore a piece of clothing from a zombie, wiping the blood off himself. He waved his hand, and the 3 of them moved forward again. Soon, they passed over a small hill near the comprehensive building, where there were quite a few zombie corpses. Ding Cheng frowned and glanced down the hill. Unfortunately, even with the dim moonlight, he couldn't see the situation in the distance clearly. He quietly signaled Lu Ming and Zhang Yan to continue forward, and Ding Cheng led the way down the slope. At this moment, the 3 of them had accumulated quite a bit of supplies from a small supermarket in the teacher's dormitory building. They didn't need to look for food right now. Enhancing their strength was the most important thing. Ding Cheng had already tried the effect of crystal cores, and it was quite obvious they could enhance and restore one's energy. Silently sneaking through the dormitory area, the 3 were somewhat surprised to find that there were hardly any zombies outside this area. There were indeed many corpses, and several zombies in the upper dormitories were growling lowly. Clearly, they were not the only group of survivors out hunting zombies. They were very familiar with the terrain of Dian, easily making their way through the small woods. Faint gunshots echoed, and Ding Cheng's spirits lifted as they immediately quickened their pace. After passing through the small woods and reaching a slope, Ding Cheng suddenly noticed that there seemed to be quite a few figures ahead. He immediately signaled, and Lu Ming and Zhang Yan crouched down simultaneously. There are figures ahead. I don't know if they're zombies. Ding Cheng squatted under a tree, frowning. They shouldn't be. Look at them, they're completely still. With the gunshots attracting attention, if they were zombies, how could they remain indifferent? Lu Ming peered forward for a moment and said with some certainty, "Then, let's go take a look, they might be classmates." Ding Cheng thought for a moment, and Lu Ming's reasoning did make sense. The three exchanged glances and nodded. Simultaneously, as Ding Cheng moved forward again, Zhang Yan accidentally kicked something underfoot, making a soft sound. Immediately, someone ahead called out, and a beam of flashlight light shone over. "Classmates, don't be nervous, we're alive." Ding Cheng helplessly stood up as their stealthy approach was foiled. However, this also confirmed that there were indeed survivors ahead. "Come over slowly." The person in front seemed to realize that his voice was a bit too loud and immediately lowered it, shouting, "Alright, first put away the flashlight, don't attract the zombies." Ding Cheng quickly nodded and led Lu Ming and Zhang Yan forward. As the light disappeared, Ding Cheng noticed that there were quite a few people in the woods on this small hillside. Strangely, these people were clearly divided into three small groups. One was a team of about 10 boys, another was a small group of 5 or 6 girls, and the last was a small group of teachers. The boundaries between these three teams were distinct, separated by about 10 meters, scattered in the woods at both ends of the path. The one who spoke up was from the boys' team. Seeing Ding Cheng and the others approach, a few boys at the back quickly spread out to the sides, revealing 2 boys in front. "Who are you?" One boy, radiating a strong aura, seemed to be the leader of this team. "Hello, we are from the School of Business Administration. My name is Ding Cheng. And you are?" Ding Cheng stepped forward and extended his hand to the boy. "Hello, we are from the School of Life Sciences. My name is Tian Lei." Tian Lei's expression relaxed slightly as he shook Ding Cheng's hand. "Are you just 3 people?" Tian Lei glanced at the 3 and continued to ask. "Yes, just the 3 of us. The others are mostly dead." Sigh. Ding Cheng's face showed bitterness as he spoke. "It's the same for us. In our dormitory building, only these people are left." Tian Lei sighed slightly, indicating that everyone's situation was similar. "Are you stopping here because you must have seen the experimental building below, right? There are soldiers there, attracting the surrounding zombies, and they are killing them too." Quickly, Tian Lei pointed to the small square of the experimental building below, where dozens of floating light balls were drifting around. These light balls from Wang Chen lasted at least an hour and had not yet extinguished. Dong Zhan and the others used these light balls in battle, significantly improving their shooting accuracy. Ding Cheng looked down, his pupils suddenly dilating as he saw countless corpses, at least tens of thousands. Lu Ming and Zhang Yan were dumbfounded. If it weren't for the limited illumination range of the floating light balls, they wouldn't have seen many of the corpses clearly. Otherwise, even having experienced the bloody scenes of fighting zombies, the 3 would surely have vomited. "You must have awakened your abilities too." Tian Lei assessed the 3 of them. Ding Cheng was covered in blood but showed no visible wounds. Lu Ming's body was obviously enlarged, and Zhang Yan had vines wrapped around her arm. These signs made Tian Lei understand that the 3 of them must have some means to come here. "Yes, all 3 of us have awakened our abilities," Ding Cheng admitted openly. "That's good. We have 13 people here, 9 of whom have awakened their abilities. Over there are the girls from the School of Economics, 6 in total. On the other side are 4 teachers from the Academic Affairs Office. Will you choose to join one side or act independently?" Tian Lei pointed to the other 2 small groups and said calmly. "Oh, is there a reason for that?" Ding Cheng was taken aback and then asked in confusion. "Zombies and mutated creatures have crystal cores in their brains. Do you know about this?" Tian Lei smiled slightly, his expression enigmatic. "Yes, I know about that." Ding Cheng nodded. There was nothing to hide. Anyone brave enough to come out and kill zombies wasn't foolish. Who hasn't read a few apocalyptic novels? It's simple. There are still many zombie corpses on the hillside. Once those soldiers cease fire, we plan to go down and search. If you choose to join us, we will distribute the spoils fairly. If you choose to join another team or go solo, then when conflicts arise, don't blame us for using our numbers to bully the few or. Tian Lei's tone was calm. Students living in an ivory tower, after killing so many zombies, were slowly starting to adopt a survival of the fittest mentality. Ding Cheng hesitated upon hearing this, looking at Lu Ming and Zhang Yan, who both nodded at him, clearly indicating that he was in charge. "We choose to join," Ding Cheng said. After a moment of contemplation, speaking calmly, joining Tian Lei and the others was obviously a much better option, at least with 9 awakened individuals, which was not to be underestimated. Going solo didn't hold much significance. The 3 of them acting alone felt rather lonely. Upon hearing this, Tian Lei smiled and quickly introduced their names to each other, while also clarifying their respective abilities. Although he hadn't realized that Ding Cheng's ability level was higher than his, the defensive power brought by Ding Cheng's steel skin made Tian Lei's eyes light up. With the addition of Ding Cheng and his 2 companions, Tian Lei instantly felt that a significant gap in his team had been filled. Besides the initial 7 survivors, 6 more had joined from the boys' dormitory. Among the 7, 2 were ordinary students, and 2 from the later group had also awakened their abilities. The entire team, including Tianlei and the 3 newcomers, now totaled 12 awakened individuals. Seeing this situation, Tianlei felt a surge of confidence and, after a brief thought, turned to walk towards the 6 girls not far away. He gestured in front of the 6 girls and pointed to his team. A few minutes later, surprisingly, the 6 girls really came over with him. Now, a total of 22 students had gathered together. However, when Tianlei wanted to approach the few teachers across the road again, he was stopped by the leader of the girls, Lin Lu. Tianlei, if you're looking for those teachers, we're out. Lin Lu, with her short hair, said resolutely. Why is that? Tianlei was taken aback, exchanging a puzzled glance with Zhuo Wanwang. The person across is Director Hong from the Academic Affairs Office. You should have heard some rumors, Lin Lu said with disdain, her tone carrying an indescribable disgust. What the hell? Is it that scumbag? Tianlei was shocked, and the boys around him began to whisper among themselves. Ding Cheng frowned. He knew a bit about this Director Hong, and he wasn't a good person. It was said that all the pretty students in the academy had been summoned to the Academic Affairs Office for education under various pretenses. So it's him after all. I didn't expect it. I had only heard about him before, didn't realize he was such a bald guy. In this apocalypse, we should find a chance to deal with him. What to deal with? Just break his legs and throw him to the zombies. The boys whispered, expressing their extreme disdain for Director Hong. Alright, no need to say more. If it's that guy, I wouldn't care even if he killed me. Tianlei was quite straightforward. It was unbelievable that such a person could still be alive. Yeah, be cautious. Anyone who can be around that guy is definitely not a good thing. Lin Lu nodded, saying with a look of disdain. Of course, let's move over there a bit, trying to stay away from them. Tianlei called everyone to shift left a few dozen meters, and they all squatted in the small woods, looking out. Tianlei, with so many people in the school, it can't just be us 20 or so surviving, right? Ding Cheng squatted beside Tianlei, feeling a bit curious. Definitely not just us, but there's one thing you probably didn't expect. Oh, the zombie outbreak was last Saturday at noon. In a school that usually has tens of thousands of people, there were probably only about 20,000 here. Most of them had gone out. But even so, it shouldn't be just this few, right? That's for sure. We've searched 2 boys' dormitory buildings, and there are still dozens of people alive inside. Unfortunately, the only ones willing to come out and fight are us. Ding Cheng, Lin Lu interjected. In our girls' dormitory, there are more than 10 girls alive just on our 4th floor, but in the whole building, only 6 of us dared to come out. That's pretty good. You're girls, and 6 of you can still come out. In our building, there were more than 20 boys, but at first there were only 9, 5 of whom were awakened. Tianlei said with a bitter smile. The zombies in our building were almost all burned away by someone. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have survived. Lin Lu's face showed bitterness as she recalled those 4 strong individuals. Tianlei shook his head slightly and said, Don't underestimate yourself. The zombies in our building were led away by someone, otherwise, just the zombies in the hallway could have blocked us, making it impossible to unite. Oh, was it the sound of iron clashing that night? Ding Cheng asked, looking puzzled. Tianlei was taken aback and nodded. That's right, it was the commotion caused by 4 powerful brothers and sisters. 2 men and 2 women? Lin Lu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, how did you know? Tianlei scratched his head, a bit confused. One of the men can manipulate metal, right? Ding Cheng said with a wry smile. You've encountered them too? Tianlei was genuinely surprised this time. Ding Cheng nodded. Probably, I should be the first among us to have met them. He then recounted his encounter with Wang Chan and the others, although he had only met 3 of them at that time. I see, they must have come from your teaching building first, then to our girls' dormitory, and after confirming the exact location, they went to your Life Sciences Institute boys' dormitory. Lin Lu suddenly realized. No matter what, Ding Cheng, don't hold a grudge against that brother. He was right, in the apocalypse, we can only rely on ourselves. After clarifying the sequence of events, Tianlei pondered for a moment and lightly patted Ding Cheng's shoulder. I know, after going through some things later, I understand now. Ding Cheng nodded, revealing a bitter smile. I suspect that the soaring green light might have been caused by those 4. Lin Lu speculated, and Tianlei and Ding Cheng exchanged glances, nodding and chuckling. The muffled gunfire in the small square gradually faded, with only Gong Zhan still enveloped in a golden halo, wielding 2 military knives and wreaking havoc among the horde of corpses. After a while, even the floating orbs of light dissipated, and Gong Zhan finally stopped, panting heavily. All the surrounding zombies had been killed, and the mutated beasts were either dead or fled. Apart from Gong Zhan, there were no other standing creatures in the area. Captain, take a break. Gao Yang approached Gong Zhan with a water bottle and handed it over. Gong Zhan took the bottle and tilted his head back, taking a big gulp. There are survivors on the hillside, everyone should stay alert. Returning the bottle to Gao Yang, Gong Zhan frowned. What should we do? Should we take them with us? Gao Yang frowned, as the Superior's order was only to rescue Professor Gu. They could only decide to save a few other survivors, but if there were too many, it would be problematic. Let's see what they want to do first. Those who dare to come out at this time are not ordinary people. Gongjan chuckled, bending down to split open the head of a first-tier mutated dog. Beside him, extracting a semi-transparent crystal core from within. On the hillside, Tianlei waved his hand, and the others followed him, slowly making their way down. Seeing this, Director Hong immediately moved with Xiao Lu and a few others. Along the way, they discovered fallen zombies, and some people casually split open their skulls, occasionally finding a grayish-white crystal core inside. Ding Chang and Lin Lu then realized that ordinary zombies also had a chance of producing crystal cores. However, the probability was relatively low. About 1 in 6 or 7 ordinary zombies would yield a core. Director Hong and the others noticed the students' actions, but apart from Xiao Lu, it was the 2 female teachers, Zhou Yan and Zhang Ting, who found it hard to take action. Neither Xiao Lu nor Director Hong made a move. He was more interested in interacting with those soldiers, hoping to leave this place with them. In a sense, the crystal cores within these zombies were the spoils of those soldiers. As smooth adults, Director Hong and Xiao Lu clearly had more on their minds. Tianlei and his group, while searching for crystal cores, lagged behind. However, Director Hong and his 3 companions quickly approached Gongjan and the others, ignoring the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. The soldiers on guard raised their guns in unison, aiming at the few of them. "Comrades, don't shoot. We are alive." Director Hong raised his hands and walked forward with a smile. "Halt! No closer," a soldier barked, showing no signs of being moved. Gongjan frowned and stepped forward, saluting, then waved his hand for the guarding soldiers to disperse. "Who are you?" "Comrades, we are teachers from Jian University. Would you like a cigarette?" Director Hong lowered his hands and, under Gongjan's watchful gaze, slowly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, his face beaming with a smile. "Sorry, I can't smoke. I'm on a mission." Gongjan waved his hand in refusal. Oh, all right." Director Hong quickly put the cigarettes and lighter back, stepping forward to try and shake Gongjan's hand. "We've finally been waiting for you, now there's hope. I'm really sorry, but we are stretched thin and currently cannot spare anyone for rescue." Gongjan took a step back, avoiding Director Hong's chubby hand, and explained calmly, "But don't you have helicopters? Just the 4 of us can be taken away." Director Hong said, his face filled with surprise, continuing to chuckle awkwardly. Yes. It's too terrifying here, with zombies everywhere. We finally managed to get you here. You can't just leave us behind." Zhou Yan twisted her body, acting coy. "Exactly. I've seen the planes going back and forth several times. It should be our turn to be rescued. After all, we are teachers." Zhang Ting wrinkled her nose, speaking in a playful tone, even winking at Gongjan. "I'm really sorry, but we need to receive orders from higher-ups before we can act. However, it should be soon. This area is temporarily safe, and you can stay here and wait for rescue." Gongjan remained calm, unfazed. "May I ask how long it will take for you to start the rescue?" Xiao Lu surveyed the soldiers in the small square, frowned and thought for a moment, and then asked, "I'm not sure about the exact timing, but the headquarters has already established a temporary shelter, and action should commence soon." Gongjan pretended to think before answering, though he was also unclear about the higher-ups' specific plans. At this moment, Tianlei, along with Zhuo Wangwang, Ding Chang, and Lin Lu, walked over and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed upon hearing this. "Leader, can we collect these crystal cores?" Ding Chang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Gongjan felt a bit of a headache and was somewhat reluctant, but looking at those young students, he couldn't help but nod. "You can collect crystal cores below the 2nd tier together. There's no need to hand them in." "Thank you, leader." The 4 of them exchanged glances and thanked Gongjan simultaneously. When they sought self-rescue, they had already lost much hope in the military's assistance. Moreover, Gongjan had been evasive, clearly indicating that the military had no plans in this regard for the time being. As university students, they had crossed the threshold of their own fears and became more pragmatic. Seeing the 4 students turn to leave, Gongjan opened his lips but still said nothing. After they had walked a dozen meters away, Gongjan finally spoke up. "We have 2 heavy machine guns. Tomorrow morning, I will lure the nearby zombies over and clear them out." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed excited expressions and turned to wave at Gongjan. "All right, we'll come help tomorrow morning. Take care of yourselves and stay alive." Gongjan waved his hand, turning to look at the other 4 teachers, his expression returning to normal. "You all heard that. Find a place to hide and come back tomorrow morning." Director Hong and the others exchanged glances, wanting to negotiate further, but Gongjan had already turned away, ignoring them. Xiao Lu clenched his fists, snorted coldly, and began searching for zombie crystal cores. The cleanup took a full 2 hours, during which several mutated creatures were drawn by the smell of blood. However, most of the nearby 1st and 2nd tier creatures had already perished here, and a few 1st tier creatures were shot dead by a dozen soldiers using the night vision goggles on their tactical helmets. It wasn't until there were no intact skulls left on the ground that Tianlei led the group of students back to the dormitory building. Director Hong and His team, carrying 40 to 50 crystal cores, directly found a laboratory to settle in, determined to negotiate again tomorrow when the soldiers left. That night, everyone was filled with rewards. Gong Zhan looked at the hundreds of crystal cores piled on the experimental table and smiled at the purple lotus root peeking out. However, he still arranged for Gao Yang and another soldier who had awakened fire abilities to set a large fire in the square, trying to burn the bodies as cleanly as possible. Tian Lei brought Ding Chang and Lin Lu to his dormitory, along with core members like Zhuo Wenguang and Yao Ji, spreading 2 to 300 first tier and below crystal cores on the bed to begin distributing the spoils. In the residential area of the city, at Su Yu's home, the four lay panting on the sofa, not even bothering to clean the bloodstains on their bodies. The night's battle and running had severely drained their stamina. Wang Chen struggled to get up, sealing the doors and windows tightly with metal, and with a wave of his hand, a floating light orb burst into brightness in the middle of the living room. Li Yuchan tossed his backpack onto the coffee table, unzipped it, and poured out a large pile of crystal cores. He then rummaged in his pocket and placed 3 lotus seeds on top of the crystal cores. Wang Chen dug out a hollow in the pile of crystal cores, placed his palm on top, and 20 lotus seeds rolled down from thin air. Alright, this is our loot for tonight. Wang Chen sighed in relief and plopped down on the sofa. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue also struggled to sit up, their eyes fixed on the items on the coffee table. I say, Boss Wang, shouldn't you explain to us just how many abilities you actually have? Li Yuchan tilted his head, glaring at Wang Chen with an annoyed expression. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue, hearing this, also raised their heads, staring intently at Wang Chen. Hee, not many, just 4 or 5. Wang Chen scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Indeed not many. I'll strangle you, I'll make sure you don't have many. Li Yuchan leaped forward, tackling Wang Chen and pretending to choke him. Cough cough, alright, I'm not trying to hide anything, the point is you didn't ask. Wang Chen coughed a few times, gently pushing Li Yuchan off him, sitting up and laughing. You said before that you have space slicing and metal control, right? But what did we see tonight? Exploding fireballs, hands that can collect things, and that little trick that made Su Yu's explosion ridiculous? Oh right, and this light orb, it even shines when it lights up your body? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 already. What the hell is all this? Li Yuchan became chatty, pointing at the floating light orb and continuously complaining. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances. They hadn't counted before, but now they were shocked. Wang Chen's expression darkened. If they knew there were 3 C-level and 1 D-level passive abilities that hadn't manifested, they'd probably go crazy. Alright, space slicing is S-level, metal control is A-level. Aside from this mustard seed space, the rest are just some minor tricks, nothing to make a fuss about. Wang Chen waved his hand, helplessly. Mustard seed space? Is this another spatial ability? Li Yuchan shouted, jumping 3 feet high, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Wang Chen. To put it simply, it's just a storage space, seems to be grade A, maybe. Wang Chen said awkwardly, afraid that he might inadvertently provoke this brother from his past life. Li Yuchan's body stiffened, and he slumped down on the sofa, repeatedly muttering, Supreme Tai, please take this monster away. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue were also a bit stunned, but upon seeing Li Yuchan's comical display, the two couldn't help but lower their heads and chuckle. Wang Chen helplessly slapped Li Yuchan's thigh, chuckling himself. After a night of battles, most of his tricks had already been revealed, and Wang Chen was too lazy to hide anymore. He briefly shared a few of his small tricks with the three, prompting a round of eye-rolling from them. This mustard seed space is really useful. Just don't know how big it actually is. After Wang Chen explained the function of the mustard seed space, a glimmer of light appeared in Mu Ningxue's eyes. About 1,000. Wang Chen said while checking the mustard seed space. But he suddenly discovered that the originally 1,000 cubic meters of mustard seed space had suddenly become much more expansive. Roughly estimating, there was now at least nearly 100,000 cubic meters of space. It had increased 100-fold. Could it be because of my advancement? Wang Chen scratched his head, secretly speculating. How much space do you think it has? Seeing Wang Chen pause mid-sentence, Mu Ningxue pressed for an answer. 100,000 cubic meters. Wang Chen smiled awkwardly. 100,000 cubic meters. Mu Ningxue was taken aback, her mind starting to imagine how large 100,000 cubic meters was. If calculated at a height of 5 meters, that would at least be a space 200 meters long and 100 meters wide. This is already about the size of a large supermarket, Mu Ningxue murmured. Wang Chen picked up a bottle of mineral water, nodding, about right. So, next, while we improve our strength, let's find a large supermarket in the city and use the mustard seed space to stock up on supplies as much as we can. With this ability of yours, how much money would you make if you used it for moving? Su Yu suddenly exclaimed. Cough cough. Put. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan were just about to drink from their mineral water bottles when Su Yu's comment caused them to choke. Little fish, you're really something. Old Wang says my ability can be used for moving bricks, and you want him to move houses. So, it turns out we can only do the hard labor. Li Yuchan wiped his lips, wearing a bitter smile. No need to be so familiar, call me sister. Can you really call her little fish? Suyu pushed him playfully, laughing. Ha ha, hee hee. The four exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. After a night of intense battles, while they might not be sworn brothers, they at least considered each other reliable comrades. The bond among the four had clearly grown much closer, creating a sense of tacit understanding. The energy from the lotus seeds hasn't been fully digested yet, so there's no need to absorb the crystal cores for now. However, each of you take one lotus seed for now, and once you've digested it, give it to me immediately. I'll keep the rest for now. Everyone's tired tonight, so let's all rest well. Tomorrow morning, we'll plan our next course of action. Wang Chen saw that everyone had laughed enough and clapped his hands to conclude the evening's discussion. On a street outside the university town, Zheng Hong threw the earthen spear in his hand, directly pinning a first-tier hunter to the wall. Chen Rui moved swiftly, using a machete he had found from who knows where to swiftly sever the hunter's head. Skillfully splitting the head open, he rummaged around and found a translucent crystal core. Chen Rui casually tossed it to Chao Jing beside him, and with a swirl of water, he washed the crystal core clean before Chao Jing took it and placed it in his backpack. Brother Hong, that beam of green light has disappeared. It seems Wang Chen and the others came from that direction, Chen Rui said, looking up at the direction of the urban village with a cold tone. It should be. It looks like they gained something, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a hurry to return. Zheng Hong nodded, his expression calm. Brother Hong, we now have 5 ability users. Should we? Yu Yani stepped forward. With a cat-like grace, wrapping her arm around Zheng Hong's, a flame flickering in her palm. They have also awakened their abilities, and there's one more person, Gu Siyu said softly, her eyes sparkling with starlight. So what? There are 5 of us and 4 of them. Are we afraid we can't win? Chao Jing snorted coldly, a proud look on his face, water swirling around his fingertips. Now thicker than before. The surge of spiritual energy in the early morning had boosted his strength, directly elevating him to the first tier, overflowing with confidence. Zheng Hong frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding. Let's go take a look first. See you and Chao Jing both have control abilities. Once we engage, make sure to control 2 of them immediately. Alright, I knew Brother Hong would agree. Chao Jing laughed heartily, winking at Gu Siyu. Gu Siyu's expression remained calm, but a hint of worry lingered in her heart. Their strength had indeed increased significantly, but that surge of energy meant Wang Chen and the others had surely benefited as well. Who would emerge victorious was truly unpredictable. The 5 reached a consensus and quickly climbed onto the rooftop, racing towards the residential area under the moonlight. In the deep of night, Wang Chen, who had been on high alert, suddenly heard a few faint sounds from the neighboring rooftop and immediately sat up. Li Yuchan, who was sleeping on the floor, also opened his eyes. The two exchanged a knowing glance in the darkness and quietly got up. Let's go take a look, but don't wake them, Wang Chen whispered, carefully putting on his clothes. Li Yuchan nodded, activating his mental power to silently open the door. The 2 tiptoed out of the room, sensing the faint breathing coming from the master bedroom, smiling slightly as they headed outside. Quietly exiting the front door, several sharp steel wires appeared around Wang Chen, while Li Yuchan closed the door again, and the 2 quickly ran towards the rooftop. Standing at the stairway to the rooftop, Wang Chen activated his metal ability, and the entire door silently transformed into liquid metal. Wang Chen unleashed his mental power, and the liquid metal shot outward, while Li Yuchan deployed a mental shield, and they both charged forward. Be careful! A soft shout came from the rooftop, and a large chunk of rock suddenly rose up, blocking all the liquid metal. Dust flew everywhere as Zheng Hong and the others stumbled back, a floating light orb suddenly bursting above their heads. The sudden light made their eyes, accustomed to the darkness, squint involuntarily. As the dust settled, a mocking laugh followed. I wondered who it was, turns out it's you 5. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan stood at the stairway, arms crossed with mocking expressions. Wang Chen! Chen Rui rubbed his eyes, recognizing the person before him, and couldn't help but shout, gripping his machete and wanting to step forward. Zheng Hong pulled him back, his eyes narrowing, his expression somewhat unpleasant. It's me. What's wrong? You guys scurried up to our rooftop like mice. Don't tell me you just passed by. The liquid metal surged back like a flood, forming flying swords, as Wang Chen lowered his hands and stepped forward coldly. Let's not beat around the bush. What was that beam of green light earlier? What did you gain? Chao Jing, hands behind his back, stepped closer to Zheng Hong, his tone icy. Out of Wang Chen and Li Yuchan's sight, a stream of water emerged from his hand, subtly winding down his thigh. Ha, how ridiculous. Why should I tell you? Wang Chen laughed in anger. Were these people out of their minds? Li Yuchan's lips twitched slightly. Who was this person to have the confidence to speak to them? What a big tale. Chao Jing's expression froze as he scanned the area, only to find there were just 2 people in front of him. 5 against 2, the advantage is mine. Chao Jing felt a surge of joy in his heart, and before Zheng Hong could speak, he suddenly shouted, "Make your move." The water that had coiled around his ankles suddenly shot out like a water snake, slithering along the floor towards Wang Chen. The other 4 were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Chen Rui had long wanted to take action against Wang Chen. Receiving the signal, he immediately flashed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages, and swung his machete fiercely at Wang Chen. Zheng Hong activated his ability, and the broken concrete blocks in the middle of the floor quickly coalesced into several sharp spears, all aimed at Wang Chen and Li Yuchan. Yuyani conjured flames in her hands, forming 2 fireballs that she hurled at the two. Gu Siyu's eyes sparkled with starlight as a binding force of mental energy instantly wrapped around Wang Chen's body. Their initial plan had not been like this, but now only Wang Chen and the unknown Li Yuchan were present. The 5 of them unanimously chose to target Wang Chen. Playing with fire, you're simply asking for death. Faced with the sudden attack, Wang Chen couldn't even be bothered to move. Over 20 flying swords around him all shot towards the sidestepping Chen Rui. 2 magnetically explosive fireballs appeared, both shooting towards Yuyani, forcing her to dodge repeatedly. A layer of mental energy shield emerged, and Zheng Hong's stone spears exploded into fragments, scattering debris that fell silently to the ground, supported steadily by a layer of mental energy. Chao Jing's binding water chain had not yet wrapped around Wang Chen's body when it was deflected into a spray of mist by Li Yuchan's mental force. 2 explosions accompanied by a piercing scream rang out, and Zheng Hong was shocked to discover that Yuyani had originally dodged the 2 fireballs. Yet for some reason, she was still hit by both, the intense heat instantly charring her. It was only then that Gu Siyu realized with horror that her mental binding ability was utterly ineffective against Wang Chen, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Mental binding ability? Not bad, but unfortunately, your strength is a bit too low. Wang Chen's gaze drifted towards Gu Siyu, a mocking expression on his face. Oh, another brain player, let me give it a try. Li Yuchan's eyes lit up. Encountering another psychic ability user made him a bit eager. An invisible spike of mental energy instantly pierced into Gu Siyu's mind. The delicate woman immediately bled from the corners of her eyes, letting out a wretched scream, clutching her head and rolling on the ground. Yani, Siyu, I'll fight you to the death. Zheng Hong's eyes were about to burst. In just an instant, the 2 closest women had fallen simultaneously. Yuyani was surely done for, and Gu Siyu was likely in grave danger as well. Large chunks of concrete flew up from the rooftop, coalescing into a layer of concrete armor around Zheng Hong, who tightly gripped 2 spears in his hands. B-class ability, Earth Body, what a pity. Wang Chen sighed inwardly. A B-class ability was already quite impressive, but unfortunately, Zheng Hong chose to be his enemy. Meanwhile, Chen Rui had long been chased around by the 20-plus flying swords. His speed ability was decent, but if Wang Chen hadn't wanted to keep him for last, he would have been turned into a sieve by now. Li Yuchan looked at Gu Siyu, who was rolling on the ground, and shook his head in disappointment. His gaze shifted to Chao Jing, who stood frozen in place. Although he didn't know this man, since he dared to attack them, it was time to pay the price. With a swift motion, he reached out, grasping at Chao Jing's neck from a distance, and his powerful mental force lifted Chao Jing off the ground. Chao Jing looked up in agony, his hands gripping his neck tightly, but separated by a layer of air. His feet kicked helplessly in midair, his eyes beginning to roll back. You little toad, do you dare to kill? Wang Chen glanced at Chao Jing, a faint smile on his face. If you dare, why shouldn't I? Li Yuchan scoffed. The supreme Taiyi savior of suffering, facing evil men, had quite a temper. Fine, anyway, those 5, not one will be left. Wang Chen smiled faintly, but his tone was extremely cold. A black line appeared in front of him, and the next moment, it slashed diagonally through Zheng Hong's body. 2 stone spears were blocked by a psychic shield, and as the dust settled, the light in Zheng Hong's eyes faded, half of his body sliding down at an angle, blood gushing forth immediately. Li Yuchan clenched his hand, and a few meters away, Chao Jing, floating in midair, suddenly tilted his neck, producing a crisp sound, and his struggling body instantly went limp. Seeing that the 3 had been killed in an instant, Chen Rui was filled with cold dread, and his figure flashed, rushing away into the distance. Ridiculous, can you still run? Wang Chen sneered, and the spatial cut reappeared, instantly slicing Chen Rui in half from head to toe. The 2 halves of his body, propelled by inertia, crashed against the edge of the rooftop, spraying blood and entrails to either side. What about this girl? Li Yuchan looked at Gu Siyu, who was still rolling on the ground, frowning. What about her? She dared to attack us, just kill her. Wang Chen curled his lip, and 2 flying swords pierced directly into the foreheads of Gu Siyu and Yuyani, bringing forth a splash of red and white. Please, throw these corpses a bit farther away, after all, this is Su Yu's rooftop. After resolving everything, Wang Chen chuckled and made a gesture of invitation towards Li Yuchan. Damn, do you think I'm your brick mover? I remember you said the people in the army would use me like this. You were actually talking about yourself, right? Li Yuchan rolled his eyes in exasperation but quickly activated his psychic power, lifting the 5 corpses and walking towards the distant rooftop. Hey, don't forget to check the corpses, there might be surprises. Wang Chen suddenly thought of something and shouted to Li Yuchan. Without looking back, Li Yuchan gave him an international gesture. Before long, Li Yuchan returned with a backpack. Not bad, these guys actually collected about 30 crystal cores, and there are several first-tier ones. Wang Chen grinned, pleased with the haul. Chen Rui was indeed a good classmate, delivering heads and dropping items. Let's go, time to sleep, I'm dead. Tired. Li Yuchan yawned and casually tossed the backpack to Wang Chen. The two turned and went downstairs, returning to their room, where the two beauties in the master bedroom were still fast asleep. Thanks to the iron plates Wang Chen had used to seal the doors and windows, and Li Yuchan's constant psychic protection of the rooftop, the battle that had taken place above them hadn't woken the two women. Wang Chen closed the door tightly, tossed the backpack onto the sofa, and he and Li Yuchan tiptoed back to the second bedroom, soon letting go of their thoughts and falling asleep. The next morning, Suyu and Muningshua slept until noon before finally getting up. The doors and windows were sealed with iron plates, and even though the sun was shining brightly outside, the room remained dark. Suyu rubbed her sleepy eyes, opened the door, and looked around but found no trace of Wang Chen and Li Yuchan. Listening carefully, she could faintly hear snoring. These two lazy pigs, hee. Thinking about how she had also slept in, Suyu couldn't help but blush and covered her red lips with a smile. Stretching widely, Suyu turned around, took a bottle of mineral water, and quietly closed the bathroom door to start washing up. Ever since she learned that Wang Chen had a mustard space filled with plenty of mineral water, Suyu and Mu Ningxue no longer worried about wasting it. Time to wash up, time to rinse. After a while, Mu Ningxue yawned and stepped out, grabbing a bottle of water before diving into the washroom. The two women whispered to each other, occasionally bursting into light laughter. Once they finished washing up and returned to the living room, although they didn't know what was happening outside, they saw the clock on the wall showing it was already past noon. Suyu grabbed a large bottle of mineral water and headed into the kitchen. Mu Ningxue took out a book and sat down on the sofa, only to be surprised to find a strange backpack on it. After hesitating for a moment, her curiosity got the better of her and she grabbed the backpack and unzipped it. Wow! Why are there so many crystal cores? Mu Ningxue's exclamation drew Suyu's attention, and she peeked out. Where did these crystal cores come from? Didn't Brother Ming Yang collect them all? Look, they're in this backpack. Mu Ningxue lifted the backpack and gestured to Suyu. This backpack isn't ours, Suyu said in astonishment. Could it be that these two snuck out while we were asleep? Mu Ningxue wondered. It's very possible, but why didn't they use the previous backpack? Suyu tilted her head, glancing at the three backpacks placed beside the sofa. Could it be that they went out to rob someone? The two girls paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Let's wait until they wake up to ask. I'll cook first. Okay, bye. The time Suyu finished cooking, Wang Chen and Li Yuchan had just gotten out of bed. After a quick wash, the four of them sat around the table, eating while discussing their next course of action. The city center of Spring City isn't really suitable as a base. I'm planning to look for a larger place nearby, Wang Chen spoke up, steering the conversation. Li Yuchan added, for a base, it needs to be easy to defend and hard to attack, right? Mu Ningxue said, it's hard to find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack unless we find an air raid shelter. Suyu chimed in, where would we find an air raid shelter? I actually know of two, there's one at the Iron Foundry in the western suburbs and another at the foot of Panlong Mountain to the north. It's a pity that there aren't any facilities inside, they've been abandoned for decades, Wang Chen recalled, frowning. It would be best to find a place with a water source. Otherwise, using mineral water for washing is a bit wasteful, Li Yuchan said, clicking her tongue. Although the tap water in this apocalypse wouldn't cause mutations without human control, water and electricity had been cut off everywhere, making things inconvenient. In that case, the Yunhu Villa area is a choice. It's full of luxury villas close to Yunhu, with a reliable water source, and transportation is convenient, Mu Ningxue suggested. There are many wealthy residents, and the facilities are complete, surrounded by protective barriers. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ningxue mentioned a place that everyone had heard of. The Yunhu Villa area, that could work, Wang Chen mused, recalling his memories of the place which matched his expectations. Sister Shui, isn't your family quite wealthy? Didn't you buy a villa there? Suyu asked curiously. Mu Ningxue shook her head. My dad bought a villa by the Chenghu in Yue City. I was out of the province before. I originally planned to go there the next day after returning, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Yue City is only an hour's drive from Spring City, and the water quality of Yunhu near Spring City isn't as good as that of Chenghu in Yue City, where many rich people go to buy villas. If Yue City weren't too far, I would have suggested we go there, Mu Ningxue said. Wang Chen smiled slightly. It's okay, we'll have a chance to go in the future. Then let's tentatively decide on the Yunhu Villa area. Okay. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. The residential area had already been left with too many corpses, and the smell of decay was indeed unpleasant. After finishing lunch, everyone organized the things they needed to take with them. Suyu packed many items from her home. These were her cherished belongings, and now with Wang Chen's mustard seed space, she didn't have to worry about not being able to carry them. Aunt Lu's fate was uncertain, and Suyu felt a lingering worry in her heart, but being smart, she didn't dare to voice it, fearing that Wang Chen would refuse outright. Despite Wang Chen joking around with them now, he seemed easy to get along with. But Suyu knew very well that it was probably unrealistic to expect Wang Chen to take her all over Spring City just to find her mother. After a week of being together, Suyu had already discovered that although Wang Chen seemed kind, he had a certain coldness deep down. Maybe I should try a little harder. Suyu bit her lip, took out a watercolor pen, and left a message on the wall of her room. I hope one day, Mom can see this message. Once everything was ready, Suyu called Wang Chen in. When Wang Chen entered and saw the large, eye-catching characters on the wall, he felt a stir in his heart but said nothing, casually waving his hand to collect all the things she had prepared into the mustard seed space. After tidying everything up, they all went up to the rooftop, where occasional cries of despair could be heard. It was already the 8th day of the apocalypse, and even those who could endure were struggling with hunger day by day. The spiritual energy explosion last night surely awakened many people's abilities. However, this energy consumption from awakening abilities would only make them hungrier. Choosing to fight was the right decision, but unfortunately, those who could survive would ultimately be few. Boss Wang, how do we go? Should we find a car? Li Yuchan looked around and spoke up. Wang Chen nodded. Let's walk along the street and see if we can find a car with a zombie in the driver's seat. It should be able to start. Alright, let's do that. After the boost from the spiritual energy explosion, everyone had eaten a lotus seed and all advanced to the 2nd tier. Their physical qualities had been enhanced several times, and jumping from the rooftop was just a normal operation, with a little run-up allowing them to leap over 10 meters. Before long, they spotted an SUV parked by the roadside, with the seatbelt in the driver's seat still strapped around a struggling zombie. Li Yuchan chuckled, standing on the rooftop and using his telekinesis to pull the zombie out. This zombie was quite plump, clearly a successful person, with a set of keys hanging from its waist. Unfortunately, it was still an ordinary zombie, otherwise, it wouldn't have been unable to unbuckle a seatbelt. Without any fuss, they killed the zombie and searched its head, but found no crystal core. Wang Chen grabbed the keys. I'll drive, and you clear the way, Li Yuchan. Sure. You drive quickly, I guarantee nothing will stop you. Li Yuchan readily agreed. Having advanced to the 2nd tier last night and slept until noon, he was now full of energy. This zombie seemed to have mutated just after parking the car. Wang Chen tossed the keys into the central console, buckled his seatbelt, and pressed the start button. A roar erupted, and the vehicle started smoothly. Not bad, there's still half a tank of gas. Calling the three of them to get in the car, Wang Chen turned the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, crashing into a small car blocking the road. Hey, wait for me to sit tight. Li Yuchan fumbled to fasten his seatbelt, grumbling a bit, then his mental power erupted instantly, causing the abandoned vehicles ahead to slide aside. The streets were filled with zombies, and occasionally, 1 or 2 first-tier zombies could be spotted. Whenever this happened, Wang Chen would slow down, while Li Yuchan controlled Wang Chen's ink shadow to slice through the zombies' necks, retrieving the crystal cores from their heads. The SUV sped past, occasionally encountering survivors fighting zombies, and several houses on the sides of the street seemed to have caught fire, billowing thick smoke. There are more and more ability users, Mu Ningxue said softly. Wang Chen looked ahead. Definitely, the energy explosion last night benefited not just us, others also had the chance to awaken their abilities. Those zombies are the same. There are so many first-tier zombies now, we hardly encountered them before. Suyu watched as Li Yuchan retrieved another crystal core, her expression worried. This might be a global biological evolution, let's see who can run faster. Li Yuchan put away the crystal core and smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, as long as we level up fast enough, we won't fear any threats. Wang Chen nodded, flooring the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle roared as it sped away. The journey was uneventful, and half an hour later they could see the villa area around Yunhu from a distance. That's the place, we should be able to get there along this road. Mu Ningxue pointed towards the distant villas. Yeah, there are really few zombies around here, we haven't encountered many at all, so you leaned against the seat back and looked ahead, surprised to see only a few scattered zombies wandering along the way. It's normal, this area is full of luxury villas, so ordinary people wouldn't come here. Wang Chen laughed heartily. This was also why he chose this area. No matter how fierce the battles were during the day, he always wanted a good night's sleep. Having seen the densely packed zombies in the city, the sparse presence of people in the Yunhu Villa area made everyone feel much more relaxed. The Yunhu Villa area is quite large, covering several kilometers of lakeside hills. The four of them drove slowly along the road, and it took them 10 minutes to finally reach the entrance of the Yunhu Villa area. They crashed through the gate, and Li Yuchan casually dealt with a few zombie security guards in suits. Mu Ningxue pointed in the direction to Wang Chen. Go up, the best standalone villas are on the hillside. These villas are already quite nice. Suyu turned her head to look around, and the luxurious villas with courtyards among the lush trees opened her eyes. This is just the beginning. There are a few standalone villas on the hillside that are truly great. You'll know when we get there, Mu Ningxue said, pulling Suyu's hand and smiling. As the vehicle moved slowly, Wang Chen keenly noticed that there were actually quite a few survivors in this villa area. It made sense. With fewer people in the villa area, the chances of surviving a zombie outbreak would be greater. They climbed up to the hillside, bypassing several patches of woods, and soon came across a few forks in the road. Go towards the middle, the mansions there are the best, moo. Ning Xue reminded Wang Chen at the right moment. 2 minutes later, the off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance of a manor. Looking over the tall walls and gates, they could see a glimpse of a mansion through the tall trees in the distance. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, 2 male zombies rushed out from the gate. Before Wang Chen could act, Li Yuchan used his telekinesis to grab the 2 zombies and threw them down the slope. Hey, at least check if they have crystal cores. Wang Chen turned to Li Yuchan in the passenger seat with a helpless expression. Li Yuchan. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged smiles, quickly getting out of the car, brandishing their weapons to push open the gate. Wang Chen shook his head, drove the car inside, and parked in the spacious courtyard. After getting out, Wang Chen began to survey the mansion. The modern-style 3-story building featured a fountain in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by lush green lawns, and the entire villa occupied a vast area. Let's go in and take a look at this mansion. We should experience what it's like to be rich, Wang Chen chuckled, leading the 3 towards the villa. Climbing the steps and pushing open the door, they were greeted by a spacious hall, and the minimalist decor gave a sense of comfort. Unfortunately, the 2 female zombies dressed as maids that rushed out of the kitchen abruptly shattered that feeling. Don't make a mess, otherwise, you'll be cleaning it up later, Wang Chen said to Li Yuchan, who was about to throw out his flying sword. Li Yuchan paused, quickly using his telekinesis to grab the 2 zombies. Damn, you really can talk without feeling the pain. It was clear that there were other zombies in this villa. The bloodstains on the 2 female zombies said it all. Li Yuchan took the 2 zombies outside, and after a while, he returned holding a grayish-white crystal core. Wang Chen had already taken Suyu and Mu Ningxue to search the rooms one by one, clearing out all the zombies inside. Li Yuchan sat bored on the sofa in the hall, turning to look at the backyard behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the curtains, a large outdoor swimming pool was faintly visible, and Li Yuchan immediately became interested. Pushing the door open, the blue outdoor pool came into view, and beside the pool lay the body of a woman with a missing head. Supreme Tai, savior of the suffering, what a pity. After disposing of the body down the mountain in the same manner, Li Yuchan returned to the poolside and used his telekinesis to wash away the bloodstains on the ground. Back in the living room, Wang Chen and the others had already returned. Hey, you lazy bum, there are 2 zombies in the corridor upstairs, why don't you go clean them up? Wang Chen said with a smile, crossing his legs. Damn it, I said old Wang, do you really think I'm a mover? Li Yuchan shouted. Wang Chen shrugged, what can I do? Your telekinesis is so useful, if we did it ourselves, we'd just dirty the place. You're ruthless. Li Yuchan thought about it and realized that since they would be staying here, it was better to clean up and then turn to go upstairs. The 3 of them watched him go up in indignation, unable to help but smile knowingly. Let's take a short break at noon, and in the afternoon, we'll head to the city to gather supplies, Wang Chen said calmly, looking at the 2 women. Mu Ningxue nodded. Okay, I think it's necessary to take this opportunity to collect more crystal cores. Absolutely. Collecting supplies while improving our strength, it's a win-win. Wang Chen knew very well that in the apocalypse, no amount of supplies was as important as having strong personal power. As time passed, the supplies that could be preserved would become fewer and fewer. In another month, a piece of bread could make a beautiful woman run naked for you. Taking advantage of his rebirth, he would bring out a powerful team, and by then, any grudges could be settled. He wasn't too clear about the locations of his enemies from his past life at this stage. Anyway, those people would likely not die unexpectedly, and rather than searching blindly, it was better to focus on development and quickly strengthen himself. When the time came, he would strike precisely, letting those who once thought they could remain high and mighty know the consequences. The higher they climbed, the harder they would fall. What was physical destruction compared to the torment of the soul? The group did not find the owner of the villa. It was mostly caretakers and security personnel inside. It was estimated that when the zombie outbreak occurred, the owner of the mansion had no idea where they had died. They also discovered 2 large basements, one filled with a large collection of fine red and white wines. The other was a cold storage, stacked with many top-quality hams and steaks. Even more surprisingly, there was a silent generator as a backup power source. This mansion is well-equipped, Wang Chen exclaimed while placing some supplies from his mustard seed space into the underground warehouse. Suyu's belongings were all placed upstairs in a room she had chosen. After everything was organized, Mu Ningxue drove out a luxury SUV from one of the underground garages. Everyone get in. We'll take this to the city, Mu Ningxue called out, and the 3 quickly got into the car. The engine roared, and Wang Chen casually welded the gate shut with his metal control ability. Are there survivors in this villa area? They won't come to steal our stuff, will they? Suyu asked with concern. Wang Chen waved his hand. It's fine, if they dare to steal, we'll just go to their door one by one. It's a good excuse to clean up these people. At this moment, the supplies in the basement were merely the stock of a campus supermarket. After the spiritual energy explosion, Wang Chen believed that more awakeners would definitely appear in the military. Perhaps Gong Zhan and the others would speed up the pace of collecting supplies. Don't think that those leaders, who haven't been reborn, don't understand the importance of supplies. In terms of emergency measures for disasters and judgment of the overall situation, if it weren't for rebirth, Wang Chen felt he would have been left far behind. So now, with the mustard seed space expanding again, Wang Chen felt that he was fully capable of taking the lead. Moreover, he sensed that he was very close to advancing to the third tier. He casually tossed a lotus seed into his mouth. It seemed that the effect of the previous lotus seed had already been digested. Once he reached the third tier, the mustard seed space would advance again. 100,000 cubic meters of space could very likely undergo another massive expansion. By then, Gongzhan, you won't have so many people and firepower, right? There must be plenty of crystal cores. Come on, let's make a deal. In the southern district of Spring City, a large shopping mall was bustling with a group of survivors gathered in a store on the 5th floor. In the adjacent store, a bald man sat on a sofa flanked by 2 men. Brother. Son, several of our brothers have awakened their abilities. Can we? A young man holding a watermelon knife pointed out the window towards the Carrefour supermarket a few hundred meters away. There are still so many zombies outside the mall. With just over a dozen of us, it might be a bit difficult. Do you expect those useless women to help? The bald middle-aged man, with a face full of flesh and a thick gold chain around his neck, curled his lip and casually slapped the woman beside him. Put in some effort for me. The woman, slapped, dared not show a hint of grievance. Ha, Mei Hong, you better work hard. If you can't do it, we can just switch to showing. Dang. Liang had a sinister smile on his face, causing the woman named Mei Hong to shudder and force a flattering smile. The bald man shot a cold glance, seemingly considering Dang Liang's suggestion. Aren't zombies sensitive to sound? Brother son, we can make some noise to lure them away. The young man laughed. The bald man's eyes lit up. There are at least 1,000 zombies outside. What kind of noise can draw them away? Brother son, we still have those 2 reckless kids. Let's bleed them a bit and hang them on the wall behind the mall. Hee. A cruel glint flashed in the young man's eyes. That's a plan. Not bad. Dang Liang, you have a flexible mind. The bald man pondered for a second, then smiled, looking at Dang Liang with approval. Isn't this all thanks to your guidance, brother son? Dang Liang bent over, his face full of flattery. Alright, let's do it this way. Tell the brothers to have a good meal at noon. In the afternoon, will take action. The bald man finally grunted a few times, then kicked the woman beside him, standing up and patting Dang Liang on the shoulder. However, just bleeding them might not be enough. Remember to chop off those 2 kids' hands and tie them up securely. Dang Liang trembled from the bald man's slap, nodding repeatedly. You're so considerate, brother son. I'll go prepare right away. Go! This woman is yours. The bald man waved his hand, glancing disdainfully at the woman sprawled on the ground. Alright, thank you, brother son. Dang Liang's eyes lit up, bowing repeatedly as he pulled the still coughing woman and walked towards the next store with a gleam in his eyes. Ho Jun, any news from the old man yet? The bald man walked to the window, looking grimly outside. Standing straight beside him, Ho Jun shook his head. Young master. Jia, given the current situation, it will take at least a few more days. But this is already the 8th day. It should be about time, right? Bald man's son Jia said angrily. 6 days ago, the old man arranged for a plane to send a message. With me around, the old man should be at ease. Ho Jun chuckled, speaking somewhat arrogantly. Son Jia turned back, looking at the bodyguard who had accompanied him through years of hardship. I'm not worried about that. With your strength, my safety is not an issue. It's just that the old man hasn't contacted us, and I'm afraid things aren't going smoothly. Don't worry, you know the old man's abilities. It's just about dealing with a few stubborn guys. But last night's energy explosion benefited everyone. I'm afraid the old man's plan will have to be postponed. Ho Jun rubbed his chin, speaking uncertainly. Those old geezers have quite a few strong subordinates. It's better if the old man's plan is delayed, otherwise, he might just call me back and it won't be as fun over there. Sun Jia chuckled, a wicked glint in his eyes. So what if they're strong? The old man's awakened abilities are quite unresolvable. Ho Jun said with admiration, his eyes filled with envy. Upon hearing this, Sun Jia burst into laughter. Haha, you're right. Who would have thought the old man would get such a terminal illness and still turn things around? Ho Jun nodded. This means the old man is destined to survive. He must have great fortune. Great fortune indeed, and it should be our Sun family's turn for great fortune too. Sun Jia laughed, a strong ambition flashing in his eyes. Young Master Jia, are you going this afternoon? Ho Jun asked, having stood by and listened to Dang Liang's plan clearly. Sun Jia thought for a moment and nodded. Of course, why not? With you by my side. Besides, I want to test the power of my ability. A dark light appeared in Sun Jia's palm, and he slapped it down on the wooden table beside him. He calmly raised his hand, leaving a palm print on the table, with black smoke swirling inside, which quickly corroded a large hole. Young Master Jia's ability is quite strong, but unfortunately, long-range release consumes too much energy. Ho Jun marveled. Sun Jia laughed heartily and waved his hand. What's there to be afraid of? Just gather more crystal cores to upgrade. Ho Jun nodded. He had awakened his abilities 4 days ago. After last night's spiritual energy explosion, he felt himself becoming even stronger and had tried to kill some zombies. With a reminder from one of his subordinates, he discovered a few crystal cores, and after several experiments, he found they could enhance his internal energy. This discovery made both Sun Jie and Ho Jun overjoyed, their confidence soaring. Sun Jie led Ho Jun next door, where a shop of about 200 square meters had gathered around 30 survivors. However, among them, more than a dozen young women looked ashen and filthy. In the corner, 2 injured boys were tied up with ropes that seemed to have been found from who knows where. Dang Liang, how's the arrangement going? Sun Jie looked disdainfully at the room. Dang Liang hurriedly scrambled up from the corner, frantically pulling up his pants as he ran over. Brother Sun, everything is arranged. We'll set off after we finish eating. You brat, don't tire yourself out, take it easy. Sun Jie kicked Dang Liang's leg, and Dang Liang pretended to stumble, forcing a smile. Alright, take out the food and let the brothers have a little something before we head out. Yes, brother Sun, I'll take care of it. Right away. Dang Liang nodded eagerly, turning to call 2 people to follow him next door to get the supplies. After everyone had eaten, they casually tossed a few pieces of bread to the women, leaving 4 or 5 younger brothers with machetes to keep watch. Ignoring the hoarse cries of the 2 girls inside, they dragged the 2 incapacitated boys outside. They walked all the way to the outermost window of the mall, and without a word, Dang Liang directly grabbed one boy's arm and chopped down. Blood immediately splattered but miraculously floated in the air, and the next moment it gathered into a bloody spike in Dang Liang's hand. The gang members beside him couldn't help but show envy. The boy let out a terrible scream, struggling in pain. Dang Liang grinned sinisterly and grabbed the other arm, bringing the machete down hard again. The boy was already too weak from hunger, and with both arms severed, he was in excruciating pain, his voice turning hoarse. Brothers, tie him up tighter, don't let this kid fall. Dang Liang picked up the 2 severed arms from the ground and casually threw them out the window. The blood flowing from the severed limbs, under his control, all coalesced into blood-red spikes. The group of younger brothers around him nodded in agreement, hastily using a curtain to make a rope, wrapping it around a sturdy pillar several times to tie a knot, and then binding the still screaming boy before tossing him out the window. The piercing screams, combined with the blood dripping down, immediately attracted a large number of zombies from the small square below. Another boy was trembling in fear from the brutality of it all, his pants soaked in a large patch. Young Master Jie, please, let me go. I'll do anything you want. Please, let me go. 55555. The boy was terrified, writhing his body, crying and begging for mercy. At that moment, he completely abandoned the hatred he felt for this group of people who had been taking turns with his girlfriend in front of him, only understanding how to plead for his life in the face of death. Dang Liang, it seems that's not enough, let's drop one more. Sun Jie ignored him, wiping his bald head, frowning at the zombies below. Alright, brother Sun, I'll take care of it right away. We'll definitely attract all the zombies over. Dang Liang chuckled, grabbing the boy who was still begging for mercy and stabbed him twice more, increasing the number of spikes in his hand by 4. The group of younger brothers was already prepared, and after a bit of maneuvering, they threw the crying boy down. The screams from the 2 armless boys finally drew all the zombies in the square to this corner. Brother Sun, it's done, we just need to go out from the right side and we won't face so many zombies directly. Dang Liang ran to Sun Jie's side, flattering him. Not bad, you're clever, let's go. Sun Jie nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand as he led the group of thugs to the other side. Only the 2 armless boys outside the window remained, still screaming in agony. On the lakeside highway, the off-road vehicle sped towards the southern district. There's a large commercial area in the southern district. I remember there's a Carrefour supermarket there, so you said. Softly. Wang Chen nodded. That's right, maybe we can go shopping at the mall later, collect some clothes for everyone. It's quite annoying to have blood stains on us all the time. That's a good idea. Li Yuchan chimed in. Wang Chen rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with you? You always come out of battles without a speck of dust on you. What do you need clothes for? That's not my fault, I'm a ranged mage. The zombies die before they get close. Where would the blood come from? Li Yuchan said, feeling wronged, but his eyes were full of pride. TCH. The 3 of them simultaneously gave him the finger. All 3 of them, to varying degrees, fought with melee weapons, and constantly using their abilities was quite energy-consuming. Moreover, Suyu and Mu Ningxue also remembered Wang Chen's teachings, regularly training their close combat skills. As the 4 laughed and joked, they soon saw the vast commercial area in the distance, with a huge mall in the center. The Carrefour supermarket was directly across the street from the mall, with abandoned cars piled up on the road, completely blocking it. Let's go around to the back, there should be a warehouse there. Wang Chen pointed to a fork in the road, and Mu Ningxue turned the steering wheel as instructed, driving towards the back of the supermarket. Along the way, Li Yuchan used his mental power to clear the path, pushing aside both the cars blocking the road and the swarming zombies with an invisible force. The off-road vehicle quickly reached the back of the supermarket, where several large trucks loaded with goods were parked in the unloading area. Of course, there were also quite a few zombies. The 4 quickly got out of the car, and Li Yuchan unleashed a wave of mental power, sending all the surrounding zombies flying. Mooningshua waved her delicate hand and a thick ice wall suddenly appeared around the unloading area, freezing all the zombies and blocking them outside. Wang Chen and Suyu, in perfect sync, drew their knives and dealt with all the zombies near the truck. The four quickly regrouped and ran into a cargo passage, where a massive metal door slammed shut behind them. Following this passage, Wang Chen and the others cleared out some zombies in work uniforms, twisting and turning until they finally arrived in front of a large warehouse. Wow, there's quite a lot of stuff here, but I have no idea what it is, Li Yuchan said, hands in his pockets. Chuckling lightly. Who cares what it is, let's just collect it first. Wang Chen shrugged and walked straight in. Inside, there were still quite a few zombies, and Suyu and Mooningshua took the initiative to clear them out. Wang Chen walked slowly, and everything he passed, including the shelves, vanished into thin air. Even the forklifts and escalators he occasionally encountered between the shelves were not spared. The goal was to leave no trace. Seeing this, Suyu and the others couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Hearing Wang Chen talk about it was one thing, but witnessing the scene with their own eyes was utterly shocking. The entire warehouse was about 200 meters long and at least 50 meters wide, and in just a few minutes, it had been completely emptied by Wang Chen. Brother Mingyang, how much space do you have left in that mustard seed space of yours? Suyu asked in astonishment. Wang Chen checked and replied, about 2/3, I still need to leave some gaps between the shelves in this warehouse so my mustard seed space doesn't even need to be like this. Awesome. Let's go clear out the supermarket above too. Li Yuchan gave a thumbs up and pointed to the ceiling with a mischievous grin. Let's go. Wang Chen waved his hand, leading the three out of the empty warehouse. The sales area of the supermarket was on the 3rd floor, and they quickly climbed up the passage to the upper level. As they emerged from the stairwell, Wang Chen suddenly noticed that there were quite a few zombie corpses lying at the entrance of the supermarket. Has someone been here? Mooningshua frowned and murmured. Wang Chen replied, who cares, let's go in and take a look, but be careful. The group immediately became alert, and Li Yuchan, already accustomed to being the support, activated his mental shield in an instant. Entering the supermarket, they were greeted by collapsed shelves, and the clothes in the clothing area on the left side of the entrance were still burning. The heads of the zombie corpses on the ground had been smashed open, indicating that this group of survivors had already discovered the existence of the crystal cores. To the right was a section for daily necessities, with everything from toothpaste to facial cleanser and shower gel. Wang Chen didn't hold back and collected everything along with the shelves. There were loud shouts coming from ahead, along with various over-the-top moves from the survivors, seemingly releasing their abilities. The four exchanged glances and quietly crept closer. Chung Ergu, stop using fire. This area is all food. If you burn it, I'll kill you. Damn. Li Jiaqiang, stop spitting. Several bags of chips have been corroded by your spit. And you, Jin Jiapan, you've knocked over the shelves while charging around. Damn. You bunch of bastards, tonight's dinner is halved. A bald man stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at a group of younger men fighting zombies ahead. Who's there? Come out. A man beside the bald man, arms crossed and smiling, furrowed his brow, suddenly pulling out 2 daggers and turning to shout. Oh no, we've been discovered. Li Yuchan grinned mischievously and raised an eyebrow at Wang Chen. The four stepped out from behind a pillar. Although they had been spotted, they were not the least bit flustered. Who are you? Seeing that there were indeed people, Ho Jun stepped forward, blocking Sun Jie, and coldly asked the four not far away. Just passing by, looking for something to eat. Wang Chen stood at the forefront, his gaze alert as he watched the man exuding a menacing aura. Killing 1 or 2 people wouldn't raise Wang Chen's suspicions, but the surge of spiritual energy heightened his senses. The man before him had likely killed dozens of living beings to possess such a murderous presence. This place has already been secured by us, you should go elsewhere. Ho Jun frowned slightly. The 4 individuals before him showed no fear despite the number of their side, which made him uneasy and instinctively reluctant to engage in conflict. Oh come on. Ho Jun, they've made it all the way here. Sharing a little won't hurt. Sun Jie suddenly laughed heartily, interrupting Ho Jun and saying something that left him momentarily stunned. Sun Jie patted Ho Jun on the shoulder and stepped closer to him. 4 of you, where did you come from? You must have faced quite a bit of hardship these past few days, right? Once we finish clearing out the zombies, feel free to take whatever you want from here, take as much as you can. Look at this damned apocalypse, zombies everywhere, meeting up like this is fate, isn't it? As fellow humans, we should support each other. Don't you think so, sisters? Sun Jie wore a friendly smile, his words filled with righteous intent, appearing to be a good Samaritan. Yet, his small eyes kept glancing subtly at Suyu and Mooningshua. After hearing this, Ho Jun didn't need to see Sun Jie's expression to know what calculations were running through his mind. Young Master Jie is right, I was narrow-minded just now. Please wait a moment, the zombies in this supermarket will be cleared soon. Ho Jun bowed slightly, a hint of regret on his face. He had played this game with Sun Jie countless times before the apocalypse, and he was quite familiar with it. Sun Jie was already overjoyed. These 2 women before him were not only stunningly beautiful but also impeccably clean, unlike the dozen or so playthings in the mall that had been sullied in the apocalypse. They were not worthy of his status as young Master Jie. He had already made up his mind these two girls would definitely be well taken care of, becoming his exclusive treasures. Wang Chen found it amusing to watch the performance of the two women before him. If it weren't for the bald man's subtle glances, he would have been puzzled as to why they suddenly changed their tune. However, it made sense. He had vaguely heard a few words earlier that carried a hint of a streetwise vibe. Wang Chen had already concluded that this group was not to be trifled with. In the apocalypse, the ones most likely to survive were often these kinds of social misfits. It was no surprise to encounter a group like this suddenly. Young Master Jia, we appreciate your kindness, but we're not lacking in food, so we won't trouble you any further. We'll take our leave now. Wang Chen chuckled, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and slowly backed away from them. This group was numerous, and it seemed many had awakened their abilities. One shouldn't underestimate them. Just because they appeared to be of low rank, many strange abilities had awakened in the apocalypse, and one could easily find themselves in deep trouble. Plus, there was Ho Jun, whose sharp aura clearly indicated he was no ordinary person. Given the uncertainty of their abilities, Wang Chen didn't want to engage in conflict for the time being. He had already cleared out a large warehouse. The few items in the supermarket were nothing to him. Seeing that Wang Chen was unyielding, Sun Jie's expression darkened instantly. Brother Sun, the zombies have been cleared. Deng Liang, who had finished the battle behind them, shouted excitedly as he ran over. Brother Sun, young Master Jie? Wang Chen's heart stirred, and he took another look at the bald man, suddenly recalling a piece of information. Sun Jia. So it's him. Beside him, Mu Ningxue's eyes turned cold as she whispered softly. You know him? Wang Chen tilted his head and murmured. Of course I know. The KTV murder case that caused a stir in Spring City. You must have heard of it. Mu Ningxue said with a serious face, lowering her voice. So it really is that Sun Jie? Wasn't he sentenced to death? Wang Chen was shocked. He indeed knew about this case from a few years ago, but hadn't that person, Sun Jie, already been executed? The death penalty can be commuted to a suspended sentence. A suspended sentence can be changed to life imprisonment, and life imprisonment can be reduced. Do you understand? Mu Ningxue's words were filled with sarcasm, but also a sense of helplessness. The three of them fell silent. It was truly ironic. Behind Sun Jie, a group of his lackeys had already surrounded them, covered in blood. The looks in their eyes towards Wang Chen and the others were filled with malice and lewdness. Brother, look, the zombies have already been cleared away. Ladies, take whatever you want. If it's not enough, I can help you. Sun Jie chuckled, but the hands behind his back were subtly signaling. No need, brother Sun, you have more people. You definitely need it. More than we do. Just because you don't want it doesn't mean these two ladies don't need it. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Sun Jie waving his hand. We don't need it either. We're leaving. Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxue coldly spoke, her delicate body slightly turning as she attempted to leave. These two brothers can leave, but the ladies shouldn't. There are so many zombies outside following me, with so many people protecting you, isn't it safer? Sun Jie's gaze turned cold, and he stopped pretending, directly waving his hand as several lackeys with lewd smiles surrounded them. You! Mu Ningxue's pretty face turned icy, and with a wave of her hand, several ice spikes suddenly appeared beside her. She already had a strong aversion to Sun Jie, and now he was being so persistent. We have plenty of ability users. Attack! Sun Jie snorted coldly, and his lackeys immediately activated their powers, launching attacks at Wang Chen and Li Yuchan. These people clearly intended to kill the men and leave the beauties. Seeing the other side make a move, Wang Chen no longer hid. With a cold snort, the sword in his hand instantly split open, and several sharp blades shot directly towards Sun Jie. The two sides were 10 meters apart, and although those thugs were prepared, fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades were immediately released. However, these people had just awakened their powers, and their strength was no match for the already second tier Mu Ningxue. The ice spikes directly shattered the opposing abilities, piercing into the shoulders of several thugs, causing blood to spray as half of their bodies were instantly frozen. Looking for death, Ho Jun saw that the other side dared to fight back, and with a flash, he swung his dual daggers, directly knocking away the blades, then suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. The next moment, two daggers appeared right beside Wang Chen. Buzz! With a light sound, the two daggers plunged fiercely into the void, their tips seeming to pierce a thin membrane, yet they could not advance. Ho Jun appeared in midair, looking bewildered, with black smoke still swirling around him. Li Yuchan, who had released a telekinetic shield, narrowed her eyes. Ho Jun's strike was evidently powerful. Even Li Yuchan felt the pressure. His figure flickered again, transforming into black smoke as he returned to Sun Jie's side. The blades that had been knocked away under Wang Chen's control shot back again. Don't hold back, kill! Wang Chen shouted coldly. Upon realizing that this bald man was the infamous Sun Jie, a killing intent surged in his heart. Although he was no longer a good person, what Sun Jie had done was simply infuriating to both gods and men. Since they had already crossed paths, it was best to eliminate him directly. That Ho Jun's ability was somewhat tricky, resembling the A-class ability of Shadow Assault. It was similar to spatial teleportation, but without any spatial fluctuations. Li Yuchan's telekinetic shield protected all four of them while continuously reinforcing it. Suyu and Mu Ningxue hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance, and their powers surged dramatically as they began to strike hard. Facing them were nearly 20 people, among whom more than 10 had awakened their abilities. In an instant, various powers like venom, wooden spikes, ice cones, and fireballs shot out simultaneously. Two agile awakeners quickly pulled Sun Jie back, protecting him, while another with a shield-type ability desperately tried to cover him with a shield. Ho Jun's figure vanished again, reappearing beside Wang Chen, his two daggers slashing rapidly. Humph! Wang Chen coldly snorted upon realizing that Ho Jun's target was him. He actively disengaged from Li Yuchan's telekinetic shield to relieve some pressure. The blades around him reformed into shadowy ink, slashing out with afterimages as he engaged in a frenzied duel with Ho Jun. Under Li Yuchan's protection, Mu Ningxue and Suyu exchanged blows with the opponents, and the furious output from the two second-tier awakeners quickly overwhelmed the enemy. The dark flame of the knife exploded among the crowd, flames immediately wrapping around several people, and amidst their screams, the smell of burnt meat wafted through the air. Two speed-type awakeners dodged the attacks from the two women, but before they could get close to the three, they were sent flying by an invisible telekinetic force from Li Yuchan. In midair, they were pierced by two thick ice cones and fell to the ground, motionless. A few magnetic explosive fireballs shot towards Sun Jie, who had retreated several meters, and the two thugs guarding him, unaware of the danger, thought they were just ordinary fireballs. With disdain, they swung their knives, but the fireballs destabilized their forms, followed by two explosive booms and their piercing screams. Sun Jie turned pale. He could never have imagined that these four people, who seemed somewhat timid to him, were actually so powerful. In just a few seconds, only 5 or 6 of his more than 10 subordinates were still alive. Gritting his teeth, Sun Jie pulled out 2 handguns from his pocket and began shooting frantically at Wang Chen. As the gunfire erupted, Wang Chen's pupils constricted and his mental power surged instantly, creating a layer of metal controllability in front of the four. The bullets arrived in an instant but bizarrely floated in front of Wang Chen. The next moment, the bullet shot back and the shield in front of Sun Jie emitted a series of clanging sounds before shattering. Young Master Jia, run! Seeing the situation turn dire, Ho Jun realized that this man was incredibly powerful, whether in close combat or with abilities. Even he, a special forces veteran with the shadowy ambush ability, couldn't inflict any harm. Panic surged in his heart as he shouted at Sun Jie, "You don't drink the toast but prefer the penalty drink, it's too late to run now." Wang Chen snorted coldly, seizing the moment to activate his oxygen control ability, directly extracting the oxygen within a 2-meter radius around him. Ho Jun had just flashed beside Wang Chen when his movement suddenly stalled. The next moment, a horizontal blade came crashing down. In the blink of an eye, Ho Jun forced himself to endure the sudden suffocation, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and flashing back to Sun Jie's side. "Young Master Jie, I'll cover you. Take the chance to unleash your ability," Ho Jun whispered, preparing to attack again. "Damn it!" Wang Chen cursed under his breath as he missed with his strike. This ability was indeed slippery. The spatial cut flashed by, directly targeting Ho Jun. Ho Jun was a former elite special forces soldier with a keen sense of danger. In a split second, he dodged the spatial cut again, appearing beside Wang Chen. Seeing that the handguns were ineffective, Sun Jie casually tossed them aside, raising his right hand to aim at Wang Chen, energy surging through him as he prepared to unleash a powerful move. The horizontal blade clashed with the 2 daggers, creating sparks. Unfortunately, Wang Chen's control over the spatial cut wasn't sufficient yet. Otherwise, he could have activated it the moment Ho Jun appeared beside him. At that time, Ho Jun would surely die. With a thought, nearby metallic objects began to gather like threads. When Ho Jun saw this, his pupils constricted sharply, and even the dagger in his hand, covered in energy, began to show signs of melting. In a flash, Ho Jun left a trail of black smoke in front of Wang Chen, obscuring his line of sight. The next moment, Wang Chen's pupils tightened as he caught a glimpse of Sun Jie 10 meters away, his palm glowing with a deep black light, aimed directly at him. A sense of crisis surged in Wang Chen's heart. Without a moment to think, he shifted his body. A spatial cut appeared in front of Sun Jie. The sharp cutting thread directly severed Sun Jie's right arm at the root. "Ah!" Sun Jie let out a scream as his arm fell downward. At the same time, the black light from his palm erupted. A pitch-black palm print directly corroded a large hole in the ground, faintly revealing the situation below. Seeing this, Wang Chen's mouth twitched. With a wave of his hand, several explosive fireballs shot out. A violent explosion rang out, and the counters around Sun Jie were sent flying, flames erupting instantly. 2 figures, engulfed in flames, flew out, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Chen executed a spatial cut. Sensing danger, Ho Jun pushed Sun Jie away in midair, but the black line had already sliced across his wrist. "Ah!" A scream escaped Ho Jun's mouth as his figure turned into black smoke and dissipated. The next moment, he reappeared by the distant exit. Without a care for the fallen Sun Jie, his figure flashed again and vanished. Damn it, he got away. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse. This guy's ability was too slippery, both offensive and defensive. Moreover, he was extremely decisive, retreating as soon as things looked unfavorable. It was very likely an A-level shadow flicker. Although it could only be used for short-distance movement, this ability was notoriously low in energy consumption. Given Ho-Jun's second-tier strength, he could probably use it continuously a dozen or 20 times. To deal with this ability, Mu Ningxue's ice and snow powers would be more effective. Li Yuchan and the others killed the remaining thugs, leaving only Dang Liang, who could turn blood into spikes, waiting for questioning. They encased Dang Liang in ice, leaving only his head exposed, before Mu Ningxue and the others ran to Wang Chen's side. But all they saw was a blood-soaked hand and an arm. Sun Jie, covered in extensive burns, was clutching his shoulder and wailing incessantly. What about that guy named Ho-Jun? Mu Ningxue scanned the area and frowned as she asked. He got away, too slippery. Wang Chen replied angrily, kicking Sun Jie in the stomach, causing him to howl again. He got away? This is troublesome. Mu Ningxue's brows furrowed, her tone filled with worry. Troublesome? What's so troublesome about it? It's just that this trash has a good father. It's the apocalypse now. Are we still afraid of him? Wang Chen snorted coldly. Although they had let Ho-Jun escape, he wasn't too worried. He had heard about Sun Jie's social connections. It seemed his parents were some big officials. Otherwise, how could someone sentenced to death years ago appear here? But now, in the apocalypse, perhaps his parents had already died in some corner. Sigh, he really does have a good father. Mu Ningxue sighed, her gaze towards Sun Jie filled with extreme disgust. Wang Chen tilted his head to look at her. You know who his father is? Sun Jie's father is the commander of the military district in Chuncheon, a colonel named Sun Jian, Mu Ningxue said softly. If Sun Jian were the commander of another military district, it wouldn't be so bad, but unfortunately, he was the commander of the Chuncheon military district. If he were still alive, Ho-Jun's escape would likely bring them a series of troubles. Wang Chen and the others frowned upon hearing this. Ha ha, now you know to be afraid. Let me tell you, my old man is still alive. And now the entire Chuncheon military district is under his control. Hurry up and let me go, kneel down and beg for mercy. Ha ha, Ho-Jun has already escaped, and my old man will definitely know about this. If anything happens to me, he will make sure you all suffer endlessly. Ha ha ha. Hearing Mu Ningxue's words, Sun Jie clutched his shoulder, curling up and laughing maniacally. Sun Jie's father was his greatest support, and at this moment he felt that Wang Chen and the others would not dare to act against him now that they knew his father was still alive, his tone growing increasingly arrogant. What should we do? Should we let him go? Suyu said worriedly. This guy's background was indeed quite formidable. Wang Chen snorted coldly and slowly crouched down. Let him go? How is that possible? Dealing with people like this, you either don't offend them from the start or you cut them down completely. The chilling words made the laughing Sun Jie momentarily freeze, his eyes turning fearful. No, you can't kill me. My father is the commander of the military district. He will soon control the entire military district and become the king of this land. As long as you don't kill me, I promise I won't hold anything against you. You guys are so strong, you can follow my old man to conquer the world. At that time, you will definitely enjoy wealth and honor. Whatever you want, you can have it, countless beauties for you to choose from. Sun Jie shouted hoarsely. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to covet beauty, filled instead with deep regret. He racked his brain to try to get Wang Chen to spare him. Before life and death, the grudge of a broken hand was nothing. Do you remember the couple you tortured to death a few years ago? At that time, they must have begged you for mercy in every way. But you, in front of the girl's boyfriend, humiliated that girl to the utmost. In the end, you tortured them to death. Did you ever think that one day, you would fall into someone else's hands? Wang Chen held the ink shadow, constantly gesturing it over Sun Jie. The cold blade made Sun Jie tremble, a puddle of water gradually spreading from beneath him. It's not my fault. Really not my fault. It was Ho-Jun who did it, not me. It was Ho-Jun who insisted on going after that girl. I didn't even look at her. It really wasn't me. Please, spare me. I swear, as long as you let me go, I absolutely won't cause you any trouble. I swear. Endless terror surged in Sun Jie's heart as he tried to shift the blame onto Ho-Jun, begging for mercy with snot and tears. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. So many wronged souls are watching you. They all want me to take you down. Wang Chen stood up, looking coldly at the continuously pleading Sun Jie. The oxygen control ability activated, and the oxygen concentration around Sun Jie began to rise. Wang Chen swung the ink shadow, the sharp tip of the knife scraping sparks off the floor. The sparks landed on Sun Jie, and a burst of flames suddenly ignited, the smell of charred meat wafting through the air again. Sun Jie let out a desperate howl, twisting, rolling, begging, and cursing on the ground. Wang Chen pulled the three back a few meters, coldly watching Sun Jie burn. He even thoughtfully continued to activate the oxygen control ability, keeping the flames burning. Gradually, Sun Jie's voice lowered until it was silent. As the oxygen concentration increased, the flames turned deep blue. In the end, Sun Jie was reduced to a pile of ashes. Wang Chen used his metal ability to form a shovel and directly scooped up the ashes. He threw the shovel along with the ashes Out the window, the ashes scattering in the wind. Wang Chen did what he said, he took down Sun Jie. Mu Ningxue and the others stood quietly to the side, watching Wang Chen's various actions. It wasn't until even the ashes were scattered that Li Yuchan stepped forward and patted Wang Chen's shoulder. I say, Boss Wang, what exactly did this bald donkey do to make you hate him so much? Wang Chen shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as he looked at Mu Ningxue. It's better for Miss Mu to explain, she should know more about it. Mu Ningxue sighed lightly and nodded. You already know about this guy's father. His mother, Li He, is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the East District of Chuncheng, and he has the protection of big shots from both the military and police. This Sun Jie can be considered a super spoiled brat. A few years ago, this guy was arrested for long-term street abduction, rape, and gang rape of women, and investigations revealed that some of the victims were under 16. These incidents have actually been covered up for a long time, and he was ultimately caught because of a KTV murder case. Sun Jie had his eyes on a young girl and abducted a couple to the KTV he owned. He subjected them to extreme humiliation and ultimately cruelly murdered the couple. His methods were horrifying. In the end, it was the boy's parents, who had some connections, that alerted the provincial committee, which led to Sun Jie being brought to justice, and he was sentenced to death in the first trial. Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan and Suyu couldn't help but grit their teeth, and Li Yuchan asked in confusion, since he was sentenced to death, how could he still be here? This has to do with his good parents. Mu Ningxue continued helplessly. Sun Jie appealed, and his parents managed to gather some evidence, shifting the main responsibility onto someone else, which resulted in a suspended death sentence. Then the suspended death sentence turned into life imprisonment turned into a fixed term, and then the fixed term was further reduced. Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan couldn't help but curse. Damn, is there any justice in this world? Justice? You've been in the Taoist temple too long, haven't you? To put it bluntly, this world is still ruled by those in power. Wang Chen spat, mocking. That's true, this matter is not a secret in the upper circles. The big shots in the provincial committee can't keep an eye on this all the time, so they left a loophole for Sun Jian and Li He. Mu Ningxue shook her head. As a proud daughter of heaven, she had long been accustomed to the dirty dealings of high society. Li Yuchan gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, his fingers gesturing in the air. What are you doing, you lunatic, trying to exorcise him? Are you sick? Wang Chen asked curiously upon seeing this. I'm exorcising his grandpa. I'm reciting a soul-calling spell to bring back the soul of this scum and then light a sky lantern to burn him for 49 days. Li Yuchan made hand signs, his face dark, eyes flashing with fury as he cursed. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Come on, do you really think there are souls? If you could really summon souls, I do. A live stream of washing my hair upside down. Wang Chen had already made his bet, but unfortunately, after Li Yuchan fiddled for a long time, there was no response, and he could only dejectedly drop his hands. Mu Ningxue and Suyu also smiled a little. The originally oppressive atmosphere became somewhat bizarre because of this fake Taoist. Let's go, you left someone behind, right? Ask if there's any useful information. Wang Chen pulled the still indignant Li Yuchan and walked towards the frozen Dang Liang, who was encased in ice. The four returned to the ice block, and Dang Liang's face had turned pale from the cold. Tell me, where is your gang's base, and do you have any accomplices? Wang Chen slapped Dang Liang's cheek with the knife. This kid's blood control ability was actually quite good, but unfortunately, he was with the wrong crowd. Brother, I'm just a lackey, please let me go. Dang Liang's lips trembled as he pleaded. Stop wasting time. If you keep dodging the question, I'll chop off one of your hands first. Wang Chen drew the knife across his arm, speaking coldly. Yes. Brother, I'll tell you. We were originally on the B1 floor of the mall across the street, drinking and singing all night, but the next day, at noon, the zombies suddenly broke out. That, Sun Jie's bodyguard, Ho Jun, took us to escape to the upper floors of the mall, and we've been staying on the 5th floor these past few days. Today at noon, we went out to look for supplies. Most people have come out, leaving only a few younger ones to watch the place, and about a dozen women. Big brother, I've said all I needed to say. Please spare me. I have an elderly mother over 80 at home, and a 3-year-old child waiting for me. I can't die. Dang Liang sobbed intermittently, crying and wailing. Do you think we're fools? You're only in your 20s, your mother had you when she was 60? Wang Chen and the others exchanged glances, wondering if this guy really thought they were idiots. Did he dare to use such a cliché from a martial arts novel? No, my mom really had me at 60. I wouldn't dare lie to you, big brother. Dang Liang paused at the words, then hurriedly nodded in desperation. Really? Wang Chen was so angry he laughed, resting his left hand on his forehead while his right hand swung down sharply with the knife. Dang Liang's incessant cries abruptly stopped, a line of blood appearing from the center of his forehead. Let's go, after we collect these things, we'll check out the mall across the street. Wang Chen flicked the knife and turned towards the supermarket's food area. Li Yuchan curled her lip and turned to follow. Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged a silent glance at the dead Dang Liang, then left with complex expressions. You too, you've killed someone today, can you handle it? Wang Chen asked calmly while collecting items with the mustard seed space. It's okay, we've killed so many zombies. Killing a few living people doesn't seem that hard to accept, one of the girls said after a moment of silence, with Mu Ningxue speaking first. If we don't kill them, we might be the ones who die. Suyu murmured softly. Wang Chen smiled lightly. Death might also be a kind of relief. You'll probably have your eyes open soon. The three felt a bit lost, and then Mu Ningxue shivered, hesitantly looking at Wang Chen. Could the people following Sun Jie be good people? That guy said there are a few accomplices in the mall across the street, and Wang Chen chuckled, focusing on collecting the usable food. Although he didn't say it outright, they all heard what Deng Liang had said very clearly. Reflecting on it now, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. The fire in the supermarket continued to burn, and Wang Chen casually extracted the oxygen from the burning area, causing the flames to quickly extinguish. After a few minutes, he collected everything usable in the supermarket. Wang Chen turned some kitchenware into iron blocks and stuffed them into the mustard seed space, leaving only a small portion of metal, which he transformed into arm guards and concealed in his sleeves. Once everything settled, the four jumped out of the window and ran straight towards the mall across the street. On the other side of the mall's window, two boys hung there, already turned into corpses. Yet blood still dripped occasionally, and the pile of bodies below had not completely spread out. On top of a tall building, a left wrist wrapped in tattered cloth was still oozing blood, and Ho Jun looked down with a resentful gaze as Wang Chen and the others moved towards the mall. Who are these scoundrels to dare sever my hand? I will make you pay. Sun Jie must be dead. A few minutes ago, Sun Jie's screams had attracted quite a few zombies, and Ho Jun estimated he definitely wouldn't survive. This is good. The revenge for killing my son will surely enrage the old man. We need to find the old man quickly. These four are extremely powerful, and I can't handle them alone. Ho Jun snorted coldly and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing. Wang Chen and the others observed the situation, choosing to avoid the pile of corpses in the square and moving towards the left side of the mall. Before long, the four slipped into the mall through a safe passage, and their eyes were met with a ground full of corpses. Clearly, Sun Jie and his group had gathered in the mall, and many of the zombies inside had been cleared out. Wang Chen and the others soon discovered that there were quite a few naked corpses among the bodies, which caused a shadow of gloom to rise in their hearts. The group was too lazy to search further and directly climbed to the 5th floor. The mall was large, and they could only look through the shops one by one. As they passed a corner, Wang Chen spotted a shop not far away, where four small thugs were sitting by the railing, laughing and holding machetes. Stop! Who are you? One of the thugs stood up immediately upon seeing Wang Chen and the others approach, pointing the machete directly at them. The other three thugs turned to look, all flustered as they stood up. Kill them! Wang Chen, uninterested in conversation, directly instructed. Suyu and Mu Ningxue. The two women gritted their teeth, shooting several ice spikes and a blade of light towards them. Among the four thugs, two had awakened abilities, but the fireballs and wooden spikes they launched were instantly shattered. After a few screams, the four thugs fell to the ground. The women inside the shop heard the commotion and struggled to crawl to the glass window to look outside. As Wang Chen led the three to the front of the shop, the scene inside made Suyu and Mu Ningxue cover their mouths in shock. They saw a dozen naked women, all bruised and covered in dust, looking like homeless people on the street. Upon seeing the four thugs outside all killed, the group of women suddenly began to laugh eerily. Gradually, the eerie laughter turned into loud cries. Wang Chen silently unlocked the chain on the door and slowly walked inside. This was originally a Western restaurant filled with many sofa seats, which should have been clean and tidy. But now, these sofas were all dirty and messy. The women were sprawled by the window, completely unconcerned about their nakedness, crying continuously. With a soft sigh, Wang Chen pulled Li Yuchan out. Suyu and Mu Ningxue stood at the door in a daze, their neat clothes and fair skin, even giving off a faint scent of facial cleanser. Compared to the tortured women inside, it was a paradise on one side and a hell on the other. Tears streamed down in large drops, and Suyu and Mu Ningxue finally understood why Wang Chen said, death might also be a form of relief. What was more terrifying than death was a life worse than death. Were these women not living a life worse than death? It was unclear how long had passed, but Wang Chen and Li Yuchan stood in the corridor, surrounded by cigarette butts. The zombies in the entire mall had been cleared out by Sun Jie and his group, and even the main entrance on the first floor was blocked with debris. The cries from the 5th floor attracted quite a few zombies, but they never entered. Blessed be the infinite celestial venerable, Boss Wang. How do you plan to arrange these people? Li Yuchan recited the title and quietly asked Wang Chen. Wang Chen let out a long breath and coldly laughed. Arrange? Why should I arrange? For them? This? Li Yuchan was somewhat dumbfounded, then fell silent again. Yuchan, don't overestimate our abilities. Wang Chen solemnly called his name instead of using the teasing nickname. These women have not awakened any abilities. I estimate that those who did have been killed by Sun Jie. To survive in this apocalypse, everyone must demonstrate their value. These people hold no value for me. We ourselves cannot claim to be safe and sound. Bringing along a group of ordinary people would be seeking death. Wang Chen calmly said while patting Li Yuchan's shoulder. So, do you want to bring me along because I have value? Li Yuchan suddenly turned to face Wang Chen, asking each word clearly. You are my good friend, my brother. That is priceless. Wang Chen looked at the serious Li Yuchan in front of him and suddenly broke into a smile. He. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Li Yuchan raised his hand and punched Wang Chen's shoulder lightly, a smile on his face. But, what about Suyu and Mu Ningxue? What is their value? Cough cough. Li Yuchan's question caught Wang Chen off guard, causing him to choke on his smoke and cough incessantly. After a while, Wang Chen finally regained his composure, his eyes turning to the two girls standing at the door, unsure of what to do. They each have their own value. Overall, they have the potential to become strong, and I need that potential from them. Li Yuchan's eyes flickered. He had always been curious about the relationship between Wang Chen and these two girls. However, after a few days of interaction, it was clear that it was not the kind of intimacy he had imagined. Wang Chen's words further confirmed for him that this brother, whom he had known for a short time, seemed to carry some kind of pressure deep within. In the future, we will face various powerful opponents. But, Lage Bayo, trust me, at least for now, we should be the strongest group of people. If I encounter suitable individuals, I will definitely bring them into the team. But these women right now are not suitable. Wang Chen patted his shoulder and smiled faintly. I understand. Li Yuchan nodded slightly. He was well aware that among the ability users encountered in the university dormitory, Wang Chen had not recruited any, let alone these women who had yet to awaken their abilities. Wang Chen walked forward, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of outfits collected from the supermarket along with plenty of food and water landed in the corridor. Suyu, Mu Ningxue, you two arrange for them to put on the clothes. Lage Bayo, come with me downstairs, we need to collect some things. Wang Chen called the two and waved to Li Yuchan, who then headed towards the downstairs merchandise area. Suyu and Mu Ningxue, as if waking from a dream, tentatively walked into the room, softly comforting the women and pointing to the clothes in the corridor. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan quickly went downstairs, continuously collecting various high-end goods into the mustard space along the way. The entire mall from the first to the third floor was filled with fashion, cosmetics, and electronics, while the fourth to sixth floors were food areas. At this moment, no one would come to disturb them, and the two began their joyful zero-cost shopping spree. Just as Wang Chen and Li Yuchan were finishing collecting supplies from the third floor, a series of muffled sounds suddenly came from one side of the mall, causing a commotion among the corpses outside. The two looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Supreme Tai, savior of suffering, liberation is good. Supreme decree, release the lonely souls. Li Yuchan murmured the title softly, reciting incantations. Wang Chen knew he was performing a rite for the deceased. In his past life, Li Yuchan would recite this passage from the Taoist rebirth spell whenever he encountered such situations. Over time, Wang Chen had learned a bit about it. Command the rescue and others, hurry and transcend. After finishing the incantation, Li Yuchan bowed slightly, then straightened up and dispersed the hand seals. Let's go. Wang Chen called softly and continued to collect supplies. Half an hour later, the two finally finished gathering supplies from the first to the third floors and returned to the fifth floor. In the corridor, a dozen women were sitting against the wall, ravenously devouring food and water. Upon seeing the two, the women unconsciously slowed their movements. Brother Mingyang, just now 5 girls committed suicide. Suyu stood up with a hint of a sob, her eyes red as she looked at Wang Chen. Mu Ningxue also had red eyes but stubbornly bit her lip, saying nothing. I heard. Wang Chen nodded gently, wiping away the tears at the corner of Suyu's eyes. There are 2 bodies hanging outside the window. They are the boyfriends of 2 of the girls. Suyu continued. Wang Chen rubbed her head and said softly, I'll go handle it. He walked down the corridor to the side of the mall, leaning out of the open window to see 2 male bodies hanging below, suspended by curtains. With a swift swing of the blade, he directly severed the curtain fabric. The oxygen manipulation ability activated, and 2 explosive fireballs subsequently smashed down onto the 2 falling male corpses. The intense flames erupted, igniting the zombies within several meters around the bodies. Wang Chen returned to the shop corridor, bringing the 3 with him, and they sat down in the adjacent room, where a large round table awaited them. After seeing this, do you still feel bad about having killed a few people? Wang Chen looked at Suyu and Mu Ningxue, a slight smirk on his lips. I wish I could tear them to pieces. Suyu gritted her teeth, forcefully stabbing the blade in her hand into the floor. Mu Ningxue's gaze was icy. Such scum, killing them 100 times wouldn't be enough. If I encounter them again, I will personally send them to hell. The 2 women were filled with murderous intent. The tragic fates of those 10 or so women had completely shattered their understanding. It made them realize that if Wang Chen hadn't been with them all along, their own fate in this apocalypse wouldn't be much better than the women outside. Worse than death was a life worse than death. It's good to have this awareness. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted can lead to one's own tragedy. Wang Chen nodded. These 2 women had finally begun to grasp the reality of the apocalypse. Brother Mingyang, what about these girls? Suyu hesitated. Mu Ningxue was more direct. Wang Chen, what do you plan to do with these 10 or so girls? First of all, I can't take them with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu's expression changed, and she was about to speak when Wang Chen stopped her. Secondly, we've already offended Sun Jian. Although he can't find us for now, Chunchang is this small, we will eventually run into each other. Bringing these women along, the danger isn't to us but to them. Do you understand? As Wang Chen calmly analyzed the situation, Su Yu's expression quickly dimmed. Of course, if they still have the desire to live, then I will definitely offer them some help. After saying this, Wang Chen took out 4 bottles of mineral water from the mustard seed space and placed them on the tea table, opening one to drink. How will you help? Hurry up and tell us. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue's eyes lit up at his words, and they hurriedly asked without drinking. None of them have awakened their abilities, right? Mu Ningxue shook her head. No. A few who had awakened their abilities were killed by that group. Just as I guessed, but I think there might be a method we can try. Perhaps it can help them awaken their abilities. Wang Chen calmly stated as he set down the water bottle. Su Yu exclaimed, what? There's such a method? Mu Ningxue asked, is there really a way to help someone awaken their abilities? Li Yuchan added, are you joking? Do I seem like someone who enjoys joking? Wang Chen replied, speechless. Yes. The three answered in unison, then exchanged smiles. Alright, stop interrupting. Once they finish eating, I'll go talk to them. Wang Chen waved his hand, casually placing several packs of food on the table. After a short break, Wang Chen instructed Su Yu to bring the women over. When Su Yu emerged, the women, having finished their food, struggled to get up. After a moment, Su Yu returned with the remaining 14 women. She signaled for everyone to sit down. The hall of the shop had many tables and chairs, and the women dared not hesitate, quickly gathering around. Even after enduring so much suffering, you still want to live, right? Wang Chen stood up, his gaze calm as he looked at the 14 women, all covered in scars and battered. The women exchanged glances, their eyes dim, but they still silently nodded. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourselves. Don't expect us to take you away. Wang Chen continued coldly. He could offer some help, but he couldn't carry any burdens. But none of us have ever killed a zombie, and there are so many out there. A woman with bruised eyes, probably in her late 20s, said softly. Yeah, I'm not afraid of death anymore, but I don't want to die without understanding why. A young girl in her 20s, with red-rimmed eyes, gritted her teeth. Sister May sacrificed herself to spare me some suffering. She jumped just now, and I have to live on for her. A girl of about 16 or 17 wiped her tears and said resolutely. The other women nodded in agreement. Having experienced this hell on earth, they felt as if they had died once already. At this moment, their reluctance to end it all might be due to a lingering obsession in their hearts. Or perhaps it was simply a desire to live. Regardless, as long as they wanted to survive, that was enough. Very well, as long as you want to live, I can grant you the power to survive. Wang Chen nodded, scanning the group of women present, and spoke loudly. As long as you can give me power, this life of mine is yours. Me too. Same here. We're all the same. The women spoke up, and in their deadened gazes, a glimmer of light seemed to emerge. You need to think carefully. To gain this power, you may have to pay the price of life. Wang Chen remained unfazed. He didn't need these women's lives. But that method wasn't something everyone could awaken to as they wished. It could truly lead to death. Death? What does it matter? We've all died once already. I'm not afraid of death. The women looked grim, yet none of them flinched. If they could gain power, what was there to fear about dying? Seeing their determination, Wang Chen stopped wasting words. He pretended to walk next door and returned with a backpack. He opened the backpack and pulled out 14 first-level crystal cores, scattering them on the round table. Looking at the translucent crystal cores on the table, the women were somewhat confused. But 2 or 3 of them revealed strange expressions, clearly having seen these things before. These crystal cores were all dug out from the heads of zombies. To gain power, each of you come up and take one. Soon, I will teach you how to absorb it. But before that, let me reiterate, these crystal cores may awaken your abilities and grant you power. However, the process of absorption will be accompanied by immense pain. If you can't endure it, the result will be your body's exploding. Wang Chen calmly pointed at the crystal cores on the table. Absorbing the cores indeed had a chance of awakening abilities, but the process was extremely painful. Those who couldn't withstand it would die on the spot. Ordinary zombie cores were also effective, but the probability of success was less than 1 in 10. Since he had decided to help these unfortunate women, Wang Chen didn't want to be a villain. If only 1 or 2 out of a dozen survived, what would be the point? In the end, it's just death. There's no need to hesitate. I'll go first. The girl in her 20s stood up and walked over, grabbing a crystal core. The other women quickly followed suit, each taking a crystal core in hand. Good. Since you've all made your choice, let me tell you what to do next. Wang Chen nodded, stood up, and led the women to the corridor. Keep a distance of 3 meters apart and find a place to sit. The corridor of the mall was extremely spacious, and the 14 women sat in a row, all looking up at Wang Chen. Hold the crystal core in your hand, clear your mind, and imagine that there is a force within the core flowing into your body through your arm. No matter how painful it gets, you must grit your teeth and persevere. If you can't hold on, then there's only death. Wang Chen's voice, infused with a hint of mental power, echoed in the minds of the women, who began to close their eyes and ponder. Boss Wang, is this really useful? Seeing all the women shut their eyes and start to try, Wang Chen stepped back several meters with 3 others. Li Yuchan leaned closer to him and whispered, I don't know, but this is what I thought of. The only possible method. Wang Chen shook his head. This method was indeed feasible. In his past life, the awakening potion was created by purifying the energy within the crystal cores, allowing ordinary people to awaken their abilities. However, that potion was too gentle and did not fully exploit the potential of the human body. Those who awakened abilities through it could only reach a maximum of the 6th tier, directly absorbing. The crystal cores could also lead to awakening, but the chances were too low. Even a 1st tier crystal core only had a 50-50 chance. Most people could not withstand the excruciating pain akin to being eaten alive by ants, ultimately failing and dying from explosion. Wang Chen had no confidence in how many of the 14 women in front of him would survive. Why are we absorbing the crystal cores without any pain? How would I know? Li Yuchan looked skeptical. Then how do you know they will suffer immensely from absorbing the crystal cores? It's written in novels, and didn't you see? Those who turned into zombies had their faces twisted and looked insane. Wang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat broke out instantly. TCH, just because it's written in novels, you dare to be so dramatic. Li Yuchan rolled her eyes and gave him the middle finger, followed closely by Suyu and Muningshui. Wang Chen rolled his eyes in response but secretly let out a sigh of relief. That was close, he almost slipped up. 10 minutes passed, and finally, 2 girls' crystal cores began to emit a faint glow, an invisible energy flowing from their palms into their bodies. Oh, there's a change. Li Yuchan, who had been observing the women with mental power, couldn't help but feel delighted. This is just the beginning. The most dangerous part is yet to come. Wang Chen sighed. Directly infusing the energy from the crystal cores into the body was extremely dangerous for those who had not awakened their abilities autonomously and had undergone enhancement. After 20 minutes, all 14 women began the process of absorbing the crystal cores. The first few women to absorb them already had distorted faces, their teeth bleeding, yet they still endured in silence. Seeing this, Wang Chen nodded. These women, who had experienced hell, had spirits and wills stronger than ordinary people. After 30 minutes, all 14 women were trembling, their faces pale. The youngest among them could no longer hold back and began to scream. Sherry, hold on. Don't forget, you have to live for Sister May. The girl in her 20s opened her bloodshot eyes and shouted desperately at the 16-year-old girl, Cherry, who was screaming in agony. This girl was also the first to start absorbing the crystal core, and with her shout, the other women began to cheer each other on, desperately encouraging one another. Witnessing this scene, even Wang Chen's iron heart was slightly moved. Suyu and Mu Ningxue covered their mouths tightly, their eyes filled with immense respect. Blessings to the infinite celestial venerable, supreme Tai, savior of the suffering. Li Yuchan formed a hand gesture to invoke blessings, silently praying for these unfortunate women. 1 hour. 2 hours. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that these women gradually stopped struggling. Their voices had already gone hoarse an hour ago. Waves of energy began to emanate from them, with flames, frost, sand, and vines of various powers starting to emerge. Unfortunately, even with their resolute wills, 2 of them ultimately could not stand up again. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan silently stepped forward, gently picking up the 2 women who were bleeding from their 7 orifices and had already lost their breath, and laid them down to the side. They took out 2 packs of wet wipes from the space and handed them to Suyu and Mu Ningxue. The 2 women silently accepted them, squatting down to clean the deceased's faces. Once the energy fluctuations calmed down, the 12 women who had collapsed on the ground slowly opened their eyes. The girl in her 20s struggled to sit up, a blade of wind forming in her palm, and she raised her hand to sweep at the railing across from her. The wind blade let out a faint shriek as it cleanly sliced through the railing, leaving a deep mark on the shop's wall. This is the power of wind? The girl murmured to herself, looking at her palm in disbelief. I have flames. I have frost. Mine is speed. My power is so strong. The women all got up, trying to harness the energy within them. In an instant, various abilities erupted, and the wall of the shop across from them was bombarded, collapsing with a loud crash. Among the 12 women, 6 had elemental abilities, 4 had enhancement abilities, 1 had transformation abilities, and surprisingly, there was even one with a mental awakening. That transformation awakener could directly turn her hands into a pair of sharp wings. Although she couldn't fly yet, she could shoot feathers like steel blades. After experimenting with their abilities, the women noticed 2 sisters lying to the side. They all withdrew their powers and silently gathered around, kneeling on the ground and crying without a sound. Wang Chen and the others stepped aside, standing at a distance and quietly watching them, no longer interrupting. After a while, the girl who had awakened her wind ability wiped her tears and walked over. My name is Rong Lan, thank you for your rebirth. I have no way to repay such great kindness. From now on, whenever you call, we 12 will risk our lives without hesitation. Ronlan knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. The other women got up one after another, kneeling in unison with Ronlan at the forefront. Wang Chen looked at these women as if they had returned from hell, reborn from the flames. With a slight sigh, Wang Chen stepped forward to help Ronlan up and called the other women to their feet. This is all I can do for you. The road ahead, you must walk on your own. I have no demands of you, just live well. Wang Chen looked at the women, turned, and walked into the shop, putting away his backpack. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of food and water appeared in the store. These supplies would be enough for the 12 of them for about 10 days. Seeing that the sky outside was getting darker, Wang Chen pondered for a moment and took out a large piece of titanium alloy from the mustard seed space. Returning to the corridor, Wang Chen activated his metal control ability quickly, shaping sharp horizontal blades. Suyu! Wang Chen called out, and Suyu immediately understood, activating her dark flame ability, the dark red flames beginning to scorch the horizontal blades. One by one, the blades turned bright red, with thin black lines spreading across them. Wang Chen inserted all the horizontal blades into the corridor and nodded in satisfaction. The supplies inside, along with these weapons, are left for you. Now that you have awakened your abilities, don't forget to train your close combat skills. It might save your life one day. The zombies outside the mall are left for you to practice on. Don't forget to dig out the crystal cores from their heads. Those are your resources for continued strength. After finishing, Wang Chen waved to Suyu and the other three, then turned to leave. Benefactor, we still don't know your name. Ronlan shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. My name is Wang Chen. Wang Chen paused slightly, not looking back as he uttered a few words. Thank you. Benefactor, take care. Ronlan didn't dare to hold him back any longer, only kneeling down again with the other 11. Wang Chen waved his hand, and the four figures quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor, until Wang Chen and the others appeared on one side of the square. Ronlan and the others slowly got up. Looking at the 12 strange black patterned sabers still stuck in the corridor, the women felt a mix of emotions. Ronlan, what should we do next? The older woman stepped forward and asked Ronlan. Because of Ronlan's performance, they couldn't help but regard her as their leader at this moment. Night is not suitable for fighting. Everyone should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will go kill the zombies. Ronlan looked at the sabers on the floor, which were still radiating heat. That Sun Jia may be dead, but he has parents in high positions. If it weren't for their protection, Sun Jia would have been dead long ago. How could our suffering have come upon us? If they are still alive, then perfect, we will send them down ourselves. While Su Yu and Mu Ningxue were comforting them, they had already informed them that the demon Sun Jia had been turned to ashes. Moreover, during these days, the women had learned from the occasional chatter of those small-time thugs who Sun Jia really was. That's right, we must survive. Keep this life and send all these demons to hell. Yes, survive. Take revenge. These scum all deserve to die. Ronlan's words prompted the women to speak out, their words filled with hatred, and a tremendous killing intent spread among them. Wang Chen and the others found the off-road vehicle and quickly cleared a path, heading straight back to the villa area. Along the way, everyone was somewhat silent. The events of the day had indeed brought a huge shock to Su Yu and the others. It made them realize for the first time that they were already in an apocalyptic world where the goodness of human nature had yet to be seen. But the evil of human nature had already been vividly manifested. Wang Chen was also too lazy to speak. If it weren't for his feelings and the fact that those women were indeed resolute, he wouldn't have put so much thought into it. Moreover, directly ignoring these women would make Li Yuchan and the others feel that he was too cold-blooded and heartless. With such a view, it would be easy for cracks to appear in the team. It was better to casually leave behind a pawn. Who knows, it might be effective one day. Looking at the 12 women when they parted, they indeed regarded Wang Chen as a benefactor, but how long this gratitude would last, Wang Chen did not know. There were too many instances of a grain of rice brings kindness, but it doesn't matter, if they hinder me, I can easily wipe them out. Wang Chen thought to himself that although the abilities of these 12 women were decent, mostly at C level, Ronlan and the shape-shifting girl should be B level. But it didn't matter, his strength was progressing rapidly and he was not afraid at all. The off-road vehicle sped into the villa area and the sun had already set, leaving the area dim. A few minutes later, the off-road vehicle finally returned to the mansion, the gate intact, which eased the minds of the four. After parking the off-road vehicle in the underground garage, Wang Chen was still thinking about whether he should find a building materials market tomorrow. Otherwise, even with a backup generator, there would be no way to light up at night. There were simply too many windows in the villa. If light leaked out in the darkness, it would attract many mutated creatures. Sleeping at night would be uneasy then. Wang Chen let Su Yu and the others go upstairs first, while he walked to the underground storage room to transfer some supplies collected from the supermarket. This way, he wouldn't have to take supplies out of the mustard space every time he cooked. It would also be more convenient. Even if he wasn't around, others could take what they needed. He opened the backup generator, and indeed, the sound of this silent generator was very low. But Wang Chen still made a metal mesh cover and sealed it with several layers, ensuring ventilation while trying to further reduce the sound of the silent generator. When collecting supplies later, we can pay attention to soundproof materials and we can modify them then. Back in the hall, the room was brightly lit, and the three were sitting there, bored. I'll go seal the windows in your rooms. Wang Chen curled his lip and went upstairs alone, leaving the three behind to whisper and chuckle. Using the metal from the mustard space, he sealed the windows of the 4 rooms to ensure no light would leak out. Only then was Wang Chen satisfied and called out from the second floor, prompting the three to rush up. The water source in this villa seemed to be drawn from a mountain spring, and surprisingly, there was still a water supply. The group quickly cut off all the lights in the hall and courtyard, leaving only the power on in the 4 rooms. Only then did everyone feel at ease to return to their rooms for a rare hot shower. Wang Chen was the fastest, coming out in a t-shirt and shorts, and walked to the rooftop of the villa. The terrace was spacious, equipped with various leisure facilities. There were sunshades, lounge chairs, and a small hot tub on one side, with a pavilion in one corner of the terrace. Wang Chen walked into the pavilion and looked down at the villa area below. It was dimly lit, with occasional low growls from zombies, adding a touch of horror to the quiet villa area. Reflecting on the battle from the afternoon, a surge of pride welled up in Wang Chen's heart. Energy surged within him, and the energy from the second lotus seed was just digested. However, Wang Chen felt it was still lacking, and then a crystal core emitting a faint golden glow appeared. This was the crystal core of a third-tier mutated rat king, which Wang Chen grabbed in his hand, his mental power surging as he began to absorb energy frantically. As the third-tier gold-type crystal core turned to powder and scattered in the wind, a barrier shattered with a loud bang. Promoted to the third tier, Wang Chen couldn't help but let out a long howl to the sky. Even though it would attract mutated creatures, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. His third tier was not something an ordinary ability user could compare to. In terms of mental power, energy reserves, and physical quality improvements, Wang Chen's third tier was at least 10 times that of an ordinary third-tier ability user. As his howl echoed, a cacophony of roars erupted from the villa area below. In an instant, over 100 zombies rushed out from various villas, all charging up the mountain. Wang Chen chuckled, exerted force under his feet, and leaped directly off the villa terrace. The metal gate melted rapidly, transforming into spears of steel that flew up like meteors behind him. Wang Chen's figure flickered, leaving a residual shadow as he charged down the mountain. At Yunnan University, in the Life Sciences Institute building, 2 heavy machine gun barrels glowed red, slowly emitting smoke. Beneath the feet of 2 soldiers, yellow shells piled up on the ground, completely submerging their ankles. Outside the experimental building, in a small square, the bodies of various zombies were piled high. Dong Zhan spent nearly an entire day, along with 2 first-tier soldiers who had just awakened and accumulated cores, as well as several speed-enhanced awakeners among the surviving university students, attracting all the zombies that could be drawn to the Yunnan University campus. 2 Earth-type ability users under Gao Yang and Tian lay surrounded the small square all the way to the opposite hillside, creating a high wall that encompassed nearly 20,000 zombies. The 2 heavy machine guns fired continuously, the barrels turning red before being cooled down by water-type ability users, and then firing again. This was repeated 3 times, and with the help of surrounding soldiers' rifles and some university student ability users, it took nearly 2 hours to kill all the zombies. Within the walls, everyone collapsed on the ground, exhausted, and then a few soldiers led other close combat ability users inside to collect the crystal cores. Even so, everyone was still cautious, knowing that with such dense attacks, some zombies might not be completely dead. It wasn't until sunset that all the zombie cores were collected. The overwhelming smell of blood spread out with the gentle breeze. 20,000 zombies, a total of over 3,000 various crystal cores were collected. Dong Zhan was generous, directly distributing 30 cores to each of the students and teachers present. Even so, Gong Zhan still managed to harvest over 2,000 cores. This could be considered the largest gain since the outbreak of the zombies. Tian Lei and his group took the crystal cores and retreated directly, while Director Hong and his 3 companions wanted to linger but were firmly refused by Gong Zhan. Seeing that Gong Zhan showed no mercy, Director Hong and his group had no choice but to leave with the crystal cores. Only then did Gong Zhan quickly arrange for the soldiers to bring Gu Zemin out from the underground laboratory. 4 helicopters landed one after another on the cleared space of the small square, and the remaining few pieces of research equipment were quickly moved into one of the helicopters. Gu Zemin glanced back at the laboratory where he had lived for most of his life, sighed helplessly, and turned to board the plane. The helicopters took off rapidly, forming a formation as they flew towards the military district's shelter far outside the city. A strong smell of blood permeated the air, and gradually, shadowy figures of mutated creatures began to appear around. There was even a swarm of mutated insects rushing in, turning the entire small square into a feast of mutated creatures. As night deepened, mutated creatures occasionally advanced in the small square. One by one, zombies followed, but they would not eat their own kind. However, those mutated creatures appeared as a delicacy in their eyes, and the battle between zombies and mutated creatures began. Time was too tight. Gongjian had no time to arrange for the bodies to be burned and could only leave quickly. Perhaps Gongjian and the others did not expect that the zombie corpses left in the square would attract such a great battle. One by one, the strong-scented zombies and mutated creatures roared among the piles of corpses, starting to fight each other again. Chief, last night's wave of special energy explosion awakened quite a few soldiers' abilities. The corresponding crystal cores have been distributed, and the soldiers have made significant improvements. Our troops have been reorganized, and weapons and ammunition are fully prepared. Can we launch a rescue operation now? In the military district's shelter, in the old chief's office, a man in his 40s, with 2 3-star insignias on his shoulders, was sitting upright on the sofa. Jianfeng, how much chance do you think we have? The old chief held a cigarette in his hand, pondering silently for a moment, then looked sharply at the soldier. Chief, I don't know the exact odds, but as soldiers, we will do our utmost to ensure the mission is accomplished. Yi Jianfeng stood up sharply, feet together, and bowed with conviction. Sit, don't be so agitated. The old chief waved his hand, and Yi Jianfeng immediately relaxed and sat down. Chief, now those zombies, first and even second tier, are appearing more and more frequently. The effectiveness of ordinary weapons against second-tier copper-armored zombies has already diminished significantly. If we don't act soon, as time goes on, our firearms will gradually become ineffective, and the cost of rescuing the civilians will be even more tragic. Yi Jianfeng's tone was heavy, filled with concern. Don't I know that? But the more dangerous the situation, the more some people want to stir up trouble. The old chief sighed deeply, a hint of anger and killing intent flashing in his eyes. I understand, Chief, but you must believe that our soldiers are tested and true sons of the people. I have already spread the news about the troops preparing to launch a rescue operation as you instructed, and the soldiers' reactions have been very positive. So, I believe this is the trend of the times. Even if some people want to stir up trouble, they wouldn't dare to go too far at this time. Yi Jianfeng said softly. He was well aware of the old chief's worries, but the arrow is on the string and must be fired. If some people truly go against the trend, he wouldn't mind personally removing this obstacle. That's good. Jianfeng, Gongjian is already on his way back. By then, you must coordinate well with him. The rescue operation must commence within 2 days. The old commander nodded, extinguishing the cigarette but in his hand, and stood up, speaking in a serious tone. Yes, Commander, we will not fail our mission. Yi Jianfeng stood up, saluted, and replied solemnly. Go. Gongjian has sent word that it seems he has made significant gains. Take a team of soldiers to meet him. The old commander returned the salute, speaking with deep meaning. Yes, I will go right away. Yi Jianfeng's eyes brightened, but then his expression darkened as he instantly understood, turning sharply to leave. Alas, in this time of national crisis, old comrade, how have you changed so much? The old commander walked to the window, his gaze seemingly piercing through space, looking out at a tall building, letting out a deep sigh. Yi Jianfeng sat calmly in a military vehicle. 3 military vehicles carrying a platoon of soldiers quickly arrived at a distant helipad. On the spacious helipad, 4 helicopters were slowly landing. Noticing that there weren't many soldiers at the helipad, Yi Jianfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete stop, he opened the door and jumped out. Not far away, Gongjian was helping Gu Zemin down from the helicopter while carrying a large backpack. Yi Jianfeng hurriedly approached with the soldiers behind him. Jianfeng, this is Professor Gu Zemin. Professor Gu, this is our military district's current garrison commander, Colonel Yi Jianfeng. Gongjian introduced both parties with a smile. The original garrison commander had already sacrificed himself during the zombie outbreak, and Yi Jianfeng, who was originally just the deputy, was temporarily appointed as the commander. Professor Gu, welcome. The commander has always instructed Gongjian to ensure your safe arrival at the military district as soon as possible, but unfortunately, this kid just wouldn't listen. Yi Jianfeng laughed heartily and took Gu Zemin's hands. It's not Gongjian's fault. I insisted on finishing my research, which delayed quite a bit of time. Gu Zemin said somewhat apologetically, seeing that Gongjian was affected. It's fine. As long as you arrive safely, the old commander scolding a few times is just a sign of concern. Gongjian quickly waved his hand, grinning foolishly, and winked at Yi Jianfeng. Yi Jianfeng certainly understood the situation. It was merely to soothe Gu Zemin's emotions. It's getting dark soon, and it's not safe outside. Let's take Professor Gu to rest first. Yi Jianfeng glanced at the sky and said sternly, Can I first meet the commander? I have some matters to discuss with him. Gu Zemin hesitated for a moment and then spoke softly. Well, the commander hasn't rested yet. I'll take you over. Yi Jianfeng pondered for a moment, then called over a nearby soldier to guide Gu Zemin to the military vehicle. Jianfeng. Gongjian tugged at Yi Jianfeng's arm, giving him a look. Yi Jianfeng understood and subtly fell back a few steps. Gongjian patted his backpack, and the others, Gao Yang and Gu Lai, similarly signaled discreetly. You 3. Come with me to find the commander. Yi Jianfeng nodded, leading Gong Zhan and the others to accompany Gu Zemin in the same vehicle. In the Yunhu Villa area, at the half-slope mansion, Wang Chen's roar drew Su Yu and the others out, the two women with wet hair and disheveled clothes. The three rushed to the terrace but saw no sign of Wang Chen. Just as they were getting anxious, several explosions suddenly erupted from the villa area below, followed by flames shooting into the sky. They then saw the metal gate of the villa disappear completely, and the three exchanged glances, finally realizing what had happened. Clearly, Wang Chen had discovered something and rushed down. You all continue to shower, I'll go take a look. Li Yuchan's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed as he waved his hand. So you felt a bit uneasy, we should go together. No need, old Wang didn't call us just now, so there must be no danger. Li Yuchan chuckled, his awakened ability was mental and his senses were quite sharp. From the roar earlier he felt a sense of unrestrained exhilaration, not anxiety or anger. That should be the case. If there were real danger, Wang Chen would definitely have warned us. Mu Ningxue pondered for a moment and nodded. Alright then, Yuchan, you go take a look. Seeing that both of them said so, Su Yu also felt that with Wang Chen's strength there probably wouldn't be any issues, so she stopped insisting. Okay, you all go back. Li Yuchan said no more, leaping out onto the terrace, his mental power surging, lifting his body as he floated down. The moment he landed, he exerted force with his feet and sprinted outward rapidly. Let's go. Seeing Li Yuchan had already left, Mu Ningxue pulled Su Yu and headed downstairs. When Li Yuchan reached the foot of the mountain, he found only a fork in the road, with severed limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere, and flames still burning on the corpses. Wang Chen was holding up an iron ball, fiercely throwing it towards the horde of corpses rushing forward. The iron ball flew through a distance of about 10 meters, and the moment it made contact with the group of zombies, sharp iron shards suddenly exploded from the iron ball. The shards shot out, directly tearing apart the first few zombies in front. Until the entire iron ball transformed into iron shards, the more than 20 zombies rushing towards him were all shredded to pieces. A metallic storm, its power was terrifying. It was as if a bomb had suddenly exploded in a dense crowd. The only difference was that the entire iron ball bomb had no smoke. Damn! Did you eat explosives? Li Yuchan was dumbfounded. Wang Chen's move was surprisingly lethal. Why are you here, you toad? After clearing the zombies, Wang Chen turned around, looking at Li Yuchan with some curiosity. Li Yuchan rolled his eyes, with such a commotion. How do you expect me not to come? I was just enjoying a bath, and you startled me out of it. Sorry, I just leveled up to the 3rd tier, and got a bit restless. Wang Chen scratched his head, looking quite pleased. 3rd tier, that's way too fast. We just leveled up to the 2nd tier. Li Yuchan was speechless, this guy must be cheating. Oh, come on, don't mind it, you guys are catching up fast too. Wang Chen stepped forward, putting his arm around his shoulder, teasing him. Well, that's true, we're not far off. Li Yuchan nodded. Thanks to that 2nd-tier mental crystal core and the assistance from the lotus seed, he also vaguely felt the barrier of the 3rd tier. Just in time you came, help collect these zombie crystal cores. Wang Chen grinned. If he had to collect them himself, he might end up getting his hands dirty. Having just taken a bath, he didn't want to get dirty again right away. Damn! Li Yuchan gave him the finger, reluctantly stepping forward to activate his mental power. One by one, grayish-white crystal cores began to appear, with over 100 ordinary zombies contributing about 20 cores. Not bad. Let's go, soon there will be mutated mosquitoes or other things coming, and we'll have to work hard again. Li Yuchan tossed the crystal cores to Wang Chen and turned to walk up the slope. Yeah, that's fine, I don't want to fight again after releasing once. Wang Chen waved his hand to collect the cores, running up to wrap his arms around Li Yuchan's neck, and the two of them playfully made their way back to the villa. In the villa area at the foot of the mountain, after Wang Chen and the others left, faces began to appear from behind the windows of various villas. All were shocked, staring at the ground full of corpses at the fork in the road. These more than 100 zombies had always been a nightmare for these survivors. But unexpectedly, in an instant, they were completely wiped out by this suddenly appearing young man, as if he were chopping vegetables. Mommy, that big brother is so amazing. A 7 or 8-year-old girl tugged at a beautiful woman's sleeve, whispering. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, murmuring to herself. Yes, so many zombies, and he killed them all by himself. They seem to live in the villa above. Can we go find him for help? I miss Daddy. The little girl spoke with a hint of a cry, tightly hugging the beautiful woman. Eneen, be good. Once the disaster is over, Daddy will definitely come back. The beauty felt a pang in her heart, holding her daughter tightly with both hands, her voice trembling. In another villa, on the 3rd floor window, a middle-aged man with shining eyes watched the distant flames gradually extinguishing. My ability can only kill one zombie at a time, and I can release it at most 5 times. How could they continuously release so many times? A lightning spear appeared in the man's hand, crackling and illuminating his gloomy face. Last night, he awakened this ability and, after testing it, found he could kill a zombie with a single strike. He had secretly cleared the zombies around his own and the neighboring villa in the morning and afternoon, collecting some supplies and enjoying a good meal. Just as he was preparing to make grand plans, he didn't expect such a strong person to show up. In this villa area, there were about 100 villas scattered around Yunhu, and there were still quite a few survivors. Many people had witnessed the scene just now, even those who didn't see the specifics, standing on the rooftop, saw the flames shooting up and the zombies running below. For a moment, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of many survivors. Even though this villa area was far from the city center, many people would prepare a large amount of food at home. But after 8 days, no matter how frugally they lived, their supplies were nearly exhausted. Villas like the one at Banpo, which stored a large amount of top-grade ham and steak in the basement, were few and far between. Moreover, how many of these rich people could actually control their appetites? Wang Chen and Liu Chan quickly returned to the villa, and Wang Chen restored the metal gate to prevent any zombies from mistakenly entering the courtyard. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue had already finished their baths and were sitting in clean clothes in the living room waiting. As the two entered, they quickly stood up and looked at Wang Chen. "Brother Ming Yang, are you okay?" Su Yu asked cheerfully. Wang Chen waved his hand. "I'm fine, I just went out to release some energy. What could happen?" "Release?" The two women looked at each other in confusion. This guy leveled up, and he's just itching to show off. Liu Chan plopped down on the sofa, the curtains in the living room all drawn, with a dim floor lamp glowing around the sofa. "Brother Ming Yang, you've reached the 3rd tier," Su Yu exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Mu Ningxue also looked astonished, sizing up Wang Chen with envy. "Yes, the lotus seed energy has been used up, and I absorbed that 3rd tier gold core," Wang Chen nodded, sitting down calmly. However, the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his inner joy. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 4th year of the apocalypse that he reached the 5th tier, and after that he made no progress at all. He never expected that after being reborn just on the 8th day of the apocalypse, he had already become a 3rd tier ability user. Moreover, his combat power far exceeded that of ordinary 3rd tier ability users, and the thrill of his rising strength made him feel elated. "Brother Ming Yang, that's amazing." Su Yu clapped her hands and laughed, her face full of admiration. Wang Chen laughed heartily, just a little splash. The backbone of the team, the strongest person, had leveled up again, and for a moment all 4 of them were beaming with smiles. After they finished laughing, Wang Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Your lotus seeds should be almost digested, right?" Mu Ningxue nodded. "Yes, I feel it's almost done." Su Yu said, "Mine is about the same, I estimate it will be digested in another 2 hours. Liu Chan shrugged. "Mine too." "That's perfect, once this one is digested, we'll eat another one right away. This lotus seed gives me the feeling that it not only enhances energy, but also boosts mental strength and the entire body. Eating a few more will benefit your future development." Wang Chen nodded. Based on his own experience, the effects of these lotus seeds were immense, providing comprehensive enhancements for ability users. Among those of the same level, those who had consumed lotus seeds surpassed those who had not, whether in energy reserves, mental strength, or physical fitness. For example, a regular ability user has 100 health points, 100 mana points, and requires 1000 experience points to level up. Eating one lotus seed can increase this to 120 health points and 120 mana points, but the experience required for leveling up becomes 2000 points. It seems like a small increase, but after leveling up, the values double. Moreover, as Wang Chen absorbed various abilities, this base value would also increase. The foundation is incredibly solid. With 3 lotus pods containing a total of 27 seeds, Wang Chen alone ate 2, while Su Yu and the others had 6, leaving 19 lotus seeds. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was hardly enough. The boost from the spiritual energy explosion, combined with 1 3rd tier gold core, was what allowed him to advance to the 3rd tier. If he were to rely solely on lotus seeds, he would need at least 8 to 10 to possibly advance to a 4th tier ability user. Calculating this, if Su Yu and the others split it evenly, each could eat a maximum of 4 seeds. To quickly enhance their strength, they still needed to hunt for high tier cores as soon as possible. Resolving in his heart, Wang Chen said, "Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the city center." "Ha? What are we going to the city center for?" "If we're collecting supplies, there are still 2 large supermarkets in the southern district," Su Yu and the others replied, puzzled. "The city center has many zombies, and there are also many advanced zombies. If we want to enhance our strength, we need to take advantage of the present and quickly hunt for some cores. The longer we wait, the stronger the mutated creatures will become, and our advantage will diminish. This is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll retreat." Wang Chen shook his head and analyzed, and on the way back, they could take a slight detour to visit the building materials market on the edge of the city. "That's true." Liu Chan's eyes sparkled with understanding. Su Yu stood up. "I'll go cook, everyone should rest early after dinner." "Little fish, let me help you." Mu Ningxue smiled and got up, pulling Su Yu along. "Sure, Sister Shui," Su Yu smiled back, and the two quickly headed to the kitchen. The curtains in the hall and kitchen were tightly closed, and it wouldn't be very bright for now. Even if there were mutated creatures, they had been attracted away by the large fire down the mountain. Earlier, after a simple dinner, the 4 returned to their rooms to rest. Wang Chen turned on the small bedside lamp and pondered the battle from the afternoon. Ho Jun's A-level shadow flickered, appearing and disappearing. Like a ghost, a true assassin's skill. Compared to the spatial system's teleportation, it fell short in distance, but it was more practical in the early stages. To acquire teleportation, it might be a bit difficult. My comprehension isn't enough. Wang Chen looked at the brief history of time in his hand, feeling conflicted. Even with his speed reading and quick thinking, he still found reading this book quite challenging. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen took out another book on spatial dimensions. Flatland, a fantasy novel, had a rich imagination regarding spatial dimensions. Perhaps it could deepen his understanding of space. With the aid of speed reading, Wang Chen quickly finished the book. Detected that the host has read Flatland for the first time. Reward reading value 100 points. System, why did I get reading value but no fragments? Extracted? Flatland is a fantasy novel, but its content can provide the host with insights into space, hence the reward reading value. This, Wang Chen was dumbfounded. Current reading value of the host, 100 points. Please work hard to read more. The reading value has been persistently too low, and the system defaults to assuming the host lacks ambition, which will activate the punishment mechanism. What? There's a punishment. What kind of punishment? Primary punishment, randomly erase one of the host's abilities. Intermediate punishment, randomly erase 3 of the host's abilities. Advanced punishment, erase all of the host's abilities. Ultimate punishment, erase the host. What the hell? Erase the host? It can be like this? Wang Chen was speechless. Wasn't this forcing him to study? He originally thought this was a golden finger, but it turned out this golden finger also came with a finger chopping feature. The host has been frantically testing the edge of primary punishment for a day. Considering it's the host's first offense, the punishment is temporarily waived. Please, host, work hard to read. The system's disdainful prompt sounded, leaving Wang Chen at a loss for words. It's just a reading value, watch me raise it for you. Wang Chen was still unconvinced. With his ability to read 10 lines at a glance and quick thinking, was he really afraid of a low reading value? Just spend a little time reading a couple of books, and wouldn't the reading value come up? It seemed like a punishment, but it was more like the system's way of spurring him on. Just like the homework assigned by a teacher in class. If you don't complete it well, you'll get criticized. The punishment isn't the goal, it's just a means to an end. The main purpose is still to make the students study hard. Tossing aside Flatland, Wang Chen searched through the system's library. In no time, 10 books materialized in front of him. Here we go. No sleep tonight. The next morning, Li Yuchan unusually woke up early. Not knowing where he found the tea leaves, he boiled a pot of water in the kitchen and brewed himself a cup of tea, leisurely sitting in the pavilion on the terrace. Suyu and Mooning also gradually got up, washed up, and started making breakfast. But what puzzled the three was that Wang Chen hadn't gotten up even by 11 o'clock. Didn't Wang Chen say he was going to the city center early? Why hasn't he gotten up? Mooning stood with her arms crossed, looking confused. Suyu, preparing lunch, shook her head, equally puzzled. Could it be that he read too late? That's really possible. Why does Ming Yang like reading so much? Reading has its benefits. Those 2 books he lent me really opened my mind. As Mooning spoke, a snowflake appeared at her fingertips. Is this your new trick? Suyu teased, as a hexagonal snowflake the size of a fist looked stunning. Don't underestimate this snowflake, it's quite sharp. Mooning smiled slightly, flicking her fingertip, and the snowflake spun out rapidly, like a sharp blade, easily slicing through a small bowl on the kitchen table. The snowflake passed through the bowl and suddenly exploded into a cloud of ice mist in midair, slowly dissipating. The small bowl suddenly cracked in the middle, splitting evenly into 2 halves. Suyu was stunned. She never expected Mooning snowflake to have such great power. I accidentally discovered from those 2 books that if you enlarge and reinforce the shape of a snowflake, it becomes a spinning hidden weapon. Mooning looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and explained softly. Impressive. No way, I need to ask Ming Yang for 2 books too, otherwise my ability will never change. Suyu shook her head, feeling unwilling. Not really, your trick's power has become even stronger. Plus, your current energy can be freely unleashed. Mooning smiled slightly, trying to comfort her. But it hasn't changed much. I always feel like there should be other changes I can make. Suyu pouted, shaking off the water stains on her hands. I can't help you with that, our abilities are different. Mooning shrugged her shoulders, chuckling lightly. Ha! What a useless thing. Wang Chen yawned as he walked down from the 2nd floor, his face still drowsy. Ming Yang go, you're up. Suyu exclaimed upon seeing him, immediately breaking into a smile. Yeah, I stayed up too late reading last night, I'm really tired this morning. Wang Chen stretched his arms wide and tilted his neck. You guessed it right. Suyu and he exchanged glances and winked at each other. Ming Yang, go, do you want breakfast? Or should we wait for lunch? Suyu asked with a smile, as it was almost noon. Let's have lunch, where's Lai Gabao? Wang Chen replied, looking around but not seeing Li Yuchan. He went to the terrace after finishing breakfast. Alright, forget about him. Wang Chen slumped onto the sofa, closing his eyes in contemplation. Seeing this, Suyu turned to continue preparing lunch while Mu Ningxue pouted and helped Suyu. The once pampered young lady quickly learned to pitch in. Wang Chen focused his mind and began reviewing the gains from last night. Current reading value of the host 13,590 points. He had flipped through those 10 books 2 or 3 times throughout the night. However, his reading speed had improved again. The B-level ability mental imprint allowed him to directly retain images in his mind as long as his mental energy swept over the text or artwork or even the external environment at an incredibly fast pace. The B-level ability extraordinary thinking greatly enhanced his understanding of knowledge, as if his brain had expanded, comparable to the comprehension of scientific experts. Like Old Hua, the C-level ability hydrogen control allowed him to manipulate the hydrogen in the air, working in tandem with oxygen control. This way, using both abilities simultaneously could produce violent explosions and high-temperature flames. There were also spatial cutting and several fragments of time stasis. Last night, he mainly focused on acquiring the 2 major B-level passive abilities, and Wang Chen planned to grind for the time stasis ability when he had time tonight. With these 2 major passive enhancements, he felt confident in tackling powerful abilities like electromagnetic force and gravity. Unfortunately, having already advanced to the 3rd tier, absorbing this C and 2B abilities did not bring much enhancement to his body. His foundation was too solid and the base was a bit large, making the improvements seem less noticeable. Boss Wang, it seems some people have come outside. Li Yuchan's voice rang out as he floated down from the terrace, pushing open the villa door. Oh, did you see who they are? Wang Chen stood up, puzzled. Li Yuchan shook his head, not sure, but they are well dressed, probably survivors from the villa area. Hearing this, Suyu and Mu Ningxue also walked out of the kitchen. Let's go out and see what they want. Wang Chen frowned slightly and walked towards the door. The group exited the villa and reached the courtyard gate, where Wang Chen waved his hand to open the door, revealing about 20 men and women. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Chen scanned the crowd coldly. The group exchanged glances, and finally, a middle-aged man stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, and spoke. Hello, young brother, we are survivors from this villa area. Get to the point. Wang Chen was too lazy to engage in small talk. If they weren't survivors from the villa area, were they from somewhere else? You came from outside, right? We want to know about the situation in the city. Whether the government has started any rescue efforts or something? The glasses-wearing man hesitated slightly, his expression not looking good, but he continued. I don't know, you can go check for yourselves. Wang Chen coldly replied and turned to leave. Hey, why are you acting like this? We're just asking you a couple of questions, what's with this attitude? A young man dressed in designer brands suddenly spoke up as he saw Wang Chen about to turn away. Exactly, just looking at them, they are definitely not the owners of this mansion, they can't be good people. I said it, don't come asking for news, what can these workers possibly know? It's a pity there's no signal, otherwise I could directly call the leaders in the city. My uncle is in the provincial government. My uncle is in the provincial committee. Wang Chen's attitude drew dissatisfaction from the crowd, who began to murmur in disdain, their faces filled with contempt. The middle-aged man with glasses frowned slightly. Didn't these people realize what happened last night? Seeing the young man's cold gaze, the middle-aged man quickly tried to mediate. Everyone shut up, what time is it, and you're still showing off? So what if your uncle is in the provincial government, or your uncle is in the provincial committee? We don't even know if they're alive. The middle-aged man angrily scolded the 2 young men who were boasting about their relatives. He then turned to Wang Chen, smiling broadly, and said, Little brother, we mean no harm, we just want to know what's going on with these zombies so we can make plans. Wang Chen snorted coldly, the zombie outbreak has been going on for 7 or 8 days, what are you still hoping for? Just pray for your own safety. With such a big issue, hasn't the government taken any action? The middle-aged man looked disappointed but still held a glimmer of hope. I don't know, at least before last night, I didn't see any action. Wang Chen shook his head, curious about this himself. In his previous life, the government began rescue operations on the 3rd day, but it was just to save some important figures. The real large-scale rescue didn't start until 10 days later, when the military began to push down from the north. But in a city with millions of people, the number of zombies was staggering, and with various mutated creatures, even with the military's powerful firepower, they couldn't fully liberate the entire Spring City after a month. Instead, they suffered heavy losses under the siege of various high-level zombies and mutated creatures. This also led to the emergence of even more powerful beings that directly occupied the city center. Hearing that the government had not taken action, the people in front of him couldn't help but feel fear and despair for the future, whispering among themselves and wailing continuously. Little brother, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if I should say it. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then approached with a broad smile. Wang Chen coldly smiled. Since you know it's an unreasonable request, then don't say it. The middle-aged man was instantly taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to say, please go ahead? Didn't this guy understand that this was Just a simple form of humility, normal social interaction? Shouldn't you give me a way to express it? Put. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue behind Wang Chen couldn't help but cover their mouths and stifle their laughter, while Li Yuchan pretended to cough a couple of times. Ahem, well, we've run out of food these days. Mr. Lei. From this mansion, I had many dealings with him before, and I remember his basement has a lot of ham, steak, and so on. I wonder if the little brother could be generous and share some with us? The glasses man coughed a couple of times, fearing Wang Chen would stop him, and quickly spoke up. Upon hearing that there was food in the mansion, everyone immediately surrounded Wang Chen, clamoring for him to share the food. The more Wang Chen listened, the more his brows furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. As the crowd chattered incessantly, the glasses man noticed Wang Chen's expression growing darker, and the other three also frowned, their gazes becoming increasingly cold. They involuntarily began to slowly retreat to the side, shrinking back into the crowd. Yet a few oblivious individuals still gathered around. Shut up! Wang Chen could no longer suppress his inner anger, and with a furious shout, he suddenly stepped forward, causing the solid asphalt road beneath him to crack instantly. The sudden outburst of momentum scared the group of survivors into retreating, with a few in the front even stumbling back a few steps and sitting down on the ground. A bunch of clueless fools, who gave you the confidence to come ask me for food? If you want to eat, go find it yourself. If you don't want to slowly starve to death, go kill some zombies. If you dare to keep whining, you won't have to wait to starve. I'll send you on your way myself. Wang Chen hurled a fireball the size of a basin, smashing it against a nearby rock. A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by flames shooting into the sky, and debris and dust fell in a scattered manner. The immense power immediately made a few people who were showing signs of discontent and were itching to act lower their heads, afraid to meet the gaze of the young man before them. The bespectacled man's lips twitched uncontrollably, and a chill ran down his spine. The palm of his hand, which was behind his back, flickered with a spark of electricity that quickly vanished. Is there anyone else who has something to say? Wang Chen conjured another fireball in his palm, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. No more. No more. The few people collapsed on the ground, seeing Wang Chen's gaze shift towards them, immediately waved their hands and trembled as they spoke. The others also averted their eyes, not daring to say a word. Since there's nothing more to say, why don't you all get lost? Wang Chen shouted again, causing everyone present to shudder. They hurriedly stumbled down the mountain, while the few who had collapsed also shakily got up and wobbled down. What a bunch of spineless cowards. Wang Chen extinguished the fireball, spat, and muttered under his breath. Alright, these people have been living high and mighty for too long, still thinking it's peacetime. Mu Ningxue smiled slightly and stepped forward to advise. These people won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Just wait, in a few days there will be even more first-tier zombies and mutated creatures. By then, these people will either be dead or crippled. Wang Chen sneered coldly and turned to walk into the mansion. Li Yuchan shrugged at the two, while Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged calm smiles and returned to the villa together. Boss Wang, I see some restless elements among these people. Li Yuchan plopped down, resting his hands on the sofa with a look of amusement. You noticed it too? Hee, there are a few who should be awakened. Wang Chen chuckled, unfazed. Those who had awakened their powers always thought of themselves as the most special and powerful. How could they know that there are always greater forces out there without experiencing the harshness of the apocalypse? So what should we do? There's a saying, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but a victim can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Li Yuchan's tone was calm, but it carried a hint of murderous intent. Under Wang Chen's patient guidance and after 2 rounds of indulging in meat, this fake Taoist had begun to show some decisiveness. You're right. After we eat, lie good, you'll come out with me. Su Yu, you and Mu Ningxue stay behind to guard the house. Anyone who enters the villa's perimeter, kill. Wang Chen nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking coldly. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue were taken aback, exchanging glances before silently nodding. But if the two of us go out, those people will know that the 2 sisters are left in the villa. Li Yuchan expressed some confusion. Don't worry, let's eat first, I have my ways. Wang Chen smiled mysteriously, exuding confidence. Seeing him say this, the 3 of them fell silent. After a simple lunch, Wang Chen and Li Yuchan tidied up a bit before heading to the basement to drive. Sister Shui, what do you think Brother Yang has in mind to fool those people? Su Yu asked, as she finished cleaning the dishes and sat beside Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue wiped her sword and smiled slightly. I don't know either, but since he said it, he must have a plan. We just need to guard the villa. Oh, that's true. Su Yu nodded, though a hint of curiosity still lingered in her eyes. An off-road vehicle burst out of the underground parking lot and sped out of the courtyard. The massive metal gate opened like a portal and then closed again. Boss Wang, we're about to pass the villa area, what are you planning to do? Li Yuchan, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Wang Chen with curiosity. Just watch. Wang Chen smiled mysteriously, a wave of energy gently spreading out. Li Yuchan looked around, but there was no movement. Look back. Wang Chen shrugged, and Li Yuchan turned around in confusion, his mouth slowly dropping open. What the hell? What's going on? In Li Yuchan's gaze, the figures of Suyu and Mu Ningxue suddenly appeared in the back seat. Only he and Wang Chen had gotten into the car just now. How did two stunning beauties suddenly show up? Suddenly, Li Yuchan frowned slightly. His mental energy surged from his mind, probing towards the two in the back seat. What the hell? What the hell? Boss Wang, how did you do that? Under Li Yuchan's mental probe, the back seat was actually empty, but his eyes clearly saw Suyu and Mu Ningxue sitting expressionlessly in the back seat. Shadow painting, just a little trick. Wang Chen chuckled, looking quite pleased with himself. Shadow painting? You mean, this is just an image? Li Yuchan was stunned, then quickly realized, looking at Wang Chen speechlessly. It's just an illusion, nothing else. Wang Chen nodded, but it's enough to fool those restless people. Li Yuchan looked speechless. How many abilities do you have? Why do you keep scaring people every few days? Come on, this is just an E-level ability. Why are you so surprised? Wang Chen flipped him off. Li Yuchan, this isn't about the level. However, Li Yuchan had gotten somewhat used to Wang Chen occasionally revealing an ability. Everyone has secrets, and as a brother he recognized, Li Yuchan wouldn't pry too deeply. After all, for him, this was a good thing. Hee, I knew you weren't up to any good. Someone's going to be in trouble. Li Yuchan's mind began to imagine the desperate expressions on those people's faces when they stepped into the villa and were confronted by two fierce-looking beauties. The two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. In the villa area, a middle-aged man with glasses and several survivors sat silently in a street-facing villa, smoking. In silence. Until the faint sound of a car driving on the sloped path leading to the mansion reached them, excitement appeared on their faces and they all crowded by the window, quietly pulling up a corner of the curtain to peek outside. An off-road vehicle sped past and the middle-aged man with glasses squinted, trying to see who was in the vehicle. Mr. Wu, all those people have left, a rich second generation shouted excitedly. Keep it down, but there are indeed 4 people, a plump man said in a low voice. Don't worry. My villa has great soundproofing. We couldn't hear anything during the last open meeting. Huh? The rich second generation chuckled, seemingly recalling some pleasant memory. Another middle-aged man nodded and whispered, that's right, 2 men in front, 2 women in the back. It's a pity those 2 women also left, those 2 are really tempting. A middle-aged man in security uniform leered. What time is it, and you're still thinking about women? The glasses-wearing man, Wu Shang, snorted coldly, and seeing the off-road vehicle drive out of the villa area, he casually let the curtain drop and sat down. The villa where Wu Shang and the others were hiding was the residence of the young, rich second generation who had spoken earlier. He didn't know where he had found a pair of binoculars and had been peering out from the rooftop for a long time. Mr. Wu, those guys have gone far. The rich second generation heir excitedly returned to the villa, throwing the telescope onto the sofa and plopping down. Are we starting to act? A middle-aged man dressed like a successful businessman asked nervously. Wu Shang pondered for a moment and shook his head. Wait a bit longer. Wait for what? If we don't hurry to find something to eat, what will we do when they come back? The middle-aged security guard urged anxiously. Idiot, if you don't understand, just shut up. Wu Shang muttered under his breath, a spark of electricity flickering in his hand. The middle-aged security guard paused, then snorted coldly and sat down beside them, no longer speaking. He almost forgot that Wu Shang was also someone with abilities. Wu Shang spat quietly. This loser, if it weren't for his awakening abilities, how could a mere security guard sit with him? Those people went out yesterday at noon and didn't return until almost evening. There was a gap of 5 or 6 hours. Why are you so anxious? Besides, just now we already exposed that we know there's food in the mansion. If it were you, wouldn't you be on guard? Maybe they are waiting for us to go out, ready to catch us in the act. Wu Shang analyzed with a gloomy face and a low tone. You're still the smartest, General Shang, truly worthy of being the boss of Baisheng Group, the plump man exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, giving a thumbs up in praise. The other 3 also praised Wu Shang for his exceptional wisdom. Let's wait another hour. If those people don't show up, we'll act immediately. Wu Shang smiled slightly, then leaned back on the sofa with a confident expression, puffing out smoke. The other 4 nodded, looking relaxed as they sat down. On the elevated ring road, Wang Chen drove the off-road vehicle straight into the city. With the off-road vehicle speeding along, the two quickly turned onto a side road leading to the city center. I say, Boss Wang, doesn't this count as clearing the way for others? Li Yuchan joked as he swatted away the vehicles and zombies blocking their path. We have to return the same way anyway. Clearing the road is also convenient for ourselves, Wang Chen replied with a smile. With Li Yuchan around, he felt much more at ease. The first time he had rushed out of the city with Suyu and Mu Ningxue, he had been exhausted. That's true, it won't be so tiring on the way back, Li Yuchan nodded. The off-road vehicle quickly left the side road and drove another 3 kilometers, with more and more zombies gathering, drawn by the noise. At a relatively wide intersection, Wang Chen suddenly drifted. The off-road vehicle nearly tipped over, and Li Yuchan screamed in fright, activating his mental power and mental control simultaneously. The off-road vehicle, now tilted at an angle, successfully turned its head and came to a steady stop. I say, Boss Wang, if you don't have the skills, don't take on such risky jobs. You almost flipped the car. Li Yuchan said as he opened the car door and waved his hand, sending a nearby food stall crashing into the horde of zombies following them. What's there to fear? With me here, can a metal shell really flip over? Wang Chen turned off the engine and jumped out of the car. Activating his metal control, several nearby abandoned vehicles flew towards the zombie horde, crashing into them. Wang Chen activated his abilities again, causing the nearby metal to liquefy and gather. A massive metal sphere quickly formed and, under Wang Chen's control, shot towards the horde. Metal blades shot out like a swarm of insects, densely packed and sharp, wildly slicing through the bodies of the zombies. Instantly, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood formed. Nearly 200 zombies, including 2 or 3 first-tier zombies, were shredded into pieces by this metal storm. The blades in the air gathered again into an iron ball, which Wang Chen pulled towards him, wrapping around the off-road vehicle. Although there were many cars, the one he drove here couldn't be taken away by others. Leper, it's time to clean up. After finishing everything, Wang Chen contentedly clapped his hands and waved to Li Yuchan, who was standing aside. Damn, why do I always have to do this? Li Yuchan shook his head. He had seen this trick of Wang Chen's just last night, but at that time, there weren't many zombies, and the scale of the metal storm was small. Now, seeing it again, he felt a chill run down his spine. The power was truly terrifying. Isn't it convenient for you? Look, I put in a lot of effort to kill the zombies, and you just have to move your fingers a bit, and the crystal cores are yours. Isn't that great? Wang Chen chuckled, completely unconcerned. Li Yuchan had no words to respond. It wasn't that he couldn't kill so many zombies, but it was indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. Giving him the finger, Li Yuchan quickly picked out all the crystal cores. With over 200 zombies, they harvested more than 30 crystal cores again. The smell of blood spread, and zombies and mutated creatures began to appear around them. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan quickly left, running towards a large supermarket on another street. The two successfully found the supermarket, but there were quite a few zombies inside. This supermarket was located on the 4th floor, with the 1st to 3rd floors being a shopping mall densely packed with zombies. On a weekend in the city center, with the crowd surging, it would be considered good if only 1 in 10 survived the zombie outbreak. Boss Wang, what should we do? There are too many zombies, Li Yuchan frowned and said. He didn't think killing these zombies was difficult, he just felt there were too many, and killing them would leave blood and flesh everywhere, likely contaminating the goods in the supermarket. Wang Chen thought for a moment and led Li Yuchan up several floors via the fire escape. Using the surrounding metal to extend out the window, he simply created a small terrace, jumped up, and stood on it. Do you have any ideas? Li Yuchan followed closely and jumped up. Seeing Wang Chen surveying the surroundings, he curiously asked, "Look at this street, it's no more than 10 meters wide. If we block both ends of the street and lure the zombies from the building down." Wang Chen gestured towards the street below, grinning. Li Yuchan followed Wang Chen's movements, observing the street below, and suddenly realized, "You mean, to take them all at once?" "Pretty much. There are at least 1,000 zombies in this building, plus those near the street. That's quite a lot." Wang Chen nodded. While supplies are important, crystal cores are equally important. We need to collect more crystal cores. When he saw the group of zombies across from Carrefour yesterday, Wang Chen recalled the horde on the Yunnan University campus. At that time, he was too focused on fighting for the lotus seeds to deal with them. Dong Zhan and the others had fierce firepower, with 2 heavy machine guns. Wang Chen estimated that after the spiritual energy explosion, their harvest would be extremely rich. "I think it's feasible, blocking the road isn't difficult. With so many cars, we can just stack them up," Li Yuchan agreed after a brief thought. "Alright, you take the left, I'll take the right. Let's block this street first." Wang Chen nodded, not wasting words. He stepped down and suddenly shot into the air. A piece of metal flew in, propping up under his feet, and he landed directly at the end of the right street. Li Yuchan was a bit surprised. This guy can fly. With a faint smile, he unleashed his mental power, sliding Li Yuchan's body to the left. He could also fly, but it consumed too much mental energy, so it was more suitable to use mental power to assist in floating. Wang Chen stepped on the metal and landed directly on the 2nd floor of a shop across the street. With both hands aimed at the congested cars on the street, his metal control ability suddenly erupted, and cars began to fly up one by one, all landing towards the intersection. In an instant, abandoned vehicles piled up, and sharp alarm sounds echoed throughout the street. Li Yuchan also stood on the eaves of the shop's 2nd floor, replicating the process in stacking cars. To prevent being overwhelmed by the horde, the two directly piled the vehicles into a pyramid about 5 to 6 meters high. However, Li Yuchan cleverly left a gap, and the nearby streets were soon flooded with zombies, rushing in through this opening. Wang Chen casually crushed a few cars in midair, the piercing alarm sounds attracting the horde to the center of the street. The zombies in the mall also roared, swarming out of the entrance in droves. In just a few minutes, the several hundred meters of street had gathered over 2,000 zombies. Many survivors in the nearby buildings heard the commotion and peeked out, only to retract their heads upon seeing the dense mass of zombies. Then they saw 2 people controlling vehicles flying in the air, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What are those 2 doing? With so many zombies, are they trying to get themselves killed?" But they're so powerful, this ability is incredible. Those heavy cars are flying. Powerful or not, with thousands of zombies gathering, they'll be torn apart. Have all the zombies in the mall come out. There's a supermarket there, they must be able to find food. Right. Once those two leave, let's go take a look. I'm starving, I have to find something to eat. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, many people had awakened their abilities, so they were no longer surprised by Wang Chen and his companion controlling cars. However, they were puzzled as to why the two were making such a commotion. But the surge of zombies from the mall sparked the survivors' interest. Wang Chen and his companion kept moving, clearing the cars in the middle of the street to create space for the horde. To eliminate the zombies more quickly, Wang Chen even thoughtfully crushed some fuel tanks, the strong smell of gasoline filling the entire street, even masking the stench of rotting corpses. It wasn't until the entire street was filled with zombies, and the outside ones could no longer push in, that Li Yuchan controlled several cars to crash down towards the gap. After spending some time sealing the gap, Wang Chen had already used the vehicles to block the mall entrance as well. The two gathered in the center of the street, and under Wang Chen's lead, they flew up a few more floors. Next, it's your turn. Li Yuchan crossed his arms, standing on the metal platform created by Wang Chen, which was about 20 meters off the ground. Alright, just watch. Wang Chen didn't waste words, narrowing his eyes as he activated both his oxygen and hydrogen control abilities, causing the concentrations of hydrogen and oxygen below to rise rapidly. Hey, don't go overboard, it wouldn't be good if you end up igniting yourself. Although Li Yuchan wasn't yet aware that Wang Chen had gained the ability to control hydrogen, he had seen Wang Chen's oxygen control ability in action several times. Almost forgot, good thing you reminded me. Wang Chen wiped away a cold sweat. In a moment of carelessness, he had forgotten that too high a concentration of hydrogen could lead to an explosive force that was no joke. He quickly activated his ability to lower the hydrogen concentration, finally feeling relieved. Wang Chen's current range of abilities was nearly 70 meters, and the entire street was about 300 meters long. After controlling the oxygen in the center of the street, Wang Chen shot a bursting fireball directly forward, the flames shooting up accompanied by the sound of an explosion, instantly engulfing the horde below in intense flames. Following the same method, Wang Chen manipulated the oxygen concentration 4 more times, causing the flames along the entire street to burn fiercely. With the gasoline flowing on the ground fueling the fire, the horde began to ignite. The entire street transformed into a massive open-air oven. The scorching heat forced Wang Chen and his companion to fly to the side, landing on a building across the street. This commotion is a bit too much. Li Yuchan looked at the towering flames and thick smoke, feeling somewhat speechless. What's this? Just a little noise. Wang Chen chuckled, leisurely lighting a cigarette. A little commotion. Li Yuchan rolled his eyes, wondering why every time he teamed up with Wang Chen, things ended up like this. However, he had to admit that this method was indeed more convenient than going around killing them one by one. Among the horde of zombies, there were still quite a few first-tier ones. Seeing the flames dwindling, Wang Chen once again leaped onto a piece of metal and flew over. This scene drew gasps from the nearby survivors. Free flight, it had always been humanity's dream. With precise shots, Wang Chen took down the first-tier zombies, increasing the flames once more. Since they had started burning, he decided to burn them all the way to the end, saving himself the trouble later. The fire raged for a full hour, and when Wang Chen saw that there were no more zombies able to move, he flew over with Li Yuchan. Activating his oxygen control ability, all the flames extinguished and vanished. Next, it was Li Yuchan's turn. Come on, it's your turn. Wang Chen gestured to Li Yuchan while leisurely smoking a cigarette. Li Yuchan pinched his nose with 2 fingers. Although he could no longer smell the stench of rotting corpses, the smell of burnt flesh was equally unpleasant. Moreover, with thousands of zombies being burned at once, Li Yuchan felt like he might vomit just from breathing through his mouth. He was too lazy to tease Wang Chen and quickly activated his mental power to search for crystal cores. Under Li Yuchan's rapid efforts, hundreds of crystal cores fell into Wang Chen's mustard space. Unable to endure the smell any longer, Li Yuchan finished collecting the cores and immediately headed towards the mall. Wang Chen laughed heartily behind him, and the two quickly ran up to the 4th floor. Flying was exhilarating, but the energy consumption was still significant. It wasn't until they entered the supermarket that Li Yuchan finally released his nose and took a couple of deep breaths. But a strong, rancid smell nearly made him vomit for real. I say, why aren't you reacting? Li Yuchan dry heaved, but saw that Wang Chen had no reaction at all. Here, have a smoke, you'll get used to it. Wang Chen chuckled, handing Li Yuchan a cigarette. Although Li Yuchan felt terrible, he still took the cigarette and lit it. At least the smoke could mask some of the stench. Let's see if we can find some cigars that smell as rich and might make you feel better. Wang Chen walked ahead, collecting anything useful he came across. I can't even handle this cigarette. You want me to smoke a cigar? Li Yuchan took a deep drag from the cigarette but didn't dare inhale it into his lungs, just exhaling it out. The rancid smell at the tip of his nose lessened a bit. You'll get used to it, just take your time. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. This supermarket was located in the city center, much larger than the one in the southern district. After scraping the entire supermarket's floor, Wang Chen finally patted his backside in satisfaction and turned to head back. We still need to check the underground levels, right? Li Yuchan, having recovered, asked as Wang Chen returned. Yeah, the warehouse for this big supermarket should be on the first and second underground levels. Let's collect everything while we're here. Wang Chen nodded and turned to head downstairs. Soon, Wang Chen cleared out all the supplies in the entire mall. Whether it was clothes, shoes, blankets, suitcases, or furniture and kitchen appliances, everything was collected. The few zombies trapped on the first floor of the mall were also cleaned up by the two. Before long, the supermarket warehouse located 2 levels underground was completely emptied by Wang Chen. However, at this moment he felt that the space occupied by the stored supplies in his mustard space was still less than 1/10. After advancing to the third tier, the mustard space expanded once again, roughly estimated to be several million cubic units. The expansion of space allowed Wang Chen to collect supplies without any reservations. In the Yunhu Villa area, an hour after the off-road vehicle disappeared, Wu Sheng and the others began to stir. After patiently waiting for another half hour, the off-road vehicle still had not returned. The 5 of them finally relaxed, holding their homemade weapons, and quietly walked towards the door. Originally, Wu Sheng thought it was just the 5 of them who had ideas, but as soon as they stepped outside, more than a dozen people from other villas began to emerge, one after another. Wu Sheng turned coldly and looked at those who came out behind. What do you want? In the entire villa area, there were only about 200 villas, and everyone knew each other to some extent. Wu Sheng, stop pretending, we all know what's going on. You want to monopolize the food in that mansion, how is that possible? Exactly, do you really think we're 3-year-olds? That group has already gone out, the stuff inside should be shared equally. The dozen or so people split into 4 or 5 small groups, with the 3 largest groups having people speak up. If you want to share the food, you should consider whether you have the qualifications. Wu Sheng's face turned cold, and electric sparks flickered in his hand. TCH. It's just an ability, who doesn't have one? A rich second generation directly spread his hands, 2 flames bursting from his palms, looking disdainful. Just a long-range mage, what's the big deal? Another middle-aged man, muscular, stomped his foot on the ground, causing several cracks to appear beneath him. Among the dozen or so people, 3 or 4 more showcased their abilities. Wu Sheng's expression changed. He originally thought only they were special, but he didn't expect so many people to have awakened their powers. Then, he retracted the electric sparks in his hand and revealed a slight smile. Alright, since everyone has awakened their abilities, let's go take a look together. Once we find the food, we can think about how to distribute it. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally showed a hint of satisfied smiles. None of them were fools. Considering how to distribute food before even seeing it was indeed too early. Okay, let's go together. We shouldn't wait for those guys to come back, it won't end well. The rich second generation also extinguished the flames, nodding and smiling. Wu Sheng's eyes flickered beneath his glasses, subtly signaling to the 4 people beside him. A group of people ran up the mountain in a scattered manner, and soon they saw the mansion not far away, all of them a bit out of breath. Although they had awakened their abilities, they hadn't eaten well for days, and their stamina was indeed not great. 2 young men laughed heartily and rushed ahead, wanting to push open the big door directly. Unfortunately, that big door had already been welded shut by Wang Chen's metal control. Let me do it. The muscular middle-aged man shouted lightly, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, pressing both palms against the door, his muscles bulging as he began to exert force. Creak! The bolts connecting the door to the wall suddenly let out a mournful sound, showing signs of loosening. With a furious shout from the muscular man, several bolts suddenly snapped, and the door emitted a piercing sound of metal tearing as it collapsed with a loud crash. The crowd at the entrance erupted in cheers. Inside, Mu Ningxue, who was still reading, frowned and stood up abruptly. Suyu retracted the dark flame in his palm, grabbed the horizontal knife with one hand, snorted coldly, and walked directly outside. The muscular man stood at the door, proudly flexing his biceps, then turned and ran towards the mansion's courtyard. The group behind him immediately started running, while Wu Sheng frowned but still controlled his pace, walking in slowly. Wu Sheng, they're all inside, we should hurry too. A security guard in uniform saw Wu Sheng moving slowly and, feeling anxious, slowed down his already moving figure. What's the rush? What if we get there first? It still depends on whose fist is bigger. Wu Sheng snorted coldly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wu Sheng is right. The 4 of them exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Among that group, there were only 5 or 6 awakened ones, but all 5 of them had awakened their powers. However, before they could step into the courtyard, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Those who dared to step in, die. A woman's voice rang out like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, but the thick killing intent in her tone sent a chill through everyone's hearts. After all, the muscle-bound body had been enhanced. When the dark flame blade came slicing through the air, he still had time to dodge. But those ordinary people had no chance to escape, their bodies engulfed in dark red flames as they rolled on the ground, wailing in agony. Suyu, dressed in a lightweight black tracksuit, held a broadsword wrapped in dark red flames, her pretty face icy as she walked into the courtyard. Behind her, Mu Ningxue, equally cold-faced, moved slowly, snowflakes already swirling around her. What's going on? Didn't they all go out? Yeah, I saw those two girls sitting in the back seat with my own eyes. What do? We don't have any powers, let's run. A few ordinary people who had been running fast just moments ago now cowered in fear at the back. What are you afraid of? They're just two little girls. Our ability users here outnumber them several times. Exactly, once we take them down, we can have a good laugh. A hip-hop young man who had awakened his powers looked disdainful, seeing Suyu and her companion getting closer. He suddenly shot out ice spikes from his hands, aiming directly at them. Humph, playing with ice against me? Mu Ningxue scoffed, a snowflake suddenly flying out from around her, shattering the ice spike, and continuing its momentum towards the two. Don't hesitate, let's attack together. A middle-aged man beside the hip-hop young man who had awakened a speed-type ability flashed forward, wielding a katana he had somehow acquired, and slashed at the snowflakes. Blocked by the middle-aged man, the two snowflakes slightly changed direction, narrowly missing the young man's ear. At the entrance, Wu Shang's eyes flickered. Seeing the few people in front start to act, he didn't hesitate and quietly spoke to the other four. The burly security guard roared angrily, his muscles bulging, and he charged to the roadside, directly lifting a massive rock from a fake mountain and throwing it at Suyu and her companion. The two sides began to clash, and the ability users unleashed their powers. In an instant, fire blades and ice spikes flew, while rocks and machetes soared through the air. Suyu saw the boulder coming and snorted coldly. The dark flame around her broadsword surged, and with a powerful slash, she split the boulder in two, the dark red blade light shooting towards the entrance. This strike was far more powerful than the one she had held back earlier. The dark red blade light exploded, enveloping a 10-meter radius in dark flames, causing the few ordinary people at the entrance to scream in horror. Even an awakened fire-type ability user was cleaved in half by that strike. Mu Ningxue was surrounded by frost, and smaller snowflakes appeared out of thin air. Before the two speed-type ability users could get close, they were slowed down by the frost, and the tiny snowflakes sliced through their bodies. Instantly, the two let out cries of pain and hurriedly activated their powers to retreat. But then, two larger snowflakes swiftly crossed their throats, and their bodies came to a sudden halt, a thin line of blood slowly appearing. Both of them were already second-tier ability users, but this group probably didn't even qualify as first-tier. Dealing with these low-tier ability users felt like mowing grass for Suyu and Mu Ningxue. Looking at the remaining 10 or so survivors, Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a chilling killing intent. Since Wang Chen has said that anyone who steps into the villa's territory, then kill. Suyu stepped forward, charging straight ahead. Mu Ningxue casually cast an ice shield around her, extending her delicate hand towards the few at the entrance. Wu Shang's eyelids twitched violently. Among the dozen or so people in front, there were still 5 or 6 awakened ones. They had been cut down like vegetables by these two delicate girls. The fat man beside me, with his bulging belly, had just tossed his clothes aside and transformed into a porcupine with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Seeing this, I felt my limbs go weak, and I plopped down right at the entrance. The young rich kid, with his palm shaped like a gun, had just a hint of red light flickering at his fingertips, seemingly a fire-type skill, but before he could unleash it, his whole body trembled, and the red light vanished. Don't hesitate. Go! Wu Shang shouted angrily. The arrow was on the string and had to be released. With electric sparks flashing in his hand, a lightning spear appeared, which he gripped tightly and hurled towards the oncoming Suyu. The burly security guard, seeing this, gritted his teeth, grabbed the transformed porcupine with both hands, and with immense strength flung it forward. The young man's face twitched, his eyes glinting with malice, and red light flared at his fingertips again. The next moment, a fiery beam shot towards Suyu. Without a second thought, Suyu sped forward, slashing with her sword, sending a blade of light slicing through the air in front of her. Behind her, Mu Ningxue's pretty face turned icy, and with a sudden clench of her open palm, a massive ice flower appeared instantly among the crowd at the entrance. In the next second, the ice flower exploded, sending ice spikes and shards flying in all directions. The porcupine in midair saw the dark red blade of light rapidly expanding, and without time to think, it shrank suddenly, its steel quills curling up to envelop its entire body. The blade of light struck the porcupine, causing quills to scatter everywhere, and it let out a mournful howl as it crashed heavily to the ground, a deep gash appearing on its back, burning with dark flames. The fiery beam and the lightning spear rapidly approached, and Suyu twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the fiery beam. The beam pierced through the ground, causing a minor explosion. The lightning spear seemed to have some guiding ability. As Suyu twisted, the spear adjusted its trajectory and shot directly in front of her. Suyu's pupils constricted. With no time to think, she swung her sword, dark flames swirling around it, and struck fiercely at the lightning spear. In an instant, electric sparks and dark flames flew, followed by a loud explosion, and Suyu's figure was sent flying backward, trailing a few sparks. Little fish! Mu Ningxue's heart tightened, and she called out urgently, "Sister Xue, I'm fine." Suyu steadied herself, her right hand gripping the sword slightly trembling. The lightning spear, while not particularly powerful, had caught her off guard. If it weren't for the ice shield Mu Ningxue had placed around her in advance, absorbing most of the impact, she might have been injured. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wu Shang's eyes. Although his lightning spear was not as fast as the young man's fiery beam, it could be remotely controlled to a certain extent after being launched. If Suyu hadn't reacted quickly just now, she might have truly fallen into his trap. Now was not the time to dwell on it. Wu Shang let out a low shout, and the other ability users present all sprang into action. Mu Ningxue hadn't expected that among this group there would be someone with such a sinister ability, and a wave of fear surged in her heart. A cold killing intent suddenly welled up within her, and with a thought, several massive ice spikes quickly materialized in midair. With a fierce swing of her palm, the ice spikes shot mercilessly towards the few people in the distance. Suyu's heart raced. She had initially thought this group posed no threat, but now she realized how close she had come to disaster. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, she gripped her sword tightly, and a fierce dark flame erupted, enveloping her entire body. She swung her sword rapidly, unleashing 7 or 8 blades of light fueled by her anger, and struck fiercely. Wu Shang hadn't expected the counterattack to be so fierce. Just as he launched the lightning spear, it was sliced apart by a blade of light, narrowly missing his body. Several mournful howls echoed, and in an instant 4 or 5 of the remaining ability users were killed. The thick ice spikes pinned 3 ability users to the ground, while the burly security guard and the young man who could shoot fiery beams were sliced in half by the blade of light. Under the scorching flames, the 2 bodies fell to the sides without even spilling much blood. Wu Shang's heart raced, a wave of overwhelming fear surged within him, and with a scream, he turned and fled. Humph. Want to run? It's too late. Suyu, furious at the person who almost caused her downfall, disregarded the 2 trembling ability users in the arena and charged towards the entrance. Mu Ningxue frowned, releasing an ice shield for Suyu at maximum distance, casually slicing off the heads of the 2 ability users with 2 snowflakes, and then darted after Suyu. Still, dare to run, die. Gritting her teeth, Suyu burst out the door, only to see the bespectacled man had already run a dozen meters away. With a furious shout, she swung her knife. Wu Shang turned back at the sound, only to see a dark red blade, light rapidly enlarging. In a moment of panic, his body instinctively surged with potential, and he lunged towards a nearby ditch. Ha! As the blade light flashed by, an explosive sound erupted. Suyu was slightly surprised that the strike had missed. Then let's try again. With a burst of energy, Suyu quickly closed the distance. At that moment, Wu Shang in the ditch was still struggling to get up when he suddenly noticed the light dimming in front of him. He looked up to see a beautiful figure standing above the ditch, backlit by the sun. No, no, no. Spare me this once, I can give you a lot of money. Seeing the figure raise the horizontal knife, Wu Shang was horrified and begged for mercy repeatedly. Unfortunately, the next moment, as the horizontal knife swung down, the dark red blade light suddenly engulfed his vision. A male corpse was cleaved in half from head to toe, lying quietly in the ditch. Little fish, are you okay? Mu Ningxue quickly approached and patted the motionless Suyu. Sister Shui, I'm fine. Is everything taken care of inside? Suyu turned back, revealing a faint smile. Yes, it's all taken care of. Mu Ningxue nodded. Then let's go back. We need to get those bodies out, otherwise, it will be so dirty. Suyu linked her arm with Mu Ningxue's, her gaze scanning the surroundings cautiously, then smiled. Yes, let's move together. A burst of dark red flames was thrown into the ditch, and Wu Shang's corpse quickly ignited, turning into a pile of ashes. The 2 girls walked further away until they disappeared at the entrance. Shoo, I told you, how could those people leave so much food at home and swagger out like that? So they left a backup plan. But I clearly saw those 2 beauties go out too? That was close. Good thing I didn't follow them in, or I would have definitely been dead. These 2 beauties are truly ruthless. In the woods by the roadside, a small, thin young man in black emerged from the shadows. The young man hid in the shadows, his eyes filled with fear as he cautiously looked towards the nearby mansion courtyard. He saw the bodies being dragged out by the 2 girls and thrown directly into the ditch by the roadside. Once all the bodies were cleared, Suyu casually tossed a ball of dark flame, and the 2 covered their noses and moved far away. When the flames had burned out, Mu Ningxue unleashed a wave of frost, her delicate hand clenched, causing the ice shards to explode. Truly, there were no bones left. Only then did the 2 girls link arms and return to the villa, leaving the collapsed door for Wang Chen to deal with upon his return. The young man in black held his breath, and when the 2 walked far away, he gasped for air. It was hard to imagine that these 2 delicate beauties could kill over 20 people without batting an eye and turn them to ashes. The young man in black shivered, his body once again merging into the shadows as he quickly left. Wang Chen and Liu Chan finished collecting supplies from the supermarket warehouse and turned to exit from the back of the mall. The 2 immediately headed to another large supermarket. There was still plenty of time, and they didn't want to just go back. After all, it was quite exhausting to be out. Along the way, there were some small supermarkets and convenience stores, which Wang Chen didn't mind at all, casually collecting anything that could still be used. After the 2 left, survivors hiding in various corners of the nearby buildings whispered among themselves. Wang Chen used flames to burn a large number of zombies, and this move seemed to open up a new world for these survivors. It turned out that there was a way to eliminate so many zombies at once without having to kill them one by one. Li Yuchan collected so many crystal cores from the pile of corpses, which left these survivors utterly astonished. Wang Chan and Li Yuchan had gone to great lengths to kill so many zombies, and in the end, they had gathered so many crystal cores, which made many who had never seen a crystal core before think of various online novels. In this age of information explosion, even if one had never seen a pig, seeing one run away would still make them understand what was happening, right? Some lucky awakeners began to feel restless. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan quickly ran through several streets, followed by a large group of zombies. But the two didn't care at all. To them, these zombies were just crystal cores. However, there were still some evolved zombies mixed in, like hunters and copper-armored corpses, and they didn't want to clean them up just yet. At their current speed, they ran for more than 10 minutes before reaching a street near another large supermarket. The two turned into a small alley and climbed up a building, shaking off the zombies behind them. What is this? Li Yuchan stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the intersection with a face full of horror. This supermarket was located at the intersection, usually bustling with people, but now there were hardly any zombies. At the intersection, a massive meatball, nearly 10 stories high, was grotesquely writhing, its surface continuously dripping various kinds of slime. Is this a hatching nest? Wang Chen was dumbfounded. He seemed to have heard of such a situation before. Not just this meatball. Where did all the nearby zombies go? A huge mystery arose in Li Yuchan's mind. There was also a hospital near the location of this supermarket. Logically, during the zombie outbreak, this place should have been packed with people, but now, apart from this giant meatball, there were hardly any zombies to be seen. Wang Chen thought of this as well and hurriedly ran to the other side of the rooftop to look down. Below, hundreds of zombies were gathering, and more zombies were continuously crowding into the alley, desperately howling towards the building above. The alley was a dead end, blocked by a high wall that obstructed the path to the intersection. Boss Wang, this is suspicious. Li Yuchan frowned as he looked down, feeling a sense of unease. It must be suspicious, perhaps we've encountered something big. Wang Chen's tone was somber. Although he had never seen such a super meatball-like hatching nest, he had heard of it. However, compared to those descriptions, this hatching nest seemed a bit small. Turning back to the other side, the meatball below was still writhing. Wang Chen's mind moved, and a black line shot towards the meatball. The spatial cut silently merged into the meatball, and pools of green slime surged out from the torn cracks, along with a few disfigured corpses. The flesh and blood on the corpses had already been corroded for the most part, and the green slime flowed to the ground immediately, making a hissing sound like strong acid. This massive meat is probably nurturing something. Wang Chen's face was serious. This situation was very similar to some rumors he had heard in his past life. Nurturing? You mean, there's something inside? Li Yuchan was startled and lowered his voice. It's very likely there must be a large amount of corpse flesh inside. This is very similar to how spiders feed, isn't it? Wang Chen pointed to the green slime in the corpses that had slipped out, turning flesh and blood into liquid and directly absorbing it? That should be about right. Go get a few zombies and throw them down to sea. Li Yuchan heard this and immediately ran to the other end, directly bringing up a few zombies from downstairs. With his mental power controlling the zombies, they floated above the meat mass, and as soon as the ability was retracted, the zombies immediately fell down, flailing their arms and legs. The meat mass seemed to sense the approach of flesh and blood, and several bloody tendrils suddenly drilled out from beneath its skin, swiftly wrapping around the zombies that had fallen less than 10 meters above it. The tips of the tendrils plunged sharply into the zombies' eye sockets, bulging out in several places as they quickly moved toward the meat mass, visibly causing the zombies' heads to shrivel. In the next moment, the tendrils retracted, dragging several zombies directly into the meat mass, the torn openings on its surface quickly sealing up. Hiss, this is too brutal, Li Yuchan said, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, feeling a bit chilled. It seems indeed not simple. It might be some kind of corpse king or something. Wang Chen nodded, his brow furrowed. The operation of the meat mass indeed confirmed the rumors from his past life. Some mutated zombies could devour flesh to evolve, and here, flesh referred to everything, including the zombies themselves. Once such a mutation was birthed, it was basically a terrifying creature of level 5 or above. With his current strength, if he encountered one, he would have to run away quickly. However, the good thing is that the incubation time for such zombies is quite long. The more flesh there is, the longer the incubation time, but once successfully hatched, the mutated creature's strength is even more terrifying. In his past life, it was said that in a county town in the Central Plains, a terrifying meat mass directly covered the entire area, incubating for 2 whole years, ultimately giving birth to a 9th-level corpse king. During that time, people discovered it, and no matter what means they used, they couldn't eliminate it. The military even arranged missile bombardments, but to no avail. The incubation nest in front of them clearly had just been born not long ago. Wang Chen's gaze flickered. The location of this intersection could be considered the city center, and this incubation nest was now 10 stories high, having surely devoured over 10,000 zombie flesh. If no special circumstances occurred later, it was highly likely to hatch mutated creatures of level 5 or 6. Returning to the other side, Wang Chen manipulated the nearby metal, directly forming a large hammer, landing on a piece of iron. The iron hammer swung down, directly smashing the walls that blocked the zombies, causing the horde to pour out from the gap. Flying forward on the iron piece, Wang Chen led the group of zombies directly around to the intersection. He hadn't forgotten that the flesh tendrils of this incubation nest could extend 10 meters away. Quickly ascending, he flew back to the rooftop, directly crossing over the incubation nest. Thousands of zombies surged forward, crashing directly into the incubation nest without hesitation. Seemingly sensing the arrival of a large amount of food, the surface flesh of the incubation nest trembled and split rapidly, with dense tendrils reaching out to entangle the horde. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Li Yuchan was a bit puzzled when Wang Chen released the horde. This meat mass was so terrifying, yet he was actively feeding it? Nothing much, I'm just curious about what it's actually nurturing, so I thought I'd throw it some food to see. Wang Chen shrugged and chuckled. Incubation nest, you're quite nice, Buddha bless you, just don't play with fire. Li Yuchan chanted, rolling his eyes. Let's go. With these zombies attracting the attention of the incubation nest, we can take a detour into the supermarket. Wang Chen waved his hand and walked toward the rooftop of the building on the other side. Incubation nest? Quite fitting, Li Yuchan murmured, and seeing that Wang Chen had already walked far, he hurriedly followed. On the other side of the building where the large supermarket was located, the first and second floors had already been occupied by the flesh of this incubation nest. The two jumped in through a window on the third floor, carefully avoiding the body of the incubation nest that was squeezing in from the opposite side, making their way toward the supermarket against the wall. The entire building was filled with a rotten stench, yet there wasn't a single zombie in sight. The ground was covered in dried blood, and there weren't even any bodies. As they entered the supermarket, chaos reigned inside, with some zombies trapped under fallen shelves or decaying corpses. Shaking his head, Wang Chen began to gather supplies. Li Yuchan followed closely behind him. Although he had seen it many times before, the sight of supplies disappearing into thin air still filled him with envy. As the two continued forward, they occasionally encountered collapsed shelves and a few zombie corpses with their skulls pierced by some unknown weapon. The zombies' heads were all smashed open, and their crystal cores had vanished without a trace. Wang Chen frowned slightly. Judging by the marks, they must have gone to the upper food area. Someone got there first. The supermarket had 2 floors, and after collecting from the 3rd floor, the two ascended a long escalator. Li Yuchan summoned an invisible psychic shield to protect them, while Wang Chen took out a broadsword from his mustard space and quickly formed a titanium alloy shield using some kitchenware he had just collected. Before they reached the 4th floor, a whispering sound and the tearing of plastic packaging came from the stairway. Stepping off the escalator, Wang Chen looked in the direction of the sound, feeling a slight thrill in his heart. There, in the 4th floor food area, sat a young man around 16 or 17, thin and scruffy, stuffing a large handful of potato chips into his mouth. Beside him, a young guy wearing a baseball cap seemed to hear their footsteps and suddenly stood up, quickly drawing a recurved bow, an arrow already nocked. When he realized they were 2 living people, the young man froze, the taut bowstring relaxing involuntarily. "Shu Bai, hurry up and eat." The young man on the ground seemed not to have reacted yet, squinting his eyes and mumbling indistinctly, a look of bliss on his face. "Fatty, someone's coming." Shu Bai kicked him in exasperation, but his eyes remained warily fixed on Wang Chen and Li Yuchan. Wang Chen and Li Yuchan exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. "Are you survivors from the area?" Wang Chen slowly stepped forward and asked calmly. "Don't come near us, there are plenty of supplies here, and we can't take them all. It's best to keep your distance." Shu Bai frowned slightly as he saw Wang Chen approaching with a knife, pulling the bowstring back halfway again. The young man, called Fatty, also got up, holding a homemade long knife, standing protectively in front of Shu Bai, looking at them with vigilance. "Take as much as you need, I'll take the rest," Wang Chen said nonchalantly, moving slowly down the aisle, a playful smile on his face. With the mustard space, this little bit of stuff was nothing. How could they not take it all? "Are you kidding? With so many supplies, how can the 2 of you carry it all?" Fatty looked incredulous. "That's my business, you should hurry and take what you can, or else when the zombies come, it won't be good," Wang Chen replied with a faint smile, casually sticking the broadsword aside, grabbing a bottle of soda from the shelf and tossing another bottle to Li Yuchan. "We killed all the zombies in the supermarket, there won't be any more coming." Fatty was unconvinced, defiantly raising his neck, while Shu Bai had just told him they were planning to stay here for the night. Aside from that somewhat strange big meatball outside, the zombies nearby were pitifully few. "Oh, so it was you two who cleared them out, not bad." Li Yuchan looked at the 2 young men, clearly a couple of years younger than him, and couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. "Of course," the young man called Fatty said proudly. Li Yuchan sized him up and asked in confusion, "You look thinner than me, why do they call you Fatty?" That's because..." Fatty was about to say something when Shu Bai interrupted him. "Shut up, Fatty, you don't even know who those people are across from you, why say that?" Shu Bai frowned tightly. This fat guy had no guard at all. "Actually, you must have been quite fat before, but all your Fat has turned into defense and strength. Am I right? Wang Chen took a sip of his soda, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, how do you know? The fat guy looked astonished, and even Zhu Bai's pupils widened. In disbelief. The fat guy had indeed been very overweight, but a few days ago he awakened a special ability, and it seemed that all the fat on his body had been absorbed and transformed, giving him immense strength, while his skin's defense was so strong that even the sharpest knife at home couldn't pierce it. However, his appetite had increased several times, and the little food stock at home had long been consumed. The two had no choice but to bravely venture out to find food, and unexpectedly, upon meeting, this young man had seen through him at a glance. So, Zhu Bai, what ability did you awaken? Wang Chen didn't explain, directly looking at Zhu Bai, who was drawing his bow. Why should I tell you? Zhu Bai snorted coldly, pulling the recurve bow taut, his gaze icy. Kid, don't get excited. Wang Chen didn't even blink, the steel arrowhead instantly melting into a puddle of liquid, then reforming into a metal ball that encased the arrow. Tip. This. Zhu Bai's pupils constricted. This person's ability had directly destroyed his arrow. How could he fight now? We mean no harm, but I do have a way to take all the supplies here. You can take as much as you can. Wang Chen chuckled, his gaze playfully directed at the fat guy. So what if you can break Zhu Bai's arrow? I still won't back down. The fat guy snorted coldly, seeing Wang Chen's sword stuck to the side, glanced at the long knife in his hand, and directly stabbed it into the shelf, clenching his fist. Oh, you want to fight me? Wang Chen found it quite interesting. These two had quite the tempers. Let's spar, whoever loses leaves. The fat guy said sullenly. His appetite was enormous, and even if the two of them fought desperately, it wouldn't be enough for him to eat for a day. After finally finding this big supermarket, how could he be willing to leave easily? Is that so? Fine, let's go. Wang Chen casually set down his soda and stepped forward empty-handed. Be careful. The fat guy shouted lowly, taking a step forward and leaping several meters, throwing a punch directly at Wang Chen's shoulder. He still had some caution. This young man's ability was clearly either mental manipulation or telekinesis. His own ability was body enhancement, with strong power and defense. This time, the advantage is mine. Wang Chen stood still, a smile on his lips, as the fat guy's punch came at him. He simply raised his palm slightly. The fat guy's fist was caught in his palm, his entire body not moving an inch. Zhu Bai's pupils shrank. He was all too clear about the fat guy's strength. This punch was definitely full force, capable of breaking through even a reinforced concrete wall. Yet this man had caught it so easily. Zhu Bai subtly shifted his stance, discreetly pulling out a new arrow with his right hand. Young man, this won't do. Pay attention. Li Yuchan shook his head slightly, his mental power instantly activated, causing all the arrows in Zhu Bai's quiver to fly up and directly pierce the ceiling. On the other side, the fat guy was pulling back his fist in disbelief, but it was futile. No matter how hard he tried, his fist was firmly held by Wang Chen. Wang Chen suddenly raised his right foot and kicked the fat guy in the stomach, the immense force sending him flying. The fat guy flew backward, his fist pulled out, but his body crashed into 2 or 3 shelves. A series of coughing sounds erupted, and it took the fat guy a while to slowly get up, looking dejected. Wang Chen looked at these two young people, a hint of delight involuntarily appearing in his eyes. The combination of these two people he had witnessed in his previous life. The fat guy, who was quite overweight, had awakened the B-level enhancement ability, energy conversion. The name was simple, but this ability was incredibly powerful. He could perfectly absorb and convert his own fat, thereby enhancing his strength and defense. Theoretically, as long as he ate enough, his defense and strength could almost stack infinitely. But in the apocalypse, where was there enough food for him alone? Moreover, the level up also limited his own ability ceiling. Zhu Bai, with his bow and arrows, never missed a shot. His specific abilities were unclear, but ordinary arrows in his hands could unleash unparalleled power. He must have awakened some kind of enhancement ability focused on attack. Remarkably, these two had a good reputation in the apocalypse. During the battle when Wang Chen encountered them, the fat guy had actively saved quite a few people, relying on his strong defense. This was also the reason why Wang Chen felt a flicker of joy upon seeing them for the first time. Little fatty, it seems you're not my match. Wang Chen smiled, raising an eyebrow at the fat guy who had just stood up and was still rubbing his belly. I just let my guard down. Let's do it again, the fat guy growled, ready to step forward. Fatty, stop. You're not my opponent. Zhu Bai stepped forward, firmly pressing down on his shoulder, speaking in a low tone. Zhu Bai. The fat guy looked at him with a sense of grievance. If he lost, he would have to leave, and he hadn't eaten enough for several days. It's okay, if we don't have enough food, we'll find more. Zhu Bai squeezed his shoulder and shook his head. All right. The fat guy clearly listened to Zhu Bai more, his eyes lingering on the food with reluctance. Fatty, if I'm not mistaken, the amount of food you eat in a day is enough for 10 people, right? Wang Chen walked up, teasing. Mind your own business. Zhu Bai and I will find more food. The fat guy looked constipated. This guy dared to mock him even after winning the bet. Actually, you guys don't need to be so downcast, Wang Chen said nonchalantly, continuing, I have plenty of food, I can easily support both of you. Zhu Bai narrowed his eyes, sizing up Wang Chen and his companion. The two of them were clean, their faces rosy, completely lacking the gaunt look of others. Since entering, they had only drunk a bottle of soda and hadn't even glanced at the food. Just by looking at the fat guy, it was clear that if he hadn't pressed him to clear the zombies first, he would have been eating while fighting the zombies. Are you trying to have us follow you? Shubai asked calmly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Exactly, your abilities are quite good, and I like them. Wang Chen nodded, not hiding his intentions. We're only meeting for the first time, and you want us to join you? You trust us that much? Shubai was very clear-headed. These two were strong and there was no need to add any burdens, especially since the fat guy had an enormous appetite. Trust can be built slowly. As long as you don't have thoughts of betrayal, what does it matter that we just met? Moreover, the price of betrayal is something you probably can't afford. As Wang Chen spoke, his gaze turned cold, and a spatial cut suddenly appeared, slicing through the air and disappearing dozens of meters away from Shubai. Shubai felt a chill run through him, his eyes trembling as they lowered. He saw a deep crack appear on the tiled floor. Slowly turning his head, he noticed the crack extended over 50 meters, with shelves collapsing along its path, the cut smooth as a mirror. That black line, if it had sliced through his body. Swallowing hard, Shubai finally understood that this guy had been toying with them all along. Following you, will we get enough to eat? The fat guy, seeing Shubai stunned into silence, tilted his head and asked. Sure, I guarantee you'll be full at every meal. Wang Chen nodded with a smile. Shubai. He says we can eat our fill. What do you think, should we follow him? The fat man's eyes lit up at the assurance. Before awakening his abilities, he hadn't felt that hungry. After awakening, he felt as if he was constantly enduring the gnawing hunger, a pain that was truly unbearable. Shubai glanced at the fat man with a complex expression, sighed inwardly, and then his face turned serious as he looked at Wang Chen and said, we can follow you, but if I feel like you're treating us as cannon fodder, I will choose to withdraw immediately. Wang Chen's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Don't worry, cannon fodder doesn't qualify to join my team. However, I must make it clear, after you follow me, you can question my orders, but you must obey absolutely. If you can't do that, with your intelligence, you should understand that a team like that is just a joke. Although Wang Chen was pleased to have two relatively reliable people from his past life, he also had to ensure his absolute authority. A team that couldn't follow orders was nothing more than a rabble. Alright, as long as you don't send us to our deaths, why not listen to you? Shubai and the fat man exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Ha, not bad, not bad, I'm finally not the little brother anymore. Li Yuchan laughed heartily upon seeing the agreement reached, rubbing his hands together. In the previous four-person team he was the youngest, but unexpectedly, after going out with Wang Chen today, he ended up with two teammates younger than him. I'm Shubai, and the fat man's real name is Tangbao. I still don't know your names? Shubai's expression softened as he introduced himself. Blessed be the infinite celestial venerable. This is our leader Wang Chen, and I'm Li Yuchan. You can call me Li Gu or Daoist Li. Li Yuchan's expression turned serious as he formed a hand seal, and after finishing his introduction, he winked at the two. Shubai and Tangbao were clearly taken aback. This young man with a ponytail was actually a Daoist. Hello, Leader Wang. Hello, Li Gu. The two exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Ha, as long as we know each other, it's fine. Fat man, you eat something first. Once I collect these, we'll leave. Wang Chen waved his hand, feeling immensely pleased to have recruited two strong allies. After saying that, he ignored the three and walked deeper into the supermarket. Li Gu, how can Leader Wang collect everything by himself? There's so much. The fat man Tangbao immediately grabbed a bag of chips and started munching, leaning towards Li Yuchan with a puzzled expression. You'll see the magic of Leader Wang soon. Li Yuchan smiled mysteriously, casually pulling down an arrow from the ceiling and sending it back into Zhubai's quiver. The two turned to look in confusion, only to see that everything around Wang Chen that hadn't been contaminated by zombie blood was disappearing. The entire supermarket quickly became empty, and Zhubai and Tangbao gaped at this miraculous scene. We really don't have to worry about food, the fat man Tangbao mumbled to himself, oblivious to the crumbs falling from his mouth. Revealing a bit of his spatial abilities, Wang Chen quickly led the three away. Due to Zhubai and Tangbao's insufficient physical enhancement, Wang Chen slowed down his pace. Even so, Zhubai and Tangbao were still astonished. These two ran at an incredibly fast speed. The zombies they encountered along the way were swiftly cleared, showcasing such powerful strength that Zhubai and Tangbao felt even more convinced that following them was indeed a wise choice. Returning the same way, there weren't many zombies left. Most of the horde had already been drawn away when the two came over earlier. Under the protection of Wang Chen and Li Yuchan, Zhubai and Tangbao felt for the first time that these zombies weren't so terrifying after all. After more than 10 minutes, the four finally returned to the location of the off-road vehicle. However, the wide street was littered with corpses, and the decaying flesh had attracted numerous mutated creatures. Wang Chen showed no mercy, manipulating the nearby metal to kill indiscriminately once again. Li Yuchan, on the other hand, was quite relaxed, standing behind Zhubai and Tangbao, extending a psychic shield to protect the two. Noticing a second-tier ordinary mutated golden retriever following behind him, Wang Chen called out, "Zhu Bai, you can try that mutated golden retriever." Li Yuchan was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding why Wang Chen would suggest Zhu Bai attempt to kill it. But Zhu Bai's eyes lit up and he quickly knocked an arrow and shot it. The arrow whistled through the air, swiftly covering the 30-meter distance, and directly pierced the mutated golden retriever that had been chasing Wang Chen. With a piercing howl, the golden retriever bled from its waist and abdomen, stumbling and crashing into a car. Zhu Bai frowned, noticing the length of the exposed arrow. It hadn't penetrated the creature's body. What a pity! Li Yuchan's eyes brightened, but then he shook his head. His psychic energy had already scanned the mutated dog, revealing that its injuries were not severe. As they ran, Wang Chen and the others were well aware that Zhu Bai and Tang Bao had not yet broken through to the first tier. Even though Zhu Bai seemed to possess some kind of enhanced attack ability, he still couldn't kill this second-tier mutated golden retriever, unless he shot directly into its eye. With the strength of an initial awakening, being able to injure a second-tier mutated creature was already quite impressive. "One more arrow," Zhu Bai said calmly, drawing back the recurve. "Bao again." This time, he didn't rush to shoot. The injured second-tier mutated golden retriever abandoned its pursuit of Wang Chen, biting off the arrow lodged in its body, and charged directly at the three. Zhu Bai held his breath, suddenly relaxing his fingers, and the arrow shot out once more. The golden retriever, now on guard, lowered its head just in time, and the arrow struck its forehead, drawing blood. Li Yuchan thought it was a pity, waving his hand lightly, and his powerful psychic energy sent the charging golden retriever flying. Zhu Bai's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the arrow he thought would hit to be dodged by the large dog. "Don't feel inferior, this is a second-tier mutated dog." Zhu Bai and Tang Bao were stunned. At first, they had only thought it was a first-tier mutated dog that was slightly larger than the others, never considering it to be second-tier. Up until now, they had never encountered so-called second-tier mutated creatures. Wang Chen had finally finished clearing out the low-tier creatures and turned to see the second-tier mutated golden retriever getting back up. A massive metal blade quickly coalesced in mid-air and came crashing down on the golden retriever. A shrill bark echoed as the second-tier mutated golden retriever, despite its frantic dodging, was still cleaved in half by the giant blade. "Lai Go Bao, hurry up and clean up." Wang Chen walked over nonchalantly, seeing the shocked expressions on Zhu Bai and Tang Bao's faces, and nodded in satisfaction. It was only right to show a bit of strength to intimidate these two young ones. Li Yuchan sighed helplessly, his psychic energy extending like tentacles, probing the bodies of the mutated creatures and zombies. After a moment, crystal cores began to penetrate the eye sockets of those mutated creatures, all flying back together. This scene made Zhu Bai and Tang Bao's eyes shine. They had obtained a few crystal cores before, but they had never seen so many. Wang Chen found the off-road vehicle wrapped in metal, the outer layer covered in blood and with several dents, but fortunately, it hadn't affected the vehicle inside. He turned all the nearby metal into liquid, shaking off the blood and filth, and stored it all in the mustard space. "Get in the car, we're going to the building materials market." Wang Chen quickly started the vehicle as scattered zombies began to surround them again. The three quickly jumped into the car and settled in. Li Yuchan tossed the crystal core to Wang Chen to store it, while his mental energy spread outward. One by one, the bodies blocking the road were pushed aside, clearing the path ahead. Wang Chen slammed on the gas, and the off-road vehicle roared as it sped back in the direction they had come from. Fortunately, they had already cleared the roadblocks on the way here, but after a few hours, many zombies had gathered along the route again. The two didn't waste words, they worked in perfect harmony as the off-road vehicle re-entered the elevated road, racing towards the building materials market on the edge of the southern district. "Boss Wang, you must have more than one ability, right?" After a while, Tang Bao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Zhu Bai's eyes flickered. Although he was also curious, he was more mature than Tang Bao and remained silent. Wang Chen chuckled and glanced at Li Yuchan. "Ha, your boss Wang is no ordinary person, you'll see his wonders in due time." Li Yuchan understood immediately, smiling slightly without revealing too much. Zhu Bai felt a stir in his heart. During this time, the abilities Wang Chen had displayed had already overturned his worldview. The ability to manipulate metal, the black line that cut through the supermarket floor, the spatial storage ability for collecting supplies. Each one was incredibly powerful, but judging by the depth of Li Daozhang's words, this was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Realizing all this, Zhu Bai couldn't help but show an expression of astonishment. He then reached out to stop Tang Bao, who was about to ask more questions, and slowly shook his head at him. Tang Bao was taken aback, suppressing his desire to continue asking, and fell silent. The two had grown up together, and Tang Bao had always looked up to Zhu Bai. He knew all too well how clever Zhu Bai was. The off-road vehicle sped into another road, and Li Yuchan took on the role of a laborer again. Through the windshield, they could see that both zombies and abandoned vehicles ahead were giving way as they approached within 10 meters. After half an hour, a large factory area appeared in the four's line of sight. Following the road straight to this warehouse area, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Those tall and spacious warehouses were filled with building materials like steel bars, and many empty transport vehicles were parked in place. Finding a random spot to stop the off-road vehicle, Wang Chen jumped out. Lai Gobao, you take Shubai and the fatty to clear out the zombies. I'm going to collect supplies. Wang Chen instructed the three and walked towards a warehouse. Li Yuchan nodded in response, leading Zhubai towards another warehouse to clear out the zombies first so as not to disturb Wang Chen. Fatty, you go in as the vanguard and show us your strength. Li Yuchan was also curious about what kind of ability this fatty that Wang Chen mentioned had. Fatty didn't hesitate upon hearing this. He picked up his homemade long knife and stepped forward. Use this knife, you can throw that thing away. Wang Chen casually tossed out a broadsword which landed right in front of the three. Fatty's eyes brightened. He tossed aside the broken weapon in his hand, grabbed the broadsword, and pulled it out. Excited, he swung it around, grinning with satisfaction. With his new weapon, Fatty's smile was radiant as he charged at the zombies attracted by the commotion. The zombies coming at him were knocked back at an even faster speed, crashing into the ones behind them. Fatty stepped forward, swinging the broadsword fiercely, and two heads flew off. Seeing that the surrounding zombies were all ordinary ones, Zhubai didn't even bother to pick up his bow and arrow, standing there with his hands behind his back. Li Yuchan raised an eyebrow and chose to watch. Surrounded by a dozen zombies, Fatty showed no fear, unleashing a wild and unrestrained attack. There was no technique, yet he didn't dodge or defend. The zombies' dark claws scratched at him but couldn't even break his skin. Fatty's t-shirt was torn and stained with blood, yet he continued to slash through the zombies' heads with his broadsword. Not bad, awakening your abilities not long ago and already having this kind of combat power. Wang Chen finished collecting the metal building materials from the warehouse and walked over to watch the fat guy perform. Comparable to that Gongzhan. Li Yuchan nodded, recalling Gongzhan's indestructible body. It's different, Gongzhan's indestructible body is stronger and he might develop other abilities later on. The fat guy's ability mainly enhances his own strength and defense, with a high ceiling, but his methods are a bit too singular. Wang Chen shook his head, providing a straightforward analysis. Having singular methods isn't a problem, we're still here. Li Yuchan chuckled, thinking that the fat guy's ability was simply a perfect frontline meat shield, just what the team needed. Yeah, the combination of the fat guy and Xiaobai is quite suitable, no wonder you dared to go to that supermarket. Wang Chen laughed as well, the two of them, one close and one far, coordinated well. The zombies around the supermarket were all eaten by that meatball we observed for 2 days before daring to act. Xiaobai said shyly, as he had fewer arrows and relied mostly on the fat guy in battle. The fat guy finally finished clearing over 20 zombies, returning covered in blood and grinning at the three. Well done, fat guy. When we get back to the place, I'll treat you to a good meal. Wang Chen gave a thumbs up, believing that kids need more praise to foster their desire for improvement. Thanks, Boss Wan, just make sure it's filling. The fat guy scratched his head, smiling shyly. Filling? Definitely filling. Wang Chen laughed heartily, patting his shoulder as he walked toward the warehouse. Li Yuchan and the others said little and continued clearing out other warehouses. After another hour of hard work, they finally collected all the metal building materials from the area, and also conveniently gathered over 30 crystal cores. Wang Chen had the fat guy find some water to wash off the blood and then found him a change of clothes. As the sky darkened, the four of them took a short break before driving the off-road vehicle straight to the Yunhu Villa area. After the sun set, the off-road vehicle entered the villa area, drawing the attention of many survivors. Everyone had begun to speculate about the events that occurred in the mansion's courtyard that afternoon. So many people went up the mountain, with explosions and roars so loud, yet not a single one came back down. Thinking about it was chilling. The off-road vehicle climbed the mountain, and from a distance they saw the gate had collapsed. Wang Chen frowned and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Hearing the roar of the car, Suyu and Mooning Shue ran out from the living room, standing under the eaves. As the off-road vehicle continued into the courtyard, Wang Chen and the others felt a sense of relief upon seeing Suyu and Mooning Shue. Although they had confidence in the two women, leaving them alone at home to face so many potential survivors still made them a bit worried. Brother Ming Yang. The off-road vehicle stopped, and Suyu called out with joy. What happened? Did someone come to cause trouble this afternoon? Wang Chen jumped out of the car, looking at the collapsed metal gate and asked. Yeah, a group of survivors from the lower villa area, but we've already dealt with them. Mooning Shue replied calmly, a slight smile on her lips. Well done. You weren't hurt, were you? Wang Chen smiled slightly, then asked with concern. No problem, just a bunch of rookies. Suyu shook her head, her gaze shifting to Zhubai and Tang Bao, who had just gotten out of the car. That's good. Lai Gobao, introduce the new members to them. Wang Chen called out, turning back to handle the two large gates. Li Yuchan stepped forward with the two slightly shy boys and introduced them to Suyu and Mooning Shue. Upon hearing they were new members brought in by Wang Chen, Suyu and Mooning Shue smiled back. Zhubai and Tang Bao, seeing the two beautiful sisters, became even more bashful and somewhat at a loss. Wang Chen used his metal manipulation ability to set the gate back up. Looking around, noticing that the sky was getting darker, he didn't delay any longer and released a pile of metal building materials from the mustard seed space. The metal floated in the air, and as Wang Chen's mental power surged, it all transformed into blobs of metallic liquid. With these metallic liquids, Wang Chen stepped to the edge of the courtyard wall where the metallic liquid coalesced into sharp steel spikes, forcefully piercing into the mountainside beyond the courtyard wall. Wang Chen's metal control ability erupted with full force, and the steel spikes drove several meters deep into the mountainside, with a continuous flow of metal spreading down the mountain, constantly expanding the space occupied by the metal. Li Yuchan and the others watched as Wang Chen made his way around the entire luxurious courtyard, and the courtyard walls were now covered with a thick layer of metal. After laying the foundation, Wang Chen once again released a vast amount of metal from the mustard seed space, which gradually formed a metallic dome above the courtyard under his control, enveloping the entire luxurious courtyard area. The dome reached nearly 20 meters high, and once it closed, the entire luxurious courtyard was plunged into darkness. After a moment's thought, Wang Chen left several winding ventilation openings at the courtyard wall to ensure that light wouldn't leak out and that nothing from the outside could come in. Wang Chen returned to the front gate, where the metal building materials transformed into liquid, directly wrapping around the two large doors, forming a steel door half a meter thick, connected to the metallic dome that enveloped the luxurious courtyard. The entire courtyard was tightly covered by metal, with not a glimmer of light escaping. Lai Gubo, go turn on the lights. After finishing everything, Wang Chen finally took a breath. The metal building materials collected in the evening had already consumed 1/3. However, this way, even at night, the villa could still be brightly lit, without any worry of attracting zombies or mutated creatures. Oh no, I forgot to collect some diesel and gasoline. Wang Chen slapped his forehead, having been so focused on gathering food and metal building materials in the afternoon that he forgot about this. It seemed he would have to go collect some energy sources tomorrow, gasoline or diesel, as everyone was currently more concerned about food. After some time, once the ability levels of the awakened increased, food would not be the most scarce resource, rather, it would be primitive energy that became most precious. Mutated beasts could also be consumed, and their meat was rich in energy, strengthening the bodies of the awakened. This point would gradually be discovered by the survivors. Traveling to collect supplies relied heavily on cars for long distances or transporting materials. Aside from a few like Wang Chen, who had spatial storage abilities, the consumption of energy was a significant pain point. Thus, gasoline and diesel would become incredibly valuable. Li Yuchan followed the instructions and ran into the house. Before long, the villa and courtyard were brightly lit, and the fountain that had long ceased its flow began to surge again. Everyone felt a bit unaccustomed. It was as if they had returned to a civilized society. With new members in the team, Suyu and Mu Ningxue prepared a large table of hot pot. Wang Chen had collected quite a bit of hot pot base in the supermarket. Although most of the vegetables had spoiled, a few cabbages, potatoes, and sweet potatoes could still last for many days. Everyone gathered around the dining table, enjoying this rare feast together. The chubby Tang Bao ate while quietly telling Zhu Bai that choosing to follow Wang Chen was definitely the right decision. This was just the first meal, and they were already having hot pot. Zhu Bai smiled wryly. Hot pot was secondary. It was Wang Chen's incredible mustard seed space that was the main point. With this ability, collecting supplies was incredibly convenient. As long as they worked hard these few days and collected more than others, they wouldn't lack food later on. The chubby guy, who had initially been somewhat skeptical, now felt reassured. After dinner, they assigned a room to Zhu Bai and the chubby guy, and everyone began their respective training. Where did the book go? Back in her room, Mu Ningxue suddenly noticed that the 2 books she had placed on the bedside table had disappeared, leaving her puzzled. After pondering for a moment, Mu Ningxue turned and knocked on Wang Chen's door. What's wrong? Wang Chen, holding a book, asked curiously. The 2 books you lent me are gone. Mu Ningxue felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they were books borrowed from Wang Chen, and she hadn't expected to lose them. It's fine. They probably returned automatically when the borrowing period ended. Wang Chen was somewhat confused, then realized it must be that the manifestation time had expired. What did you say? The books you lent me can return automatically? Mu Ningxue exclaimed in shock. There's nothing strange about it, it's just a small ability with this little effect. Wang Chen went back into his room and pretended to manifest 2 books from his backpack, returning to the door to hand them to Mu Ningxue. You should have finished those 2, so I found you 2 new ones. The borrowing period is 7 days, and they will return automatically when the time is up. Mu Ningxue ran her fingers over the 2 books related to temperature and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Okay, thank you. No need to be polite. Next time a book goes missing, don't be surprised. Wang Chen waved his hand and closed the door, ignoring the still standing Mu Ningxue as he returned to his bed to read. What a fool. After a while, Mu Ningxue shook her head, chuckling softly, and turned to go back to her own room with the 2 books. The next morning, everyone got up, washed up, and gathered around the dining table, waiting for breakfast. Today, besides collecting food, we also need to gather some gasoline and diesel. Wang Chen, eating the egg noodles that Suyu had brought over, began to outline the tasks for the day. Zhubai, Fatty, and Suyu, you three, come with me. Lai Gobao, you stay with Muningshua to watch the house and absorb some crystal cores to enhance your strength. The low-tier crystal cores were too slow for them, so Wang Chen directly tossed out 10 second-tier crystal cores. They needed to quickly boost their strength or their advantage would soon diminish. Can you two drive? Wang Chen then looked at Zhubai and Tang Bao. He needed someone to drive on the road while using his metal control ability to clear the way, making it easier. I can't. Fatty lowered his head and started on his second bowl of noodles. Zhubai raised his hand to indicate, I can. Alright, then. You drive. Wang Chen casually tossed 2 first-tier crystal cores, one to Zhubai and one to Tang Bao. Both of them belonged to the enhancement type, and 1 first-tier crystal core would basically allow them to break through to the first tier. Okay. Zhubai took the crystal core, quickly finished his egg noodles, wiped his mouth, and sat down on the sofa, closing his eyes to absorb the core. After finishing his second bowl, Fatty stood up somewhat embarrassed and ran to the kitchen, starting on his third bowl while Suyu and Muningshua looked on in astonishment. The more the little fatty eats, the stronger he will become, Wang Chen said calmly. He had only briefly introduced their abilities last night, and the little fatty had been somewhat restrained while eating hot pot. Now, he was free to eat, which surprised the two beauties. It wasn't until he finished his 8th bowl of noodles that Fatty let out a satisfied burp. Even though Suyu had made a lot more noodles at Wang Chen's suggestion, looking at the empty soup pot still made her eyes twitch. Muningshua silently gave a thumbs up. The little fatty could eat so much that it increased her appetite, and she finished a whole big bowl of noodles herself. Indeed, eating is more enjoyable when you compete for it. Watching others eat heartily made her mouth water. After breakfast, the little fatty volunteered to wash the dishes, and Suyu was glad to have some leisure time. The few of them sat on the sofa, looking at the map that Wang Chen had somehow found, discussing the direction of today's actions. Meanwhile, Zhubai's aura surged, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. First tier ability achiever. I'm at the first tier now, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Wang Chen nodded and then tossed 5 first-tier crystal cores over. Whenever you hit a bottleneck, just let me know. Zhubai and Tang Bao had a good reputation in their past lives, and Wang Chen had personally witnessed their selfless acts of saving others. So at this moment, he felt at ease letting the two of them improve their strength. A mix of kindness and authority was necessary to win people's hearts. Thank you, boss. Zhubai stood up and bowed, but his eyes were very calm. No need to be polite, your strength improvement can bring more crystal cores. Wang Chen chuckled, finding the term brought out by Li Yuchan gave off a vibe of a black boss. Oil and diesel will definitely be scarce resources in the future. It's wise to store some in advance, better safe than sorry. However, I'm not quite sure where the oil depots in Chun City are. If it comes to it, we'll have to collect from gas stations one by one. Wang Chen looked at the map spread out on the coffee table, feeling a bit helpless. The oil depot of Huaxia Petrochemical is in Champa Town, Taiping County. The oil depot of Huaxia Petroleum is near the East District Passenger Station. There's a military strategic oil depot in Songlin County to the north, but it's definitely under the control of the station troops. Other larger oil depots are located in Jingcheng, Nanjia City, and Minghe City. Fatty Tang Bao pointed to several locations on the map and said softly. Everyone was surprised, except for Zhubai, who remained calm. How do you know this so well? Li Yuchan asked curiously. My grandfather is a senior executive at Huaxia Petroleum in Yunnan Province. My dad is also a mid-level manager in the system, and my uncle runs over 100 gas stations. The fat boy chuckled proudly, but then his expression dimmed. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't seen his family again. The group was speechless and applauded, not expecting this little fatty to be a third-generation oil heir. In this case, we actually have only two choices. One is the oil depot in Changpa Town, Taiping County, and the other is the depot near the Eastern Passenger Station. Fatty, which of these two depots has a larger capacity? Wang Chen pondered for a moment and turned to ask. The capacities of these two depots should be about the same, but I'm not sure of the specifics. The fatty thought for a moment and replied, if they're about the same. One is in the west and the other is in the east. Wang Chen murmured, seemingly contemplating where to go first. Zhubai hesitated for a moment and raised his hand to signal. I suggest we go to the oil depot near the Eastern Passenger Station first. Everyone looked at him upon hearing this, and Zhubai was not shy, calmly pointing at the map. The oil depot in Taiping County is closer to us. We just need to go through the Lake Bottom Tunnel. The oil depot near the Eastern Passenger Station is farther away, and the road will definitely be heavily congested, plus there are many zombies. But Zhubai's finger traced from Taiping County in the west to Songlin County in the north, lightly tapping. Taiping County is farther from the northern military district, and with the oil depot in Songlin County, I believe they won't be heading there anytime soon. I think, at this moment, no one has the intention or capability to take this oil away. In this way, we have time to collect from the Eastern Oil Depot first, then go to Taiping County. His finger moved again from the position of the eastern passenger station to the west towards Taiping County. Wang Chen thought for a while, nodded, and stood up. This arrangement is fine. I estimate the military district might launch a rescue today, and the target probably won't be the oil depots. The military district shelter will definitely accommodate a large number of survivors, and their primary target supplies should be food and similar items. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After the collection over the past 2 days, food would not be lacking in the short term. Zhu Bai lifted his duckbill cap. Actually, there's another benefit to choosing the oil depot in the East District. What benefit? Li Yuchan raised an eyebrow. This Zhu Bai was starting to give off a treasure boy vibe. 2 kilometers away from the oil depot, there is a national grain reserve, which contains about 100,000 tons of grain and around 50,000 tons of edible oil. Zhu Bai lightly pointed at the map and looked up at Wang Chen. How many of these grain reserves are there in the entire Spring City? I'm not sure about the exact number. I stumbled upon this information by chance, but I believe there must be more than one, Zhu Bai replied. Alright, let's head to the East District and take all these supplies. Wang Chen took a deep breath, slapped the map with his palm, and set the tone. In the face of the apocalypse, if they didn't collect these supplies themselves, the military district would definitely come searching for them. If there was only one, he would have to consider whether to take everything. Although the Spring City military district's shelter in his previous life was somewhat dark, it protected over 100,000 survivors, so the importance of food is evident. But since there is more than one granary, there's nothing more to discuss. They must take everything. As the team expands in the future, food will be crucial. After the discussion, the chubby Tang Bao successfully advanced to the first level, and Wang Chen tossed 5 first-level crystal cores to him, prompting a flurry of thanks from the little chubby boy. Zhu Bai drove the off-road vehicle while Wang Chen activated his metal control ability, slowly opening the metal dome. The morning sunlight quickly flooded the courtyard as the off-road vehicle sped out, and the metal gate slammed shut with a loud bang. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue watched the off-road vehicle disappear down the mountain path before turning back inside to absorb the crystal cores. This time, Wang Chen didn't use the shadow drawing technique. With 4 people in the car, it was unnecessary. The off-road vehicle drove onto the East Third Ring Road, with Wang Chen leading the way effortlessly. Since he might pass this route often in the future, he decided to increase the intensity and widen the congested road. At 9 in the morning, while the off-road vehicle was speeding on the elevated road, Wang Chen suddenly caught sight of thick smoke rising in the northern part of the city. Zhu Bai, stop for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bai quickly stepped on the brakes. And before the vehicle came to a complete stop, Wang Chen pushed the door open and jumped out, landing directly on the roof of an abandoned car. The surrounding metal surged like a torrent, all converging at Wang Chen's feet, lifting him upward. It wasn't until a 100-meter giant pillar formed that it solidified and came to a halt. You guys clear the surrounding zombies while I take a look at the situation. Wang Chen's voice came from above, as Suyu, Zhu Bai, and the chubby boy were already engaged in battle with the nearby zombies. Hundreds of arrows made of steel fell from the sky, all piling up around Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai's eyes lit up. After advancing to the first level, his archery was even more powerful, but arrows were still limited. With Wang Chen's support, he could finally unleash his full potential. Wang Chen stood high above, pulled out a pair of binoculars from the mustard seed space, and aimed them northward. In his view, a dozen armed helicopters, as small as mosquitoes, were circling in the sky. Between the buildings, he could vaguely see some small black dots that were soldiers, advancing in layers under the cover of armored vehicles. The military district has indeed taken action. Wang Chen sighed lightly, sweeping his gaze toward the city center. This place was over 30 kilometers away from the northern battlefield, and the binoculars could only clearly see objects about 10 kilometers away. Even with his enhanced eyesight, he couldn't see clearly at 30 kilometers. The rescue operation from his previous life also began today. Wang Chen initially thought that since Gongzhan had harvested so many crystal cores, the rescue would either be advanced or delayed. He didn't expect it to arrive as scheduled. It seemed that in his previous life, Gongzhan also harvested a large number of crystal cores in Yunnan. Coupled with those ancient lotus seeds, his strength skyrocketed, leading to that rescue operation. What Wang Chen didn't know was that in this life, Gongzhan did not obtain the ancient lotus seeds, but the lotus roots left in the pond fell into his hands. Although not as powerful as the lotus seed effect, it should not be underestimated. At the front line of the battlefield, Gongzhan, clad in camouflage, stood at the forefront of the team, continuously firing at the zombies charging towards him. Beside him were several enhanced awakeners, each fearless and resolute, all wielding rifles to indiscriminately clear the zombies. Behind them were rows of other awakened soldiers from different categories. After undergoing a round of enhancements, many soldiers had significantly improved their shooting accuracy, resulting in less ammunition wastage than expected. However, the sheer number of zombies surrounding them was overwhelming, even as the army advanced steadily along the highway. With armed helicopters providing aerial support, the dense gunfire still attracted zombies from all directions. The first row of enhanced warriors must not advance recklessly, maintain formation, Second row elemental warriors. Use your area damage abilities as much as possible and retain at least 60% of your energy. Do not be greedy for achievements. Logistics team, promptly. Reassure the survivors and evacuate them from the battlefield. Do not incite chaos and absolutely do not disrupt the formation of the frontline warriors. If any survivors refuse to follow orders and disrupt the formation, they may be shot on sight. Once again, I emphasize, everything must prioritize maintaining formation and safe advancement. Anyone who affects the battle situation will be executed. On an armored vehicle at the rear, Yi Jianfeng, dressed in combat gear, shouted into the walkie-talkie, relaying battlefield commands directly to the front. Even though he had anticipated this scene, as the commander of the entire army, Yi Jianfeng still felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Out of the 3 divisions in the military district, only about 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers had survived, and this battlefield had already deployed a full 6,000. The number of soldiers truly capable of combat was only around 4,000 to 5,000. The rest were needed for logistics, transporting ammunition, organizing survivors, and conducting rescue operations on the battlefield. Just a few minutes into the battle in the urban area, nearly 100,000 zombies had gathered nearby, and Yi Jianfeng felt cold sweat pouring down his back. The entire city had a permanent population of over 5 million, not counting the potential number of survivors. There could be over 4 million zombies alone, not to mention the mutated creatures. For the first time, Yi Jianfeng felt the immense pressure of being a battlefield commander, heavier than a mountain. In this situation, if the survivors were not managed properly, any disruption to the frontline warriors' formation could lead to a flood of hundreds of thousands of zombies breaking through the gap, overwhelming them like a torrential flood. At that point, the entire Spring City would likely be beyond saving. Continuous explosions echoed as buildings confirmed to have no survivors rapidly collapsed. The debris from the fallen buildings spread along the highway, forming a curved high wall connecting the hills on either side, creating a decent barrier. A dozen Earth-type Awakeners rushed to the front, using the cover of the enhanced warriors to activate their abilities, solidifying the high wall even further. Gongzhan, along with a group of enhanced warriors, quickly climbed the high wall with heavy machine guns, adjusting their positions as the heavy machine guns thundered down. The roar of bullets soon erupted, and the zombies climbing the high wall fell in droves. Even the second-tier copper-armored zombies, which could almost ignore the power of rifles, were still turned into a honeycomb under this metallic onslaught. The firepower net formed by over 30 heavy machine guns quickly alleviated the pressure on the defense line, but the consumption of ammunition skyrocketed. 2 minutes later, the high wall stretching for hundreds of meters was littered with yellow bullet casings. The barrels of the heavy machine guns began to glow red and heat up, facing the relentless tide of zombies. Over 30 water-type Awakeners directly unleashed their abilities, sending streams of water to cool the barrels rapidly, and the sound of gunfire resumed. Gongzhan, in 10 seconds, I will advance the firepower net of the heavy machine guns by 50 meters. The vacated area will be handled by you. Yi Jianfeng's command echoed through the earpiece, and Gongzhan tightened his grip on the rifle, responding decisively. I guarantee the mission will be completed. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the heavy machine gun fire abruptly ceased, quickly adjusting and moving forward 50 meters before roaring back to life. Assault team, follow me, block the front line of the zombie horde. Gongzhan shouted, his voice cutting through even the thunder of the machine guns. With me, victory is assured. A chorus of melee-type awakened warriors shouted in unison, raising their rifles and firing continuously as they leaped down from the high wall. Gongzhan radiated golden light, charging directly into the second-tier zombies within the horde. At the same time, countless bullets poured into the massive zombies and the elite. Among the melee-type awakened warriors also lunged at the first and second-tier zombies. On top of the high wall, elemental awakened warriors began to unleash their powers, each holding a crystal core in their hands. Within a 100-meter radius below, a bloody meat grinder formed, continuously harvesting the zombie army. Yi Jianfeng stood on a nearby mountaintop, observing through binoculars, with a steady stream of logistical support troops behind him, along with many civilian volunteers, helping to transport supplies. In just half an hour, Yi Jianfeng estimated that the team had cleared tens of thousands of zombies, but through the binoculars, he could still see that the area ahead was densely packed with zombies for several kilometers. Yi Jianfeng's brow furrowed, his expression still grim, as reports from the reconnaissance helicopters filled his ears. The horde in the city center, hearing the commotion, was continuously converging from the highway entrance to the ruins and high walls. In that short 1-kilometer stretch, they had found fewer than 2,000 survivors. Although the population in this area was not dense, that number was simply too low. Yi Jianfeng had a vague feeling that the number of survivors in this city would likely fall far below the expectations of the higher-ups. In Songlin County, where the military district was located, the population in peacetime was only about 200,000, but after several days of searching, they had only found around 7,000 to 8,000 survivors. For the sake of these people, more than 200 of the few remaining warriors had already been lost. Now, to rescue all the survivors in Spring City, it was uncertain how many of these remaining warriors would still be left. A sense of melancholy welled up in Yi Jianfeng's heart. But as a soldier, this was a mission that had to be shouldered from the moment he donned the military uniform. On the elevated bridge of the East Third Ring Road, Wang Chen silently lowered his binoculars. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could fully imagine the brutality of this battle. Despite the army's powerful firepower, their goal was to rescue those survivors. Weapons with such massive destructive power as missiles could not be used, leaving only traditional firearms to play a role. Faced with a tide of over 1 million zombies, one misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire army. I hope the commander can be smart about this. With so many zombies, the only way is to continuously nibble away at them, Wang Chen murmured as he looked into the distance. The horde in the city center had already been stirred, converging from all directions towards the northern battlefield. If they were all ordinary zombies, the army's firepower would naturally allow for easy maneuvering. However, if 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even 5th tier advanced zombies appeared, the losses for this unit would be catastrophic. With so many crystal cores obtained, Gong Zhan could very well push himself directly to the 3rd tier, or even the 4th tier. After all, he was not like Wang Chen, who possessed numerous abilities and had undergone several enhancements, continuously solidifying his foundation. The downside of having a solid foundation is that the accumulation required for promotion is also several times, or even dozens of times, greater than that of others. Among the possible 300,000 survivors, there could be high-level awakened individuals like Gong Zhan, Suyu, Mu Ningxue, and Li Yuchan, who could advance to the 2nd tier, or even the 3rd tier, in just over 10 days. So among the millions of zombies or mutated creatures, who could know what powerful anomalies might emerge? From a purely probabilistic standpoint, the likelihood of encountering a different species is certainly higher than that of encountering a powerful human. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, the 100-meter iron pillar beneath his feet quickly transformed into liquid, gently lowering Wang Chen down. The surrounding zombies had long been cleared by Suyu and the others, who were now slowly absorbing a crystal core each. Brother Ming Yang, is something wrong? Seeing Wang Chen descend, Suyu hurriedly asked. Yes, the army has launched a rescue from the north, and the zombies in the city center have all gathered there. Wang Chen briefly described what he had seen. Suyu's eyes lit up. So, does that mean there's hope for the city's liberation? It's not that simple. The straight line distance from the north to here is at least 30 kilometers. With millions of zombies, it's not easy to clear them out. Wang Chen shook his head, smiling wryly. I estimate that the army will also find it overwhelming to face such a massive horde of zombies. Let's go, we need to do what we have to do first. Waving his hand, Wang Chen directly got into the vehicle, while disappointment flickered in Suyu's eyes, and Zhu Bai and Tang Bao remained silent. The off-road vehicle quickly started and headed towards the eastern passenger station. Near the eastern passenger station, there had been a bustling crowd before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the streets were now filled only with wandering zombies, with severed limbs and bloodstains everywhere, a foul stench wafting through the air. Many abandoned vehicles lay overturned by the roadside, and traces of large fires were evident all around. As the off-road vehicle sped by, it drew the zombie horde rushing in from all directions. Zhu Bai bit his lip tightly as he drove the vehicle, while Wang Chen formed several sharp blades of metal around the vehicle, slicing through the zombies. As they sped past, abandoned vehicles were pushed aside under Wang Chen's control, and when it became too bothersome, he simply increased the intensity, rapidly melting those vehicles away. A mass of liquid metal gathered in front of the vehicle, forming a metal bridge that spanned the street. Zhu Bai slammed on the gas, and the off-road vehicle roared forward along the metal bridge. Boss Wang, we're here, Zhu Bai shouted, pointing at the tall wall 200 meters away. Behind an open gate was the National Grain and Oil Warehouse. Good. Park the vehicle at the gate. Wang Chen's eyes brightened as he quickly extended the metal bridge directly onto the gate. With a series of hand gestures, the excess metal around them coalesced into a metal wall, blocking the gate completely. The off-road vehicle came to a swift stop, firmly positioned at the gate, while the metal bridge behind rapidly melted away, continuously reinforcing the gate. The street was already packed with zombies, all raising their heads and roaring at the off-road vehicle. Wang Chen pushed the door open and jumped out, casually gathering 2 iron balls and tossing them into the horde. A frenzied metal storm erupted, sweeping across the street and leaving a trail of corpses behind. Let's go! Wang Chen didn't even glance at the aftermath as he turned and jumped into the courtyard. Suyu and the others quickly followed, leaping down from the gate. Looking up, they saw a dozen silos standing in the park not far away, with several grain warehouses on either side, and the area was completely deserted. Let's start with the grain warehouse. On the left, Wang Chen glanced at the tall buildings on both sides. There were surely survivors in those office buildings, but the zombies wandering in the corridors indicated that those people might not have come out at all. Guarding so much food, these people were actually hiding inside. Wang Chen shook his head and led the 3 of them quickly towards the left grain warehouse. Unfamiliar with the structure inside the warehouse, Wang Chen controlled a metal sheet to fly them up to the top of the warehouse. They directly opened a large hole from above, revealing a sea of golden grain below. This is corn. So you glanced down and then looked outside. It's at least 10 meters high. This warehouse was about 30 meters wide and 50 meters long, and the height of the grain inside was at least 6 or 7 meters. This warehouse should have around 5 to 6,000 tons of grain, Zhu Bai estimated quietly. No matter how much it is, let's just collect it. First, Wang Chen replied without further ado, activating the mustard seed space to open an entrance directly on the roof. His mental power spread out, enveloping the entire granary, and a thick stream of golden corn flowed directly into the mustard seed space. A minute later, not a single grain remained in the entire granary. It was likely that the rats waiting outside the warehouse were crying. After clearing this granary, the 4 of them jumped from the roof to another granary. Nearby were several others filled with corn and wheat, which Wang Chen collected without hesitation, even leaving no transport vehicles outside untouched. The central, cylindrical warehouse was filled with bulk rice, while the warehouse on the other side stored bags of packaged rice. There was even a complete packaging production line inside, which Wang Chen collected without reservation. After gathering these granaries, the 4 of them ran deeper into the park to a few more warehouses. They opened the roof in the same manner, revealing barrels of cooking oil inside, which made Wang Chen's eyes light up. This cooking oil could not only be eaten but also used for cooking. All of it was collected, and the expanded mustard seed space was finally filled to about 1/10 of its capacity. Zhu Bai keenly noticed that there were survivors secretly observing from a few office buildings. Just as he was about to consult Wang Chen's opinion, he saw him sneer dismissively and turned to walk towards the entrance. Brother Mingyang is not someone everyone can pay attention to, you'll understand slowly in the future, so you said softly, patting Zhu Bai's shoulder as she quickly stepped forward to catch up with Wang Chen. Zhu Bai exchanged glances with Tang Bao, shrugged, and no longer paid attention to the possible survivors. The off-road vehicle roared to life again, and the steel bridge sped towards the oil depot in the direction Zhu Bai indicated. This oil depot was surrounded by a high wall, and Wang Chen was too lazy to look for an entrance, directly placing the steel bridge on the roof of an office building against the wall. After stabilizing the off-road vehicle, the 4 of them looked around. In the entire oil depot area, aside from a few office buildings, there were about 20 oil storage tanks on the other side. Boss Wang, these storage tanks should be in the 10,000-ton range. Zhu Bai estimated the tanks standing on the ground. 10,000 ton, that means there should be about 200,000 tons of storage here, so you exclaimed. Wang Chen shook his head. It shouldn't be that much, these tanks can't all be full, but it should be enough for our future use. The area was quite empty aside from those large tanks. The 4 of them split up to check the oil stored in the tanks, and after regrouping, Wang Chen scratched his head. Out of the 20 or so storage tanks, 12 contained gasoline, 7 contained diesel, and there was even one for industrial fuel oil. These substances couldn't be stored together, and the best method was to take the entire tank along with its contents. Everyone step aside, let me give it a try. Wang Chen looked at the oil tank, which was over 10 meters tall, and placed his hand on its iron wall. His mental power surged out, covering the entire storage tank and probing down along the iron wall. Wang Chen then discovered that there were several meters of tank body existing beneath the ground. Taking a deep breath, he slowly permeated his mental power, wrapping the entire oil tank, and activated the mustard seed space ability. In an instant, the enormous oil tank, 30 meters in diameter and about 15 meters tall, vanished before their eyes. Wang Chen let out a long breath. It was his first attempt to collect something so massive all at once. He didn't expect it to consume 1% of his energy. Looking at the remaining 19 oil tanks, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Approaching noon, the 4 of them finally cleared out the entire oil depot. Wang Chen, along with the scattered oil tankers, cleaned everything up. The entire oil depot area was left with 20 huge deep pits. The 4 of them had been busy all morning, and after achieving their goal, they relaxed and strolled around the area but found no survivors here. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, not many could withstand the gnawing hunger. Coming out from hiding, the probability of death was actually quite high. The smarter ones would strike early while they still had decent stamina, while the less clever would wait until they were determined to search for food, likely unable to even defeat a regular zombie. The severed limbs and half-bloodied corpses left on the ground testified to all of this. Outside, the zombies had gathered in the thousands, and quite a few straggling zombies had made it to the entrance, rushing in eagerly. Faced with the swarm of zombies, Wang Chen simply took action, using the metal left on the ground to shape a narrow passage. To avoid too many zombies pouring in at once, he then let Suyu, Zhu Bai, and Tang Ba fight on their own. With the heavily armored fat man blocking the front, Su Yu and Zhu Bai were responsible for the main offense. Hundreds of iron arrows were stuck in the ground, and Zhu Bai's eyes sparkled as he unhesitatingly drew his bow. An arrow shot out with a sharp whistle, piercing straight through the heads of 4 or 5 zombies. The fat man in the front held an iron shield in one hand. while the other hand tightly gripped the modified machete Wang Chen had given him, hacking away with a momentum that seemed to say he could hold the line alone. Suyu slashed with dark red blades, which exploded 10 meters away, spreading dark red flames that lingered on. Seeing the three of them gradually coordinating well, with the zombie horde firmly blocked at the entrance, Wang Chen leisurely lit a cigarette. Suddenly remembering this was an oil depot, he quickly extinguished the flame at his fingertips. But then he chuckled to himself, he had taken all the oil tanks away, so what was there to be afraid of? The narrow passage soon piled up, with corpses forcing the three to step back. Suyu consciously unleashed a wave of flames, and a difficult-to-describe smell of charred flesh spread out. Shu Bai and the fat man had never experienced such a scene, and their stomachs churned, brows furrowing as their movements slowed. You need to learn to adapt to this environment, you must stay focused in battle, Wang Chen reminded them at the right moment. There were countless unspeakably disgusting scenes in the apocalypse, and adapting to the environment was essential for survival. Understood, Shu Bai replied solemnly, quickly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. 3 consecutive arrows flew past the fat man's cheek, piercing through a dozen zombies. The fat man said nothing, he was already covered in filthy blood, standing at the forefront, his eyes bloodshot from the killing, looking almost mad. A pool of filthy blood obscured the fat man's vision, and 2 first-tier hunters suddenly leaped up, pouncing directly at him, their sharp claws sweeping towards his neck. 2 fiery blade lights flashed by, and the 2 first-tier hunters were instantly dismembered, their remains sliding to Suyu's feet. The number of zombies in front of the fat man gradually decreased, and after about 10 minutes he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Suyu stepped forward, carefully chopping off the heads of the zombies on the ground. Shu Bai let out a long breath, continuously pulling the bowstring. Even with finger guards, his right hand ached and trembled. Shu Bai, how do you feel? Wang Chen approached, patting his shoulder and asking softly. I feel okay. Just a bit tired, but it's definitely much safer than when the two of us acted alone before. Shu Bai turned to Wang Chen, initially a bit skeptical of Wang Chen's intention to have Tang Bao block in front. With Suyu assisting on the side, Wang Chen occasionally controlled the metal to help out. After a fierce battle, despite the fact that the fat guy now lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, covered in blood and filth, he had not actually sustained any injuries. He was simply exhausted, just thoroughly worn out, which relieved Shu Bai. Thinking back to the time when the two of them had cautiously killed zombies, even conserving arrows, Shu Bai couldn't help but smile wryly. You're a smart person, you should understand that only through battle can you grow faster. Our team will definitely have more and more members in the future, and I can't accompany you in every fight. Only when you grow quickly and can stand on your own will I be able to absorb new members faster and expand the team. The level of a supernatural being can be quickly improved through crystal cores. However, whether you have the strength to match it will depend on how you hone yourselves in battle. Wang Chen nodded, watching Suyu collect crystal cores, and said calmly, noticing that the army had begun rescue operations. Wang Chen pondered whether to quickly expand the team and establish a shelter under his control. Since his rebirth, he had not been very enthusiastic about such matters. In his previous life, he had seen too many intrigues and dark, dirty dealings in various shelters, so his initial thought was to gather a few trustworthy people to form an elite team, rapidly enhancing their strength with the advantage of being a reborn. However, the battle that morning between the army and the zombie tide had caused countless hordes of zombies to surge from every corner of the city center, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. Even those kings who had surpassed the 9th level in his previous life could not face such a massive number of zombies alone. Zombies and mutated creatures were also evolving. The two sides devoured each other, and the vast numbers led to rapid evolution for both. In a sense, the overall evolution speed of surviving humans could not compare to that of these zombies and mutated creatures. Shu Bai silently nodded. Since awakening his supernatural ability, he had thought about the importance of teamwork. Fortunately, Tang Bao had awakened close combat abilities and had strong defenses. Otherwise, with his meager dozen arrows, they would not have been able to leave the building where the two of them had been. The various games he had played before had already made everything clear. Shu Bai was merely an archer, facing numerous zombie minions and even quite a few super soldiers. Unless he had infinite ammunition, how could a fragile person withstand it? Close combat, ranged support, various roles complemented each other to overcome the massive hordes of zombies. Of course, if it developed to a later stage, one person could become powerful enough to handle ordinary zombie hordes. But that probability was simply too small. The stronger entities in the zombie hordes increased as time went on. Even Wang Chen now would not dare to say he could crush everything. After resting for a while, Shu Bai and the fat guy, supporting their weary bodies, stepped forward to help Suyu collect crystal cores. The girl, only a few years older than them, still had the energy to clean up the battlefield after a fight. The two soon-to-be adult boys felt both ashamed and envious, realizing that Suyu's strength surpassed theirs. Shu Bai and Tang Bao knew very well that in this small team of 6, their own strength was at the bottom. After spending some time cleaning up the battlefield and collecting over 100 crystal cores, Wang Chen unceremoniously pocketed them. After a brief rest, allowing the three to absorb the crystal cores and recover some energy, Wang Chen finally took them back to the vehicle. Brother Mingyang, where are we going next? Suyu asked playfully, leaning against the seat back. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then pulled out a map and pointed to a location. We're going here, maybe we can find something. Zhu Bai glanced at the map, his eyes flickering, and immediately started the off-road vehicle. Zhu Bai drove the off-road vehicle toward the city center. Perhaps it was due to the military's actions, the commotion they caused was simply too great, and the number of zombies wandering the streets had noticeably decreased. As they got closer to the city center, everyone could vaguely hear some rumbling sounds. Boss 1, that sounds like the explosion of shells. Tang Bao, sitting in the back seat, listened carefully for a moment and said while leaning on the seat back. Wang Chen nodded. Indeed, it seems the military is under a lot of pressure to start using artillery. It could be mortars, the terrain in the city is narrow, and with so many survivors, too much power could easily cause collateral damage, Zhu Bai analyzed while driving. No matter what it is, it's a good thing for us. Wang Chen casually flipped a few cars blocking the road and said calmly. The noise from the military's battle had attracted most of the wandering zombies away, reducing the obstacles ahead, which was indeed a good thing. Wang Chen glanced back at the rear, where a dense mass of zombies was closely following. With a cold snort, Wang Chen's mind stirred, and the vehicles on the road ahead flew to the sides, disintegrating and melting in midair, forming a massive wall of metal 3 meters high and 2 meters thick. As the off-road vehicle sped past, the metal wall crashed down, directly smashing some of the zombies in front into pulp. The metal wall shook violently, sliding forward along the road with a piercing friction sound. The horde of zombies crashed against the metal wall like waves, eventually spreading out slowly, as if blocked by a dam. This massive wall was firmly wedged between the buildings on either side, effectively blocking the horde and buying time for the off-road vehicle to escape. On the northern mountaintop, Yi Jianfeng, with cracked lips, was issuing commands continuously as the horde had already approached within 50 meters of the high wall. However, the heavy machine guns had already changed barrels more than 5 times, and at this moment they had all fallen silent, unable to continue firing. Elemental awakeners, even with crystal cores to assist in recovery, had a certain limit to how much they could absorb. Absorbing too much in a short time while continuously expelling it made all the elemental awakeners feel swollen and painful, with the speed of absorbing crystal cores slowing down. Whether close combat awakeners or long-range elemental awakeners, they had rotated more than 3 times, and even the reserve team of awakeners hastily formed during this time had gone up for a round. The number of zombies killed had exceeded 300,000, but even with such firepower support, the number of sacrificed soldiers had approached 500. These were elite soldiers who had survived the zombie outbreak with great tenacity. Yi Jianfeng's heart bled continuously, but he had no choice but to do so. He couldn't forget the old commander's earnest yet painfully heavy words before he set out. Jianfeng, your mission is not just to carry out a rescue. Make as much noise as possible without harming the survivors. Yi Jianfeng had been somewhat confused at the time, but as the battle continued and the zombies surged into the city, he finally understood the old commander's last words. Only if the noise on your side is greater, the chances of survival for those possible survivors in the city center will increase. No wonder the old commander had him prepare for a battle that might face 1 million zombies. Only by attracting all the zombies wandering the streets could the survivors hiding in corners possibly reduce their chances of death on their path to seeking redemption. Old commander, these probabilities are all bought with the lives of our soldiers. Watching the soldiers who were occasionally overwhelmed by a group of zombies due to delayed fire support, Yi Jianfeng's eyes turned red. Flying formation, drop incendiary bombs for me. Yi Jianfeng wiped his eyes fiercely and let out a furious roar. Received, Commander. The sound of a deep response came through the headset as several helicopters whizzed by, dropping dozens of incendiary bombs into the midst of the horde. Intense flames erupted, igniting the densely packed zombies, and the scorching fire created a barrier against the zombies behind, continuously spreading backward. At this moment, Yi Jianfeng could no longer guarantee that he could avoid harming any potential survivors. Fortunately, the area where the incendiary bombs were dropped was mostly open road and community squares, so overall, the impact was not too significant. Gong Zhan was still fighting on the front lines, with 2 second-tier crystal cores held in his mouth. At this point, he had long forgotten where he had thrown his rifle. Instead, he gripped the arms of 2 second-tier hunters, their sharp claws tearing apart 3 or 4 zombies with each swing. Even though he had reached the 3rd tier, Gong Zhan still felt utterly powerless. The indestructible body was indeed powerful, but it excelled in defense and strength, lacking in offensive capabilities. If only Wang Chen were here, his metal manipulation ability is like a natural killing machine. Gong Zhan thought to himself as he swiftly dodged, using his claws to save a weary soldier. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was guiding Zhu Bai, stopping in front of a building. Upon seeing the blue sign with the national emblem, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is the Municipal Public Security Bureau? Suyu jumped out of the car, covering her mouth in surprise at the sight of the sign. She hadn't expected that Wang Chen, after winding through the streets, would lead them to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Suddenly, Suyu felt a stir in her heart, and her eyes began to glisten with moisture. Suyu, I don't know where Aunt Lu is, but I remember your dad was a police officer at the city bureau, right? Wang Chen asked as he walked toward the police compound. Yes, my dad used to be a member of the criminal police team at the city bureau. Uncle Zhang was the captain, and Uncle Li was the deputy captain, Suyu replied, her eyes reddening as she nodded gently. The bullet you found in your supermarket was likely fired by the police. But with the zombie outbreak, I don't know if Aunt Lu and the person who saved her will return here. So, rather than searching blindly, it's better to come here and take a look. Wang Chen nodded, casually controlling metal to kill a zombie police officer in the guardhouse. No matter if we can find my mom or not. Thank you, Brother Ming Yang, Suyu said, wiping her eyes and choking back tears. As they entered the police compound, several police cars were parked inside, and there were quite a few decaying bodies on the ground, gathering many zombies. Among them, only a few were in uniform, the rest were ordinary people turned into zombies. Clearly, when the zombie outbreak occurred, many people had rushed in seeking help, but unfortunately, the police were not immune to becoming zombies either. Without Wang Chen needing to intervene, Suyu charged forward with her knife, the dark flame of her blade shining as she swiftly cleared away the zombies. In truth, Wang Chen had come here without much hope. The situation in the supermarket indicated that the zombie outbreak had not yet occurred at that time, and since Aunt Lu was neither in the store nor at home, it was likely that she had been taken away from the residential area beforehand. However, with bodies present in the store, it was reasonable to assume that Aunt Lu and the person who saved her would have stayed put, waiting for other police officers to arrive. At that time, no other police bodies or zombies had been found nearby, and there were certainly no police cars. This made it difficult to determine where Aunt Lu and the person who saved her had gone. After the surge of spiritual energy, Wang Chen noticed that Suyu seemed a bit off, and after thinking it over, he could only attribute it to Aunt Lu. With his strength greatly increased, Wang Chen decided to take the time to check on things. After clearing the surrounding zombies, they entered the hall, where there were still quite a few zombies in uniform. Suyu pursed her lips and stepped forward to strike. Shu Bai and Tang Bao remained silent, quietly assisting Suyu through their brief exchanges. They had likely guessed the purpose of their visit. Thinking of her parents who were far away and uncertain if they were safe, Shu Bai and Tang Bao felt a sense of empathy. Both of the little ones had parents who were not around. They had a good relationship and rented a house together near the school. When their parents were away on business, they would run off to live together. Unexpectedly, after one night, a ridiculous event like a zombie outbreak occurred. There weren't too many zombies in the hall, and the three of them managed to handle it relatively well. But Suyu raised her sword, suddenly pausing in mid-air, unable to bring it down. A middle-aged zombie in a uniform lunged at her, its grotesque face missing half a cheek, rapidly expanding in Suyu's eyes. Uncle Li, Suyu murmured, tears streaming down her face, yet she couldn't bring herself to strike down with the raised sword. Wang Chen frowned slightly, his figure darting forward, and he delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the middle-aged zombie. The zombie flew back with a thud, crashing against the wall of the hall, a sound of shattering bones echoing, its body turning into a puddle of mush. Shubai's arrow followed closely, piercing sharply into the zombie's forehead. Suyu, what's wrong with you? Wang Chen, unleashing a flurry of metal blades, no longer hesitated and quickly killed the zombies in the hall, signaling Zhu Bai to stay alert. Wang Chen then turned to Suyu. Brother Ming Yang, he is Uncle Li, Suyu said with a choked voice, her face filled with despair and sorrow. Uncle Li? The vice captain? Yes, it's him, but Uncle Li has also turned into a zombie. Wang Chen sighed lightly, ruffling Suyu's hair. Uncle Li's presence here meant that Aunt Lu's chances of survival had halved, leaving Wang Chen feeling somewhat helpless. If he had known he would encounter Suyu and had her with him for so many days, he would have said a few more words back then, urging Aunt Lu to stay home. Unfortunately, regret was of no use. Moreover, when he had just been reborn, Wang Chen didn't think that whether others lived or died had much to do with him. Let's keep looking, maybe Captain Zhang is still alive. Wang Chen could only offer such consolation as he led the way upstairs. Suyu wiped her tears, gritting her teeth to follow. No matter what, there was still a glimmer of hope. After sweeping through 3 floors, they found no sign of Aunt Lu. There weren't many zombies in the police station, but the occasional bullet marks they discovered made Wang Chen feel a twinge of caution. Upon reaching the 4th floor and clearing the zombies in the corridor, Wang Chen suddenly noticed several door plates. Scanning them one by one, he stopped at one door where the plate clearly displayed the words Criminal Investigation Department. Signaling the others to step back, Wang Chen kicked the door open, and a gunshot rang out from inside, accompanied by a man's terrified scream. Wang Chen's pupils constricted as a yellow bullet abruptly appeared in front of him. Who? Get out here! Wang Chen roared, and the zombies in the police station began to howl, with chaotic footsteps echoing from upstairs. Who are you? A somewhat hoarse voice came from the office. Wang Chen's face darkened as he stepped inside, while Zhu Bai and Tang Bao instinctively guarded the door, ready to deal with any zombies that appeared on the stairs. The sight before him was a spacious office filled with many workstations, where a haggard-looking male police officer, with cracked lips, was crouched in the corner. Seeing a man and a woman who were alive, the male officer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing wearily into a chair. Wang Chen rushed up, snatching the gun from his hand, and then slapped him hard. "You damn idiot," shooting recklessly. The male officer seemed very weak, and the slap sent him crashing to the ground, blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth. "Are you Bai Ming?" Su Yu's face was filled with anger, and upon recognizing the officer's face, she was momentarily stunned. You are Su Yu?" Bai Ming covered his face and slowly sat up against the wall. When he looked up and saw Su Yu, his eyes brightened involuntarily. "Do you know each other?" Wang Chen asked in confusion. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, he is a member of Uncle Zhang's team. I've seen him a few times." "Su Yu, what are you doing here? There are zombies everywhere. The comrades are all dead, everyone in the bureau is dead." Bai Ming seemed to have held back for a long time. Upon seeing a familiar living person, he couldn't help but burst into tears. "Shut up! Why are you crying? Everyone else is dead. How are you still alive?" Wang Chen scolded angrily. This guy could have shot him right in the face. If he hadn't been on guard, he might have been hurt by that shot. Gulp! Bai Ming was startled by the scolding and involuntarily hiccuped, choking on his words. "Bai Ming, do you know where Uncle Zhang is?" Su Yu asked nervously. Bai Ming thought for a moment, his voice tinged with a sob. The captain is already dead." Su Yu trembled all over, and everything went dark before her eyes. Her body went limp. Wang Chen quickly supported her and frowned, asking, "Dead? How did he die? When did he die?" Bai Ming choked a few times and said intermittently, "That noon, we were still having a meeting next door when suddenly a few team members went mad. The captain was pounced on by 2 team members and bitten to death. I was sitting at the door, and when I saw that, I was so scared that I could only open the door and run out. I didn't expect that outside was full of zombies. Everyone had gone mad." Bai Ming's eyes were hazy as he recalled, his face pale and his body trembling all over. Wang Chen frowned tightly. If Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li, as mentioned by Su Yu, were all dead, then who saved Aunt Lu? And where was that person now? Not wanting to deal with Bai Ming, who was mumbling on the ground, Wang Chen helped Su Yu walk out. "Little Yu, even though Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li are dead, Aunt Lu might still be alive." Wang Chen looked at Su Yu, whose eyes were hollow and face full of despair, and couldn't help but comfort her softly. Really? Mom might still be alive?" Wang Chen's words seemed to have an effect. Su Yu turned her head to look at him blankly, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. "If the people who saved Aunt Lu weren't these 2 police officers, then it's very likely that they were others you don't know. I believe there's a good chance Aunt Lu is still alive." Wang Chen nodded affirmatively, analyzing for her, which was indeed what he thought in his heart. "Mom must still be alive. I believe she is definitely still alive." Su Yu, like a person about to drown, grasped a lifeline and couldn't help but cry as she murmured to herself, "Let's go next door and see if Uncle Zhang is really dead." Wang Chen nodded, gently wiping her tears and whispering softly, "Okay, let's go take a look." Su Yu nodded, choking back her sobs. Seeing that Su Yu's condition had improved somewhat, Wang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled her to turn towards the meeting room next door. The door to the meeting room was tightly shut, and the sound of zombies banging against the door could be heard from inside. Wang Chen frowned. It seemed that Bai Ming hadn't lied, but he hadn't mentioned that he had closed the door when he escaped. Kicking the door open, several zombies were sent flying by Wang Chen's immense strength, and the metal blade followed suit, cleanly and efficiently killing those zombies. Inside was a scene of devastation, with about 10 corpses lying haphazardly in the meeting room, emitting a foul stench of decay. Wang Chen pulled Su Yu inside. She forced herself to look around despite her discomfort and finally discovered a body that was beyond recognition at the far end. However, from the 2 stripes and 3 stars on the uniform's shoulder insignia, it was clear that this person was a first-level police inspector. "This is Uncle Zhang." Su Yu's eyes dimmed, filled with sorrow. She vaguely remembered that during the years her father was alive, Uncle Zhang often came to their home for dinner with her dad. Even after her father's death, Uncle Zhang or Uncle Li would come to visit her and her mother almost every month. It could be said that these 2 uncles watched her grow up, but unexpectedly, both died in the police station where they had dedicated their lives. "Let's go," Wang Chen sighed helplessly, confirming that the so-called Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li were indeed dead, and Aunt Lu's whereabouts became another mystery. Su Yu bit her lip, unleashing a dark flame that incinerated all the bodies inside. The 2 of them exited the conference room engulfed in flames, where Zhu Bai and the fat guy were still desperately fighting off zombies. Wang Chen unleashed a wave of blades, clearing a large area of zombies, and both Zhu Bai and the fat guy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Let's look for the armory," Wang Chen said, pulling Su Yu downstairs. The stairway was quickly blocked by a metal fence, with the approaching zombies clawing and roaring against it. The 4 of them reached the first floor, and Su Yu was in a bad mood, following Wang Chen closely. Zhu Bai and the fat guy spontaneously searched the surroundings, and soon they found a police equipment room near the duty room. Boss Wang, we found the gun storage, the fat guy shouted as he ran over. Wang Chen's eyes lit up at the news, and he quickly walked over with Su Yu. Boss, Zhu Bai called out as he saw the fat guy bringing Wang Chen over, standing at the door. Wang Chen nodded as he looked at the words on the metal door. The metal control ability activated, and the door quickly transformed into liquid, gathering to the side, revealing the office inside. Rows of individual police equipment stood in cabinets against the wall, with all kinds of protective gear available. There were also many communication and reconnaissance devices. Wang Chen waved his hand, collecting them all into the mustard space. Not everyone had the defensive power of the fat guy Tang Bao, so equipping everyone would at least provide some protection. Two thick metal security doors, resembling vault doors, stood in the spacious room, marked as the gun storage and ammunition storage respectively. Generally, these doors couldn't be opened without specific keys or codes. However, for Wang Chen, who possessed the metal control ability, it was incredibly simple. The two doors turned into liquid and gathered to the side, and Wang Chen led the three of them into the gun storage. Inside, several rows of gun cabinets were filled with various police firearms, including dozens of 05 revolvers, classic 64 pistols, and 92 pistols. Rows of 05 submachine guns, 95 automatic rifles, and 97 shotguns were embedded in the racks. And on the large table in the middle, there were 5 or 6 88 sniper rifles, making Wang Chen's heart itch. Every man yearns to own another gun, but under the current system in China, ordinary people have no chance to touch them. Wang Chen picked up an 88 sniper rifle and posed as if aiming it at the door outside. Cool. He silently praised himself. He had never had the chance to touch these sniper rifles in his previous life, and now it felt like a wish fulfilled. Zhu Bai was also quite curious about the sniper rifles, while the fat guy held a 95 automatic rifle and gestured with it for a while. After a while of enjoyment, Wang Chen called out and collected all the firearms. The four of them walked next door into the ammunition storage, which was about 100 square meters, filled with various ammunition boxes. Wang Chen opened a few boxes to take a look, and inside were all kinds of ammunition. It was hard to tell exactly how many bullets there were at a glance. One could only say, a lot. Wang Chen estimated that these bullets were rarely used, and many of the ammunition in the police stations were surplus. If training wasn't frequent, over the years, the ammunition storage would definitely be piled high with bullets. After all, the cost of bullets in China is the lowest in the world. After clearing out the entire equipment room, Wang Chen felt great. However, seeing Su Yu's dim eyes, he didn't want to show his happiness. Wang Chen led the three of them outside to find a long bench to sit on. He took out some food from his space and distributed it. Su Yu, don't worry too much. I believe Aunt Lu is definitely still alive. Although I don't know who saved her, as long as she's alive, there will surely be a day we meet again. Wang Chen held Su Yu's small hand, placing a bag of bread in her palm, softly comforting her. Yeah, I understand, it's just still a bit hard to bear. Su Yu lowered her head, tears unable to stop falling again. Sister Su Yu, don't be sad. Bai Zhu and I are the same. We can only live well to have a chance to see our parents and loved ones again. The chubby boy said, munching on the bread, carefree. Zhu Bai silently nodded but said nothing. Hearing the chubby boy's words, Su Yu suddenly remembered that these two underage kids also had no idea whether their family members were alive or dead. At least her mother didn't die during the zombie outbreak. She was likely saved by someone. But for Zhu Bai and Tang Bao, they truly had no news at all, not even a chance to take a look. Yeah, don't worry. I'm just a bit sad for now. But I'll be okay. Wiping her tears vigorously, Su Yu forced a smile at the three of them. Seeing Su Yu perk up, Wang Chen smiled slightly and tore open a bag of bread to eat. Stepping out of the city bureau, the cannon fire that had paused for half a day roared back to life. Boss, where to next? Zhu Bai asked in a low voice. Wang Chen turned to look north, his brow slightly furrowed, and after pondering for a moment, he said, let's go check out the north. North? Zhu Bai and the chubby boy exchanged glances. After half a day, Su Yu's emotions had calmed down, and she exclaimed in surprise, Brother Mingyang, do you want to see the battlefield of the army? Yeah, that guy Gong Zhan should be there. I'm curious what level he is at now. By the way, we can observe a bit. After all, it's a million zombie tide. Wang Chen nodded, gazing into the distance where flames soared and smoke billowed. Sister Su Yu, who is Gong Zhan? Why does the boss care so much about him? Zhu Bai and the chubby boy asked curiously, whispering to Su Yu. Su Yu replied softly, Gong Zhan is the captain of the special forces in the army, and his abilities are quite formidable. She briefly introduced Gong Zhan to the two, and the chubby boy's eyes lit up. The abilities Su Yu described were somewhat similar to his, both enhancing strength and defense. But it seemed Gong Zhan's abilities were even more impressive. After all, Su Yu mentioned he could emit golden light. Returning to the off-road vehicle, Wang Chen pondered for a moment before casually putting the vehicle into the mustard space. Metal quickly gathered around, and under Wang Chen's manipulation, it surprisingly formed a plane without a roof. Wang Chen walked around the plane, occasionally adjusting the angle of the wings. This is? Su Yu and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Get on. We're flying over. Wang Chen jumped up directly and waved to the three. Although they found it strange, they still followed his lead and jumped on, settling into seats that resembled a roller coaster. Hold on tight, don't fall off. Wang Chen chuckled. And with a thought, hydrogen and oxygen quickly gathered in the plane's rear nozzle. He snapped his fingers lightly and a spark appeared, igniting the nozzle, which immediately erupted with a burst of azure flame. The immense force propelled the plane forward, the metal wheels rolling along, and with the activation of the metal control ability, the plane swiftly soared into the sky. Yo-ho! Wang Chen let out a cheerful whistle, and with multiple abilities working in tandem, the energy consumption for controlling the plane turned out to be much lower than expected. Wow! Boss, you're amazing! The chubby boy clung tightly to the metal bars. Around him, his face filled with admiration. Shubai nodded, and even though his eyes were squinted from the wind, he couldn't hide his inner surprise. I just thought of doing it this way too. Next time we come out, it won't be so exhausting. Wang Chen laughed heartily, controlling the plane with his metallic powers to prevent it from falling while continuously gathering hydrogen and oxygen from the air to the tail. This plane didn't need any instruments, it was just an empty shell, very lightweight overall. But propelled by the tail flames, the empty shell plane flew swiftly through the air, heading straight north. In no time, they flew over several kilometers, and the four looked down from the sky, where a sea of corpses filled all the streets. Giant zombies, each the size of a small house, moved slowly, each step capable of crushing several smaller zombies. On the outer walls of the tall buildings, many hunters were climbing and advancing. Wang Chen even saw some zombies with limbs on the ground, their shoulders and backs waving tentacles, using them to climb and leap between the skyscrapers. With over 1 million zombies, it was certain that more advanced zombies would emerge. Just the first and second tier zombies they could see now were roughly estimated to be 4 to 500. The tall buildings obstructed their view, and who knows how many advanced zombies existed in this overwhelming sea of corpses. Gongzhan, I wonder if you can hold on. Wang Chen sighed slightly, recalling the failure of the military rescue operation in his past life. It was also due to the overwhelming number of advanced zombies, while the military was limited by the survivors hiding in every corner, making the entire battle process cumbersome. Various powerful weapons couldn't be used, with just a few heavy machine guns, grenades, and rifles. Facing such a massive tide of corpses was indeed quite difficult. Looking at the sea of corpses below, the excitement of the group gradually turned into silence. Wang Chen controlled the plane to land on a rooftop of a tall building. A few kilometers away, several helicopters were still circling over the battlefield, and he was too lazy to engage with them. The four stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance, where smoke, flames, gunfire, and explosions filled the air. The ruins and high walls between two hills still firmly blocked the tide of corpses. With Wang Chen's current vision, he could clearly see Gong Zhan's figure. The golden light radiating from his diamond-like body was simply too obvious. This guy has indeed reached the third tier. Wang Chen sighed. Although he was somewhat prepared for it, seeing the reality still felt a bit bittersweet. In his past life, he had gone through countless hardships to reach the third tier. He couldn't compare to these guys who had awakened powerful abilities, and it was no wonder Gong Zhan could become the pillar supporting the entire military district's shelter. In the early days of the apocalypse, the military had powerful firearms, allowing them to harvest crystal cores in large quantities, enabling the ability users in the military district to quickly advance. But in the mid to late stages, there were too many ability users in the military district, and resource distribution became insufficient. Coupled with some internal corruption, the resources gathered by the top ability users in the military district were even less than those in some civilian shelters. The leaders of those civilian shelters also had strong talents, and many powerful subordinates. After the 4th and 5th tiers, the power of firearms declined sharply, and hunting high-tier zombies mainly relied on powerful ability users. The military gathered too many survivors, attracting most of the zombie tide's attacks, leading to personnel losses far more frequent than in civilian shelters. Similar situations occurred in military district shelters across Huaxia and even globally on Blue Star. This also resulted in the majority of the strong among the later emperors and kings being from the civilian sector. The original national powers had basically disappeared. What rose in their place were shelters and even cities protected by the strong. Boss, there are quite a few survivors on those tall buildings. Shubai, being a long-range shooter, took a moment to observe his surroundings as soon as they landed and immediately noticed several situations. Don't mind them, those who can still stand on the rooftop at this time probably have decent strength. Wang Chen's expression was calm. At this moment, those who could come to the rooftop likely shared the same mindset, wanting to observe this battle. The social order had collapsed and the superpowered individuals had risen. Those who possessed great abilities felt a flicker of ambition in their hearts, more or less. In his previous life, it was precisely because of this doomed battle in the military district that the long-restrained ambitions of those powerful superpowered individuals were ignited. One after another, small shelters and superpowered organizations emerged. This wave of zombies has already exceeded 1 million. Why is the army still continuing? Suyu looked at the distant battlefield where soldiers were occasionally sacrificing themselves and couldn't help but question. Perhaps the military leaders want to attract all the zombies in the city over here, Wang Chen said softly, leaning against the railing. What's the benefit of doing that? The fat man muttered beside him. At this rate, they definitely won't be able to kill all these zombies, and in the end, they won't even be able to collect those crystal cores. It's not worth the loss. Suyu also expressed her confusion. Could it be that they have some kind of super weapon that can clear all these zombies at once? Shubai remained silent, only glancing at Wang Chen with a shifting gaze. Wang Chen turned to see the serious expression on Zhubai's face. This little guy must have thought of something. If all the zombies in the city center gather here, the survivors in the urban area will face much less danger. It's definitely unrealistic to want to clear all the zombies in the city. But as soldiers of Huaxia, those survivors cannot be left without rescue. I estimate that the military leader's idea is to attract the majority of the zombies, thus giving those survivors a chance to breathe. Wang Chen sighed lightly. Although he didn't quite agree with the military's sacrificial actions, he had to admit that if it weren't for the army's actions in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have had many chances to survive. It was precisely because the commotion here was so great that it gradually attracted all the zombies in the city, giving survivors in other parts of the city more space to survive. The Huaxia army is always worthy of trust in the face of great right and wrong. Except for a few greedy pests, Huaxia soldiers are worthy of the people. The fat man shook his head and sighed. It's just a pity about those crystal cores. Wang Chen gazed at the distant sea of corpses and blood, his mind racing. After the army disbanded in his previous life, the overwhelming bloodshed attracted countless mutated creatures, leading to a fierce battle with the zombie tide. This gave rise to a massive number of second and third tier creatures, among which the most widespread were the mutated rat swarms and mutated mosquito swarms, causing the entire northern district to fall. Later, the mutated mosquito swarms fled thousands of miles away, entering the rainforest areas more suitable for survival. Meanwhile, the mutated rat swarms gradually grew stronger and eventually entered Sichuan province. Suddenly, Wang Chen was taken aback and then turned to look at the fat man. Fat man, what did you just say? The fat man was stunned and said softly, Huaxia army. No, the next sentence. It's a pity about those crystal cores? The fat man cautiously repeated. That's right. Wang Chen snapped his fingers, a smile appearing on his face. With such a massive number of crystal cores lying on the ground, it is indeed a pity. Zhu Bai's eyes flashed, and he quickly asked, Boss, do you have any ideas? I have some ideas, but our strength is still lacking. Wang Chen nodded, directly jumping onto the railing and picking up binoculars to observe the surroundings. The core of the entire battlefield was actually just a few hundred meters in front of the high wall, but the zombie tide had already stretched for miles, with high-rise buildings and various residential complexes on both sides of the main road leading into the city. Wang Chen carefully observed the surrounding environment, and gradually, an outline began to form in his mind. You all stay here, absorb the crystal cores and advance as quickly as possible. I'll go bring Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue over. Fat man, eat as much as you can and convert the energy as soon as possible. Jumping over the fence, Wang Chen simply instructed the three, handing each of them a crystal core and then took out a pile of packaged meat. Without waiting for their response, Wang Chen directly jumped onto the empty shell of the plane, and in the next moment the plane sped off towards the west. Boss, what does he want to do? The fat man scratched his head, looking at the second tier crystal core in his hand with confusion. Suyu smiled slightly. No matter what he wants to do, just do as he says, it can't be wrong. Zhu Bai also nodded, sitting down without a word, slightly squinting his eyes to begin absorbing the crystal core with all his might. He had a premonition that this newly recognized boss was probably going to do something big. The three leaned back against each other, maintaining a degree of vigilance, and began to absorb the crystal cores. A kilometer away, on top of a tall building, several burly men gathered together, whispering, Brother Lei, those people over there can actually fly. A bald man, covered in tattoos and wearing a black t-shirt, said in a low voice. Next to him, a man with a buzz cut, wearing a thick gold chain and a floral shirt typical of a black boss, looked towards the direction Wang Chen had left, cigarette in mouth. With the zombie outbreak, we've all awakened our abilities, so what's so surprising about someone being able to fly? It seems only one has left, and three are still on the rooftop, another young man in black said, holding a telescope, puzzled. Wenjun, did you see clearly? Aren't they all from the same group? Why did they split up? The tattooed man frowned, squinting to look closely. Brother Lei waved his hand. Forget about them, these soldiers probably won't last long. We should find an opportunity to move towards the city center. Brother Lei, isn't it good here? Why do we have to leave? The tattooed man turned his head, confused. Brother Lei smiled coldly, slapping his hand on the bald man's head. What good is it? The food is almost gone, why stay here? Brother Lei, I was wrong. The tattooed man covered his head, chuckling awkwardly. Alright, Biaozi, aren't you just eyeing that female college student? Once we get to the city center, are you still worried about not finding better ones? Maybe even some starlets will be arranged for you, the young man in black, Wenjun laughed, putting his arm around Biaozi's shoulder. Exactly, Biaozi, stop secretly giving food to that girl. If you want to sleep with her, after so many days, you could have gone straight for it. Another young man in his late 20s, with a scar on his right eyebrow, sneered. Hearing this, Biaozi straightened his neck. TCH, Chen Tian, what do you know? I'm not lacking in women, I'm playing with romance, you know. Hey, we're in this society, what romance are you playing at? It's a waste of time, a young man squatting in the corner shouted, exasperated. Alright, Xiao Dao, stop teasing him. What time is it? Let Biaozi do what he wants, Brother Lei said, flicking away his cigarette butt and waving his hand. Brother Lei, named Lei Lai, was a figure who walked the edge of black and white in the northern district. He originally had about 10 loyal followers, but after the zombie outbreak, only these 4 remained. The military's actions, although they attracted countless zombies, are also a good thing for us. Let's keep watching. Tomorrow morning, when the zombie horde isn't so dense, we can move towards the city center. Lei Lai leaned against the railing, speaking confidently. Yes, the commotion from this battle is too great. The wandering zombies in the city center have all been attracted over. The survival environment there will be safer. The older Chen Tian nodded, agreeing with Lei Lai's statement. Then let's listen to Brother Lei and move tomorrow, the young man in black said with a smile. Biaozi was a bit anxious and nervously asked, Brother Lei, what about those women? Lei Lai glanced at him coldly. If you want to play, do it tonight. If not, wait until we get to the city center and find your own. The implication is that he definitely won't be bringing along those burdens. Even though the zombies have already been attracted, they are still in this building. Who knows if those zombies will still be gathered nearby tomorrow morning? Wanting to lead a few women without awakened abilities through the horde, Lei Lai almost wanted to pry open the bald guy's head to see what was inside. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Lei. Biaozi scratched his bald head, feeling embarrassed as he retreated to the corner where Xiao Dao was squatting, drawing a round of mockery from the latter. Half an hour later, the shell plane controlled by Wang Chen landed directly on the road outside the mansion's courtyard. Although it flew in a straight line, the speed was not fast, it was merely convenient. Who's there? Get out. Here. Jumping down from the plane, Wang Chen frowned, his gaze drifting towards the trees below, and he shouted coldly. After a dozen seconds, no one appeared. And Wang Chen let out a cold smile. Not coming out, huh? Don't blame me if you die. His mental power suddenly surged, and the wings of the shell plane beside him transformed into several serrated circular rings, slicing towards the center of the woods at lightning speed. Hey, what the hell? A startled cry suddenly came from the shadows, as the serrated rings directly cut through several dense trees. The trees crashed down, and sunlight instantly flooded into the woods. A shadow at the roots quickly dissipated, revealing a young man dressed in black clothes and pants. Just a sea-level shadow escape. Wang Chen snorted coldly, and the serrated rings transformed into several steel spikes that shot back towards the young man. Just as the steel spikes were about to pierce him, the young man in black hurriedly shouted, Big brother, don't attack. I have something to say. You had your chance to speak, now it's too late. Wang Chen mocked, and several steel spikes unhesitatingly plunged down. I'm escaping. In a panic, the young man in black shouted, his figure suddenly transforming into a shadow, slipping back into the overlapping shadows of several trees. Thud thud thud. The steel spikes passed through the shadow of the young man in black, embedding deeply into the ground. Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Under his mental perception, it seemed those steel spikes did not hit a solid body. The next second, the figure of the young man in black emerged from the shadows, one hand propped on his knee, gasping for breath. The other hand quickly raised, waving repeatedly at Wang Chen. Big brother. I really made a mistake. I shouldn't have spied on you. Please spare me. The young man in black stammered, his pale face covered in fine beads of sweat. Oh, if you hadn't been discovered, what were you planning to do? Wang Chen smiled coldly, slowly walking to the edge of the asphalt road, arms crossed, looking at him mockingly. Big brother, I mean you no harm, I wouldn't dare. I just wanted to ask if you would take me as a little brother. The young man in black swallowed hard, glancing at the several steel spikes that had floated up again, their tips pointed at him. Little brother? I don't like people. Why would I take you as a little brother? Wang Chen's eyes glinted with amusement as he looked at the young man in black. Big brother, even though I'm a bit weak, I still have some use. The young man in black forced out an awkward smile. Wang Chen curled his lip. So weak, what use do you have? Well, I can become invisible. Is that it? You'd die in the light. Can I fix cars? Wang Chen gestured to the shell of the plane behind him. I can fly, do you think that's useful? I can cook. The young man in black was almost in tears, unable to help but blurt out a reason that made him blush. Sorry, I have cute girls to cook for me. Wang Chen shrugged, and several steel spikes began to rise, gathering power. Don't. Big brother, I I can also, oh right, I can, design buildings. The young man in black seemed to have thought of something and said urgently, Big brother, I've designed various doomsday fortresses before and even won awards. If you're building a shelter, I can help design it, ensuring it's both defensible and attack-ready. You'll be worry-free. Wang Chen became interested and couldn't help but listen further. Big brother, look at that slope over there. We could easily build a barrier. That hollow over there, with just a little modification, even tens of thousands of zombies couldn't climb up. And here. The young man in black grew more excited as he spoke, elaborating on his design ideas based on the geographical features of the Yunhu Villa area. Alright, for now, I'll let you off the hook. I have things to do and no time to listen to your rambling. Wang Chen waved his hand. This young man in his 20s indeed had some ideas. After briefly considering a few points he mentioned, Wang Chen realized they were quite suitable for modification. But right now, he needed to quickly take Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue away, with no time to listen to him go on. Okay, big brother, then I'll follow you from now on. The young man in black chuckled and scrambled up from the woods. What's your name? Big brother, my name is Mo Bei. You can call me Xiao Mo or Xiao Bei. The young man in black had a flattering smile, but his eyes were quite clear. Mo Bei? Mo Bei? Wang Chen murmured, his eyes suddenly brightening. The name Mo Bei sounded somewhat familiar. After searching his memory carefully, Wang Chen suddenly recalled that in the future, there was a high-ranking shadow assassin in the Yunnan military district named Mo Bei. Could it be this guy? But could a sea-level shadow escape create that future 8th-tier assassin? A hint of doubt arose in Wang Chen's heart, but unfortunately, in his past life he hadn't entered the military district and hadn't seen that shadow assassin in person. However, this guy's abilities were decent, although his level was still low. Being able to evade Wang Chen's strike was already impressive. Big brother, is something wrong? Mo Bei noticed Wang Chen's flickering gaze and couldn't help but feel a jolt. This strong man wouldn't backtrack, would he? Mo Bei felt a bit like crying. Family, who understands? I was just curious about seeing a plane from afar, and I didn't expect to encounter this calamity. It's fine, just follow me. Wang Chen waved his hand. Mo Bei didn't have any weapons on him. With his shadow ability, he wasn't even at the first tier, clearly lacking any lethality. So, his wariness had diminished significantly. Leading Mo Bei toward the gate, with a thought, the metal gate quickly opened a circular hole. Go in. Wang Chen gestured for Mo Bei to enter first. Mo Bei didn't hesitate and stepped inside. If Wang Chen wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to go through all this, so Mo Bei was quite straightforward. Li Yuchan, Mu Ningxue. Wang Chen walked through the gate and shouted toward the villa. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue quickly came out from the villa, and upon seeing Wang Chen, they couldn't help but feel delighted. However, seeing the unfamiliar young man beside Wang Chen, they were momentarily taken aback. Boss Wang, why did you come back alone? Who's this kid? The two quickly approached, and Li Yuchan asked curiously. You both need to come with me, there's something to do. This guy is a new little brother I just recruited, named Mo Bei. Wang Chen briefly explained the situation and pointed at Mo Bei. Hello, two big shots, I'm Mo Bei, 19 years old this year. Mo Bei nodded and bowed, wearing a big smile. Wang Chen waved his hand, no more nonsense. Li Yuchan, have you two leveled up yet? Still a bit short, I've hit a bottleneck. Mu Ningxue shook her head and said softly. Li Yuchan added, I'm about the same. No worries, we can talk on the way. Wang Chen nodded and turned to walk outside. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances and quickly followed. Boss, do I have to go too? Mo Bei asked as he saw the three turn to leave. Hurry up, we're in a rush. Alright. The four of them quickly walked out of the courtyard. And with a wave of his hand, Wang Chen activated his metal control ability again, causing the metal dome on the gate to swiftly close. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue immediately spotted the hollow shell aircraft. Their curiosity piqued. Get on the plane, we'll fly over. Wang Chen jumped on first, settled into his seat, and gestured for the others to follow. Li Yuchan's eyes lit up as he quickly jumped onto the plane, with Mu Ningxue and Mo Bei following closely behind. With the activation of the metal control ability and the hydrogen-oxygen gas manipulation, the plane glided a few meters along the asphalt road before rapidly ascending into the sky. Wow, I didn't think of this operation, Li Yuchan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. His mental power could also control objects to fly, but that was purely driven by his psychic force. With this hollow shell aircraft, although he couldn't increase the power like Wang Chen using flames, he could at least apply some aerodynamic principles to reduce the consumption of his mental energy. You can try to control this plane. If we operate together, we'll definitely fly faster. Wang Chen chuckled, encouraging Li Yuchan to give it a shot. Li Yuchan felt a bit impatient and quickly activated his mental power. Sure enough, with Li Yuchan's psychic assistance, the flying speed increased dramatically. After about 10 minutes, the plane landed back on the previous rooftop. The return speed was at least double that of the outbound trip. The speed is really good. This is simply double the fun. Wang Chen laughed heartily as he jumped off the plane. It's indeed quite fast, much easier than driving before, and the consumption is much lower. Li Yuchan floated down from the plane and stood beside Wang Chen, smiling. This is us. Working together, it wouldn't be this comfortable alone. What's there to be afraid of? With higher levels, it'll naturally be fine. That's true. Wang Chen tilted his head in thought, realizing it was indeed the case. With the increase in levels, both the power of abilities and energy manipulation had significantly improved. By the time he reached the 4th or 5th tier, his speed in controlling the plane alone would be comparable to working with 2 people. Sister Shui, you guys are here, so fast. Suyu ran over and linked arms with Mu Ningxue, chuckling. Mu Ningxue nodded. It really is fast, and there weren't many disturbances on the way. We can't play like this at night. There are too many mutated mosquitoes. Wang Chen shook his head. When lacking strength, encountering those mutated flying creatures was indeed troublesome and dangerous. Who is this? The chubby guy looked at Mo Bei with curiosity. I'm Mo Bei, the new little brother that Boss Wang just took in. Mo Bei introduced himself with a smile, having roughly figured out the names of Wang Chen and the others along the way. However, since Su Yu and the others had just met him, he needed to introduce himself again. The group exchanged brief introductions, and Mo Bei temporarily blended into this small team. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, let me briefly explain my thoughts. Wang Chen clapped his hands, gathering everyone around, and pointed to the distant battlefield shrouded in smoke. Everyone looked curious. Although they had guessed Wang Chen's intentions, the specifics of what to do remained unknown. The army can't hold out for long. There are just too many zombies here, and they definitely can't take those crystal cores with them. Wang Chen briefly explained the situation, scanning the group before continuing. My goal is to collect those crystal cores to the greatest extent possible. Next, you all need to improve your strength. Lai Gobao, Suyu, Mu Ningxue, you 3 are not far from the 3rd tier. Eat the spare lotus seeds and fully absorb the crystal cores, aiming to reach the 3rd tier before we take action. Zhubai, Fatty, Mo Bei, your strength is insufficient. Strive to reach the 2nd tier. Wang Chen scattered a pile of crystal cores, all of which were of the 1st and 2nd tier. The others were fine, but Mo Bei stared at the pile of crystal cores, his eyes wide open. The specific actions are as follows. Wang Chen gestured for everyone to sit down, lowering his voice as he slowly explained. Not far away on the rooftop, when Jun's telescope scanned the surroundings and suddenly paused. Brother Lei, that guy is back, and he even brought 3 more people. Lei Lai was taken aback. The person who had left earlier was actually gathering people. What do they want? It's one thing not to leave, but to bring 3 more people over. Diaozi looked confused. The intentions of this group are probably not simple. Lei Lai pondered for a moment, looking towards the distant battlefield, and sighed slightly. Brother Lei, do you mean these people have ideas about the zombie tide? Chen Tian rubbed his chin, hesitating. But this is a 1,000,000-level zombie tide. What can 6 or 7 of them do? Xiao Dao snorted coldly, mocking. Lei Lai slowly shook his head, his tone mysterious. It's hard to say. A 1,000,000-level zombie tide means at least tens of thousands of crystal cores. No way. Brother Lei, facing so many zombies, escaping is already difficult. I think even those soldiers probably can't collect all the crystal cores. When Jun exclaimed in surprise. Let's wait and see. They must have noticed us too. Let's go downstairs and try to stay hidden. Lei Lai smiled faintly, glancing at the tall building where Wang Chen was, and turned to walk downstairs. Chen Tian and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. At the top of the high wall defense line, Yi Jianfeng's eyes were red, and his throat was already hoarse. The zombie tide was growing larger, with many high-level zombies gradually breaking through the ordinary horde and converging towards the high wall. More than 20 giant zombies, each 6 to 7 meters tall, put immense pressure on the front line. Even when shoulder-mounted rockets were fired, as long as they didn't hit the head or legs, the impact on those giant zombies was minimal. Not to mention those bronze-armored zombies. The 2nd-tier bronze-armored zombies completely ignored rifle bullets. After the heavy machine guns fell silent, these bronze-armored zombies posed a significant threat to the front line. Although the damage from bronze-armored zombies was not high, as long as they were slightly obstructed, countless zombies would cross over the front-line melee awakened warriors and rush towards the high wall behind. At this moment, the area beneath the high wall had already piled up corpses to a height of 5 or 6 meters. Yi Jianfeng had no choice but to let the Earth-type awakened ones continue to reinforce and raise the high wall, even arranging for some water and Ice-type awakened ones. Risking the possibility of blocking all the melee awakened warriors at the wall's base, he directly froze the outer side of the high wall to prevent these zombies from climbing up. Nearly 1,000 bold and cautious survivors took advantage of the initial wave of the zombie tide being cleared to escape from various corners and alleys to the military side. However, the number of survivors overwhelmed by the zombie tide along the way far exceeded this figure. 500 meters away, incendiary bombs had been dropped 4 or 5 times. But those zombies still ignored the raging flames, surging forward until they completely extinguished the fire. Mortars, rockets, and grenades had bombarded countless times, and Yi Jianfeng gritted his teeth as he issued orders. Several buildings collapsed under the covering fire. He could no longer care about any potential survivors. If it weren't for this artillery support, the military's defense line would have collapsed long ago. At that time, the dead would not just be those potential survivors. The thousands of vibrant lives near the high wall would become a feast for the frenzied zombie tide before them. Gong Jan. In 15 minutes, bring your team back to the high wall defense line. Ammunition is running low, we can't hold on any longer. We must retreat. The roar of Yi Jianfeng came through the headset, having already advanced to the third tier, wielding the claws of a second-tier hunter, continuously killing zombies. Gong Jan couldn't help but darken his gaze. But he also knew very well that after several hours of continuous fighting, all the soldiers were already exhausted. In this battle, the loss of elite troops had exceeded 1,000. 1,000. Elite soldiers, half of whom were close combat awakened ones, all died beneath the high walls. All of this was merely to attract a massive horde of zombies, to buy survival space for the survivors. In the city. Yes, Snow Owl received. Gong Jan replied in a low voice. His Snow Owl Special Forces team had only 18 members left, and they had lost 3 comrades they had spent every day with. Assault team, retreat to the high wall in 15 minutes. Gong Jan quickly issued the order. The soldiers on the high wall, who could no longer use their abilities, had already picked up their rifles and began to provide support. The remaining gun barrels were quickly replaced, and heavy machine guns were once again on high alert. On the rooftop, everyone sat apart, each holding 2 crystal cores. Wang Chen tossed 2 lotus seeds into his mouth and placed a pile of crystal cores in front of him. His abilities were diverse, and he wasn't picky about the crystal cores. All the collected crystal cores, ice-type and fire-type, had already been given to Muning Shui and Suyu, with none of the mental-type cores left. The ancient lotus seeds were too precious, and Zhu Bai and the others still needed further investigation, so he temporarily didn't give them any lotus seeds. After this round, only 14 lotus seeds remained. Half an hour later, driven by the ancient lotus seeds and a massive number of crystal cores, Suyu, Muning Shui, and Li Yuchan successively broke through to the third tier. Zhu Bai and the Fat Man also broke through to the second tier of awakened ones, while Mo Bei was slightly behind but had also reached the critical point. Wang Chen's foundation was too solid. Even after consuming 2 lotus seeds and absorbing a large number of crystal cores, it only slightly expanded the energy within him. First-tier crystal cores were no longer effective for him, merely able to accelerate his energy recovery a bit. Wang Chen helplessly stood up and looked towards the distant battlefield. At this moment, the close combat team led by Gong Jan had retreated back to the high wall, and the heavy machine guns roared once more. Rockets and mortar shells exploded with a thunderous sound, occasionally splattering blood in the tide of corpses. 500 meters from the high wall, incendiary bombs covered a large area, temporarily cutting off the subsequent wave of zombies. But these flames wouldn't burn for long before being extinguished by the relentless tide of zombies. Once a few people slightly adapted to the sudden increase in power, Wang Chen modified the aircraft again and quickly flew forward with 6 others. On the high wall, Gong Jan, clad in bullet chains, crazily swept fire with a heavy machine gun beneath his feet. Bullet casings were nearly drowning his calves. But outside the high wall, 2 giant zombies, over 10 meters tall and clad in scales, were marching forward with heavy steps, completely unfazed by the furious gunfire. Not far from them, several dark golden third-tier copper-armored zombies and third-tier killers, waving their sharp tentacles, were also advancing. Among the tide of corpses, high-tier zombies with peculiar skin appeared, spraying a burst of venom onto a heavy machine gun. The heavy machine gun visibly began to melt, and the 3 soldiers operating it were splashed with venom, their flesh and skin rapidly corroding and melting, emitting cries of agony. A lightning spear shot out from the tide of corpses, piercing fiercely into the high wall, and the exploding electric light suddenly burst forth, directly scorching several nearby soldiers black. Captain, this can't go on. Gao Yang stood beside Gong Jan, as stone spears flew up, rapidly shooting towards the third-tier zombies. Captain, what did Commander Yi say? When do we retreat? Gulai's flaming wheel spun in his hand and was directly thrown into the horde, the rotating flames quickly expanding, incinerating the zombies along the way, exploding at the end, and igniting once more. The 2 of them continuously absorbed the crystal cores, having already reached the peak of the second tier, and at this moment they were also third-tier ability users. Retreat in half an hour, we need to cover the survivors and the logistics team leaving. Gong Jan roared, his gaze icy. The tide of corpses was growing stronger, with nearly 10 third-tier zombies appearing. If it weren't for the overwhelming firepower, these zombies wouldn't dare to advance, and this high wall defense would have been breached long ago. Jianfeng, concentrate the rocket fire, blow those third-tier zombies to pieces. Gong Jan shouted into his earpiece. The firepower of the heavy machine guns was somewhat inadequate against the third-tier giant zombies and the third-tier copper-armored zombies. Only rocket launchers and mortars could still produce some effect. Good. Hold on for another 25 minutes, and we can retreat. At that time, I will arrange for the demolition team to blow up this high wall along with it, to buy you time. From the command post on the mountaintop, Yi Jianfeng's hoarse voice rang out. Behind him, thousands of survivors were boarding vehicles, being transported to the military district shelter by dozens of military trucks. The logistics team was also retreating in an orderly manner, but there were simply too many people, and it would take a long time to evacuate them all. Many soldiers were still setting explosives along the slopes, preparing to use these mountains to block the tide of corpses. As for whether they would be blocked on the way back, that was no longer a consideration. "Alright, I'll take care of those 2 giant zombies, the rest is up to you," Gongjan shouted angrily, putting aside the heavy machine gun that had run out of bullets, grabbing 2 claw blades, taking a deep breath, and using his strength to leap towards the giant zombie near the high wall. This position was too close. Handling the rockets would be difficult, as it could easily affect the soldiers on the wall. Gongjan leaped over a distance of more than 10 meters and directly pounced onto the shoulder of the giant zombie, driving the claw blades deep into its flesh. With another burst of strength, golden light erupted from Gongjan's body as he charged towards the giant zombie's head. The massive hand came crashing down, and Gongjan had to dodge repeatedly, almost being thrown off several times. A series of rockets shot out from the high wall, with every 5 rockets locking onto a third-tier zombie. A roar erupted from the tide of corpses, but when the smoke cleared, aside from 3 slow-moving zombies, the rest of the third-tier zombies surprisingly remained alive. One more time, covering fire. In the next moment, rockets, mortars, and even many strength-type warriors directly threw grenades, and this covering attack achieved good results. Aside from a few agile killers and hunters, as well as some distant lightning-type zombies, the remaining third-tier zombies that had popped up were blown to bits. Gongjan twisted the claw blades vigorously in the giant zombie's massive eye socket, with filthy blood mixed with brain matter gushing out. A crystal core the size of an egg rolled down and was snatched up by Gongjan. The giant zombie's raised hand fell limply, and its entire 10-meter-tall body crashed down towards the high wall. Dust and debris flew up, and the giant zombie's body nearly smashed a hole in the high wall. Gongjan's figure shot out from the dust, charging towards another giant zombie. But the golden light on his body quickly dimmed, even with a large number of crystal cores to absorb for recovery. After several hours of continuous fighting, his body was already overloaded. Crystal cores couldn't be absorbed indefinitely, not to mention the energy within the cores being mismatched and containing impurities. Absorbing too much in a short time could expand the meridians and elevate tiers. However, it would also leave hidden dangers. If the energy within the body wasn't compressed and purified, advancing to a higher tier later would only become increasingly difficult. The enhancement of an ability user's strength was originally a process of qualitative change, arising from quantitative change. Hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, a plane crashed directly into the side of a high-rise building facing away from the battlefield. In the midst of the smoke and dust filling the room, several figures clumsily jumped down from the plane, fanning the air and coughing incessantly. "Damn it, Liu-chan, are you even capable? I just asked you to take control of the plane for a bit. There was no need to almost turn it into 9/11. Wang Chen coughed a few times and complained, casually transforming the plane into a large fan and giving it a vigorous sweep towards the window. A massive gust of air was generated, sweeping the smoke and dust out of the room, allowing everyone to finally catch their breath. Seeing everyone glaring at him, Liu-chan awkwardly smiled and said, "Oh, come on, I just advanced a level, and I'm still getting used to the telekinetic output. I just went a bit too fast." "You idiot!" Wang Chen and the others raised their middle fingers in disdain, while Zhu Bai and Mo Bei exchanged strange glances, their faces showing bitter smiles. No one expected that after so many flights, this time they would almost get killed. Fortunately, the plane had crashed directly into the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window instead of hitting a wall. Wang Chen felt a bit frustrated. He had been turning back to talk to Su Yu and hadn't paid attention, almost causing a major blunder. Liu-chan had advanced to the 3rd level, and his mental telekinesis had skyrocketed, with the power of his A-level ability beginning to show. The downside was that he had overdone it for a moment, causing the plane to go too fast and nearly losing control. "Blessed be the infinite celestial. My fault, I apologize." Liu-chan chuckled awkwardly, repeatedly bowing. Wang Chen rolled his eyes and walked towards the door. The front door of the room was wide open, and the owner seemed to have disappeared, but there were several mutilated corpses in the corridor. Fortunately, they were on a high floor, and everyone climbed a few flights of stairs to reach the rooftop directly. Across from the building was the center of the battlefield, flames still burning below, waves of heat mixed with a foul stench rushing towards them. "Zhu Bai, you'll cover us from the rooftop. Your range should be sufficient, right?" Wang Chen said calmly as he stood by the railing, looking down. "Sufficient." Zhu Bai nodded. After advancing to the 2nd level, his enhanced ability had become more comprehensive. In his previous life, Wang Chen didn't know the specifics of Zhu Bai's ability, but from Zhu Bai's description he had a rough idea. B-level ability, Divine Archer. The name was simple, but the power was formidable. Zhu Bai possessed the Divine Archer ability, which not only allowed him to enhance the range and lethality of his arrows but also significantly improved his vision, even enabling him to influence the trajectory of the arrows to a certain extent. Therefore, Wang Chen planned to have him stand on the rooftop for long-range support. He waved his hand, scattering a pile of metal arrows for Zhu Bai, then looked at the others. Everyone's strength had improved, and now they were all eager to try their skills. Alright, I'll emphasize one point. Our goal is the crystal cores. As long as we ensure our own safety, we should try to collect as many crystal cores as possible, Wang Chen said with a serious expression, and everyone nodded. Faced with such a massive tide of corpses, even with their recent power boosts, no one thought they were invincible. Even ants can kill an elephant when there are enough of them. Not to mention that right now, they were at most just a beetle. No more talking, let's stick to the plan and take our positions, Wang Chen shouted, jumping straight off the rooftop. Inside the entire building, various metals began to liquefy and fly out, continuously, gathering beneath Wang Chen's feet. Outside the high walls, Gong Zhan's exhausted body had no time to dodge, getting slapped by a giant zombie and sent flying 10 meters away, crashing heavily against the wall. Gong Zhan let out an angry roar, struggling to get up, pulling out the crystal core from the third-level giant zombie and tossing it directly into his mouth. Energy surged rapidly into his body, causing a sharp pain all over him. He had absorbed too much from the crystal core, and his body was already overwhelmed, but Gong Zhan couldn't care less. With a surge of power, he lunged at the giant zombie again, hurling a grenade straight into its mouth. Unfortunately, the giant zombie seemed to sense the danger, its mouth snapping shut. The next moment, a grenade exploded right in its face, showering blood everywhere. Gong Zhan stepped on the giant zombie's arm and quickly lunged for its head, the dual-purpose hunter's claw in his hand slashing wildly, leaving deep gashes. Several rockets struck the giant zombie's belly, the explosive force causing it to stagger back, but its massive palm caught the unsteady Gong Zhan. Damn! Gong Zhan couldn't help but curse, the immense strength squeezing his bones until they creaked. If he didn't break free soon, he might just be crushed by this third-tier giant zombie. In terms of strength, Gong Zhan was more powerful than this giant zombie, but at that moment he was already at the end of his rope. Gong Zhan desperately channeled the energy of the third-tier crystal core, his face turning crimson. The next moment, an enormous metal sword descended from the sky, piercing the giant zombie right through the top of its head. The giant zombie let out a roar, its grip on Gong Zhan loosening like a receding tide. Gong Zhan burst free with a surge of strength, quickly retreating to the base of the high wall. Oh, isn't that Captain Gong? Haven't seen you in a few days, why do you look so disheveled? As Gong Zhan stared blankly at the giant sword that had pierced the giant zombie, a teasing voice came from above. Gong Zhan jolted, looking up in disbelief. He saw a figure standing on a metal disc, slowly emerging from behind the still-standing giant zombie's head. Gong Zhan squinted. In the slanting sunlight, that familiar figure landed on the giant zombie's shoulder, a hint of a playful smile on the slightly youthful face. Wang Chen? What are you doing here? How did you end up in this place? Gong Zhan, surprised, couldn't help but fire off a series of questions, his face incredulous. Why can't I be here? I'm here to help you. Wang Chen chuckled, a horizontal blade appearing in his hand as he swung it fiercely at the giant zombie's head. The soldiers on the high wall, seeing the figure appear, instinctively opened fire with 2 heavy machine guns. Don't shoot! It's a survivor! Gong Zhan's eyes narrowed as he shouted into his earpiece, but it was too late. The next second, golden bullets floated in front of Wang Chen, not advancing an inch. Gao Yang! Gulai! Inform everyone that Wang Chen is here to help, do not attack him. Seeing Wang Chen unharmed, Gong Zhan finally realized that this kid's metal manipulation ability made him immune to bullets. Yes, Captain. Gao Yang and Gulai, having seen Wang Chen before, immediately responded and quickly relayed the order. Breaking open the giant zombie's skull, Wang Chen found a third-tier crystal core inside, glancing at the bloodstains with some disdain before tossing it into the mustard seed space. Captain Gong, you should step back and rest for a bit, I'll handle things here. Wang Chen looked at Gong Zhan, who was dimly glowing with golden light, his internal energy clearly unstable, a result of overusing the crystal core. Are you really this kind-hearted? Gong Zhan clearly didn't believe it, although they hadn't interacted much, he knew that the young man before him was no saint. What are you talking about? Why can't I be kind? If you don't calm your internal energy soon, you'll probably be stuck at the third tier for good. Wang Chen smiled casually, the metal giant sword instantly transforming into countless serrated rings, slicing through the tide of corpses surging from behind. The giant zombie, losing the support of the giant sword, crashed down towards Gong Zhan. Wang Chen stepped onto the giant zombie's head, leisurely landing in front of Gong Zhan, sizing him up. Are you really ready to help? Gong Zhan looked at him with suspicion. Wang Chen nodded, flashing a brilliant smile. Really? More real than gold. Remembering Wang Chen's earlier action of collecting crystal cores, Gong Zhan's eyes flickered, but he still nodded slightly. No matter what your purpose is, as long as you help us, I represent the military district in accepting this favor. All right. Wang Chen didn't waste words. A metallic disc quickly appeared beneath Gong Zhan's feet, directly sending him up to the high wall. Turning to face the surging tide of corpses, Wang Chen grinned. These were all crystal cores. With this operation, not only could he collect crystal cores, but this kid Gong Zhan and the military district would also owe him a favor. It was like winning a prize with a bottle opener and then getting another bottle. As long as they followed the plan, Wang Chen was 90% sure that this time they would make a killing. Gong Zhan returned to the top of the high wall, clutching his chest. The metallic disc twisted and transformed into an iron ball, flying towards the tide of corpses, sharp iron shards bursting forth, slicing through the densely packed zombies. Captain, are you alright? Yao Yang hurried over, supporting the somewhat unsteady Gong Zhan. Gong Zhan slowly sat at the edge of the high wall. I'm fine, just a bit of energy disarray inside. Then you should rest for a while. Gao Yang's face flashed with concern. Gong Zhan had been fighting on the front lines, dealing with most of the high-level zombies. He was simply too exhausted. How's the retreat of the rear forces going? Gong Zhan looked down at Wang Chen, who was wreaking havoc below, and asked in a deep voice. Almost done. The logistics team is also gradually withdrawing. That's good. You go ahead and get busy. You don't need to worry about me. Gao Yang felt a bit anxious. Captain, are you really okay? Don't worry, I'm really fine, and with Wang Chen here, we can catch our breath. Gong Zhan smiled slightly. Why is it just him alone? Who knows? Gong Zhan was also puzzled. The three people around Wang Chen were not simple. Logically, they should be acting together. At that moment, in the distance within the tide of corpses, a burst of dark red flames suddenly erupted, countless tiny flame blades exploding, continuously harvesting zombies. On the other side, crystalline snowflakes suddenly appeared out of thin air, fluttering downwards, causing the surrounding horde of corpses to spurt blood as if they were being executed by those snowflakes. A hunter leaped from the horde towards the high building but was pierced through the forehead by a fleeting arrow, crashing down from mid-air. What is this? Gao Yang was stunned. The power of fire and snow seemed to far exceed their released abilities. Gong Zhan's pupils constricted. It seems to be Wang Chen's companions. I remember those two girls beside him have ice and fire abilities. That's the center of the zombie tide. How can they be so bold? Gao Yang said speechlessly. Don't forget who brought them. That kid Wang Chen snatched those lotus seeds from several high-level mutated creatures right in front of us. His subordinates can't be lacking. Gong Zhan shook his head with a wry smile. Below, Wang Chen had already cleared a large area of the horde. Gao Yang, go notify the soldiers. Be ready to retreat at my command. Yes, Captain. Gao Yang saluted and quickly left. Gong Zhan. Gong Zhan. Gong Zhan had intended to rest a bit longer when suddenly he heard Yi Jianfeng's voice in his earpiece. Jianfeng, I'm here. Are you alright? I'm fine, just a small issue. That young man, Yi Jianfeng on the mountaintop was somewhat puzzled. Gong Zhan whispered, it's Wang Chen, the one I told you about. On the other end of the earpiece, Yi Jianfeng pondered for a moment before saying, understood, you all be ready to retreat at any time. The explosives have already been set. Okay, I've notified them. Good, Gong Zhan, make sure to bring this Wang Chen to the military district. This kid is truly terrifying. Yi Jianfeng looked at the battlefield in astonishment. Within the range of 200 meters, where Wang Chen was located, the zombies had almost been completely wiped out by him. Even with the relentless waves of zombies pouring in, there were inevitably periods of vacuum. This situation had only occurred at the beginning when ammunition was plentiful. He never expected that Wang Chen alone could achieve such an effect. I'll do my best. Gong Zhan chuckled bitterly. With his understanding of Wang Chen, this was almost impossible. Moreover, Yi Jianfeng clearly underestimated the terror of Wang Chen. On the battlefield, Wang Chen pushed his metal control ability to the limit, transforming countless metals into blades, threads, and steel spikes that darted back and forth, continuously harvesting the endless stream of zombies. With the enhancement of extraordinary thinking, Wang Chen multitasked, controlling the hydrogen and oxygen gas in front of him, and when it reached the critical point, it exploded with a bang. Blue flames shot into the sky, and one by one, the zombies turned to ashes under the high-temperature flames. Dozens of massive magnetic explosive fireballs, propelled by Wang Chen's constant movement, smashed directly into the zombie tide. As the fireballs flew into the horde, they immediately attracted the zombies together, then exploded. A high-wall defense line, nearly a kilometer long, was surprisingly held by Wang Chen alone. A massive metal wall was gradually taking shape 50 meters ahead along the defense line, surrounded by metal and ruins. Wang Chen controlled these metals to envelop the ruins, directly reshaping another high wall in front of the first. 10 minutes later, the second line of defense in front of the high wall was formed. The gunfire had ceased, and all the soldiers present were dumbfounded. Yi Jianfeng on the mountaintop was already numb. Could a human really accomplish this? Under Wang Chen's control, all the metal shells piled up on the high wall flew up and gathered around him. Even bullets shot out from the several meters high piles of zombie bodies and the dirt on the ground, all converging towards him. Between the two high walls, there was not a single zombie left standing. With a dense array of bullets and shells, Wang Chen stepped onto the metal disc and flew to the top of the high wall he had created. In the next moment, all these bullets and shells transformed into sharp flying swords. The countless flying swords shot towards the gathering zombie tide with a wave of Wang Chen's right hand. The feeling of mowing grass is really nice. Wang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead inside. The two lotus seeds not only provided him with a massive supply of energy but also rapidly enhanced his mental strength and physical quality. What does it matter if there are a million zombies? As long as they can't touch me, I'll wear you down. The idea was good, but reality was far from it. To kill all these million zombies, it would take 10 Wang Chens to accomplish, otherwise, it would exhaust him to death. These past few nights, Wang Chen had not wasted his time. All major abilities had seen significant improvements, and with the energy supply from the ancient lotus seeds, this had led to the current effect. His ability range had already exceeded 100 meters. Wang Chen continued to control the range of the high wall, gradually compressing the space of the zombie tide until it formed a funnel-shaped barrier. However, the mouth of the funnel was still about 400 to 500 meters wide. With Wang Chen's current speed, it would only take a little over 10 seconds. On the rooftop, Zhu Bai searched for second and third tier zombies among the horde, occasionally firing a sharp arrow. The fat man stood beside him, holding a strange knife, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. They were witnessing Wang Chen's full firepower for the first time. He had actually managed to hold back such a terrifying tide of zombies by himself. Although this zombie tide was mostly composed of ordinary zombies, there were still quite a few first and second tier zombies, and even a small number of third tier zombies present. Zhu Bai witnessed 2 third tier copper armored corpses being pinned to the ground by a massive steel spike that fell from the sky. The more agile killers and hunters were similarly dispatched by several steel spears that followed suit. Such a clean and decisive kill of high-level zombies made Zhu Bai shudder involuntarily. He felt an immense sense of relief for having accepted Wang Chen's invitation earlier, rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle with him. If things had truly developed in that direction, Zhu Bai was certain that within less than a second, the two of them would have been blasted to bits. Following such a powerful leader filled him with an unprecedented sense of pride and respect. In the distance, on a high-rise balcony, Mu Ningxue stood, her delicate hand reaching out towards the zombies below, clenching it fiercely. A massive ice flower blossomed from the horde of corpses, then exploded, shattering countless zombies into ice shards. Crystals floated up rapidly, gathering like a torrent in the living room. There are just so many damn zombies, Li Yuchan exclaimed beside Mu Ningxue, his mental energy continuing to scan the ground, and soon dozens of crystals began to gather again. In the living room, Mo Bei was using a large canvas bag, continuously shoveling the crystals from the ground into it with a spade. Once he finished collecting the crystals, he quickly ran to the opposite room. On that room's balcony, Suyu was also standing, unleashing flames down onto the street below. Call Shaoli over, we can almost collect the harvest here, Suyu shouted without turning back. Mo Bei responded and swiftly packed the already accumulated crystals into the bag, shouting towards the opposite room. Li Yuchan quickly ran over, and before long, a torrent of crystals flew directly into the living room. Shaoli, how much longer do we need to keep this up? We can't help Ming Yang like this, Suyu asked, puzzled, as the range of their abilities was limited, making it impossible to contain the zombie tide. Boss Wang said we have to wait until he closes the walls and the army withdraws, Li Yuchan replied helplessly. What they were doing now was merely extracting the crystals from the zombies that the army had previously killed with incendiary bombs. Suyu and Mu Ningxue were also acting under Wang Chen's instructions, familiarizing themselves with their abilities after leveling up. However, the zombie tide below was endless. As soon as one batch was cleared, another wave of zombies would immediately follow. Such actions occasionally attracted a few high-level zombies, requiring some effort to eliminate. How much longer will this take? Ming Yang is over there all alone, it's just too dangerous, Suyu said with a worried expression. Don't worry, Boss Wang can fly, he won't be in any danger, Li Yuchan reassured with a smile. Given Wang Chen's current strength, there was indeed no need for excessive concern. Rather, it was they who were attracting attention with their crystal-collecting actions. On a distant high-rise, Diaozi was peering through binoculars, occasionally gasping in surprise. Brother Lei, that kid is too damn abnormal, he's holding back the zombie tide all by himself. Oh, Brother Lei, I see a few people collecting crystals, they seem to be that kid's people. Brother Lei, that kid built a high wall. Brother Lei. Lei's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists clenched tightly. Shut up, I'm not blind, can't I see? Diaozi shrank his neck at the reprimand, lowering his head with a look of grievance. Brother Lei, that kid is indeed terrifying, but shouldn't we find a way to collect some crystals too? Wen Jun glanced at Diaozi and said, in a low voice. Chen Tian shook his head at this. We can't replicate their operations. There must be someone with awakened mental powers among that group, or else they wouldn't be able to collect crystals so easily. Chen Tian is right, just look at the other group. Xiao Dao stood by the window, pointing to the lower part of a building not far away. The four of them gathered around, following Xiao Dao's finger. They saw 5 or 6 timid survivors crouched at the entrance, cautiously peering outside. Among the dense mass of corpses lay countless charred zombie bodies, all killed by incendiary grenades earlier. As the horde of zombies surged forward, the survivors inside suddenly opened the door, and 3 of them, seemingly awakened with speed-type abilities, dashed towards a few first and second-tier zombie corpses. The machetes swiftly cleaved through the zombies' skulls, extracting the crystal cores from within. The 3 displayed expressions of joy, but before they could continue searching, the horde surged again. The survivors inside the entrance showed difficulty, yet they forced themselves to use their abilities to block the horde, while the 3 who had gone out quickly retreated. Just as the 3 returned to the entrance, the door was slammed shut and countless zombies pounced on it, incessantly howling and scratching. The 6 inside wore faces of fear and surprise, excitedly looking at the crystal cores in their hands. But before they could run upstairs, they saw the entrance door being sliced open by 2 sharp claws, and a slender figure lunged towards the 6, with countless zombies swarming in. Similar situations occurred in several nearby high-rises, but Lei Lai and the others, due to their limited view, simply did not see them. Above the high-rise, Lei Lai and the others only vaguely heard a few piercing screams before they no longer saw anyone appear. See? This is the consequence of overestimating oneself. Xiao Dao spread his hands, a mocking expression on his face. Indeed, none of our abilities can collect crystal cores as easily as they do. Rather than taking such a huge risk, it's safer to head to the city center as soon as possible. Lei Lai, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke in a deep and calm tone. Brother Lei, shall we leave tomorrow morning? Wen Jun asked. Yes, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Lei Lai nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant battlefield, a hint of bitterness rising in his heart. Why is the gap between people so vast? On the outskirts of the battlefield, Gong Zhan, after a period of calming down, finally felt the energy within him stabilize, though his whole body still ached. Enduring the discomfort, Gong Zhan jumped down from the high wall and quickly ran towards Wang Chen's position. Brother Wang, what are your plans? We need to retreat. Gong Zhan leaped from beneath the steel city wall, climbing and jumping twice, landing directly beside Wang Chun. Captain Gong, don't say I'm ungrateful. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield, and then I'll help you hold them off for a while. Make your retreat quickly. Wang Chen didn't look back, unleashing dozens of explosive fireballs that ignited an area with increased oxygen concentration. He didn't know if the military district in his past life had collected any crystal cores. But in any case, Wang Chen didn't want the warriors who fought desperately for the survivors in the city to return empty-handed. The flames shooting into the sky made Gong Zhan's pupils constrict. This Wang Chen was indeed not an ordinary ability user. Among the awakened in the military district, there was also a dual ability user, but even with second-tier abilities stacked with crystal cores, their power was nothing compared to Wang Chen's. Alright, we'll owe you this favor, military district. Gong Zhan collected his emotions and nodded solemnly. Wang Chen's strength had indeed refreshed his worldview, and amidst the shock, a deep respect arose. Soldiers value strength and hold the strong in high regard. Hurry up! Also, I remind you, crystal cores can enhance levels, but relying too much on them will make it increasingly difficult for you to improve your strength. Wang Chen took a moment to glance at him, speaking with a serious expression. In his past life, Gong Zhan had always protected the military district's shelter, and with his formidable strength, he had earned the respect of many survivors in Spring City. Moreover, Gong Zhan had obtained some ancient lotus seeds at Yunnan University, greatly enhancing his physical quality, so absorbing more crystal cores wouldn't be a problem. But in this life, the ancient lotus seeds were taken by Wang Chen, who did not know that Gong Zhan had obtained lotus roots with weaker effects, which is why he couldn't help but remind him. Gong Zhan was taken aback, then quickly realized, sensing himself, and knew that Wang Chen was right. Thank you, Brother Wang. The situation is urgent, so I won't chat with you for long. Come to the military district when you have time, and I'll treat you to a drink. Gong Zhan saluted seriously, and seeing Wang Chen nod, he turned and leaped down the steel high wall. Jianfeng, arrange for people to clean up the battlefield and evacuate quickly in 10 minutes. Received. Yi Jianfeng at the mountaintop also heard the conversation between the two through Gong Zhan's earpiece and quickly made arrangements. One by one, the soldiers, pushing through their exhaustion, jumped down the high wall and quickly collected the crystal cores. On top of the steel high wall, Wang Chen no longer paid attention to the ordinary zombies casually igniting a patch of flames. Dozens of sharp steel spears floated around him. Whenever a second or third tier zombie approached, several steel spears would shoot out, nailing it to the ground. The ordinary zombies crowded densely below the high wall, continuously piling up. Unfortunately, Wang Chen had long anticipated this situation. The sight of the steel high wall facing the tide of corpses was as smooth as a mirror. No matter how those zombies clawed, they could not find a foothold to climb up. Only those above first-tier zombies with various abilities might be able to ascend. But such exposed zombies would only meet a barrage of steel spears. 10 minutes later, the soldiers returned to the high wall with countless crystal cores, standing in a row, and under Gong Zhan's lead, they saluted in unison. Wang Chen silently bowed. In this world, when it comes to protecting ordinary people, no army from any country can compare to the soldiers of Huaxia. Regardless of how the major military districts may change in the future, these soldiers in front of him deserve Wang Chen's utmost respect. At Yi Jianfeng's command, the soldiers left behind to cover the retreat shouldered various weapons and boarded the military vehicles, which quickly started up, heading towards the military district shelter in Songlin County. Next, it's time to execute the final plan, Wang Chen murmured, stepping onto the metal disc and flying towards the collapsed building in the distance. The concrete building quickly disintegrated, chunks of rubble along with the metal from the walls flew up. Under Wang Chen's control, these ruins rapidly stacked up on both sides of the steel high wall. 20 minutes later, two 10-meter-high walls of rubble separated the tide of corpses, forming a U-shape that connected directly to the high-rise where Li Yuchan and the others were located. Boss Wang. Li Yuchan poked his head out from the balcony and shouted, "Bring them over, I'll go upstairs to get Zhu Bai and the fatty." Wang Chen instructed, stepping onto the disc and flying towards the rooftop. Suyu, Mu Ningxue, and Mo Bei quickly gathered with Li Yuchan at the connection point of the high wall. Before long, Wang Chen descended with Zhu Bai and the fatty. "Let's go!" After collecting the canvas bags filled with crystal cores, Wang Chen called out lightly, and the disc beneath his feet quickly expanded. Once everyone was on the disc, it immediately flew towards the steel high wall. Countless zombies on both sides howled at the sky, and several elemental advanced zombies even unleashed their abilities at them. However, all were blocked by Li Yuchan's telekinetic shield, while Zhu Bai drew his bow and shot, picking off several low-tier elemental zombies. One person per area. Once everyone landed on the metal high wall, Wang Chen quickly assigned tasks. Zhu Bai, you take out those advanced zombies. Fatty, you're responsible for protecting them. Lai Gubo, you collect the crystal cores, start with those at the back. Finally, looking at Mo Bei, Wang Chen thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Mo Bei, I'll get you a set of steel battle armor. The sun is setting, your shadow escape ability should be able to come into play. Are you brave enough to enter the horde and collect the crystal cores from those advanced zombies?" Entering the horde was an extremely dangerous task, but this was also a test for Mo Bei from Wang Chen. Mo Bei's expression changed, and he turned to look at the densely packed horde, unable to help but swallow hard. "Boss, you need to make sure the battlesuit is sturdy." After a moment of hesitation, Mo Bei ultimately chose to give it a try. To integrate into the team, he had to prove his worth. Otherwise, Wang Chen could quickly elevate his strength with the crystal cores, but he could just as easily bring him back to square one. Rapidly advancing to a second-tier ability user, his strength had increased significantly, and he had yet to notice any other changes, but the speed and duration of his shadow escape had improved quite a bit. "Alright, don't worry, I'm using all titanium alloy." Seeing Mo Bei agree, Wang Chen felt a sense of relief. This Mo Bei did not disappoint him. A large piece of titanium alloy suddenly appeared atop the high wall, and Wang Chen's mental energy quickly swept over Mo Bei's entire body, causing the titanium alloy to melt and spread over him. A suit of armor shimmering with silver light gradually took shape, inspired by Iron Man's design, with flexible joints that did not hinder movement at all. He also fashioned a machete and a box resembling a piggy bank to hang at Mo Bei's waist, marking the preparations complete. Mo Bei moved his body a bit, feeling no discomfort, nodded to a few people, and then leaped down, his figure transforming into a shadow that merged with the darkness below. "Let's get started, Suyu, Mu Ningxue, you take the left and right sides, I'll handle the middle." Wang Chen stood on a disc, flying toward the horde, surrounded by numerous steel spears. In an instant, flames, ice, steel spears, and arrows filled the battlefield, and the horde was once again ravaged. It was at this moment that the zombies had not yet evolved significantly. 99% were ordinary zombies. Even though there were quite a few second and third tier evolved zombies, with Wang Chen and the others' current combat power, they could quickly deal with them. If it were the kind of super zombie tide led by a zombie king from later generations, not even Wang Chen, nor a 9th tier ability user, could face such a tide without fleeing. That would be a massive force composed of countless zombies above tier 3, along with many tier 6 and 7, and several tier 8 zombies working in conjunction with a 9th tier zombie king. A 9th tier ability user facing such a tide would be crushed to nothing. Several metal spheres, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, crashed into the horde, and countless blades shot out like locusts, cutting down zombies in their path. The lethality of the metal storm was truly astonishing, especially against these ordinary zombies. It was almost smoother than mowing grass. Seeing this, Mu Ningxue felt a stir in her heart, and a spinning ice ball quickly formed in front of her. When she felt it was nearing its limit, she called out lightly, and the ice ball flew toward the horde. Sharp hexagonal snowflakes were flung from the ice ball, densely slicing through the zombies, quickly clearing a large area. Death spiral. Mu Ningxue murmured to herself. Inspired by Wang Chen, she had created this move on the spot, and its power was surprisingly terrifying. A newly acquired skill, and it consumed far less than that snowfall, causing a smile to appear at the corner of Mu Ningxue's mouth. She threw out several more ice balls, clearing the vast horde below. Zhu Bai drew his bow and knocked an arrow, his excellent vision allowing him to easily distinguish the advanced zombies hidden among the ordinary ones. The steel arrows whistled through the air, picking off the advanced zombies in the back. A steel arm quietly emerged from a shadow, cleaving open a skull and swiftly extracting the crystal core inside before merging back into the shadows. Mo Bei's ability, after advancing, was quite suitable for an assassin, but at this moment it could only be used to collect crystal cores from a distance. Zhu Bai's range was quite far, while Li Yuchan's mental energy could not reach. If he flew closer to collect, he would easily become the target of the advanced zombies in the horde. Even Wang Chen wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. Once he was knocked from the air and fell into the sea of corpses, there would probably be nothing left of him. Everyone worked together, quickly clearing the zombies, and the crystal cores gathered like a torrent on the high platform, soon piling up into a small hill. The sun gradually sank in the west, and the sky darkened. After 2 hours of continuous fighting, using the crystal cores to replenish energy, the stench of burnt corpses filled the air. No one could tell exactly how many zombies they had killed or how many crystal cores they had collected, yet those crystal cores continued to rise from the ground, gathering atop the high wall. Last 5 minutes, Imobe, no need to go out. Wang Chen jumped down from the disc, landing steadily on the high platform, while the mustard seed space quickly absorbed the accumulated crystal cores. A shadow spread back along the corner of the wall, and with Li Yuchan's mental power assisting him, Imobe, already covered in scratches from his metallic armor, flew up. You scared me to death. I almost got ambushed by a hunter just now. Imobe plopped down on the ground, still shaken, and patted his chest, making a clanging sound, before tossing the iron box from his waist to Wang Chen. Wang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat down heavily, and took out a gold-type crystal core to recover. Suyu drained the energy from her body, unleashing a flock of dark red fire cranes shaped like paper origami, which charged into the horde of zombies, causing continuous explosions. The dark red flames instantly ignited a large area, spreading further outward. Mooningshue threw out 5 or 6 ice balls in quick succession, and the death spiral exploded, clearing away patches of zombies. The two women, having exhausted their energy, quickly ran to Wang Chen's side. The fat guy had no chance to showcase his skills during the entire battle, only occasionally chopping down hunters or slaughterers that approached the high wall, and his stamina was still abundant. Shubai shook his fingers. After 2 hours of drawing and shooting arrows, even though the frequency wasn't high, he still felt some discomfort in his fingers. Damn it, you guys can take a break, I'm about to die from exhaustion. Li Yuchan controlled the crystal cores with his mental power, unable to hold back his complaints. If others were mowing grass, he was planting crops. His mental power controlled several flying swords, constantly breaking open the heads of zombies to search for crystal cores. This was meticulous work, and the workload was quite large. Only his mental strength far exceeded that of others, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted this long. Stop complaining, hurry up and clean up, we need to evacuate. Wang Chen scolded with a smile, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the mountain of corpses. Even though he and Suyu had continuously used their fire abilities to burn most of the bodies, the number of zombies they had killed was simply too many to clear completely. If these corpses were left here, they might brew something unimaginable. Mental power surged into the mustard seed space, and Wang Chen checked the mountain of crystal cores piled in the corner, unable to help but grin. Today had truly been fruitful. Only now could they still do this. If they tried to do it again in a month or two, it would be tantamount to seeking death. By then, the zombie tide would be of a different caliber. The massive number of first and second tier zombies, along with the possible appearance of fourth and fifth tier zombies, would form a super combat group. Suddenly, a large tank in another corner caught his eye. Oh damn, how could I forget about this thing? As his mental power swept over the oil storage tanks, Wang Chen couldn't help but want to slap himself. Although it was somewhat wasteful, it was perfect for this moment. Moreover, one of the tanks contained industrial fuel, a definite fire-starting artifact. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen still resisted the urge to move these things. It was already nearing the end, there was no need to bring them out now. However, he still found a fuel tanker. The tank was just too small. The fuel tanker appeared out of thin air and crashed down onto the high wall with a loud thud. Wang Chen patted his butt and stood up, activating his metal control ability once again. The fuel tank on the truck quickly floated up, a small hole opening at the bottom, and gasoline gurgled out. Wang Chen controlled the tank, starting to pour gasoline along the high wall. After using up 2 small tanks, he finally covered the area near the high wall. Lai Gobao, are you done yet? Wang Chen retracted the fuel tank and shouted at Li Yuchan. Almost. Damn. There are too many zombies, I can't finish them all. Li Yuchan replied helplessly, the bodies on the ground stacked several layers high, and the ones at the bottom were impossible to deal with. Forget it, once I set a fire, we can just make a run for it. Wang Chen laughed heartily. Today's gains were already enough, and he didn't mind this little bit. A few explosive fireballs fell into the horde of corpses, booming loudly, and the fuel that had been poured earlier was instantly ignited, with flames rapidly spreading towards the zombie crowd. On a high-rise building near the battlefield, Lei Lai looked out the window with a serious expression. Brother Lei, these guys are no pushovers. When Jun exclaimed, his mouth agape as he stared at the towering flames in the distance, somewhat dazed. In these 2 hours, Wang Chen's group's combat power had repeatedly shattered their worldview. The few of them had unconsciously developed a sense of inferiority. They are indeed very strong. I see that most of them are at least 3rd tier. That leading guy not only has 2 abilities, but he is also likely a 4th tier ability user. A pack of cigarettes in Lei Lai's hand had long been crushed to bits, his fingers slightly pale. What the hell? I haven't even reached 2nd tier. How can they be so powerful? Diaozi said indignantly, slamming his fist against the wall, causing debris to fly in the wall to be Punctured. Chen Tian shook his head and said calmly, I think they might have awakened their abilities from the start, otherwise they couldn't be this strong. Brother Lei. Awakened on the 5th day, while we awakened on the night of the 7th day. But Brother Lei is stronger than the 4 of us, which indicates that the earlier the ability awakens, the stronger it might be. Everyone listened to Chen Tian's analysis and nodded in agreement. Forget about them, this world has never been fair. Just because someone is strong at the beginning doesn't mean they'll always be strong. Prepare according to the plan. Tomorrow we will enter the city center and find a suitable stronghold. Then, kill zombies, collect crystal cores, and enhance our strength. Lei Lai first composed himself, his tone passionate and full of leadership. The younger brothers echoed, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Damn, Brother Lei, something's happening. When Jun, holding a telescope, suddenly shouted, his voice filled with astonishment and excitement. What's going on? Let me see. Lei Lai was taken aback, casually tossing aside the crushed cigarette pack and quickly walking over. Damn it, have these people lost their minds? Through the telescope, Lei Lai clearly saw the scene in the distance and couldn't help but curse. On the high platform, Wang Chen and Li Yuchan exchanged glances. Wang Chen lightly nodded and made a subtle gesture. Li Yuchan took a deep breath, activating the mental force shield, protecting the other few standing together. Wang Chen raised his palm slightly, and numerous metals floated around, quickly transforming into small blades that shot towards both ends of the high wall. Damn! What the hell? A few angry curses rang out, and behind a pile of bricks on the right side of the high wall, several figures emerged from the dust. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward, drawing a circular ring with his hand, and the incoming blades passed through this ring, creating strange ripples. As for those blades, it was unclear where they had been sent by this ring. In any case, Wang Chen could no longer sense their location. On the other side, countless blades shot straight into the brick and stone surface of the high wall, forming a giant statue made of bricks and earth that rose from the ground, blocking all the blades. Spatial ability? Earth element giant? Wang Chen murmured to himself. These two abilities were extraordinary. It seemed that the two groups of hidden people had some tricks up their sleeves. It was only then that Su Yu and the others realized someone was lying in ambush, and their faces changed dramatically. At that moment, apart from Wang Chen and Li Yuchan, only the fat man still had considerable combat power. The others were basically at the end of their strength. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue had used all their energy for the final strike, and both women couldn't help but feel regret at this moment. No wonder he can single-handedly hold off a tide of corpses. He actually discovered us. The man in the suit stepped forward leisurely, looking at Wang Chen and the others with a proud expression. Behind him were 5 energetic ability users. On the other side, the brick giant quickly disintegrated, and from the dust emerged 5 ability users, led by a tall man nearly 2 meters high, with bulging muscles and a stone spear in hand. It's not surprising to be discovered, kid. I won't beat around the bush. I want half of the crystal cores you've collected. That's reasonable, right? The big man stepped forward, thrusting his stone spear fiercely into the platform, smiling as if it were a matter of course. You just opened your mouth for half. On what basis? Are you saying that I and this young brother can only split the remaining half? The man in the suit snorted coldly, his face showing displeasure. On what basis? Just because my fist is bigger. Oh Xiaozhu, I already let you have that supermarket before. Don't be ungrateful. The big man crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Ruanda Peng, don't speak so grandly. I haven't settled the score with you for killing one of my subordinates. You still have the nerve to mention that supermarket to me? I collected those supplies by my own ability. What face do you have to say you let me have them? The man in the suit, Oh Xiaozhu, looked disdainful and said sharply, if you want to blame someone, blame your people for being too weak. They can't even take one hit from our boss. Shut your damn mouth, Jiaorini, you loser. Do you believe I'll make you die here today? Wei Shengjun, are you looking for death? Keep talking, and I'll knock out all your rotten teeth. The leaders on both sides hardly spoke, yet the group of underlings began to argue and curse at each other. Wang Chen, Li Yuchan, Su Yu and the others. Wang Chen was directly amused. What the hell was going on? They were completely ignoring the 7 living people here. However, since they dared to engage in black on black, it showed that both groups were quite confident in their own strength. But Oh Xiaozhu and Ruanda Peng, Wang Chen searched through his memories from 2 lifetimes and couldn't find these 2 names. Wait a minute, I say. Everyone, are you mistaken about the target? Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, suppressing a laugh as he spoke. Kid, didn't you hear our boss's words? Hand over half of the crystal cores. The man beside the big man, named Jiaorini, scolded. Go to hell. Jiaorini, kid, hand the crystal cores over to our president and you'll be safe. Wei Shengjun, with a mouthful of rotten teeth, spat and shouted at Wang Chen. The proud Oh Xiaozhu and the mocking Ruanda Peng were too lazy to speak, looking at Wang Chen and his group with a teasing expression. Oh, so you think you've got us figured out? Wang Chen smiled, walking over to Li Yuchan and subtly throwing him a glance, 7 ancient lotus seeds appearing in his hand. Li Yuchan was taken aback, then quickly reacted with A thought, 6 lotus seeds floated up, and as he turned to face Suyu and the others, they slipped into each person's hands while avoiding the gazes from both sides. Suyu and Mu Ningxue understood immediately, pretending to wipe sweat or cough, swallowing the ancient lotus seeds. Shubai, the fatty, and Mobe felt a bit strange, but under Li Yuchan's subtle gaze, they quickly and discreetly swallowed the lotus seeds. The eyes of the three brightened instantly, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Oh Xiaozhu, with a hint of inexplicable meaning, chuckled and said, "Little brother, I admit you are indeed impressive, but after such a long battle, your energy should be depleted, right?" "That's right, we've been watching for a full 2 hours. Kid, you're strong, but don't overestimate yourself when you're at the end of your rope." Oh Dapeng nodded, grabbing the stone spear with a posture that suggested he was ready to fight at any moment. Although the tide of corpses still existed, the high-level zombies inside had basically been cleared out by Wang Chen and his group. What remained were just some ordinary or low-level zombies. These people dared to appear here, clearly unafraid of these low-level zombies, and each had their own means of escape, not worried at all about being surrounded by the undead. "You guys are really clever." He. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, but a hint of uncontrollable killing intent flickered in his lowered eyes. Little brother, my appetite isn't that big. Just give me 1/3 of the crystal cores and we'll turn around and leave immediately. Oh Xiaozhu said leisurely. 1/3 is really not much, Wang Chen nodded, seemingly affirming this proposal. Seeing that Wang Chen seemed to show signs of agreement, Oh Xiaozhu revealed a smile and then said seriously, "I've roughly estimated the number of crystal cores you collected just now, so I hope you won't hide anything." After observing Wang Chen and his group's combat for a while, Oh Xiaozhu was genuinely wary of their strength. Even though he knew they were at the end of their rope, he still didn't want to go down with them. After all, no one knew where Wang Chen's upper limit of strength lay. It would be best to obtain a massive amount of crystal cores peacefully through the deterrence of both sides. Oh Xiaozhu had roughly estimated that Wang Chen and his group had obtained at least 50,000 crystal cores. Even if he only got 1/3 of them, it would still be a tremendous resource. Oh Xiaozhu could already envision himself using this resource to rapidly increase his strength, recruit a large number of ability users, and dominate the entire Spring City. Ruan, Dapeng, right? And you, this Mr. O wants 1/3. Do you still insist on half? Wang Chen turned to look at Ruan Dapeng, a hint of a smile on his lips. Ruan Dapeng sized up Wang Chen, this young man with a sweaty face and a somewhat pale complexion who remained unfazed, even when facing a two-sided attack. Feeling a stir in his heart, Ruan Dapeng didn't want to fight a cornered beast to the death. "I'll just take 1/3 as well. Let's make a good connection." What a good connection. Wang Chen nodded, unable to suppress his laughter. However, the laughter grew louder. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen covered half of his face with one hand, shaking with laughter, his laughter gradually becoming frenzied. Wang Chen's maniacal laughter made Oh Xiaozhu and Ruan Dapeng frown, their expressions darkening. But neither of them was a fool. They subtly signaled their subordinates to be on high alert. Zhu Bai, you three, are you willing to kill? Wang Chen's laughter gradually faded as he straightened his body and asked in a low voice. "Boss." Zhu Bai, the fatty, and Mobe's expressions tightened as they exchanged glances, then nodded vigorously. "We can." Wang Chen nodded, tossing an ancient lotus seed into his mouth, letting out a long breath, and said in a deep voice, "Good, then. Today, the boss will teach you the first rule of survival in the apocalypse. Those who dare to offend me, kill without mercy." Wang Chen shouted angrily, his killing intent erupting, and within 100 meters, various metals rapidly floated, shooting towards Oh Xiaozhu and Ruan Dapeng on both sides. "Damn! Seeking death." Ruan Dapeng cursed angrily, and a giant statue rose from the ground, its massive hand striking down towards the multitude of metal. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Oh Xiaozhu snorted coldly, drawing a huge circular ring with his hands, enveloping all the people behind him. With Wang Chen's furious shout, Li Yuchan's mental power surged once more, and the protective shield thickened and expanded instantly. After swallowing the lotus seeds, Suyu and Mu Ningxue felt the energy within them rapidly filling up. Filled with rage, Suyu unleashed a flurry of fire cranes, charging towards the giant statue that was Ruan Dapeng. Mu Ningxue raised her palm towards Oh Xiaozhu and squeezed hard, causing a massive ice flower to bloom suddenly. Shubai drew his bow and knocked an arrow, while Mobe, clad in armor, slipped into the shadows. The fat man let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging and tearing his clothes apart as he leaped high, swinging his broadsword fiercely at Ruan Dapeng. The arrow whistled through the air, instantly passing beneath the giant statue of Ruan Dapeng and directly smashing the skull of a minion behind him. A barrage of metal blades rained down on Oh Xiaozhu and his group, and just as Oh Xiaozhu prepared to counter, the torrent of metal suddenly changed direction, bypassing the circular space and attacking from the side. Oh Xiaozhu shouted angrily, and two spatial rings appeared on either side, redirecting the metal torrent once again. Beside Oh Xiaozhu, lightning spears and wooden spikes shot forth. There was even a person whose hands transformed into sharp claws, covered in strange scales, advancing along the high wall like a lizard man. A blade suddenly pierced through the shadow of the woman who had unleashed the wooden spikes, stabbing fiercely at her back. "Watch your back," shouted the young man who could launch lightning spears, his body crackling with electricity as countless sparks swept around. The woman immediately conjured a thick wooden shield behind her, and the blade struck directly against it. Ah! The blade in Mobe's hand had not yet penetrated when it was paralyzed by the electric shock. Enduring the numbness coursing through his body, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and slipped back into the shadows. A lightning spear pierced through the black mist, plunging into the pile of corpses below with a loud explosion. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man who had not yet made a move shouted angrily, punching the high wall, sending a shockwave rippling from his fist. Mobe's figure was immediately jolted out from the shadow of the wall, and a massive chunk of concrete was hurled from another person's hand, crashing towards Mobe in midair. Mobe's pupils constricted, realizing the danger. A steel arrow appeared in an instant, smashing the concrete into fragments. Debris flew everywhere, clanging against Mobe's steel mask as he fell, once again transforming into shadows and disappearing. On the other side, the fat man, covered in tattered cloth, was wildly hacking at the giant statue with his broadsword, dust and smoke rising. Fireballs shot from behind the giant statue, and ice arrows flew, yet none harmed the fat man in the slightest. Suyu's fire cranes exploded in succession, the intense flames even igniting the giant statue, with faint dark red patterns appearing on its body. Mu Ningxue's ice flower had not yet burst when it was shattered by the middle-aged man with some kind of wave ability, but the large chunks of ice stubbornly exploded under Mu Ningxue's control. A spatial ring appeared above Suyu and the others, and a large number of metal blades surged forth. "Humph! You dare to show off your petty skills here?" Wang Chen snorted coldly, activating his metal control, causing the blades to return to him like bees to their hive. "Let's see how you redirect this." A massive steel seal quickly gathered above Shouju and his group, crashing downwards. After a brief exchange, Wang Chen had already discovered that the two leading figures were both third-tier ability users. Moreover, the awakened abilities are quite impressive. Shouju's spatial transfer is at least A grade, and Wan Dapeng's Earth Element Giant is also expected to be A grade. However, although the fluctuations in their auras are powerful, Wang Chen keenly senses a hint of restlessness. This is clearly a level built up from crystal cores, without any time spent on solidifying it. But at this moment, even if they are not seasoned third-tier ability users, they are still strong enough. Don't be fooled by the fact that Li Yuchan, Suyu, and Mu Ningxue are not leveling up as quickly as these two. Their foundation has been meticulously honed under Wang Chen's deliberate control, making it incredibly solid. If they were to simply stack crystal cores, the cores in Wang Chen's hands could have pushed them directly to the fourth tier long ago. However, doing so would likely leave Li Yuchan and the others stuck at the fourth tier, wasting their boundless potential. The steel giant seal crashed down, and Shouju roared, channeling all his strength to expand the spatial ring several times, barely managing to transfer the giant seal. However, he did not dare to transfer the giant seal onto Suyu and the others. That would be tantamount to handing over a treasure. Above the tide of corpses far from the high wall, a spatial ring suddenly appeared, and the steel giant seal smashed into the horde, producing a tremendous sound. "Hey, getting smarter, huh?" Wang Chen clapped and laughed, realizing that the metals he could control had indeed decreased significantly. Let's see how you play now." Shouju wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face somewhat pale. That last move had cost him a lot of energy. "There's plenty of fun left," Wang Chen replied mockingly, his palm reaching out as the hydrogen-oxygen gas activated instantly, sending dozens of explosive fireballs shooting forward. The ability user who had transformed into a lizard leaped off the wall, his claws glinting with cold light. "Do you think I'm just a decoration?" Li Yuchan shouted coldly, his mental power instantly gripping the lizard man's throat and slamming him towards the horde of corpses. A second-tier melee fighter is practically a toy in front of a third-tier mental power user. The horde of corpses immediately stirred, countless zombies crazily lunging at the lizard. But this lizard man had impressive physical defense. His scales remained unscathed as he swiftly swung his claws, shredding the zombies around him and leaping out of the horde. In the next moment, an arrow glinting with cold light flashed by, causing the lizard man to falter and fall back into the horde. This time, he could no longer get up. The battle lasted only a few seconds, and both sides lost a major player in succession. The power of Zhu Bai's archery was undeniable. The giant that Wan Dapeng transformed into paid no heed to the fat man's slashes, swatting him into the horde and stepping forward along the not-so-wide high wall. A fire snake from his followers slithered around the wall, lunging at the others. The fat man crashed heavily into the horde, rolling several times, but the Mo Dao remained firmly in his grip. Once he steadied himself, he wildly swept the Mo Dao, cutting all the approaching zombies in half, then suddenly exerted force to leap up, jumping several times to the base of the high wall, quickly climbing upward. His defense was such that those ordinary zombies could not break through. A massive stone spear was hurled from the giant's hand, aiming fiercely at Suyu. Mu Ningxue caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, raising her hand slightly, as a thick ice wall shot up from the ground, shattering upon impact with the stone spear. Suyu slashed out a blade of light, a dark red blade directly splitting the fire snake in half, its momentum unyielding as it struck the giant, producing a violent explosion. Mobe's figure emerged from behind the ability user who had shot the ice arrow from the giant's back, his horizontal blade piercing through the user's heart in an instant, blood spraying out. Damn it! The power-type ability user on standby nearby couldn't rush to the rescue in time and could only punch Mobe, who hadn't transformed into shadow yet, in the shoulder, sending him flying back with tremendous force. Fortunately, Mobe had armor protection. While he let out a cry of pain, his figure once again transformed into shadow and disappeared. The ice-type ability user clutched his chest and fell down, while a woman beside the power user rushed forward, her hands glowing green as she pressed firmly against his chest. However, blood had already spread out, and after a while, the woman with healing abilities could only shake her head helplessly. Ruan Dapeng turned to see this scene and let out an angry roar, his massive palm directly slamming towards Suyu and the others. Li Yuchan let out a low shout, using his mental power to hold up the giant palm, but his body trembled, and his face turned pale. Wang Chen stepped onto a disc and quickly ascended, the scattered metal around him rapidly flying up. A giant steel sword took shape above the giant statue, and as Wang Chen pressed down with his palm, the giant sword crashed down, piercing straight towards Ruan Dapeng's transformed giant form. Without even looking at the result, Wang Chen flew directly towards Oshioju and the others, his mind moving, several black threads appearing, slicing through space directly towards Oshioju. Same space ability, let's see how you transfer. Oshioju's heart raced with alarm, and the spatial rings activated one after another, but those black threads sliced through them in half. Sensitive to the same type of ability, Oshioju's body suddenly toppled as he activated the spatial ring, a black thread cutting through a tuft of hair on his forehead, passing through the bodies of the three behind him. Lying on the ground, Oshioju could only see the three of them suddenly freeze, their bodies slowly splitting into several segments and sliding down. In an instant, of his remaining four subordinates, only the young man with lightning abilities was left. Run! Oshioju's eyes widened in fury, his body quickly rolling to dodge a wave of metal spears piercing towards him, swiftly drawing a spatial transfer ring in front of him. The lightning youth flickered, trailing a flash of electricity, grabbing Oshioju's arm and diving towards the spatial ring. Want to escape? Too late! Wang Chen shouted coldly, gently pressing his palm in the air, instantly draining more than half of the energy and mental power within him. Just then, dozens of meters away, Oshioju and the lightning youth were mere moments from the spatial ring, but suddenly came to a halt. Everything within a 10-meter radius around them seemed to freeze, a black thread of spatial cutting appearing 10 meters away. The next second, time resumed flowing, and the joy on their faces had not yet faded when they were abruptly sliced in half by the spatial cut. The spatial ring took away the upper halves of their bodies, vanishing in an instant, leaving only their lower halves, blood gushing and splattering onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. 500 meters away on a metal high wall, a spatial ring appeared, and the upper halves of Oshioju and the lightning youth tumbled out. Before Oshioju could feel joy, a sharp pain suddenly shot from his waist to his mind. Ah! Two screams echoed through the sky, as Oshioju frantically pounded the ground, but the disappearance of his lower half left him in agony, blood spurting out. The two continued to scream in pain, but their voices gradually faded, becoming silent. Wang Chen landed on the high wall, looking at the two lower halves on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Time stopped. This was a powerful weapon he had developed during several nights of frantically writing. It could freeze time for 1 second within a 10-meter radius around the target. The effect was astonishing, and the energy consumption was equally exaggerated. If it weren't for his own foundation far exceeding that of an ordinary third-tier ability user, he wouldn't have been able to use such an ability at all. Even with Wang Chen's capabilities, he could only use it twice in a row. Fortunately, he had already swallowed an ancient lotus seed, and the energy within him quickly recovered. After resolving this side, Wang Chen turned and rushed towards the other side. Anyone daring to strike at him would have to die. Ruan Dapeng's giant form had a wide field of vision, and when Wang Chen actively flew towards Oshioju, he felt a hint of glee in his heart. In his view, the people before him were not to be feared, but Wang Chen indeed made him feel deeply wary. Just as he was lamenting Oshioju's bad luck, the situation took a sudden turn. Oshioju, who had always been regarded as a formidable rival by him, along with 4 of his subordinates, was almost instantaneously killed by Wang Chen. The suddenly frozen scene sent chills down Ruan Dapeng's spine. Although he didn't understand why, the fleeting black thread in the half-body of Oshioju left behind made him realize in an instant, Oshioju was doomed. Seeing Wang Chen turn to look this way, Ruan Dapeng couldn't help but shout angrily, "Run!" With that shout, the giant form that Ruan Dapeng had transformed into turned and ran without hesitation, several thick stone spears shooting chaotically towards the rushing Wang Chen. Damn it, wanting to run now, isn't it a bit too late? Li Yuchan cursed angrily. His hands clenched tightly and his mental energy surged wildly, two telekinetic hands appearing and firmly gripping Ruan Dapeng's thighs. There was no choice, this guy's giant form was just too large. Get away from me! Ruan Dapeng's heart raced as he struggled. With all his might, the immense force directly shaking Li Yuchan's entire body. Die! Several space cuts, 5 to 6 meters long, instantly sliced through the space, directly splitting the giant form apart. Steel arrows whistled through the air, piercing through the back of the giant's head. Fire cranes and ice flowers followed closely, crashing fiercely into the two ability users. Behind the giant, the fat man's figure leaped from the wall, a strange knife slashing fiercely across the neck of the strength type ability user. Li Yuchan's hands loosened, and the giant's body immediately shattered into pieces, chunks falling continuously, along with Ruan Dapeng's 2-meter-tall body, which also turned into fragments, blood spreading everywhere. The healing type ability user behind him was also reduced to rubble by the fire cranes and ice flowers. Li Yuchan leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. The energy and mental power hadn't been significantly depleted, but they had already been in a fierce battle for a long time. Everyone's spirits were somewhat low, purely from exhaustion. Ancient lotus seeds could quickly restore energy and mental power, but that feeling of fatigue was still impossible to eliminate. Shubai put down his recurved bow, letting out a long breath, as Mobe's figure appeared beside him, the mask opening to reveal a faint smile. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, their smiles charming. Wang Chen stepped beside Zhubai, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Everything should have ended. The tense nerves instantly relaxed. Just as everyone was feeling relieved, a sudden change occurred. A wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared behind Su Yu and Mu Ningxue. Die! A familiar figure, with a mad grin, thrust a sharp dagger fiercely towards Mu Ningxue's back. But in the next moment, Su Yu's pupils dilated, her arms instinctively pulling Mu Ningxue towards herself, her body already lunging onto Mu Ningxue. No! Wang Chen's eyes widened in rage, his palm reaching out fiercely towards Su Yu. Time stopped, activating once again. However, the energy within Wang Chen had just recovered a bit. The timing for activating time stop was slightly delayed, and the sharp dagger had already plunged deep into Su Yu's body with a soft thud. Everything around them froze in the next moment, and Wang Chen lunged towards Su Yu, the space cut reappearing. In the next second, time resumed flowing, and the space cut instantly sliced through the wrist gripping the dagger. However, a wisp of black smoke dissipated, and even that hand turned into black smoke. Having long been prepared for Wang Chen's space cut, Ho Jun transformed his body into a wisp of black smoke in advance. Ha ha! Wang Chen, feel the pain of losing someone you cherish. I will return. The dagger remained lodged in Su Yu's back, and as the black smoke dissipated, Ho Jun reappeared 50 meters away, his figure materializing before once again turning into black smoke and fleeing into the distance. Ho Jun, you should die. No matter where you escape to, I will definitely kill you. Wang Chen held Su Yu's body, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Sister Su Yu, Sister Su, little fish, why did you save me? Only then did the others react, rushing forward, their faces filled with sorrow as they surrounded Su Yu. Mu Ningxue knelt beside Su Yu, crying, her hands flailing in confusion about where to place them. Ho Jun's original target was her, yet Su Yu had taken that knife for her. Su Yu was coughing up blood, the blade already embedded in her heart. Who would have thought that after the battle was won, in the moment everyone felt the most relaxed, such a powerful assassin would appear? Why was this assassin targeting the two girls who were slightly farther away? If either of them were to be assassinated, it would be unbearable pain for everyone. Li Yuchan slapped himself in regret. If he could have maintained the mental shield, Su Yu would not have been so severely injured. Even if he couldn't block that knife, at least he could have delayed for a moment. That extra moment would have been enough for Wang Chen to save Su Yu. Little fish, you can't die. Mu Ningxue's tears streamed down as she tightly held Su Yu's hand, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Shuijia, don't worry, I'm fine. Su Yu forced a smile on her pale face, tilting her head with blood at the corner of her mouth, still wanting to comfort Mu Ningxue. Wu, why did you take that knife? For me. Mu Ningxue covered her mouth tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. She wished that Su Yu hadn't taken that knife for her. She would rather be the one hurt than see Su Yu die because of her. It's nothing, if it were you, Shuijia, you would take this knife for me too, right? Su Yu smiled through her pain, struggling to lift a hand to wipe Mu Ningxue's tears, but her arm fell weakly. Mu Ningxue grabbed Su Yu's hand tightly, choked up and unable to speak, only able to nod repeatedly. Little fish, I will find a way to save you. Wang Chen's face was dark, his heart filled with rage, yet he had no one to vent it on. The dagger was deeply embedded in her heart, and he didn't dare to pull it out, fearing that the moment he did would be when Su Yu would perish. Brother Ming Yang, don't exert yourself. I know my own body. It's just a pity that I can't cook for you anymore. I miss my mom so much. Su Yu's gaze began to fade, turning to look longingly at Wang Chen's face. There must be a way to save you. There must be a way. Wang Chen growled a few times, his mental energy frantically scanning the mustard seed space. Inside the mustard seed space, there were only living supplies, food, and oil. The mountain of crystal cores was of no use. At this moment, ancient lotus seeds. Wang Chen quickly took out an ancient lotus seed and gently placed it in Suyu's mouth. The energy from the lotus seed seemed to have some effect as Suyu's complexion became a bit rosier. However, under Wang Chen's mental probe, there were no signs of healing in Suyu's heart, which continued to bleed. Suyu coughed again, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. There must be another way. Wang Chen roared, his mental energy once again frantically searching the mustard seed space. Finally, his mental energy swept over a corner, revealing 3 crystals emitting a green glow. Life crystals. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He wanted to slap himself for forgetting about these. A green crystal appeared out of nowhere and Wang Chen grabbed it, quickly stuffing it into Suyu's mouth. However, blood continued to surge from Suyu's throat, causing her to spit out the life crystal. I can't care about that anymore. Wang Chen grabbed the life crystal and threw it into his own mouth, disregarding Suyu's bleeding, and directly forced it down. The others were momentarily stunned, and Mu Ningxue covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, forgetting to cry for a moment. In a daze, Suyu's eyes suddenly widened. A scene that had appeared in her dreams was now vividly before her. A crystal was pressed against her by Wang Chen's tongue, and Suyu slowly closed her eyes, forcing back the blood that surged in her throat as she swallowed the crystal. The life crystal was finally fed to her, and Wang Chen quickly straightened up, probing Suyu's heart with his mental energy. A surge of green life energy suddenly erupted, rapidly converging towards her heart. But the dagger was still embedded within it. Little fish, hold on, I need to pull out the dagger for the life crystal to heal your wounds, Wang Chen said softly as he gently helped her sit up. Okay, I'm not afraid, brother Ming Yang, go ahead and pull it out. The energy from the life crystal seemed to have revived Suyu's spirit, and she nodded lightly, speaking in a low voice. Alright. Wang Chen gently grasped the dagger embedded in Suyu's back, took a deep breath, and yanked it out forcefully. Suyu let out a muffled groan as a spurt of blood shot out. Wang Chen quickly tossed the dagger aside and pressed his palm firmly against the wound. The energy from the life crystal rapidly gathered at the wound, and under Wang Chen's mental probing, the emerald green energy tightly enveloped the heart, and the wound began to heal swiftly. A few minutes later, Suyu's complexion became rosy, and the wound caused by the dagger gradually healed. Through the tear in her clothing, Wang Chen carefully wiped the area around the wound, revealing a patch of fair skin. The wound from the dagger had completely vanished. Phew, you're all right now, little fish. Wang Chen let out a long breath, sitting down on the ground, gently patting the back of Suyu's hand with a relaxed expression. Yay! That's great! Sister Suyu is fine. Woohoo, that's wonderful, little fish, you're okay. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Mu Ningxue hugged Suyu tightly, crying uncontrollably. Sister Xue, I'm fine now. Suyu smiled, gently patting Mu Ningxue's back, but her eyes secretly glanced at Wang Chen. Damn, luckily I had a few life crystals earlier, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to save little fish this time. Wang Chen chuckled, still feeling a lingering fear. Ho Jun's appearance was too sudden, and that guy must have already reached the 3rd tier, with extraordinary strength. His ability was quite peculiar, very similar to the A-grade ability Shadow Assault in the Shadow system. There were no spatial fluctuations, and when he flashed there was a wisp of black smoke. It must have been the Shadow Assault. The abilities awakened in the apocalypse are all bizarre and varied. Even with memories from his past life, Wang Chen couldn't possibly recognize all abilities. But Ho Jun's ability was almost certain. Within the team, if Mu Ningxue's frost freezing could be further developed, it should be able to restrain him. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt a bit more at ease. Li Yuchan patted his shoulder hard, his face full of joyful smiles. In the beginning, it was their small team of 4 who had fought together through thick and thin. If anyone in the team was the favorite, it had to be Suyu, the charming and gentle big sister. Of course, Li Yuchan's favorite was still the meals cooked by Suyu. Having escaped a disaster, everyone was excited, and once the tense atmosphere passed, they suddenly felt exhausted. Let's tidy up and leave as soon as possible. Wang Chen stood up, dusting off his pants, and said to everyone. Li Yuchan nodded, his mental shield was still up, preventing Ho Jun from launching another surprise attack. Wang Chen returned to the half-body of Oshouju, carefully searching around but found nothing. Helpless, he stepped onto the disc and flew towards the distant high wall. Oshouju spat out blood, his eyes hazy as he gazed at the sky. The powerful vitality of a 3rd-tier ability user allowed him to remain alive even after being severed in half. Beside him, the lightning man had long since died with his eyes closed. Heh, you brought this upon yourself. Wang Chen shook his head, sneering as he crouched down to rummage through his belongings. Finally, he pulled out a small cloth bag from the pocket of his underwear, and upon opening it he found more than a dozen 2nd-tier crystal cores inside. Not bad, quite a haul. Wang Chen stood up, casually storing the crystal cores in his mustard seed space and tossing the bag to the ground. Why you, how can You have so many abilities? Oh Xiaozhu's dim eyes turned to Wang Chen, his face filled with unwillingness as he asked in a stuttering voice. I don't need to tell you, buddy. You can just die. Wang Chen shrugged, too lazy to waste words with him. A swift space cut silenced Oh Xiaozhu's expression, and his half-body was once again split in two. Returning to the others, Li Yuchan used telekinesis to control over 100 crystal cores and toss them to Wang Chen. After collecting the crystal cores, Wang Chen shaped a plane from nearby metal, waiting for everyone to jump on board. Only then did he walk over to support Suyu along with Mu Ning Xue. Although the life crystal cores provided some replenishment, the significant blood loss still left Suyu feeling somewhat weak. Once everyone was seated, Wang Chen ignited the tail flame, and the plane slowly glided, quickly ascending into the sky with the cooperation of Wang Chen and Li Yuchan. Behind a massive rock at the mountain's peak, Ho Jun emerged with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect that woman to survive even after her heart was pierced. Wang Chen, next time, you won't be so lucky. I will kill everyone around you one by one, then slowly torture you, making you feel the pain of my severed hand. Ho Jun raised his left hand, the bare wrist revealing an incredibly resentful look in his eyes. Initially, his target was Wang Chen, but he had discovered Wang Chen's mental manipulation ability during their first encounter. Moreover, Ho Jun had received corresponding verification from the military district, so he reluctantly chose the cold beauty Mu Ningxue instead. In Ho Jun's view, Wang Chen must have a relationship with her. Killing Mu Ningxue would surely cause Wang Chen immense pain. However, he didn't expect Suyu to block the attack, but both women were his targets, so it didn't matter who he killed. That's why he struck and retreated. He was just puzzled as to why the dagger only penetrated halfway instead of piercing through the heart as it should have. Time stood still, even his thoughts paused for a second. With a cold snort, Ho Jun transformed into a wisp of black smoke and swiftly fled northward. Phew, finally gone. These guys are too damn strong. What a thrill. What's a military shelter? Even the army has to retreat in the face of this tide of corpses, but they, not only that, but the two groups that came after are extraordinary too. That giant's power was tremendous, but I didn't expect it to be cut down like chopping vegetables, just like that. That suited man's ability must be space transfer. He almost got away, but at the last moment, his body suddenly split in two. It must be due to that big shot's ability. No, we need to find a way to locate them. Hailu, as long as we can follow that big shot, anywhere is a shelter. A spirited young man on a rooftop several kilometers away lifted his head from a telescope and excitedly shouted to his bespectacled friend beside him. But, Shirja, how do you know where they live? Even if we find them, whether they take us in is another matter, the bespectacled young man Hailu replied, puzzled. Shirja, however, was completely unconcerned, looking confident. I just noticed that their plane is heading west. Moreover, both of us have awakened our abilities, so the chances of us being accepted are definitely high. I just wonder if the zombie horde will be as dense tomorrow. Hailu adjusted his glasses and nodded, expressing some worry. What are you afraid of? Haven't we already tried it? As long as we cover ourselves in the zombies' filthy blood, we can avoid being detected by them. Shirja chuckled and waved his hand. Hailu made a disgusted expression but then said seriously, we don't know their exact location. It might be hard to find them. That's okay, I roughly calculated the distance. They should be by Yunhu. Shirja laughed, noting that the plane had flown back and forth 3 times. Although the speed varied, he could still estimate a general distance based on a straight line. Alright, let's pack our things, get a good rest tonight, and set off early tomorrow. The bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and nodded decisively. Good. The two of them tossed the binoculars aside and turned to leave the rooftop. At the edge of the battlefield, Lei Lai put down the binoculars with a dazed expression. Boss, what's the situation? I saw their plane fly away. When June asked curiously, and the others nodded in agreement. Lei Lai sighed and looked at them, saying, in the future, if you encounter this group, no matter how tempting the benefits are, immediately back down and don't offend them. Why? They are strong, but we aren't that bad either. Diaozi protested. Exactly, we're not as good as them now. Does that mean we won't be in the future? We can always find more people. Are we really afraid of 7 little kids? Xiao Dao twirled a butterfly knife in his hand, looking provocative. Heh, what's the use of numbers? Diaozi, Xiao Dao, don't you understand? This world is already one where the strong dominate. Just now, those little kids you mentioned cleanly killed off 2 other groups, and the leaders of those 2 groups were probably all tier 3 ability users. Lei Lai shook his head, tossed the binoculars aside, and slowly sat down on the living room sofa. What? Tier 3? That's impossible, Lei Ge. We're only tier 2. How could they be tier 3? When June said incredulously. It shouldn't be wrong. Both of those groups had very strong abilities. That giant transformed by the big guy would have been impossible for me to deal with, yet they still died at the hands of that young man. Lei Lai sighed, having to admit that some people's talents were simply stronger than others. The 4 of them fell silent. Even without binoculars, they had seen a rough outline of that giant from afar. Alright, stop thinking about it. Just because we're not as good now doesn't mean we won't be in the future. However, you must remember my warning from earlier. Those young people, especially the one in charge, are not simple. Seeing their expressions dim, Lei Lai didn't want them to be too dejected. Once their moods lightened a bit, he waved his hand again, saying, after dinner tonight, make sure to tidy up. Biaozi, if you really like that. Female college student, tonight is your last chance. Whether you trade food or crystal cores, I don't care, but you must not use force. The same goes for everyone else. Even though we're in this society, we still need to have a basic bottom line. Go on. The four nodded repeatedly, and Biaozi's eyes flickered as he licked his lips. In the nearby high-rise buildings, many survivors had witnessed the battle during the day. Many survivors were restless. After 10 days, they had eaten almost everything edible. Now that the zombie horde was concentrated in the northern district, the safety factor had indeed increased significantly. Either venture out to find food, or relocate to leave this place, or seek refuge in a military district, or rely on powerful ability users. For a moment, the many survivors were lost in thought. A few minutes later, a plane appeared above the metal dome. Exhausted from the day, everyone just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Wang Chen controlled the metal dome to open, and the plane landed directly on the lawn of the courtyard. Wow, I'm completely worn out today, I feel like my whole body is aching, Li Yuchan exclaimed as he jumped off the plane and stretched lazily, grumbling. Su Yu and the others also looked exhausted, while only the chubby guy seemed energetic. Alright, everyone go wash up and quickly calm the energy within your bodies. Pay special attention to those chaotic foreign energies, expel them directly to avoid affecting the purity of your own energy, Wang Chen reminded them, as everyone had absorbed too many crystal cores today and it was better to deal with it early to avoid future troubles. Got it, boss. Everyone nodded in response, and Li Yuchan, Su Yu, and Mu Ningxue were the first to head towards the villa. Shu Bai, the chubby guy, and Mo Bei hesitated and stayed behind. Lai Guobao, you take those three to assign the rooms on the first floor, Wang Chen said, realizing that the three hadn't gone in after a moment of thought, and called out to Li Yuchan. Hurry up and catch up, Li Yuchan said without looking back. Mo Bei clanked forward, pulling off his mask and grinning. Boss, I can't get this off. Wang Chen smiled and casually removed the entire metal armor from him. Thanks, boss, I'll go find Li Gu now. Mo Bei felt instantly lighter and bowed slightly to Wang Chen. Go ahead, remember to come out and cook later. Wang Chen waved his hand, revealing a playful smile. I got it, Mo Bei said, with a bitter face as he chased after Li Yuchan, not expecting that in his moment of urgency he would say something that the boss actually remembered. Cooking, sigh, if I had known, I would have just said I can eat. I only eat, I don't work. How nice. However, Mo Bei only dared to think about it in his heart. Only eating and not working, that was a privilege reserved for babies. Fortunately, Wang Chen didn't have mind-reading abilities, otherwise, hearing such thoughts, he would have undoubtedly thrown a big slap without hesitation. After a day of fighting, Wang Chen also felt exhausted and closed the metal dome, turning to walk into the villa. As night approached, and with the metal dome blocking the light, all the lights in the villa were turned on, illuminating the place brightly. Back in his room, he turned on the shower and enjoyed a hot bath, washing away most of his fatigue. Wang Chen changed into clean clothes and returned to the hall with a book. Sitting down. An hour later, except for Mu Ningxue and Su Yu, everyone else had changed and come out. Mo Bei looked around the hall and, feeling self-aware, walked to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing dinner. Mo Bei, the chubby guy alone eats as much as 10 people, you need to make more. Li Yuchan plopped down next to Wang Chen and shouted towards the kitchen. Got it, Li Gu, Mo Bei replied, dejectedly without looking back. Shu Bai and the chubby guy also found a spot to sit, their eyes fixed on Wang Chen. Have you all expelled the chaotic energies within you? Wang Chen asked without looking up, engrossed in his book. Yeah, we've expelled them all, the three replied, nodding. That's good. The ancient lotus seeds have miraculous effects. I don't have many left, so you should experience them more. Wang Chen nodded. Originally, there were 14 ancient lotus seeds left, but he used 7 in the last battle and 1 to save Su Yu. Now only 6 remained, and these 6 could likely help Wang Chen advance to the 4th tier. However, the most powerful effect of this ancient lotus seed is still its all-around enhancement of physical qualities, broadening of meridians, and increasing energy limits, even having the effect of purifying energy. This miraculous ability is something that few things in Wang Chen's memory can compare to. Otherwise, Zhu Bai and the others wouldn't have been able to clear out the vast and chaotic energy in their bodies so quickly. Shu Bai and the fat guy nodded in agreement. They had already experienced the benefits brought by this lotus seed. Nowadays, young people have more or less read quite a few fantasy novels, and they could guess a bit about such treasures akin to those of heaven and earth. Although the situation was urgent at the time, they were very grateful to be given such a treasure directly. Boss, how long until you reach the 4th tier? Li Yuchan asked, draping his arm over Wang Chen's shoulder with a grin. If I use the lotus seed, I estimate about another week. But there are only 6 ancient lotus seeds left. I want to save them for emergencies, Wang Chen said, frowning a bit, feeling somewhat helpless. Crystal cores are also an option. Didn't we collect a lot of metal-type crystal cores this time? Li Yuchan asked, puzzled. That's possible, but the energy in crystal cores isn't pure, and it takes a bit more time and effort, Wang Chen replied. Li Yuchan rolled his eyes. Is that really time-consuming and laborious? You're being too extravagant. Hee. Next, we still need to gather some medical supplies, Wang Chen chuckled, remembering that Suyu was injured today, which reminded him to stockpile some medical supplies. In the later world, medicine is even more important than food or crystal cores. Although many people have awakened healing abilities, such individuals are quite rare. To date, they have only seen that woman behind Wanda Peng who seems to possess some kind of healing ability. Unfortunately, as an enemy, she has already been blasted to bits. Thinking of this, Wang Chen suddenly remembered his university classmate Lu Lily. This woman awakened a B-level light-type healing ability, and he had no idea where she was at this moment. It seems that in the future, when encountering survivors, he should pay special attention to those with healing abilities. Who knows, he might even find that university goddess with significant connections. Wang Chen hasn't forgotten that this woman stayed in Chun City until later when she followed him into the refuge of the immovable king in Sichuan province. After a while, so you jogged down from upstairs and headed straight for the kitchen. Xiao Yuer, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Don't busy yourself, let them obey cook tonight, Wang Chen called out. Ming Yango, I'm fine, Suyu said, momentarily taken aback. Her face slightly flushed as she spoke softly. Listen to me, come sit down. Wang Chen shook his head and pointed to the sofa beside him. Upon hearing this, Suyu no longer insisted. Oh, okay. She walked over and sat down on the sofa to Wang Chen's right. Her originally pale face, whether due to the hot water or the effect of the life crystal, now appeared somewhat rosy. Well, it seems the effect of the life crystal is indeed powerful. Your injury is already fine. Wang Chen scanned Suyu's body with his mental power. He hadn't paid attention earlier due to the urgency of the situation, but now his mental power revealed Suyu's curvaceous figure, causing Wang Chen to blush slightly. The energy has calmed down, right? Wang Chen felt his face heat up, stroking his chin to change the subject. Yes, it has calmed down, and my strength has increased quite a bit, Suyu nodded, feeling a bit shy. After advancing to the 3rd tier, her sensitivity to mental power had also become much clearer. Wang Chen's mental power sweeping over her body made her feel somewhat exposed. That's good. Mu Ningxue and Li Yuchan had both consumed 4 lotus seeds, while Suyu had eaten 5. These lotus seeds had a tremendous effect on them. The most obvious benefit was that their internal energy reserves were at least twice that of other ability users of the same tier. Not only that, but when absorbing crystal cores, the chaotic energy was expelled from their bodies much more easily, with significantly less impact. Wang Chen himself had consumed 5 ancient lotus seeds, and with his numerous abilities, his body had undergone multiple enhancements, causing the chaotic energy within his crystal core to be automatically expelled. In a sense, he could continuously absorb the crystal cores to improve himself. However, the energy reserves he needed for advancement were unimaginably vast, even for others. Fortunately, Wang Chen was not lacking in crystal cores at all. It was just that crystal cores of the 1st tier and below were no longer effective for him. In the battlefield of the North District, the flames gradually extinguished, leaving a stench lingering everywhere. The mass of corpses lingered for a long time, still gathered beneath the high walls, but there were no longer any targets. A black and white giant dog appeared at the mountaintop, riding the fierce winds, its surrounding gales turning into tiny wind blades that sliced through the ground, carving out deep ravines. Behind it, a dozen large dogs of various colors rushed forward at high speed. Meow. On the other side of the mountaintop, a colorful big cat flashed with electric light, its massive form resembling that of a tiger. Beneath the high walls, countless black-skinned rats burrowed out of the ground, numbering in the thousands. Chirp! A hawk's cry echoed through the sky, accompanied by the sound of countless wings flapping. A dark golden giant eagle appeared in the sky, followed by numerous large birds, all descending towards the high walls. Once the dust settled, the bloodied corpses of countless zombies attracted many mutated creatures, ready to indulge in this feast. As night fell, the darkness became the domain of mutated mosquitoes and other insects, and many mutated beings quickly rushed towards the mass of corpses. Even though Wang Chen had burned most of the bodies, those that remained were still a grand feast for these mutated creatures. The dark golden giant eagle soared into the air again, its massive wings sweeping across, shooting out slightly illusory golden feather arrows towards the mass of corpses. Its enormous claws directly grabbed a 1st-tier copper-armored zombie, its sharp beak suddenly pecking open the skull, pulling out a crystal core and swallowing it. The hurricane dog and lightning cat were not far behind, their forms darting rapidly, wildly stirring within the mass of corpses, their sharp teeth piercing through skulls, their tongues curling to swallow the crystal cores. These High-tier mutated creatures all targeted the crystal cores, clearly aware that such things could make them even stronger. While battling the zombies, they consciously avoided their own heads, where their own crystal cores were located. The mutated rat swarm gnawed at the bodies of many zombies, with a few noticeably larger second and third tier rats, just like the giant eagle and hurricane dog, only interested in the crystal cores. However, these high-tier rats even fought among themselves when facing the same second-tier zombie. Clearly, no true rat king had emerged. If Wang Chen saw this scene, he would probably laugh out loud. In his previous life, the rat swarm in Spring City was basically ruled by a clever rat king. He never expected that in this life, by killing that rat king early, he would cause infighting within the rat swarm. This might actually be a good thing for the survivors. An hour later, the sun had long set and darkness once again enveloped the land. A buzzing sound came from all directions and the numerous mutated creatures scattered in a frenzy. The hurricane dog and lightning cat surprisingly ran towards the city, a group of mutated cats and dogs leaping between buildings, gradually disappearing into the night. The dark, golden giant eagle let out a cry, leading the flock into the sky. On the ground remained the rat swarm and a few scattered mutated animals that were reluctant to leave. But soon, an uncountable swarm of mutated mosquitoes spread over like a black cloth. They swooped down, clearly preferring the active mutated animals over the thick, filthy blood within the zombie bodies. In an instant, the mutated animals left behind suffered greatly. Dozens of mutated mosquitoes pinned a mutated mouse, instantly draining it into a dry corpse. The same scene spread across the battlefield until those mutated mice quickly burrowed away, while the remaining mutated animals either died or fled. Yet, amidst the sea of corpses, there were surprisingly few casualties. It seemed the mutated mosquitoes had lost interest in these foul-smelling zombies, whose blood had thickened. After wreaking havoc, the swarm of mutated mosquitoes took to the air once more, flying towards the city. Inside the metal dome, the villa was brightly lit, and Mobe had filled the dining table with bowls of dishes. He had directly used bowls to serve the food, including ham, sausages, rice, and noodles, as per Li Yuchan's reminder. Mobe even made a large pot of mixed stew using some dried vegetables, bean skins, and vermicelli, paired with ham and steak. These items had piled up like a mountain among the supplies collected by Wang Chen from the supermarket. Everyone gathered around the table, laughing and eating. A few quickly finished their meals, leaving only the fat guy still battling with his food. Back in the living room on the sofa, Wang Chen commented on everyone's performance today, raising some issues and ideas for discussion. The use of abilities, aside from the spontaneous powers awakened at the beginning, required each person to continuously develop their own abilities to improve step by step. Collective brainstorming was the right approach. After all, everyone's thinking has its limitations. Perhaps a different person would have a different perspective on the same ability. Xiao Yur, your fire crane move is quite distinctive, but its power is somewhat dispersed. It works well against a horde of zombies. Mooning Shue, your death spiral is very similar to my metal storm, but the cutting ability of the snowflakes is slightly weaker. Modify it a bit and try ice spikes. Wang Chen had the two women demonstrate their abilities, allowing everyone to analyze and share their insights. I was originally imitating your metal storm, Mooning Shue said, a bit shy as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What's the big deal? I came up with mine in a flash too. Wang Chen laughed heartily, not minding Mooning Shue's imitation. Boss, my shadow escape ability seems to allow me to control shadows now, Mobe said with a sheepish smile, raising his hand as the shadow under the coffee table suddenly twisted. Do some research. I think your shadow escape could be stronger, and it would be best if it had some lethality. Wang Chen nodded. In the daytime battle, Mobe had actually been the most embarrassed. His ability was easily countered, relying solely on the horizontal knife in his hand for lethality. This was quite uncharacteristic of Mobe's former reputation as a shadow assassin. However, Mobe was only at the second tier now, with plenty of room for improvement, so there was no rush. Boss, can you get me a full set too? That kind of full body armor like Mobe's is so cool. The fat guy ran over with a bowl full of food. I plan to get each of you a set of titanium alloy armor to avoid a repeat of today's situation. Wang Chen nodded, glancing at Suyu with a hint of concern. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Li Yuchan and Mooning Shue, whose gazes towards Suyu were filled with guilt, regret, and heartache. Oh, I'm fine, don't look at me like that. Suyu clearly couldn't stand such looks and quickly hugged Mooning Shue, speaking softly. Xiao Yur, Mooning Shue felt a bit sad. Suyu had genuinely taken a knife for her, and although everyone eventually remembered that they also had a life crystal, in that moment Suyu had acted purely on instinct without considering anything else. This fearless friendship made Mooning Shue, who had grown up in a well-off family without any true friends, feel a warmth she had never experienced before. She silently vowed to protect the little fish who would risk her life for her in the future. Sister Shue, if it were you, I believe you would definitely step in to take a knife for me without hesitation, right? Suyu leaned her head on Mooning Shue's shoulder, smiling brightly. Mooning Shue nodded, tightly holding Suyu's small hand, and said nothing more. The tea party came to an end, and everyone, tired from the day, returned to their respective rooms to rest. Mo-Bei, do you need something? Wang Chen, sitting on the sofa reading, noticed Mo-Bei fidgeting and not returning to the room with Zhu Bai and the others, and curiously asked, Boss, I have a small request, not sure if I should bring it up? Mo-Bei rubbed his hands together, approaching with a flattering smile. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. The last person who spoke to him like that, well, let's just say they might be in trouble. Go ahead. Well, I have 2 friends, they're both really good people, and I was wondering, could you take them in? Mo-Bei said shyly, watching Wang Chen's expression grow colder, his voice getting quieter. Feeling a bit anxious, he realized it was a bit presumptuous to ask for his friends to join so soon after he had just joined himself. Seeing Mo-Bei's uneasy expression, Wang Chen pondered for a moment. The team indeed needed more hands. Moreover, in his memory, Mo-Bei seemed to have always been under Gong Zhan's command in his past life, so anyone who could follow Gong Zhan should be of decent character. Where are they, and do they have any abilities? Mo-Bei initially thought Wang Chen would refuse outright, but he was surprised that he even asked. Seeing Wang Chen frown, Mo-Bei quickly added, they're in the villa area and they both awakened their abilities, but they're not very strong. Right here? Just in the villa area. Below. I can bring them to you right now. Mo-Bei was a bit excited. It seemed there was a glimmer of hope in Wang Chen's words. Alright, go bring them over. If they're useless, don't blame me for kicking them out. Wang Chen waved his hand. Since they were nearby, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Okay, I'm on it. Mo-Bei excitedly stood up, bowed repeatedly to Wang Chen, and dashed out. Wang Chen chuckled softly, shook his head, and continued flipping through his book. However, just a moment later, Mo-Bei ran back in. So soon? Boss, the door is locked tight, I can't get out. Mo-Bei scratched his head awkwardly. He could slip out through the shadows, but what about his friends when they arrived? Go ahead, I'll open the door. With a thought, Wang Chen made a large hole in the metal door. Thanks a lot, boss. Mo-Bei rushed out again, sprinting down the mountain. A few minutes later, lights pierced the darkness as a small car sped up from the mountain and stopped at the gate. 2 figures, one large and one small, followed Mo-Bei into the courtyard. Boss, they're here. Mo-Bei rushed into the living room, grinning as he leaned close to Wang Chen and whispered. Wang Chen looked up at the sound and saw a stylishly dressed beauty standing at the gate with a girl about 7 or 8 years old, looking a bit awkward. Why are there 2 girls? Wang Chen was taken aback, looking at Mo-Bei in disbelief. Boss, they're my aunt and cousin. Didn't I tell you? Mo-Bei looked at Wang Chen innocently. When the hell did you ever tell me? Wang Chen, exasperated, slapped him on the head. Yes, I was wrong, boss, I forgot to clarify earlier. Mo-Bei bent over, looking pitiful, perfectly embodying the image of a sycophant. Alright, since they're here, let them in to talk. Since they were already here, Wang Chen didn't want to say anything more. After all, Mo-Bei had indeed helped a lot today. Little Aunt, Yinyin, come in quickly. Mo-Bei ran out the door, bringing in one big and one small. Boss, this is my little Aunt Mo-Yen, and this is my cousin Han Yinyin. Yinyin, greet the boss. Mo-Bei hurriedly introduced the two, a nervous smile on his face. Hello, boss. Yinyin chirped, her youthful face full of curiosity. Mo-Yen called out to the boss as well, but her face flushed. After all, at over 30, calling a 20-something young man boss was a bit hard for her to get used to. Alright, you two, what abilities have you awakened? Wang Chen waved his hand, signaling the 3 to sit down, and asked calmly. I don't know what ability it is, but I can make plants grow quickly, Mo-Yen said, her face red, speaking softly. Quickly grow? How fast? Wang Chen frowned. This ability didn't seem very combat effective. I don't know how fast it is. I can demonstrate. Mo-Bei seemed prepared and pulled out a few seeds from his pocket. Please begin your performance. Wang Chen raised his hand, signaling Mo-Yen to start directly. Mo-Yen was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted, closing her eyes slightly, and a green energy appeared in her palm. The seeds began to swell, sprout, and grow rapidly. A few minutes later, a small bush of roses appeared between Mo-Yen's hands, with about 10 pink, yellow, and red flowers blooming on it, exuding a fresh and elegant fragrance. Wang Chen was dumbfounded. This ability was extraordinary. That's amazing. Is your ability only effective on plants? Yes, I've tried it on other things, and it doesn't work. Mo-Yen was sweating profusely, her temples dampened. Seeing Wang Chen's inquiry, she hurriedly nodded in response without even wiping her sweat. Mo-Bei had once found some small animals for her to try, but none could promote growth. In the apocalypse, animals either became powerful, turning into mutated beasts, or could become zombie animals, or remain unchanged, just like humans. Some turned into zombies, some awakened abilities, but some remained completely unchanged, merely becoming healthier and a bit stronger as the energy of the world filled up. Very good. Wang Chen nodded. This ability would indeed be very useful after leveling up. Little sister, what ability have you awakened? Wang Chen looked at Han Yinyin beside him and asked softly. Boss, I can turn into a big bird. Han Yinyin said cheerfully, then jumped up and ran outside. Yinyin, slow down. Mo Yan said anxiously, as Yinin was too lively and hurriedly chased after her. Wang Chen's eyes shifted, and he stood up to walk. Outside. Big bird transformation. In the courtyard, Han Yinin, dressed in a pink princess dress, stood on the grass, arms outstretched, letting out a crisp call. A burst of crimson flames suddenly rose from her ankles, enveloping her in flames. The grass beneath her feet quickly withered and caught fire. A pair of red wings suddenly spread from the flames, and the flames quickly converged. A divine bird, cloaked in flames with feathers like fire and clouds, appeared on the lawn, flapping its wings and soaring towards the metallic dome above. S-class transformation ability, Divine Bird Zhuke. Wang Chen's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He had heard of this ability before. In the future, beside the Black Emperor of Huaxia, there was a female 9th-tier powerhouse who could transform into the legendary Zhuke Divine Bird. The 9th-tier Zhuke Divine Bird, with flames developed to the extreme, had immense lethality against all mutated creatures. However, that woman was already over 30 after 5 years. Han Yinin was only 7 or 8 years old. Even in 5 years, she would only be 12 or but in the legends of later generations, there was only one divine bird, the Vermilion Bird. In the villa, Li Yuchan and the others rushed out, their eyes blankly staring at the firebird soaring in the air. What is this? Is that the firebird that just appeared? So beautiful. Everyone exclaimed, seeing Wang Chen and the others standing in the courtyard, and hurried over. Brother Ming Yang, what is this? Suyu asked as she approached Wang Chen, a hint of admiration in her voice. That's my cousin, Han Yinin. Mo Bei excitedly introduced her to everyone, also introducing Mo Yan in passing. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, he felt reassured. This matter was settled. Oh no! Just as everyone was marveling, the vermilion bird that Han Yinin had transformed into quickly extinguished its flames, and her bird form transformed back into a human falling from the sky. Yinin! Mo Yan panicked and rushed towards the spot where Han Yinin was falling. Li Yuchan quickly raised his hand, and Han Yinin's falling form paused, slowly drifting towards everyone. Yinin, are you okay? Mo Yan hugged Han Yinin tightly, anxiously checking her from top to bottom. Mom, I'm fine, just feel so tired. Han Yinin said in a delicate voice, wiping the sweat from her forehead. As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. Seeing her daughter was fine, Mo Yan felt relieved and hugged her with a bit of heartache. Boss, how is it? Can my aunt and the others stay? Mo Bei rubbed his hands together, eagerly leaning towards Wang Chen and asking in a low voice. Very promising, they can stay. Wang Chen nodded, glancing at Mo Bei. This is what you call not very strong, it's just that you're too foolish to understand. Han Yinin's S-rank transformation ability, the Divine Bird Vermilion Bird, is definitely a template for a 9th tier powerhouse. Mo Yan awakened what seems to be an A-rank, nature power wood ability. If Han Yinin could be a future 9th tier powerhouse, just like Mooning Shui, then Mo Yan was even more valued by Wang Chen. In the apocalypse, food is the most important. Even though mutated animals can be consumed, the trace elements needed by the human body still need to be obtained from vegetables and other plants. Due to the changes in the world, it has become very difficult to grow ordinary seeds. Only those like Mo Yan, who can control plant growth, can better cultivate and produce food. A large shelter base cannot be established without several similar ability users assisting. These types of wood ability users are also known as planters. With Mo Yan, it can be said that the foundation for establishing a large shelter has already been laid. Moreover, Mo Yan's ability is not without offensive power. The blue star is filled with various mutated plants. As long as she can obtain seeds from some powerful plants, Mo Yan can transform into a powerful war machine. All the plants she nurtures are under her control. If Mo Yan can advance to a 9th tier ability user, the famous skill tree realm descends from a certain Japanese anime could very well appear on the battlefield. Wang Chen would definitely not miss out on 2 individuals with such limitless potential. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Yinin, come thank the boss. Mo Bei excitedly nodded repeatedly, pulling Han Yinin over, ready to show gratitude. Alright, Yinin, you're still young, just call me brother. Yan Jia. You're not much older than me, you can call me Wang Chen or Ming Yang. Wang Chen waved his hand, feeling a bit unable to handle a little girl calling him boss. Thank you, big brother. Han Yinin chirped, her small face beaming with a bright smile. Mo Yan was clearly much more mature. She bowed slightly and said softly, Brother Ming Yang, thank you for taking us in. You're welcome. If you're hungry, let Mo Bei make you something to eat. Mu Ning Xue. Arrange a room for them on the 2nd floor. Wang Chen nodded and turned to give the order. Mo Bei nodded and ran towards the kitchen. Got it, boss, I'll take care of it right away. You all come with me. Mu Ning Xue stepped forward and took Han Yinin's small hand, turning to lead them into the villa. Watching them leave, Wang Chen revealed a faint smile. Boss, this little girl's ability is quite remarkable. Li Yuchan leaned over, exclaiming. Su. You also nodded, very strong. Her flames give me an uneasy feeling. Hee, an S-class transformation ability with limitless potential. Don't forget, she's still an unranked awakener. Wang Chen clasped his hands behind his back, sighing. The addition of this mother and daughter truly delighted him. He hadn't expected that Mo Bei had hidden such treasures by his side. The two were amazed by Han Yinin's talent for abilities, but they weren't overly surprised. Not to mention Mu Ningxue's S-Class Ice and Snow abilities, Wang Chen's were even more impressive. Boss, are you thinking of establishing a shelter? Li Yuchan carefully chose his words and asked in a low voice. Su Yu's eyes also lit up at the mention. A shelter? Wang Chen shook his head. I don't have that plan for now, but gathering some capable people to expand the team is indeed my current thought. We can't always just be a few people. If any sudden events occur, we'll be stretched thin. However, establishing a shelter would make our goals too grand and bring too many burdens. Don't forget, our enemies aren't just Ho Jun, there are others in the military district watching us closely. So, establishing a small base and training some ability users is more in line with our current situation. Wang Chen's tone was calm and relaxed as he analyzed the pros and cons for the two, but when he mentioned Ho Jun, a hint of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Li Yuchan and Su Yu fell silent, pondering the issues Wang Chen had raised. After a long while, Li Yuchan sighed softly. You're right in your considerations, I was being shallow. Your thoughts aren't wrong either. In the future, when we can face any threat without fear, establishing a shelter will also be a trend. But for now, we need to first address the potential threats from the military district. Who knows how much power Sun Jie's father holds? Wang Chen chuckled, not completely opposing Li Yuchan's opinion but pointing out the crux of the issue. It seems we need to get in touch with Captain Gong. Li Yuchan laughed, recalling Captain Gong Zhan of the Special Operations Team. Maybe after a while. Recently, we need to quickly digest the gains from this battle. Once you all advance to the 4th tier, or even the 5th tier, we won't fear facing the military district at all. Wang Chen nodded. Although they weren't afraid of the military district now, with its overwhelming firepower, there would definitely be casualties. This was not the outcome Wang Chen wanted. The further one went with ability users, the lesser the threat of firearms. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. They needed to probe into Sun Jian and Li He's backgrounds first. Sun Jian was definitely still alive, but it was uncertain whether Li He was dead or alive. Since they had targeted Sun Jie, they had to deal with his two protective parents regardless. Gaining two team members with limitless potential put Wang Chen in a great mood. He pulled Li Yuchan into the villa, called the others out, and directly set up many snacks and beers in the hall. Everyone gathered together, drinking heartily, and enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. All present were awakeners, their physical qualities greatly enhanced, and they drank until late into the night before the gathering finally dispersed. However, Wang Chen never got drunk. His physical constitution was too strong, and a few boxes of beer were nothing to him. After helping a few young people who were drunk back to their rooms and inspecting the mansion's courtyard to ensure no mutated creatures had intruded, Wang Chen finally returned to his room. Rarely, he did not read but instead enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. After a while, there was a sudden knock on the door. Brother Ming Yang, can I come in? Su Yu's voice came from outside. Wang Chen was a bit surprised but still got up to open the door. Little fish, it's so late, is there something you need? Outside the door, Su Yu was wearing a nightgown with a light jacket draped over her shoulders. Ever since Wang Chen set up the dome protection for the villa, everyone had relaxed a lot while sleeping, and both Su Yu and Mu Ningxue had started wearing nightgowns to bed. Wang Chen had nothing to say about it. He himself was only wearing a pair of loose shorts. Brother Ming Yang, let's talk inside. Su Yu's face was slightly flushed, and it was hard to tell if it was from shyness or from having had a bit to drink. Oh, okay. Once Su Yu stepped into the room, Wang Chen casually closed the door behind her. Su Yu walked to the edge of the bed and stopped, slowly turning around but keeping her head down. Wang Chen was puzzled. Why was this girl silent after entering? Little fish, are you feeling unwell? Wang Chen stepped forward and gently rubbed her head. Brother Ming Yang, Su Yu called softly, suddenly taking a few steps forward and wrapping her arms around Wang Chen. The warmth and softness enveloped him, and for a moment the experienced Wang Chen felt a bit at a loss. Little fish, you. Brother Ming Yang, can you hug me? Who understands family? After living for over 50 years combined, Wang Chen was still a virgin who had never even held a girl's hand. But with Su Yu asking like this, even the most wooden person would be softened. Wang Chen slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Su Yu's waist. The fabric was smooth and warm, a high-quality nightgown that Su Yu had carefully chosen from the supplies Wang Chen had collected. The jacket had already slipped off as Su Yu stepped forward. The warmth of his hand on her waist made Su Yu's body stiffen slightly before she gradually relaxed. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu turned her head slightly, finding a comfortable position against Wang Chen's neck. Wang Chen felt a bit hot all over, and his palm unconsciously rubbed a little. Brother Ming Yang, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Thank you for always letting me rely on you. Thank you for always being with me. We rely on each other, don't we? Wang Chen smiled slightly. Although he had indeed helped and cared for Su Yu and the others all along, hadn't they also been there for him, supporting him? But, do you know? When I was about to die, I kept regretting. Regretting what? Regretting that I didn't tell you sooner. Suyu slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters as she gazed directly at Wang Chen. Tell me what? Wang Chen lowered his head, looking curiously at the beautiful face so close to him. Brother Mingyang, I. Suyu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wang Chen's lips. The warm sensation was fleeting, and the girl's voice rang out again. I like you. Ever since I first saw you 2 years ago, I've liked you. Having survived by chance, Brother Mingyang, I don't want to miss out anymore. I really, really like you. After experiencing death once, Suyu's heart was no longer hesitant. She didn't want to wait slowly anymore. No matter the outcome, she didn't want to give up, only wanting Wang Chen to understand her feelings. The girl's heartfelt confession struck deep into Wang Chen's heart, evoking an indescribable feeling within him. Looking at that delicate face, Wang Chen's pupils suddenly scattered, his thoughts drifting back to his past life. Once, a stunning face had appeared before him, but no matter how many gentle and charming words were spoken back, then, the ultimate goal was merely to extract the secret of his 5 great abilities. At that time, he had been toyed with by such a green tea, giving everything without reservation, yet he had never even held her hand. In the end, what he received was a cold betrayal. Before he died, he only saw that face filled with mockery and disdain. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh, his thoughts returning to the present. Seeing Wang Chen suddenly lost in thought, with an inexplicable smile on his face, Suyu's expression gradually turned pale. The feeling of unease in her heart grew stronger, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. But in the next moment, Wang Chen's large hands suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Little fish, do you really like me? I like you, I really like you a lot. Suyu hurriedly nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. Since you like me, then let's keep liking each other. Wang Chen whispered softly, no longer hesitating, he fiercely captured Suyu's tempting red lips. Suyu was startled and instinctively struggled for a moment, but soon she felt Wang Chen's passion and determination. After a long while, their lips parted. Pick the flowers while you can, don't wait until there are no flowers left to pick. Wang Chen whispered in Suyu's ear, causing her ears to instantly flush red. She understood the meaning of this phrase and realized Wang Chen's current feelings. Suyu no longer struggled but buried her head in Wang Chen's embrace, her eyes slightly moist. She knew this day might come, but she didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when the moment truly came, she still felt a bit flustered and excited. Suyu's charming face turned red, her eyes sparkling, shyly leaning against Wang Chen's chest. Ah! Suyu let out a low cry as Wang Chen picked her up in a princess carry and placed her on the big bed. I'm hungry. Wang Chen's deep voice rang in Suyu's ear, making her involuntarily shiver. She playfully slapped his chest in annoyance. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Suyu pouted helplessly. Not in a hurry. Wang Chen chuckled softly, slowly leaning down. A sleepless night. The next morning, Wang Chen woke up first, and with a thought, the metallic dome slowly opened. Sunlight poured through the window onto the bed. Suyu slowly opened her eyes and found Wang Chen quietly gazing at her. His gaze was deep and focused, making Suyu feel a bit shy. She gently shifted her body, only to find her arm tightly held in Wang Chen's hand. His fingers gently caressed the back of her hand, bringing her a wave of warmth. Brother Mingyang, I have to hurry back to my room. Suyu's eyes were full of shyness, her face slightly flushed. It's still early, why go back? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Ah, Sister Shui will come to call me in the morning. If she finds me here, it won't be good, Suyu said in a delicate voice, glancing at the sky outside, feeling a hint of anxiety. If they find out, so what? Wang Chen snorted lightly, wrapping his large hand around Suyu's smooth body. Don't, Brother Mingyang. I'll come to find you secretly again tonight, okay? Suyu twisted her body, suddenly touching something, unable to help but shiver all over, speaking in a delicate voice. Having already undergone transformation, she certainly knew what it was. Moreover, she was a fish studying forensic science. She was all too familiar with human anatomy. Really? Why are you still hiding it? Wang Chen said exaggeratedly, speechless. After finally getting to the good part, why was she still playing hide and seek? Is it okay, Mingyang-gu? I really have to go back. Suyu whispered softly, gently rubbing her forehead against Wang Chen's chest a few times before looking up at him. Sigh, fine. Seeing the hint of urgency on Suyu's face, Wang Chen couldn't bear to make it difficult for her any longer, sighed, and nodded. This girl must be shy. Mingyang-gu is so nice, I'm going back now. Suyu's face blossomed like a peach flower, revealing a faint smile, as she lightly pecked Wang Chen's lips. This delightful sight made Wang Chen unable to resist holding the back of her head, passionately exchanging breaths for a while before finally letting her go. Suyu's eyes sparkled as she wrapped herself in the blanket and rolled out of bed. She frowned slightly, feeling some discomfort in a private area. It seemed swollen, but Suyu still endured the discomfort, quickly putting on the clothes that had fallen to the floor, tiptoeing to the door to listen for a moment. Once she confirmed there was no noise outside, she flashed a smile at Wang Chen and quickly opened the door to escape. This girl, really? Wang Chen shook his head, helplessly smiling, stretching lazily before collapsing onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although he was a bit tired last night, the scenery along the way was truly memorable. No, he must revisit it tonight. However, it seemed that little fish wasn't very satisfied last night. She had been suppressing her voice the whole time. The soundproofing in the room was decent, but the villa was filled with ability users. Their hearing is quite good. Which book can create the legendary soundproof barrier? Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. For the sake of little fish's body, his desire to read was unprecedentedly high. Suyu tiptoed and opened her room door, slipping in like the wind. Closing the door, she leaned against it and let out a long sigh. Her little hand unconsciously touched the uncomfortable spot, frowning slightly. Why did it not hurt anymore? Could it be that becoming an ability user speeds up recovery? Then she thought of something, scolding herself inwardly, her face turning even redder. But she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After a while, Wang Chen finally turned over and got up, walking into the bathroom to wash up. After putting on his clothes and stepping out, he was about to knock on Suyu's door when he remembered how shy she had been earlier. She probably felt embarrassed to go downstairs with him. Shaking his head, Wang Chen smiled and headed downstairs. In the dining room, Mo Yan was wearing an apron, making breakfast for Yin. Li Yuchan was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, his movements graceful and demeanor relaxed. Mobe, Zhubai, and the fat guy were still asleep, probably having drunk too much last night. Glancing at the time, it was only 8 in the morning. Sister Yen, what are we having for breakfast? Wang Chen leaned against the kitchen door, smiling at the upright Yin, and asked Mo Yan. Brother Ming Yang, you're up. I saw some noodles in the kitchen, so I took the liberty of cooking some, Mo Yan said, startled, turning around a bit flustered and speaking softly. Previously, their food had run out, and it was Mo Bei who used his shadow teleportation ability to gather some food for them. They had been eating irregularly and hadn't thought about breakfast. Yin woke up early, complaining of hunger, and when Mo Yan brought her out, she saw something in the kitchen and couldn't help but make some. No need to be nervous, we have plenty of food. But just noodles won't do, let's fry some eggs too. That fat guy is a big eater, he can eat as much as 10 people. Wang Chen noticed Mo Yan's unease and laughed heartily, casually pulling out a few bags of snacks from his mustard seed space and placing them on the dining table. Yin, this is for you, take whatever you want. Yin's eyes lit up as she looked at the various chips, dried tofu, and puffed snacks that appeared on the table. But she still suppressed the impulse and cautiously asked while leaning on the table, Big brother, is this really for me? Yes, it's all yours. If you don't eat it soon, fatty brother will come out and snatch it from you. Wang Chen nodded, rubbing Yin's little head with a smile on his face. This was the future 9th tier big shot, although she was still young, so what? It was just one more mouth to feed and a little more crystal core consumption. We don't have much, just plenty of food and crystal cores. Yay! Mommy, look, I have so many delicious snacks. Yin wrapped her arms around a pile of treats and grinned at Mo Yan. Then you should thank Big Brother, he went through a lot to find this food. Mo Yan couldn't help but feel a bit choked up, quietly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes as she gently taught Yin. They had come from a wealthy family and had never let Yin lack for anything, but with the apocalypse arriving and her husband missing without a trace, if it weren't for Mo Bei's care, they would have starved or been bitten by zombies long ago. Previously, there were those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but it was Mo Bei who found a way to stop them. In just over 10 days, Mo Yan felt as if she had fallen from heaven into hell, living in constant anxiety. If it weren't for Yin's presence, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. She had already learned a bit about the strength of these people from Mo Bei, and with Wang Chen's protection, Mo Yan finally felt much more at ease. Thank you, Big Brother. You eat first. Yin flashed a radiant smile at Wang Chen, tearing open a bag of chips and offering a piece to him. You eat quickly.